On the day before the apocalypse, with my terminally ill cancer-ridden body, I entered the global survival game ahead of everyone else. I thought it was the end of the road. He unexpectedly awakened the sole mythic grade talent, Supreme Enhancement. Any item's attributes can be refreshed 10 times, turning black iron into divine artifacts is no longer a dream. Starting with a basic potion, he directly rolled the golden attribute Cures All Ailments plus Chance of Resurrection, instantly restoring himself to full health. A broken wooden spear, after being refreshed, actually comes with max-level mastery and a bleeding effect. While other players were still trembling in the darkness. Already armed with the magic lamp and gripping the divine spear, I'm heading out solo to take down elite monsters. And this is just the beginning. My goal is to unlock the ultimate sanctuary capable of withstanding the apocalyptic winter. But when I looked at the mysterious architectural blueprint that had just dropped in my backpack, I just realized this game is far more bizarre than I imagined. Chapter 1, The Ultimate Shelter. Mythic level talent. If that pattern doesn't show up soon, I might just die ahead of schedule. In the dimly lit room, Su-chen swallowed painkillers, his face still deathly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet he paid little attention to anything else, fixing his slightly dazed gaze firmly on his emaciated right wrist, not daring to relax for even a moment. Su-chen is a reincarnator. Originally terminally ill with cancer and resigned to waiting for death, who would have expected the world to suddenly undergo a drastic change? A game called Final Sanctuary, capable of manifesting in reality 1 month later, quietly descends. It appears as a feather wing pattern on the wrist, binding everyone worldwide. A warning was issued. At the same moment the Final Sanctuary manifests in reality, an endless dark winter will sweep across the entire world. Countless mutant beasts, monsters, and natural disasters will follow. To seek a glimmer of hope in such an apocalypse, one must personally enter the Final Sanctuary with their own body in advance, explore within it, and continuously maintain, upgrade, and expand their initial sanctuary, striving to build it into a suitable survival fortress. Only in this way can one have the greatest chance of survival when the apocalypse arrives. But in his previous life, Su-chen missed a month of developmental time because he had scheduled surgery with a specialist when the game arrived, leaving him mobility impaired. And so, until the apocalypse arrived, the game sanctuary materialized. He just entered the game. At that moment, when he drew his innate talent, he unexpectedly discovered that it contained a power capable of suppressing his late-stage cancer. If you continue exploring, there's a high probability your terminal illness can be cured. However, everything was already too late. An initial shelter that hasn't undergone upgrades or maintenance simply couldn't withstand the coordinated attacks of exotic beasts and monsters for long. Not to mention the occasional natural disasters and calamities that appear. Su-chen's shelter was completely destroyed in just half a day. Even though he later managed to sneak into the native factions within the game by leveraging the protection mechanism and temporarily ensured his safety through his innate abilities. Yet, in the end, he still couldn't escape the deathly grip of cancer. Fortunately, he has been reborn to the very day when the final refuge descended. In the previous life, out of the 100 billion shelters worldwide, only 10 remained standing in the end. The dangers involved were beyond anything I had ever experienced before. Fortunately, there's still a chance to start over from scratch. Su-chen thought to himself, lowering his head as he coughed violently several more times. At this moment, his right wrist suddenly began to twist. Immediately after, a silver-hued wing pattern slowly condensed and formed. Finally, it's here. Su-chen felt his consciousness growing somewhat hazy. He had no time to think further. Mustering his spirits with effort, he focused his gaze on the symbol before him. Soon, prompt words appeared before his eyes. The apocalypse approaches. This illusory game shall ultimately become your passage to hope. Proceed with caution. Final shelter is logging in. Talent extraction loading. Initial rewards loading. Game map loading. Login completed. You have obtained the initial shelter. Would you like to enter the game? Yes, Su-chen willed it in his mind. The surroundings began to darken. Only after a bout of dizziness passed and he was certain everything had stabilized did he finally open his eyes. A dilapidated hut pieced together from crude earthen walls and thatch came into view. Completely empty, there's nothing at all. This is what the shelter initially looks like for players. Very crude, but it possesses the potential to evolve into the mightiest survival fortress. Welcome to the game. All game features will unlock after drawing initial talents. Would you like to proceed with initial talent draw now? Words appeared before his eyes once more. Su-chen's nostalgic and sentimental gaze dissipated as he nodded firmly, saying, yes. Talent extraction begins. With the prompt appearing, a projection resembling a circular pool suddenly emerged. Then, countless cards shimmering with various colors instantly emerged, floating before Su-chen's eyes, flashing one after another. Even talent comes in different grades. The lowest tier is the colorless black iron grade, while the highest is the 7-colored mythical rank. In my previous life, when I entered the game, I only drew a white grade bronze talent called Minor Healing, which had the effect of treating minor injuries and illnesses. It was through this talent that Su-chen learned his cancer had hope of being cured here. Now, entering the game ahead of time, everything is different from my previous life. Staring intently at the talent pool, Su Chen's eyes shone with anticipation and hope. His doctors had already declared that his cancer would likely claim his life in less than 2 months. Time is running out. If I can't draw any particularly good talents, at least let me get a silver tier basic healing. Su Chen muttered to himself. The gacha pool suddenly stopped. In an instant, amidst the dazzling mist rising, a burst of radiant multicolored light erupted and bloomed. Congratulations on drawing the talent Supreme Enhancement, Mythical Grade. Extraction of talents completed, all game functions have been fully unlocked. A mythical grade talent. Su Chen's eyes widened, and after remaining stunned for a while, an unprecedented surge of ecstasy spread throughout his body, even overwhelming the pain brought by his cancer. It's actually a mythical grade talent. Can I really still have such incredible luck after being reborn once? His hands trembling slightly, he clicked open the talent description. The text was very brief. Supreme Enhancement, Mythic Tier, can refresh the effect attributes of any item, skill, creature, etc., 10 times. Each refresh guarantees a stronger effect than the previous one, until it reaches the ultimate golden attribute effect. Indeed, powerful talents often have straightforward and blunt effects. Su Chen scanned it over and over, his excitement barely containable. The ability to refresh attributes 10 times, in simpler terms, isn't it just 10 rounds of limitless enhancement? This talent can produce remarkably impressive effects even when used on the lowest grade colorless iron tier items. Not to mention high quality skills, items, creatures. All native creatures in the game can be recruited. Many of them belong to factions powerful enough to protect entire sanctuaries. But precisely because of this, the recruitment conditions are extremely difficult and stringent. Now, with such a talent, it's like directly making them stronger. Then there's no worry about powerful natives not joining the ranks. Developing a shelter, besides various types of buildings, active combat strength is particularly necessary. Su Chen had seen this mentioned in some news and strategy guides shared by others in his previous life. During the early stages of exploration for shelter development by players, recruiting local forces is an absolutely indispensable step. They can assist in combat, ensure logistical support, and protect the shelter from enemy attacks when players are away. The cost-performance ratio is truly exceptional. After his rebirth, Su Chen had already considered the idea of recruiting local forces. Weaker ones could be dealt with using supplies and the like, but for the stronger ones, it was truly hard to say. Fortunately, this problem can now be easily resolved. Su Chen pondered, but then broke into another heavy coughing fit. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood, feeling momentarily dizzy and disoriented. Chapter 2, Curing Terminal Illness and the Chance of Resurrection. Not good. Su Chen clutched his chest, leaning against the adobe wall, his pallid face tinged with ashen gray. Oh, open the backpack for me. He struggled to speak. Soon, a system panel floated up before him. Exchange player panel shelter panel backpack followers. A series of functions emerged one after another, but Su Chen's gaze remained fixed solely on the backpack tab. Your backpack has been opened. Initial rewards distributed. You obtained mini healing potion *5, black bread *5, pure water *5, wooden spear *1, oil lamp *1. Upon entering the game for the first time, players will automatically receive initial rewards when opening their backpack. Among them were 5 miniature healing potions. At this moment, Su Chen, tormented by illness, had his sights set on it. The effects of drinking 1 bottle of this stuff. It's roughly equivalent to the effect of a single use of the bronze talent, minor healing, by Su Chen in his previous life. In other words, it can temporarily alleviate and suppress the cancer in his body. However, Su Chen did not plan to use it directly. He gasped for breath, took out a bottle, and tapped to open its description. Micro healing potion, black iron, can treat minor injuries, refreshable. His gaze lingered on the prompt in the final box. Without hesitation, Su Chen immediately chose to refresh. You activated the talent Supreme Enhancement. You have refreshed the entry 4 minor healing potion. 2 lines of text popped up in my field of vision. Su Chen slowly raised his hand to dispel the energy, and when he looked again at the entry for the mini healing potion, it had already changed. Minor healing potion, black iron, can treat minor injuries, refreshable. The word slight has been removed. Su Chen didn't care and kept refreshing. You have refreshed the entry 4 mini healing potion. You have refreshed the entry 4 mini healing potion. After successive prompts kept appearing. The words refreshable have finally disappeared. The description of this small healing potion in Su Chen's hand has undergone a shocking transformation. In terms of wording, the golden brilliance shone into his field of vision. Small healing potion? Can heal all injuries and ailments, with a small chance to grant 1 resurrection opportunity upon consumption. A resurrection chance, from a tiny, seemingly insignificant small healing potion. Refreshing the description 10 times actually has a chance to grant 1 resurrection opportunity. Su Chen's pupils dilated. Then, another mouthful of blood sprayed out. His vision began to darken, and he hastily used the last bit of strength left in his body to pull out the wooden stopper of the miniature healing potion and put it into his mouth. Gulp, Gulp. The seemingly ordinary healing liquid began to take effect after entering Su Chen's stomach. Just for a moment. His complexion was no longer deathly pale, gaining the healthy hue a normal person should have. His body was once again filled with a vitality he hadn't felt in a long time. I'm cured? Su Chen pressed his chest, but nothing happened. The torment that had plagued him for so long had completely vanished, as if it had never appeared. It's already cured? Su Chen was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, roaring with uninhibited mirth. This life-threatening deadlock with no way out. He originally intended to carefully plan and find opportunities to break through from healing items, skills, or even other players' talents. The very first mythical talent at the start brought an immediate pleasant surprise. The micro-healing potion, after enhancement, might actually have the potential to cure my terminal illness, he muttered excitedly to himself. Remembering the attached revival opportunity, he quickly opened his personal panel to see if he could be lucky enough to trigger it. Su Chen, Lord of Shelter number 0796. Talent, Supreme Enhancement, Mythical, Rainbow. Skills, none bloodline, none followers, none subordinate forces, none. Revival, can resurrect once upon death. Lucky again. Su Chen's eyes lit up. An effect that can resurrect living creatures. He had also heard some natives discussing this in his previous life, and he considered it to be a positive buff. Buffs, whether good or bad, can be directly viewed on the player's panel. Now it seems his guess was correct. Once triggered, it would be displayed on the panel. With this one resurrection opportunity, early-stage exploration will be much more manageable. But it's not enough. Su Chen then took out the remaining 4 vials of micro-healing potions and refreshed them all one by one. The entry showed no changes, it could still heal all injuries with a small probability of granting resurrection. Luckily, this game allows players to enter with their own bodies, giving me the chance to cure this disease now. He let out a sigh and didn't idle around, immediately opening the shelter panel again. Shelter number 0796. Level, 0 special buildings, 0 territory area, 5. Population, 1, maximum capacity, 1. Durability, 20 of 20. Upgrade requirements, stones x50, wood x30. Inherent effect, durability recovery, after durability decreases, recovers 1 point every 48 hours, can be refreshed. As expected, the attributes of the shelter can also be refreshed. Looking at the last line of the panel, Su Chen immediately activated the effect of Supreme Enhancement. You have refreshed the attributes of shelter number 0796. After 10 times, this default attribute of the initial shelter also turned gold. Innate effect, durability recovery, after durability decreases, it recovers 5 points per hour. At first glance, it seems somewhat underwhelming, but after all, this is the shelter's default attribute before any upgrades. Compared to the lengthy recovery effects at the very beginning, an increase of 5 durability points per hour is already quite impressive. Su Chen didn't hold much hope either, he was just giving it a try. Now that it's confirmed that the shelter entries can also be refreshed, that's enough. Once the shelter is upgraded or special structures are obtained, the additional entries will truly showcase the Supreme Enhancement effect. Let me see if I can refresh the remaining items as well. Opening his backpack, Su Chen took out all the items inside. Both the bread and the food were ordinary items without quality or attributes, so he put them back. The remaining items are the wooden spear and the oil lamp. Wooden spear, a crude wooden spear that can injure some weak creatures but is easily damaged, refreshable. Oil lamp, black iron, an ordinary oil lamp containing fuel that burns for 24 hours, with some peculiar effects capable of dispersing certain dark creatures, refreshable. The wooden spear is an item without quality, yet it possesses affixes. It seems that as long as something has attributes, Supreme Enhancement can definitely take effect. Su Chen frowned in contemplation, then turned his attention back to the oil lamp. Iron tier quality, and it can even repel some dark creatures. Aside from weapons and armor, this is absolutely essential for exploration in uncharted territory. If refreshing it 10 times upgrades it to a golden attribute, would it enhance the lamp oil's effect? Or would it extend the burning duration? Chapter 3, Kill monsters, loot treasure chests. You refresh the entry 4 wooden spear. You refresh the entry 4 oil lamp. The repetitive prompts finally ceased after the last 2 entries. Su Chen noticed that unlike the miniature healing potion before, the appearance of these 2 items had changed after their entries refreshed. The wooden spear, once rough and even slightly splintered, was now smooth and polished, its entire body jet black. Holding it felt heavier than before. The oil lamp appeared lighter and more compact, and the lamp oil burning inside even emitted a refreshingly pleasant fragrance. It seems that when an entry is enhanced, the appearance of the item itself might also change. Su Chen pondered silently, then pulled up the description panels for both items. Wooden spear? A peculiar spear of wood, exceptionally sturdy and sharp. Capable of self-repair upon damage. Equipped with the skill, Spear Mastery level 10 and the passive effect Bleeding level 10. Oil lamp? An extraordinary oil lamp whose fuel burns for 30 days. Possesses a potent dispelling effect against dark creatures. Holding this lamp for 24 hours removes negative statuses like mutterings, chaos, and mental corruption. This effect persists even after the oil is depleted. Powerful. Too strong. Su Chen's eyelids twitched violently. Muttering, confusion, mental corruption. These are the negative statuses inflicted by demon god-class monsters. No matter who it was, getting hit with even one of these meant you might as well hit the restart button. Because there's simply no salvation. Whether it was the babbling, the confusion, or the mental corruption, each would gradually turn the afflicted into a minion and servant of the demon god. In his past life, Su Chen never heard of any way to remove them before he died. Who would have thought that a simple oil lamp he casually refreshed would yield an item capable of neutralizing such incurable conditions? Even when the lamp oil runs dry, this oil lamp still functions. Compared to this effect, the lamp oil's ability to dispel dark creatures is practically negligible. Su Chen was thrilled. If the refreshed wooden spear equipped with 2 max level 10 skills and self-repair capabilities was the ultimate tool for pioneering new areas, then this oil lamp was the essential life-saving artifact for surviving encounters with negative states inflicted by class entities. With these two treasures, early game exploration holds little fear. Su Chen gazed confidently toward the shelter's entrance. The persistent ailment that had troubled him for so long was now completely cured, and he held 2 pioneering artifacts in his hands. It was time to venture out and explore. No sooner said than done. He steadied his mind, gripped the oil lamp, and strode forward. With the hand holding his wooden spear, he slowly pushed open the door of the wooden hut. All that met his eyes was endless darkness, punctuated only by the faint whispers of wind. It seemed perfectly normal. But Su Chen, armed with the experience of a past life, knew that in this pitch-black environment where one couldn't see their own fingers, danger lurked. The first step for a newcomer venturing out to explore is to light an oil lamp to drive away the dark creatures lurking in the shadows. Otherwise, you'll definitely get ambushed. Su Chen was extremely cautious. The moment he lit the oil lamp, directly ahead, a pair of twisted yet enormous crimson eyes suddenly appeared, accompanied by a mad, piercing shriek that threatened to shatter his eardrums. Su Chen's scalp prickled violently. As the lamp's light spread outward, vast swaths of twisted, shapeless shadows fled into the distance beneath its glow. Rotting corpse trolls and heart-eating shadows. With his memories from a past life, he instantly recognized the dark creatures revealed by the lamp's glow. These are elite monsters from the Dark Monster Tide. I never expected them to appear so early. Fortunately, they were affected by the lamp's repelling effect. The heart-eating shadows retreated, and the corpse troll dared only linger far beyond the lamp's glow. Otherwise, the moment he stepped out with his left foot, he would have been instantly obliterated. A level 0 sanctuary stepping outside meant leaving its protective range. That was close. Su Chen, still trembling from the shock, braced against the pressure of the rotting corpse troll's bloodshot eyes. Gripping his wooden spear tightly, he struggled to hold the oil lamp aloft as he took his first step outside. Now that his entry time into the game had changed. Therefore, the location of the sanctuary and the monsters encountered would naturally differ from his previous life. Su Chen was mentally prepared for this. He must explore and gather sufficient resources as quickly as possible to upgrade the sanctuary. Otherwise, come the dead of night, the dark monsters lurking outside the sanctuary would launch their first assault. Fortunately, this seems to be a plain, with plenty of scattered rocks and dead branches around. Upgrading should be no problem. Carrying an oil lamp, Su Chen made his way along, searching for resources while observing the surrounding terrain. He noticed that besides usable resources, scattered throughout the area were massive boulders several people tall and patches of iron ore exposed at the surface. These were also resources, but they required tools to extract. Su Chen didn't have the means for that yet, so he can only gather some broken stones and dead branches. No special properties on these common materials? Too bad. Looks like I can't refresh them. At least once the shelter levels up, it'll randomly grant some basic tools: an axe for chopping trees, a pickaxe for mining. They might not be high quality, but they'll still boost resource gathering efficiency. I recall these tools, though lacking in quality, still carry their own attributes. Recalling the information in his mind, he kept a watchful eye on his surroundings while searching for materials. Dead branches and broken stones weren't counted as a single unit just because he picked them up. They had to meet the requirements for upgrading the shelter. Su Chen calculated that he needed to collect 3 pebbles and 5 dry branches, placing them into his backpack, to form a single unit of stone and wood. This seemed rather troublesome. Fortunately, there were plenty of dry branches and pebbles nearby. It didn't take long before he gathered all the materials needed for the current shelter upgrade. He also used the oil lamp to roughly survey the terrain further away. To the west and north lay plains. To the east lay a vast forest, while to the south stretched a river valley. Both of these terrains were resource-rich environments. Especially the forest. With good luck, one might even discover peculiar creatures within that could serve as player pets. With unique bloodlines and diverse abilities, capturing one would undoubtedly become a player's trusted ally or even a trump card. During his previous life, while migrating with indigenous forces, Su Chen had witnessed a Western European sanctuary lord wielding a humanoid elf dragon. With a mere wave of its hand, towering trees and vines surged forth, obliterating a tidal wave of hundreds of thousands of dark creatures. That earth-shattering battle left an indelible mark on Su Chen's mind, making him naturally eager to acquire pets. With forests around, the chances of finding a pet definitely aren't low. But exploring it with just a spear and an oil lamp won't cut it. Besides, I don't even have the tools needed to capture a pet yet. Upgrade the shelter first, then consider other things. Gripping his spear tightly, Su Chen was about to return to the shelter when his peripheral vision caught sight of a large centipede lurking in a patch of dry brush illuminated by the oil lamp. Its back was covered in numerous eyes, now closed shut, giving it an utterly eerie appearance. It's a level 2000 fallen insect. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He recalled that these creatures usually remained dormant, but once awakened, they indiscriminately attacked everything around them with formidable strength. However, despite this, it remained one of the monsters players were required to eliminate during exploration. The reason was simple. Killing these non-dark creatures carried a high chance of dropping treasure chests and extra rewards. Even the lowest tier black iron treasure chest can yield over 100 materials. That's way faster than scrounging around on your own. Su Chen thought silently, his eyes narrowing as he gripped his wooden spear and approached swiftly. Hesitation leads to defeat. Venturing out to explore meant sooner or later facing monsters and beasts in actual combat. Better to strike first and seize the initiative now. After all, with his spear's 2 built-in level 10 skills, taking down a level 2 monster should be a piece of cake, right? With that thought, Su Chen was about to pick up his pace when he saw that the thousandite sinkworm had already been startled awake by his footsteps. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sensing an unfamiliar presence, it emitted a chilling hiss. As it lunged toward Su Chen, the eyes along its back opened in unison, unleashing an extraordinary force. In an instant, Su Chen felt as if he were carrying a heavy burden, his movements slowing to a crawl. It's the thousandite fallen worm's slowing curse. His expression turned grim, yet he remained composed, flinging the sharp spear he gripped tightly. At that moment, despite the curse's grip, his spear erupted in a dense, piercing flurry of spear blossoms. Shoo shoo shoo. In mere moments, the thousandite fallen insect bore several new holes in its body. The pain-stricken creature let out a shrill screech, yet instead of retreating, its savagery was ignited, and it lunged forward with renewed ferocity. Seeing this, Su Chen leapt swiftly to the side. Though his movements were slower than before, he still managed to dodge several attacks from this massive foe with all his strength. Boom! The ground where Su Chen had stood moments before was now a gaping crater, smashed open by the thousandite fallen insect. Furious at its missed strike, the creature suddenly accelerated to blinding speed, closing the distance to Su Chen in an instant. Su Chen retreated once more, casually jabbing his spear into its body several times as he did so. Thus, combined with its previous injuries, the blood gushed from the thousandite fallen worm's wounds, showing no sign of stopping. A level 10, bleeding, affected can't possibly be useless. Su Chen sneered coldly, feeling his body regain its earlier agility. Realizing the curse had worn off, he immediately abandoned direct confrontation with the thousandite fallen worm, instead dodging and striking from a distance. After all, his spear carried the max level, bleeding, skill. Now that he had it in hand, he could simply kite the level 2 monster and wear it down until it died. SSSSSSS. With every attack missing its mark, the thousandite fallen worm grew increasingly frenzied. Constantly sensing the sharp edge of the weapon and the pain it inflicted, it hissed in agony before finally collapsing to the ground in a futile rage. At the same time, a notification appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Congratulations on successfully defeating the thousandite fallen worm. You have obtained a special treasure chest 1. You have obtained wood 300, stone 300, iron 300. You have obtained a random special building blueprint 1. Chapter 4, Diamond Tier Follower. Big loot drop. Su Chen's expression brightened. He swiped open his inventory to find 3 stacks of resources and 2 items neatly arranged inside. Special treasure chest, a unique chest that, upon opening, has a high chance of yielding items such as tools, skill books, equipment, or tools, and a low chance of spawning monsters or yielding nothing. Can be refreshed. Random special building blueprint, a highly peculiar blueprint. Opening it grants a random blueprint for constructing a special building. High chance of yielding a black iron tier blueprint, low chance of yielding a higher tier blueprint. Refreshable. Besides the 3 sets of 300 building materials, the remaining 2 are random items. In other words, it all comes down to luck. The random special building blueprint is manageable, you'll always get 1 blueprint regardless. But this special treasure chest, if you're unlucky enough to get a powerful monster, you're in real trouble. Killing monsters drops special treasure chests? He muttered to himself, not dwelling on it further, and hurried back to the shelter with his oil lamp. Items with side effects? No problem. Su Chen possessed the supreme enhancement talent. It doesn't have to be enhanced to perfection, but at the very least, it needs to remove that entry about the lower chance of monster spawns. Staring at the description of the special treasure chest, Su Chen activated supreme enhancement without hesitation. You refreshed the special treasure chest entry. You refreshed the random special building blueprint entry. Dozens of lines of text flashed by. Su-Chen dismissed them with a flick of his mind, then turned his gaze to the refreshed panels of the two items. Special treasure chest? A unique chest that guarantees high-quality items, skill books, equipment, tools, etc. upon opening. Always grants the opener 100 luck points. Random special building blueprint. A highly peculiar blueprint. Upon opening, grants blueprints for 2 random special buildings. High chance of yielding gold quality special building blueprints, low chance of yielding blueprints above gold quality. The special treasure chest after the entry refresh actually increases luck points when opened. Su-Chen's eyes lit up. Luck points are an extremely important hidden attribute, whether during the early exploration phase or after the sanctuary has been established. For instance, higher chance of obtaining valuable items from chests. It makes recruiting native factions and capturing pets easier. It also reduces the chance of monster waves appearing around the sanctuary, increases the probability of high-quality lucky individuals spawning nearby, and boosts the odds of discovering special structures in the wild. It could be said that boosting luck was the absolute top priority for players seeking an easier, more comfortable experience. But this stat is incredibly difficult to obtain. In Su-Chen's previous life, luck could only be gained by defeating demon god-class creatures or opening hidden chests of diamond quality or higher. Only the elite few at the very pinnacle of all sanctuaries possessed the means to pursue it. Everyone else? They didn't even have a shot at it. Hidden diamond chests are tough to come by, but special chests aren't nearly as difficult to obtain. If this stat refreshes with a fixed effect on every item, then as long as I kill more monsters and hunt for special chests, my luck stat should steadily increase. The prospect of what lay ahead sent waves of excitement coursing through Su-Chen's heart. He paused for a few seconds, forcing himself to calm down before finally choosing to open this special chest. You opened the special chest. You obtained a follower recruitment scroll Platinum 1. Your luck has increased by 100 points. Recruitment scroll? His eyes flickered as he examined the item in his hand, soft like parchment yet resembling a small booklet. He immediately opened the panel description. Random recruitment scroll Platinum randomly recruits 1 platinum tier follower to serve you refreshable. This item was no stranger to Su-Chen. It was one of the primary sources for players to obtain followers. In the game world, besides recruiting followers in the wild or from indigenous factions, relying on in-game items was another way to acquire them. Recruitment scrolls were the most typical and popular type. Followers recruited through these items start with a loyalty rating of no less than 60. They're the type who will obey absolutely, as long as you don't do anything reckless. In contrast, items like recruitment scrolls or contracts. The recruited follower starts with a minimum loyalty of just 20 points. One slip up and they'll desert you. In severe cases, they might even steal from the player's sanctuary or stab you in the back. In comparison, recruitment books are undeniably more reliable. After refreshing, decide whether to enhance quality or quantity. Su-Chen decisively activated his supreme enhancement talent. During the early stages of player development, manpower is always in short supply. Gaining more followers would significantly shorten this transitional phase, allowing the sanctuary to take shape quickly and withstand the onslaught of monster waves. You refreshed the follower recruitment scroll entry. You refreshed. The prompt revealed that the item's appearance had also changed. Its thickness has increased. Follower recruitment scroll? Randomly recruits 2 diamond tier followers to serve you. These followers' loyalty will remain permanently fixed at 100%. Excellent. Su-Chen's expression brightened. After refreshing, this item now recruits more followers of higher quality. And their loyalty is now permanently fixed. You must understand. It's incredibly difficult to raise a follower's loyalty. Even after sharing life and death experiences with players, forging the strongest bonds, or becoming companions, the maximum loyalty is still only 97. This is the absolute ceiling for a follower's loyalty to a player. A loyalty rating of 100 is, theoretically speaking, an absolute impossibility. This was the consensus among all sanctuary lords in the past. Yet now, Su-Chen possessed 2 followers with 100 loyalty, both of diamond quality. Without hesitation, he chose to use them. You have recruited a follower to serve you. It is on the way. You have recruited. As the prompt appeared, a knock suddenly sounded at the door of Su-Chen's wooden hut. Your followers have arrived at your sanctuary. Open the sanctuary doors to welcome him. 2 more prompts appeared in his field of vision. Su-Chen stepped forward and opened the door. What met his eyes? 2 female followers, each carrying an oil lamp, their postures and attire distinctly different. One carried a longbow and quiver, with a short crossbow and a long sword slung on either side of her waist. Beneath her flowing emerald hair, a pair of pointed ears stood out strikingly. Yet more captivating than that was her breathtakingly beautiful face. The other, though clad in heavy robes and a pointed hood. Her tall stature, fiery red hair, and icy yet exquisite features were no less captivating than the first. Even Su-Chen, who had lived through 2 lifetimes and witnessed countless beauties in both reality and the game world, couldn't help but be struck by awe. Chapter 5, Talent and Skill Refresh. Truly worthy of a diamond tier follower. Just her looks alone would command diamond tier status if she were alone. He couldn't help but think as the two women each bowed respectfully toward him. Esteemed Lord Su Chen. Dekisi Ilya offers you our reverent greetings. Followers recruited through items instantly learn all information about their master upon materializing in this world. Thus, Su Chen was not surprised they knew his name. He hastened to help them rise. Please rise. My sanctuary is still in its infancy and desperately short-handed. Having two of you join us now is truly a blessing. You'll be needed to lend me your strength going forward, no need for such formalities. You flatter us, Lord. Ilya, the sharp-eared woman dressed as a hunter, replied earnestly. Whatever orders you give, I shall carry them out faithfully. I'll do the same, Dekisi added succinctly, her expression unwavering. No wonder their loyalty is already maxed out upon recruitment. Su Chen marveled inwardly. Judging by these two retainers alone, it was clear they belonged to the type whose favorability was extremely difficult to increase. If they started with 60 points of goodwill, he'd likely have to sweet-talk and negotiate with them for every little thing. How could it be like this now, where they fought wherever he pointed? Then I'll take your gratitude in advance. Su Chen chatted with the two while casually upgrading the shelter. With 3 people now inside, the shelter was starting to feel cramped. Upgrade it first, then check these two followers' personal panels. You have lost wood 30, stone 50. Your shelter has been upgraded. Current level 1. The notification appeared. The shelter beneath Su Chen's feet instantly transformed. First, its area expanded. Next, the earthen walls vanished, replaced by sturdier stone walls. Even the thatched roof, which had seemed like it might blow away at any moment, transformed into a wooden structure. Now this finally looks somewhat like a proper shelter. Su Chen thought to himself as he opened the personal panels for his two attendants. Ilya Ranger. Level 1. Talents, Nature Affinity Refreshable Swift Wind Unlocked Druid Mastery Unlocked. Skills, Triple Strike Refreshable. Bloodline, High Moon Elf. Pet, None. Affiliation, Sanctuary 0796. Dekisi Elemental Mage. Level 1. Talents, Elemental Affinity Refreshable Gifted Mage Unlocked Rune Enthusiast Unlocked. Skill, Fireball Refreshable. Bloodline, Frost Witch. Pet, None. Affiliation, Sanctuary 0796. A High Moon Elf and a Frost Witch. This bloodline is truly exceptional. Su Chen was astonished. Both races descended from elves and witches. Due to their exceptional qualities, they could grow to protect an entire faction and were highly sought after, yet their numbers were extremely scarce. In his previous life, he had heard rumors and sightings of them, but never of anyone successfully recruiting one. This is truly a stroke of luck. And both of these retainers possess 3 innate talents? Su Chen's eyes flickered as he noticed another crucial detail. In his previous life, he had never owned a follower himself, only hearing other players mention that followers typically possess no more than 2 talents. Now it seemed those were pure lies. Some information that blurs the line between truth and falsehood can only be discerned after experiencing it firsthand, Su Chen mused inwardly. He looked at the 2 attendants awaiting his command, paused, then said, I possess an ability that can enhance your talents and skills. However, the exact outcome depends on the results later. If you feel anything unusual, remember to speak up. His supreme enhancement had always been applied to objects before. Using it on his attendants was a first. Therefore, he wanted to hear their thoughts beforehand so he could prepare accordingly. Please proceed. I have no objections, Iria immediately voiced her consent. I have no objections either, though I'm curious to see how my talents and skills will change after the enhancement, Dekisi added with a faint smile. Settled. Su Chen nodded. The supreme enhancement talent activated once more. And so, the skills and talents of these 2 followers underwent an instant, monumental transformation. Nature Affinity? A favored child blessed by nature, amplifying all nature-based skills by 30x. Bloodline advances every 5 levels. Upon death, retains original level and items upon rebirth. Triple Shot? Fires 3 arrows in rapid succession with lightning speed. Each arrow's damage is increased by 10x. Inflicts additional true damage against dark creatures and increases armor penetration by 95%. Elemental Affinity? Blessed by the elements, gains additional skill enhancements per level. Casting consumes no stamina. Fireball? Releases a massive fireball with piercing and intimidation effects, ignoring magic and physical defenses. Deals 15x additional damage to structures. Unlike Su Chen's previous refresh, the refresh targeting follower talents and skills leans toward boosting power and adding multiple effects. How it performs in actual combat remains unknown. But judging by this description, Su Chen could already sense that level of intensity. True damage, defense penetration, insight, additional damage. Ignores both defenses, death rebirth, and skill effects scaling with each level gained. Any one of these, applied to a player, would be enough to anchor an entire sanctuary. Now he possessed them all. Su Chen felt his starting hand was so extravagant it would leave anyone who saw it utterly stunned. He glanced at the two attendants before him, noting that their expressions, demeanor, and appearance showed no change whatsoever. He immediately asked, "It's over. How does it feel? Is it over already?" Ilya froze. "I don't recall anything happening." "I didn't feel any changes in myself either." Dakisi lowered her eyes briefly before speaking. "It must be because our talents are too poor. You mentioned enhancing talents and skills earlier. Might we request permission, Lord, to test this outside the sanctuary? What excellent retainers. Not a single word of doubt. They'd rather question their own abilities than speak out of turn," Suchen thought to himself before saying, "The plains lie beyond. Once you use your skills, you should be able to sense the changes within yourselves." He had complete faith in the supreme enhancement skill. After all, it had been tested multiple times already. Now that the skill entries had fully refreshed. At worst, the targets might feel nothing. But when they activated their skills and innate abilities, the enhanced transformation would be strikingly obvious. Chapter 6, The Hunt for the Rotten Corpse Troll. SSSSSSS. As soon as he stepped out of the room, a sinister, lurking glow in the forest fixed its gaze on Su Chen. The rustling sounds in the forest were terrifying in the quiet wilderness. "Something's wrong. Master, there's movement ahead." Ilya's pointed ears twitched slightly, her expression turning grave. She swiftly tightened her grip on the bow in her hands. Though Daikisi beside her wore a blank expression, her eyes flashed with sharpness. Su Chen followed the direction of Ilya's bow. Trees were being uprooted by a colossal force. A massive, rotting corpse troll lurked, waiting for its chance. Viscous saliva dripped incessantly from its gaping maw. Even with the oil lamp in hand, it seemed determined to fight to the death. When the storm hit, it would surely strike him first. Su Chen lowered his gaze in thought for a moment, glancing at his attendant out of the corner of his eye. Since no signs of evolution were found in the house, he might as well use this creature as a test subject. "Ilya, Dakisi, I command you to subdue the putrid corpse troll." "Yes, master." "Yes, master." The two girls showed no fear nor any hint of disobedience. This is what it means to have 100% loyal followers. Traditionally, against monsters like the rotten corpse troll, warriors excel at close combat by striking vital points. Ilya and Dakisi won an archer, the other of which might not gain the upper hand against such foes. Roar! As if sensing mortal peril, the carrion troll raised its claw to its chest and roared in fury. Its roar carried an earth-shattering force, unleashing a shockwave that struck the trio with lightning speed. The trio dodged swiftly. Crash! The shockwave slammed into a tree, snapping its trunk clean in two. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. No wonder it was an elite monster from the dark monster tide. It truly packed a punch. Had this been his past life, such a blow would have left him bleeding to death on the spot. Su Chen straightened up, gripped his spear, and hurled it at the rotting corpse troll. Arg! The sharp spear pierced the rotting corpse troll's body, triggering its passive bleeding effect. The corpse troll roared in rage as pain surged through its entire body. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto Su Chen, its growl chilling to the bone. The rotting troll's eyes are its weak point. Attack its eyes. Roger that. Roger that. The two attendants' eyes flashed with cold resolve as their hands moved swiftly. Ilya's toes lightly touched the ground as she leapt forward, a fleeting hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Her focus returned to the carrion troll, her almond-shaped eyes blazing with fury as she stared ahead. Arrows bearing my wrath, become crossbows of the heavens, slay the foe. Draw, aim, fire all in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The arrow, no thicker than a twig, left the bowstring with a force that seemed to tear through the sky, streaking toward the rotten corpse troll like a falling meteor. Its speed was so blinding that Su Chen couldn't react in time. Yet the corpse troll shifted slightly, causing the arrow's trajectory to veer off course, striking its abdomen. Still, it tore open a gaping wound. Roar! The corpse troll's rage flared anew. Seemingly oblivious to the pain, it charged toward Su Chen at breakneck speed. A chill gripped Su Chen's heart. If this creature charged recklessly, he was as good as dead. Holy light! Merge my power with the elements, forging a strange flame to consume all that angers me. A vast magical array materialized beneath Dakisi's feet, enveloping her in a shadowy glow. Her slender fingers gripped the wand as luminous points gathered from the array before it. A crimson light array abruptly appeared before her chest, where blazing flames coalesced into a fireball the size of a bullet. Su Chen frowned. His ultimate enhancement couldn't possibly be just a tiny fireball. As he pondered, the fireball suddenly swelled to the size of a meteorite. A terrifying wave sucked all the oxygen from the surrounding air. Daikisi's closed eyes snapped open. Go to hell! Her lips murmured the words without discernible emotion as the fireball slammed into the rotting corpse troll. The sizzling sound of flesh being seared and the troll's piercing screams filled the air. Within seconds, the once menacing rotting corpse troll was reduced to a pile of charred ashes. Seeing the terrifying destructive power of the two, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Just as he had anticipated, his ultimate evolution proved effective on them, even surpassing his expectations. With their current combat prowess, they could easily eliminate most of the surrounding monsters. Dealing with hellish creatures would be much easier from now on. Congratulations, host, on defeating the carrion troll. Your follower has leveled up. Ilya. Added skill, Sky Arrow. Dokisi. Added skill, Death Fireball. Followers remain unaware during enhancement. Only when using skills or talents personally will they be detected. Suchen stared at the interface before him, overjoyed. This arrow is my power? I've never fired such a terrifying fireball before. The two stared at their bow and wand in astonished delight. They never imagined two ranged attack positions could wield such world-shattering power. Master! Master! Ilya and Dokisi, their faces beaming with joy, knelt on one knee before Suchen. Thank you, Master, for everything you have bestowed upon us. Master, without you, we could never have grown this strong. The sight of two beautiful young women kneeling on one knee was truly a feast for the eyes. Rise. From now on, you are my subordinates. We share honor and disgrace as one. We are family. Family? The two felt a jolt in their hearts. As elves and witches, the tribe had instilled in them from childhood the doctrine of survival of the fittest. Even one's own parents or siblings could be used as stepping stones for advancement. The word family felt both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. Killing reward for the rotten corpse troll. You obtained wood 1000, stone 1000, iron 1000. 2 special treasure chests. The mechanical chime made Suchen's eyes light up. 2 special chests? What incredible luck! After using the last special chest, 2 diamond minions appeared. The rotting troll's demise actually yielded 2 special chests. Wonder what treasures might lie within. But upgrading the shelter is the top priority right now. With 3 people living here, this tiny space can't possibly fit all of us. Upgrade the shelter. Understood, upgrading now. You have lost wood 1000, stone 1000, iron 1000. Shelter upgraded from level 1 to level 4. Shelter defense level increased, reward obtained. 1 random special building blueprint. Stone pickaxe. A crude stone pickaxe that can attack low-level monsters but breaks very easily can be refreshed. Stone axe. A crude stone axe that can attack low-level monsters but breaks easily can be refreshed. The fades away. Everything beneath Suchen's feet and around him underwent a massive transformation. A rumbling sound filled the air as the area expanded several times larger than before. The wooden planks transformed into a more solid material, and some household furnishings appeared inside the room. The exterior transformation was particularly dramatic, featuring a new open-air observation deck. It could launch ranged attacks, targeting any intruders entering the shelter's perimeter. Once the dust settled, Suchen beamed with delight at his transformed home. The shelter resembled a small villa. Though not overly spacious, it was more than adequate for 3 people. Find a room to rest in yourselves. Come find me if you need anything. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. The 2 women bowed to Suchen before withdrawing. Suchen exhaled deeply. The mistakes of his past life would never be repeated in this one. Looks like I'll need to refresh more items tomorrow. After all, dangers in this world are as numerous as cow hairs. Chapter 7, The Indestructible Item. After dealing with the rotting corpse troll, Suchen returned to the living room to examine the newly acquired items. A stone pickaxe and an axe appeared unremarkable. They felt rough to the touch and seemed poorly made. Drop them, and they might shatter into dust. Let's try refreshing these 2 items. You have refreshed the entry for stone pickaxe. You refreshed the stone axe entry. After 10 refreshes each, the mechanical voice finally concluded. Both tools appeared renewed, vastly different from their previous state. The stone pickaxe's surface gleamed brightly. Suchen weighed it in his hand. Just as he had expected, the refreshed tools underwent a qualitative transformation. Stone pickaxe? A rock-hard stone pickaxe, as solid as a boulder. Increases mining speed by 220% and cannot be damaged. Stone axe? A sharp stone axe capable of cleaving most objects, indestructible. Dropped, 1 can of premium black tea restores 1 health point, cannot be refreshed. Suchen froze in place, blinking as he stared at the 2 tools in his hands. Early game resources were most scarce for mining tools and weapons, and now he had 2 of them. What a pleasant surprise. With these 2 treasures, clearing the wilderness would be a breeze, right? As for this black tea, it seemed to be a common drop item. With this major problem solved, Suchen clicked on another item. A random special building blueprint. If it spawned good attributes, it would offer better safety during the monster onslaught. Suchen refreshed it with a flick of his thoughts. You have refreshed the random special building blueprint. Drawing on past experience, he refreshed it 10 times consecutively this time. A golden light flashed before him, instantly transforming the attributes into gold. You have obtained the platinum tier energy gathering Corona blueprint. Once constructed, it produces 3 special resources Corona fragments daily. These can be used to alter the enhancement direction of the shelter and various other buildings. Suchen's eyes lit up. Corona shards. In his previous life, these fragments were fiercely contested resources. Acquiring them allowed players to upgrade their shelters. Higher levels meant better defense against monster attacks. Had he really just effortlessly unlocked this legendary golden item? After the initial excitement subsided, Suchen raised his hand to his chin in deep thought. Given his current abilities, he could refresh certain attributes. If that was the case, could he also try increasing the quantity? He lifted his gaze and fixed his eyes on the attributes before him. Refresh. Understood, refreshing for the host. The first 9 refreshes yielded minimal changes, almost negligible. Su Chen's gaze remained fixed on the entry, pinning his hopes on the final refresh. Producing 3 Corona shards a day was already incredibly valuable, but fending off the demonic tide demanded far more. Recalling the demonic onslaught from his past life when the sky darkened and a crimson moon hung overhead, cold sweat beaded on Su Chen's forehead. The sight of corpses strewn everywhere made him realize he absolutely couldn't let this chance at survival slip away. Refresh complete. Daily output 10 Corona shards, plus 2 additional radiant gold-grade Corona hearts. Corona hearts can serve as energy sources for turret-type structures or as core building materials for various constructions. Su Chen's eyes burned with intensity. 10 Corona shards. 2 Corona hearts. What incredible luck! With these 2, the shelter's security would be elevated to a whole new level. Master? A crisp voice called out. Su Chen froze for a moment before turning his head. Ilya, dressed in a short emerald green cocktail dress, held a cup of black tea as she tilted her head to look at him. She looked sweet and adorable, but Su Chen sensed something off about her gaze. What is it? Ilya furrowed her brow as she approached Su Chen step by step. After scrutinizing him from head to toe, she pressed her red lips tightly together. That's strange. Master seemed off earlier. Are you feeling unwell? Ha? Su Chen froze. Could it be he'd been acting too excited? He cleared his throat twice. Nothing. I was just thinking about how to upgrade our sanctuary. Ilya suddenly understood. Ah, I see. Well, don't overwork yourself, Master. Here's some black tea I brewed for you. Please have a sip. She obediently placed the tea before Su Chen and stood quietly beside him, her eyes crinkling like a cat waiting for its owner to stroke its head. Su Chen's expression relaxed. In his previous life, he had fought alone through the apocalypse, dying in utter solitude. Now, with someone by his side, a vague sense of disorientation washed over him. Seeing him hesitate, Ilya held the tray before her chest, tilting her head in puzzlement. Master, do you not like black tea? Su Chen shook his head gently. No. He lifted the cup to his lips and sipped. The taste was sweet without bitterness, the temperature just right, almost perfect. It's delicious. The black tea you brewed, Ilya, is the best I've ever tasted. Ilya's pointed ears twitched, the roots flushing bright red instantly, spreading across her entire face. She quickly raised the tray to cover her face, her voice dropping to a whisper. No one has ever complimented Ilya's tea before, you're the first. The Ilya who had seemed like a goddess of war moments ago now blushed shyly like a girl next door. Su Chen chuckled softly, from now on, we'll be counting on you for the family's black tea. Ilya nodded sweetly, her fierce demeanor from slaying the rotten corpse trolls completely gone. Judging by the current timeline, the Dark Tide's approach was drawing ever nearer. Su Chen's eyes darkened. Though the shelter's defenses were stronger than before, they were still far from sufficient. Ilya, we need to go out. At his words, Ilya's bashful expression instantly turned serious. Yes, Master. She obeyed Su Chen's command without hesitation. Dakisi approached, wand in hand, bowing respectfully to Su Chen. We're going to gather oring timber to reinforce the shelter's defenses. Understood. After careful consideration, Su Chen and Dakisi set out first, while Ilya could gather timber nearby. Since the stones were located farther away, it would be safer for Ilya to remain nearby. If you encounter any monsters worth killing, don't hold back. Both nodded in agreement. After covering safety precautions, Su Chen led Dakisi deeper into the forest. The first night proved perilous beyond measure. Who knew what unknown dangers lay ahead? Master, there seems to be something here you might need. Dakisi's voice snapped Su Chen out of his thoughts. He lifted his gaze and froze instantly. What is this enormous boulder? A colossal boulder loomed before them. Su Chen stepped forward and touched its surface. This could yield hundreds of stone blocks, cutting our time by more than half. Dakisi frowned, her face clouded with worry. Master, to mine this boulder, we'd need indestructible mining tools, but it seems we don't have any. Su Chen chuckled softly, weighing the stone pickaxe in his hand. What's there to fear? This is the perfect chance to test its limits. Chapter 8, Master's command demands absolute obedience. Clang! Clang! Su Chen swung the pickaxe, striking the boulder. 2 thunderous crashes. The rock, once seemingly indestructible, crumbled into fragments where the pickaxe struck. Dakisi stood beside him in disbelief, her burning gaze fixed on Su Chen's pickaxe. Master, this tiny pickaxe remains completely unscathed? Not only was there not a single chip, but not even a hairline crack appeared. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. Truly, it was an item worthy of its rare drop. This thing is just perfect for clearing land. With that, he began chiseling away at the boulder, blow after blow. Clatter! Rock fragments rained down like marbles. Dakisi also took out her own stone pickaxe and began chiseling away at the boulder just like Su Chen. Clunk! With just one strike, Dakisi's pickaxe snapped clean in two. Su Chen caught the scene out of the corner of his eye. If his pickaxe's stats hadn't been refreshed, he'd likely have met the same fate. The clanging sounds echoed distinctly in the quiet of the late night. Scratching sounds could be heard nearby, but they all backed away at the sight of the oil lamp. Before long, the stone quarrying was complete. A full 600 stones. Dakisi gathered 200 pieces of wood, a trip well worth it. Warning! A red exclamation mark suddenly appeared directly ahead. A small wave of dark creatures is about to descend nearby. Host, return to the shelter immediately to defend against the surge. The glaring red text flashed before his eyes. Su Chen furrowed his brow, clenching his palms. It seemed the first wave was coming, but sooner than he'd anticipated. Could it be that clearing out the carrion trolls had stirred other creatures into action? It wasn't entirely impossible. Though minor, it couldn't be taken lightly. With a flick of his finger, Su Chen tapped the control panel. Ilya, return to the sanctuary immediately. Ilya paused for a moment before responding immediately. Yes. Absolute obedience to the master's command was non-negotiable. Dakisi's expression grew tense as she tightened her grip on the wand. After severing the connection with Ilya, Su Chen turned to face her. What's wrong? Feeling nervous? Dakisi shook her head. No. My abilities have grown exponentially stronger than before. This is a gift from my master. Whatever command my master issues, I, Dakisi, will obey absolutely. She knelt on one knee, bowing deeply toward Su Chen. Pale moonlight spilled over Dakisi's cloak, making the starlight patterns on it shimmer brighter. Let's go home. After helping her rise, Su Chen casually tucked the oil lamp into his backpack. Unlike the outside world, time stood still within the backpack. The lamp oil stored inside wouldn't be consumed, a feature that deeply pleased Su Chen. Master. From afar, Ilya waved greetings upon spotting Su Chen and the other. Su Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He swiftly drew his spear and thrust it fiercely toward Ilya. Splatter! Blood spurted inward as flesh was pulverized into pulp by Su Chen's spear. A mere flesh-eating insect dares attack my attendant. The pierced creature emitted a series of shrill screeches. Hiss! Ilya's heart skipped a beat as she glanced behind her. A corpse-eating insect, entirely black with a coat of dark fur covering its arm-sized body, had been impaled through the chest by Su Chen's spear. The piercing, shrill wail sent a chill down her spine. Ilya shrank back, hugging herself. Carrion beetles were notorious for feeding on corpses, but few knew most kept living prey in their nests as sustenance. To this day, she couldn't forget the sight of 1,000 corpses in that cave. Ilya's ears twitched as a faint sound drifted from the distance. Something's wrong with the master. Carrion beetles never hunt alone. Behind us. Before Dakisi could finish, a distant sound like a charging army filled the air. The strange sounds grew increasingly unsettling. Back to the shelter immediately. At Su Chen's command, the two wasted no time and sprinted toward the shelter. The moment they entered the territory, Su Chen climbed the watchtower without a moment's delay, the other two following close behind. This is... Ilya stared in disbelief, and even the usually composed Dakisi's face betrayed surprise. Thousands of monsters surged forward like a tidal wave. Warning! Thousands of dark creatures are approaching and will attack the sanctuary in waves. Seeing the red alert reappear, Su Chen understood. The shelter had been upgraded to level 4, boosting its defenses. If they could withstand this onslaught, facing even greater threats afterward would be manageable. Ilya, Dakisi, I order you to defend the shelter at all costs. Yes, master. Yes, master. Both women wore solemn expressions as they stepped forward, each displaying a resolute, death-defying stance. If these monsters attack together, the shelter might still be vulnerable. But if they attack in waves, the danger lessens somewhat. Boom! Thousands of monsters charged forward like mad. The turret activated, firing a cannon blast at the charging monsters. Boom! The shell struck the swarm of monsters, sending shockwaves rippling through the horde. Lower-level creatures were shattered into pieces. Su Chen looked at the powerful artillery with satisfaction. Truly a safeguard for security, this shelter added another layer of protection. Arrows bearing my wrath, become crossbows of the heavens, slaying foes. Ilya gripped her bow tightly as 3 arrows transformed into shooting stars, plunging into the tide of monsters. Beside her, Dakisi followed suit. A massive fireball materialized before her wand as she began chanting. Holy light, fuse my power with the elements. Forge a strange flame to consume all that angers me. The colossal fireball crashed into the tide of monsters like a meteorite. Neither held back. Wave after wave crashed against them, their eyes burning with nothing but the intent to destroy. Below the stage, roars echoed relentlessly, the air thick with the scent of flesh scorched by flames. Having witnessed the peril of the first night, Su Chen fixed his gaze ahead. The attacks from Ilya and Dakisi alone had already decimated most of the demonic tide. Though both were fragile, their damage output was truly formidable. Roar! A wolf's howl snapped Su Chen from his thoughts. A pair of dark green eyes fixed on him, as if intent on dragging him off the platform to tear him limb from limb. The nether wolves held grudges fiercely. Their hatred seared into the marrow. Being targeted by such a creature never ended well. Awooh! He let out a howl, thrusting his feet against the ground and leaping toward the lookout tower. Swoosh! An arrow sliced through the sky, piercing viciously into the netherwolf's body, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl. Master, step aside. Don't let these beasts harm you. Ilya's brows furrowed slightly, a flash of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Nameless, lowly monsters dare to harm my master? You're delusional. The Kisi's wand flickered, and a fireball shot toward the netherwolf's body. In an instant, the netherwolf was reduced to charcoal. Her expression remained impassive, her eyes cold as ice. Chapter 9 obtained the gold tier pea shooter. After this battle, the two held nothing back, unleashing frenzied attacks that rained down upon the tide of monsters. In an instant, waves of howls erupted from all directions. Su Chen stared in stunned disbelief. The two women's power was terrifying. Thankfully, they were his followers. Before long, the dark creature's surge was crushed. Su Chen felt profound relief at his earlier preparations. Without the shelter's fortifications and these two companions, he would likely have perished here already. Congratulations, host, on defeating the wave of dark creatures. Obtain 3 black iron treasure chests. As the first to defend the sanctuary and break through the surge, the host receives an additional reward. Extra reward? 1 bronze treasure chest. Keep up the good work, host. After that, the prompt fell silent. In other words, he was the first to defeat the dark creature onslaught. As for the others, Su Chen couldn't care less. In the face of apocalypse, the greatest folly is a saintly heart. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Master, the monsters have been completely eradicated, Ilya announced. Su Chen looked ahead at the field strewn with corpses. Thankfully, these two were on his side. Had they joined the enemy camp, he'd likely be lying on the ground himself right now. You two worked hard tonight. Go back and rest first. The shelter has food for those who need it. Take whatever you require. Su Chen's attention was mostly focused on those treasure chests. Previous chests had yielded several treasures. Who knew what might be inside these? As soon as he returned to his room, Su Chen began tinkering with them. Black iron treasure chests were the lowest tier. With a thought, Su Chen activated his skill. You have refreshed the black iron treasure chest. You have refreshed the bronze treasure chest. Simultaneously, Su Chen refreshed all 4 chests at once. The entries above flashed continuously, one after another, failing to meet Su Chen's expectations. Only after the final notification sound faded did Su Chen pause. Open. Bang. A crisp sound of the chest opening. You have obtained intermediate healing potion and shelter upgrade materials. 2 golden grade magic pea shooter blueprints. Su Che's eyes lit up at the sound. Healing potion? The previous mini healing potion had gained a resurrection skill after being repeatedly refreshed with his abilities. Would refreshing them again yield the same effect? Su Chen pondered this truthfully. Activate skill. You have upgraded the intermediate healing potion. After 10 attempts, the golden text flashed once more. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the enhanced intermediate healing potion. Consuming 1 grants a resurrection opportunity. Just as he had anticipated, the upgraded potion came with a resurrection skill. Note, potion resurrection effects cannot be stacked. Su Chen's smiling lips froze mid-curve. It couldn't be used repeatedly? The inability to stack resurrection skills was a drawback. If it could stack infinitely, he would essentially possess infinite life. Ah, what a pity. Su Chen shook the potion in his hand and sighed helplessly. After refreshing the potion, Su Chen opened the newly acquired turret blueprint. A model resembling a pea shooter cannon came into view, a design that was oddly cute. The stats were decent, but it required a significant amount of construction materials. With the materials he currently possessed, it was far from sufficient. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. With a wave of his hand, he refreshed the blueprint once more. You have refreshed the blueprint for the gold tier magic pea shooter tower. You refreshed. After 10 attempts, the text on the blueprint began to change. Required materials for the gold tier magic pea shooter turret reduced by 2/3. Su Chen was overjoyed. With his current materials, he could easily build one. Build. You have lost stone 1000, wood 1000. Today's collected materials vanished in an instant. A brand new pea shooter tower now stood atop the lookout platform. Its sheer size alone suggested immense power. With the new turret in place, we'll be able to handle future monster surges with ease, achieving twice the result with half the effort. The immediate priority remains gathering more materials to continue building the second turret. Strengthening the shelter's defenses is paramount, for the battles ahead will be the true test. World chat function unlocked for host. Host may now broadcast messages within the world. A notification sound rang out as Su Chen tapped the virtual panel before him. Unlike before, a new world chat option now appeared. Given the current progress, quite a few players should have entered by now. The previous shelter was proof of that. Since the system recognized him as the first to break through the monster surge, it meant other players existed. The world chat channel instantly descended into chaos, with many players still clueless about what was happening. What the hell is going on? I got teleported to this godforsaken place out of nowhere. They keep babbling about some game. I don't even like games, just get me out of here already. Scared the crap out of me. A horde of weird-looking monsters stormed my house, wrecked it, and then I got teleported to this island surrounded by people dressed like savages just like me. What the hell is this? Some crappy company's virtual game world or something? I refuse to be a lab rat. Get me back home now. There weren't many people online, just a few hundred. After just a quick glance, Su Chen got the gist of the situation. Many believed they'd stumbled into some pyramid scheme, completely baffled by the situation. Even those who knew about the game quickly logged off, paying no attention to what unfolded within it. The rest were those who hadn't participated due to various distractions. Based on timing, players would gradually enter the game over a period of time. From initial disbelief to forced acceptance, by the time they finally entered, it was already too late. Shelters that failed to withstand the recent wave of dark creatures lay in ruins. Players whose defenses collapsed were transported to safe zones by the shelter's pre-destruction protection mechanisms, becoming wanderers. However, some players who weren't inside the shelters were killed outright by the monsters, their lives ending completely. Su Chen closed the world chat channel and let out a deep sigh. Had he not made preparations early in this life, he too would likely have been utterly defeated. The sheer peril of the first night alone had surpassed his wildest expectations. The waves of monsters to come would only grow more treacherous. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings. Though the sanctuary had reached level 4, it was nowhere near sufficient. This was merely the first night. What lay ahead would be even more ferocious monsters, along with players constantly vying for resources and territory. To confront the unknown dangers ahead, he must become several times stronger than he was now. Su Chen's closed eyes slowly opened, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. This time around, he would not let go of life so easily. Chapter 10, The High-Level Meeting of Great Xia. Shelter 0796. Level 4. Special Structures, Long-Range Turret, Gold-Grade Pea Shooter. Territory Area, 80. Population, 3 Max Capacity, 10. Su Chen glanced at the numbers on the panel. While not top tier, they were still respectable. After working for a long time, Su Chen stretched lazily. It was time to return to reality and see what was happening. He guessed things had probably gotten chaotic outside by now. With a thought, Su Chen returned to the real world. The moment he stepped outside, a constant murmur of discussion filled the air. Hey, do you think this apocalypse thing is real or fake? I think it's probably real. If game stuff can transfer into the real world, it can't be fake. As the man spoke, a stone axe materialized in his hand. Gloom settled over the crowd, though some stubbornly refused to believe it. I don't think it's necessarily real. Look at us, we're still alive and well. How could the world end so easily? Besides, the apocalypse rumors started way back in 2012. I say we shouldn't believe any of this. Just as he finished speaking, a frantic call came in. What? You died in the game? Can't build a new shelter? What do we do now? Join someone else's shelter? Watching him scratch his ears in panic, those around him snorted in disbelief. One person murmured under his breath. Just a moment ago, someone claimed they didn't believe in this nonsense. Su Chen passed by silently, fully understanding the situation. The game left no room for doubt about whether the apocalypse was real or not. In the high-level offices of the Great Xia Empire, the leaders sat with grim expressions. A heavy-set man slammed his palm on the table. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is this damn game? And what the hell is this so-called apocalypse? Li Badian, keep your cool. The top brass of every major nation is taking this seriously. We're also deeply concerned about whether this apocalypse is real or not. The man speaking in a conciliatory tone wore a Zhongshan suit. His hair was slightly graying, yet his eyes and brows radiated an unseen authority. Ah, old song, I'm only thinking of our Great Xia. Just look at how this game has caused panic and unrest online. Song Kong pressed his lips together, silent. The man had a point. At that moment, the large screen before them displayed live footage. It synchronized live feeds from streets across the nation. A middle-aged man in a black suit adjusted his glasses, his gaze cold as he spoke. The game predicts the apocalypse will arrive in 1 month, and the shelters within the game will manifest in reality. Since yesterday, a large number of players have entered the game, but the death toll has also been rising. However, these individuals aren't truly dead within the game. Instead, they've been demoted from lords to refugees, unable to rebuild their own shelters. They can only join other sanctuaries. In other words, if the game and the apocalypse are real, these helpless refugees will be the first to die. Silence fell over the group. The full horror hadn't even been spelled out yet. If a mass extinction event occurred, Blue Star would cease to exist. The others exchanged somber glances, each harboring their own hidden thoughts. Li Badian crossed his arms, sat back in his chair with an impatient look, and said, Lu Long, you make it sound so logical, but we still can't do anything about it now. Lu Long smiled without reply. With a flick of his thoughts, a medicinal herb appeared in his hand. This herb I found in the game world has various uses for boosting stats. In other words, the game's emergence isn't about destroying humanity. It's highly likely it appeared in our world to save us. At these words, the others felt as if a veil had been lifted. If that were true, then the apocalypse must be real. Song Kang's brow furrowed deeply. Following this logic, whoever builds an impregnable sanctuary within the game could preserve humanity and safeguard civilization. A moment of silence fell. In that case, we must recruit powerful players. This is the most urgent order, there's no time to waste. At his command, everyone stood ready with solemn expressions. Brother Zhang, 2 steamed buns. I've scanned the payment over to you. The bun shop owner ignored him, his eyes fixed intently on his phone. Su Chen caught glimpses out of the corner of his eye, overhearing the report inside. Sure enough, it was related to the game. The owner let out a long sigh. Oh dear, what am I to do? I just bought a house this year and still have the mortgage to pay off. With the apocalypse upon us, it feels like they're trying to wipe out us little people completely. Seeing his worried expression, Su Chen took a bite of his bun. Brother Zhang, the apocalypse isn't for another month. Why not just level up more in the game? Su Chen was somewhat acquainted with the man, having bought buns from him over the years. They'd become familiar through regular visits. I logged in yesterday. Thankfully, I used to be a gaming addict, so I picked it up pretty quickly. Otherwise, I'd have been lost last night. That was true. The Dark Monster Tide's assault wasn't something to be taken lightly. Even he had barely managed to defend himself. For other players to survive unscathed would be no easy feat. I'll close up shop later and stock up on supplies. Even if the apocalypse hits, having these things on hand will give me some peace of mind. He muttered to himself, then turned and lowered the rolling gate. Su Chen was forced to stay outside, letting out a helpless sigh. If I go stockpiling supplies now, the supermarket will probably be swamped with people. On the way back, he could still overhear others chatting nothing but talk about the game and shelter upgrades. Back home, Su Chen lowered his head in deep thought. In his previous life, he died shortly after the game began, never even getting a chance to see his ranking. Now that he'd survived, he had to check it no matter what. He opened his virtual interface, where a list of names appeared before him. Huh, over 200? Not even in the top 100 within the Great Xia territory. Su Chen rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have misread it. He checked several times before finally accepting what he saw. He'd assumed that with his golden finger, he'd surely rise to the top, but the gap was far greater than he'd imagined. Well, at least I'm not dead. As long as I'm alive, there's hope. As for the ranking, it doesn't really matter. Reinforcing the shelter's security is the top priority. You have a new application to join the shelter's applicant list. A series of beeps sounded. Su Chen opened the application notifications. There were over 20 at once. In his previous life, he was a complete failure who couldn't even attract a single follower. Now, unexpectedly, he had 20-odd applicants right off the bat. But he wasn't exactly overflowing with compassion. Those who proved useful could stay, but the useless ones? Keeping them would just be a waste of space. He couldn't casually admit these displaced people into his shelter just yet. Their character remained unknown, and this crucial phase of expanding his influence must not be jeopardized. Su Chen rose and stretched lazily. Wasting time here is just that, wasting time. Might as well log into the game and level up. It'll add another layer of security for the future. His thoughts shifted, but before he could open his eyes, Iria's voice reached his ears. Dikisi, what do you think is inside this treasure chest? Master will surely be delighted to see the treasure chest. Chapter 11, Damage-Resistant Fur. Dikisi remained silent, merely flipping through the book. She repeated the magical motions over and over again. Hey, Dikisi, stop staring at me with that icy expression all day. Can you show some emotion? Dikisi paused slightly, setting the book aside. Her pale hands lifted, pulling the corners of her lips outward, trying desperately to appear more expressive. The sudden, peculiar gesture left Ilya frozen in place. Su Chen took it all in. Seemed like they were doing just fine without him. Master! Ilya's ears twitched slightly, as if she'd heard something to cheer her up. Barefoot, the bells around her ankles jingled with each step, their crisp chimes echoing through the room. Treasure chests. I saw several abandoned chests by the roadside today. But when I thought of how much you might need them, I brought them all back for you. Ilya tilted her head, beaming at Su Chen like a puppy waiting for praise. Su Chen took the box, his attention entirely on Ilya. You don't need to do dangerous things like this anymore. Just find a safe place to hide. Su Chen's voice was gentle, light as a feather, yet it felt heavier than gold in Ilya's heart. She faltered for a moment before quickly turning away to compose herself. Whatever my master says goes. Seeing the puppy dog look in her eyes, Su Chen chuckled wryly. Seems this one still hasn't grasped what I meant. Dikisi, Ilya, you two go check if there are any issues at the shelter first. At Su Chen's command, Dikisi and Su Chen exited together. Yes, master. Yes. They answered in unison, gathered a few essentials, and set off into the forest. With no one else left in the house, Su-Chen turned his attention to the treasure chest before him. Externally, it showed no signs of any issues. As for its contents, forget it. Let's just check the item's description first. Black iron treasure chest, no quality rating. Treasure chest, monsters loot. Refreshable. Chance to obtain golden attributes. Su-Chen raised his hand to his chin, rubbing it thoughtfully. Just as he'd suspected, refreshing this chest would yield something of greater value. Refresh. At his command, a series of prompts sounded. You have refreshed the black iron treasure chest. Golden item drop rate increased by 10%. You have refreshed. Swish. 10 times in succession, a flash of golden light caught Su-Chen's eye. You refreshed the black iron treasure chest. The chance of obtaining golden items has increased by 100%. Ultra high level skill. Seeing those last few words, Su-Chen's eyes lit up. Could it be that he had unlocked a hidden version? Open. Boom. The chest opened, revealing a line of golden text above his head. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ultra-advanced skill, treasure hunting. Any treasure chest appearing near the host can now be scanned. Su-Chen's mind buzzed. This was practically like cheating. This was a game changer. Any treasure chest appearing nearby, he could claim it. Absolutely perfect. Su-Chen immediately claimed the skill, his pupils flashing with golden light. He scanned his surroundings. Aside from the few ordinary treasure chests he had left behind earlier, there were no others. With this skill, searching for treasure chests will be a breeze. Even gathering materials to build a shelter will be easy. Su-Chen couldn't wait to head out. Idling around was pointless anyway. He might as well go explore and get accustomed to his new skill. After a quick tidy up, Su-Chen grabbed his spear and stone pickaxe and headed out. He hummed a tune softly under his breath, feeling inexplicably cheerful. After walking through the woods for a while, a glowing object caught Su-Chen's eye. A treasure chest. Already? Su-Chen exclaimed, rushing over. Parting the undergrowth, he found a black iron treasure chest lying beneath a tree trunk. The chest looked unremarkable, seemingly just a material chest. Though not particularly rare, at least he'd gained something. He explored several more locations afterward, but they all contained ordinary treasure chests. Strange. Could it be there are no high-level chests around here? Just as Su-Chen was puzzling over this, a flash of light suddenly appeared before his eyes. That light! It's blindingly bright. Could it be a high-level treasure chest? Su-Chen's heart leapt with excitement as he sprinted northward. A massive treasure chest appeared before him. A golden treasure chest? A golden treasure chest here? Could today be my lucky day? Su-Chen lifted his foot to approach, but halted after just 2 steps. He scanned his surroundings warily. The chest's location felt off. The area was wide open, with no monsters in sight. Typically, the higher the chest's grade, the more restless the monsters nearby would be. After all, monsters are naturally drawn to treasure chests. Something was off. Su-Chen scanned his surroundings, picked up a stone, and hurled it at the treasure chest. Before the stone could reach the chest, a gaping maw lunged toward Su-Chen. Fortunately, the creature merely swallowed the stone whole, unaware of any other living beings nearby. As it opened its maw, Su-Chen could see bits of flesh still clinging to its teeth. The foul stench forced him to retreat 3 meters, his face turning deathly pale. Fortunately, his naturally suspicious nature had saved him, otherwise, he would likely have become dinner by now. No wonder no one had claimed the golden treasure chest, and no monsters roamed nearby. It seemed everything had been swallowed by this creature. Judging by its presence here, it had likely been around for some time. Taking the treasure easily seemed unrealistic. It seemed he'd have to return another day. After marking the location on his map, Su-Chen departed. Along the way, he encountered a few more treasure chests, but they held little value. Some couldn't even be refreshed. The most abundant loot was wood, nothing but wood. At least it would come in handy. Master, we're back. Even before Ilya entered the house, her cheerful voice could be heard. She entered the room, holding a piece of animal fur in her hand. What is this? The fur was black and white, a very large piece, enough to make a cloak. Daisy and I skinned it off a snow lynx. That beast tried to ambush Daisy while we were walking, but I spotted it and shot it through with an arrow. Su-Chen looked down at the arrow hole in the pelt. This isn't common. Looks like it's around level 10. Ilya nodded repeatedly. Yeah, right. At first it tried to fight us, but after 3 moves, seeing it couldn't beat us, it tried to run. No way was I giving it a chance. 1 arrow ended its life. Master wanted materials, right? Here you go. She smiled as she presented the pelt to Su-Chen like a prized treasure. Snow lynx fur, 1 piece, resists low-level damage, prone to damage. Resists damage? If I keep refreshing its stats, could I get higher-level attributes? Alright, I'll take it for now. Su-Chen took the item, his gaze catching Ilya's arm out of the corner of his eye. His brows furrowed. Are you hurt? Chapter 12, appeared the 1,000-legged centipede. Ilya lifted her face, 2 streaks of blood still visible on her cheeks. She paid it no mind, casually wiping her arm across her face. It's nothing, master. Just superficial cuts. Nothing serious. Quick, check if this fur can be made into armor. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, her doe-like pupils fluttering as she gazed at Su Chen. A faint smile touched Su Chen's lips, a hint of tenderness and pity spilling from his eyes. With a flick of his right hand, a vial of potion appeared in his palm. Use this. Snow lynx claws carry a special toxin. If you're scratched by it, your entire body will rot within 3 days. The words had barely left his mouth when Ilya froze in shock. She looked down at herself in disbelief, a piercing scream piercing the sky. No! Master, I haven't lived enough yet. I refuse to lose my peerless beauty. Ilya clutched Su Chen's arm desperately, clinging to him like a lifeline. Dekisi stood expressionless nearby, rolling her eyes imperceptibly. She thought silently, isn't this guy supposed to be an intelligent elf? Why does he seem like he's got a screw loose? No worries. Just use this. Ilya obediently took the potion and downed it in one gulp. A cool, refreshing sensation swept through her body like a spring, clearing her gaze. This feels so strange. Is this how it should be, master? Su Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his brow furrowing slightly. Seeing the cloud of doubt darken his face, Iria's newly settled heart instantly leapt back into her throat. Master, why aren't you speaking? Could it be that I? Su Chen froze for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. No. Have you noticed any changes in your body? Prompted by his words, Ilya calmed her mind and sensed anew. A light, comfortable sensation filled her entire body. It feels like my movement speed has increased and my attack speed has improved too. Just as Su Chen was puzzled, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Your follower's attack speed has increased by 5% compared to before. Faced with this unexpected notification, Su Chen was utterly baffled. Could feeding potions to his follower actually level them up? The thought flashed through his mind only to be immediately dismissed. No, if it worked that way, he should have felt changes in his own body by now. But aside from healing, he hadn't seen any skill points increase. Clearly, the issue lay elsewhere. Even if he was right, he didn't have enough potions to feed both followers at this stage. Beep. The doorbell chimed. Su Chen tapped the doorbell icon, revealing a list of names. The displaced had arrived? Players whose shelters had been destroyed in attacks could only join others' shelters, seeking aid in the apocalypse. In his previous life, Su Chen's shelter had barely any applicants by the time he died. Yet in this new life, barely had he started when over 20 requests to join poured in. Facing the long list of names, Su Chen didn't immediately confirm the requests. With the world on the brink of collapse, more people meant more chaos. Every person could be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Once the apocalypse truly arrived, the situation would likely become even more dire. Master, should we let these people in? Ilya blinked her eyes and leaned in curiously. Su Chen shook his head. For now, the priority was upgrading the shelter. Each night brought unrest. Go brew some black tea to restore your energy. Stay vigilant tonight for monsters lurking nearby. Yes, master. Yes, master. After acknowledging his orders, both returned to their rooms. Su Chen held the snow lynx's pelt in his hands, turning it over and over. This snow lynx was low level and hadn't advanced yet. At best, its pelt could make a nice but easily damaged coat. Refresh. You refreshed one snow lynx fur, enhances beauty, but extremely fragile. Seeing the pop-up description, Su Chen was utterly speechless. Beauty points weren't what he wanted. Refresh again. You refreshed, can defend against water magic and extremely fragile. You refreshed, can defend against fire magic and extremely fragile. You refreshed. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the golden entry. Overlord armor defends against natural magic attacks, incredibly hard and resistant to damage. Seeing the final entry, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His peripheral vision kept drifting toward the virtual interface. With this treasure, even low-level players would think twice before engaging in combat. Finally, it's here. Resists magic attacks? Sounds pretty good. Might as well treat it as an escape tool. With this treasure in hand, he felt bolder about venturing out. Just then, the world feed grew increasingly crowded. Su Chen clicked to check overnight, a massive wave of wanderers had appeared. These people are desperately seeking a new refuge, but so far few are willing to let others join them. The phrase wolf in sheep's clothing is deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Yet expanding territories also aids in upgrading one's own sanctuary. A piece of news caught Su Chen's attention. Did you know? The higher-ups in Great Xia have taken notice of this matter. Really? The higher-ups are starting to devise countermeasures? Yes. They seem to be seeking top-tier experts specifically to establish formidable shelters. Su Chen's hand lightly rubbed his protective suit. Just like in his previous life, the higher-ups had already begun recruiting his strength to preserve human civilization on this world. It was a pity he himself wouldn't live to see this plan unfold. The apocalypse had already wiped him out. I don't think we need to panic. The higher-ups have our backs anyway. When the time comes, we can just join their shelter, right? Exactly. Brilliant idea, they'd never abandon us. Observing their unwavering certainty, Su Chen found it laughable. How naive these people were. As night approached, everything outside appeared unchanged from usual. Su Chen gathered a substantial amount of wood and stone. He was just a little short of what he needed for the next upgrade. Red alert. A 1,000-legged centipede has appeared. Dispatch immediately. A crimson notification flashed before Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen's heart sank. How could this creature appear so quickly? True to its name, the adult centipede was massive with 1,000 legs, each bearing deadly venom. Even the slightest contact with its venomous stinger would be instantly fatal. Ilya, Dekisi. Hearing Su Chen's call, the two immediately flew down, appearing before him in full combat readiness. Master. Dekisi's brow furrowed, her body shuddering. A wave of dread washed over her. She whipped her head toward the door, where trees in the forest were being uprooted one after another. Even the ground trembled beneath them. Something was terribly wrong. Ilya dropped her cheerful expression and drew her bow instantly. Master, step back. This thing is dangerous. Both held their weapons at the ready, their eyes fixed intently on the outside. Chapter 13, Emergency. Ilya injured. The clanging grew louder and closer. The cannon, sensing the approaching threat, immediately fired its projectiles. A hail of fire rained down upon the front. Hiss! The howling outside sent chills down Su Chen's spine. The three of them approached the doorway together, only to find a massive centipede glaring at them menacingly. Its emerald eyes seemed to see a delicious prey. As he took a step closer, the turret fired again. The centipede dodged backward as if possessed by intelligence, evading the cannon's attack above its head. It actually dodged? Su Chen's heart sank. By all accounts, low-level monsters rarely awaken sentience. Though this centipede appeared massive, it was only level 15. How could it have awakened so quickly? Su Chen racked his brain but found no explanation. A sudden thought struck him unless it possessed some specific treasure. Dicey, attack with fireballs. Roger that. Dekisi instantly understood Su Chen's intent. After finishing her incantation, she aimed her staff at the 1,000-legged centipede. Fireball. A fireball as massive as a boulder, carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure, hurtled toward the centipede. The centipede sensed the threat and tried to flee, but Ilya drew her bow and instantly blocked its escape route. Oomph. You dare disturb our home and think you can just run away? Ilya smirked triumphantly, sticking out her tongue at the centipede. Her mischievous expression appeared utterly adorable to Su Chen, but to the centipede, it was pure provocation. The centipede's pupils abruptly narrowed into vertical slits, its long proboscis darting wildly through the air. It arched its front body, towering over an adult by more than double its height. Countless sharp fangs glinted from its jaws as it let out a roar so foul it filled the air. Just one whiff made Su Chen's stomach churn violently. Not only was this creature terrifying to look at, but it also assaulted people with its stench. Su Chen steadied his mind, relentlessly searching for the 1,000-legged centipede's weakness. Where there is life, there is weakness. The hint stated that driving the centipede away was sufficient, no need to kill it. But something felt off no matter how he thought about it. Su Chen kept his eyes fixed on it. Besides its massive size, this creature was extremely aggressive and notoriously vengeful. If he merely drove it away, who knew when it might return one day, dragging its entire brood along to seek revenge. Master, this creature fears fire. Dekisi narrowed her eyes, a hint of murderous intent slowly surfacing in her gaze. Fire? Fireball slammed into the 1,000-legged centipede, instantly drawing a series of shrieks. The stench of charred flesh wafted from its body, mingling with the foul odor that clung to it like a shadow. The fireball did damage, but it was negligible. To find its weak spot, perhaps one must look to its most precious possession. Master, my arrows will pierce it through. Ilya soared into the air, bow drawn in hand. Her gaze fixed sharply on the 1,000-legged centipede. Before she could release her arrow, a rush of icy wind whistled past her ear. Watch out! Su Chen shouted, leaping forward to shield Ilya in his arms. Had he not noticed in time, Ilya would likely be nothing but a lifeless body now? Master, are you all right? Ilya asked anxiously. Su Chen shook his head. As he tried to stand, the agonizing sensation of his shattered arm felt like it would tear him apart. He let out a bitter laugh. My arm feels broken. Ilya froze, a wave of guilt washing over her. She hung her head in silence, murmuring to herself. If I hadn't meddled earlier, if I'd listened to our master's words, you wouldn't have been hurt. It's all my fault. Seeing her consumed by self-blame, Su Chen shook his head. Before he could speak, Ilya tightened her grip on the bow, slowly rising to her feet. She glared at the 1,000-legged centipede, her teeth clenched. The creature emitted a sinister cackle, its shifting pupils seeming to mock her. The creature that harmed my master deserves to die. Ilya's lowered gaze suddenly snapped upward, her pupils turning a deep crimson. A light array abruptly materialized beneath her feet, enveloped in a crimson glow that made her resemble a fallen demon. Bow and arrow in hand, she stood like a living god of death, her gaze as cold as ice, embodying nothing but the word slaughter. Gritting her teeth, she fixed her gaze on the grinning centipede and forced out two words. Die! The arrow pierced the sky and shot forward. The centipede dodged swiftly, evading the arrow with effortless ease. Its limbs flailed wildly, 1,000 feet scurrying about as if mocking Ilya's actions. Ilya's lips curled upward, her icy gaze sending a chill through anyone who met it. You don't think I can't kill you, do you? The moment the words left her lips, the 1,000-legged centipede froze in its tracks. Ilya raised her hand and swept it through the air. The arrow instantly changed direction, piercing viciously from behind. Thud! The long arrow pierced the centipede's heart. Damn you, beast that harmed my master! The centipede's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend that these two girls before it could possibly understand its very existence. Clang! The centipede collapsed to the ground, struggling several times before finally losing all strength. Even the last vestiges of life vanished from its body. This scene left Su-chan utterly speechless. How could he not remember his servant possessing such a technique? Ilya triggered an upgrade due to mental collapse, gaining the fallen elf ability. Put! Ilya stood rooted to the spot, spitting out a mouthful of foul-tasting blood. The crimson array beneath her feet had vanished, along with all traces of the transformation on her body. Dekisi hurried to her side, her usually composed eyes now filled with emotion. Su-chan's heart felt as heavy as a mountain as he called out softly. Ilya, are you? Master, does it still hurt? Before Su-chan could finish speaking, Ilya's words shattered his defenses completely. If this had been merely a master-servant relationship before, but now his attendant was a living, breathing human being. Su-chan shook his head. It's fine. I just need to reset the bone. It's you I'm worried about. He paused again, ultimately unable to voice his thoughts. Ilya gazed at Su-chan with radiant happiness. Meeting you, my master, is the happiest thing that ever happened to me. Please don't be sad for my sake. It's fine. This battle had nearly drained all of Ilya's energy. With few external injuries, rest was now paramount. Master, I'll carry her inside to rest first. Alright, go ahead. Dekisi scooped Ilya into a horizontal carry, her body already slumped into a deep sleep. After the two vanished from sight, Su-chan let out a long sigh. Why was a 1,000-legged centipede appearing now? He distinctly remembered that a small spider was supposed to come today. But now it had been replaced by a 1,000-legged centipede. This was wrong. Very wrong. Su-chan walked over to the centipede's corpse while pondering this. Ever since the encounter, he had sensed the centipede might carry something useful to him. He scanned the area, his gaze finally settling on a golden sphere. What is this? Chapter 14, The World Channel has gone mad. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the concealment sphere, protects the sanctuary from corruption for 5 hours. At the words, Su-chan's eyes lit up. This was an absolute treasure. He examined the golden orb carefully in his palm before letting out a helpless sigh. Too bad it couldn't refresh entries. Otherwise, he'd definitely refresh them all. Acquired broken armor won the hard shell of a centipede, now damaged. Obtained centipede meat, superb texture, a gourmet delicacy. Obtained, low-grade toxin, venom from a 1,000-legged centipede, can be refreshed. Su-chan swept his hand, collecting everything. Though this outing had been a bit of a mess, at least there were gains to show for it. Gazing at the direction where Ilya had departed, Su-chan fell deep in thought. Her sudden change earlier. System, what's going on? Ilya awakens ancient bloodline, enhancing magical elements, but remains unstable at this stage. Ancient bloodline? Could it have awakened during the battle just now? The follower's loyalty to the host is 100%. Bloodline awakening is a random occurrence. I see. After tidying up, Su-chan returned to the shelter. By then, Ilya had recovered most of her energy. Spotting Su-chan from afar, she leapt off the sofa and bounded joyfully toward him. Master, welcome home. Ilya's eyes crinkled with a smile, showing no trace of her earlier state. Su-chan reached out, gently placing his hand on Ilya's head as if petting a kitten. We owe you today. Without you, we'd have been in big trouble. Ilya froze in place, unable to process the words. Dicey, put these in the kitchen. Though the 1,000-legged centipedes look creepy, their meat is quite tasty. He thought to himself that if the apocalypse ever came, these creatures could serve as emergency rations. Dicey, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, nodded gracefully to Su-chan as she accepted the meat. Yes, master. Su-chan surveyed the surroundings. Though the shelter had been upgraded, it was still far from sufficient. To gain even a sliver of hope before the apocalypse struck, they had to upgrade while they still could. He consolidated all the remaining stones and timber. 2 more levels. Upgrade. Yes. A prompt sounded, and everything around him began to shift once more. Dekisi and Ilya both paused their work, peering outside with curiosity. The barren courtyard suddenly transformed, a patch of cultivated soil appearing where nothing had been before. Though small in size, the soil teemed with vibrant life elements. If we could grow something here. Su-chan clapped his hands. Right. This is a perfect opportunity. Dekisi, did you encounter any fruit or similar items when you went out today? The two exchanged glances. Ilya shook her head and turned to look at Dekisi beside her. Dicey froze awkwardly before pulling the item from her pocket. I thought you didn't want this, so I picked it up. She opened her palm, revealing an oddly shaped seed lying there. Spirit fruit seed restores damage points, rare yield, can respawn. Just as he'd suspected, it was the seed of the fruit. Su Chen hesitated for a second before tossing the seed into the soil. The soil emitted a faint glow, which soon faded. Yet the seed appeared to be coated with a protective layer. Seems this soil can enhance an item's purity. Refresh. Su Chen immediately refreshed the fruit core's attributes. After 10 attempts, the attributes finally stabilized on the last refresh. Spirit fruit seed restores damage points, increases yield by 10%. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He opened the world chat channel. What he saw startled him for a moment. Hey, what levels are you guys at? These materials are way too hard to find. Yeah, it really is. I'm considered a top-tier player in shooting games, but here I'm just a complete noob. Hurry up and upgrade your shelter. If another dark tide hits tonight, we're dead meat. The moment those words were spoken, everyone began to echo the sentiment. Many feel precarious. In less than a month, the world will face its apocalypse. The human world still maintains some semblance of order now, but once the apocalypse arrives, human nature will be laid bare in all its ugliness. Hey, I heard through the grapevine that the government has already mobilized top gamers. Don't get too cocky, buddy. Even if the shelters can only take so many experts, how could the government possibly abandon all its people? I think that's spot on. You gotta be strong yourself. We should focus on upgrading our own shelters. Every day we can scrape by is a day gained. Su Chen closed the world channel and sank back into his chair. He hadn't appeared on the world channel once throughout the entire conversation. He didn't need that many people yet. Even if someone applied to join, he'd think twice before accepting them. By nightfall, everything around him had fallen silent. The eerie calm made Su Chen sense something was off. Wasn't tonight a little too quiet? Master, the centipede stew you asked me to prepare is ready. Please come and try it. Ilya emerged from the kitchen in her maid outfit, carrying a pot and serving rice with the grace of a devoted housekeeper. Ever since Iria had taken that vial of potion, she seemed to possess boundless energy. If Su Chen hadn't given her the potion himself, he might have wondered if she'd been given the wrong one. He sat down at the table, picked up a spoon, and scooped a piece of meat. The rich aroma of meat filled his mouth, and with the first bite, juices burst forth. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he stared at the meat before him in disbelief. This was simply top grade. In all his 2 lifetimes, he had never tasted meat this delicious. He recalled the hardships of his previous life, surviving on fried or roasted insects. To fill his stomach, he'd done nearly every despicable thing imaginable. Experience points +1. Su Chen paused in surprise as his experience points steadily climbed. Though the increments were small each time, it was still a welcome outcome. Gaining experience just by eating? What could be more comfortable than that? Master, you've been smiling to yourself since earlier. Is something making you happy? Ilya approached him, puzzled, her eyes filled with confusion. Her question snapped Su Chen back to reality. Nothing. I was just thinking of something pleasant, so I smiled. I never would have guessed your cooking skills were this amazing, Ilya. You totally hit it well. The unexpected compliment made Iria's cheeks flush bright red. Her flushed cheeks betrayed her embarrassment as she shyly turned away. If you like it, Master, I can cook for you every day. Seeing her reaction, Su Chen smiled and nodded. After finishing the meal, Su Chen opened the world chat channel where the conversation had exploded. Hey, did you guys hear? The 1,000-legged centipede apparently dropped a golden gear. Yeah, I know. Didn't the announcement say so? Who the heck took it? They actually killed the 1,000-legged centipede. Chapter 15, The Eye of the Sky Descends. Su Chen scrolled through the channel, finding nothing but discussions about the 1,000-legged centipede being taken down. He sat in his chair, fingering the golden orb in his hand. The thing looked dazzlingly golden, and one glance told him it was no ordinary item. While it could ward off calamity for 5 hours, was that its only function? If that were all it did, why were so many people demanding answers? The world chat channel was still buzzing about that incident. Forget about the gear for now. Focus on figuring out who actually killed that 1,000-legged centipede. If this person could take down a deadly 1,000-legged centipede, they must have some serious skills. Yeah, if we could join their sanctuary, wouldn't our safety be guaranteed from now on? The crowd grew increasingly eager to uncover the identity of the centipede slayer. Before this incident, Su Chen had already activated his stealth and concealment abilities. Within the world, he could conceal himself first, ensuring others couldn't detect his presence. Now that he was alone, if anyone discovered he was the one responsible, he'd likely face trouble. After wrapping up matters in the game, Su Chen packed his things and returned to the real world. Though his life in the game was commendable, he still preferred the comfort of his own room. Su Chen yawned, his mind weary from the intense concentration. Before he could drift off, his phone began buzzing incessantly. His head felt heavy, and he had no desire to answer, but the phone persisted like a relentless summons. Hello? Who is it? Don't bother me when others are sleeping. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous, furious voice roared from the other end. Hey, Su-chan, you got a grudge or something? I'm trying to be nice and invite you out for drinks, and you start cursing at me. The Dongbei accent caught Su-chan off guard for a second before he realized. Fat Wang? What's up? I was just about to hit the sack. What do you want? Wang Fatso's furious shout echoed through the line. What time is it now, and you're still thinking about sleeping? Don't you know everything's going to hell out there? Have you played that shelter game yet? The moment he heard those 3 words, Su-chan's drowsiness vanished without a trace. What's up? That game's pretty popular now. Have you played it too? Su-chan asked. The other party replied with absolute certainty, a hint of swagger in his voice. Of course I have. I'm ranked pretty high now. If you ever find yourself in a bind, you can always come find me. My shelter can at least keep you safe inside. He spoke with unwavering conviction, his expression radiating absolute confidence. Su-chan recalled Wang Fatso saying the exact same words in his previous life. Sadly, just days later, he had perished in the game world. The sanctuary had crumbled into ruins, and he himself had become a displaced wanderer. The shelter he'd worked so hard to build had become someone else's home. Su-chan replied with a smile. Alright, I'll be waiting for you to take me flying. Laughter echoed from across the way, but the speaker's tone suddenly turned cautious. Su-chan, there's something I've been hesitating to tell you for a long time, but I think I should bring it up. You know your ex-girlfriend, Rao Shuer, right? She cheated on you with some gangster. I heard they started a shelter too, and it seems to be doing pretty well. Rao Shuer's got some serious firepower. How about it, any regrets? Wang Fat joked and laughed, but Su-chan hadn't given the matter a second thought. In his previous life, a hot-blooded version of himself would have repeated the same mistakes, going all out against the other side. In the end, he'd managed to snag the silver bracelet, but thankfully Fat One had dragged him back. Hey, tomorrow's her birthday party. She invited a bunch of classmates. Should we crash it too? Su-chan had no interest whatsoever. Going would only make him look like a fool. Nah, not interested. You go ahead. If you want to hang out with me later, just give me a call separately. Hearing this, Wang Fatso couldn't argue and simply agreed. Then, as if remembering something, he blurted out. Hey, did you hear? Someone killed the 1,000-legged centipede last night? Su-chan feigned ignorance and acted surprised. What's up? Is that thing that dangerous? It's more than just powerful. Last night, many people died at the hands of that monster. Just recalling last night's ordeal sent a shiver down Wang Fatso's spine. He never wanted to experience that feeling again. Anyway, hurry up and log into the game to upgrade the shelter. The apocalypse is set to descend in a month. As long as you're inside the shelter, you'll be safe. Otherwise, you might just die. Fat Wang kept his words concise and to the point. He was absolutely right about that. Got it. Alright then, I'll hang up now. After Wang Fat hurriedly hung up, Su-chan yawned. All he wanted now was to sleep. After a few hours of rest, Su-chan stretched comfortably. He hadn't had a proper rest in days, constantly searching for new materials and slaying monsters. Now, finally, he had time. What? The sky has changed. As Su-chan pulled back the curtain, the sky appeared veiled by a hazy cloth. Vaguely, he could make out enormous creatures in the air. Suddenly, a terrifying eye appeared in the sky, a blood-red orb rolling up and down. A shriek pierced the air from outside. Ah! Su-chan looked in the direction of the sound. A woman looked up at the sky and was startled. Before she could recover, gray snowflakes began drifting down from the air. Upon contact, the snowflakes sent waves of stinging pain across her skin. Though the stinging wasn't particularly harmful, it was still enough to send a chill down one's spine. Something's wrong with this snow. Everyone, run! A startled cry snapped everyone back to their senses. The others immediately scattered in all directions, searching for shelter. Su-chan watched the chaos unfold before him, his heart sinking. In his previous life, this black snow had foretold the impending apocalypse. His gaze grew resolute as he lifted his head to stare at the enormous eye in the sky. This eye was also known as the Eye of God. It seemed humanity had little time left. At that moment, the upper echelons of the Great Xia Empire were already in utter chaos. Launch a full-scale investigation immediately. Calculate the extent of the black snowfall. Provide damage estimates immediately. Use satellites to determine the origin of that eye in the sky. Yes, sir. The Xia leadership frowned deeply. If they had once dismissed the apocalypse as alarmist rhetoric. But now, with the facts staring them in the face, they could no longer deny it. Song Kang's expression was grim as he stared silently at the giant eye appearing in the sky. Old Song, you look like you're facing a problem. A woman in uniform emerged from behind the door. She adjusted her glasses and followed Song Kang's gaze. Xiao He, the apocalypse is upon us. Song Kang remained silent for a long moment before finally uttering a few words in a flat tone. His expression was inscrutable to Hiyu, who nodded in response. Yes. Data from all regions confirms that the end is indeed approaching. Chapter 16, Oh no! The Tree Spirit's Revenge. Investigations reveal a massive demonic eye has appeared in the sky. Satellites have yet to determine its origin or detect its appearance. Residents need not panic. The Great Xia Empire is seeking countermeasures. Please remain calm and await further updates. Since the demon eye's emergence, major broadcasters have been scrambling to cover the story. Yet none could explain it. The eye seemed to materialize out of thin air, its origin and source entirely unknown. Song Kong sat in the conference room, his expression grim, his gaze fixed on the eye in the sky. Still pondering? Lu Long held out a cup of tea to Song Kong. Song Kang absent-mindedly placed the cup on the table, the worry between his brows not diminishing in the slightest. Even our satellite scans couldn't trace the origin of this thing. The entire blue star seemed shrouded in shadow. Who knows what might appear next? Lu Long pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That's why we're gathering the top players from the shelter game now. As long as we can assemble enough people, then we'll have more sanctuaries to protect humanity. As long as humans survive on this world, we can endure. That said, undertaking such a colossal endeavor felt like a fairy tale. The room fell silent, punctuated only by a long sigh. You witnessed Lu Long's attack last night. That thousand-legged centipede was merely a low-tier demonic creature. Even that creature nearly overwhelmed us last night. We couldn't kill it, only drive it away. Had we not endured last night, the sanctuary would likely be reduced to ruins by now. Recalling last night's ordeal, Song Kong couldn't help but shudder. In all his decades of life, he had never seen such a colossal centipede. The mere sight of its 1,000 legs was enough to make any observer's scalp crawl. How could anyone possibly defeat it? Just then, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Song, are you there? I have something extremely urgent to discuss with you. Hearing this, Song Kong and Lu Long exchanged glances before the latter opened the door. A uniformed official, his face etched with anxiety, dashed in with a hint of excitement. Mr. Song, through our constant monitoring, we've observed a player kill the 1,000-legged centipede. Buzz. Song Kong and Lu Long stared wide-eyed. Song Kong abruptly leapt from his chair, staring at him in disbelief. What did you just say? Someone killed the 1,000-legged centipede? Yes. Who is this person? Have you identified them? After a moment of hesitation, the official finally revealed the truth. Mr. Song, it's not that we don't want to find that person's identity. It's just that he anonymized his information, and we can't locate his real details anytime soon. Hearing this, Song Kang's heart sank halfway. But then he thought, if this player could evolve his shelter to the highest level, it would surely accommodate more humans. We must uncover this person's identity immediately, by any means necessary. Yes, sir. The man acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Who would have thought there's actually a master out there, and one even more formidable than the players we've been hunting? Too bad we don't know their background or whether they're friend or foe. After Lu Long finished speaking, Song Kong waved his hand. Regardless, this is good news. If we can confirm his identity, we can strike a deal with him. As the two plotted, Su Chen sneezed. Achoo! What's going on today? I keep sneezing. Could I be catching a cold? Su Chen counted the wood and stones he'd gathered so far. He'd need more to level up. Sigh, looks like I'll have to keep scavenging. With a thought, he entered the game. His shelter was currently at level 4. As soon as Su Chen entered the game, his two attendants approached him respectfully. Master. Master. Any unusual activity while I was away? Dekisi shook her head. Nothing out of the ordinary. Everything proceeded as usual. Su Chen nodded upon hearing this. It seemed unlikely anything would happen in the near future. Then you two stay here. I'll go out and look for some materials I need. Su Chen quickly gathered his things, and Iria immediately latched onto him. Master, should I accompany you? It's too dangerous for you to go out alone. Ilya's eyes were like a frightened fawn, wet and pleading. Su Chen raised his hand and pressed it against her forehead. No, you stay home and wait. I'm just going out to gather some materials. I'll be back soon, and nothing dangerous happens during the day anyway. Monsters' abilities greatly increase at night, so these creatures only appear after dark. Seeing Su Chen's firm stance, Ilya said no more. After leaving the shelter, Su Chen headed straight north. I remember there were a lot of rocks here when I passed through last time. He muttered to himself as he walked, finally reaching his destination after some time. Beyond a small grove of trees lay a vast plain dotted with numerous standing stones. This is it. Just these stones alone will be enough for leveling up. Su Chen chuckled as he swung his stone pickaxe, chipping away at the rock before him, strike after strike. The stones are fine, but the writing on them is weird. Could someone actually use these stones for drawing? He muttered under his breath before resuming his hammering, the stone pick clanging loudly. Once the stone was completely chiseled clean, Su Chen tossed the pickaxe onto the ground. Upgraded tools really are reliable. Chipping away at all these stones didn't wear it down one bit. Looking around, stones littered the ground everywhere. We're rich. Thanks to Mother Nature's bounty. After loading all the stones into his pack, Su Chen hummed a tune as he walked off. But then, a little tree elf came stumbling clumsily from the distance. HM. Humming a tune, it seemed utterly content. Upon reaching the pile of stones, it froze in shock. Ha! It took 3 seconds for it to register. Wah wah wah! The little tree spirit waved its branches wildly, spinning in circles on the spot. Glancing sideways at the nearby rubble, it seemed to discover something. Its eyes blazed with anger as it planted its hands on its hips and strode off into the distance. There's another treasure chest here, this is a real jackpot. Even if they're just material chests, they're exactly what the shelter needs right now. As he walked, he didn't notice something new underfoot. He stumbled and nearly tumbled off the cliff. What the hell tripped me? Su Chen looked down to see a slimy green branch darting past his feet. Before he could get a good look, the branch sprang up from the ground like a vine, wrapping itself tightly around him. Ha! What's going on? The snow lynx fur coat Su Chen wore activated its skill, radiating a chill outward from his body. The branches froze over with a layer of white frost, as if sensing the sting, and retracted. Get out! Chapter 17, The Drawbacks of Language Barriers. Su Chen shouted at the large tree nearby. Seeing no sign of compliance, Su Chen immediately tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. If you come out now, I might spare you. But if you keep stalling, don't blame me. The threatening words enraged the little tree spirit. Branches shot out like a dense spider web from all directions. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen found himself trapped within the web. The branches were covered in sharp thorns, any contact would leave him covered in cuts and bruises. Oomph! The little tree spirit emerged triumphantly from behind the great tree. Su Chen stared at it for a long moment. The little creature looked exactly like a New Year's painting doll. Plump as if a fruit had come to life, it wore nothing but a piece of animal fur draped over its rear. Tree Sprite, level 20. Skills, Entangle, Assassination. Preferences, playing with stones. Su Chen's eyebrow twitched. This little brat was level 20? In the newbie village, that's practically elite level. How bizarre, how could he stumble upon such a freak just by picking up trash? Sigh. Little guy, we've got no beef, right? Why don't we have a nice little chat? Su Chen reached out, beckoning the tree spirit like he was coaxing a child. But the other party didn't give him the time of day. The ferocity in its eyes only deepened. The tightly woven branches tightened slightly. Something was wrong. Very wrong. This little creature clearly had a mind of its own and it hated him. Hated him intensely. Su Chen racked his brain but couldn't figure out what he'd done to offend it. Got something to say? Right? Meeting is fate. Why don't you tell me where I crossed you? The tree spirit crossed its arms, pointing reluctantly at him and then at the small pebbles behind him. Then it pulled out a half stone from its hand, its surface etched with strange, intricate patterns. Seeing his gesture, Su Chen instantly understood. You mean I took your stone? The tree spirit nodded emphatically. Oh man, so I took someone else's stuff. Ahem, kid, no, little tree spirit. I didn't know it was yours beforehand, but since I've already taken it, how about I trade you something else for it? The little tree spirit's eyes flashed, but then turned fierce. He turned his head away in anger, the silly little twig on his head twitching. Looks promising. After all, this little guy was just a child. Su Chen pulled out a bag of candies and placed them in his palm. I've got something better than stones here. How about this? He shook the bag in his hand as he spoke. The little tree spirit slowly turned its head at the sound, the shiny wrappers catching the sunlight and sparking with a strange, dazzling glow. Still just a child at heart, it cautiously took a few steps forward. As it drew closer to Su Chen and reached out for the bag, Su Chen swiftly withdrew his hand. Hey, if this is a trade, shouldn't you be nicer? And shouldn't you put away those dangerous things? The little tree spirit remained skeptical, still wary. After all, this guy was the one who took its stone. But curiosity piqued, and it withdrew its branches. Good girl, good girl. That's the way to be a good child. Su Chen held out the bag in his hand. The little one quickly snatched it and pulled out a piece of candy. Confused, it reached to pop it into its mouth, but Su Chen stopped it. This is how you eat it. Su Chen peeled off the wrapper and popped the candy into his own mouth. Honestly, this corn-flavored hard candy was one of the few sweets he actually liked. The little tree sprite copied his actions and popped one into its own mouth, its tuft of hair bobbing excitedly. It immediately turned away, ignoring Su Chen, and happily sat on the ground eating. Kids will be kids, after all. Seeing the little one's mood had lifted considerably, Su Chen walked over and gently tapped his shoulder. Hey kid, what are you doing with those stones? The little tree spirit turned his head, mumbling incoherently while frantically gesturing with his hands. Su Chen felt his head spinning. What on earth was this little fellow babbling about? System, what is he saying? Can you translate? Host must find a solution independently. Su Chen. Unbelievable. If he knew the method, why would he bother asking this crappy system? The little tree spirit scribbled away for ages, but Su Chen couldn't make heads or tails of a single word. He couldn't recall ever seeing such a thing in his past life, nor had he ever heard of anyone's follower being a little brat. He did recall someone named Shagu who seemed to use this kind of control-based attack. Seeing he hadn't grasped it, the little tree elf stood up, intending to take him somewhere. "Where is this little guy taking me?" Su-chen followed him westward along a narrow cave path until early summer appeared before them. The little tree spirit pointed inside, gesturing for Su-chen to enter. Su-chen peered inside, but beyond the pitch-black darkness, he heard not a sound. "Fine, I'll go in and take a look. After all, I can always revive if I die. No guts, no glory." Su-chen stepped inside. The moment he entered, pitch darkness enveloped him, obscuring everything. A whistling wind swept past his ears, the cold air brushing against his skin, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Thump! Thump! A strange object struck Su-chen from behind, startling him so badly he nearly dropped his spear. "Ha!" Only after recognizing the figure did Su-chen relax. "Kid, how come you walk so quietly? I thought you were waiting outside for me to come out." The little tree spirit looked puzzled, ignoring him as it walked straight ahead. Suddenly, a twig appeared at Su-chen's waist, tugging him forward with force. Hey! I can walk on my own. Stop yanking me." But the little tree spirit paid no heed to his words, continuing to tug him along. After a moment, a beam of light appeared before his eyes. Emerging from the cave, Su-chen's vision cleared. A dazzling golden light shone before him. Beast cores. Several high-grade beast cores lay arranged on a small wooden plank. These cores alone were precious treasures. Su-chen shifted his gaze backward and froze instantly. So many rocks? The mountain of stones piled behind him left Su-chen utterly speechless. These stones alone could easily upgrade the shelter. The little tree elf walked up, patted Su-chen on the shoulder, pointed at the stones, then gestured toward the candy bag in its hand. The little hand made a circling motion. This time, Su-chen understood exactly what it meant. "You want to trade your stones for my candy?" The tree sprite nodded eagerly, grabbing several stones and stuffing them into Su-chen's arms. Eager to get more of Su-chen's candy, it waited like a Samoyed. "You won't regret it?" The tree spirit shook its head. "Alright, then here's this bag for you. I'll give you 2 more bags later, but I can't get them now. I'll go back and get them for you a bit later." Hearing this, the tree spirit shook its head and drew a house on the ground. "You want to go to my house to get it? That's fine too. Landmarks should be universal in this world, right?" Chapter 18, Shelter Upgrade Forging Workshop. Su-chen hummed a tune as he returned home laden with goods. He'd truly struck gold this time, encountering the tree spirit. Who would have thought this little New Year's painting doll was hiding so many treasures? The materials for upgrading the shelter were all gathered. He could return and upgrade it right away. "Master!" A clear, crisp voice rang out from afar. Su-chen looked up to meet a pair of watery almond-shaped eyes. Her long, pointed elven ears twitched as she threw herself passionately into his embrace. Her jade-like arms wrapped tightly around him as she buried her small face against his chest. Ilya slowly lifted her head. "Welcome home, master." Seeing Iria's smiling face, all traces of fatigue vanished from Su-chen's body. "Yes, I'm back. Tonight we're having roasted wild boar," he said, lifting a slab of pork. On his way back, he happened upon 2 wild boars fighting. Without a second thought, Su-chen captured them both. Though hunting these creatures wouldn't grant experience points, the animals within this world tasted far more delicious. "Master, allow me to take that." Takeshi approached Su-chen with graceful poise, her eyes slightly lowered as she reached out to take the item from his hands. Her expression remained utterly unreadable as she inquired. "Master, we've prepared everything you requested. Is there anything else you need arranged?" She gestured toward the pile of wood outside. The mountain of wood startled Su-chen. Had they gathered this much in the time he was away? "Ah, that's all. Let's deal with this wild boar first." "Yes, master." Takeshi crossed her hands before her and bowed respectfully to Su-chen. Her excessive formality made Su-chen feel awkward. He had mentioned this before, but Takeshi seemed not to have understood. She remained strictly by the book, while Iria, on the other hand, was much more spirited. Warning! A minor monster wave will occur at nightfall. Players are advised to upgrade their shelters. A bright red alert flashed overhead. Su-chen's lips, which had just curled upward, immediately tightened. The second wave was arriving sooner than he'd anticipated. Tonight was destined to be a night of defense. Su-chen calmed himself, returned to his room, and opened the interface. The shelter had met the upgrade requirements. Upgrade. Understood, upgrading. Wood consumed, stone consumed. The collected materials were consumed entirely. The entire environment transformed. The room, originally dozens of square meters, undergoes a dramatic transformation in an instant. Su-chen stood at the center point as wooden planks rose from the ground, as if entering Inception. In an instant, it transformed into a small villa. Several smaller houses now stood nearby, and the original plantation had expanded considerably. Shelter upgraded to level 5. Shelter area, 200 square meters. Population 320. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the construction blueprint for a basic forge. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a low-level attack skill. Congratulations, host, on increasing your cultivation production by 5%. Su-chen frowned as the notifications popped up one after another. None of these seemed particularly useful. At least I can refresh them. You refreshed the construction blueprint for a low-level forge. Acquired advanced forge workshop construction blueprint. You refreshed the low-level attack skill. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted before Su-chen. Before he could make it out, a ball of flame erupted from the skill description and swiftly engulfed Su-chen. The sudden burst of light startled Su-chen, but within an instant, he realized something was amiss. He felt no pain from the flames, only warmth. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the supreme grade flame element. Elemental skill? At the news, Su-chen's eyes lit up. In his previous life, those capable of wielding elemental power were few and far between, with warriors being the most common to awaken such abilities. Even he hadn't escaped this fate, possessing only a handful of skills. Elemental power? I've struck gold. Among all skills, elemental power stood as the supreme master, commanding the greatest authority. The refresh before Su-chen hadn't stopped yet, with words continuously flashing on the list. Host's planting time in the plantation increased by 200%. Heaven is on my side. With the plantation's cultivation speed boosted, food shortages would no longer be a concern. With sustenance secured, everything else would fall into place. Suddenly, a sheet of paper shimmering with golden light landed in Su-chen's palm. Forging? Yes. Su-chen selected immediately, and his location shifted to a small room. The empty room instantly filled with various forging tools. Surveying the options before him, Su-chen selected a spear. I'll start with 5 spears to test the waters. Once I have more materials later, I'll forge other items. After selecting his materials and forging target, the forge began operating on its own. All that remained was to wait for the time to pass. After leaving the forge, Su-chen headed straight back to his bedroom. As soon as he lay down, his mind turned to how to harness the fire element. With a flick of his thoughts, a flickering flame leapt from his fingertips. The supreme flame he had awakened was the purest form of fire element. Though currently only at the first tier, with accumulated experience, it could rapidly break through the levels. He needn't panic when facing higher-level monsters in the future. Knock knock. Master, dinner's ready. Ilya's voice rang out from the doorway, and Su-chen headed downstairs. A table laden with delicacies from land and sea was laid out before him. He remembered bringing back only a few ingredients. How had the table become so fully laden? The two stood respectfully by his side. Master, Dakisi and I picked up quite a bit of food when we went out. Dakisi is an excellent cook, you should try it. Su-chen agreed on this point. Though Dakisi was quiet, her culinary skills were unquestionable. Let's eat together as usual. Su-chen pulled them over and they complied without hesitation, sitting down as instructed. After the meal, Su-chen watched the sky darken outside and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Are you worried about the dark creatures attacking after nightfall, Master? Yes. You witnessed that earlier wave of attacks, but that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Su-chen paused before continuing. The attacks from the dark creatures will only grow stronger with each wave. That's precisely why I'm rushing to upgrade the sanctuary. I see. Master, rest assured. I will do everything in my power to protect you and our home. Ilya's gaze was unwavering, and behind her, Dakisi gave Su-chen a slight nod. Su-chen understood their resolve. These two were his utterly loyal followers, they would never betray him. He had only witnessed the waves of dark monsters a few times, but future attacks would come as relentlessly as the tide. Who knew what else lay ahead? In this world where the weak fell prey to the strong, he knew he had to keep strengthening himself. Buzz! A buzzing sound echoed from above the shelter, startling the surrounding birds into flight. Su-chen sprang to his feet, ready for battle. The other two exchanged a glance and immediately followed behind him. The sky darkened, the last vestiges of light fading away. They're here. Su-chen sensed the relentless surge of footsteps closing in. Suddenly, a wolf's howl tore through the night sky. Chapter 19, Emergency. Monster Tide Assault. Su-chen stood atop the lookout tower, the shelter's floodlights illuminating the area ahead. The sight alone sent a chill down Su-chen's spine. A dense swarm of snakes surged toward him, while frost wolves stood high above, glaring down at Su-chen. Ilya felt sick to her stomach, rubbing her arms. What is this? Armored snakes and frost wolves, how could they appear together at the same time? Even Dakisi's expression darkened. These two creatures should be natural enemies. Yet they had launched this assault together that alone felt deeply unsettling. Hiss. The scales on a shelled snake's body were far harder than those of ordinary snakes, even spears might struggle to pierce its armor. Having just forged 5 spears today, he decided to test one out first. Su-chen's eyes flashed with resolve as he thrust the spear toward one of the snakes in the swarm. Clang! A faint glow emanated from the armored snake's scales, deflecting the spear away. Just as Su-chen had anticipated, it couldn't pierce through. The frost wolf stood at a distance, beyond the spear's reach. Its emerald eyes fixed on Su Chen, as if observing prey about to be devoured. Now Su Chen understood why the armored snake had been sent ahead. It was meant to breach the shelter's defenses. Boom! Boom! The watchtower's cannons unleashed a relentless barrage of shells, raining down upon the sanctuary like a storm. Pools of blood formed on the ground, yet no matter how intense the bombardment, it couldn't match the snake's ability to converge. The snake seemed oblivious to pain, charging madly at the shelter. Yet each time, they slammed into an invisible wall. Upon contact, their bodies instantly exploded into pools of blood. Dakisi. Su Chen frowned slightly and called out. Dakisi instantly understood his meaning, gripping her wand tightly. Understood, master. She chanted the incantation as a luminous array rose beneath her feet. A radiant glow enveloped her, making Dakisi appear dazzling and sacred in that moment. Fireball. As the final syllable echoed, Dakisi's gaze sharpened to a piercing intensity. A massive fireball materialized before her, hurtling toward the snakes on the ground. The frost wolves recoiled as if encountering something terrifying, their tails tucked between their legs as they fled in panic. Once they escaped the fireball's reach, they snarled and growled, baring their teeth. So these beasts fear fire. With something they dread, things become much simpler. Dakisi, use fire to incinerate these armored snakes ahead. Yes. Dakisi obeyed the command, and another fireball coalesced before her. Ilya, shoot that wolf with your arrows. Su Chen pointed at the white wolf that glared at them, its size far larger than the surrounding wolves. Roger that. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Wolves were pack animals with their own alpha, and this principle held true in the game as well. Ilya's face grew stern, shedding her usual playful demeanor as her eyes filled with murderous intent. Her longbow drew taut, and an arrow charged with immense power flew toward the alpha wolf. Yet the alpha wolf stood rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Something's wrong. Why isn't it dodging? Su Chen's mind raced, and in the next instant, he understood. The Wolf King stood rooted to the spot, opening his gaping maw and roaring furiously toward the direction the arrows came from. The powerful shockwave significantly slowed the arrow's velocity, thereby diminishing its force. Before it could reach him, the sharp arrow plummeted from the sky to the ground. What? My arrow actually fell? Ilya stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. After years of practice, her own arrows were falling. Su Chen remained silent, his thoughts diverging from his expectations. While he had anticipated the Wolf King's strength being extraordinary, he hadn't foreseen it being this formidable. Dakisi, fire a fireball in its direction. Yes. Dakisi obediently redirected the fireball's trajectory, but the target was too far away. Before the fireball could land, the Wolf King had vanished from its original spot. The armored snakes charged forward like mad, relentlessly colliding with the shelter despite suffering heavy casualties from the fireballs. They charged forward heedlessly, and the shelter's protective barrier was beginning to show cracks. If this couldn't be resolved before dawn, his hard-earned sanctuary would likely be reduced to nothing. No, absolutely not. Having finally been granted a second chance at life, he could not allow such a tragedy to unfold. Standing atop the high ground, Su Chen gathered a ball of flame within his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the flame shot forward. Hiss! The flame landed among the snakes, sending them scattering in terror. The scorching intensity of the supreme great flame was 100-fold greater than ordinary fire. The armored snakes, like startled birds, attempted to retreat. Yet a wolf's howl instantly silenced the agitated swarm. Roar! The snakes paused for a second before charging once more toward Su Chen's shelter. Su Chen inwardly screamed in alarm. These beasts only obeyed the Wolf King's commands. If he couldn't take down the Wolf King immediately, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet neither fireballs nor arrows could harm the Wolf King. Even his own flames couldn't touch it. The creature was clever, deliberately keeping its distance, escaping the range of attack. But when he saw the armored snakes and his own followers beginning to falter, he stepped forward again, restoring order to the entire tribe. It was clear this creature possessed intelligence, deliberately seeking to torment Su Chen bit by bit. Master, if this continues, we... Ilya didn't finish her sentence, but the outcome was clear. Su Chen clenched his fists, but then a wave of agonized howls from frostwolves echoed through the demonic tide. Master, what's behind us? Ilya pointed toward the distance. Su Chen followed her gaze and spotted a tiny figure amidst the tide of monsters. Wasn't that the New Year's painting doll he'd seen earlier today? The tree spirit's face twisted in displeasure as it stood pouting, glaring at one of the frost wolf's minions. The wolf bared its teeth, ready to swallow the tree spirit whole. But the moment it opened its jaws, branches pierced its body. Instantly, countless spikes erupted from the branches. Within seconds, the frost wolf was pierced like a sieve. This single strike left Su Chen utterly stunned. The tree spirit disdainfully flung the frost wolf's corpse aside and continued toward Su Chen's shelter. Seeing this, the frost wolf stormed up to the tree spirit. A sharp horn protruded from the Wolf King's forehead. Frost crystallized before its mouth as it lunged, claws slashing viciously toward the tree spirit. The tree spirit nimbly hopped away, dodging the attack. Even the Wolf King paused in surprise. The tree spirit ignored him and marched straight ahead, only to find the Wolf King blocking its path once more. Grr! The tree spirit stomped its foot in frustration, extending its little paw in a shooing gesture. But the Wolf King showed no interest in communication, launching another attack. Grr! The tree spirit's rage meter maxed out. No more nonsense. Its body transformed into a towering tree, revealing its true form. Branches shot out from its trunk, piercing the demonic creature before it like skewers. In mere moments, the frost wolves lay dead or wounded, and even the armored snake swarm was utterly annihilated. Su Chen stood frozen in place. 666. Chapter 20. The tree spirit joins the sanctuary. Who is this guy? Is he an enemy too? He doesn't look like one. Ilya stood frozen, her mouth agape, staring at the scene before her in disbelief. Since just now, the shelter's defense points had plummeted from 1,000 to 100. If the attack lasted much longer, the sanctuary would be breached. Even the usually composed Dakisi was startled. The attack power was terrifyingly high. This was no ordinary monster. After the monsters outside were completely wiped out, the tree spirit slowly shrank from its enormous form. In mere moments, it returned to its original state as a young doll. He studied the characters he'd drawn in the air, glancing around warily. With a look of disgust, he lifted his foot over the corpses on the ground and walked to the door, politely raising his hand to knock. Su Chen's mouth twitched, utterly speechless. The sight of this little fellow standing amidst a sea of corpses felt utterly bizarre no matter how one looked at it. Su Chen descended from the lookout tower and walked straight to the door, opening it. The moment the little guy saw Su Chen, a delighted expression lit up his face. He waved the bag in his hand, pointing it toward Su Chen. Seeing the gleam in his eyes, Su Chen instantly understood what he wanted. You're here for candy? The little one nodded. Come inside first. After speaking, Su Chen glanced at the scattered corpses ahead. He raised his hand and waved it, directly retrieving all the beast cores. Though these weren't as high quality as the ones the little one had given him, they were still a decent haul. The scales of the armored snakes and the corpses of the frost wolves also held many treasures. Yet all these items emanated faint traces of demonic energy. Won't the master attack us? Dakisi gripped her magic wand tightly, watching the tree spirit's every move with constant vigilance, fearing it might turn on them again at any moment like it had before. Su Chen shook his head. No need to panic. I promised him something earlier, and he's here to collect it. Dakisi looked utterly bewildered. When did the master befriend such an oddly aggressive creature? Ilya also circled warily nearby. Su Chen glanced around. He'd brought quite a few candies and cookies from the real world and stored them here. Thinking Ilya and Dakisi might be bored, he'd brought these along. Here. As promised. Su Chen handed him a large bag of Dubai 2 milk candies. The little one's eyes lit up as if she'd found the greatest treasure ever. He stretched out his chubby little arms, tucked the candy into his chest, and began devouring it with gusto. Tisk, aren't you afraid of getting cavities eating like that? The little guy seemed oblivious, glancing at him before stuffing more candy into his mouth. Su Chen didn't bother to respond. He wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Master, we've retrieved everything useful from the corpses outside. They've all been corrupted by dark forces, losing their senses and becoming infected with black mist. Su Chen already knew everything Dakisi was reporting. I'll tend to this little one first. No sooner had Su Chen finished speaking than Ilya stormed over. Hey! How dare you eat the food the master gave us? Seeing her attempt to snatch the bag from his arms, the little guy made a move as if ready to fight Ilya. Su Chen quickly stepped in to pull the two apart. No. I made a deal with him. I took his stuff, and this is my payback. After he explained, Ilya's anger subsided, and she reluctantly abandoned her fight. The little guy pointed at the empty candy bag, his pitiful expression suggesting he hadn't had his fill. Does he really never get cavities? Su Chen carefully weighed the options. His wide-ranging attack capabilities could significantly bolster the shelter's defenses. If he could be kept here, he could serve as backup of the shelter. You can have more if you want, but you'll have to join our shelter to get it. If you join the shelter, I can give you even more snacks. The little guy bounced off the chair cheerfully, his bright, sparkling eyes widening. Nodding like crazy. You want to join? Alright, but no backing out later. Su Chen smiled with all the sincerity he could muster. This wasn't him tricking anyone. He'd made it perfectly clear this was entirely voluntary. Tree Spirit has joined the sanctuary. Species, Tree Spirit. Grade, Brilliant Gold. Attack, Area of Effect Damage. Infected by Dark Power. Upon reading the last line, Su Chen's brows furrowed. He had been corrupted by dark forces? Before Su Chen could ask, a flash of emerald light flickered before the group. A serene green aura enveloped the tree spirit, while delicate willow branches rapidly sprouted from its crown. They enveloped its tiny form, and the dazzling radiance made everyone flinch. What's happening? Ilya asked, utterly bewildered. Beside her, Dakisi seemed to grasp something. Black mist is seeping out of him. Wisp after wisp of dark mist continuously rose from the tree spirit, transforming into black smoke that vanished within the room. The willow branches slowly receded, revealing a pair of delicate white feet first to everyone's eyes. Light gradually spread from them, revealing a girl with flowing green hair and a green gauze dress. Her deep emerald eyes left Su Chen momentarily transfixed. A female tree spirit? Even Dakisi and Yulia were startled. You can transform? Ilya pointed at the tree spirit. The latter spread her hands wide and tilted her head. What's the big deal? Why wouldn't I be able to? You can talk too? Ilya was startled once more. Tree spirit. Hey, I was corrupted by dark forces before. To keep my sanity from being swallowed, I had to minimize my energy consumption. That's how I preserved my true self. Otherwise, I'd have become just like those things out there. With that explanation, Su Chen understood most of it. So that's what it all came down to. The tree spirit hopped over to Su Chen. Master, does this mean I can snack freely here now? Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her request. Of course. Just tell me what else you'd like to eat. Yay! Oh, and my name is Luna. You can call me by name from now on. Luna's eyes crinkled into a smile, radiating complete non-aggression, a stark contrast to the massive, rampaging tree demon from moments before. Alright. Getting a gold tier follower for just a pack of candy? Didn't that mean he could practically walk all over this world? As long as he didn't encounter high-level monsters, he could withstand their attacks. Luna, how many of your tree elf kin remain? If there were many, he could welcome them all into his sanctuary, greatly boosting its offensive and defensive capabilities. At this question, Luna paused mid-bite, lifting her head with a wry smile. Master, I am the last tree elf of our kind. Chapter 21, New Family, New Challenges. Su Chen's heart trembled, and he lowered his gaze. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Luna shook her head. It's alright, Master. I know you meant no harm. Ever since the dark forces descended, we tree elves have been constantly fleeing and hiding. But no matter how far we flee, we cannot shake them off. My kin placed their last hope for survival upon me. No wonder a sun-loving tree spirit would hide in a tiny, sunless cave. Perhaps ever since her kin vanished, she had been alone every moment. Ilya and Dakisi's faces showed deep sorrow. The darkness had devoured so much, swallowing countless souls. Su Chen stepped forward and swept the frail Luna into his arms. The sudden embrace made Luna's eyes widen. So warm, like her mother's embrace. It's okay now, Luna. You have a home now. Home? Yes. From now on, I'll be with you. You won't have to hide in dark caves anymore, nor live a life of hiding and hunger. Those few simple words froze Luna's body. The next moment, she reached out and clung tightly to Su Chen. All the pent-up sorrow, loneliness, and fear surged to the surface. She had fled for so long, run for so long, all to survive and carry the hopes of her people. No one knew what her life had been like. When darkness fell, everything changed. Why, I don't want to be hungry anymore. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to live by myself. I'm so scared. Luna's wails, like those of a newborn, poured every ounce of emotion into the tears streaming down her face. The wails pierced Su Chen's heart. His arms tightened around Luna's body. He couldn't promise a glorious future, but from this moment on, he would never let Luna go hungry again. After Luna cried herself out and grew weary, Dakisi brought out a bowl of radish soup from inside, while Ilya carried over a pile of snacks and placed them on the table. These are all my secret stash, you know? Here, they're all yours. Seeing Ilya's generous gesture, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect you'd be willing to part with these. What are you saying, Master? I'm quite generous. Besides, if I didn't have any left, wouldn't you buy us more anyway? Su Chen nodded in agreement. She had a point, he'd never been stingy when it came to buying things. Ilya strode over to Luna and swept her into a hearty embrace. Don't worry, our master has always been kind to us. You can trust him completely. Really? Will there be unlimited snacks? Luna was deeply concerned about this question, her eyes fixed intently on Ilya as she waited for her answer. Of course. Our master is the best in the whole world. Before long, the three of them were getting along famously. Seeing their peaceful expressions brought Su Chen joy too. It seemed the shelter would be bustling from now on. Luna, you'll stay here from now on. Just settle in with them and feel at ease. If you ever need anything, come find me. Whatever I can do, I'll do my utmost. Seeing Su Chen's earnest expression, Luna understood in her heart that he truly cared for her. Yes. I'll do my part too, Master, if you ever need me to help our home. Seeing her adorable expression, Su Chen couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle her hair. Rest easy here. There shouldn't be another monster surge for the next few days. Based on his past life's experience, monster waves followed discernible patterns. Though he hadn't pinpointed a specific rhythm yet, they rarely struck twice after an initial assault. He had to speed up gathering materials these days to upgrade the shelter's level. If Luna hadn't arrived today, they would have been in grave danger. Stay with her for now. I'll head back to the forge to check things. After making arrangements, Su Chen headed back to the forge. Following his earlier instructions, the forge had already crafted 5 spears. Su Chen continuously refreshed the spear stats. After previously obtaining golden attributes, these spears had consistently maintained those properties. 5 spears that won't break. While they won't significantly boost attack power, they'll at least suffice. I wonder how things are in the real world now. Has it blown up again? Congratulations, host, for defending the sanctuary. Obtained 1 special treasure chest. Obtained 1 golden treasure chest. Acquired 3 high-grade beast cores, shelter defense boosted tenfold. The entries that appeared afterward made Su Chen's eyes light up. Tenfold increase in defense. This was an item you could only dream of finding. Across the entire world, such a high probability might never be encountered. With this, his shelter would become impregnable, significantly reducing the likelihood of incidents like today's happening again. The thought lifted Su Chen's spirits immensely. Then it struck him tonight's monster surge was barely manageable for him. Had other players already fallen victim? Su Chen opened the world chat channel, where the conversation struck him as peculiar. Hey, this monster wave attack isn't that bad after all. It's just a few little snakes, right? Yeah, exactly. I thought it was going to be some massive monster wave, got me all worked up, but it was just 3 or 4 armored snakes. Exactly. I'd been chiseling stones and chopping wood since daytime, all to prepare for tonight's wave. But when night fell, I was bored stiff, just 2 or 3 snakes. I even kept watch all night, dreading a surprise attack. Turns out not a single creature showed up. I wonder if this alert was fake. Why else would none of us encounter a large-scale attack? Su Chen was speechless after seeing these chat logs. So all the armored snakes and frost wolves had come straight for him. Were these creatures determined to kill him? Or had he offended someone? Why else would they target him so relentlessly? Recalling tonight's scene, the shelter gates swarming with armored snakes and those frost wolves radiating murderous intent, Su Chen's scalp still tingled. I haven't provoked anyone lately. I've just been diligently leveling up. This is truly baffling. Could it be that tonight's bad luck made these monsters single me out? Su Chen couldn't make heads or tails of it, so he decided not to waste his energy pondering it. The most crucial task now was to enhance his own abilities and the shelter's level. Wood and stone remained the scarcest resources, and defense was paramount. This world still held many natives. If he could harness their power, it would extend the sanctuary's lifespan. Withstanding this world's attacks would then be no problem. Sigh, I really need to recruit some capable people. Otherwise, it'll be tough for just a few of us to fight this alone. Su Chen sighed helplessly when a notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected a small mine shaft to the north. Chapter 22, Defense Through the Roof. Who is Su Chen? A small mine shaft? If there's a mine, the resources inside must be plentiful. If we could scavenge everything inside, we might be able to level up the shelter faster. Then we wouldn't have to fear the encroaching darkness for a while. But before heading in, he needed to prepare properly. After working all night, it was time to log off and rest. Otherwise, before he could even upgrade the shelter, he might get killed on the way, and by then, he'd probably be nothing but bones. After clicking logout, Su Chen returned to his room, stretched lazily, and yawned. Constant combat really takes it out of you. Can't this damn game offer a low-risk difficulty setting? If this kept up every day, he'd pass out from exhaustion. Forget it. I'll worry about it after I wake up. He closed his eyes and instantly fell asleep. Meanwhile, at the high command of the Great Xia Empire, Li Batian paced frantically in circles. Batian, stop pacing. You're making me dizzy just watching you. Lu Long sighed helplessly. The guy had been pacing in circles since earlier. This impatient soul hadn't changed a bit even now. Brother Long, how could I not be anxious? Look at the chaos in the game. And all these natives, I never knew about this before, but now I get it. Compared to his frustrated expression, Song Kong remained far more composed. Bashin told Bai Bi this morning not to mess with that dwarf, but you insisted on going over there and beating him up. Well, that worked out great. Now he's brought a whole crew to beat you up. If it weren't for your shelter protecting you inside, you'd probably be beaten to a pulp by now. Hearing this, the anger that had just subsided in Li Baishan's heart flared up again. Old Song, tell me, how could he blame me? How was I supposed to know those guys were natives? I thought they were creatures corrupted by dark forces. Those who are not of our kind have different hearts. So I only taught him a lesson. Who knew they'd bring people to beat me up? Just thinking about it made Li Batian feel utterly wronged. No, he had to log in and teach them a lesson. A gentleman never forgets a grudge. I must strike back. Just as he was about to log in, a sudden ranking list startled him. What the hell is this? Who the hell is this big shot suddenly appearing on the leaderboard? And isn't that defense stat ridiculously overpowered? Li Baishan's exclamation left Song Kong and Lu Long staring blankly, utterly confused by his outburst. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Li Batian immediately showed them the game leaderboard on his phone. Look at this guy named Su Chen. We've never seen this name before. How did he suddenly jump to 20th place? And the most insane part is his shelter defense, it's 10,000 points. That defense stat is seriously off the charts. This guy isn't human. 10,000 points? The other two exchanged glances upon hearing the number, their expressions turning utterly shocked. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Even among the top players they'd recruited, no one had ever achieved such an absurdly high defense rating. Hurry and bring this Su-chen out. If we can find him, it will undoubtedly boost our great Xia's chances of survival in this apocalypse. Song Kong suddenly exclaimed with excitement, and even Lu Long recognized the significance. Those capable of awakening advanced talents would undoubtedly become invaluable assets in the future, bearing the weighty responsibility of protecting the nation. Wait, something's off. Why won't this person let anyone enter his shelter? Li Baishan's words snapped them back to reality. What? No new members allowed? Yeah, exactly. It's just the time limit, apparently no one can join within a month. That part is really odd. And with his high defense stats, he could easily boost his real-world fame. Anyone else would have already used that as a marketing gimmick. That's a valid point. Since this game came out, a lot of streamers have popped up online. They all stream their gameplay experiences, discussing either leveling up and building or defense strategies. Each one aims to leverage the game to boost their own popularity. But this person does the opposite, he doesn't give anyone a chance to join the sanctuary. This alone was enough to raise eyebrows. Song Kong frowned deeply, slamming his hand on the table. Find this person no matter what. We must get him to join our plan. But if he absolutely refuses. Song Kong trailed off. After a long silence, he sighed. If he refuses, we won't pursue him further, but do everything possible to keep him here. Yes, sir. Highly gifted talents within the game were scarce in every nation. Great Xia must retain every high-tier talent player. But Su-chen had shut down the shelter application. This detail couldn't help but make him overthink. Meanwhile, Su-chen was still sound asleep at home, utterly unaware that the entire world was searching for him at that very moment. Knock knock knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Su-chen was deep in a dream, strategizing how to battle monsters, when the knocking jolted him awake. Is anyone home? Sighing, Su-chen got up and yawned. Weird. Who could be coming at this hour? My relatives don't even keep in touch. Could they finally be remembering me now? But when he opened the door, he was stunned to see two men in uniform. They scrutinized Su-chen from head to toe before speaking. Are you the only one living here? Su-chen froze for a moment before nodding. What's going on? Are you doing a population census or something? No, we're conducting a survey. There's a new game out called Shelter. Are you playing it? Facing his question, Su-chen nodded. Yeah, I'm one of the players. Isn't everyone playing it now? Exactly. That's why we're here to conduct a survey to register your name and sanctuary details. No need to be nervous. We're just doing a survey to see how many people are actively online and surviving. This statement left Su-chen utterly baffled. Wouldn't it be more straightforward to just look at the game's data? But I suppose they want to gather more detailed information about people. Anyway, it didn't concern him. Alright, name, Su-chen, Shelter 0796. Thank you for your cooperation. We hope you survive to the end in the game. We'll proceed to investigate other players now. You may continue resting. Su-chen nodded, closed the door, and went back to sleep. As soon as the two left, one of them felt something was off. Hey, doesn't the name Su-chen sound familiar to you? Chapter 23, Supreme Ice Type, Elemental Power +1. Familiar? Are you having memory lapses again? Hurry back and report. The man rubbed his head, pondering the name Su-chen. Really? I just feel like something's off. With no one to disturb him, Su-chen went back to sleep. These past few days of relentless physical labor chipping away at stones had left him utterly exhausted. Though certain in-game items could replenish his mental energy, it was still wise to follow the rhythms of human life. Waking up refreshed, Su-chen stretched contentedly. A good night's sleep really does refresh the spirit. Wonder what the girls are up to. Su-chen grabbed a pile of snacks from the kitchen along with some drinks. Surveying the mountain of bags piled before him, Su-chen nodded with slight satisfaction. This should be enough for now. He opened the game and logged in. Just as he entered, he caught Luna tending to the plants. She turned around and was startled by Su-chen's sudden appearance. Master, how did you appear so silently? Good thing I've got nerves of steel. Otherwise, you'd have scared me back to my original form just now. Su-chen froze. Was he really that scary? Ahem, I brought you some things you'll like. Come in and take a look. Luna's eyes lit up as she beamed and stepped forward. Oh my, master, I knew you were the best to us. Her long, flowing hair drifted through the air with her movements, radiating an indescribable lightness. Yet Luna grabbed a handful of her hair with a look of disgust and sighed softly. What's wrong? Nothing. Just feels like my hair's too long and getting in the way. Just then, Dakisi happened to pass by. After overhearing their conversation, she stood silently for a moment, deep in thought. A moment later, she returned from the room carrying 2 ribbons. "Let me tie your hair up for you. I happen to have something the master brought here." Luna hurried over and obediently sat down on the chair. Meanwhile, Ilya fiddled with Su Chen's newly forged spear. After examining it for a moment, she turned her attention to her own bow. "Master, could you forge my bow into a top-tier weapon too?" Su Chen had considered this too, but with limited materials, it couldn't be done for now. He'd have to wait until later. "We'll see when we find suitable materials." Hearing this, Ilya's expression brightened considerably. "Really? You better not lie to me, master." Su Chen shook his head helplessly. This one was the most troublesome of them all. "Master, do you like my hairstyle?" He turned around to find a playful girl with twin ponytails bouncing cheerfully into view. Luna had changed into a light purple 2-piece outfit, her long legs hinted at beneath the fabric, the twin ponytails the perfect finishing touch. "Ha! Perfect. But how did Dekisi know?" Dekisi folded her hands before her and bowed toward Su Chen. "Master, I happened to see an illustrated book you brought in, and it featured this hairstyle. I thought it would suit Luna perfectly, so I styled hers the same way." Su Chen was instantly speechless. That was something he'd thought to stash away when he first arrived, something to pass the time when the apocalypse came. Could it be that he hadn't stashed it properly and Dekisi had spotted it? Those were all photos of his goddess. "Ahem, Dekisi, from now on, I'll handle cleaning my room myself." "Yes, master. Better keep your pants on when you're out and about. Otherwise, you might end up streaking in front of someone and not even know it." Luna looked at Su Chen with sincere eyes. "Nice. Here, these are for you." As Su Chen finished speaking, he pushed a pile of snacks toward Luna with both hands. "Candy. Even though you're not human, you still need to ration these. Don't eat them all at once, got it?" Luna nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Seeing her eager expression, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh and sigh. He handed her the entire pile. "You two go ahead and get busy. I'll head upstairs and take a look." After settling the 3 of them, Su Chen returned to his room to tally up the rewards he'd received earlier. Now he finally had time to examine them properly. Special Treasure Chest X1 may yield low to mid-tier weapon blueprints, contains 1 low-grade beast core, and a low-level chanting spell for control. Su Chen's brow furrowed as his gaze locked onto the entry above. The first few entries were unremarkable. The latter entries were average, but if one could upgrade them to gold, high-level skills might appear. Refresh. You have refreshed the Special Treasure Chest. After refreshing 10 times, the golden entry appeared as promised. Obtained 1 diamond tier weapon blueprint. Obtained 50 diamond grade beast cores. Acquired a diamond tier chanting spell. 3 flashes of golden light successively streaked past Su Chen's eyes. He'd thought only 1 would appear, but unexpectedly, all 3 materialized. Su Chen was overjoyed. This was truly a windfall. With these, he could easily enhance his sanctuary's defenses. But Su Chen had no idea his shelter was already among the finest in the entire nation. If the special treasure chests are this powerful, then the golden treasure chest must be off the charts. Su Chen couldn't wait to open the golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest contains low to mid-tier combat skills and low to mid-tier talents. The description seemed unremarkable, suggesting nothing particularly valuable inside. But since it's from a golden treasure chest, the contents must be more than meets the eye. Who cares? Let's refresh the entries first. Refresh. You refreshed the golden treasure chest entry. 10 consecutive refreshes. A burst of golden light suddenly appeared before Su Chen. Before he could step forward to open the chest, a tiny, translucent figure with wings emerged from it. Her pointed ears fluttered as she floated toward Su Chen, tilting her head curiously. As if she had discovered something, she gave a cheerful smile, turned around, and proceeded to open the chest. In an instant, a brilliant light flooded the entire room. Acquired, Supreme Elemental Talent, Supreme Ice Type. Another elemental power. Su Chen stared in disbelief at the text before him, yet every word was written with crystal clarity. He had previously awakened Supreme Fire, and now he had awakened Supreme Ice as well. In his previous life, he had never heard of 2 elemental essences being born within a single person before his death. And in this life, he had become that exceptional one? Accept elemental power? Accept. Such a gift from the heavens, how could he possibly pass it up? A blue light rose from the box and entered Su Chen's body. In an instant, Su Chen felt his internal organs enveloped by an icy chill, while a searing heat gradually fused with the frigid sensation. Su Chen now felt an indescribable mix of pain and pleasure. Things he had once dreamed of possessing were now suddenly all his. It felt almost overwhelming. With these 2 hidden treasures, won't I be able to walk tall from now on? Chapter 24, Thick Fog Descends, Danger Looms. Su Chen could only entertain such thoughts. There's always someone better out there, and the sky's the limit. This game world alone was fraught with peril. Who knew when he might get caught up in some sinister plot? There were 3 classes within the game world. First, the warrior, those who could only fight with tools. Second, the elementalist. Warriors vastly outnumbered elementalists, and only those with powerful elemental perception could awaken as elementalists. Elemental powers are further divided into several types. Wood element, fire element, earth element, lightning element, spatial power, water element, ice element, and the nether element. Those capable of resonating with a single element are exceedingly rare, and every nation treasures its own prodigies. They would never send these prodigies elsewhere. In other words, those who awaken elemental power are the chosen ones of heaven. Acting now is far easier than before. With dual ice and fire elements, I can hold my own even against numerous foes. Su Chen's lips curved upward. After living 2 lifetimes, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. After absorbing the new beast core, he instantly felt refreshed and invigorated. These beast cores were now absolute treasures for players. The sanctuary system differed from the player system. Though players were protected by the sanctuary, they still needed combat prowess. Player levels could be raised from 0 to 100. Beyond level 100, further level progression was impossible, though experience points could still accumulate indefinitely. Su Chen finished absorbing all the beast cores and exhaled heavily. With the beast cores Luna gave me earlier, plus these new ones, I've finally broken through to level 10. Since my level has risen, I absolutely must find that golden treasure chest again. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings. The shelter's defensive stats were impressive. But recalling last night, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a chill of dread. If Luna hadn't arrived in time, who knows what might have happened. I really should focus more on strengthening the shelter's defenses. Otherwise, if any more crazies show up in the future, we might not be able to hold them off. No time to waste. Su Chen dressed quickly and headed out. Master? Are you leaving again? Ilya stood guard at the door, immediately noticing Su Chen's intention to leave. Yeah, exactly. You guys stay here and guard the place. I'll go out and see if I can find anything new. Didn't we get a lot of wolf meat earlier? Tell Dekisi to make soup with it when I get back. Seeing Su Chen about to leave, Ilya hurried after him. Master, could you take me with you this time? The sudden request caught Su Chen off guard. Stay home. The outside world is dangerous. I know, but I'm more worried about your safety. Ilya's gaze was unwavering, her bright eyes making it hard to refuse her. Seeing how desperately she wanted to go, Su Chen found it hard to refuse. But there are 3 rules: you must stay close to me at all times, do exactly as I tell you, and never argue with me. Ilya, unusually obedient, lifted the hem of her maid's dress and smiled sweetly. Master, rest assured. I will remember your teachings. Seeing her like this, Su Chen didn't think twice. After gathering their belongings, the two headed outside. The moment they emerged, Su Chen sensed something was amiss. When had this thick fog appeared? Notice, rare species spawn rate increases within the mist, but danger escalates. Seeing the words appear overhead, Su Chen's lips curled upward, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. This was practically baiting people outside. The bold had already wandered off everywhere, while the timid felt they shouldn't leave their current shelter. Once he left, there wouldn't be anyone else at home anyway. Master, with fog this thick, can you even see? Ilya's large, watery eyes widened as she clung tightly to Su Chen's arm, terrified she might vanish into the mist at any moment. Before 3 seconds had passed, the light around them suddenly grew brighter. Even the dark fog seemed to forget its surroundings, gradually dispersing without daring to envelop them once more. Master, is this the oil lamp you took that day? Su Chen nodded. Weren't you scared? Now that we have this, there's no need to be afraid. Ilya looked up. The black mist before her had retreated considerably, or rather, it seemed too afraid to even approach Su Chen. Su Chen held the oil lamp in his hand, his face still wearing that utterly indifferent expression. Master, you're simply incredible. You've managed to pull out a whole bunch of amazing treasures, things even we elves don't possess. You wouldn't happen to have something else we don't know about, would you? Ilya furrowed her brow slightly, deliberately closing the distance between them, hoping to coax something out of Su Chen. After a moment of stalemate, she finally gave up. Master, I feel like you can read my thoughts. If this keeps up, no other player will stand a chance against you. How is anyone supposed to compete? Ilya was straightforward, speaking her mind without reservation. Su Chen reached out and tapped her nose. What are you thinking about? There are plenty of people in this world more skilled than me. Let's keep moving forward and see if we can find something worthwhile. The two headed westward, and a light point appeared before them. A small number of illusion mushrooms have appeared 500 meters west. Whoa, this is the real deal. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This stuff was practically like a sleeping potion. But the biggest advantage was that they were more potent than medicine. With these in hand, things would be much safer. If they encountered enemies they couldn't defeat, they could just feed them illusion mushrooms. Throw in a whole bunch of these, and I bet they won't be able to resist. Come on, follow me this way. Su Chen pointed toward the west. Ilya followed behind him as the surrounding black mist parted to make way for the two of them. Clearly unwilling to get involved, some mist retreated the moment it touched the oil lamp, shrinking back to a safe distance. Witnessing this, Ilya's lingering fear vanished instantly. Her master truly lived up to his name. With this little oil lamp, who would dare to provoke them? As they pressed forward, the sudden sound of water instantly heightened their vigilance. Ilya swiftly drew her bow, her gaze darting sharply around them. Master, something's wrong here. I can sense the dark forces corrupting this swamp. Beware the monsters here, they may already be corrupted. Su-chan shared Ilya's concerns. The mist here was noticeably thicker and denser than elsewhere. Strangely, a patch of gray mist dared to creep closer, attempting to touch Su-chan, only to be repelled by the burning sensation of the oil lamp. Su-chan felt little confidence in dealing with these entities. In his previous life, he had nearly perished within the gray mist. Had it not been for the kindness of other passing players, he might have been lost then and there. Roar! A sudden, piercing roar erupted from behind Su-chan. Ilya's heart leapt in alarm. She spun around to warn him. Master, be careful. No sooner had she spoken than a massive splash erupted. Chapter 25, The Giant Observes Human Corpses. Ilya acted with lightning speed, swiftly pulling Su-chan behind her. Her long, pointed ears perked up sharply, emerald eyes fixed intently on the surroundings. Her hands gripped the longbow tightly, arrows constantly scanning the source of the earlier sound. She could sense the creature was enormous, truly enormous. Su-chan's brow furrowed. It seemed they had stumbled into another creature's home. The sound of water echoed again nearby, and both of them looked up almost simultaneously. A massive silhouette appeared in the air, startling them both. Su-chan swiftly pushed Ilya aside and moved away from his original position. The creature lunged at empty air, its beady eyes glaring at Su-chan and the others with obvious frustration. Master, it's a hard-shelled crocodile. Hard-shelled crocodiles, their hide is so tough that blades cannot pierce it. Its nature is far from benign, and it feeds on flesh. Su-chan was absolutely certain that if he didn't kill this creature, he himself would become its meal. Ilya, draw your bow. Yes. Upon receiving the command, Ilya immediately drew her bow and aimed. A fierce gleam flashed in her eyes as the 1,000-pound arrow slammed into the hard crocodile's surroundings. Yet it failed to scratch the beast. Every arrow that struck its hide was deflected back. Seeing Ilya's stunned and helpless expression, Su-chan felt a slight pang in his heart. Indeed, even the finest knight requires a reliable sword. As the arrow struck the armored crocodile, Su-chan realized this truth himself. Again! Su-chan said nothing else, repeating only those two words. Ilya froze for a moment. Her arrows hadn't even pierced the hard crocodile's armor. Even another shot would likely change nothing. Ilya clenched her fists, drew the bowstring once more without hesitation, and aimed. Thud! The long arrow plummeted downward, its 1,000-pound force beyond what ordinary creatures could withstand. The hard-shelled crocodile tried to flee, but Su-chan had pinned it to the spot, unable to move. Even in its final moments, it never imagined it would be crushed to death. Master, are you hurt? Ilya dashed swiftly to Su-chan's side, carefully examining every inch of his body. Relieved to find no injuries, her heart eased considerably. Master, why did you trust me so completely? Didn't you consider what if that arrow hadn't delivered the fatal blow? You're already lying in that thing you call an ICU? Oh right, that's what it's called. Ilya grinned mischievously at Su-chan. Looks like you'll have to stick with me a while longer, master. In my current state, I can't exactly fight them. Su-chan frowned helplessly. What was this girl up to? Before he could ask, faint sounds drifted in from the surroundings once more. The two exchanged a glance, both sensing something was terribly wrong. Ilya nervously swallowed. Master, did you hear that terrifying sound? Su-chan heard it too. He scanned the surroundings, but beyond the hazy gray expanse, he saw no other figures. Yet he was certain the sound was nearby and it seemed there was more than one. Could it be that other people have come to pick berries? No. This place was thick with fog. To navigate through it and still gather what they wanted. Besides having special tools, one would also need extremely powerful offensive capabilities. But he had already checked in his section, he hadn't seen any other players besides himself. Then this person couldn't possibly be real. Ilya, fall back behind me. Su-chan shouted. Ilya was puzzled but followed his instructions. Master, did you discover something? Su-chan no longer kept her guessing. Don't you smell that putrid stench permeating the air? Ilya furrowed her brow and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her gaze had changed. It's definitely there, but how could there be the stench of corpses here? Could this place be? Ilya didn't finish her sentence, but she had already guessed most of it. Hard-shelled crocodiles always travel in packs. Seeing one meant there would be a second. Which meant there couldn't possibly be just these few here. Roar! The deafening roar made Su-chan's eardrums tingle. Next time he'll definitely need to toughen up his ears. The sounds he hears every day feel like they're going to numb him. Huff! The thick fog gradually thinned, yet the scene before him made Su-chan's pupils widen in shock. Hard-shelled crocodiles swarmed densely around the pair, each glaring hungrily at Su-chan and Ilya. It was as if the two were already their meal. The sight sent a chill down both their spines. Hard crocodiles surrounded them from all sides, as if in this moment, they were the only food available. By the small lake on the ground lay a body stretched out like a giant. The flesh barely clung to his bones, as if the slightest touch could reduce the corpse to fragments. Judging by his attire, this man was likely one of the original inhabitants of this place. Indeed, the world within the game resembled the Blue Star. Most of the game's original inhabitants had been corrupted by dark forces, turning them into puppets. The humans of this world, however, had been exterminated without mercy, leaving not a single survivor. Su Chen fought back the churning in his stomach. From a distance, he could see a chain hanging around that person's neck. It seemed to bear engraved words, but the distance made them impossible to discern. Ilya. The moment Su Chen called her name, Ilya instantly understood his meaning. Yes. Ilya drew her bow and immediately scared off the remaining hard-shelled crocodiles. But judging by the green glow in their eyes, they clearly had no intention of letting them go. Master, these hard crocodiles clearly don't want us to retreat. Shouldn't we fight our way out? Ilya's resolve hardened. Even under normal circumstances, these hard crocodiles were creatures bent on extermination, utterly despicable beings. Su Chen glanced around, then studied the plaque on the corpse. Indeed, to proceed, they must eliminate these beasts. Su Chen pondered briefly, deciding this was the perfect opportunity to test his abilities. With a flick of his wrist, he extended his hand toward the water's surface. Freeze! Instantly, an icy chill radiated from his palm toward the water's surface. The moment it touched the surface, the water froze solid. Some hard-shelled crocodiles sensed trouble and tried to flee, but it was too late. Su Chen sneered with disdain. Trying to escape? Too late. He was in need of materials right now, and these creatures had practically delivered themselves to him. In mere moments, Su Chen thrust his spear through the hearts of the entire group of hard-shelled crocodiles. Crocodile meat +2, meat +2, +2. Hide +2, +2, +2. The looted materials kept piling up, filling his backpack until it displayed a nearly full indicator. By now, Su Chen had finished gathering everything. It seemed he'd need a larger backpack in the future. With no further obstacles, Su Chen approached the corpse. Chapter 26, The Archmage, Bradrick. Su Chen stepped forward, conjuring a thin layer of ice to coat his palm. Who knew what germs or other nasties might be lurking on that corpse? The plaque was about the size of a palm, densely covered in writing. But it wasn't human language. Ilya leaned in closer. Master, this is the language of our elven race. HM? The language of the elves? Yes, it seems to spell out a name, Bradrick Hayden. Hearing that name, Su Chen's memories from his past life were awakened. In his past life, he had heard of a great mage named Bradrick, a figure who existed within the game world. His magic was the most formidable in the world at that time. Unfortunately, he was eventually corrupted by dark forces and vanished without a trace. Thus, a great mage of his generation had fallen. Master, it seems there's also a location written here. By the time my descendants find this, I shall have perished. My mission to vanquish darkness remains unfulfilled. Should anyone encounter these words, journey northeast to the highest peak of the Witch Mountains. There lies the sum of my knowledge and my treasure. Sounds like an NPC giving a quest. Whatever the Archmage left behind must be invaluable. If I could get my hands on its contents, it should also enhance the sanctuary's security. Su Chen left the plaque behind, intending to head in that direction once the shelter was settled. Ilya, gather the phantom mushrooms first. Yes, master. Ilya followed Su Chen with a cheerful smile, picking up the prepared basket to begin gathering. Before long, the two had filled an entire basket. These phantom mushrooms could yield a substantial amount of potions, though unfortunately, he hadn't yet mastered the knowledge to craft them. It seemed they'd have to see if they could acquire relevant knowledge in the future. Master, should we head back now? No, we must keep moving forward. Yes. The two pressed onward, the thick fog still refusing to lift. The mist had no discernible source. Without the oil lamp in hand, one couldn't even see their own fingers. Yet, by Su Chen's side, Ilya felt a sense of peace. You have reached the vicinity of the mine shaft. Search carefully. We're here? Su Chen scanned left and right, but all he could see were withered trees stretching as far as the eye could see. Small hills stretched endlessly, yet no cave entrance was visible. Where was the way in? What's wrong, master? I'm looking for an entrance, but I don't see one here. Seeing the worry on Su Chen's face, Ilya suddenly had an idea and fluttered the wings on her back. I can fly up and look for it for you, master. Su Chen paused, startled. A pair of translucent fairy wings appeared behind Ilya. He had never noticed this detail about her before. Seeing Su Chen's astonished expression, Ilya couldn't help but find it amusing. Is it really that shocking that we elves have wings? I just never needed to use them before, so I kept them hidden. Come to think of it, that made perfect sense. Staying within the sanctuary, everything could be seen from the lookout tower. Master, wait here. I'll fly up and take a look. Wait, take this. Su Chen called her back, placing the oil lamp into her hands. The thick fog here makes it unclear if there are dangers within. Up high, there might be things I can't predict. Take this with you. Su Chen's concern warmed Ilya's heart. Oh, master, don't worry. What danger could possibly lurk in the sky? Look, we haven't heard a single strange sound down here, have we? Yet Su Chen remained steadfast in his stance. Take it. Yes, master. Seeing she couldn't persuade him, Ilya reluctantly accepted it. A sense of unease rose within Su Chen. Compared to the ground, the sky and sea held far greater dangers. Though all he could see when he looked up was thick, heavy fog, what lay beyond it remained unknown. Ilya flew upward with the oil lamp, its light gradually fading into the thick fog. Without the lamp, Su Chen felt as if he stood completely exposed within the shrouding mist, watched by lurking, predatory creatures. In the next instant, a cluster of flames leapt from his fingertips and rose upward. Anyone brave enough to challenge me, step forward. Su Chen's flames blazed crimson gold. The moment they appeared, the thick fog receded as if encountering a demon star. They kept their distance from Su Chen, while the other demons dared not make a move. They had witnessed firsthand how Su Chen had utterly annihilated that pack of hard-shelled crocodiles. With that lesson fresh in their minds, any reckless charge now required a careful weighing of their own capabilities. At that moment, Ilya ascended with the oil lamp, piercing through the thick fog to reach the sky. Surprisingly, the thick fog became invisible from this height, and the obstructed view grew increasingly clear. Indeed, she murmured. One must view it from above. No sooner had the words left her lips than droplets of water fell from the sky onto Ilya's neck. Strange. Is it raining? Ilya froze, lifting her head to gaze at the sky. The sight made her hand tremble violently, nearly dropping the oil lamp she held. The sky was swarming with winged monsters, thick as a blanket across the heavens. The mere sight made Ilya's scalp crawl. Some of the creatures were nothing but skeletal husks. Their flesh had long since rotted away, eyeballs burst from their sockets, and their broken wings had been torn to shreds by other sky-splitting eagle demons. The bloody, nauseating spectacle made Irya's stomach churn violently. She had believed the skies were the safest place, but that notion was now shattered. She crept down through the air, her wings beating cautiously, yet the flutter still drew the attention of several monsters. Ilya held the oil lamp high, praying they wouldn't pursue her. Sure enough, as they approached, the creatures swiftly retreated. Each one feared the oil lamp. A piercing howl filled the sky, shrieks of terror and rage echoing through the heavens. In that moment, it seemed as though tens of thousands of winged monsters had been awakened. Their eyes glowed red as they fixed their gaze upon Ilya, 10,000 eyes staring at her until her heart trembled. If those creatures charged recklessly now, she feared she'd be nothing but flesh and bone in moments. Run! Ilya plunged downward with all her might. Seeing her attempt to flee, the horde of demons flapped their wings and raced toward the direction she was escaping. Su Chen was still searching for a vantage point when the sudden roar in the sky made him sense trouble. Sure enough, the next instant, Ilya's graceful form appeared in his field of vision. Yet she didn't notice him, flying straight ahead. Judging by her posture, she seemed to be fleeing for her life. A sky-splitting eagle demon? What was it doing here? This demonic beast was considered a high-tier creature. Though its damage output was low, its speed was extremely fast. Stealing its spoils would require carefully weighing whether one had the capability to do so. Ilya was sweating buckets from the panic. Why did these creatures have to stick to her like glue? Hey, big guy, I'm skinny as a rail, I'm not exactly tasty. Chapter 27, not comfortable? How about changing positions? Ilya flew swiftly, yet she couldn't outpace the sky-splitting demon eagle. Her face drained of color. Just a few more seconds, and she'd be dinner. Blazing fire. A burst of flame shot skyward, scorching the sky-splitting demon eagle's wings. Though the momentary flames licked its wings, it turned its gaze fixedly upon Su Chen, yet could do nothing. Persisting any longer would surely reduce it to a pile of ashes. The sky-splitting demon eagle abandoned its standoff, abruptly changing course and taking flight. It runs pretty fast. Su Chen watched the direction the sky-splitting demon eagle vanished. The powerful gusts from its flapping wings scattered much of the thick fog. Ilya! He shouted, and upon hearing his voice, Ilya frantically scanned the area for Su Chen. Finally spotting him beneath a tree, tears instantly streamed down her face. Master! Ilya sprinted down, arms outstretched, and threw herself into Su Chen's embrace. Master, do you have any idea how scared I was just now? The sudden softness filled his arms completely. He finally understood the meaning of the phrase warm, fragrant, soft, and delicate. Cough cough. It's fine. I'm here, aren't I? What did you see up there? A tide of corpses. Huh? What? Recalling the scene she'd witnessed moments ago, Ilya still felt weak all over. Her legs had lost all strength, leaving her barely clinging to Su Chen's body. Master, at the thickest part of the fog, there are hordes of monsters, some already reduced to white bones. But for some reason, they just keep circling up there without descending. Su Chen listened thoughtfully. If they were demons, their ultimate target would surely be living beings. It was likely that within a month those creatures would descend from the game world into reality. If that were the case, then the shelter's upgrades must be accelerated. Currently, most of the shelter's defenses were designed to counter ground attacks, lacking any aerial defense capabilities. If the skies were breached, the shelter would likely be reduced to ruins before long. Master, those things are the most terrifying I've ever seen. Their massive size makes them incredibly difficult to eliminate, and they're all high-level monsters. With our current strength, we're utterly insufficient to defeat them. Su Chen understood the gravity of the situation and nodded. Got it. Are you unable to walk now? Let me carry you. Ah, master. Ilya gasped softly, but Su Chen bent down and scooped her up horizontally. Startled, her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck. Her heart pounded wildly. This was the first time a man had ever held her in his arms. Her face flushed crimson instantly, and she dared not lift her gaze to meet Su Chen's eyes. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Should we change positions? Ilya shook her head quickly. No, I'm just a little uncomfortable. I'm supposed to be my master's attendant, yet I'm letting him do this. How embarrassing. Seeing her utterly flustered expression, Su Chen found her utterly adorable. What are you thinking? You're my attendants, not my slaves. In other words, you're my partners too. A thought flashed through Ilya's mind as she lifted her head, her eyes glistening as she stole a glance at Su Chen. That face was more handsome than any male elf in their race. Oh, master, when I was looking up there earlier, I spotted a place with glowing points. But I'm not sure if that's the place you're looking for. Ilya pointed out the general direction to Su Chen. Judging by the system S, it should be nearby. The two arrived at a withered tree trunk. The surrounding terrain was utterly flat, with only a tiny, barely noticeable bump. Could this really be the mine? But it didn't look like it at all. Master, this stone seems a bit peculiar. Su Chen walked over, and a smooth, rounded stone came into view. An ordinary stone wouldn't necessarily be problematic. But its smoothness felt off. Su Chen placed his hand on the stone and gave it a gentle twist. Not a single inch budged. Something was definitely off. An ordinary stone would have lifted easily, but this one felt as if it had been welded in place. Su Chen focused his mind, channeling fire elemental energy. Flames swiftly enveloped his palm. As the stone was scorched by the flames, the faint elemental energy within it was consumed by the fire. Snap, crack. A twisting sound echoed as the stone rotated a full circle. As it turned, a downward staircase appeared beside the two. Su Chen stood atop the steps and looked down. The stone steps were covered in moss, clearly abandoned for quite some time. Master, are we going to take a look this afternoon? Yes, we should. What I need should be inside. Come on, follow me. Ilya nodded, her bow and arrows at the ready. The humiliating scene from earlier made her regret it so much she could have kicked herself. After all, she was a diamond-tier attendant. If word reached to Kisi that she'd been scared stiff by a monster, who knows how that woman would mock her. As Su Chen entered the underground passage, torches hanging on both walls flashed to life. Take it slow going down. These stone steps are slippery. One wrong move and you could slip and fall. Hearing Su Chen's warning, Ilya responded eagerly from behind. Yes, master. Su Chen walked forward, his vision gradually clearing. Numerous mining tools lay scattered on the ground, most of them broken and battered. As they continued forward, a peculiar odor wafted from within. Upon reaching their destination, both Su Chen and Ilya were startled. The floor was covered in stones and refined iron. The purity of the refined iron alone was sufficient to craft high-quality tools. Master, have we struck gold? Ilya whispered excitedly. This was far easier than chiseling away at huge boulders. We have indeed struck gold. This must have been left behind by people long ago. Probably buried after the dark forces corrupted this place. That must be it. Judging by how these tools hadn't deteriorated, it had been abandoned for at least decades. If not for Su Chen's detection skill uncovering this place, who knows how much longer it would have remained forgotten. So it's unclaimed? That means we're sitting on a fortune. We won't have to toil away chiseling stones anymore. Ilya jumped up in excitement. Now the stones were all concentrated in one place, and there was even a fair amount of iron ore. They just needed to come back regularly to mine it. Let's haul some back first. I'll set up a landmark when I return. It'll make future trips easier. If only he had a spatial magic device. In his previous life, he'd seen someone from the beautiful country with a storage bag over 10 square meters. Then he wouldn't have to worry about his backpack filling up. Every time his backpack filled up, Su Chen had to empty its contents into the shelter. Only then could he add new materials the next time he needed them. Master, these tools are unusable. Take this. Chapter 28, what are you guys doing? This is way too flirty. The two got straight to work. After clanging away for a long time, they finally dismantled 400 stone blocks and 200 pieces of refined iron. If the stones were smaller, Su Chen could have broken them down directly, but these massive blocks had to be chiseled away piece by piece. Chiseling away like this wasn't sustainable. It seemed he'd have to recruit some people into his sanctuary. Let's take these back first. Don't forget Kisi and the others have been waiting a long time. Got it. The two headed back toward home, gathering numerous plants along the way. Such items were exceptionally precious at this time. In fact, they were even more valuable than food. After all, in this harsh environment, only the most resilient plants could survive. Upon reaching home, Dakisi and Luna were already waiting at the door. Spotting the two figures, they hurried over. Master, Ilya. Luna bounded up like a lively kitten. Did you encounter any danger on the way? Dakisi and I faintly heard some strange sounds in the air. Ilya nodded frantically. You have no idea what my master and I saw. Hand in hand, the two walked toward the house, seemingly forgetting Su-chen's presence altogether. Dakisi, with her usual grace, stood beside Su-chen and took his backpack. Master, there must be other magical creatures in the sky. Faced with Dakisi's composure, Su-chen froze for a moment. You saw them? Yes. Our witch clan possesses the ability to sense danger, and we've encountered aerial monsters like these before. After setting down the items, Dakisi brewed a cup of black tea for Su-chen. Those creatures were once the rulers of the skies, possessing absolute combat power at high altitudes. Given the current state of our sanctuary, confronting them is practically impossible. Su-chen had considered this possibility as well. True, but most of them appear dormant and won't act anytime soon. Master, please rest first. I've prepared dinner for you and Ilya. Su-chen rubbed his stomach. He was indeed feeling hungry. No matter the situation, Dakisi always maintained her composure, calm and elegant. Truly, she was no ordinary witch. After eating his fill, Su-chen headed straight for the forging room. Judging by Ilya's bow, it was only suitable for hunting low-level monsters. Facing higher-level monsters would require far more potent tools to fell them. The bow blueprint I got from that treasure chest might actually come in handy now. With a flick of his thoughts, Su-chen tossed the required materials into the forge. Refined iron 50, stone 80, wood 100. Armored snake scales 20, alligator turtle shell 5. After tossing all the materials in, all that remained was to wait. After preparing these items, Su-chen browsed his backpack and found a diamond-grade chanting spell. It didn't quite suit his own style, but it would be perfect for Dakisi. Stepping out of the room, he spotted Dakisi watering the plants. Master? Is there anything you need me to do? Yes, come here. Dakisi, trusting him implicitly, set down the watering can and approached. I have a magic spell here that's not very useful to me. I might as well just give it to you. Su-chen placed his hand on the back of her head and gently pushed forward until his forehead touched hers. A strange light shot from Su-chen's forehead into Dakisi's brow. An instant chill spread through every fiber of Dakisi's being. Master. Dakisi murmured softly, trying to pull away from Su-chen's hand. But her body was numb, and she couldn't muster the strength. Her murmurs grew tinged with a hint of intimacy as something felt off throughout her entire body. Her legs could no longer bear her weight. She collapsed forward, collapsing into Su-chen's arms, gasping for breath. With each breath, the fullness before her rose and fell. Her clothes, barely containing her form, now hung loosely, creating an indescribable tension between them. Master, I can feel a power coursing through my body, and this spell's energy is stronger than anything I've ever encountered before. The mere thought of that immense power filled Dakisi with uncontrollable excitement. Her composed elegance vanished, replaced by a wild, predatory gleam in her eyes. A faint blush spread across her body, her cheeks flushing crimson. Her voice dripped with an indescribable allure, leaving even Su-chen momentarily transfixed. Was this really the same Dakisi who had been as calm as a chrysanthemum before? She was now a completely different person. Master! What are you doing? Whoa, Dakisi, your clothes are about to fall off. Ilya and Luna's sudden appearance startled the two people in the living room. Only after being reminded by the two did Dakisi realize her clothes were about to slip off. A buzzing sensation filled her mind as she hurriedly pulled them back up. Just as she tried to push herself up, she stumbled back into Su-chen's arms. The sight of the surging waves sent ripples through Su-chen's eyes. They really were large. Ahem, I just had Dakisi chant a spell. It's for the good of our sanctuary. Ilya and Luna exchanged skeptical glances. Is that so? Then why didn't you give me anything? Could it be that the master is being biased? Seeing Ilya's jealous expression amused Su-chen. He reached out to ruffle her tousled hair and whispered softly. Of course I prepared something for you. Didn't you say you wanted a new bow? I'm forging it for you right now. You'll get it later. Patience is a virtue, you know. Ilya looked utterly confused. Tofu? What's that? This question left Su-chen momentarily speechless. Could it be that this world doesn't eat soy products? Well, it's a food from where I come from. Hearing this, Ilya instantly perked up. Master's world? Could you take us there to explore? The other two lit up, clearly intrigued by the idea. Su-chen glanced at the current state of the sanctuary. Having just endured the dark monster's onslaught, another large-scale wave shouldn't come anytime soon. Taking them there for a visit was certainly feasible. All right. But once you're there, you must obey my orders, understand? Yes. We'll definitely obey. Ilya and Luna nodded vigorously. Dicey stood up slowly, deep in thought, once her body had recovered. Master, you take the two of them. I'll stay here to guard the house. If any monsters attack, I can handle them. Among the three, Dakisi was always the most dependable. But the fleeting disappointment in her eyes was swiftly noticed by Su Chen. "You're coming too. I'll set up defenses before we leave. I'll lead you both out of here later." The moment he finished speaking, Ilya and Luna erupted in excitement, while Dekisi stood frozen in place. A faint smile touched her lips. Though duty always came first in her heart, someone was willing to pull her out of it. After returning to his room, Su Chen retrieved the phantom mushrooms. These things might actually come in handy. But without proper gear, they wouldn't be enough. Chapter 29, High-Quality Weapon Thunderclap Owl. Su Chen opened his backpack and began unlocking the black iron chests one by one. Inside were mostly potions and materials. When he reached the final chest, a potion item appeared before him. Low-grade, no-quality potion smelter extremely fragile, can only smell low-quality effect potions refreshable. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He'd gotten exactly what he needed, truly a wish granted. Without hesitation, Su Chen activated his refresh skill. You refresh the low-grade no-quality potion smelter, common, damage level 50%, can only smell low-quality effect potions, refreshable. As expected, refreshing it just once won't yield a good effect. Refresh, refresh, refresh. Time and again, Su Chen kept refreshing the attributes. Until the very last attempt, when golden attributes instantly burst forth. The familiar golden glow washed over him. This was the feeling. You refresh the low-grade no-quality potion crucible? Durable, can refine high-quality effect potions, reduces refinement time by 80%. The furnace transformed from its ordinary, gray, dilapidated appearance into a golden, lustrous vessel. Even just by appearance, it looked several times better than before. With this thing, brewing potions will be much easier to get the hang of. Along with the furnace came several potion recipes. But they were all the most basic recipes. Since it was marked as non-refreshable, Su Chen didn't bother with them. Sleep potion, primary ingredient, phantom mushroom. He had been right to gather it earlier. Following the steps, Su Chen immediately placed all the ingredients into the furnace. Before long, 2 vials of potion emerged from the furnace. Black iron quality sleep potion only affects low-level monsters, with a range of 5 square meters refreshable. Su Chen scanned the item description. The last 3 words were exactly as he'd expected. Since the recipe couldn't yield high-quality potions, he'd focus on refining them instead. This way, he could use common herbs while still refining high-quality potions. Trading small for big, not a bad deal. You refresh the black iron quality sleep potion. Perform 10 consecutive low-tier upgrades. You refreshed a black iron grade sleep potion upgraded to diamond grade, effective against high-level monsters, with some having a 200 square meters area of effect. Su Chen proceeded to refresh all subsequent potions. All displayed the same upgraded properties as before. With these items, even in his absence, incoming monsters would be knocked unconscious. Ding ding! The bow and arrows in the forge were also completed. Su Chen rose and headed toward the forging room. As soon as he opened the door, a bow radiating golden light hovered above the forge. Golden Radiance Quality Bow. Weapon, Thunderclap Bow. Quality, Radiant Gold. Empowerment, can fire 10 arrows in succession when out of arrows, can manifest lightning as an attack. Special skill, infused with lightning element. Reading its description, Su Chen instantly felt he'd unearthed a treasure. He hadn't realized how powerful this item was before. Only after forging it did he realize how unexpectedly powerful it was. In truth, forging high-quality weapons was also tied to the furnace. The furnace itself was already top tier, and every piece of material placed within it fused together flawlessly. Only thus could such an exceptional weapon be forged. Su Chen cradled the thunderclap bow in his palm. A tingling sensation of electricity spread from his palm throughout his body. Though he could feel the numbing sensation, it wasn't unpleasant. This boosts its lethality, doesn't it? Su Chen drew the bow and arrow, approaching Ilya, who was muttering about feasting in Su Chen's world. Want to try this? Ilya's large, watery eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Chen. Is this for me, master? Yes. Didn't I promise you a bow earlier? Here you go. Thank you, master. Ilya reached out happily to take it. Ah, well. Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, Ilya took the bow and arrows. A tingling sensation instantly spread throughout her entire body. A soft gasp escaped her lips as an unfamiliar sensation flooded her entire being. Her body curled up on the ground as she slowly lifted her head. Master, this bow feels strange. Like I just got zapped. I was just about to say it has lightning elemental energy. Your body might not be used to it yet since it's your first time holding it. Su Chen gave an awkward chuckle, like someone who'd done something wrong and felt guilty, but that last one sounded pretty good. Pervert. Luna's sudden remark left Su Chen speechless. Hey, watch your language. What's so perverted about me? Wait, where did you even learn that word? Could this word exist in this world too? But the next second, Su Chen lost his composure when he saw the picture book Luna pulled out. It says so in the book. It says right here that what you're doing is perverted. Su Chen stared at the title on the cover. My Stories with 108 Women? What the hell is this nonsense? Dicey, when did I ever have this kind of thing? Dakisi said with a smile. It's from the black backpack master brought back earlier. Not just these, there's more here. As she spoke, she produced 3 more books from her palm. The girls on the covers were either scantily clad or wore expressions that defied description. Ilya and Luna quickly pressed their faces close to take a look. Master, what on earth are you looking at? How come I've never seen this in our world before? Luna's eyes sparkled, drool practically dripping from her mouth. Hee, master, since it's all yours anyway, it shouldn't hurt if I take a peek. She reached out to grab the item from Dakisi's hands. But Dakisi immediately tucked the album away. Kids shouldn't see this. Huh? Why? Dakisi isn't much older than me. Does that mean only Dakisi and Master can see it? Su-chen was dumbfounded by her words. Why is she spilling everything like this? Su-chen hurried over to Dakisi and snatched the album from her grasp. Dakisi, if there's anything else I haven't put away yet, help me find it. We absolutely can't let them see these things again. Dicey's face flushed crimson, Luna's words still echoing in her ears. Recalling the bold content in the album, she felt a sudden heat wash over her body. If it really was her and the master in bed. She shook her head sharply, banishing the unspeakable images from her mind. Yes, master. I'll go tidy up. Su-chen sighed helplessly. What was wrong with these girls today? They were unusually excited. She'd never seen them this rowdy before. Never mind, better focus on positioning the defensive potions first. Su-chen found several prime spots and placed all the prepared potions onto the defensive installations at once. As soon as any monsters approached, the defenses would activate. Any monsters within range would be put to sleep by the potions, losing their ability to move. Alright. Now I can finally take those guys with me. I wonder if they'll behave once we're in the real world. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Chapter 30, Arriving in the Real World amidst the crowd. Just hold on tight to me. The 3 of them clung to Su-chen, their faces tense yet excited. Their soft bodies sandwiched Su-chen between them, and he felt utterly delighted inside. Though it wasn't unusual, this feeling was truly exhilarating. Master? Haven't we started yet? Ahem, we need to take it slow this time. You'll have to hold me tight. Su-chen clicked to exit the game interface. A powerful surge of air pressure hit him. The sudden surge of pressure made Su-chen feel slightly uncomfortable. He hadn't noticed this before, but now he could sense something was off. Traveling alone wouldn't cause much noticeable change, but bringing people from the game world along made a difference. Especially since he was bringing 3 at once. Alright, we're here. The 3 slowly opened their eyes to find themselves in a simply furnished bedroom. Head to the living room. There are plenty of things stored there. Help yourselves to anything you fancy. Su-chen's home was a spacious 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment spanning 200 square meters. His family had been well off before his parents had left him a considerable inheritance after they passed away. If not for his cancer diagnosis, he might still be living it up night after night. After deducting medical expenses, his largest asset was this very apartment. Wow, your place is huge, master. And it feels so open and bright you can even see the ocean. Ilya's eyes sparkled as she stood on the villa terrace and immediately spotted the nearby beach. People were playing on the sand below. Ilya couldn't contain her excitement and turned to run toward the shore, but Dakisi grabbed her arm and pulled her back. You can't act on your own. Didn't you promise your master before coming that you'd obey? Ilya nodded vigorously. Then can I go play, master? Su-chen scrutinized the outfits the 3 were wearing. Wearing this to the pool would definitely make them look like they were cosplaying. If you're going swimming, you need swimwear. I'll take you to the mall to buy some clothes. You can wear them even when you get back. Let's go. The 3 hurriedly followed Su-chen. There was a large mall right near his home. Su-chen's residence was in a prime location, surrounded by every amenity imaginable. Even the entertainment facilities were top tier. Observing his surroundings, Su-chen fell deep in thought. It seemed the shelter would need to emulate this kind of commercial district in the future. Beyond enhancing the shelter's security, it should also be equipped with other facilities. Master, what's that? Ilya pointed toward a ramen shop, where 3 kittens were basking in the sun by the entrance. A massive ramen sign hung above the entrance, instantly capturing the attention of the 3 visitors from another world. Lanzhou Noodle House. Want to try it? Ilya and Luna nodded eagerly, and even Dakisi's expression betrayed a hint of longing. Then we'll trouble you, master. Dakisi's polite demeanor still felt a bit unfamiliar to Su-chen. Didn't I tell you? When we're together, we're like friends and family. No need for all that formalities. Come on, it's on me. The moment the 4 entered, they instantly drew everyone's attention. Wow. 3 beauties walked in at once. Why are they all wearing maid outfits? Seems like they came with that guy, huh? You think they might be his servants? What era is this, still playing master and maidservant games? They might actually be wealthy. Just look at those 3 beauties, they'd be top tier even in the entertainment industry. In an instant, diners stopped eating noodles and froze as dishes were served. Waiter, did you get our order for these 4 bowls? Huh? Oh, got it. Got it. The waiter composed himself, hiding his stunned expression. He'd never seen such a grand display before. Hesitating by their table, he finally asked, "Sir, what's the relationship between you and these 4 ladies?" Before Su Chen could answer, Ilya impatiently cut in. "He's our master, of course. Are you going to serve us or not? We're starving." "Master?" Su Chen felt embarrassed. He should have told them to change their address before leaving. Listen to that, he's definitely no ordinary man. A guy leading 3 stunning beauties? He's definitely no ordinary man. You don't think they're his lovers, do you? That kid must have something special about him. How else could he have 3 beauties like that? The rumors just keep getting more and more absurd. It's as if Su Chen were some reclusive tycoon possessed by a lust demon. "Master, the people around here are so strange. They seem like they've never seen the world. Why don't we just have Luna stab them all to death?" The moment Luna heard her name, she immediately prepared to extend her branches, but Su Chen grabbed her arm and held her back. No. We're just here to eat and shop. After we finish eating, I'll take you somewhere else to play. The 2 little ones instantly quieted down. Dekisi couldn't help but smile at them. "When we're out, you must listen to your master." Soon after, 4 bowls of steaming ramen arrived at the table. "Wow, this is totally different from what we ate back there. I've never seen anything like it before." Ilya and Luna dug in heartily, eating without a care for their appearance. In contrast, Dekisi ate with far more elegance. Su Chen watched the 2 girls helplessly. Could it be that all elves indulge themselves like this? After the meal, Su Chen took the 3 of them to a shopping mall. The moment they entered, they caused quite a stir. Su Chen finally understood no matter where the 3 of them went, their stunning looks alone were enough to draw crowds. "Miss, we're from Coco Culture Media. We're currently looking for models. Would you consider joining our company? We're looking for actors. Would this girl with the twin ponytails like to join us? Hey, don't steal our talent. You with the elf earrings, come join our anime company. The perks are absolutely amazing." The 3 girls were completely surrounded by the crowd, even pushing Su Chen out to the sidelines. Even Dekisi, with her usually calm temperament, couldn't stand the constant chatter and clamor. With a faint smile, she spoke softly. "Ilya, why don't you let Luna handle this group of humans?" Luna's ponytail flickered as she raised her arms. A wave of icy coldness swept toward the crowd from all directions. The people scattered, frozen stiff by the chill, scrambling to find shelter elsewhere. What's going on? Did someone turn the mall's AC to below freezing? Or did someone's ice cave open up? This is freezing. We can't stay here any longer. In an instant, the crowd scattered, and the 3 finally emerged from within. Ilya stood with her arms crossed, her hands stuffed with a pile of cards. "Master, are people around here always this enthusiastic? They're so enthusiastic I want Luna to string them up." Her little face was flushed with anger, and Luna looked just as furious. His ponytail was all askew. If he hadn't released his cold energy so quickly, this whole crowd might have ended up as skewered meat. "Master, this outfit is so gorgeous." Chapter 31, Explosive Swimwear, Guaranteed Satisfaction. Luna pointed at the clothes in the display window ahead. A Lolita-style dress hung there, along with several JK uniforms. Wow! Such gorgeous clothes. Even we elves don't have outfits this beautiful. Ilya and Luna crouched before the display like kittens discovering a new world, utterly transfixed. Seeing their delight, Su Chen called over a salesperson. "Wrap up all these outfits." Sir, our clothing is quite expensive. Are you sure you want all of them?" Su Chen frowned slightly and pulled out a card. "You don't want this sale?" Seeing his demeanor, the clerk dared not delay and quickly adopted a more attentive service attitude. "You can mess with anyone, but never mess with your own cash cow." After selecting the garments, he swiped his card. The clerk escorted Su Chen and his companions out with utmost respect. "Take your time, gentlemen. We look forward to seeing you again." They passed the clothing store and headed straight for the swimwear shop. "Please help these friends of mine find suitable swimwear." Su Chen found a clerk and ushered the 3 men inside. The 3 blushed at the sight of the garments before them. Ilya's expression grew distinctly awkward. "Master, aren't these outfits a bit strange? Won't they be cold wearing this?" Luna nodded in agreement. Even as tree elves, they'd never worn anything this revealing. Wait, these weren't even clothes. They were practically strips of fabric. The shop assistant stared dumbfounded at the 3 stunning beauties before her. Any one of them could easily outshine the entertainment industry in looks, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Excuse me, are all 3 of you purchasing these?" "Yes, please help them choose. I'll wait outside." Su Chen handed them over to the saleswoman and stepped outside. It wouldn't be appropriate for a grown man to linger in a swimwear store, especially with 3 stunning beauties in tow. If anyone saw him, he'd probably be labeled a pervert. "Please follow me, ladies. I'll help you select suitable swimwear." After a while, all 3 women's cheeks flushed bright red. Even Daiki looked flustered. "Sir, your selection is ready." We guarantee your satisfaction. Please proceed to checkout over here. Compared to the trio's peculiar state, the clerk wore a cheerful expression. After leaving the mall, the trio didn't exchange a single word. Su Chen frowned in confusion. Do you still want to go to the beach? If not, shall we head back first? At the suggestion, Ilya's mood instantly became agitated. No way. You promised to take us there. You can't go back on your word, master. Su Chen spread his hands helplessly. I can take you there, but you've been acting a bit strange since earlier. I thought you didn't want to go anymore. If you do, let's head out now. After loading the three into the car, he drove straight for the coast. Even as the sun set in the evening, the beach remained crowded. Even in the evening, the sea remained pleasantly warm in summer. The changing rooms are over here. I'll take you. This is the women's changing room. You can go in there. I'll wait outside for you. After changing into his swim trunks, Su Chen stretched his back, his mind still preoccupied with matters concerning the shelter. At the current upgrade pace, he needed a lot more materials. Mining the caves alone was too troublesome. Where exactly should he find people to handle this work? Ilya, Dakisi, and Luna were all attack-type characters, sending them wouldn't be effective for this task. He really needed to find a reliable, strong follower. Master. A coy voice snapped Su Chen back to reality. What is it? The moment he turned around, the stunning sight before him sent a rush of heat to his nose. A trickle of blood slowly dripped from his nose. The three women wore skimpy swimsuits, their voluptuous figures barely contained by the minimalist three-piece designs. Her soft curves seemed ready to burst forth like two playful balls. A gentle breeze swept through her long hair, revealing her fair neck. Daikisi's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her eyes, adding a touch of allure. Ilya wore a lace two-piece swimsuit. Though not as fiery as Dakisi's figure, her youthful exuberance radiated a lively charm. Luna wore a one-piece swimsuit, and paired with her twin ponytails, she looked more and more like she was starring in some anime. Master! Why are you bleeding from your nose? The three girls rushed over in a flurry upon seeing Su Chen's bleeding nose. Surrounding Su Chen in a circle, the visual impact intensified as they drew closer. Su Chen felt his blood surge, a wave of heat rising to the heavens, his mind spinning dizzyingly. If they kept crowding him like this, he might actually pass out. Now he understood why the shop assistant had given him that sly smile. She'd been waiting for him right here. I have to say, she's got great taste. Wow! What a knockout! Just look at that figure, that face. Cut it out. Didn't you see the guy with the three of them? Probably just a friend. He's got all three of these gorgeous girls to himself? That's so unfair. I'm going to punch him. Passers-by shot him envious, jealous, and resentful glances, though most eyes were fixed on the three girls. Su Chen casually pulled out three thin garments he'd crafted earlier from fur-lined ratskin and helped them put them on. Put these on first. Just cover your upper bodies. Ilya tilted her head in confusion, then suddenly grinned mischievously as she leaned closer to Su Chen. What's wrong, master? Are you jealous because other men are looking at us? Caught off guard by Iria's insight, Su Chen cleared his throat awkwardly. As your master, I must prioritize your safety. This world is full of perils. If we attract the wrong kind of attention, it could be dangerous. Ilya pouted indifferently. No worries, I'll just shoot them with my arrows. Or if that doesn't work, I'll have Luna string them up like kebabs. Luna nodded in agreement from the side. Seeing how adept these two were at mischief left Su Chen utterly bewildered. What on earth were these two up to when he wasn't in the game world? It felt like Luna was getting corrupted by her influence. Ahem, go play in the water then. Be careful. Only after he'd carved a piece of clothing for each of them to cover themselves did Su Chen finally relax. Such a tantalizing scene was meant for his eyes alone. No one else was getting a free show. Dakisi hadn't moved an inch, staying right by Su Chen's side. The two sat on a bench. Su Chen took a coconut, inserted a straw, and handed it to her. Aren't you going to play? Dakisi shook her head, reaching out to take the coconut. I must protect my master's safety. Though this world belongs to you, I sense others of my kind nearby. Su Chen paused. Our kind? Yes, also witches. Their presence isn't strong, so I can't pinpoint their location. Hearing this, Su Chen lowered his head in thought. The game had become a phenomenon embraced by all, so it was inevitable that many players were nearby. Yet he hadn't expected the other side to have a witch's kin as an attendant. Master, I sense that person's presence now. She's approaching. Chapter 32, The Battle for Resources begins. Su Chen followed Dakisi's gaze. A woman clad in a white shirt layered under a denim jacket and jeans, her face partially obscured by a straw hat, approached. Accompanying her was another woman in a blue dress, her face obscured by a mask. The two women stopped in front of Su Chen. Su Chen scrutinized them from head to toe, raising an eyebrow. What do you want? The woman in the shirt spoke coldly, her expression stony. My master wants to question you. Tell him everything you know. Su Chen felt a surge of irritation at her words. Before she could speak, Daikisi flipped her hand, her lips slightly touching. The sand beneath the shirt-clad woman's feet swirled like a vortex, violently sucking her feet into its depths. A stinging pain surged from the sand, as if hundreds of needles were piercing her feet, causing unbearable agony. Ah! Master, save me! The arrogance vanished from the shirt-clad woman's face as she weakly called out to the woman in the blue dress. Dicey's lips curled in disdain as she rose and walked before her. Who do you think you are, speaking to my master in that tone? Her eyes narrowed slightly, blazing with fury. If she wished, she could easily incinerate this lowly witch clan bloodline with a fireball. Staring into Dakisi's eyes, the shirt-clad woman crumbled completely. She'd assumed they were on equal footing, but it turned out the other was far above her. My lady! I was only summoned for questioning. I never meant to offend you. This was all her idea. If you must blame someone, pin the blame on her. This sudden reversal caught everyone off guard. The woman in the long dress visibly panicked, her speech becoming increasingly nervous. What are you raving about? When did I ever tell you to do such a thing? You told me yourself that you sensed one of your own kind and wanted to hunt her down to strengthen your own power. In an instant, the two turned on each other, trading accusations like dogs fighting over a bone. Su Chen hadn't uttered a word throughout the entire exchange, yet these two had already begun putting on a show. The incessant chatter was giving Su Chen a headache. Dicey noticed Su Chen's impatient expression and instantly radiated an aura of authority that silenced them both. Shut up! Whatever you have to say, address it to the master clearly. Otherwise, you two can vanish from this world. Her tone was laced with menace, as if disobedience would mean certain death. The two dared not delay and quickly replied. I'm just an ordinary player in the sanctuary. She was the one who first told me she sensed others of her kind nearby. She figured killing her kin would net her all their gear, while I could eliminate a competitor. But we never imagined we'd meet our end before achieving anything. We were gone the moment we stepped out. As the woman in the long dress spoke, her face twisted with a mix of hatred and fury. In her mind, she cursed her attendant's ancestors 18 generations back. Such a phony. Why not just go be a teapot? The woman in the shirt flatly refused to accept this explanation, determined to tear his mouth apart. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Didn't you say you had your eye on this guy, that he must be dumb and loaded, which is why you brought us here in the first place? The two argued back and forth, each hurling insults at the other. His gaze sharpened. You said you wanted to seize resources? Yeah, I heard we could loot other players' resources, so I came to try my luck. Su Chen's mind filled with confusion at her words. In his previous life, resource competition did emerge later on, but only after the apocalypse had begun. Such competition hadn't existed before the apocalypse. Why was news of resource battles surfacing now? A thought flashed through Su Chen's mind: someone must be stirring the pot behind this. The woman shrank back, trembling with fear as she asked Su Chen. I've told you everything I know. Can I leave now? Su Chen snapped out of his thoughts and looked down at her. Keep today's events buried deep within you. If I ever hear you repeating such words elsewhere, you won't be able to afford the consequences. Just moments ago, Su Chen had memorized her in-game territory ID. If he wished, he could find his way there. The woman dared not disobey and quickly agreed. Yes, yes, yes. I'll never breathe a word of today's events. After receiving Su Chen's permission to leave, she departed immediately. With those two gone, the surroundings felt much more peaceful. Master, shall we return to the sanctuary now? Dakisi asked softly. Su Chen shook his head as he watched Iria and Luna splashing happily in the water nearby. I promise to bring you here to play. Once you've had your fill, we'll return. You needn't concern yourselves with anything else. Seeing Su Chen's firm stance, Dakisi said no more. Yes, Master. The group didn't finish their outing until evening. Master, this place is so much fun. It's livelier than our world, and the scenery is gorgeous. Ilya looked visibly envious, her delight plain to see. Luna beside her felt the same way. Both were at that playful age where encountering something new made them feel more like children. You can come visit often from now on. Let's head back now. Sure thing. After the four returned to their room, Su Chen flashed a thought, teleporting the other three back with him. Unlike when they left, the three of them now carried a pile of large and small bags. As soon as Su Chen arrived at the shelter, he headed for the entrance. Sure enough, some monsters had appeared while the place was unguarded, but they were all insignificant low-level creatures. This sleep powder works surprisingly well. Looks like I'll need to grow more phantom mushrooms. After absorbing the low-grade beast cores near the entrance, Su Chen took the phantom mushroom seeds to the cultivation area. Though only a few square meters in size, it was sufficient to cultivate what he needed. Su Chen scattered the seeds one by one, and they began sprouting slowly as soon as they touched the soil. Increasing the cultivation speed really does make them grow like crazy. Phantom mushrooms had a naturally short growth cycle, and within moments, they had already grown to half their full size. Master, leave the phantom mushroom cultivation to me. You must be tired after accompanying us today. Go rest now. Dakisi changed back into her maid outfit, then walked gracefully to Su Chen and took the watering can from his hands. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Come to think of it, I really should get some sleep. No need to wake me when you're having dinner later. Takeshi nodded in agreement. Yes, master. Su Chen yawned and headed toward his room. Regular rest really is essential after all. No sooner had he spoken than he fell asleep. After some time, a buzzing sound approached from afar. The noise was terrifying to hear, sending chills down one's spine just from listening. What's that noise? Ilya sensed something was wrong and immediately grabbed her bow. Luna tensed, ready to spring into action. The tuft of hair atop her head slowly shifted shape, her expression turning grim. The earth-shattering commotion jolted Su Chen awake. An earthquake? What's causing such a racket? Chapter 33, A New Crisis Hunting the Ghostface Spider. Su Chen looked around in confusion. He glanced out the window to see trees nearby toppling toward him like a tidal wave. In the distance, a brown silhouette came into view, and suddenly, 8 enormous eyes filled his vision. A colossal ghost-faced spider reared its head and let out a piercing howl. Su Chen took in its entire form. Ghost-faced spider. Su Chen sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap! How did I run into this thing? Also known as the death spider, once it spotted you, it would chase you to the bitter end. Once marked as prey, there was no chance of escape, only death. Everyone fall back immediately. Su Chen shouted toward the front. The group immediately retreated in unison, hiding themselves within the room. Hide first. As long as it doesn't see us, we should be safe. Su Chen warned, silently praying he wouldn't run into this creature. This creature was at least level 30, with both strength and skills surpassing Su Chen's. Having only recently absorbed a beast core, Su Chen was barely at level 10. Taking down the ghost-faced spider in one go was far too difficult. Black mist billowed from the ghost-faced spider's body as its pupils narrowed into slits. A deathly aura spread from its body, filling the air with the stench of blood. Su Chen thought to himself. Just how many living creatures did this thing devour to become like this? Though not yet as colossal as its full-grown form, even its ordinary state was terrifying enough. Master, it's heading this way. Hearing this, Su Chen turned his head just as bucket after bucket of sleep powder emerged from the device. The wind carried most of the powder onto the ghost-faced spider. The advancing ghost-faced spider seemed to have encountered something, abruptly halting its advance. It shook its head, trying to regain consciousness, but all 8 eyes drooped downward simultaneously. Su Chen's heart leapt with joy. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The sleeping powder still works on ghost-faced spiders. He waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, disperse. Looks like this one's going to sleep for a while longer. My sleep powder is top-tier stuff. With this treasure, I could take on 10 ghost-faced spiders. Before the other 3 could react to Su Chen's words, the ghost-faced spider suddenly let out a furious roar toward the sky. The previously calm ghost-faced spider seemed to have been provoked. Its 8 eyes blazed with ferocity, locking onto the figure who had opened the window. Su Chen immediately withdrew his gaze. This thing's way too alert. If we want it to turn around, we'll have to beat it into submission first. Spiders fear snakes. A sudden idea struck Su Chen. He extended his palm toward the ghost-faced spider. Venom fall. As he spoke, a black hole appeared above the ghost-faced spider's head. In an instant, corrosive venom rained down from above, forcing the ghost-faced spider to retreat repeatedly. Pairs of pea-sized eyes fixed on Su Chen with hatred, clearly holding a grudge against him for this. Enraged, the ghost-faced spider roared loudly, launching a massive web from its mouth toward Su Chen. Daikisi and the others dodged swiftly, evading the web entirely. However, Su Chen, delayed by a few seconds due to casting his poison skill, was enveloped by the web. Master! The 3 cried out in unison. Visibly, all 3 grew tense. The ghost-faced spider chuckled gleefully. Once bound by the ghost-faced spider's web, their flesh would be slowly stripped away within moments. Daisy bit her lower lip in anxiety, steeled her resolve. Gripping her staff tightly, she hurled a fireball at the web. Yet after the black smoke cleared, the cage remained utterly undamaged. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head helplessly, spread his hands, and murmured softly. How many years has it been? And you're still trying to scare people with this stuff? But I'll give it credit, it actually works. Daikisi hurled fireballs at it one after another like a madwoman, yet the spiderweb remained utterly unmoved. Not a single scorch mark appeared. Panic seized her as she muttered incantations. Impossible. My fireball spell has always been flawless. How could it fail? Seeing her falter, Su Chen shouted urgently. Daikisi, this thing needs to be burned from the inside out. The harder the outer layer, the more fragile the core. As he spoke, a slender flame danced around his fingertips. The moment the ghost spider saw the flames, panic seized her. If ignited from within, her prison would be utterly defenseless. Su Chen grinned wickedly at the ghost spider, smirking. I hear spiders spin their webs slowly. Looks like you'll have to keep waiting for this intricate one. With that, Su Chen placed the tiny flame upon the spider web. Yet, 3 seconds passed without a single flicker of movement. The ghost spider's anxious heart sank. It flailed its front legs, flaunting its ferocity. Look at you, you haven't done anything yet, but you're already congratulating yourself. Su Chen teased. A second later, the cage turned into a pile of charcoal. The ghost-faced spider was several times stronger than before. Judging by its state, it had likely reached its complete form. The next instant, a massive web shot toward Su Chen again. He shifted his feet, instantly evading the attack. Looks like you're not all that after all. Can't even catch me with that? Su Chen shrugged indifferently, looking cocky. The ghost-faced spider wished it had hands right now. It would have slapped this brat senseless. Master, watch your step. Fireball. Tree shadow piercing. Die. The trio unleashed their ultimate attacks on the ghost spider in perfect unison, spamming skills like they were free. Su Chen stood rooted to the spot, stunned. Turning his head, he saw tens of thousands of tiny spiders surging from the ghost spider's body. Every single one headed straight for him. Just the sight of the dense swarm sent a chill down his spine. Su Chen's face twisted in utter bewilderment. What the hell was this? Can't win one-on-one, so now you're calling for backup to gang up on me? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and flicked his fingers, sending a small fireball forward. The flames of the supreme fire seed weren't something ordinary monsters could approach. Even a hint of its heat would reduce the tiny spiders to ash. The little spiders dared not advance, instead pacing anxiously outside the door. Su Chen clicked his tongue twice. Indeed, to catch the thief, one must first capture the king. In this stalemate, neither side had any other options. Are you just going to stand there? Su Chen addressed the ghost-faced spider. The ghost-faced spider let out a low whimper. The flames from earlier still stung. It had always easily turned humans into its prey before. Why was this one so stubborn? It couldn't even breach its own home. Utterly bizarre. Seeing the ghost-faced spider neither advance nor retreat, Su Chen observed its minions and an idea formed. Work for me, and I'll give you what you want. The sudden offer left a giant question mark floating above the ghost spider's head. Even the three little ones in the shelter couldn't fathom Su Chen's meaning. Follow me, and you'll never go hungry or thirsty. The ghost-faced spider thought this guy was mocking it like a fool. Without a word, it immediately spat out its silk. But it still missed. A ball of fire was hurled from ahead. Chapter 34, Kidnapping a Spider as a Follower. The ghost-faced spider couldn't dodge in time and was engulfed in flames. In mere moments, its once glowing red body turned charcoal black. It rolled frantically on the ground, writhing in pain. Once it had been thoroughly roasted. Su Chen continued to ask with interest. Did you hear what I said earlier? The ghost spider immediately retracted its 8 legs and knelt before Su Chen. All 8 eyes were noticeably clearer than before, leaving Ilya and the others speechless. This is the first time I've seen a fawning expression on a spider's face. Indeed, under the master's formidable authority, there's no one or thing that can't be subdued. That sounded oddly off. Su Chen sighed in exasperation. What on earth did these 3 think he was? Want some? Su Chen picked up a roasted chicken from the table inside and waved it in front of the ghost-faced spider. Want to eat this? The peculiar aroma of roasted chicken wafted over, and the ghost-faced spider's eyes grew even clearer than before. It nodded vigorously, its large rear end wiggling incessantly. If anyone else saw a giant ghost-faced spider wagging its tail at a human, they'd surely think they were going mad. Here you go. Su Chen handed over the roasted chicken, and the ghost-faced spider swallowed it whole without a word. Its mouth filled with muffled sounds, and just listening to it combined with its expression made it clear how utterly satisfied it was. Tisk, so it really will sell itself out for a bite to eat. The ghost spider didn't seem to care. After finishing its meal, it turned to Su Chen with a pitiful look. Su Chen watched it thoughtfully. Among beasts, the ghost-faced spider ranked among the elite in combat prowess, possessing both control abilities and devastating damage. Those 2 traits alone made it a valuable follower, especially since the minds were short-handed. Su Chen glanced up at its 8 legs. Spider hands counted as hands, and 8 pairs meant a huge labor saving. You're it. Will you join my sanctuary? After sending the request, Su Chen simply watched it. The ghost-faced spider nodded immediately without a word. Congratulations, host. Your sanctuary has gained a new member. Obtained 1 bronze treasure chest. Getting a treasure chest right off the bat seems having more people around isn't so bad after all. Suddenly, a halo of light rose from beneath the ghost-faced spider's feet. The ghost spider shrank proportionally, its body which had been as large as a small mountain moments ago now reduced to the size of a Samoan. Come in. With Su Chen's tacit approval, the ghost-faced spider immediately strode in from outside. The other 3 exchanged bewildered glances, utterly baffled by Su Chen's actions. But since the master acted thus, there must be a reason. Ilya propped her chin on her hand, scrutinizing the ghost spider from head to toe. Is this creature only capable of this form? Can't it transform into a human shape? Su Chen took 2 smoked chickens from the refrigerator and glanced at the ghost-faced spider. Probably not. Or maybe it can only change after leveling up. It's a magical creature that evolves into whatever form it desires. That made sense enough. Luna looked at Su Chen with a skeptical expression. Master, it won't hurt anyone, will it? Hearing this, Suchen glanced back at the ghost-faced spider, who was sitting on a chair, wiggling its rear end while waiting for its meal. Hard to say. Those two words shut down everything Luna was about to ask. She turned back to look at the drooling ghost-faced spider. The creature looked fierce, but somehow seemed like it didn't have much brain power. Never mind. As long as it doesn't harm its master. Hearing Luna's words, Suchen felt a warm surge in his heart. He turned back and gently rubbed her nose. Master's being unfair. I want some too. Ilya saw this and nudged forward, lifting her face close to Suchen's hand. Suchen smiled helplessly and repeated the nose-scratching gesture. Alright, go play for now. After saying that, Suchen placed the smoked chicken on the table and pushed it toward the ghost-faced spider. Eat up. From now on, if you want something to eat, just say so. No need to hide it. Thank you, master. Suchen could understand the muffled sounds Ghost Spider made. The creature's voice sounded like a 13 or 14-year-old boy. What did you eat before? The ghost-faced spider paused, its mind drifting back to memories of the past. Some birds and beasts around here and a few rotting corpses. Suchen froze. Decayed human remains? The ghost-faced spider nodded. Yes. I was born late, but relatives told me humans used to live here. Then they vanished. I don't know exactly why, but those rotten people taste awful. These things are much better. As it spoke, it tore off another leg and stuffed it into its mouth. The ghost-faced spider, lacking hands or feet, lifted its hairy legs to spear the meat before shoving it into its mouth. Watching this creature feast at the table, Suchen found his appetite inexplicably waning. Indeed, sharing a meal with a spider at the same table was a rather bizarre sight. Ahem. From now on, you'll be called Spider. Spider, I'll arrange a new place for you to stay. But you must help me grind the materials. Once it's done, I'll reward you with whatever you desire. At those words, the ghost spider's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Will there be roast chicken again? Seeing its earnest expression made Suchen feel a bit uneasy. Sure. Just break down some materials for me. Deal? You bet. Master, give me the order now. Anything to get that roast chicken. Spider was bursting with enthusiasm, its animated gestures making it look rather comical. Seeing its excitement, Suchen seized the moment and led it toward the mine shaft. With Zuju around, the low-level monsters dared not approach. You didn't use your full strength earlier, did you? Why did you stop fighting afterward? Suchen asked the spider. The spider gave an awkward chuckle. Because I ran out of energy. I haven't eaten in a week. I just smelled the aroma coming from your place, so I came over. I was only here for a bite to eat. Suchen. So it really is a glutton after all. No wonder he was so easy to trick. Turns out he's just greedy for food. Ahem, well then you're in luck. Follow me and you'll have all the roasted chicken you can eat. Alright then. Master, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Spider's eyes lit up. Clearly, he hadn't encountered many bad people before, otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Suchen led it to the mine shaft and pointed ahead. Just chip these things off and break them into pieces. Leave the rest to me. Spider paused, taken aback. That's all? Suchen nodded. Yep, that's it. I thought it would be difficult. Well, this is easy enough. Master, you should go rest first. Once I'm done here, I'll come call you. Suchen looked at him skeptically. Do you need me to stay and help? But Juju hooked his clothes and started pulling him toward the door. Just watch, master. I'll definitely get this done for you. Chapter 35, Wild Timber, Unexpected Harvest. Suchen had delegated all the tasks, leaving himself with nothing to do. 200 meters northwest, small amount of crude iron. 500 meters due east, small amount of coarse iron. 300 meters southeast, small amount of timber. A string of notifications flashed before Suchen. Might as well gather some materials while I've got nothing else to do. Chewing on a blade of grass, Suchen placed his hands behind his head and walked in the indicated directions, stopping and starting. Before long, he had gathered everything. Finding things is a breeze with this navigation. Having a cheat code really pays off. Suchen opened his backpack and let out a soft hiss. The materials needed for future upgrades were becoming increasingly scarce, and what he had now was insufficient. So far, he'd only found usable stones and iron. Timber was scarce. Looks like I'll need to get some wood soon. Large quantity of timber located 800 meters northwest. Suchen's eyes lit up. This was practically delivered to his doorstep. He sprinted northwestward, only to be startled upon reaching his destination. Before him stood rows of small, round structures. From the outside, they resembled oversized doghouses for large breeds. But they were all made of wood, and at least dozens of them stretched as far as the eye could see. This is all timber. But who built these? Could they be ancient human latrines? But they wouldn't have built dozens of them, would they? Suchen pondered the scene, feeling something was off. These structures only reached his waist. No creature would live in such a low place. He looked around and called out loudly. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Only silence surrounded him, broken by the occasional flutter of leaves drifting by.
Looks like there really is no one here. Then these things must be abandoned.
Well then, I'll just take them.
Su Chen swung his axe, smashing into the objects with a clang.
In no time, all the round bundles had been reduced to planks of wood.
Ha! Now that's turning trash into treasure.
Obtained 1,000 wood.
I'm rich.
This wood came way too fast. Su Chen stowed the items in his backpack and headed toward the shelter with a spring in his step. After taking just a few steps, his foot seemed to hit something hard.
Ha! What's this?
Su Chen paused, lifting his foot to look down.
Oriel something. Can't even make out what's written on the back.
But hey, this sign means a few more pieces of wood. No sooner had he spoken than he snapped the plank clean in two with a crack.
Now we're all set. Su Chen walked back to the shelter with satisfaction.
With these materials, he could at least upgrade the shelter to the next level. Not long after he left, a group of small figures appeared here.
This, our home. How could our home be reduced to ruins like this? Who tore our home apart like this?
Bard, the dwarf leader, let out a piercing howl to the heavens, swinging his hammer and pounding the ground relentlessly. The dwarves behind him were equally enraged. They had gone out for a while, only to return and find their home stolen. Chieftain, we saw clear signs of destruction at the site.
It must be the work of those damned humans.
Bard's rage reached its peak.
Humans! How dare those damned humans still exist in this world? Weren't they supposed to have been consumed by darkness long ago?
How dare they still have remnants? And to commit such an act against our tribe utterly unforgivable. From this moment on, any human we encounter will be beaten senseless. We'll make sure they remember this lesson. At that moment, Su Chen walked along the road and sneezed.
Achoo! What's going on? Did I catch a chill from the seaside? Never mind. Back to upgrading the shelter first.
Upon reaching the shelter, Su Chen immediately used all his materials for the upgrade.
Upgrade. Upgrading. Congratulations, host, on upgrading your shelter. Level 6 shelter. Facilities, added electric fence, ultimate shell. 1 golden treasure chest, 5 high-grade beast cores. Environmental change detected, increasing heating. A mechanical voice echoed within Su Chen's mind.
After the final note faded, everything around him shifted rapidly. The land stretched farther than before, a swimming pool rose from the ground, and several acres of farmland appeared around the villa.
Numerous additional buildings appeared, including an expanded potion laboratory. Ilya and the others hadn't even processed the sudden changes before they were startled by the abrupt transformation. Everyone rushed outside and gathered in the center, looking at Su Chen. Instantly, they understood.
Looks like our master has upgraded the shelter again.
That's good.
At least the shelter's security level has been strengthened.
Dekisi surveyed the surroundings, taking everything in. A barrier-like layer now encircled the sanctuary, shielding it within. Should any monsters appear, all weapons would automatically target their location and attack. Su Chen walked to the observation deck, where 4 high-voltage cannons were positioned at the cardinal points.
He had previously worried about how to deal with aerial monsters, but now he could ease his concerns.
Master!
Ilya waved her hands and called out to Su Chen.
Let's get ready to make dinner.
The ingredients procured a few days ago were still stored in the refrigerator. It must be said that the flavor of beasts in the game world was 100 times more delicious than in the real world. If I could sell this stuff in the real world, it would be a huge hit. Su Chen gazed at the golden treasure chest before him, his heart brimming with delight.
Everything inside the golden treasure chest was top-notch.
If he could just get a few more treasures, the road ahead would become much smoother.
Open the chest.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained a magical robe capable of withstanding attacks up to level 30.
Single-use only refreshable. Gain 100 attack from sanctuary refreshable.
Learned heavy strike technique only usable against players of equal or lower level refreshable. Su Chen stared at these items with mixed feelings. None of these seemed particularly useful, and the stats aren't impressive either. Thankfully, there were 3 more words at the end, otherwise, Su Chen would have lost his temper right then and there.
Forget it. Let's see what appears after refreshing. Refresh.
Instantly, flashes of light danced before Su Chen's eyes. He refreshed all 3 entries 10 times each before finally stopping. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a magical robe capable of withstanding attacks up to level 50 usable 5 times.
Gain 200 attack from sanctuary.
Acquired, heavy strike can be used across levels restriction. Both parties must be immobilized when used against high-level players or monsters.
Seeing the last entry, Su Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips in resignation. Is that right? I can't move either when I use the skill? Well, if the enemy can't move, neither can I.
He sighed helplessly.
Forget it. As long as it keeps me alive, it's fine. This is all I can do for now anyway.
At least the shelter's attack power had increased significantly. That part was actually pretty good.
Su Chen turned around and immediately noticed that all the attack devices had grown larger than before. Could this mean it's actually gotten stronger? Chapter 36, Becoming the Bane of the Dwarves. Suchin stared at the offensive devices before him, deep in thought. He still couldn't forget the swarm of monsters Ilya had mentioned in the sky. Their constant circling in the sky clearly signaled some plan, though its purpose remained unclear. Master. Dinner's ready.
Luna, her twin ponytails bouncing, leaned out and waved at Suchan on the lookout platform.
He nodded in response and descended.
The moment he descended, a wave of delicious aroma hit him. Dicey, wearing an apron, beamed as she carried a bowl of soup. Master, I noticed you weren't resting well the other day, so I added some magic mushrooms to tonight's soup. Just a little bit, hoping it'll help you sleep better. Suchin paused, swallowing hard. He knew the potency of phantom mushrooms all too well. I need to monitor the shelter's security in real time.
I'll pass on the soup. You two should have some more. Here, I'll serve you, Ilya. Suchin spoke as he poured soup for Ilya and Luna.
Seeing his hurried and flustered state, Dakisi said nothing. Yet deep down, her conviction in Suchan's noble character only grew stronger. Master, I never imagined you'd still be shouldering everything alone, wanting to give us your rest time.
Does this make us seem like we're causing you too much trouble? The sorrow in Dakisi's eyes did not escape Suchan's notice. The usually composed Daikisi seemed off today. Ahem, no. The sanctuary's current state is precisely because of your existence. Come on, let's eat first. Suchan gave an awkward smile, eager to move past the topic.
For some reason, tonight felt exceptionally strange. Just then, Suchin felt the world chat channel erupt like it had gone mad, flooded with a torrent of messages.
What's going on? Could something have happened?
Suspicious, Suchin clicked open the world channel and froze upon reading the very first message.
Damn it. Who the hell wrecked the dwarves' home? I got beaten up by the dwarves all afternoon. Who the hell wrecked the dwarves' place? Those savages came and smashed my shelter right to pieces. Forget the above, I'm worse off. The dwarves hung me from a tree for hours, torturing me non-stop. I couldn't die, but I couldn't live either. Don't let me find out who wrecked the dwarves' place, or I'll hunt you down in real life. Exactly. That bastard's gonna pay. My shelter. My shelter that I worked so hard to maintain. It's all gone. All gone.
Suchin sighed, rubbing his temples as he read the world chat filled with agonized cries.
So that was the dwarves' home? I thought it was just some abandoned doghouse. Luna twitched her ears, sensing something.
She leaned closer, eyes wide with confusion.
Master, were you just talking about the dwarves? Hearing this, Suchin nodded. Aren't dwarves pretty unforgiving? As soon as Suchin finished asking, Luna nodded vigorously.
Seeing her reaction, it seemed almost certain. No wonder the dwarves were so relentlessly seeking revenge against humans.
So they'd been waiting for him here all along.
But the dwarves are quite formidable in battle.
After the darkness descended, Chief Bard led most of the dwarves to escape its corruption.
So there are still quite a few dwarves left.
Are you looking for them, Master? Suchin waved his hands hastily upon hearing this. No. I don't think it's necessary. I was just curious. Going to see them now would be nothing short of suicide. But leaving this matter unresolved forever wasn't an option either. Sigh, these people really are something. They build a home that looks like a doghouse. Luna, ever attentive, leaned in closer. Master, have you seen the current homes of the dwarves? Though they're called dwarves, they once lived in slightly more ornate homes, it's just that their original lands were eroded away. Moreover, the dark monsters could launch their onslaught at any moment, so they've always lived nomadically.
Their settlements are never fixed, but they're surprisingly strong in battle and have a rather gentle nature. After Luna finished her explanation in one breath, she sensed something was missing.
Well, that's assuming you don't provoke them. If you do, they'll definitely retaliate. Suchin understood this point all too well.
The world chat channel was now in complete chaos, everyone agonizing over this situation. Even the higher-ups were in an uproar.
Li Tian's imposing face flushed crimson as he slammed his fist onto the table. Who the hell did this? Destroying the dwarves' home like that?
I was tripped by a group of dwarves on the road today. If not for my strength, I would have been the one to suffer.
Li Tian grew angrier the more he thought about it. Why did such rotten luck have to fall on his head?
Lu Long cleared his throat twice.
Ahem.
I don't know yet, but I've sent men to investigate. We should uncover the cause soon. But seeing Li Tianba's battered, bruised face, he couldn't help but crack a smile. Those dwarves really went all out. His face was beaten into a pig's head. The natives in the game world aren't weak either. You'll have to be careful around them from now on.
But if we can recruit them, they could bolster our sanctuary's combat strength.
Old Song analyzed the current situation, and the others agreed upon hearing his assessment. Lu Long's expression turned serious as he tapped the controller, bringing up a data diagram before them.
Master Song, this is all the information we currently have access to.
Based on innate talent, the highest tier is legendary, though their numbers are extremely scarce. Above that tier, no higher-ranked individuals have been discovered. After he finished speaking, Master Song pressed his lips tightly together, his expression grave.
High-level individuals are the cream of the crop domestically and are also key protection targets. They may well be humanity's future. Continue the search, especially for this individual named Su Chen. He must be located swiftly. The crowd fell silent as they stared at the rankings. Su Chen, who hadn't even been on the list before, had climbed to 5th place in a remarkably short time. The top 4 spots were occupied by individuals receiving intensive cultivation programs within the country. They've always had steady supplies of materials, so their leveling up is naturally faster. But this Su Chen, who had emerged out of nowhere, was clearly a common player. His true identity remained a mystery to the higher-ups. Warning! Su Chen opened the internet and casually scrolled through everywhere was reporting tonight's airstrike. Unlike the panic among other players, Su Chen remained utterly unconcerned. The current shelter was more than capable of withstanding this wave of minor monsters. I made the right call upgrading the shelter early. Even after using some materials, I still have plenty left. I might as well auction off what I have later. Chapter 37, The Swarm Approaches, Defending Against a Mighty Enemy. He recalled from his previous life that there was a place where one could auction off materials from the game world to obtain desired items. And it was strictly barter, no currency allowed. After all, in the post-apocalypse, materials were far more precious than money. Su Chen's mind settled as he looked at the token in his hand. This token had been tucked away in his backpack all along. Once tonight's monster tide subsided, he could finally head to that place and take a look. I wonder what's inside, he murmured to himself. In his previous life, he'd never had such a golden opportunity to encounter something this mysterious and unexplored. After purchasing the necessary items in the real world, Su Chen logged back into the game. No sooner had he logged in than the 3 women rushed over to him. Dakisi, usually composed, frowned deeply, visibly tense. What's wrong? Master, ever since a moment ago, waves of demonic roars have been echoing through the air. I suspect they're planning to attack us. That assessment was spot on. Su Chen nodded in agreement. No need to worry. This should only be a small wave of monsters. Even if they come from the air, they won't be able to destroy our shelter. The current shelter was nothing like the old, dilapidated shack it once was. Seeing Su Chen's calm demeanor, the 3 who had been frantic moments ago instantly relaxed. Ilya leaned closer, her gaze filled with confusion. Master, you didn't know about tonight's attack all along, did you? Not exactly. I just reinforced the shelter. Whether they come from land or air, the outcome will be the same. Either way, it's just death. The trio stared at Su Chen with suspicion, finding him increasingly enigmatic. Just then, a buzzing sound echoed from nearby. A monstrous creature resembling an oversized dragonfly, 2 meters long, emerged from the forest. Its wingspan stretched at least 4 meters, and its enormous, blood-red eyes were nightmarish enough to make anyone shudder at a single glance. Its mouthparts were covered in blood and flesh, and a severed leg hung from the corner of its mouth. As if dissatisfied with the taste, it flung the remaining flesh aside. Master, it's a winged blade insect. These creatures possess wings as sharp as blades, earning them the moniker killing insects among humans. The moment Luna saw it, her face instantly drained of color. She looked around frantically, panic filling her eyes. What's wrong, Luna? Su Chen reached out, wrapping his arms around her trembling shoulders. Master, winged insects never travel alone. They always come in swarms. My family, they died at their jaws. As Luna spoke, the scene from that day gradually replayed in her mind. None of her kin could escape the winged insects' persecution. Though the tree elves possessed skills, their gentle nature prevented them from fighting back. The result was slaughter. From that moment, Luna transformed from a gentle tree elf into a being of destruction. Watching Luna tremble uncontrollably, Su Chen gently stroked her head and whispered, "It's over now. Rest well. Ilya, escort Luna inside." Ilya froze. "Master, I want to stay here with you. Luna just said there can't be only one winged insect. I can't bear to leave you and Dakisi alone here." Su Chen gazed into the distance. The darkness was impenetrable, its stillness eerie. "It's fine. It seems there's only one. Take her back first." He urged again, but Luna trembled even more violently in his arms. "Master! They're coming!" Luna's eyes widened, the relentless fear in her heart causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Su Chen frowned deeply and turned his head to look ahead, only to be startled himself. Unbeknownst to him, a dense swarm of winged insects had emerged from the darkness outside the shelter. The light shifted slightly, illuminating every direction. The winged insects settled motionless on the trees, their pairs of blood-red eyes fixed intently on the people inside the shelter. Like prey being hunted, Su Chen swallowed hard. It turned out these creatures had been lurking here since earlier. The light hadn't reached them, allowing the insects to hide their bodies in the darkness. But as the light shifted, their bodies were fully exposed. Their sheer size alone was terrifying. A single flapwing stood taller than twice the height of an adult human. Su Chen was certain these creatures could bite off a human head in a single bite. Buzz! Drawn by the light, the winged insects swarmed upward like startled birds, surrounding the shelter so tightly there was no room to breathe.
Looking up, the world outside the shelter was pitch black, save for countless pairs of eyes fixed intently upon them.
Master, why aren't they moving? Ilya gripped her bow and arrows tightly, poised to strike.
Yet the swarm of winged insects seemed frozen in place, merely staring at Su Chen and the others without any sign of movement.
Su Chen remained silent, his gaze shifting between the insects and the observation tower apparatus. Could they already know about the trap he had set?
Buzz. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid wing beats approached the shelter.
Crack. The high-voltage current instantly incinerated the approaching flapping insect into charcoal.
The sudden scene startled both parties.
Master, what's going on? That thing that looks like a mouth can actually attack? Ilya asked, frozen in shock, utterly unprepared for such a use of the device. Didn't I tell you?
Today, whether they swim in the water, run on land, or fly in the sky, none can escape the protective measures of my sanctuary. The flapping insect ahead seemed enraged, directing another to charge forward. Yet the outcome remained the same, both were reduced to charcoal. Watching the charred remains plummet downward, Luna felt a weight lift from her heart. She had always believed the flapwing beetle to be the most terrifying creature in the world, but now she no longer felt that way.
Ilya instantly got excited. Hey, you guys aren't much either. My master is all-powerful. Are you still going to throw yourselves to their deaths?
Enraged by her words, the entire winged insect clan flapped their wings even more violently than before.
Boom! Boom!
In an instant, the entire swarm of flutterbugs charged forward as if they had nothing left to lose.
Even the high-voltage cannon couldn't handle such a massive swarm. Fireball!
Daisy brandished her wand and shouted fiercely toward the front.
Boom!
A colossal fireball erupted from the swarm. The scorching wave tore the swarm of winged insects apart.
You think you can keep popping up in front of my master?
Poof! Dicey's eyes glowed coldly as she spoke with a stony expression. The swarm automatically parted to form a passage, and an even larger swarm emerged.
A wave of dark creatures will arrive tonight.
Players are advised to prepare in advance.
Most attacks will be aerial assaults.
Players are advised to prepare in advance. A series of messages appeared before every player.
The internet instantly erupted. Several shelter streamers' channels were also overwhelmed. What's going on? Air assaults?
Looks like we're in for an aerial battle tonight, but I only have ground units.
If we don't make it through tonight, we're as good as dead. Chapter 38, The Great Crisis. The Flapping Insect King.
The leader of the winged insects was several times larger than the others.
Its 12 fly-green eyes were revolting, with exposed blood vessels visible in its mouthparts.
When it stood upright, 24 slender, spiked legs were revealed, and its wingspan was astonishing when fully spread. Hidden beneath its wings were hundreds of egg sacs, faint tremors of larvae visible within. The sight of it caused unease to wash over the faces of everyone present.
Monster, Flapwing Insect King. Level 30.
Skills, Corrosion, Swarm Spawn.
A bloodthirsty, savage, and brutal monster. Su Chen glanced at the Flapping Insect King's stats panel and couldn't help but twitch his lips. He really had a hellish start. What kind of creatures was he running into day after day? Master.
Beware its wings, those egg sacs are filled with larvae. The winged insect larvae are as fine as floating cotton and possess strong adhesive properties. Once they stick to your body, they burrow into your flesh. Dekisi's expression was grave, not daring to relax for a moment as she watched the swarm of insects before her with vigilance. Though flutterwing insects weren't the most aggressive among the insectoid races, their notoriously parasitic nature made them universally dreaded. Upon hearing this, Su Chen instantly understood these things were biological weapons. Once they attached themselves to a human host, they would become vessels.
Burn! A ball of flame erupted from Su Chen's hand, instantly shooting skyward.
The flames coalesced into a fiery bird, hurtling toward the Flapwing Queen. The queen let out a piercing, sky-shaking roar. Thousands of flapwing beetles, as if under command, gathered before the king, forming a dense wall of insects.
Protecting the king within, even Su Chen's seemingly endless flames couldn't withstand the relentless consumption by these insects. Su Chen's brow furrowed.
Controlled by a central brain, these insects were naturally programmed to protect their king.
Fireball!
Dekisi gripped her wand tightly, and a fireball the size of a meteor plummeted from the sky.
Boom! In an instant, flames engulfed everything, blasting a crater into the ground.
Dust swirled through the air, and the wind swept over the barren crater, leaving not a blade of grass behind.
Ilya's face lit up with surprise. Is he dead?
Beside her, Su Chen couldn't shake the tension gripping his heart.
He scanned his surroundings warily. Something felt off.
Buzz!
Master, be careful! Luna shouted.
Su Chen spun around to find the ground littered with hundreds of insect eggs, shaken loose by the winged insect king. In less than a second, the larvae burst free and surged toward Su Chen like a maddened tide.
How fast? Su Chen's heart raced.
He tried to defend himself, but it was too late. Suddenly, green enveloped his vision as Luna manipulated willow branches to wrap Su Chen within them. The larvae frantically gnawed at the willow leaf shield, their buzzing growing ever closer, sending chills down Su Chen's spine.
This demonic creature was different in scale from any he had encountered before. This one was the most troublesome. You're asking for death. Ilya's eyes flashed with fierce intensity as she gripped the thunderclap owl, unleashing a torrent of lightning bolts. Arrow after arrow pierced its heart. The larva was struck by a thunderous bolt, instantly reduced to scorched earth. The remaining winged insects, sensing danger, scattered in panic, fleeing from Su Chen's side. Luna withdrew her shield. Just as Su Chen stepped out, a massive figure materialized once more not far ahead. It's still alive. Luna froze in shock. Even for a demonic creature, Dakisi's attack should have sliced off half its body. Yet this creature appeared completely unscathed. Su Chen's gaze locked onto the Bug King, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had clearly sensed the Bug King had suffered a severe blow. It was impossible for it to be completely unharmed. The next instant, numerous winged insects gathered around the Bug King's waist. Red threads extended from its midsection, drawing the insects into its body. Its shattered body instantly became whole again. Seeing this, Su Chen instantly understood. Dicey's strike did indeed hit it just now, but this creature can regenerate its body thanks to its family kin. Su Chen couldn't gauge the odds of victory or defeat. This was the first time he'd felt nervous since his rebirth. This thing was far more twisted than any demonic creature he'd encountered before. Its body could regenerate after being severed in two. Who wouldn't be afraid? Recover. Su Chen seemed to think of something and turned to look at Dakisi. Dakisi, if I can control the Bug King, can you eliminate it all at once? Dicey paused, lifting her gaze to the colossal flapping insect king before them. Her expression shifted from hesitation to resolve. Master, I can try, but only if this Bug King cannot rapidly heal its body. Hearing this, Su Chen burst into laughter. Ha! That's easy. The others exchanged bewildered glances, assuming Su Chen had gone mad from overreacting to an insurmountable challenge. After the flapping winged insect king restored its body, it opened its terrifying mouthparts and let out a deafening roar. It shook loose all the egg sacs beneath its wings. The eggs hit the ground and immediately burst open, releasing more larvae. Unlike the winged insect king's gorilla-like bulk, these larvae were as thin as cow hair. The slightest carelessness could allow them to burrow into one's body, becoming breeding grounds for the flapping insects. The insect king roared, its wings vibrating at an incessant high frequency. All the larvae and adults charged toward Su Chen and his companions as if possessed. Looking up, the sky was swarming with insects, a sight so overwhelming it made one dizzy at a glance. Fall back. Su Chen bellowed, and the group immediately retreated into the shelter. The shelter could withstand this swarm for a while, but leaving it unchecked would inevitably lead to trouble. Ilya's face was icy as she gripped the thunderclap owl, her hand never leaving the bowstring. After firing several arrows, she prepared to shoot again, but Su Chen grabbed her arm. Save your attacks for the end. Don't exhaust your magic prematurely. Ilya was puzzled by his words. Master, if we don't eliminate these insects now, are we supposed to wait until they breach the defenses? Even Dakisi couldn't grasp Su Chen's strategy. While the shelter's protective barrier still held, perhaps they could still fight back. Yet Su Chen merely curved his lips mysteriously. Why the rush? They're not all here yet. The others couldn't grasp the reasoning behind his words. Luna, utterly perplexed, was about to ask when. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. All eyes met in unison before turning outward. This tremor didn't come from the winged insects. Looking toward the distance, dust swirled violently in the air. A vast, overwhelming force approached with fierce momentum. Ilya swallowed nervously. Master, have we gotten ourselves into big trouble? It seems quite a few people want to kill you. Su Chen inwardly rolled his eyes. Did he really look that punchable? Keep your eyes peeled, see what's coming. Su Chen urged, and the trio turned their gaze back toward the dust-filled horizon. As the figures drew nearer, Ilya's face lit up with delight. It's Spider. The ghost-faced spider, accompanied by its numerous minions, charged forward swiftly. The winged insect king let out a piercing cry, convinced he was about to claim another human nest. Yet the next instant, a spider's silk appeared beside him, and his followers vanished instantly. Chapter 39, The Ghost-Faced Spider Battles the Winged Insect King. One strand after another of spider's silk filled his vision. His entourage dwindled one by one. Before long, few remained by the winged insect king's side. The ghost-faced spider arrived with a vast horde of offspring in tow. Charging before the fluttering insect king, it roared, its offspring glaring hungrily at the swarm before them. Children, dinner is served. The ghost-faced spider roared, and its offspring instantly grew restless. They swarmed into the insect horde, silk flying everywhere. The sticky web firmly trapped the fluttering insect king. Escape was nothing but a pipe dream. In the blink of an eye, the tables were turned. Su Chen chuckled, shaking his head. A bunch of insects trying to show off in front of their natural enemy? They're just asking for it. These insects merely sought to overwhelm Su Chen with sheer numbers, hoping to swiftly claim their territory. Little did they know that among his followers was their natural enemy. The ghost-faced spider remained silent, relentlessly spinning its silk in a frenzy. Finding even a single insect had been difficult before, yet now a whole swarm appeared. This was a godsend of food. Kids, eat up quickly and store the food. The ghost-faced spiders shrieking nearly made Su Chen laugh out loud. So this creature had come here to feast and stock up. The flutter-wing insect king's pride was trampled underfoot. All 12 eyes sensed its fury as it spread its wings and flapped them violently. The powerful gust blew the ghost-faced spider several meters away, scattering all the little spiders too. The battlefield split into two factions, separated by the corpses of their fallen comrades. The Bug King watched the ghost-faced spider warily, its abdomen rising and falling with each breath. Watching the insect king's heaving abdomen, Su Chen couldn't help but tense up. He nearly forgot this creature could evolve. Currently only a level 30 fluttering insect king, it could evolve into something else once it reached the required level. He had nearly forgotten this crucial fact. Spider! Don't let it evolve. The ghost spider froze for a moment before instantly understanding. It shot a contemptuous glance at the fluttering Bug King. Put! You think you can evolve? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror and see what you really look like? If you can evolve, then I should be able to hyper-evolve. A barrage of disparaging remarks rained down on the Bug King. Su Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. How could this guy be so sharp-tongued? Evolution might not have been guaranteed, but this barrage of insults might just push the insect over the edge. The flapping wing Bug King, enraged, flapped its wings furiously, shaking all the egg sacs to the ground. The shattered egg sacs released a swarm of black sesame-sized larvae that surged like mad toward the ghost spider army. The ghost spider's jaws twitched, instantly spewing countless strands of silk that coalesced into a vast web before it. At least the little spiders had to keep up with its pace, and the vast web was woven in an instant. The ghost spider flung the web into the air, enveloping the larvae within. With this single move, every larva was caught in one net, leaving the three girls utterly stunned. They're all gone? Luna stared at the scene before her in disbelief. After fighting for their lives just moments ago, they were wiped out by a single spider? Su Chen remained silent, the terrifying sensation still lingering in his heart. He had been closest to the fluttering insect's larval form and knew that sensation all too well. But even now, despite being encased within, he could still sense the faint traces of life within these insects. Something's wrong. Dakisi cried out. Sure enough, that spine-tingling buzzing sound echoed once more. A gaping hole had been corroded through the snow-white spiderweb by the larvae's saliva, and numerous larvae crawled out. Their tiny eyes immediately locked onto the ghost spider, as if intent on tearing it to shreds. Luna, shield. Su Chen sensed trouble and immediately ordered Luna to shield the ghost-faced spiders. Luna nodded and extended her hand. A shield rose from beneath the ghost-faced spiders, enveloping them all behind it and isolating the young ones outside. Master, we won't last much longer like this. Dakisi's words rang true, continuing like this meant certain death. After a moment's thought, Su Chen devised a plan. Spiders, raise your webs. The ghost-faced spider was puzzled. Its web had just been completely corroded by the larvae, rendering it utterly useless for trapping them. But the master's command was absolute. Web bind. The ghost-faced spider unleashed its skill, a thick mass of silk emerging from its mouth. Su Chen turned to Luna. Luna, raise the branches and stretch the web across them. Luna immediately followed Su Chen's instructions. The larvae, the swarm, and the insect king were trapped inside, unable to move. The flutterwing Bug King surveyed the scene with contempt, utterly unimpressed. Yet the next second, its eyes nearly popped out of its head. Burning my soul, igniting all existence as fuel, kindling the spirits of all things explosive flame magic. Dicey closed her eyes, chanting the incantation. A different array than before appeared beneath her feet, its light a mix of black and red, the intertwined colors weaving threads of flame. The sparks, once mere pinpricks of light, flared fiercely the instant Dakisi opened her eyes. Her staff surged with boundless crimson light. Flames erupted from the sky, carrying the power to consume everything, and slammed violently toward the ground. The strike illuminated half the night. Boom! The massive shockwave instantly captured everyone's attention. Luna anxiously scanned the front lines, murmuring to herself. Is she dead now? Dicey's attack had been so devastating there was no way she could still have any magic left. Dakisi's body went limp as all her magic power drained away. Ilya hurried forward and embraced her. Is she gone? Dakisi whispered. Just as Ilya was about to answer, a series of rattling sounds echoed from the pit. Ha 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 ha. Did you really think that would destroy me? You're dreaming. A chilling voice echoed from the pit, startling everyone. Even Su Chen's face turned deathly pale. A massive insect cocoon stood towering within the pit, constantly emitting a glow. Back up immediately. Sensing something was terribly wrong, Su Chen shouted urgently. Only then did the others react. The creature had actually evolved after that last strike. The ghost-faced spider turned pale with shock and bolted for the exit. But behind it, a thunderous crash echoed as the cocoon shattered. Before the ghost-faced spider could react, a faint whistling sound brushed past its ears. Weren't you enjoying your meal just now? Why stop eating? After breaking free, the Bug King's legs resembled those of a mantis, while its arms were as sharp as blades. With a single forward swing, the ghost spider's leg was cleanly severed.
A piercing shriek rent the air as the ghost-faced spider stumbled, its entire body crashing to the ground. Helpless against the advancing insect king, it could only await its fate in silence. The insect king stood mockingly before the ghost-faced spider, grinning grotesquely as he raised his foot to crush it.
Chapter 40, Resurrection? Everyone stunned. Run! Why aren't you running? Run! Ha ha! Run!
The bug king toyed with the ghost spider like a plaything, crushing two of its legs into a bloody pulp. He raised his arm and severed the other two legs, tossing them into the spider horde. In moments, the ghost-faced spider was reduced to a tortured husk. Lying there barely alive, it stared at the insect king before it, who showed no sign of sparing it. Agony flooded its entire body, leaving it unable to utter a word. Ilya couldn't bear to watch and rose to challenge the bug king, but Takisi grabbed her arm.
We're no match for it right now.
But we can't just watch our comrade be treated like this. Tears welled in Ilya's eyes as hatred surged to its peak within her.
Suchen, too, clenched his fists tightly at his sides.
He never imagined this creature could evolve into such a terrifying form.
The gap between them was vast.
To step forward now would be nothing short of suicide.
Ha, you were so eager to devour my winged insect clan just moments ago. Where did that courage go now? How about this? If you want to live, I'll give you a chance.
The bug king chuckled darkly as he casually plucked a small spider from the swarm. The spider trembled in his grasp, too terrified to utter a sound. His mocking gaze fixed on the ghost-faced spider as he spoke. If you devour it right before my eyes, I'll spare your life.
What do you say? Boom! The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. He was actually demanding the ghost-faced spider devour its own kin.
The ghost-faced spider was barely clinging to life, its once ferocious face now worn down by exhaustion.
Ha, don't even think about it. Either you kill me, or I kill you.
Its words came out in gasps, straining every ounce of strength. Yet the winged insect king showed no sign of sparing it.
Ha 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 ha.
Thud. Amidst his laughter, the little spider was crushed in his grip, instantly turning into a pool of blood.
You! The ghost-faced spider trembled, letting out a piercing howl.
It struggled to rise, but with all 8 legs gone, even rolling over became a futile delusion.
Seems you don't like them alive. How about dead then?
If you won't eat it, I'll feed it to you myself so you can taste what your own offspring tastes like. The bug king's eyes suddenly turned savage as he raised his hand, ready to shove the little spider's corpse into the ghost-faced spider's mouth. Such a depraved act filled Su Chen with utter revulsion. Fire! A burst of flame erupted from behind the bug king, instantly engulfing his entire body. Yet in the blink of an eye, the bug king extinguished the flames completely.
A gaze of death fixed on Su Chen.
In the blink of an eye, the bug king had moved from the ghost-faced spider to stand directly before Su Chen.
You want to die? Su Chen sneered at the threatening tone.
You're nothing but a newly evolved insect daring to show off.
Scum like you? We humans could wipe you out with just a bottle of insecticide.
The 3 women were horrified, convinced Su Chen had lost his mind. The combat prowess of their opponent was no trivial matter. Provoking it in Su Chen's current state was nothing short of suicide. The bug king watched him coldly, a flash of the earlier scene playing in his mind. So it was you directing them to attack me just now. You're the one who ruined my insect clan.
In that case, die.
The bug king swung his massive arm, striking toward Su Chen's head. The speed was astonishingly fast. The 3 people nearby didn't even have time to react. In less than a second, Su Chen's head was severed from his body. The 3 women froze in shock at the sight.
Their master is dead?
Ilya glared at the bug king with a fierce gaze, her hatred reaching its peak. How dare you kill my master?
Unforgivable. Unforgivable.
She repeated the word several times, gripping the thunderclap bow as if ready to fire an arrow at the bug king. Yet her actions failed to stir the slightest ripple in the bug king's eyes.
He was merely a lowly human.
That you, an elf, actually regarded him as your master. It seems your elven race is nothing special after all.
Since you're so eager to avenge your master, you shall die too.
The bug king's eyes flashed with ferocity as he turned and lunged at Iria.
Clang!
A hard object struck the bug king's arm, sending him reeling back several meters.
When he regained his bearings, a spear stood upright in the ground. What is this?
The bug king froze in place. He was certain there was no one else around, only their group and a thoroughly dead corpse.
Could there be another formidable opponent lurking nearby?
Who dares attack the bug king, Ares?
A mocking voice echoed in response. Ha! Ares? You think you're some kind of dog? Looks like the intelligence of your winged insect clan isn't all that impressive after all.
The familiar voice caused all eyes to turn toward Su Chen's body.
The next second, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Su Chen's body had risen from the ground.
The blood streamed from his neck and his entire body was drenched in crimson. His form stood up, fresh and vibrant.
This instant terrified everyone.
Even the once arrogant bug king Ares was stunned.
Impossible. Haven't I already punished you? How could you possibly rise from the ground again?
But Su Chen paid him no mind, walking straight to his severed head and calmly picking it up. Finding a suitable spot, he slammed it onto his neck. Once both parts were securely connected, Suchen even gave it a twist to check the fit. Seems I have a knack for this jointing business after all. Suchen walked step by step toward Ilya, intending to retrieve his spear. But Ilya screamed in terror.
Help! Her reaction clearly showed she was terrified by the sight of him reattaching his head. Master? Luna asked softly. Suchen nodded. Seeing his acknowledgement, Luna's face lit up with joy. Master, you're not dead? Heh, the beast hasn't died yet. How could I die before the beast? Suchen spoke as he thrust his spear with all his might toward Ares. But the blow ultimately missed its mark. Ares dodged it, and the spear merely grazed his skin. You despicable human. I don't know what trick you used to come back from the dead, but thinking you can defeat me is nothing short of a fool's fantasy. Hearing this, Suchen burst into laughter. Ha! You're on the brink of death and still spouting such arrogance. Take a good look at the blood on your body. You never know when you'll be finished. Only then did Ares realize something was terribly wrong. His strength was slowly fading away, a sensation he'd never experienced before. The next instant, he understood. No matter how he activated his healing skills on that little window on his wife's face, he couldn't fill it up. He could only watch as his health dropped while it slowly regenerated. Suchen shrugged indifferently. Look, dawn is breaking. If you're still here when the sun rises, who knows what you might turn into? Chapter 41, The Threat, Its Hesitation. The world has its own rules. Massive demonic creature outbreaks mostly occurred at night. High above, dormant monsters remained suspended, none descending to attack. Evidently, certain rules kept them anchored there, unable to emerge until the apocalypse arrived. The insect king Ares' face darkened, and he dared not make a rash move. Clearly, Suchen's words had struck a nerve. Seeing this, Suchen chuckled softly. If you don't want to live, you can try. Ares' gaze fixed intently on Suchen. He pondered it over and over, convinced something was off about Suchen. Every human he had encountered before would show terror at the sight of him. Yet this man before him was different. He even made Ares feel a hint of fear. His gaze sharpened as he thought to himself. This man must not be spared. In the next instant, Ares swung his long arm, its blade-sharp limb slashing toward Suchen's waist. The speed was too swift for anyone else to intervene. Splatter! Blood spurted forth instantly, splattering the ground. Only when he saw Suchen's body split in two did Ares' heart finally settle. Crossing paths with us winged insect clan is courting death. Is that so? But you winged insectoids don't seem all that impressive yourselves. A clear voice rang out from behind Ares. His pupils dilated as he spun around in disbelief. Suchen's lower half had risen to its feet, walking toward his upper body. Something seemed to connect the two halves, and they were merging back together. Ares stumbled back 2 steps, utterly refusing to believe what he was witnessing. This can't be possible. I clearly severed your head just moments ago, then sliced through your body. How could you still be alive? Who are you? You can't possibly be human. Humans never possess such abilities. Yet in the next instant, Ares dismissed every possible race that flashed through his mind. Even other races couldn't bring someone back from the dead. You must have died before, so why did you resurrect? Suchen rolled his eyes, completely dismissing his words. He crossed his arms and looked at him teasingly. Want to learn? Get down on your knees and beg me. Maybe I'll teach you. Hearing this, Ares' rage boiled over. You lowly human. You want me to kneel before you? You're dreaming. Suchen ignored him, lifting his gaze to the sky gradually brightening on the horizon. Looks like the sun's about to rise any minute now. Suchen glanced sideways at Ares, noticing the tension on his face had indeed grown compared to before. Gazing at the wounds bleeding relentlessly across his body, Ares reluctantly accepted that retreat was his only option now. Human, remember this, one day I will return to take your life. He couldn't resist hurling one last threat before leaving. What a pathetic creature. Suchen ignored him, walking toward the ghost spider while tossing out a parting remark. Poof. Next time we meet, it'll be me, Suchen, wiping out your entire clan. Ares tried to retort, but in the next instant, golden light erupted from the horizon. The sun-exposed side instantly charred black. Ares wasted no time, diving into the shadows. Human, I await you. I'll see just how you plan to annihilate my winged insect race. With that, his entire form vanished into the shadows. Finding his hiding spot proved nearly impossible. Spider! Ilya hurried to the ghost spider, tears welling in her eyes as she gently placed her hand on its body. Spider, you! She lowered her head, choking back sobs. The ghost spider's 8 legs were gone, leaving only an empty shell behind. The ghost-faced spider forced a grimace uglier than a cry, reaching up to touch Ilya. But after reaching out for ages, it couldn't touch Ilya at all. Finally, it could only let its hand fall limply back down. I'm fine. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. It's just this one thing I can't let go of. Could you look after my children for me? They're still so young. Even going out to find food scares me, I might get killed. After I'm gone, could you please look after them? The ghost spider had already begun making her final arrangements. Ilya and Luna clung to each other, weeping bitterly. Even the aloof Dekisi was moved by the ghost-faced spider's heartfelt words. "Spider, you'll be fine. You absolutely will be." Ilya sobbed uncontrollably, gasping for breath. Su-chen had waited patiently by their side throughout, shaking his head helplessly. Just moments ago, tensions were high, but now they had become a family. "Master, can I take Spider's babies? I'll work off the debt later." Su-chen. What a brilliant idea. If she weren't someone close to me, I'd have done it already. The group wept with heart-wrenching sorrow. Just then, Su-chen cleared his throat from the side. "Hey, you lot, done talking? Can I go now?" The others froze at his words. The ghost-faced spider was barely clinging to life. Could it possibly be revived? Su-chen walked over to the ghost-faced spider, took out a vial of potion, and poured it over its body. Restore. A gentle green glow enveloped the spider, and its body visibly began to regenerate at an astonishing speed. All 8 legs grew back. Witnessing this, everyone froze in place. Ilya was so shocked she could barely speak, her words stumbling out. Master. What did you use? How could it heal so instantly? Even our elven elixir of immortality doesn't possess such healing power." The astonishment of everyone present was entirely within Su-chen's expectations. He recalled the moment Ares severed his head, feeling his heart stop beating with crystal-clear clarity. Consciousness plunged into utter darkness. Just then, a mechanical voice sounded beside her ear. "Host detected as deceased. Healing potion resurrection skill activated. Select resurrection method. 1. Revive at current location. 2. Revive at base." Su-chen immediately chose the second option. This entrance alone was enough to terrify everyone present. True to form, the winged insect king was startled by his resurrection, now harboring a healthy dose of caution toward him. The mere fact that decapitation couldn't kill it was enough to scare off many opponents. "I have healing potions that can restore your body to its original state. There's still plenty of work for you to do at home. Without you, we'd lose a valuable pair of hands." Su-chen spoke casually, but the ghost-faced spider's eyes filled with tears. "Master, the ghost-faced spider will repay your great kindness someday." A single vial of potion secured the ghost-faced spider's loyal service, a bargain well worth the cost. Follower loyalty reaches 100%. Obtained 3 low-tier beast cores refreshable. The system notification chimed in his ear, and Su-chen let out a soft hiss. This was unexpected. It actually dropped gear for him. Refresh. Refreshed low-tier beast cores obtained 7 high-tier beast cores. In an instant, dazzling beast cores appeared in Su-chen's hands. With these, his strength could rise significantly. As for the winged insect king, it was bound to become a threat sooner or later. It probably wouldn't be long before it made a comeback. Before that happens, he must continuously strengthen himself. Chapter 42, Mythic-tier Magical Pet, the Rainbow Serpent. Congratulations, host, on completing the night defense mission. Obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, contains high-level skills, common pets, intermediate skill books refreshable. Received 1 advanced material pack, cannot be refreshed. Experience points plus 100 refreshable. Numbers kept appearing on the virtual interface, and Su-chen watched intently. Just a single defense mission, yet it dropped so many valuable rewards. Winged Bug King has evolved into a new form, increasing mission difficulty. Therefore, the host receives corresponding rewards. So that's how it works. So it seems the rewards are tied to the danger level. Master, it seems our shelter's walls could use some repairs. Ilya stood at the barrier's edge, her finger pressed against her chin as she studied it intently. Su-chen walked over, inspected the situation, and concluded it wasn't a major issue. "It's fine. The barrier can repair itself. You all should go back and rest. It's been a whole night. Time to get some sleep." Dekisi retracted her wand, resuming her usual ladylike demeanor. She glided elegantly to Su-chen's side and gave him a slight curtsy. "Master, please go rest. I'll handle the cleanup of the battlefield's remains. I'll call you down for dinner once it's ready." Seeing the faint weariness on Dekisi's otherwise composed face, yet she still forced herself to hold on. Su-chen reached out, grabbed her, and pushed her inside. "You should rest too. This is your master's command." "Ha!" Dicey froze, about to protest, but Su-chen shoved her further inside. The person behind her kept chattering on, leaving her no chance to speak. "Leave the rest to me. Go now." Su-chen's tone was firm, and no amount of persuasion from Dekisi could change his mind. She had no choice but to return to her room first. The others followed suit. After restoring his body, Ghostface Spider lay on the blanket in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight. "This life of endless food and drink is simply too comfortable," it said, popping a grape into its mouth. The shelter returned to its usual tranquility. Su-chen thoroughly scavenged the beast cores from the remains, collecting a significant amount of toxic insect fluid. This stuff might come in handy someday. Once everything was gathered, the remains crumbled into dust and vanished. That was one hell of a night. If it weren't for my resurrection potion, I'd probably be dust by now. Even now, the memory sent a chill down his spine. A diamond-grade treasure chest. What could possibly be inside? Advanced skills, pets, skill books, diamond tier items are a cut above gold ones. Just these few items alone would be fiercely contested across the entire gaming world. Su-Chen hesitated just as he was about to open it. He had plenty of allies now, and with two powerful elements at his disposal, taking his life wouldn't be easy. The only question was what this chest might contain. Refresh. Acquired advanced control skill, death reversal, traps enemies in dark sludge, rendering them immobile. Su-Chen pondered inwardly. This skill sounded promising, useful for both escape and attack. But if only there were even more advanced skills. Refresh. Without hesitation, he refreshed again. Acquired advanced area of effect skill, rain of arrows, attacks rain down like fine mist, leaving no space to escape. A group attack skill, but since someone in his own faction could cover that role, he decided this skill wasn't worth keeping. Obtained low-tier magical pet, shadowless rabbit, speed-focused, single-target attack type, can boost owner's combat power. That sounds like it's not that bad. Refresh. 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 After refreshing countless times, a golden light finally burst forth. The dazzling golden glow filled Su-Chen with immense joy. The long-awaited item was finally about to emerge. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ultra-high-level control skill, Vortex Hell. Acquired mythic-tier demon pet, Demon Serpent. A rainbow-hued, glass-like light descended upon the room. A radiant magical pet egg appeared in midair. Su-Chen reached out. The magical pet egg gently landed in his palm. The sacred, supreme power radiating from it instantly roused the inhabitants of the sanctuary. The doors swung open, revealing Dakisi and her companion standing in unison at the entrance. Just as they moved to step forward, the pet egg erupted in blinding radiance. An invisible pressure forced the three to kneel on one knee. The overwhelming aura of a sovereign left them utterly powerless. Master! Dakisi's cry snapped Su-Chen back to his senses. He looked at the demon pet egg, then at Dakisi and the others. Truly, it was a mythical-tier demon pet. Its mere appearance caused quite a stir. Just as Su-Chen was about to speak, massive fluctuations erupted around them. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently. Su-Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. A massive horde of monsters was surging toward them. Demon pet eggs were always fiercely contested resources among monsters, especially ones of such high rank. Swallowing one could elevate their innate abilities by several tiers. This alone was enough to drive all monsters into a frenzy. Don't worry. Su-Chen murmured softly, using the reward item he had obtained earlier. The concealment item could render the sanctuary in a state of nothingness, undetectable even to passers-by. He had thought he'd save it for the final moment, but unexpectedly, he had to use it now. The sanctuary, which had just surged with power, now vanished from the monster's sight through concealment. The commotion ceased in that instant. Master, this demon pet's power is formidable. We witches have never witnessed a demon pet of such strength. Daisy said solemnly. Even Iria, usually so lively, grew tense beside her. Master, this demon pet egg may bring trouble upon you. Su-Chen understood their concerns, but to survive in this perilous apocalypse, one must possess the courage to face death. It shall be our newest member from now on. No matter what happens from now on, it belongs to our sanctuary. Daisy and Ilya exchanged a glance, realizing Su-Chen had made up his mind. They no longer tried to dissuade him. Understood. You may leave now. The shelter is currently in stealth mode. No one will detect us here. Upon hearing Su-Chen's command, the three did not linger further and turned to leave the room. Su-Chen gazed at the magical pet egg in his hand, feeling both joy and worry. So a mythic-tier pet egg is just a snake? Doesn't seem particularly formidable, just that initial aura was intimidating. Su-Chen felt none of that terrifying power. Instead, the pet egg felt strangely familiar to him. The scene shifted as Dakisi turned her worried gaze toward the door. What's wrong? That magical pet egg. I wonder what will emerge from it in the future. Hearing this, Ilya smiled. No need to overthink it. We still have our master with us. All we need to do is follow his arrangements. Compared to Dakisi's anxiety, Ilya felt much more at ease. Alright then. With Iria's words, Dakisi felt considerably more at ease. Su-Chen stared at the magic pet egg, his fingers gently resting on its surface. Crack! The shell split open. Chapter 43, battle footage sparks a major uproar. Fine cracks spread across the shell. Startled, Su-Chen quickly withdrew his hand. How did it crack? You're not going into premature labor, are you? Su-Chen was utterly horrified. This was a magical pet egg coveted by countless factions. Could it really be ruined just because he'd casually played with it? Crack! Crack! The magical pet egg remained silent as cracks spread from the tiniest fissures, gradually widening. The central crack widened rapidly, and within moments, the magical pet egg split cleanly in two. After the shell cracked open, a tiny, slender white snake, no longer than the palm of a hand, appeared before him. The little snake squinted at the bright light before it, blinking rapidly before narrowing its eyes again.
It darted about, finding a slightly intact piece of shell to cover itself, then settled down to sleep once more.
Watching the little creature's antics amused Su Chen. This pet egg is way too cute. Even though it's this tiny, it's still mythical grade? Little guy, you weren't swapped out on us, were you?
You look more like black iron to me, maybe gold at best. The barbed remarks inflated the magic snake's cheeks with indignation.
Even its own master shouldn't tease it relentlessly like this.
The magic snake angrily turned its head away, refusing to look at Su Chen's face. Seeing how upset it was, Su Chen immediately understood.
Oh? So you can get angry too, little one. You really are quite entertaining. Alright, come here quickly. Are you male or female?
The barrage of questions left the demon snake speechless.
Wasn't gender supposed to be obvious? Could it be that it wasn't clearly defined?
With that thought, the demon snake looked down at itself. Beyond its bare, slender body, there was nothing else.
Realizing something, it quickly curled into a tight ball.
A faint blush spread across its tiny face. Seeing its bashful expression made Su Chen twitch his lips in speechless amusement.
Was this demon pet seriously brain dead? It's just a snake. Even if it were male or female, he wouldn't do anything to it. This thing was really overacting. From now on, your name is Belinda. You're so tiny, do you even need clothes? Su Chen examined it from all angles.
The little thing was covered in snake scales, not exactly exposed skin, so clothes seemed unnecessary. Belinda blinked her round eyes, her adorable expression melting hearts. It slithered around Su Chen's palm for a moment before darting up to his wrist. It coiled its body into a ring and stayed put, not moving an inch.
You like staying here?
Seeing it ignore him, Su Chen said nothing more.
Right now, this little creature was level 1, just an ordinary little snake. It possessed not a single skill, its attributes listed as none.
Though it possessed top-tier innate talent, it couldn't possibly have nothing at all. The only thing explicitly stated was that it could eat.
Forget it. I'll figure out what you are later. After a night of battle, Su Chen yawned.
He collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep, unaware that both the game world and the real world were in an uproar.
Footage of Su Chen's battle against the winged insect clan had been recorded and uploaded online. Holy crap! What's up with this battle scene? This guy even has several beauties by his side. Too bad we can't see the beauties' faces. What's up with this recording? It can't even capture the guy's face. Looks like it was filmed from way far away. Just being alive to show us this is impressive enough. The winged insect tribe looks super tough. Wait, what? It evolved? Holy crap, if I run into a powerful monster, I'll be toast.
The online comments exploded, the screen flooded with stunned reactions.
This fight alone is beyond what ordinary people could ever achieve. And this guy's an elementalist too? He's a total role model for us. If someone this skilled were our protector, we'd never have to fear those monsters. Compared to the online crowd gasping in awe, even the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire took this video extremely seriously. As Su Chen's combat footage filled the giant screen, every pair of eyes was glued to it, breaths held in anticipation. What is his strength level? Old Master Song spoke calmly, though a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Li Tianba was the first to slam his fist on the table in applause, leaping to his feet in excitement. His strength is incredible. He's even more powerful than us warriors. Who is this kid? Find him immediately. Having such a formidable talent in our Great Xia is truly a shining light for our nation. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone fell silent. The assistant beside him wore an awkward expression. Seeing this, Li Tianba's initial excitement turned to confusion. What's wrong? Why that look? Could it be you don't know who this kid is? Lu Long nodded helplessly, pausing the video on Su Chen's retreating figure. To be precise, we lost track of this individual and all other information. This video only captured half of the event. After the Bug King evolved, the person recording the video fled for safety, so we have no footage of what happened afterward. We sent people to investigate, but no matter how we searched, we couldn't locate that position. So we suspect this player might have vanished after the Bug King evolved. The revelation plunged the entire room into dead silence. Li Tianba slammed his fist on the table in fury. Damn it! Such a promising prospect gone. Then why make me watch this footage? Just to boost their prestige. A hot-tempered Li Tianba couldn't bear to stay another second. He'd finally found someone he approved of. Only to be told the man was dead. No one would take that news lightly. Tianba, we only suspect this person might be gone, not necessarily vanished. After all, this shelter game we developed isn't perfect. Maybe this player triggered something we don't know about, hiding the shelter. That wasn't entirely impossible. After a long silence, Old Song spoke up. In any case, this video confirms that monsters can evolve. If that's true, then humanity's various paths must also be capable of evolution. The winged insect clan isn't the highest tier existence in the game. Above them lie even more terrifying creatures. If the apocalypse arrives in a month and the shelter hasn't been reinforced, it will inevitably be overrun by these monsters. Fearfully, by then, Blue Star will be ravaged and a great human extinction event will occur.
A heavy weight settled on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. Now, not only was Great Xia focused on future survival, but other major nations were also seeking opportunities. So far, there's been no player versus player resource competition. If players start fighting each other for resources, things could get even worse. The atmosphere in the conference room had turned as cold as ice. No one could predict what the future held. For now, all hope rested on the players. How's the search for that Su Chen you were tasked with? We've found some leads and are currently screening them. Chapter 44, The In-Game Auction. Master, should we store the meat we've collected? Ilya held a bundle of snake meat in her hands. The entire courtyard was filled with strips of meat laid out to dry. Su Chen tooted at the chaotic mess of meat strips. Just to get all this, Su Chen had slain countless creatures. The strips of meat dropped from the monsters were indeed delicious. Store it for now. Turn what won't fit into strips. Ilya nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, his hands behind him. His mind was filled with the image of that map. The one he'd obtained from the Archmage remained uncharted. Though he possessed resurrection potions, they were scarce. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he'd be toast. After much deliberation, he concluded that only thorough preparation would allow him to set out. Sigh. Looks like that place is still an island. Getting there will require a boat. Where could he find a sturdy boat in this game? He couldn't exactly drag something from the real world over here. Master, what are you thinking about? Luna walked up to Su Chen and obediently pressed her little face against his. Nothing. Just thinking we need a boat to get me to that island. Ha? A boat? An island? Are you thinking of going to the sea, Master? Su Chen nodded. Yes. Do you happen to have a way? Luna didn't respond, instead turning to point at Iria. Then why not have Ilya fly you there, Master? Su Chen. What kind of ridiculous idea was that? Even if Ilya could carry him, she'd probably be out of breath after a few hundred meters. Ahem, the place I need to go is quite far, so she can't take me. Luna, how's your recovery going? Didn't you get infected by demonic energy before? Hearing Su Chen's words, Luna spun around in place with a cheerful smile. I'm all better now. Living here with my master gives me such peace of mind, and it even cleansed all the demonic energy from my body. Su Chen propped his chin on one hand, pondering Luna's words. Just as he suspected, residents staying at the sanctuary could automatically purify themselves within its walls. The infected portions within their bodies were being erased. Though the current state of the shelter could accommodate a considerable number of people, it still lacked many essential facilities. The terror of the apocalypse would be infinitely more terrifying than anything experienced during this interim period. The mere thought of the apocalypse's arrival sent a chill down Su Chen's spine. Those hellish days were something he never wished to experience again in his lifetime. Master? HM? What is it? Su Chen snapped back to reality to see Luna waving her hand in front of him. I just remembered there is indeed a way to reach the island in this world. But you'll need to find a monster near the coast first. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a vague sense of unease. Could this mean he was being asked to subdue some monster? You mean if we find that monster you mentioned by the sea, we can go? Luna nodded. Yes. Looking into her sparkling eyes, Su Chen remained skeptical. This girl spends most of her time on land and rarely visits the coast. How could she be so certain about this? Could it be that her intelligence was still? Overhearing their conversation, Iria, who had been bustling about moments ago, approached them. Master, perhaps we should postpone visiting that place for now. Why? That place is called the Isle of 10,000 Bones. Every human who has ever set foot there has died and turned to dry bones. Now we call it the Cursed Isle. So that's how it is. That an island could inspire such longing in all humans meant something truly extraordinary lay there, though what it was remained unknown. Su Chen sighed. It seemed wise to focus on leveling up and strengthening his abilities for now. Otherwise, he might end up as someone else's meal later. He opened the world chat and scanned it, catching a line that stood out. Hey, have you heard? There's an auction house open in the western suburbs, specializing in trading in game items. Yeah, I heard. But the stuff there is ridiculously expensive. For us common folk, it's just not worth it. You're absolutely right. I have a friend who went in once and nearly lost his entire in-game fortune over a small item. Everyone knows wood and stone are crucial in the game, let alone iron, or that's what they trade with in there. Forget it then. I was thinking of joining the fun, but I'm practically broke. There's no way I could afford anything they're auctioning off. Reading the world chat, Su Chen fell deep in thought. He had plenty of stone now, though he still lacked wood, and he had more than enough stone and iron ore. Using these resources to trade for what he wanted wasn't out of the question. After pondering it over, Su Chen immediately decided to attend the auction. I'll be heading out later to prepare for something. You three wait for me at home. Hearing Su Chen's words, the little snake Belinda lazily flickered her tongue before resuming her nap on his wrist. Seeing its utterly indifferent demeanor, Su Chen's lips twitched.
This creature was truly sleeping with utter peace of mind. He suspected that even if he sold it off right now, it wouldn't bat an eyelid. The others froze, then all rushed forward. Master, you said you're going out? Does that mean you'll take us with you this time? Right, Master. Didn't you promise to take us out to play often? Ilya and Luna swarmed him like clingy puppies, nearly knocking Suchen off his feet. Suchen coughed several times, pulling himself free. I'm just going to check out an auction. It's not for fun. Dekisi stepped forward and held Ilya and Luna back. Follow our master's arrangements. We mustn't cause trouble for him. Hearing this, Ilya and Luna had no choice but to comply. Watching the three of them bickering, Suchen couldn't help but recall how things had been when he'd brought them along in the real world. The glances directed at him seemed ready to devour him alive. As if he had committed some heinous crime. Master, Luna and I will stay home and watch over things. You should take Dekisi with you. She's more organized than us. She might even be able to help you. Dekisi froze, surprised that Ilya would voluntarily put her forward. Before she could respond, Suchen agreed. Alright, then wait at home. I'll bring back whatever you want when I return. The two girls beamed like children at his words. With everything prepared, Suchen brought Dekisi back to the real world. The moment they emerged, Suchen made a call. Hey, Gangzi, it's Suchen. Are you currently in contact with an auction house? Yeah, I'm playing that game too. I've got some stuff I want to auction off. Take me there. Alright, meet me at 7 tonight. Just send me the address. After hanging up, Suchen's phone quickly displayed a location. Looks like this is the spot. Daisy, I'll take you to buy a dress, then we'll go somewhere. Chapter 45, Big Shots Gather, Suchen gets targeted. Following the address provided, Suchen brought Dekisi to this location. The moment they stepped out of the car, security guards sizing them up stopped them. Hello, this is a private auction house. To enter, please present your invitation. Suchen scanned the surroundings. Luxury cars filled the parking lot. The sheer number of vehicles alone suggested this auction had attracted numerous prominent figures. My friend hasn't given me the invitation yet. He'll bring it shortly. May I enter first? The security guard frowned upon hearing this, his gaze scrutinizing Suchen and Dekisi. I'm afraid we can't allow entry without an invitation. Please cooperate with our procedures. If you insist on lingering here, we'll have no choice but to escort you out. As he spoke, he drew a baton from his pocket and flicked it menacingly to the side. Seeing his menacing expression, Dekisi's face darkened with displeasure. She was about to pull out her wand and blast the man with a fireball when Suchen grabbed her arm at the last moment. It's not the right time yet. No sooner had he spoken than a voice approached from afar. Hold on, these are my guests. I have the invitation. Gangzi came running breathlessly from a distance, clutching a red invitation in his hand. The security guard took it, examined it carefully, and only after verifying it allowed passage. Apologies, sir. We're just following protocol, worried someone might try to sneak in. After all, this sort of thing has happened many times now. Suchen understood immediately upon hearing this. It seemed the game's release had caused widespread panic. Upon hearing there was an auction house here, he decided to try his luck. It's fine. It was a minor matter, no need to argue with a security guard. After passing through the main gate, Suchen and Daichisi walked inside together. Gangzi hadn't taken his eyes off Dekisi since earlier. He yanked Suchen over to his side and asked urgently. Hey, kid, where'd you meet this gorgeous lady? Aren't you supposed to be fighting cancer? Didn't you say you'd never date anyone in this lifetime? So what's going on now? Looks like you really weren't telling me the truth. Spill it already. Where did you find this beauty? Gangzi kept chattering nonstop, driving Suchen's head to the point of explosion. But Suchen wouldn't reveal a single word about the bodyguard. He understood the principle of bearing the blame for someone else's crime. If someone with ulterior motives got wind of it, who knew what trouble might follow? Suchen cleared his throat awkwardly and whispered softly, his voice barely audible to anyone but the two of them. Well, fate brought us together, so here we are. You gotta admit, fate is a tricky thing. At least I'm no longer single now. Suchen spoke with deadpan sincerity, his life flowing effortlessly without a second thought. These words left Gangzi stunned, his expression shifting from disbelief to skepticism as he scrutinized Suchen from head to toe. Something's off with you, kid. You didn't find this beauty in a game, did you? I've heard plenty of people meet gorgeous girls in games. Could you be one of them? Suchen's heart skipped a beat. Just as he'd suspected, many had human-shaped attendants, likely from other high-level races. He just didn't know what kind of companions those people had. What are you thinking? I'm not that lucky. You're just overthinking it. Alright, let's go inside first. Once it starts, we won't be able to snag the good stuff. Suchen slapped him on the shoulder. Gangzi let out a long sigh, his expression looking far more downcast than before. I dragged you here just to broaden your horizons. You actually thought I brought you to shop? Look around, these are big shots. They've got plenty of players under their command.
Some capitalists don't even need to build shelters themselves, they just hire a few high-level players to work for them. Hearing this, Suchen turned to look at the group before him, drinking and chatting cheerfully.
Money really is something, at least for now.
Suchen shrugged indifferently, casually picking up a cup of wine and handing it to Gangzi.
You're overthinking it.
Who cares?
We're already here, so let's just take a look around. What if we can actually afford what we want?
After all, I've mined quite a few stones in the game.
Gangzi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Ha, mining stones? Forget it.
Us ordinary poor players can only pick up scraps others don't want.
Hey, lady, want a drink? Care for a glass?
Just moments after lamenting his own situation, Gangzi spotted Dakisi and immediately picked up a glass of liquor to offer her. Dakisi forced a smile, shook her head, and politely declined.
Thanks, but I'm good.
Her words instantly stole half of Gangzi's heart.
Suchen, what on earth did you do to deserve such an amazing girlfriend?
Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she speaks so sweetly and is so gentle, she's practically the ultimate girlfriend. Seeing his emotional outburst, Dakisi was momentarily stunned. But upon hearing the string of compliments that followed, her cheeks flushed slightly. Since arriving in the real world last time, Dakisi had studied its customs extensively.
She understood most of what he was saying. Suchen smiled silently.
Explaining further would only complicate things, better to say nothing.
Oh, right. Didn't I give you masks when you came in? Put them on now.
It's better not to be recognized in a situation like this.
Gangzi reminded them. Suchen and Dakisi put on their masks and stepped inside. Ding ding.
Suddenly, a bell chime echoed through the hall, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The lights dimmed throughout the room, focusing everyone's gaze on the center of the hall. Suchen sat in his chair, surveying the room.
Everyone wore masks, obscuring their features.
True to form for an auction hosted by wealthy merchants, the decor alone hinted at its immense value.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our auction.
The opening remarks continued, but Suchen paid them no mind. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted several private boxes on the second floor.
Those seated up there are big shots way out of our league.
But I recognize the one in the middle, he's one of our country's top leaders.
Hearing this, Suchen was startled. Even such a big shot had come?
It showed just how much attention this auction was drawing.
The first item up for auction is an energy gun capable of repelling powerful enemies. A firearm capable of unleashing immense energy.
Don't be fooled by its compact size, simply channeling the energy from a beast core into it activates its full power. The auctioneer placed an object resembling a toy gun on the counter. Observing the reactions around him, most were filled with curiosity about this item, yet Suchen felt little interest. He had no need for such a thing now. With elemental power at his disposal, he could avoid much unnecessary trouble.
Energy gun, starting bid, 1,000 stones. Chapter 46, this madman is bidding on a draft. I bid 1,500 stone. 2,000 stones. 2,200 stones. The very first item ignited a frenzy, sparking a relentless bidding war. Suchen scanned the room. Though masked, he could see the fervor in every eye fixated on this item. The item was indeed valuable, but it held little practical use for Suchen. 3,000 stone coins. Any higher bids? Is there a higher offer?
Sold.
This item is yours. Please follow the attendant to sign the contract shortly.
The final item was secured by a middle-aged man with a prominent forehead. Suchen yawned, flipping through the auction catalog in his hands. Most were healing potions, low-grade beast cores, or ordinary weapons. As he turned a page, one item's skill caught his attention.
Gangzi turned around and saw him staring intently at the item in the catalog. You want this one?
It can regulate shelter temperature, but I don't see much use for it. Think about it, our country has such advanced heating technology. Even with heavy snow, it's impossible for anyone to freeze to death. Besides, it's inside the shelter.
Could the snow really collapse the shelter?
Gangzi chuckled dismissively, unconcerned about post-apocalyptic snow disasters.
Suchen remained silent, his mind involuntarily flashing back to scenes of snow disasters from his previous life. At first, everyone shared Gangzi's view snow was just snow, no matter how heavy. Could it really freeze people to death even if it snowed for days on end?
But it was precisely this lack of information that cost many their lives.
The snowflakes seemed to harbor sharp needles landing on skin they would tear and scrape.
The cold was bone-piercing, unlike any ordinary snowfall. The shelter's temperature proved impossible to maintain, rendering even the heat-generating machines useless. Next up for auction is a heating unit, consigned here by another player.
Don't underestimate this thing.
Though it may not be needed now, it will surely prove useful later. The auctioneer had barely finished speaking when murmurs rippled through the crowd.
What good is this thing? It's barely better than a torch. We're not living in the Stone Age.
Buildings have central heating, and even the worst shelters can light fires for warmth. This thing is just useless junk.
I agree. I'm definitely not buying this. Well, you never know. What if we need it someday? It won't hurt to have it. Might as well buy it. After the discussion died down, the auctioneer announced the starting bid. Starting bid, 500 stone coins. I'll go 800. I'll go for 1,000. 1,200. This thing's worth 1,200 at most, it won't go any higher. I'll go to 1,500. I just like to stockpile things, you never know when you might need them. The bidding grew heated, but after this offer, no new bids were made. The auctioneer glanced around, seeing no further bids, and was about to bring down the hammer. I'll give 2,000. The sudden voice instantly captured everyone's attention, all eyes turning sharply towards Su Chen. Gangzi felt the stares from all sides like sitting on pins and needles. He'd only intended to show his buddy around, but now they were bidding on an item. He forced a smile, tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, and whispered awkwardly. Hey, just play it cool. Don't overdo it. 2,000 stones. I'd have to scavenge for ages to earn that much. But Su Chen ignored him completely, repeating his statement. 2,000 stone pieces. Is there a higher bid than mine? If not, the auctioneer can announce the winner. The moment his words fell, everyone finally snapped to attention. Well, this is amusing. Paying a fortune for a hot pot? What good is that? Looks like this young man isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Who cares? It's not our resources anyway, and it's his money he's spending. True enough. Let's not worry about it. A flicker of surprise crossed the auctioneer's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Sir, the hammer has fallen. This item is now yours. Please come this way to register and sign the contract. Su Chen nodded in agreement, stood up, took Takishi's hand, and followed the hostess. Hey! What about me? Did you guys forget there's another person here? No matter how much Gangzi protested, Su Chen paid him no mind. Gangzi tried to get up and follow, but was stopped by the bodyguards. Facing the two towering bodyguards, Gangzi gave an awkward smile. I just need to use the restroom, nothing else. You guys go ahead. Gaozi bowed and scraped before slumping back into his seat. Watching the two walk away, only one thought occupied his mind: hurry back. Su Chen followed the hostess into a private room. The moment he entered, the scent of wood-scented laundry detergent filled his nostrils. Young man, I'm genuinely curious, why would you want to buy something that only generates heat? Based on its specifications, it can only heat an area of about 3 square meters. At best, it could serve as a space heater. A middle-aged man, also wearing a mask and dressed in a suit, asked from behind the curtain. The two sat at a slight distance, their masks making it impossible to discern each other's features. Most people would have lost interest in this contraption long ago, but Su Chen immediately spotted the words refreshable behind the brazier. At just over 2,000 stones, he now owned both stone and iron mines himself. Would he really care about such a small sum? He decided to take the brazier back and see what good things might spawn from it. Su Chen certainly couldn't voice his thoughts aloud, merely replying with a smile. I just find it appealing that this thing can maintain its heat for so long. My shelter isn't very big, so I need these little gadgets. Besides, they've already auctioned it off to me, they wouldn't back out now, would they? The middle-aged man chuckled upon hearing this, then gave a knowing look to someone beside him. Of course not. Every buyer who wins an item must come here to sign the contract. I was just curious, so I came to ask. Since you don't regret the purchase, we'll naturally deliver the item to you. His assistant placed the contract on the table. Su Chen glanced at it. No traps, just a standard item transfer agreement. Sign this, and you can leave. The middle-aged man instructed. Su Chen responded with a thank you, and the man returned to his original seat in the viewing gallery. Many influential figures were present today, a perfect opportunity to gauge their backing and connections to the shelter. Seeing the man ignore him, Su Chen took the contract and wrote his full name. After finishing, he placed the pen on the table and said, "Since there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave." Su Chen tossed out the words and turned to leave. Lu Long, who had been sitting in his chair sipping tea, called after him. "Bring me the contract he signed for review." Chapter 47, It's Su Chen. Go find him immediately. The assistant hurried to the desk and retrieved the contract. This. The moment he saw the name on the contract, he froze in place. Noticing the assistant's unease, Lu Long's heart immediately tightened with tension. What's wrong? What's wrong? Could it be trouble at your sanctuary, or an enemy invasion? Lu Long pressed repeatedly. The assistant shook his head blankly and tremblingly handed the contract to Lu Long. Uncle Lu, this person might be the one we've been searching for day and night. Lu Long paused slightly before snatching the contract. His gaze swept down the page, settling on the name. Su Chen? We've been searching high and low for someone with that exact name, ruling out countless others. Never imagined we'd stumble upon another one right here. Lu Long's eyes lit up, as if he could seize a crucial opportunity at any moment. He looked up, his face brimming with enthusiasm. Quickly intercept that young man who just left. He might be the one we've been searching for. The quick-witted assistant instantly grasped Lu Long's intent and dashed out the door. The entire room was left empty except for Lu Long, who stood on the second floor, scanning the area below in search of Su Chen's figure. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find him.
After a long wait, the assistant finally returned, looking flustered. His taciturn expression made it clear he hadn't found anyone and had lost his shoes in the process. That kid's as slippery as an eel. Several of us couldn't catch him. He was already sitting in the audience before this. He must have come along to play around, otherwise why would he be snapping photos of the fire pit? That was true. But it further proved how well Su Chen was doing in the game, otherwise he wouldn't have spent 2,000 stones on a fire basin. The thought made Lu Longtu seethe with rage. What on earth was so valuable about a fire basin? Could it possibly hold some hidden secret? After much deliberation, he couldn't reach a conclusion, so he decided to put it out of his mind for now. Should we report this matter to higher-ups? After a moment's thought, Lu Long shook his head. Not yet. Compile a list of everyone who came today and search thoroughly. I refuse to believe we can't track this kid down. Meanwhile, Su Chen yawned as he walked. What's wrong with me today? I haven't caught a cold, yet I keep sneezing. He sneezed again as he spoke. Master, are you alright? I'll brew some medicine for you when we get back later. Gangzi, standing beside him, instantly perked up. His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Su Chen and Dakisi. Oh. No wonder you never brought your girlfriend out, turns out you have this weird quirk. And you actually let her call you that? Su Chen, have you no shame left? His repeated shouts nearly shook Su Chen's soul out of his body. He'd forgotten to properly explain things to Dakisi before coming out. Now he was in a situation where even the Yellow River couldn't wash away his shame. The more he tried to explain, the more tangled it became. Better to just go along with it. Ahem, yeah. It's just a quirk between us two. You can't tell anyone about this. I only brought her along because I consider you a brother, got it? A few words were enough to send Gangzi spinning in circles. But he still leaned in, still puzzled. What you said earlier, was that real? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Alright, let's just drop it. Su Chen quickly changed the subject to move past it. Gangzi didn't press further, but then remembered the brazier he was holding. Hey, why'd you buy a brazier? It only heats about 3 square meters. What's it for? At best, it's just a small heater. I think you should find a good opportunity to sell it off. That way, you won't lose too much money. Su Chen paid no heed to Gangzi's advice. What are you talking about? I've already got it. There's no way I'm selling it off now. Since it's mine now, I'll use it even if it's just a heating pad. Su Chen spoke while running his fingers over the ashtray-like object in his hand. It emitted a faint warmth to the touch, though its description left much to be desired. Item, fire basin. Function, heats a 3 square meter area, protects against ordinary snowstorms, refreshable. The function was indeed useless, but those 3 characters at the end could prove incredibly valuable. Who knows what might spawn later? I'll study it thoroughly when I get back to the shelter. Well, since I've already bought it, I can't return it. If you want to play around, take it back and use it as a stove. Counting down the days, the apocalypse is less than a month away. Is this apocalypse real or fake? Everyone keeps saying it's imminent, but I still can't quite believe it. The light in Gangzi's eyes gradually dimmed. Though he claimed disbelief, the shelter game constantly reminded everyone this might actually be real. Seeing his listless expression, Su Chen reached out and patted him on the back. Come on, we still have some time. Use it to level up the shelter properly. After all, no matter what happens, the shelter's defenses are the absolute top priority. Even if the apocalypse comes later, you'll still be able to escape unscathed. These words came straight from the heart. Su Chen had said all he could. He couldn't very well tell anyone about his second chance at life. Even if he did, no one would believe him, and it would only bring trouble. Better to keep it to himself from the start. Hearing this, Gangzi felt his tension ease slightly. Alright, hearing you say that makes me feel much better. Come on. You 2 lovebirds finally came to see me. I absolutely have to treat you to a proper meal. Gangzi slung his arm around Su Chen's shoulder as they headed toward the restaurant. Dakisi followed behind Su Chen without uttering a word, keeping her doubts to herself. Her master seemed different from usual. Was this what human affection felt like? After eating and drinking their fill, Su Chen hailed a taxi to send Gangzi, who was dead drunk, back home. He and Dakisi returned home, entering the shelter immediately upon arrival. Master! As soon as he entered, Ilya and Luna rushed over and wrapped their arms around him. The sheer force of their embrace nearly crushed Su Chen to death. Cough. Let go. You 2 are crushing me. Noticing Su Chen's voice growing faint, Ilya and Luna quickly loosened their grip. Master, are you okay? Don't scare us like that, we don't want you to die. Yes. Master, you must stay well. Su Chen felt dizzy from being shaken by the 2, momentarily believing he was floating in the sky. You 2, stop messing around. Master needs to rest now. Dakisi stepped forward and yanked them both away. Without the 2 human punching bags beside him, Su Chen instantly felt a wave of relief wash over his entire body. Dakisi, it feels like you've changed quite a bit after spending a day out with the master. Chapter 48, The All-Purpose Heater, Skills Off the Charts.
This remark caught Takeshi off guard. Don't say such things.
I merely followed Master to better carry out his commands.
While the Master was away, were there any human or monster attacks?
Ilya pressed a finger to her lips. There were a few reckless monsters, but they were just low-level minions. Perhaps our sanctuary's level has risen, so low-grade monsters rarely bother us now. Even if any appear within range, the turrets will blast them into a pile of black ash.
Su-chan understood immediately.
The turret's firepower had been insufficient against those monsters before, so he'd upgraded them. Now, the turret's firepower had increased significantly.
Any hostile monster within their attack range would be pulverized into dust the instant it appeared. Its firepower was indeed formidable, though it left nothing behind. Master, what would you like for dinner tonight? I'll prepare it now.
Luna smiled, her eyes crinkling with anticipation as she looked at Su-chan.
Anything is fine. Make a vegetable soup. Didn't we pick some wild greens earlier? They're good for you too. You two go ahead and work downstairs. I'll handle some other matters. Su-chan said as he headed upstairs to his bedroom.
The first thing he did upon returning to his room was to take out the brazier and place it on the table.
3 square meters?
That's pretty small, and it can only withstand ordinary blizzards.
This falls far short of what I need. Refresh. Su-chan immediately activated his talent, triggering the system's continuous chime.
You have refreshed the ordinary fire basin, area increased to 10 square meters, can withstand ordinary blizzards.
The first refresh yielded unsatisfactory results. This still wasn't enough. Refresh. 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 Su-chan kept refreshing the item, and the next second, golden light appeared. The dazzling golden radiance illuminated the entire room, instantly capturing the attention of the shelter. Luna frowned and muttered under her breath. What does Master do all day?
It feels like he's always messing around with this golden legend business.
He can't be playing some little game here, can he? Didn't he say he needed to level up the shelter to protect our safety? Ilya smacked Luna lightly on the back of the head from behind. What are you thinking? Don't you trust the Master anymore? Luna clutched her head, looking aggrieved. Hey, what are you implying?
Of course I trust the Master. I'm just worried the Master will get too caught up in playing. You saw how strong those winged beetles were.
If monsters like them attack us again, what will we do? Don't you think I have a point?
The two argued back and forth, neither willing to listen to the other. Takeshi shook her head helplessly and hurried forward to separate them. Now is not the time for arguments.
We are the Master's support.
Whenever he needs us, we'll charge into battle for him.
No sooner had she spoken than Ilya and Luna joined in.
I'd walk through fire for our Master too.
Me too.
Ilya, don't think your quick reactions make you special.
Luna blurted out after holding back for ages.
Her adorable, tongue-tied expression was rather comical. While the commotion raged below, Su-chan remained focused on studying the brazier. The instant the golden light appeared, it felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from his body. After waiting anxiously for a long time, he finally extracted the entry he desired most.
Item, fire basin.
Skill, heating range can be customized based on the owner's preferences, and temperature can be adjusted by the owner.
Just those last two features alone would prove invaluable in the future.
After refreshing the brazier, Su-chan descended the stairs feeling invigorated. No sooner had he reached the bottom than he witnessed two people locked in a heated argument. Having so many girls in the shelter wasn't necessarily a good thing.
Master, why did you come down so quickly? I haven't even prepared your vegetable soup yet.
Ilya tilted her head in confusion.
If I hadn't come down, would you two have torn this place apart? Hearing this, Ilya and Luna exchanged a glance.
So they'd been waiting for him here.
Su-chan had a sudden idea.
Since all three of them were here, he could test the brazier and see if it worked. He set the temperature to 40 degrees, targeting the area where the three of them stood. The stove hidden in Su-chan's palm flickered with light. Ilya, who had been chatting animatedly moments ago, suddenly felt something was off with her entire body.
What's going on?
I didn't feel particularly hot just now.
Why does it feel so intense now? Me too. It feels like it's going to evaporate me. Ilya and Luna couldn't keep their thoughts to themselves, blurting out their immediate reactions.
Takeshi remained relatively composed, her cheeks flushed as she breathed softly. The sight of her alone was enough to stir the heart. Her heaving chest only fueled further imagination, prompting Su-chan to clear his throat awkwardly.
Deactivate function.
The brazier flickered faintly once more, and the intense heat that had just enveloped them vanished without a trace.
Ilya blinked in surprise, her eyes wide. She was halfway undressed, and now that sensation was gone? Hey, Ilya, what are you doing? You wouldn't be harboring any improper thoughts toward the Master, would you? Let me tell you, even if you wanted to, you wouldn't get the chance.
I doubt the Master would be interested in a child's figure. Luna chimed in from the side, her words like sharp needles piercing Iria's heart. The latter froze, then lunged at Luna the moment she snapped out of it.
Hey! How dare you tease me? I'll flatten your body. Watching the two of them bicker and wrestle, Su-chen felt a sense of peaceful tranquility.
If only things could stay this way forever.
SSSSH.
Su-chen felt a sudden chill on his wrist.
The demon snake hissed, its eyes widening as it stared intently toward the east.
Su-chen reached out to press it down, but it stubbornly kept its head raised, staring eastward. Something felt terribly off.
Master, could it be that the demon snake senses danger approaching, which is why it keeps looking that way?
Daikisi's eyes sharpened with caution, and an uneasy feeling stirred within her. The sensation made her feel slightly nauseous. Su-chen narrowed his eyes, activating his treasure hunting skill as his spirit scanned the eastern horizon. Just as Su-chen thought nothing was there, a creature with a human head and a horse's body suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Its fur was snow white, and it bore the exquisite face of a woman. Her features were deeply sculpted. Even in the entertainment industry, her looks would hold their own. But how could it be just this thing? Master, what's wrong? You look terrible. Daisuke, sensing Su-chen's unusual state, hurriedly leaned in and asked softly. East? There is indeed something there. A centaur, likely another demonic creature. Activate defenses. This thing feels significant. Chapter 49, The Centaur Appears, Friend or Foe? Su-chen and the others emerged from the room and approached the doorway. Finding a barrier to conceal their bodies, they peered eastward. The centaur lay resting there. From the outside, it showed no signs of threat. Ilya frowned slightly, scrutinizing the creature from head to toe for a long moment. Master, our elven race has interacted with centaurs before. They aren't a warlike people. Most are gentle creatures, though they usually travel in groups. It's odd that one would be alone. Something unusual must be afoot. Su-chen didn't move, choosing to observe first. This centaur was female, her upper body bare, revealing all her assets in a sudden flash. The wind swept her hair across her chest, teasingly obscuring the view. Something about this felt off. Master, should I go ask? Luna poked her little head forward, her bright eyes blinking innocently as she asked Su-chen. He quickly pressed her head back down. What are you thinking? We don't even know what that thing wants. What if it eats you when you go over? Huh? Then I guess I won't go. Luna jumped in fright and quickly shrank back, huddling against the wall. Seeing her timid reaction, Su-chen and the others were speechless. He'd only meant to scare her, but she'd actually taken it seriously. Besides, who would dare swallow her after she revealed her true form? They'd probably explode from the pressure. Master, let's observe first. I'll notify you if anything happens. Dakisi spoke up. Su-chen nodded in agreement. Rushing over might trigger something unexpected. It was better to observe first. Besides, the other party hadn't shown any intention of approaching yet. After making all the necessary arrangements, Su-chen returned to his room. Though the shelter's level had risen significantly, it still needed further upgrades. The monsters they would encounter in the future would only grow more terrifying, not to mention the enemy they had yet to eliminate. Su-chen's gaze sharpened. Who knew when the winged insect king would return? When it did, it would unleash slaughter upon them. Still 2,000 wood short of upgrading the shelter. Guess I'll have to head out again. As for that centaur at the entrance, forget it for now. Let's just bypass her and head elsewhere. Having made up his mind, Su-chen rose and headed for the entrance. Seeing him descend the stairs, Ilya and Luna hurried over. Where are you going, master? To gather wood. Luna, come with me. Ilya froze for a moment before throwing herself into Su-chen's arms and bursting into tears. Why aren't you taking me with you, master? I want to go out with you too. Does master not want Ilya anymore now that he has Luna? Master is being unfair. Hearing this, 3 vertical lines slid down Su-chen's forehead. This girl's childishness had grown so much stronger lately. Su-chen pulled a bag of potato chips from his backpack and stuffed it into her arms. I'm going out to find wood, not to play. Luna is a wood-type spirit who can help me locate materials. You stay home and take good care of Dakisi. If anything comes up, you can let me know when I get back. Ilya lifted her little face, her eyes still glistening with tears. Is master really saying this? Does that mean you don't want me anymore? Su-chen shook his head. What nonsense. Of course not. Just stay home and wait for me. He soothed her for a while longer before finally calming her down. After gathering a few things, he headed outside. The moment he stepped out, he saw Dakisi still staring at the doorway. Is master going out? Yes. You all handle things at home for now. I'm going out to gather some materials. Understood, master. Travel safely. With Dakisi at home, Su-chen felt considerably more at ease. Dakisi was truly an excellent housekeeper. After Su-chen left, the half-human horse seemed to sense something. She turned her head and fixed her gaze on him. They stared at him for a while without moving. Su-chen didn't approach rashly. Instead, he placed a piece of bread and a chicken drumstick not far from her. Dakisi, the door is locked now. You must not come out after I leave. Yes, master. After giving his instructions, Su-chen headed westward. Luna followed closely behind, occasionally glancing back at the centaur.
That guy, Master, is really strange. Why does he keep feeding her stuff? Su Chen grinned. To test if she's aggressive. Centaurs are born with innate elemental power. Plus, that guy's level isn't low. Taking her down won't be easy.
It's best if she's not aggressive, otherwise, her lingering around our doorstep will be a nuisance.
Dekasi nodded, nodding as if she understood yet didn't quite grasp it. Ah well, overthinking it won't do any good.
Better to stay put here with Master and follow his orders. The two walked westward for a while before a small, dilapidated wooden hut came into view.
Approaching revealed it was a ruin.
Judging by the state, the original owner likely couldn't withstand the monster's attack. After the owner's death, the shelter had fallen into ruin. Su Chen immediately dismantled the hut and the contents of his backpack grew heavier. Obtained wood 30. As expected, the dilapidated little house didn't hold much of value. The small snake that had been resting on Su Chen's wrist lazily lifted its head to glance at him before shifting its body and drifting back to sleep. Luna glanced at it, tapping her finger against her lips in puzzlement.
Master, this thing seems utterly useless. We still have to feed it every day.
I think you should just get rid of it sooner rather than later, Master. You could raise another useful magical pet instead.
As if hearing someone speak ill of it, the previously lethargic little snake instantly perked up. Slithering swiftly from Su Chen's wrist to his shoulder, its vertical pupils blazed with hostility. It flicked its tongue intermittently, its pupils shifting from red to gold.
An invisible sense of oppression instantly enveloped Luna's heart, sending a jolt through her. It felt as though a hand had clamped down on her heart. If it squeezed just a little tighter, she would die.
Belinda, stop this nonsense.
Su Chen swiftly plucked the little snake from his wrist and placed it in his palm, gently poking its tiny head with his finger. The once fierce little snake instantly calmed, rubbing against Su Chen's finger before curling up on his wrist. Luna's face drained of color. The oppressive pressure she'd felt moments ago vanished without a trace. Her eyes darted to the snake in disbelief.
Could it have been responsible for that pressure? What's wrong, Luna? You don't look well. Su Chen noticed her unease and asked.
Luna wiped the sweat from her forehead and waved it off.
Nothing. Probably just thirsty from not drinking water in a while.
I'll be fine after a drink.
Gulp after gulp, the tension eased considerably.
Luna rubbed her belly contentedly.
Ah well, it was probably just her imagination. How could a palm-sized snake possibly radiate such an overwhelming aura? Clang.
Su Chen's world chat kept buzzing with messages.
Guys, stay away from that centaur woman.
5 players have already died.
Chapter 50, Centaur Hostility, Luna snaps. Just as Su Chen had suspected, centaurs were aggressive creatures.
He chose not to engage at first, and that decision was the right one.
The world chat was buzzing with talk about the centaur.
I saw it too at first, but I didn't dare go near it either.
Thank goodness I didn't choose to interact with it.
I ran into it with another player. He ignored my warnings and went hugging it, got his head bitten off on the spot.
Holy crap, this thing eats people. Yes, it eats people, specifically heads. Everyone, be extremely careful.
Su Chen skimmed through most of the chat logs. Most discussed the centaur's extreme aggression. Any player who approached met a gruesome end.
Centaurs seem to lure humans closer before devouring them. Su Chen committed everyone's words to memory before closing the chat channel.
Now that he knew this creature was aggressive, he couldn't afford to act rashly.
As long as she didn't attack the shelter first, they could leave her be for now. Let's go. Keep searching for wood. Alright. The two continued eastward.
Along the way, Luna used her perception skill combined with Su Chen's treasure detection skill. They gathered a fair amount of wood, not overwhelming, but another trip would provide enough materials for the next shelter upgrade.
Just as they were about to return, a figure appeared by the riverbank. Master, what's that?
Luna pointed warily toward the distance, where a blurred shadow came into view. They held their ground as the tapping sound grew louder, drawing nearer. As the mist dissipated, the figure grew clearer. It was the centaur discussed in the world chat, her upper body still exposed. Her horse was splattered with crimson bloodstains, some already dried on its body, while fresh, flowing blood trickled down its neck. It seemed she had just finished killing someone. Luna instantly tensed, her gaze sharpening as she fixed it on the figure.
Master, should we finish her now?
Su Chen scanned her up and down, then grabbed Luna and pulled her back to his side.
Leave her be for now. We'll just keep moving. Luna was puzzled but followed Su Chen's lead, occasionally glancing at the centaur out of the corner of her eye.
This creature always gave her an odd, unsettling feeling.
Dressed so provocatively, he couldn't be anything good.
Seeing the two ignore him, the centaur bent down to take a drink of water before trailing behind Su Chen. Though he kept his distance, Su Chen felt like prey being stalked.
Master, I have this feeling she's no pushover.
The fact she hasn't attacked yet might just mean she's waiting for us to let our guard down before striking. Su Chen chuckled at the remark, reaching out to ruffle Luna's hair.
When did you become so sharp? Rare to see. Luna. Hey, Master. Have I always been this dumb in your eyes?
Before Su Chen could reply, a rapid patter of footsteps approached from behind.
Get out of the way. The centaur moved like lightning, her palm transforming into a blade as it lunged straight for Luna. Su Chen's heart clenched as he swiftly flung Luna aside. He channeled elemental power, condensing ice before him to form a shield. Thud! The centaur's blade seemed capable of piercing anything, instantly tearing a gaping hole through the ice shield. Seeing the danger, Su Chen instantly sidestepped. Before he could catch his breath, the centaur's attack struck again. Master! Luna shouted, instantly manipulating the wooden slats covering her body to seize the centaur. She wrapped her form around the creature and slammed it violently to the ground. What kind of creature dares to attack my master? The centaur froze, clearly stunned that Luna, who appeared utterly harmless, could restrain her body. I wouldn't dare harm my master, yet you seek to injure him. I'll just tie you up here and feed you to those monsters later. Luna's words grew increasingly arrogant, oblivious to the unusual presence behind her. Su Chen steadied himself and regained his composure, observing the centaur's state. Monster, centaur. Level, 40. Skills, devour, freeze. A species inherently imbued with elemental power, no wonder it could pierce his ice shield in a single strike. Her abilities were also ice elemental, and her level surpassed his own. Her attack power was truly formidable, shattering his ice shield was child's play for her. The centaur was trapped in the vines, unable to move, yet a bitter cold radiated outward from her body. Something's wrong. Luna, come here fast. Luna turned back, but before she could dodge, the centaur's entire body was covered in a thin layer of ice. Tiny spikes sprouted from her body, piercing through every vine. With a simple shake of her body, all the vines snapped clean in two. The next instant, her sharp arms lunged straight toward Luna. Oh no! Su Chen sensed danger and immediately manipulated fire elements to form a fireball hurtling toward the centaur. Fire against ice had naturally held the upper hand. The searing pain made the centaur scream in agony, stumbling backward. Her eyes locked onto Su Chen, as if she intended nothing less than his death. Luna stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long moment. That palpable aura of death had lingered around her, and she couldn't fathom why she'd panicked just now. Even in the past, she had never experienced such a thing. This was too strange. Luna, get behind me! At the command, Luna snapped back to her senses and moved behind Su Chen. The chill from moments ago still lingered in her heart. At first, she had thought a mere centaur was nothing to fear. But just now, this centaur feels off, master. It seems to possess a charm ability far more sinister than ordinary centaurs. Su Chen had sensed this from the very start, feeling something profoundly off from their initial encounter. Now it all made sense. Why players approached him. Now he realized it must have been this guy's charm ability. Seize the moment and subdue her. This creature has marked us for death. He's dead set on taking our lives. Then we absolutely cannot let her go. Luna shed her earlier playful demeanor, nodding earnestly in agreement. Understood. Su Chen's fingers flickered with flame. His flames were supreme among all fires. Anyone daring to oppose him with ice elements would have to think twice. Go! The flame at his fingertip abruptly swelled, transforming into a fireball the size of a soccer ball that instantly hurtled toward the centaur. The centaur, wary of underestimating his foe, instantly crystallized frost across his body, forming a shield of ice before him. He swiftly shifted position, darting to Su Chen's side with lightning speed. Wielding his blade, he aimed directly at Su Chen's heart. Entangle! A deluge of vines erupted from the ground, swiftly closing in on the centaur's body. The centaur's brow furrowed. With four hooves stomping fiercely against the ground, it propelled its body out of Luna's vine enclosure. But before she could steady herself, a razor-sharp wooden spike pierced through from behind. Dare to ambush me? Go to hell! A flash of hatred flickered in Luna's eyes as the razor-sharp spike drove viciously toward the centaur's heart. Put! Chapter 51, Thwarted. The wooden spike pierced her body but failed to penetrate the centaur's heart. Her agile dodge meant it only pierced her arm. Instantly, vivid crimson blood gushed forth, staining the centaur's icy blue body a deep red. Though wounded, the centaur tried to flee, but another wooden spike pierced her thigh. Hindered in her movement, she struggled briefly before collapsing to the ground. Ah! The intense pain made the centaur scream. Lying in a pool of blood, her long hair partially obscuring her face, her tear-filled eyes tugged at the man's heartstrings. Su Chen lifted his foot and walked step by step toward the centaur. The centaur, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke in human language. Please spare me. I was just so hungry, I came out looking for something to eat. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I beg you, spare me. I'll grant you any wish you desire. The centaur lay on the ground, looking so weak it stirred pity in me. Su Chen looked down at her from above, silent for a long moment. Luna, standing beside him, felt her heart leap into her throat. How could she have forgotten that centaur's allure preyed on human kindness? Master, no. Before Luna could finish her plea, Su Chen cut her off. You talk too much. The icy words fell, leaving the centaur momentarily stunned, unable to grasp his meaning. Instantly, a spear materialized from Su Chen's palm, piercing her heart before she could react. Centaur defeated.
Congratulations, host, for defeating a high-level monster.
You have obtained 1 bronze wooden treasure chest. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. So this even earned him a title? And he even got a treasure chest. Watching Su Chen's ruthless execution left Luna dumbstruck, but thankfully, her master hadn't fallen under the spell. Otherwise, she might be the one lying on the ground right now. Master, did you realize you nearly scared me to death just now? If anything had happened to you, how could I ever face them? Luna clung to him like a clingy cat, immediately throwing herself into Su Chen's arms. Her force was startlingly strong, nearly crushing him flat. Yet the softness radiating from her body made him savor this moment immensely. Girls truly are the most wonderful creatures. Cough cough. Luna, let go of me first. I can't breathe. Ha? Oh, okay. Hearing this, Luna quickly loosened her grip and turned to look at the centaur's corpse on the ground. Master, what should we do with this thing? Su Chen walked straight over to the centaur's side, retrieved the beast core from within her body. Then he set it ablaze. In moments, it vanished without a trace. Master, how come you're so skilled at disposing of evidence? Could it be that you've done this before? Before she could finish, Su Chen delivered a sharp punch to her forehead. What are you thinking? Do you really believe your master is that kind of villain? Stop letting your imagination run wild. Let's head back first. Luna nodded dejectedly, having been punched before she could even finish her sentence. Master really is so mean. At that moment, the World Channel System broadcast sounded. Centaur has been slain. The World Hall erupted once more upon seeing the message. Who the heck took it down? Someone from our country or abroad? No clue, but it definitely wasn't the Koreans or the Japanese. They don't have the strength yet. I agree, but who could possibly take that guy down? Could it be us? Our country's pretty awesome too. For a time, the Centaur Slayer remained a mystery. Not only was Great Xia searching for this individual, but even the heads of state and high-ranking officials from other nations were closely monitoring the situation. Yet no clues could be found whatsoever. Within Sakura Nation. Find this person immediately. To kill a high-level centaur, their shelter level must be formidable. He might just become Sakura Nation's strongest player. Offer him the highest reward possible. We must find him. Banzai and other nations are also searching for the Centaur Slayer. But all efforts have been fruitless. Su Chen glanced at the remaining player count, initially over 70 billion, now down to roughly 30 billion. Centaurs appeared within restricted zones, typically one per several territories. Yet only one had been slain. After closing the world chat, Su Chen led Luna toward the shelter. Master, we go out searching for materials every day, but constantly walking back and forth like this is such a hassle. If only I could fly, then getting around would be so much easier. Luna grumbled in complaint. Su Chen had noticed this long ago. Once the shelter upgraded, this hassle should be resolved. After the two returned, Dekisi spotted Su Chen from afar and hurriedly opened the door. Ilya, spotting the visitors, set aside her work and hurried toward Su Chen. Master. Luna spotted him and stretched out her arms, begging for a hug. Ilya, you have no idea what I went through. I almost Get out of the way. Ilya swatted Luna away with a slap, sending her flying, then threw herself into Su Chen's arms for a good dose of affection. She examined Su Chen from head to toe with utmost concern. Master, are you alright? After you left, the centaurs departed as well. Daisy and I stayed home the whole time, afraid something might happen to you on the road. Ilya gazed at Su Chen with tear-filled eyes, finally relaxing when she saw he was unharmed. Su Chen reached up and ruffled her hair. Don't worry, I'm fine. And that bastard is dead. Hearing this, Ilya's eyes widened in horror. The next moment, she stomped her foot on the ground several times in anger. I knew it. That bastard was trying to harm my master. Dekisi, you shouldn't have stopped me back then. I would have blown holes in her head no matter what. Dekisi shook her head helplessly, then walked up to Su Chen and bowed slightly before him. Welcome home, master. Seeing Dekisi's gentle demeanor, Su Chen smiled. It really does take a mature big sister to keep things in order at home. Yeah, I'm back. Let's eat first. Yes. Dekisi nodded and pulled Ilya toward the kitchen. Ilya froze for a moment, then instinctively reached out to throw herself at Su Chen again. Hey, Dekisi, don't pull me away. I still want to cuddle with my master. Daisuke, let go of me. But Dekisi kept holding her hand. It'll be nightfall soon. Do you really want your master to go hungry? At this reminder, Ilya instantly snapped out of her daze. Right. Master, wait just a moment, I'll cook dinner right away. Ilya dashed into the kitchen, and soon the clatter of pots and pans echoed from within. Su Chen sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. What on earth was she doing? He'd never want to take another bite of anything she cooked. Even a master chemist couldn't do worse. You go back and rest. I'll organize the items we collected. Luna nodded obediently and returned to her room, collapsing onto the bed the moment her head touched it. She really was thick-skinned, could sleep soundly even if the sky fell. Chapter 52, Leveling Up. After returning to his room, Su Chen examined the wood in his backpack. Looks like I'll have to head out again. Gathering a bit more material should be enough for the upgrade.
Just then, Su Chen sensed someone knocking on his door in the real world.
Strange. Who could be looking for me at this hour? With a thought, he logged out of the game and headed toward the door.
Through the peephole, he saw several people in uniform, all dressed uniformly in gray suits. Each wore an expression of solemn seriousness, their gazes fixed uniformly on his door.
The sight of them immediately put Su Chen on guard. Knock knock. Is Mr. Su home? A young woman inquired.
Su Chen didn't want to respond, but seeing the demolition squad behind her, he opened the door. If he delayed opening the door, who knows what might happen next?
They might even blow his house to smithereens.
Hello, what brings you here? The woman in charge scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe before adjusting her glasses.
You're Mr. Su Chen? Su Chen nodded. Yes, I am. What can I do for you?
The woman's previously stern expression instantly softened into a warm smile. Oh, Mr. Su, of course we have business with you, but not us lowly foot soldiers.
It's someone important from above. We'd like you to come with us now.
She spoke while clearing a path for Su Chen. Her unabashed delight left Su Chen momentarily stunned.
What was going on?
He'd never associated with any bigwigs.
This felt very off. I think you've got the wrong person. I'm not the one you're looking for. You'd better go find someone else.
Seeing Su Chen about to leave, the woman immediately grabbed his arm. I may have been a bit forward, but it's definitely someone important from above who's looking for you.
You should recognize this.
She spoke while pulling out a leather case containing a badge.
With just one glance, Su Chen understood who was seeking him out. How had someone from the national leadership even noticed him?
After much thought, it could only be related to the game.
Lead the way.
Sure.
Su Chen followed her into the vehicle.
The moment he sat down, he sensed this car was unlike any other.
The entire body was made of bulletproof material, even the windows were bulletproof glass.
It seemed his superiors held him in high regard, otherwise, they wouldn't have assigned so many people to protect him. At first, he'd thought the demolition teams were targeting him, but now it seemed he'd overthought it.
After some time, they arrived at their destination.
As soon as Su Chen stepped out, he found himself at a hidden base. Just to pass the first security checkpoint required swiping 3 different access cards.
Mr. Su, please proceed ahead. Someone will meet you shortly. Su Chen nodded and walked inside, entering a small room.
Inside, there was only a chair, a table, and a bed. The simplicity was so stark it made Su Chen want to complain. Even the newbie village when he first entered the game world hadn't been this sparse.
Just what kind of deity is seeking me out over a mere game ranking? He could only think of one reason. Before long, footsteps echoed at the doorway, followed by the door being violently yanked open.
A burly man strode in, taking 3 quick steps to stand before Su Chen.
You're Su Chen? Li Tianba was an impatient man. Spotting Su Chen, he couldn't help but interrogate him.
Yes.
Su Chen admitted his identity without hesitation.
This seemed to fluster the other man. You look every bit the college kid to me.
How did your shelter level even reach level 4?
Su Chen sighed helplessly.
I suppose so. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Where did this guy come from?
He seemed like he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed.
Tianba, behave yourself.
He's still a student, don't scare him. A gentle voice drifted in from outside the door.
Lu Long was still wearing the same outfit. As soon as he stepped inside, Su Chen recognized him instantly. You're the one from the auction that day?
Upon realizing he'd been recognized, Lu Long instantly felt as though a warm breeze had swept over him.
I didn't realize I made such an impression on you. Yes, I was the one that day. Young man, I'm surprised you remember me. Su Chen gave a helpless smile, choosing not to respond directly. After all, Lu Long was the only one who had approached him that day. How could he not remember him? But he couldn't say that outright.
This guy showing up here meant he was either rich or powerful.
Ahem, yes.
The moment I saw your bearing that day, I knew you were a rare gem among men.
Meeting you again today, you're exactly as I imagined. Su Chen's flattery was so polished it had Lu Long practically walking on air.
Well now, young people these days sure know how to play the game, they actually tell it like it is. Lu Long chuckled happily, slapping Su Chen on the shoulder, his delight impossible to hide.
Young man, there's someone else who wants to see you today.
The words froze Su Chen in his tracks.
Could it be that this guy in the suit wasn't the big boss? Someone else? An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit walked in from the doorway. Though a smile played at the corners of his mouth, Su Long couldn't help but feel an oppressive aura emanating from him. The kind of pressure emanating from someone in a position of authority. But the moment Su Chen laid eyes on him, his jaw dropped in shock. This was someone he'd only ever seen on television, and now, here he stood, alive and well, right before his eyes. Mr. Song, Mr. Song. The man laughed upon hearing the greeting. Well now, young man, you still remember an old man's name. Those youngsters love giving me nicknames. Didn't my sudden invitation scare you? Master Song's calm and amiable demeanor put Su Chen considerably at ease. Mr. Song, you're too kind. They're all very nice. And meeting you has really lifted my spirits. When it came to flattery, Su Chen was second to none.
Seeing him so full of life and energy made Old Song chuckle. Ever since the apocalypse rumors had been swirling, he'd been consumed with expanding the number of human shelters and increasing their value. It had been ages since he'd laughed so heartily.
Seeing Su Chen lifted his spirits considerably.
Young man, I've been searching for you for a very, very long time.
Su Chen looked up in confusion. You've been looking for me? Is there something you need?
Old Song nodded in response.
Indeed, there is something. You should be familiar with the game The Shelter, right? We've been preparing for the apocalypse.
One initiative is Project Starlight, locating high-level players and providing them with whatever they desire.
This will increase humanity's chances of survival when the apocalypse arrives. Through Old Song's explanation, Su Chen finally understood.
He recalled this matter from his previous life, though he hadn't been privy to the details back then.
I understand what you mean. I am willing to join the Starry Sky project you mentioned. Chapter 53, The fate of the nation lies in every citizen's hands. Su Chen's sudden decision caught everyone off guard.
Even the meticulous Lu Long had assumed he'd need a lengthy speech or a pile of benefits to convince him to join. Old Song stood frozen in place before finally asking after a long pause.
Young man, you're joining just like that? Without inquiring about other conditions or anything? Su Chen couldn't help but laugh at this. What are you saying, old Master Song?
Every citizen bears responsibility for the nation's rise or fall.
I am a citizen of Great Xia. When my country needs me, how could I possibly strike while it's down by negotiating terms? Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to create a high-level safe house.
These words left Old Song deeply moved. Many players had come before, but most had their own conditions. Yet Su Chen's fearless and selfless spirit truly made Old Song look at him with newfound respect.
Good lad, you truly are a fine son of our Great Xia. Though you ask for nothing, we cannot let you go empty-handed. Rest assured, you needn't worry about finances at all.
You need only focus on upgrading the shelter's level and defenses. Leave matters in the real world to us.
Su Chen mentally weighed the balance of this arrangement.
After all, the shelter would eventually be made public. Reaching an agreement with the state sooner rather than later was a good thing. Mr. Song, I appreciate your offer, but there's one thing I must clarify up front.
Seeing Su Chen's serious expression, Old Song was taken aback. Go ahead. Whatever I can do, I'll make it happen.
Mr. Song, I insist that no one interfere with my affairs within the game. My progress differs from other players, and there's no need to spy on me. Rest assured, I'll do my utmost to fulfill your objectives.
Hearing this, Old Song understood the gist.
In plain terms, it meant no one was to interfere with the game. This included whether the sanctuary was currently open or closed. Young Su, by keeping the sanctuary closed now, are you afraid?
Yes, Old Song, it's exactly as you think.
Right now, I just want to focus on raising the shelter's level and defenses.
If I open it now, who knows what kind of people might show up later?
I simply don't have the time to juggle both sides.
So as a precaution, I'm not ready to open the shelter to the public yet. After hearing Su Chen's explanation, Old Song mentally reviewed each point one by one.
After running through numerous scenarios, he ultimately concluded Su Chen's reasoning was the most sound.
You might be right.
Once the shelter opens, with so many eyes around, who knows what kind of chaos could erupt.
Su Chen, proceed as you plan.
We won't interfere with what happens in the game, but you must ensure your own safety. Seeing that their conversation had reached an agreement, Su Chen nodded promptly.
Yes, sir. After dinner with them that evening, Su Chen had someone escort him back. Back home, Su Chen stretched lazily and flopped onto his bed. Being out and about all day really takes it out of you.
A golden nest or a silver nest can't compare to your own humble abode. Especially since his own home was so comfortable. Wonder how those folks at the shelter are doing. Su Chen picked up the items he'd bought for the three people beside him and launched the game. Upon logging in, he found himself back upstairs. Carrying bags and packages, he started down the stairs.
Halfway down, a loud thud echoed. Master actually left us behind again.
How despicable. He clearly told us to wait for him to eat, but now he's vanished.
Who knows when he'll even come back? Yeah. It's outrageous.
He's clearly just messing with us. Ilya and Luna were united in their resentment, all traces of their previous mutual disdain vanished. Dekisi sighed, glancing at them helplessly before picking up the bowl from the table and starting to eat.
Master Dekisi treats us like this, and you still have an appetite? Ilya suddenly turned to face Dekisi. The latter ignored her completely, continuing to eat.
Instead of wasting time on this, we should just eat first. Besides, the master isn't gone for good. He just has matters to attend to in his world. He'll be back later naturally. Yet Ilya abruptly pushed herself up from the table with both hands.
No way.
I can't just leave master in his world.
What if he gets bullied over there? At least I can still be of some help.
If they dare lay a finger on him, I'll shoot straight through their hearts.
Ilya stood with overwhelming authority, her eyes blazing with fury. Luna beside her was no less fierce, though now both their hostility was directed squarely at him. Su Chen swallowed nervously. Given this tense situation, it was best to make a quick escape. He turned around, preparing to slip away quietly. Just then, Dakisi looked up and caught sight of his retreating figure. She froze in place, staring after him for a moment. Ilya and Luna noticed Dakisi's unusual reaction and asked in unison. "What's wrong, Dakisi? Yeah, why are you spacing out? Are you feeling okay?" Faced with their concern, Dakisi forced a smile, lowered her head, and continued eating. She murmured a single sentence. "Nothing. I'm just happy to see our master back." Ilya and Luna instantly sensed something and turned to look behind them in unison. Sure enough, Su Chen was tiptoeing toward his room. "Oh, master's back. Master actually remembered to come back." In an instant, Ilya and Luna rose slowly from the dining table and walked toward Su Chen in unison. Su Chen, who had thought he'd dodged the bullet, instantly felt a chill run down his spine. How had Dakisi exposed his identity, trapping him here with no escape? Yeah. I got hungry, so I figured I'd come back for dinner," he said, backing away as he spoke. Given the current situation, he needed to find a place to hide immediately. "Where are you off to now, master? Aren't you joining us for dinner? You wouldn't be planning to ditch us again and take off on your own, would you?" Cold sweat poured down Su Chen's back. What were they implying? It made him sound like some faithless scoundrel. When had he ever been such a beast? Ahem, I think there must be some misunderstanding here. Let's eat first. After dinner, we can discuss whatever you want to ask. But I'm already full, so I won't be joining you. I'll head upstairs to rest for a bit. Su Chen gave an awkward smile, stood up, and started heading upstairs. However, the moment she tried to stand up, Ilya and Luna pushed her back down. Both girls wore adorable smiles as they chuckled. "Master, it seems you've returned well fed, but surely you wouldn't want to waste Dakisi's kindness? Even if we have to force feed you, we'll make sure you eat the food we prepared for you." Chapter 54, Danger resurfaces, the tree demon appears. Su Chen was speechless. What kind of karma had he brought upon himself? After finishing the meal, he felt certain that if he were to die, it would be from overeating. "Alright, stop fooling around. You two, hurry up and eat your meals. Master still needs to go out and gather things later." Nighttime was the prime period for phantom mushrooms to bloom. The previously gathered phantom mushrooms had all been used up, and tonight's humidity was just right perfect for harvesting more. Hearing Dakisi's words, Ilya and Luna stopped their mischief. "Oomph. Master, you can't just abandon us like that in the future." "Exactly. We're not just dead weight to you." Su Chen took a sip of water, then set his cup down upon hearing Luna's words. He looked at each person present with utmost seriousness. "I, Su Chen, have never considered you burdens. It's precisely because of you that my journey in this world has been made easier. You are my important companions, Su Chen, not burdens." Every word came straight from his heart. The three of them froze in surprise. Even Su Chen hadn't expected himself to utter such sappy words. "Ahem, anyway, that's the gist of it. I'm sure you all understand. That's all for dinner tonight. Ilya, come with me later to gather phantom mushrooms." Hearing her name called, Ilya instantly jumped up with delight. "Yay! Finally, I get to go out and play with my master." Seeing her overjoyed expression, Su Chen felt a headache coming on. "Hey, remember we're going out to gather things, not play. And the forest is far more dangerous at night than during the day." Ilya nodded vigorously. Master, rest assured I'll protect you no matter what." Su Chen sighed helplessly. How come this girl didn't seem to have taken a single word of his advice to heart? Oh well. After dinner, Su Chen led Ilya toward the forest. Before they left, Dakisi had specially cast a simple protective barrier around them. It was sufficient to ward off low-level demonic creatures, especially since Su Chen also carried an oil lamp. Holding the lamp in his hand, all the monsters lurking in the forest dared not make a move. Ilya turned to gaze at the lamp's flickering glow and drew closer to Su Chen. "Master seems to really like this oil lamp. Do you have some connection to it?" The question caused Su Chen's brain to freeze. Cough. "Nothing. Just find it useful. Stay close to me. Don't get separated." Ilya nodded obediently. "Understood, master." The surrounding phantom mushrooms had already been picked clean by Su Chen. To find more, he'd have to venture deeper inside. But the dangers within were likely far greater than he realized. "Why aren't we moving, master? It might be dangerous inside. We won't go further for now." "So that's why." Ilya scanned her surroundings, searching for any unpicked phantom mushrooms. Sure enough, she found a few more. "Master, come see over here. Can we use these phantom mushrooms too?" Hearing the commotion, Su Chen looked up to see a dozen or so phantom mushrooms clinging tightly to the trees. Su Chen hadn't expected there to be any left unpicked here. "Master, look deeper inside, there seem to be more over there." Su Chen followed the direction Ilya pointed and saw a large number of them. They must have just sprouted recently. Strange. How did I never notice this before? Judging by their size, they do look like new growth, but haven't they grown a bit too fast in such a short time? Seeing Suchen staring blankly at the phantom mushrooms without moving, Ilya poked his shoulder with her finger. Master, what are you spacing out for? Aren't we supposed to pick the phantom mushrooms? Once we're done with these, we can leave. Ilya said cheerfully. She dashed ahead first. By the time Suchen snapped out of his trance, she had already disappeared into the depths. Looking up, Suchen could only make out her blurred silhouette. Ilya! He shouted, but Ilya seemed oblivious, continuing to walk forward. Something was wrong. Ever since they entered this place, everything around them had felt off. Especially Ilya. He had explicitly instructed her before entering to obey his every command. Even if Ilya was mischievous, she would never disobey his orders. Master, why aren't we moving? Just as Suchen was feeling puzzled, Ilya's voice suddenly appeared beside him. She had returned to his side at some point, now watching him with a smile. Ilya, we need to get out of here. Suchen shouted, grabbing Ilya's arm and turning to dash toward the forest's edge. But as soon as he took a step, Ilya grabbed his arm with her free hand, pinning him in place. Why the rush, master? I haven't had my fill of this place yet. Besides, didn't we come here specifically for the phantom mushrooms? How can we pick them if we leave now? Don't you agree? The current Ilya was too uncharacteristic, completely unlike the person he knew. Suchen narrowed his eyes and released her grip. His tone was firm. You're not Ilya. The other burst into laughter upon hearing this. Human, you're just now catching on? Don't you think it's a bit late? Suddenly, the scene before Suchen began to overlap, and objects started to warp. When his vision finally cleared, the scene before him sent shockwaves through his body. He found himself trapped inside a carnivorous flower, held firmly within its mouth, surrounded by a dense forest of teeth. The slightest squeeze from the creature would instantly pierce him with countless bloody holes. Had he fallen victim to an illusion in just this brief moment? That couldn't be right. Wasn't his oil lamp still in his hand? Suchen glanced at his palm. There was no oil lamp there. From the very beginning, what he'd been holding was nothing but a piece of wood. Standing before him was a demonic creature shaped from a tree. Unlike Luna, it radiated pure demonic energy. The stench of death clung to her, suggesting she'd claimed countless lives. Oh my, it's been ages since I last tasted human flesh. Now, food has come right to my doorstep. The tree demon's body resembled withered branches, with two carnivorous plant leaves dangling at its sides. The sight was terrifying at first glance. He probably fell into this creature's trap just moments before grabbing the oil lamp. While resurrection potions could be used, constantly wasting them wasn't a sustainable solution. You think your half-baked skills could trap me? Suchen's words left the tree demon utterly baffled. TSK, trying to bluff me? Don't think I'm unaware of your human capabilities. You humans used to boast about how some great mage would wipe us out. Look how useless that turned out. Humans are nothing but vermin. Crushing you lot is child's play. Shall I start with you first, or perhaps begin with that little girl? She pointed to Ilya, who remained unconscious nearby. Suchen frowned in displeasure, then seized the moment to unleash a flame he'd gathered in his palm. Chapter 55. To kill you, I need only one strike. The opponent couldn't dodge in time and was struck squarely by the fireball. The flames engulfed her arm, searing pain radiating through her entire body. The tree demon roared incessantly. Suchen swiftly threw another fireball into the carnivorous flower. The carnivorous plant, stung by the pain, reluctantly released Suchen. Without delay, Suchen rescued Ilya and swiftly retrieved an oil lamp from his backpack. The moment it was lit, the monsters that had been lunging forward instantly retreated. They feared the lamp's light would fall upon them. Even the tree demon showed a hint of fear, utterly unprepared for Suchen to be an elementalist wielding fire. Cunning human! How dare you hurl fireballs at me? The tree demon's deafening roar shook the air, though its impact on Suchen holding the oil lamp was diminished. Instead, it roused the sleeping Ilya. Cough cough. What's going on? Weren't we on our way to pick phantom mushrooms? Why is it so noisy? Still groggy from waking, Ilya looked up and froze at the sight of the swarm of carnivorous flowers before her. Whoa! There are so many carnivorous plants. And who is this ugly monster? Just looking at her makes me feel nauseous. The tree spirit froze in anger at the remark and erupted in a torrent of curses. You worthless elf, how dare you? You! Ugly hag, could you shut up? Just standing there makes me sick. Anyone who makes me feel this nauseous can't be a good person. The tree demon's body swelled to several times its original size with rage. Suchen smiled silently. It had to be said, this creature's words were infuriating beyond measure. I'll kill you both. Kill you all. The tree demon went berserk, swelling its body to several times its original size. Sharp, blade-like thorns lunged toward the two like deadly spears. Suchen shielded Ilya with his body as they dodged to the side, casually hurling an ice arrow in pursuit. Yet it was easily dodged. Only when she sensed the creature's murderous intent did Ilya snap back to her senses. This guy's attacks are just like Luna's. We really should have brought Luna along to see who's better.
Even now, Ilya could still laugh. She was incredibly thick-skinned.
Master, leave this madwoman to me.
You go gather the phantom mushrooms.
Ilya yanked Su Chen away and spread her wings to confront the enemy.
Su Chen was stunned by the scene.
She was charging in like that? The tree demon couldn't help but laugh at the sight of her charging in alone. You dare come alone? You must be out of your mind.
Ilya paid no heed to the tree demon's taunts. Whether I'm mad or not, you'll see for yourself. If you hadn't played dirty tricks from the start, my master and I wouldn't have fallen for it. Since you're so eager to die, I, Ilya, will kindly grant your wish. Seeing her defiance, the tree demon roared with laughter.
How utterly presumptuous.
With that, the thorns covering its entire body surged toward Ilya like a storm.
Ilya didn't flinch.
Holding the thunderbow, she aimed it squarely at the tree demon's heart, her eyes narrowing slightly.
To kill you, one shot is all it takes.
The tree demon utterly disregarded her, unleashing a barrage of thorns toward Ilya.
It couldn't believe Ilya could escape its attack range. Yet lightning struck several times faster than the thorns.
Before the spines could touch her body.
Instead, the lightning arrow pierced through its own heart.
The tree demon stared down in utter shock at the gaping hole in its chest, reaching out to touch it in disbelief.
How could this be?
The next second, her consciousness faded and she collapsed dead. Seeing Ilya unharmed, Su Chen began gathering phantom mushrooms. Unexpectedly, Ilya's attack power had actually increased. The carnivorous plants that had witnessed the scene trembled uncontrollably.
Every time Ilya moved an inch toward them, they retreated 3.
Hey, why so scared?
I'm not here to eat you.
As Ilya drew closer, the carnivorous plants huddled together in a tight cluster.
Listen up, you lot. Staying alive is simple, just stop killing humans. Got it?
The carnivorous plants nodded frantically, terrified they might meet the same fate as the tree demon at any moment.
Alright, just remember today's lesson and don't harm humans carelessly.
Oh, and hurry up and gather some magic mushrooms.
My master needs them.
At this command, the carnivorous plants scurried off eagerly to gather the mushrooms. Before long, it returned with everything Su Chen needed. The carnivorous plant fawned obsequiously, fluttering its leaves in an ingratiating manner that left Su Chen utterly dumbfounded. It seemed that Ilya's earlier slaughter of the tree demon had left a profound psychological impact on them.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be acting like this now. Alright, there's nothing else to do now. You should leave quickly.
At her words, the carnivorous plants immediately bolted, terrified that lagging behind would mean certain death. Once they were gone, Ilya clutched her basket and threw herself into Su Chen's arms.
Master, look.
I got all the phantom mushrooms you needed.
Didn't I do a great job this time? Like a little puppy, Iria even fluttered her hidden little wings excitedly.
Her adorable expression was enough to melt anyone's heart.
Ahem.
You did very well today.
I'll give you 2 cotton candies when we get back.
At this, Ilya's adorable little face scrunched up.
No way. I want 3. Watching her haggle, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Fine. 3 it is. I knew my master was the best.
After gathering the phantom mushrooms, the two headed back to the shelter together, collecting quite a bit of wood along the way. As they walked forward, the treasure chest they had seen earlier reappeared before Su Chen.
That golden treasure chest again. Had it still not been opened? Su Chen approached it. Though the chest remained unopened, human bones now littered the ground around it.
He knew exactly what had happened without even thinking.
Master, something feels off about this chest being here, right?
Ilya leaned close and whispered into Su Chen's ear.
Su Chen shook his head helplessly. If even Ilya could sense something was amiss, how utterly foolish must those humans have been to meet their end here?
I'll try smashing it with a rock.
Ilya picked up a stone and tossed it forward. Thud.
The stone hit the rock wall and fell back down. Nothing happened.
Huh? Nothing happened at all?
Ilya refused to believe it, picking up another stone and hurling it again.
Still no reaction? This doesn't feel right. Maybe I should try throwing myself over there?
She tilted her head in confusion, then suddenly seemed to think of something brilliant.
Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Chen.
He stared at her as if she were an idiot, realizing once again he'd overestimated Ilya's intelligence.
Su Chen pulled a pickled beef shank from his backpack and tossed it forward.
Instantly, a gaping maw burst from the stone wall, swallowing the object whole in the blink of an eye. The golden treasure chest sat right on its tongue. No matter how you tried to grab it, you'd get swallowed whole.
Witnessing that scene, Ilya's body went limp with fright. What kind of monster is this? It can even disguise itself. Chapter 56, Deadly Black Rain, Fatal Dash. Monster, Treasure Chest Monster. Skill, Camouflage. Danger Level 2. Su Chen let out a sharp TSK. This treasure chest monster was far more dangerous than others of its kind. Yet its danger level was only 2. Danger levels in the game world are categorized as 1, 7 and Ultimate. When the Ultimate tier appears, human extinction is usually not far off. Master, are you going to take this one out?
That treasure chest in its mouth looks pretty decent to me. Ilya tightened her grip on the thunderclap bow as she spoke, locking her gaze on the monster. She was poised to fire an arrow through it the very next second. Hold off for now. There's no rush to grab that treasure chest. Leave it here and see if it attracts some reckless fools. Might as well let it clean them up for us. At those words, Ilya's pointed ears twitched slightly. Brilliant plan, master. You're always so cunning. Suchen stumbled as he walked, nearly tripping over his own words at that remark. He called this a strategy? What did she mean by cunning? Warning. Level 4 hazard approaching. Players must return to the shelter immediately. Level 4 hazard will strike in 5 minutes. Players must return to the shelter immediately. The system's voice echoed like a nightmare in Suchen's ears. A chill ran down Suchen's spine as he sensed something was terribly wrong. He grabbed Ilya and sprinted toward the shelter. What's wrong, master? Did something happen? Run. No time to explain, hurry home. Seeing Suchen's grave expression, Ilya wasted no time. Flapping her wings, she immediately headed for home. Fortunately, the shelter wasn't far away. Just a little more distance and they'd be there. Tick-tock. Drip. Rain? A few raindrops suddenly fell from the sky. Ilya glanced at Suchen's clothes in surprise as a drop of rain, black as ink, landed on him. In mere moments, the fabric was pierced through, the stained area rapidly corroding away. What is this? Ilya froze, then hurriedly followed Suchen. Suchen suppressed his rising anxiety, his mind fixated on one thought, rushed to the shelter. Countdown, 10 seconds. 10.9.8. Ilya, run. The countdown in his mind felt like a death knell, each tick sending a jolt through his nerves. Ah! It hurts. Black raindrops struck Ilya's wings, instantly burning holes through them. Thrown off balance mid-air, Suchen clenched his teeth, grabbed the falling Ilya, and sprinted forward. 5.3.2.1. Catastrophe has struck. Players who have not returned must find their own way to survival. Suchen carried Ilya into the shelter at the last moment, the torrential rain closing in behind them. He looked up at the pitch-black sky, where every raindrop hitting the ground was pitch black. The shelter seemed shielded by a barrier, keeping the black water at bay. Master! Ilya! Luna emerged from the building and froze for a moment upon seeing the two of them sprawled on the ground in disarray. She snapped out of it and hurried toward them. Hearing the commotion, Dekisi also emerged. After confirming the two were unharmed, her gaze swept past them to the dark rain behind them. Dekisi's eyes darkened as she slowly approached them. Master, Ilya, are you both all right? Suchen breathed a sigh of relief. We're fine. We barely escaped with our lives. This rain outside is dangerous. Don't go out now. If this rain touches your skin, it will induce numbness, slowing your movements. Moreover, the rain is corrosive. With all these effects combined, you'd likely turn into a skeleton by the time it stops. Suchen remembered this black rain all too well. He hadn't known much about it during the game, since his shelter had been destroyed long ago, leaving him with scant access to higher-level information. But after the apocalypse struck, he experienced the oppressive force of the black rain firsthand. What fell from above wasn't water, it felt like some kind of living creature. Creatures capable of devouring humans whole, so small they defied description. Ilya listened, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at her own wings. Suddenly, she let out a wail and began crying bitterly. Does this mean my wings will be full of holes from now on and I won't be able to fly anymore? Master, I don't want this. I don't want this. Her sobs grew louder and louder, nearly deafening Suchen. All right, I'm listening. Drink this. Your body will be healed in a few days. At those words, Ilya instantly stopped crying and looked at Suchen with utmost seriousness. Really? Master isn't lying to me? Suchen sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. When have I ever lied to you? Or do you not trust me? These words startled Ilya, who quickly downed the potion Suchen had given her in one gulp. How could I ever doubt my master? Ilya loves master the most. Suchen was startled by her sudden change. Suchen glanced outside the shelter. The black rain had come on suddenly. There should still be many players gathering resources outside. Who knew how many would survive once the black rain ended? Master, there's still plenty of meat left over from before. Since we can't do anything else right now, let's grill it together. Dekisi always managed the maid's duties with impeccable order. Even if the world outside had ended, she could still give people a sense of reassurance. Returning to the shelter, that sense of danger vanished completely. Now, hunger was the only thing he felt. All right, we should eat something anyway. Preparations were underway in the kitchen. Suchen opened the world channel, where messages flooded in like crazy. Holy crap! That black rain came out of nowhere. If I hadn't run fast, I'd have gone down heroically. Who upstairs didn't feel the same? I practically sprinted for my life, terrified I'd die outside if I slowed down for even a second. My sanctuary, built with so much effort, absolutely cannot perish now. Reading the chat logs, Suchen could tell players were taking things far more seriously now. It seemed those who'd treated the game lightly had already been weeded out.
Who the heck is this Su Chen? How did he climb to 8th place in Great Xia so fast? I bet he's just some rich tycoon or powerful family throwing money around. Come on, if money could buy everything, wouldn't there be tons of powerful players? Exactly. Look at the eldest son of the Wang family, he had all that money, yet he still bit the dust in the game. The chat channel erupted. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. His ranking had actually climbed to 8th? He opened the rankings to check his position. Player Su Chen, 8th in China, 32nd globally. Looks like his ranking would refresh again the next time he upgraded his shelter. Master, dinner is ready. Let's eat together. Takisi carried plate after plate of delicious dishes to the table. The room instantly filled with enticing aromas, making Luna and Ilya's eyes sparkle with excitement. Eat up. Takisi will come to my room in a moment. The moment those words left his mouth, the room fell deathly silent. Chapter 57, The Deadly Black Dessert. In that instant, all three women turned to look at Su Chen simultaneously. He sensed something was off, lifting his head and frowning slightly at them. What's up? Why are you all looking at me like that? Luna's eyes brimmed with tears as she gently bit her lip, her face etched with hurt. Her watery eyes fixed on Su Chen for a long moment. She seemed to want to say something but held it back at the last moment. Her conflicted expression left Su Chen utterly bewildered. Freak! Master pervert! Ilya unleashed her anger directly at Su Chen's face. But the other party hadn't even processed what it meant. Su Chen was utterly baffled, furrowing his brow in confusion for a long while. He turned to look at Takisi, whose cheeks were flushed and head bowed, her expression hidden. Hey, what's going on with you three? Su Chen asked bluntly, but each of the three reacted differently. The demon serpent lazily lifted its head to glance at Su Chen before writhing into a more comfortable position and settling back down. Daikisi steadied her composure, serving rice as she spoke. Understood, master. Let's eat first. Su Chen looked utterly dejected. How was he supposed to eat now? He hadn't even said anything wrong. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Hadn't he just uttered an incredibly brief phrase? Cough. What I meant was, I wanted to ask her about some mage stuff, so I asked her to come to my room privately to explain it. You three, especially you two, are you getting the wrong idea? Su Chen crossed his arms, looking down at Luna and Ilya. The two girls jumped at being called out. Ilya cleared her throat awkwardly and buried her head in her food. Ahem, master, what are you saying? I'm starving right now, so I'll just eat first, okay? After she spoke, Luna followed suit. Master, I'm hungry too. Let's eat. Both of them practically buried their heads in their bowls. Judging by their expressions, they'd clearly thought of something they shouldn't have. Tisk. You too. Looks like I'll need to train you both to boost my own attack power. Luna. Ilya. The two exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. They should have kept quiet earlier. After dinner, Su Chen pulled Takisi into the room, where several magic books lay scattered on the table. Master, are you planning to learn incantations? Takisi lifted the books from the floor. They detailed how to maximize the power of one's attacks. But there was an annotation at the back. P.S. This book is only passed down to those of the Shrine Maiden bloodline. This sentence instantly shattered Su Chen's defenses. Even the usually composed Takisi's lips twitched slightly. No wonder she was summoned here, she'd been waiting right here all along. Takisi, take this book back with you. It won't be of much use to you here with me. Su Chen handed the book to Takisi, who paused in surprise. She hadn't expected him to simply give it to her like that. Master, what were you going to ask earlier? About that great mage from before? Su Chen nodded. He only left the location. Figure out a way to get there quickly and retrieve everything inside. As long as those items remained outside, Su Chen's mind would be restless. If someone else beat him to it, then what good was this key? Takisi understood this worry. Indeed, others might appear, and that would be problematic. Master, the island where that archmage resides is fraught with danger. With our current combat strength, we cannot reach it. And if today's events were to repeat, we'd be caught completely off guard. This was undeniably true. Gazing at the dark rain still falling outside, Su Chen's eyes darkened. The task of upgrading the sanctuary was urgent. He had to raise its level to construct the teleporter. Otherwise, even if he managed to reach the Archmage's island, facing such a situation, he reckoned he'd be corroded to white bones by then. Alright, Takisi, you're absolutely right. We'll head to the island once everything is prepared. Once the black rain ceases, we'll mobilize the entire team to gather materials. Su Chen silently resolved. We absolutely must gather all the materials in a short time. After some time, Su Chen emerged from his room and stood in the courtyard, gazing outward. The relentless pounding of rain annoyed Su Chen. Why was this rain pouring down so relentlessly? At least the water couldn't get inside. If it could, it would probably flood the place. Countless calamities would follow when the apocalypse arrived. Floods, earthquakes, tsunamis, countless calamities, more than one could count. Su Chen glanced back at the shelter. It was clear he needed to upgrade it. Master, Luna and I made some desserts. Come have some. The sudden voice came from behind Su Chen. The mere thought of something made by Ilya sent a shiver down Su Chen's spine. Forget it, forget it. He wanted to live a little longer. Ahem. I think I'll pass. I'm already quite full from the meal earlier. He gave an awkward laugh and started to make his escape, but Ilya had already seen through his plan. She stepped forward swiftly, grabbing hold of Su Chen's sleeve and clutching it tightly in her hand, pinning him in place. Master, you seem to be constantly rejecting my cooking. Could it be you have some issue with my culinary skills? The eerie feeling sent an involuntary shiver down Su Chen's spine. Cough, cough. Not at all. I just suddenly remembered something I need to take care of. I'll come back for a bite after I'm done. Su Chen spoke while trying to break free from Ilya's grip, but her strength was unexpectedly immense, making escape impossible. Well then, since that's the case, you'd better sit back down and enjoy the meal I've prepared with all my heart for you, master. She spoke while pulling him forcefully back into the room. The sudden brute force startled Su Chen, but he couldn't break free. He could only let Ilya drag him to the dining table, where her delicate hands pressed down firmly on his shoulders. A sharp jolt sent his body crashing down onto the seat. Dekisi shook her head helplessly. Even after dodging so many times, he'd finally been caught out here. Master! I've prepared countless delicious desserts just for you. Come, taste them all. Ilya spoke as she carefully placed each dessert from the cart onto the table. Seeing the charcoal black desserts before him, Su Chen felt the world spin. If he ate this stuff, he'd definitely need his great-grandmother. Come on, master. Open wide. Ilya wore a gentle expression as she held the dessert bowl, scooped a spoonful, and brought it to Su Chen's mouth. Su Chen swallowed hard. Could he still be saved if he ate this stuff? He clamped his mouth shut, refusing to let that dark, gooey mass enter his mouth. Luna stumbled, and the cup in her hand smashed hard against the floor. Ah! It clattered to the floor, landing squarely on Su Chen's foot. Ilya shoved the spoon into Su Chen's mouth, watching him with a satisfied expression. Master, I never imagined you'd be so eager for my dessert you devoured it in one go. Chapter 58 Unexpected Delight, Awakening of Poison Resistance. One bite nearly cost Su Chen half his life. HP 7. HP 8. Su Chen's face turned from green to purple as dizziness washed over him. His stomach churned violently, yet his throat felt blocked, preventing any vomit from escaping. Master, isn't it delicious? Look how you're nodding your head in delight. Ilya stared at Su Chen in astonishment, her hand repeatedly bringing food to his mouth. Spoonful after spoonful found its way into Su Chen's mouth. Dekisi frowned deeply as she watched the scene unfold from a distance, shaking her head helplessly. Watching this meal unfold made her feel physically queasy. Master, has Ilya fainted? Luna noticed something was off with Su Chen and leaned down to check his nostrils. He was still breathing, but his complexion looked terribly off. How could that be? Master is simply too delighted to speak. Come, have another bite. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. If he ate any more, he might just meet his end. He strained every muscle to raise his hand and knock the spoon away, but before he could muster the strength, another spoonful of poisoned rice was shoved into his mouth. There's more, master. No need to fight for it. HP 10. HP 20. Su Chen's vision went black and he collapsed to the ground. Hey, master. Congratulations. Player has activated poison resistance. Common poisonous monsters will no longer affect your refreshable. Su Chen's eyes regained a sliver of clarity as the system's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. He had no idea which door he'd walked through, but somehow he'd stumbled upon poison resistance and it could even be refreshed. After regaining sensation in his limbs, Su Chen climbed to his feet and forced a smile at Ilya. Ahem. I think I'm full now. You guys can split the rest among yourselves. I'll head back to rest now. Come find me if anything comes up. With that, Su Chen turned and bolted away. He feared that if he slowed down even for a second, Ilya would drag him back to feed him more poison. Even though he'd triggered his poison resistance, if she kept pushing him to the brink like this, he might actually end up dying here. Phew! Finally, a moment to relax. Toxicity resistance, that's a pretty useful skill. Even if someone tries to poison me in the future, I'll be able to survive it. Refresh. Su Chen immediately refreshed the acquired skill, and a flash of white light instantly filled his vision. You have refreshed the basic poison resistance skill. After refresh, the duration of basic poison resistance is extended to 1 day. Seeing the text before him, Su Chen twitched his lips in exasperation. How come this skill seemed worse than the previous one? Refresh again. Refresh. Refresh again. He repeated this several times until the very last refresh, when Su Chen finally cancelled the process. Su Chen stared intently at the skill description. This is the very last time. If a decent skill doesn't appear now, this poison resistance might as well be useless. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the skill description erupted in golden light. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Supreme Poison Resistance skill. Resists all poison techniques in the world. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the immunity to all poisons physique. You have obtained one golden treasure chest, cannot be refreshed.
The sound faded as a treasure chest dropped before Su-chen. Su-chen stared at it for a moment before letting out a soft hiss.
It's got some decent stuff, but it still feels like a waste.
If this chest could be refreshed, who knows what more useful items might appear later.
Open now? Open. Without hesitation, Su-chen opened the box.
Wood plus 2,000, stone plus 2,000, refined iron plus 2,000.
The contents inside left Su-chen speechless.
He had never seen a treasure chest yield such a bountiful haul before. This would instantly boost his shelter's protection level.
Su-chen stared in astonishment at the extra materials in his backpack. Even after using them, there'll still be plenty left over.
They'll come in handy during future auctions.
Upgrade the shelter. Understood. Relevant materials consumed. Upgrading in progress. Shelter 0796. Level 6. Special building added.
The text froze at that moment. Su-chen frowned, and instantly, everything around him shifted rapidly. A rumbling roar echoed from outside.
Su-chen immediately stood by the window to look out.
The 2-meter-tall iron gate began transforming from its base upward, shifting to silver and emitting a faint glow.
Host's gate upgraded, low to mid-tier monsters cannot invade the shelter.
Just then, a red-eyed rabbit charged toward the gate, slamming headfirst into it. A bolt of lightning struck the red-eyed rabbit directly. In an instant, the rabbit was charred on the outside and tender on the inside.
Master! We can have grilled rabbit for dinner tonight. Luna picked up the rabbit at the entrance, waving excitedly towards Su-chen on the second floor. The sudden scene made Su-chen's lips twitch.
This feature was quite useful. Before he could react, a rumbling sound echoed overhead once more. He hurried toward the observation deck, where the two ordinary-looking cannons had undergone a transformation. The solar corona effect now enveloped the turrets, causing them to burst into light. The single-shot turrets had been upgraded to fire 5 rounds in succession, their size significantly larger than before.
Added magic shooting crossbow, capable of attacking high-level monsters. Can only be used once per day. A colossal crossbow rose from the ground, towering at the very center of the lookout platform. A single glance was enough to be stunned by its aggressive appearance. Weapon, demon-slaying crossbow. Power, effortlessly attacks high-tier monsters. Uses magical energy as arrows usable only once per day refreshable. Seeing the last two characters, Su-chen's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He thought it would be a big deal, but with his talent, this was no problem at all. The 3 girls standing in the courtyard exchanged glances. Luna, what do you think's gotten into our master? Ilya tapped her chin, looking perplexed. Luna shook her little head, equally perplexed. No idea, but that crossbow looks mighty impressive. Seems like it packs a serious punch. The Kisi's narrowed eyes glinted, filled entirely with the image of the demon-shooting crossbow. Their coven of witches had always been able to sense powerful weapons, and this object faintly emanated a perceptible glow. Enveloped in an eerie crimson glow, its power was undeniable. If struck by this thing, one would likely be crippled if not killed outright. What's that sound? Luna detected strange sounds emanating from the surroundings, the tremors beneath her feet growing increasingly intense. The 3 tried to move, yet their bodies fell pinned to the spot, utterly immobilized. In an instant, an invisible force pinned them to the spot. Everything around them rapidly transformed, leaving the trio utterly speechless. The villa-like sanctuary expanded continuously, hot spring pools emerged from the ground, and the area designated for cultivation grew significantly larger. Several small rooms vanished, transforming into a sprawling complex of buildings. An overwhelming expanse of trees and flowers appeared before them, one after another, too numerous to take in. P.S. Combat Power System Summary. To ensure everyone understands combat power, here's a revised tier breakdown from lowest to highest. Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Radiant Gold, Black Radiant, Epic, Legendary, Mythic. Each tier is further divided into 1-9 ranks. The protagonist is currently maxed out at Bronze rank. Chapter 59, Tier 6 Reward Teleporter Blueprint. 0796 Sanctuary. Special Construction Weapons. 2 Advanced Turrets, Electric Fence, Magic Shooting Crossbow, Fire Pit. Special Constructions. Hot Spring Pool, Plantation Plot, Forge Room. Area, 300 square meters. Population Capacity, 5200. Congratulations on upgrading your shelter level. Rewards are being distributed. 1 Platinum Chest contains high-value items. 1 Teleporter Blueprint. 1 Awakening Elemental Fruit. Su-chen nodded with satisfaction as the text kept popping up on the interface. This teleporter blueprint alone would cause a frenzy. In his previous life, he hadn't managed to upgrade his sanctuary to level 6. He'd only seen a powerful player from the beautiful nation reach level 6 and obtain this teleporter blueprint. Moreover, this blueprint was exclusive to players who first upgraded their sanctuary to level 6. Even if others reached level 6 later, they wouldn't get it. A golden blueprint materialized from the void, settling securely in Su-chen's hand. Required materials, 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 2,000 refined iron, 200 meteorites?
Ugh, no surprise, the better the item, the more resources it demands. And collecting meteorites isn't exactly a walk in the park either.
Suchen pressed his temples in frustration, momentarily at a loss for what to do.
Just then, the vibration of an incoming call on his phone caught his attention.
Li Yuanba? Why is he calling at this hour? Suchen exited the game and answered the call.
You're something else, kid. You've already climbed to the top of the national rankings. The other end's booming voice made Suchen quickly hold the phone away from his ear. The guy was kind-hearted, but he was just too jumpy.
Brotherly, what did you just say? My ranking what? Suchen activated speakerphone and the voice boomed again. Number 1 in the country. Haven't you checked your own ranking? Hurry up and check it. Confused, Suchen tapped the rankings. First in Great Xia, 9th in the world.
After upgrading his shelter by 1 level, his ranking had changed. Hey kid, you're the only one in the entire world who's upgraded their sanctuary to level 6.
Too bad there aren't enough residents. Otherwise, you'd definitely be number 1 in the world. Suchen knew this well.
The ranking system didn't just consider the shelter's level, it also factored in the residents' levels. However, Suchen had concealed all resident information for his shelter, choosing not to list them.
Got any problems right now?
If you do, just tell us, the central authority will definitely handle it for you.
Suchen realized it had come to him without any effort at all. And he did have a problem right now. Brotherly, I'm actually facing a real problem here.
Li Tianba froze, his voice tinged with urgency.
What's going on? What exactly is it?
I need a material called meteorite, but I haven't found any yet.
If you have any connections, could you help me get some? Hearing this, Li Tianba slapped his thigh. Alright. I'll have my people start searching immediately. Hold tight, I'll notify you the moment I have any leads.
After hanging up, Suchen fell deep in thought. Meteorites appeared in obscure locations, and their purpose remained unknown for now.
I wonder if Brotherly will be able to bring it back.
In his previous life, he hadn't even known where such things came from. Their origin was so secretive that the United States had never disclosed it. Likely out of fear that other nations might exploit the secret. Inside the central control room of Great Xia,
Li Yuanba burst in from outside, too frantic to even sit down.
Grabbing Lu Long by the collar, he barked.
Hurry and find the meteorite. Suchen needs this material now. The abrupt demand left everyone momentarily bewildered. Old Song frowned, placing a hand on his shoulder and patting it. Sit down and speak calmly.
Lu Long snapped out of it and pushed him back into his chair. You stubborn fool, I've told you countless times to curb your impatience, but you never listen.
Li Yuanba was sweating profusely with anxiety. I just got a little carried away. Anyway, here's what happened. After a lengthy explanation, everyone finally grasped the situation.
At the conference table, a long-haired woman wearing glasses tapped her fingers lightly on the surface.
So we need to find a meteorite now, but where on earth do we even start looking? It's something we've never even heard of before. Finding it will be difficult.
Lu Long nodded in agreement.
Gu Yan is right. Moreover, we can't let other nations know we're searching for this. Otherwise, they'll inevitably become obstacles for us later. The current situation is dire. Every nation is desperate for their own shelter to rank among the top.
If the United States were to be surpassed, who knows how badly their defenses would crumble.
Proceed in secret.
Lu Long, this task falls to you and Tianba. Under no circumstances may other nations learn of our nation's actions.
The two men rose swiftly, expressions grave, and answered in unison.
Yes, sir. After the meeting, news of Suchen becoming the nation's top player spread rapidly online. Suddenly, everyone was buzzing with curiosity about the player named Suchen.
Welcome to J Bros livestream. I assume most of you are playing Sanctuary right now. And everyone's fascinated by the top-ranked player in Daxia.
This player named Suchen burst onto the scene, leaving everyone in the dust. While he hasn't claimed the global top spot, he is the first to reach level 6 in Sanctuary.
Open any stream, and they're all covering this story. Everyone is wondering about Suchen's identity.
Gangzi, who was eating, saw the endless stream of online reports and was instantly struck by doubt.
It can't be that coincidental, right? Could this Suchen be the one I know? Doesn't seem like it either. But where did that Suchen guy find such a gorgeous girlfriend? Didn't he get cancer? Could it be? Gangzi felt more and more uneasy the more he thought about it.
Every single detail pointed to Suchen definitely hiding something from him. After much deliberation, only one possibility remained.
Gangzi's eyes lit up.
He clapped his hands together and immediately dialed Suchen's number. Hey Suchen, this guy's got some nerve, paying big bucks to hire a girlfriend to come here and put on a show.
So what if you don't have a girlfriend? Like I'd ever make fun of you for that. Suchen was completely baffled, unable to grasp what this guy was getting at. What's going on?
Seeing Suchen still unwilling to open up, Gangzi sighed helplessly.
Man, you really are stubborn. If you have any problems or difficulties, just come to me. The Suchen who topped the rankings for the top shelter in Daxia Online today, it couldn't be you, could it? Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he opened his browser. The term Su Chen dominated search results everywhere. Wow, his name was spreading this fast already? Hey, say something. Did you see someone with the same name and just freeze up in surprise? Su Chen gave an awkward chuckle and replied. Ahaha, yeah, that's exactly it. Then this isn't you, right? Of course not. I knew it. How could you possibly be the top-ranked player in Great Xia? The exchange nearly made Su Chen choke on his laughter. You gotta hand it to this guy, his thought process is truly out of the ordinary. Chapter 60, The Bounty on His Head, America's Dirty Tricks. Who the hell is this Great Xia man? Dig to the depths of the earth if you must, but find him. Inside the White Palace, a bearded man slammed his fist on the table in fury. President, the Great Xia will certainly keep this man's information confidential. Taking action against him won't be straightforward. Hearing this, Dalton's anger flared. In his mind, the great beautiful nation always had to be the top dog in everything it did. Though his nation still held the world's top rank, the level 6 shelter reward was now out of reach. His subordinates cautiously glanced at him, their hands clenched as they spoke. Mr. President, aren't we overreacting a bit? Besides, the apocalypse hasn't been confirmed yet. This is all just happening in the game. There have been countless doomsday prophecies before, and they all turned out to be false. Dalton's rage flared. He strode forward and raised his hand, slapping the man hard across the face. What the hell is wrong with you? The game immerses you completely, and you can see so many items used by humans. But we've never seen other humans appear in the game. Maybe the original world has been destroyed. He paused, staring at the rankings on his phone, his mind racing. Even if the apocalypse is fake, we can't let other nations ride roughshod over our beautiful country. This Su Chen will surely become a threat to our beautiful country in the future. Issue a bounty now, we must eliminate him. Dalton was determined to eliminate Su Chen. The moment the bounty was issued, it drew massive attention. In no time, the bounty on Su Chen's head became the hottest topic. What the hell is going on? They actually issued a bounty? I bet other countries are afraid we'll threaten them, so they're doing this. How petty. This is all for humanity's survival, yet they resort to this. Who exactly is this Su Chen? The government better protect him. When Su Chen woke up, his phone was flooded with messages. He yawned and opened his phone, only to be stunned. Gangzy, Su Chen, you gotta be extra careful lately. That other Su Chen with the same name as you is wanted by the police. You might get caught in the crossfire. Gangzy, you gotta protect yourself. I won't come looking for you for a while, I'm scared too. Li Tianba, hey kid, what the hell are you doing? Still sleeping? Li Tianba, pick up the phone already. There's a huge mess online. Ha? A wanted notice? Su Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened TikTok, casually searching his name. The headline instantly sobered him. Top-ranked Su Chen of Great Xia has a bounty on his head? What the hell is this nonsense? Su Chen frowned, instantly understanding. In his previous life, the United States had secretly orchestrated such schemes, attempting to leverage their international influence and power to target individuals from other nations. Among the victims was the White Bear Nation. A player who had been ranked among the top contenders for first place was assassinated. Ever since, the White Bear Nation suffered devastating territorial losses and never recovered. TSK. They really can't hold back, can they? Already making their move? Last time, you took advantage of the White Bear Nation's players. This time, you won't get away with it. After waking up, he found himself ravenously hungry. Su Chen stretched lazily, preparing to make himself some lunch. Just as he reached the doorway, the doorbell rang urgently. Brother Tianba? What brings you here? Li Tianba glanced around nervously before hurrying inside, followed by a man in a black parka. Hey, did you see all those messages I sent you on my phone? Do you even know there's a bounty on your head, you little punk? Faced with Li Tianba's panic, Su Chen remained surprisingly calm. The latter nodded, brushed past him, and walked over to the refrigerator, pulling out 2 bottles of drink. Yeah, I know. But it's no big deal. I've still got you guys, right? This statement instantly left Li Tianba speechless. Damn it, this kid was completely dumping the whole thing on them. Tisk, hey, you really aren't the least bit worried, are you? Li Tianba was so furious he could have punched him in the gut. Su Chen smiled and eagerly opened the bottle, handing it over. Brother Li, why should I be anxious? I trust the country, don't I? Besides, acting more ordinary might just dispel any suspicions others have about me. Taking the opposite approach, Lu Long, standing behind Li Tianba, gave Su Chen a few approving glances. This kid didn't seem like the simple, honest type at all. He had his own little schemes. This certainly shattered his preconceived notions. We don't have any good tea at home. Let's have some cold drinks first. The sun's beating down outside, perfect for cooling off. Su Chen politely settled the 2 guests, then sliced some fruit in the kitchen and arranged it on the table. His demeanor was poised and confident, showing none of the timidity one might expect when facing superiors. This earned him high praise from both men. Even the fiery-tempered Li Tianba found himself slowing down. Headquarters has indeed issued orders to prioritize your personal security.
While the nation behind the bounty on your head remains unidentified, it likely boils down to a few possibilities.
The top suspect up top is the United States. Their president is notoriously petty.
He fears being outdone by other nations, which would be a complete loss of face for him.
Su Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this.
So they had guessed it too. Lu Long, who had remained silent, narrowed his eyes, observing every flicker of expression on Su Chen's face before speaking.
Judging by your expression, you already know which country is behind this, don't you? Su Chen saw no reason to hide it and nodded openly in acknowledgement. I secured the level 6 sanctuary reward and there's only one copy.
They must be frantic, terrified it could threaten their position. The moment those words left his mouth, the two fell silent and exchanged a glance. Everyone knew that level 6 shelters offered unique rewards, and the materials were special too. Though they were both timber and stone, what mattered was purity. By sheer coincidence, Su Chen had stumbled upon a mineshaft where the stones and refined iron possessed the highest purity. Upgrading consumed precisely these high-purity, high-quality materials.
Would you mind revealing what the level 6 shelter's reward is? After wrestling with the question for a while, Lu Long finally voiced his curiosity. Su Chen smiled. It's a special item, a planar teleporter.
Simply put, it can transport people to another location without any tools, completing the transfer in a single second.
Boom!
The revelation struck both men like a thunderclap. The very concept of teleportation existed only in cultivation fantasy novels, yet now it was manifesting in reality. Seeing their stunned expressions, Su Chen continued.
As you've likely surmised, the teleporter can appear wherever its owner desires. If the owner desires, it can even transport large groups of people, though that would require upgrading the device.
Their expressions grew even more numb, unable to fathom what they had just heard.
Wasn't that essentially planting their own spies deep within enemy territory? Chapter 61, Cancer Suppression? What kind of miracle drug? Lu Long pushed his glasses up with a hand. So that's why you broke away from Tianba to search for the meteorite? Su Chen nodded non-committally in acknowledgement. Right.
My strength alone can't match the power of our central headquarters.
You're all high-level executives. I trust you to handle these matters.
He spoke with a smile, showing no sign of being affected by the bounty on his head. Every move Su Chen made was observed by Lu Long. He could tell that Su Chen was far from simple. He must still hold other trump cards up his sleeve. But upon reflection, if he had no other cards to play, he'd likely be eliminated sooner or later.
Damn it! If you need anything, just say the word. Whatever we can pull off, we'll get it done for you. Li Tianba slapped Su Chen's back with a loud thud.
His palm was thick and meaty, and the impact made Su Chen grunt softly. No wonder he'd been in the military, his strength was undeniable.
So, what did the higher-ups say about the bounty? Su Chen asked the two with a smile.
The two exchanged a glance, and Lu Long chuckled softly.
Thought you weren't scared at all, kid. Looks like you're a little nervous after all.
Su Chen scratched the back of his head sheepishly.
After all, it's about my life.
If I don't die in the game world but get killed in the real world, that'd be pretty troubling. The ones most afraid of losing Su Chen were undoubtedly the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire. Right now, Su Chen was their prized possession. They feared he might slip through their fingers if they held him too loosely, and feared he might shatter if they held him too tightly.
You really are something. Never mind.
The higher-ups have already assigned you a covert operative to handle your security and such.
Just stick to your usual routine. The rest will be handled for you.
After speaking, Lu Long rose and walked around Su Chen's apartment. The place was spacious, but surprisingly sparse in furnishings. He recalled the previous report indicating Su Chen had cancer.
Lu Long turned and scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe. How could this vibrant, energetic man possibly have cancer? Seeing Lu Long's piercing stare, Su Chen instantly knew what he wanted to ask. You're going to ask about my cancer, aren't you? After entering the game, I got pretty lucky and acquired some basic healing potions. The cancer has been suppressed now.
The moment the words left his mouth, both men were utterly speechless.
Li Tianba was so shocked he couldn't speak for a moment. What? Suppressed? Are you sure you didn't mishear? Su Chen nodded. Yep, that's right. It's something I discovered recently.
After this incident, Lu Long, who had previously harbored doubts about the apocalypse, became utterly convinced. The sudden appearance of the game, coupled with the so-called apocalypse.
Lu Long, a staunch materialist, now believed in it too. Can this serum be mass-produced? Faced with Lu Long's pressing question, Su Chen immediately understood his intentions.
No, I only obtained the serum by chance.
It's not some miracle cure that brings the dead back to life.
Upon hearing this, Li Tianba slapped his thigh.
Of course not. The world hasn't even managed to produce something like this. How could a game possibly have it? Just relax and enjoy your days here.
If you need anything, come find us.
Don't worry about the rest.
Oh, and Old Song was worried you might run short on funds, so he deposited some money into your account.
Since everything's settled, we'll take our leave now. After settling all matters, the two prepared to depart. Just as they reached the door, Lu Long remembered something and turned back to give Su Chen one last piece of advice. Su, the colleague assigned to protect you has a pretty fiery temper. You'll need to handle any communication with him yourself. Su Chen stood at the doorway, utterly confused. He had no idea who these two were referring to. He couldn't recall encountering such a person during his previous visit. Watching their receding figures, Su Chen murmured to himself. Isn't it Li Yuanba? Could there really be someone with a worse temper than him? Su Chen couldn't make heads or tails of it. Shrugging it off, he decided to let it go. At that moment, a pair of binoculars trained on him from the building across the street. The gaze was cold and piercing, shifting toward the two figures leaving Su Chen's residence. These two really are a nuisance. Back in his room, Su Chen stretched lazily. Now that the shelter's upgraded, it's drawing unwanted attention. Trouble might only get worse from here on out. This is precisely when you realize how crucial it is to have a powerful nation behind you. Logging into the game. Su Chen logged back into the game. Upon entering, he saw Dakisi sitting in a chair, flipping through a magic skill book. Master! You're finally back! Ilya pounced on Su Chen like a big cat the moment she saw him. Ever since Su Chen bought them pajamas, Ilya had been roaming around in her stitch pajamas. Luna wore a Pikachu outfit, and the two of them stood there looking adorably cute. In contrast, Dakisi remained in her standard maid outfit. Yeah, I brought you guys some food. Go eat first. Su Chen thrust the items in his hands toward Ilya. Her eyes lit up as she dragged Luna away excitedly. Dakisi stood up, poured a cup of black tea, and placed it before Su Chen. Master, have some tea. Su Chen remained motionless, his gaze lingering on Dakisi for an extended moment. Noticing his gaze, Dakisi tilted her head. Is something the matter, master? Su Chen hesitated for a moment before asking. I've been meaning to ask, you seem quite fond of maid outfits. Is this style of clothing to your liking? Dicey froze for a moment, her face flushing instantly. She shyly covered her face with her tray, her voice softening slightly. Master, is there something wrong with me wearing this? This was a stark contrast to the usual Dakisi. He'd never seen her like this before. Nothing. Just curious. If you want to wear something else, just tell me. I'll buy it for you when I come. Dicey's face flushed as she dug her fingers into the tray, carefully suppressing her embarrassment before asking. Any clothes at all? Rarely opening her mouth, Su Chen agreed without hesitation. Of course. Just tell me what you want. Su Chen smiled happily. Though he understood Dakisi's loyalty to him, he always felt he couldn't truly enter her heart. Now, finally, an opportunity presented itself. Glancing around to make sure Ilya and Luna weren't paying attention, Dakisi swiftly retrieved a sketchbook from a hidden corner and tossed it toward Su Chen. Master, if possible, please buy me something like this. Sure. I'll get it for you later. Su Chen was startled by her request. He smiled and looked down at the album Nothing But Maid Outfits. He froze in place for a moment. This was his old collection of maid-themed art books. How did they end up here? He stared at Dakisi in disbelief. So this was where her maid fetish came from. Chapter 62, Time to go to hell, you idiot. Master, are we going out to gather materials again today? Ilya asked, looking up. Su Chen glanced at the materials in his backpack. There wasn't much left. There were still many places ahead that required materials, and these would definitely not be enough. Yes, we will. Keep an eye out for danger and return to the shelter if you encounter any. Keep an eye out for a material called meteorite. It looks like this. Su Chen placed an image of the faintly glowing, five-pointed star-shaped stone before them. After examining the image, the three looked utterly perplexed. What's wrong? Haven't you seen stones like this before? Su Chen asked. The three nodded in unison. We've never heard of meteorites, and even our elders probably wouldn't know about them. Ilya pressed her finger to her temple, thinking for a long moment, yet she couldn't recall any trace of meteorites. The other two were equally stumped. Seeing their reactions, Su Chen sighed inwardly. Never mind. Let's gather the other materials first. Be careful when you go out. Remember, if anything happens, return to the shelter immediately. Take these with you. If anyone suffers life-threatening injuries, take this potion immediately. Su Chen spoke as he distributed 3 vials among them. These potions all contained resurrection skills. Distributing them eased his own worries somewhat. Boom! A clamor erupted from the real world. The immense noise caught Su Chen's attention, and the other 3 also noticed his gaze. Master, is something wrong with your world? Should the 3 of us go out and help you? Dakisi's eyes flashed with resolve as she swiftly summoned her wand. Ilya gripped her thunderclap bow, radiating a murderous aura like a demonic god of death. Even Luna, usually gentle, had faint dark green wood grain patterns emerging from her body, as if she might reveal her true form at any moment. Seeing the 3 of them on high alert, Su Chen spoke to calm them. It's fine. A neighbor probably needs me. You 3 go gather materials nearby first. I'll join you once I handle this.
After logging out of the game, he heard constant rustling sounds around him.
Hey, I told you this guy couldn't possibly be the one on the bounty. He just eats buns and strolls around town day after day. Heard he's sick as a dog too.
Instead of wasting our trip on someone like this, we'd be better off letting him die on his own. Su-chen frowned upon hearing the accent of the person speaking from behind the bedroom door. The speaker was clearly a Sakura native speaking Great Xiao language, and it sounded odd no matter how he listened. In the moonlight, Su-chen finally got a clear look at the intruders in his home.
Two towering foreigners, their features unmistakably Western.
Accompanying them was a short Japanese man. He scanned the room with disdainful eyes before spitting contemptuously on the floor.
Su-chen's expression darkened. He wouldn't rest easy until he beat the crap out of this guy. If need be, he'd burn the whole place down. Whoosh! Before Su-chen could decide how to deal with the man, a silenced gunshot pierced the air. The bullet struck the Japanese man squarely between the eyebrows. The man, who had been so arrogant moments before, instantly fell silent.
His entire body seemed to freeze in place, only to crash heavily to the ground the next second.
Killed in an instant? Su-chen stood frozen in shock. Who had they sent to protect him?
This person was ruthless and decisive, showing no hesitation whatsoever.
Regardless of who was behind this, he had to seize the opportunity to eliminate the threat. What? Someone's here. Find cover immediately. The other two were terrified out of their wits, scrambling to find anything that could conceal their bodies. Yet no matter where they hid, their silhouettes remained exposed to the enemy's gaze.
Oof. These fools abroad haven't improved their assassination skills much over the years.
I'd thought they'd gotten better. Turns out it's nothing more than child's play assassination tactics. Well then, don't blame me.
Gu Yan leaned forward, peering through the scope at the building across the street.
Whoosh! That same sound again. Ugh! A dull thud echoed as one of the foreigners was instantly killed.
Losing two teammates within a minute threw even the most psychologically tough assassin off balance.
But 2 bullets were enough to shatter the enemy's psychological defenses, and the marksmanship was precise. Could this be the person sent to protect me? Buzz.
The remaining assassin was drenched in cold sweat.
What kind of job had he taken on? Moments later, his phone vibrated. The relentless vibration of the death warrant's ringtone stung and taunted every nerve in his body. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he tremblingly answered it. Hello? The moment the call connected, Gu Yan exhaled a puff of smoke. Will you take your own life, or should I end it for you? The man was so terrified he dropped the phone on the floor. Daxia is terrifying, so terrifying.
Muttering incoherently, he tried to flee, but a figure suddenly appeared before him.
You, where did you come from? How did you get into my house?
Su-chen feigned surprise as he looked at the man.
The assassin finally snapped out of it. Though the man was terrifying, he still intended to kill Su-chen before leaving. That way, he could pocket several million.
Crouching low, he tried to keep his body hidden from view, but he hadn't considered that standing there exposed him completely.
Seems you really haven't changed your ways. Gu Yan rolled her eyes in exasperation.
Sigh, why can't you just do as you're told when I tell you to die? As she spoke, she manipulated the firearm. Her skill activated, and her jet-black pupils instantly gained a layer of luminous green. Every obstacle in her line of sight vanished before her eyes. Her gaze locked onto her prey, and a smirk touched Gu Yan's lips.
Time to go to hell, you dumb pig.
The words barely left her lips when a bullet flew through the window, striking the assassin squarely in the temple.
The bullet's trajectory formed a perfect straight line, embedding itself firmly into the wall. With a thud, the assassin dropped to his knees before collapsing to the ground like a marionette. Gu Yan did not move immediately. Su-chen could sense eyes watching him from across the building.
This sensation made him extremely uncomfortable. It felt like a superior being toyed with him.
Seeing Su-chen's impassive expression, Gu Yan's crimson lips parted slightly. Aren't you going to look now? Are you some kind of idiot? Did I just see that wrong? Gu Yan scratched her head, utterly perplexed. Never mind.
My purpose is to protect him.
Everything else is none of my concern.
Su-chen's eyes had also undergone an upgrade compared to before. Once her eyes returned to normal, who knew how much she'd be looked down upon?
Ring. Su-chen's phone kept vibrating and ringing.
Fearing it might be Gu Yan calling, she hurriedly saved her work. She grabbed a random phone off the ground and activated speaker mode.
What is it? Chapter 63, If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Gu Yan exhaled a puff of smoke.
She impatiently ran her fingers through her hair, her gaze fixed on Su-chen's floor.
Kid, you'll sleep well tonight. Huh? Was that the only reason he called? Su-chen froze for a moment before responding to the call.
You must be Sister Gu Yan from upper management. I've heard countless people rave about your incredible combat prowess, and if you don't want me to blow your head off, go to sleep. The icy, impatient voice emanating from the phone made Su-chen swallow the rest of his words.
Seems those rumors about Gu Yan having a terrible temper weren't unfounded after all.
Well then, Sister Gu Yan, I'll be heading off to rest now.
Su-chen said no more.
At this point, saying too much would only lead to trouble, better to keep quiet. As the beneficiary of the situation, speaking more would only make him seem overly sensitive. After hanging up, Suchen tidied up the room briefly before logging back into the game. He had already dispatched everyone from the shelter to gather materials, leaving it completely empty.
Seems I can't just sit around either. Might as well head out and look for something now. As soon as Suchen stepped outside, his treasure hunting skill activated automatically. 800 meters north, small amount of crude iron. 1000 meters northwest, small amount of refined iron. The system alerts hadn't stopped since Suchen stepped outside. Though the quantities were small, even the tiniest bit was something. He recalled having an elemental fruit in his possession, something he no longer needed much himself. For those who've awakened, consuming an elemental fruit is no different than eating an apple. Carrying around all these bags and packages when the apocalypse hits won't be very convenient, will it? If only I had one of those storage rings like in cultivation novels. But then again, I never heard of such things in my previous life. If it didn't exist in my past life, it probably wouldn't exist in this one either. Dong dong. Suchen hadn't taken 2 steps when the worldwide broadcast sounded again. Guys, listen up. For some reason, player versus player combat was disabled before, but now it's suddenly enabled. And our great Xia has already lost 2 players to the pretty country. Everyone, be extra careful in the game from now on. The crowd erupted upon seeing these messages. What the hell? How dare they attack our nation's players? Those pretty country bastards are so arrogant. I'll snap their necks. Hey, what are you talking about? With your combat stats, you'd get trampled in seconds. The pretty country has 7 players on the leaderboard, and their top player is ranked number 1 globally. That Bazel guy even has a Grand Wizard follower, a Platinum Tier 1 at that. Who'd dare challenge them? Are we just supposed to stand by and let them bully us? Suchen scanned the chat channel, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was the same in his previous life. Ever since the pretty country rose to the top of the game world rankings, they'd been constantly provoking other nations. But everyone knew that confronting them now would deal a heavy blow to their own nation. The dark monsters hadn't been dealt with yet, and national conflicts still needed resolving first. This pretty country sure knows how to stir up trouble. If they took the lead, their vassal states might stir up trouble. Following the system prompt, Suchen continued eastward for a while. Suddenly, a human voice reached his ears. Hey! Are you a player too? The accent was unmistakably kimchi-flavored, no doubt a citizen of Kimchi Nation. Suchen glanced over, sizing the person up. A fat head, big ears, and shifty eyes, clearly no good. Suchen ignored him, which only seemed to irritate the man further. The man swayed his head back and forth, muttering curses under his breath as he approached. Damn it, can't you understand me? I asked if you're a player. The man looked up at Suchen with disdain, his left hook flying straight for Suchen's nose. Whoosh! Suchen casually sidestepped the blow. His speed was so swift it left the other man stunned in place. He'd been aiming for a one-hit knockout with his ultimate move. How could the other guy still be walking around like nothing happened? There could only be one reason. He must have missed. Hey! Kid, who do you think you are, acting all cocky in front of us Kimchi country players? I'll show you right now just how powerful we Kimchi country players are. Hearing this, Suchen burst out laughing, slapping his thigh as he cackled wildly. Ha! Kimchi Nation's strength? Isn't it all thanks to their foreign sugar daddy? What real strength do they have? Ha ha ha. Though the languages didn't match, the game's built-in translator kicked in the moment the other player spoke. Suchen smiled silently, tossing the small basket on his back to the ground. You want to die? I'll grant your wish. Not a trace of warmth flickered in Suchen's eyes as he spoke. The man couldn't care less about Suchen. Oh, and if you dare kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times right now, I might just spare your life. The sight of the man's petty, triumphant expression made Suchen physically sick. This guy had some nerve. Hey, I'm talking to you. Deaf or something? If you want to live, do it now. The man pressed closer, closing in. Suchen raised his hand and slapped him square in the face. Smack! The sharp crack of the slap froze him in place, leaving him stunned for a moment. You dare hit me? He blinked, eyes widening in disbelief. Across the world, who dared lay a hand on someone from the United States? To lay a hand on them was tantamount to laying a hand on their nation. Suchen found his expression amusing. What? Do you need permission to hit a dog? The man's chest heaved with fury. How dare you speak to me like that? I won't let you get away with this. Looks like the Great Xia Empire has no need for a player like you anymore. He spread his arms wide as he spoke. Suchen felt something rising from the earth beneath his feet. No wonder this guy dared to taunt me, he must possess the ability to control trees. Trying to unleash your skill? Well, I won't let you have your way. Suchen stepped forward swiftly, his eyes darting as he delivered 2 sharp cracks to the man's arms. Ah! A piercing scream of agony echoed in all directions. Cold sweat beaded on the man's forehead, yet he still couldn't grasp the situation, continuing to taunt Suchen with his words. Damned Great Xia people! You only know how to use such despicable tactics. We, the beautiful country, won't let you off the hook. When I get back, I'll expose your atrocities online. The whole world will see how you great Xia people treat us. He spoke with righteous indignation, as if Su Chen had been the one to start the trouble. TSK. Your talent for twisting the truth is truly remarkable. Trying to smear me? Since you've gone this far, I suppose I should make you lose something? Su Chen chuckled softly as he lifted his foot and slowly approached him. Watching Su Chen steadily approach, the man's heart pounded wildly. What are you doing? What are you doing? Su Chen smiled. I'm going to give you an unforgettable night in the game. The man's eyes suddenly widened, fear reaching its peak. This guy wasn't human at all. Chapter 64, Master, let's soak in the hot springs together. Host has slain a foreigner, earning the title of slaughterer. Obtained 1 bronze treasure chest. Hearing the system notification, Su Chen stretched lazily. He looked down at the pile of white bones on the ground. Didn't run into anyone else out here, just some beasts. Not too bad, and he even got a treasure chest. After wandering outside for a while longer, Su Chen returned to the shelter. Upon his return, he found 3 people waiting for him. Master. We brought back what you asked for. Ilya bounced over, handing him a wooden crate. Inside were mostly timber, rough iron, and a few stones. The baskets of the other 2 contained mostly similar items. Good. Did you encounter anything unusual along the way? Before Su Chen could finish speaking, Luna nodded emphatically. Yes. Ilya and I were gathering materials near the western creek when we heard a low growl from a monster. So Isla and I followed the sound to investigate. We found 2 low-level rotting corpses, so we ignored them and came back. Su Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. Rotten corpses? If he remembered correctly, the rotting corpses had lost their human consciousness after hearing the cursed whispers, gradually decaying under the curse's influence. Until the curse consumed their entire bodies, leaving their consciousness utterly void. This was a transformation from a mental attack into a physical one. But rotting corpses usually appeared in swarms, how could there be only 2? Dekisi instantly grasped the question on Su Chen's mind. Master, rot corpses always appear in groups. Should I go out and patrol? Su Chen shook his head. Not for now. You must all be exhausted today. Go rest first. I'll handle the rest. Leave it to me. Ilya threw herself into Su Chen's arms, nuzzling her cheek against his chest in a playful display of affection. Master, you're simply the best. You're the best master in the whole world. The sudden praise made Su Chen's face flush slightly. This kid really is. Luna yanked the clingy Iria away from Su Chen's embrace. Hey, let Master be alone for a bit. He must have a lot on his plate. Don't bother him now. Deprived of Su Chen's warm embrace, Ilya puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. She snapped at Luna. Hey! I could let him handle things while still holding him. Luna ignored her protest, grabbing her wrist and pulling her upstairs. Hurry up and go. Don't cause trouble for the master. After a struggle, the 2 finally left. Su Chen rubbed his forehead with a slight headache. These 2 really could be so noisy sometimes. Master, have some tea. If you need anything, just call me. I'll head upstairs now. Dekisi tenderly placed a cup of black tea before Su Chen. She then turned and headed upstairs. Watching her graceful retreating figure, a wave of warmth washed over Su Chen. With Dekisi by his side, life truly felt meaningful. Ding ding. Su Chen sighed helplessly. Who on earth has so much wood they don't know what to do with it, wasting it all on global broadcasts? These worldwide announcements all required wood to exchange for usage rights. And they're all consumables, one-time use only. Hey, did you guys hear? A player from the pretty country got wiped out. Huh? Seriously? Which country took them down? They've got some nerve. It was our country, Great Xia. The entire lobby. The lobby fell completely silent for a full 3 seconds. Then messages flooded in like a tidal wave, surging unstoppably. What? Which guy was bold enough to do that? Is that dude watching our chat? Tell me who it is, and I'll treat you to Crazy Thursday. Damn, that's bold, bro. That's exactly how you take down those arrogant jerks. But from now on, we might become a thorn in the side of the pretty country. What's there to fear? If you're too nice, people will walk all over you. Do you really think begging for mercy will make them leave us alone? Exactly. I agree with the brother above. We should follow the example of that mysterious player who took action. Let them see just how powerful our great nation is now. One stone sent ripples across the pond. Things seem to be holding up for now, no major chaos erupting. Besides, friction between the 2 sides was inevitable sooner or later. Might as well bring it forward. The higher-ups were probably waiting for this very moment. Sure enough, that very night, Elder Song received a call from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Hello, Elder Song. The United States has lodged a formal complaint regarding our players' violent actions against their nationals. Should we proceed as planned? Hearing the words on the line, Old Man Song sneered dismissively. Those Westerners really do think they own the world. As previously discussed, maintain the national stance. I'll see what underhanded tricks these people can pull next. It'll likely just involve suppressing players within the game. Inside the 100 palaces. Mr. President, the situation is as follows. Great Xia refuses to issue an apology and even claims our people started the trouble. Crash. Dalton seized the vase and hurled it violently onto the floor. The shattering sound made the reporting officer flinch, glancing nervously at Dalton out of the corner of his eye. Those damned Great Xia bastards. How dare they challenge our national dignity? Looks like they've grown wings and want to test our mettle. The reporter said, bending over. Mr. President, our top priority now is upgrading the shelter level for our nation's players. More terrifying threats may emerge in the future, and we must prepare for the worst. This remark finally snapped Dalton out of his daze. Oomph. Those bastards from Great Xia are driving me mad. You're right. With the apocalypse approaching, we should prioritize upgrading our nation's shelters. Get in touch with them. Let us know what they need in terms of supplies. We'll make sure it gets delivered. The liaison nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. After wrapping up matters here, the reporter walked out. Dalton's hand slowly clenched into a fist, the hatred in his heart lingering long after. That eastern bastard, it's time for you lot to vanish from this world. In the game, Su Chen wandered through his domain. Ever since upgrading the sanctuary, he'd been too busy running errands to properly explore. Now that he looked, it was indeed larger in area, and there was even an additional hot spring pool. This water is hot. Su Chen walked over to the hot spring pool and dipped his hand in. The warm sensation quickly enveloped his fingers. In just a moment, it eased his fatigue slightly. Master, Takisi, Luna, and I absolutely adore this thing now. The three of us can soak in it at night, and it feels especially comfortable when it's time to sleep. Ilya's face lit up with contentment as she spoke. Seeing her like this, Su Chen instantly became interested. Then I'll try it tonight too. Lend it to me for the night. Sure thing, Master. I can join you. Chapter 65, The Corpse Horde That Can Raise the Dead. 3 huge question marks appeared above Su Chen's head. What had he just heard? Seeing he hadn't responded, Ilya repeated herself. Master, I can bathe with you. If you get cold, I can warm you up, Su Chen stepped forward and covered her mouth with his hand. What on earth was this girl talking about? It sounded like he was some kind of lecherous old pervert. In an instant, both Takisi and Luna shot him strange looks. Ahem, I didn't tell her to say that. Takisi and Luna exchanged a glance, then shook their heads silently and continued walking forward. Hey, wait, why aren't you saying anything? Not saying anything makes me look like a pervert. I really don't have those thoughts. No matter what Su Chen called out from behind, the two remained unresponsive. What's wrong, Master? Don't you want me to warm your body while you soak in the hot spring? Ilya blinked her big eyes innocently, her pure expression belied by the raunchiest words. Does this girl even realize what she's saying? Sigh, Ilya, you should really spend your time learning properly from Takisi. Hearing this, Ilya was utterly baffled. What? What am I supposed to learn? Magic spells? Ilya buzzed around him incessantly like a bee, making Su Chen feel like his head was about to explode. Takisi, walking ahead, glanced back and caught sight of the pair. She couldn't help but find the scene slightly amusing. Master, this should be what you were looking for. The group approached a small hut. Upon stepping inside, Su Chen spotted the words teleporter forge and instantly perked up. Yes. This is exactly what I'm looking for. So there really is a forging place. Now all we need are materials. I wonder if those people over there managed to retrieve the items. He muttered to himself. The other 3 didn't catch what he said and wisely didn't press further. Master, this requires a significant amount of magic power and consumes quite a lot. Even if everything is prepared, beast cores will be needed for refinement. Before that, we must gather the beast cores. Su Chen was aware of this. I've considered that. That's why I'm gathering them now. Leave that to me. It's just that locating the meteorite is troublesome. I have no idea when I'll be able to get my hands on it. The mere thought of it gave Su Chen an inexplicable headache. If only he'd asked more questions in his previous life about where that thing had come from. He might have uncovered some minor details. Warning! As night falls, hordes of rotting corpses will emerge. All shelters must urgently reinforce defensive barriers. All shelters, urgently reinforce your defensive barriers. All shelters must urgently reinforce their defensive barriers. The system repeated the message 3 times. This was the first time Su Chen had ever heard a monster invasion broadcast 3 times. Could it be some kind of special situation? Takisi, go to the lookout tower to assess the situation. A major battle may erupt tonight. Takisi nodded upon hearing this. Yes. After she departed, Su Chen continued issuing orders to Ilya and Luna. Ilya, you and Luna secure the main gate. Leave the rest to me. Yes. Ilya dropped her carefree demeanor and responded with a serious expression. Just as Su Chen was about to give further instructions, the sun was suddenly obscured. The entire world plunged into darkness. Su Chen immediately activated his headlamp, his ears twitching slightly. Faint growls echoed from the surroundings. He furrowed his brow. There was something distinctly off about this sound. Opening the map, the area around the shelter was densely packed with red dots. Master! They're here! Dakisi shouted from the rooftop as two floodlights at the entrance illuminated the main doorway. A swarm of rotting corpses surged through the doorway like ants, every inch of their bodies decayed and covered in pus. A quick glance revealed at least 200 of them. Su Chen immediately headed for the observation tower, where cannons relentlessly fired at the main entrance. The electric fence never ceased firing, and the acrid smell of charred corpses quickly filled the air. Fireball! Dicey's eyes blazed as she wielded her wand, conjuring a massive fireball that descended from the sky. It slammed into the swarm of rotting corpses, incinerating a portion of them in mere moments. Under the combined assault of Dakisi and Luna, the mere 200 rotting corpses were reduced to a mere handful. Why would monsters of this level cause the system to repeat itself 3 times? As Dakisi reveled in the fiery destruction, her expression suddenly darkened and her voice grew grave. Something's wrong with the master. How did those things come back to life? Hearing this, Su Chen turned his gaze toward the rotting corpses. The corpses, which had been reduced to charcoal, were now reborn from the ashes, transforming back into rotting corpses. The sight sent a chill down Su Chen's spine. How could corpses that had already turned to ash possibly come back to life? He didn't even need to think to sense something was terribly wrong. Now he understood why the system had repeated itself 3 times. The danger wasn't these rotting corpses themselves, but the skill that brought them back from the dead. Fireball! Thunderclap! Oh! Pierce! The 3 women relentlessly slaughtered the rotting corpses with their skills, yet these creatures proved utterly indestructible. They could resurrect after being reduced to ash, continue moving even with arrows piercing their chests, and even when Luna skewered them like a string of meat, they could still separate their bodies. This was nothing like what ordinary corpses could do. Master! This feels out of control. These things can resurrect endlessly. Su Chen had noticed this too. Since burning them all was impossible, he decided to subdue them first. Spider! Coming, master! Su Chen called out, and a massive spider emerged from the giant tree. It spun silk from its mouth, trapping the rotting corpses in a web. Thousands of tiny spiders emerged from its body, also beginning to weave silk. They halted the decaying corpses still advancing behind. Trapped in the spider web, the corpses could no longer move. Seeing them immobilized, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Where on earth did these things come from? How could they keep resurrecting? Master, these creatures are clearly abnormal. We've encountered rotting corpses before, slow-moving and toxic, but a simple fire would eliminate any threat they posed. But now my fireballs can't burn them completely. Could it be that my fire is wrong? Dakisi hung her head in self-reproach, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. If not for Juju's timely intervention, Su Chen would have had to defend the shelter's gates to the death. Once the sanctuary fell, the consequences would be unimaginable. The more Dakisi thought about it, the more she blamed herself. Master, I don't believe I'm capable of remaining at the shelter any longer. Her sudden declaration startled Su Chen for a moment. He reached out and flicked her forehead. What are you thinking? This has nothing to do with you. You've worked hard enough tonight, I've seen it all. These rotting corpses are indeed suspicious. I'll get to the bottom of it. Don't worry about it. Chapter 66, Mutant Giant Rotten Corpses. Su Chen glanced back at the decaying corpses trapped within the spiderweb-like formation. Even reduced to ashes by fire, they could resurrect. This was too strange. He'd never heard of such monstrous creatures before. Su Chen's gaze was piercing as his eyes scanned the corpses. Externally, nothing seemed amiss. Where exactly did the problem lie? Master, there's movement to the west again. Ilya's long, pointed elven ears twitched slightly as she pointed westward. The stones beneath their feet began to tremble, the vibrations growing steadily stronger. It seemed something formidable was approaching. What is that? Luna's eyes widened as a colossal figure came into view. If the previous rotting corpses were ants, this one was undoubtedly a giant. Roughly estimated at over 7 meters tall, its outer skin resembled the previous rotting corpses, equally decayed and putrid. Everywhere it passed, it left behind a massive pit. Juju was terrified out of her wits and bolted for her life. What kind of monster is this? I've never seen anything this absurd before. The rotting corpses trapped in the spiderweb seemed summoned by some force, tearing themselves apart to crawl toward the giant corpse. All the rotting corpses gathered at the giant corpse's feet and swiftly merged into its body. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left speechless. What is happening? Ilya stammered, her speech faltering. Even the seasoned and experienced Daidaisi was dumbfounded. A monster capable of merging bodies? Su Chen frowned deeply, scanning the creature's data. Monster, mutant giant corpse. Level, unknown. Skills, unknown. 2 consecutive red exclamation marks. This was the first time he'd ever seen a monster marked with red exclamation points. I've never heard of such a monster in my past life. Could it be that something has changed in this world? Master is heading this way.
Shu Shu shrieked in fright, the timid creature hiding behind Su Chen.
Su Chen remained silent as the worldwide broadcast sounded.
Guys, I don't know why, but the rotten corpse horde suddenly stopped attacking and all fled. You guys gotta be careful, that group of rotting corpses merged and left. They must be referring to the one now appearing before them. If this thing attacked, would they even stand a chance? The giant rotting corpse let out a low growl, its powerful sonic waves causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Its massive form alone, standing still, exerted an immense oppressive force. Just as Su Chen prepared to fight to the death, the creature scanned its surroundings and then departed.
What was going on?
The shelter members exchanged bewildered glances, none of them grasping the situation.
It just left? Iliamla stood rooted to the spot, convinced she'd have to fight him today no matter what.
Suddenly, a hand slapped the back of her head.
Are you out of your mind? Isn't it better they left? If we'd fought, we might not have stood a chance. Hearing this, Ilya stared at Luna from head to toe in disbelief. TSK. Since when did you become so smart? I've always been smart. Look at you talking like that.
The incident happened suddenly, but avoiding a war was a good thing.
Master, shall we follow and see? Dekisi asked, standing beside Su Chen. He shook his head. No need. The forest isn't safe tonight.
If we go now and encounter an ambush, it'll be hard to rescue anyone.
Understood.
Dicey watched his departing figure, the unease in her heart lingering long after he was gone. Decaying corpse crisis resolved. All players, keep up the good work. Reward, 1 silver treasure chest. The chest contained only materials, and they couldn't be respawned.
Su Chen opened the items and stuffed them into his backpack. You all go rest first. I'll stand guard outside. If anything comes up, I'll call for you. Luna stood up first. Ha! Master, you should go rest too. Ilya and I can watch over things here. Don't overexert yourself.
Ilya chimed in from the side.
That's right, Master. Traveling between 2 worlds must be exhausting. You really should rest first.
Seeing the two of them looking out for him, a wave of warmth washed over Su Chen. The warmth he'd never found in the real world was being filled in for him within the game.
Enough, this is an order. Go rest immediately.
Seeing Su Chen's firm stance, the two said no more and returned to their rooms. Once they were gone, Dekisi slowly approached Su Chen.
Master, would you like some tea?
Her voice was as soft as a feather drifting down.
All right. Su Chen didn't refuse Dekisi's offer. Ever since earlier, his nerves had been on edge.
Now that he relaxed, he actually felt a bit sleepy.
Master has prepared it for you. Please enjoy.
Su Chen took a sip, and his fatigue vanished instantly. This jar of black tea obtained in the game world was undoubtedly the most valuable reward Su Chen had ever received.
Master, are you still thinking about that giant corpse from earlier? Dekisi asked directly. Su Chen's hand holding the cup paused mid-air before setting it down on the table.
He nodded, making no attempt to avoid the subject. Yeah, that group of rotting corpses was definitely off. Based on the rotting corpses I've seen before, it's impossible for them to come back to life after turning to ashes.
There must be something fishy going on here.
Dekisi agreed with this assessment.
You're quite right, Master.
We witches have dealt with rotting corpses before, but they're slow-moving and usually pose no real threat or trouble to us.
But the ones we encountered today were vastly different from anything I've seen before.
Dekisi lowered her head as she spoke, hiding the self-reproach in her eyes.
Am I not useless to you, Master?
I truly intended to assist you from the start.
Yet in the end, I couldn't even lend a hand.
She bit her lower lip, her words heavy with self-reproach. Seeing her like this, Su Chen reached out and pulled her into his embrace. The sudden embrace left Daichisi momentarily stunned. Master? Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of coyness.
Su Chen's hand gently stroked her back. Dekisi, you've done wonderfully, haven't you? You've always been able to help me before.
If you were no longer in my sanctuary, I would certainly feel troubled.
Dekisi paused, startled. Do you truly feel that way, Master? Su Chen tightened his embrace around Dekisi.
Yes, I do. So please don't leave us. He swayed his body slightly as he spoke. Daikisi, who had just flushed with bashfulness, instantly darkened.
Master, why are you swaying like that? Ha? Nothing much. I just wanted you to feel my warmth. Su Chen's inner sense of fulfillment exploded instantly. Dekisi was truly enormous.
Fragrant and soft, she was like a delicious little cake.
Master. What is it?
Ah! Before Su Chen could react, Ilya swung her tiny fist and smacked him.
Master, you're so mean. Chapter 67, The Sexy Older Sister, an Interesting Woman.
After the commotion, Su Chen packed a few things and returned to the real world. He opened the internet, and sure enough, it was just as he'd expected. News of the rotting corpse had rapidly surged to the top of trending searches.
Major bloggers were all scrambling to discuss the incident.
Buzz.
Su Chen's phone buzzed. He tapped it open to see a call from Guyen. Looks like you're awake. Come down for breakfast. A lazy, impatient voice came through the phone. Su Chen froze for a moment but quickly agreed. Given her fiery temper, if she ever took a dislike to him and shot him one day, he wouldn't even know how he died. He quickly tidied up and headed downstairs. Su Chen slipped on a hoodie and stepped outside to find a fiery-haired woman with long curls standing under the lamp. She wore thigh-high boots paired with a form-fitting dress, her lips painted a fiery red. Was this really someone from upper management? What are you staring at? Come with me. Guyen turned to see Su Chen staring blankly, grabbed his collar, and pulled him toward the street ahead. Standing together, Su Chen looked like some kept toy boy. Hey, isn't this little Su? Who's this? Your new girlfriend? Nice one, little Su. Your girlfriend's gorgeous. You gotta bring her over for dinner with Aunt Wang sometime. Along the way, Su Chen ran into several acquaintances, each of whom assumed Guyen was his girlfriend. Embarrassed, Su Chen kept his head down, avoiding eye contact. Suddenly, his body jerked as he was yanked against a wall. A slender, jade-like hand gripped his chin firmly. Her hand teasingly lifted his chin upward, forcing him to meet her gaze. Staring into those eyes filled with aggression, Su Chen was filled with confusion. What the hell does this chick want? What's wrong? Are you embarrassed to be seen with me? Or is it embarrassing that they say I'm your girlfriend? These two questions left Su Chen's mind blank. What was this woman talking about? Sister Guyen, how could I possibly think that? You're a rare flower, meant only to be admired from afar. I'm just an ordinary person, how could I possibly be worthy of being your girlfriend? Su Chen's mind raced. Never before had he felt women were so terrifying. All he wanted now was to get out of this mess as quickly as possible. Facing Su Chen's response, Guyen merely narrowed her eyes, offering no further comment. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to eat you. Besides, a sickly weakling like you might break if I played around too much. I wouldn't even bother with you. Su Chen froze in awkwardness. Could it be that the people upstairs already knew about his illness? Guyen saw right through his thoughts, deliberately placing her fingers beneath the hem of Su Chen's hoodie. Her nimble fingers slid upward from beneath the hoodie, tracing the contours of his abdomen. Inch by inch, his skin was teased and toyed with. Su Chen felt his entire body grow restless. What the hell was she trying to do? Only 7 high-ranking officials have access to your files. No one else is authorized to view your records. After all, you're currently a state-protected subject, right? As Guyen uttered those final words, her fingers gave Su Chen's body a sharp pinch. Ouch. Cough cough, Sister Guyen, weren't we going to eat? Doing this in this alleyway is affecting the city's appearance. Hearing this, Guyen paused her action and burst into laughter. Ha, you're far more interesting than your report suggests. I hear you've never had a girlfriend before. Still a virgin, huh? I just wanted to test if you really are. She trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. Su Chen's face flushed crimson. Even though he knew his background would be investigated, this was getting way too personal. Su Chen's peripheral vision caught her expression clearly, a mocking, teasing look. This woman had better pray she never fell into his hands. Otherwise, he had plenty of ways to toy with her. Guyen withdrew her hand and lit a cigarette. Let's go. That old man wants to see you. The old man? Could it be Old Master Song? Su Chen didn't ask further and followed Guyen into a car. Just as he had expected, he headed straight for the base. He got out of the car and headed straight for the central control room. Young Su, you're here. Old Song, as always, wore his kind smile. Spotting Su Chen, he promptly set down what he was holding and walked over. Seeing him, Su Chen hurried to meet him. Master Song. What business brings you here? Mr. Song led Su Chen into a corridor, speaking as they walked. Xiao Su, you should know we're currently implementing the Humanity Project. It involves players with various talents, and you are now a key protected individual for our nation. Though you're not stationed at our base permanently, we've arranged security personnel to protect you externally. You've likely heard about the bounty on your head lately. Frankly, you shouldn't pay any mind to that. Leave the messy details to us adults. Just focus on making your mark in the game. Su Chen froze. Was this all he was here for? He glanced around, noticing Lu Long and Li Tianba were nowhere in sight. Strange. Usually, those two were always right by his side. Why weren't they here today? Looking for Xiaolong and Tianba, huh? Caught red-handed by the other party, Su Chen gave an awkward chuckle. Truly, nothing escapes your keen eye, Old Master Song. I used to see these two big brothers around all the time. Were they assigned elsewhere today? Hearing this, Old Song shook his head and chuckled. The mission now is the game called Sanctuary. Their respective sanctuaries still exist within the game, they haven't collapsed. Of course, it's not as high level as yours, but it's incredibly important to them. After walking a short distance, the view suddenly opened up before them. Aren't they right over there? Su Chen followed the direction Old Song pointed and saw Lu Long and Li Tianba lying on the equipment. The in-game scene was also displayed. He looked up just in time to see Li Tianba frantically fiddling with something. Hey, hurry up! Quickly! Get everything over here now.
In stark contrast to Su Chen's sparsely populated shelter, Li Tianba's shelter was bustling with activity. Numerous individuals in military uniforms could be seen moving items around the shelter.
We've searched many locations in the game world, but the materials we've obtained aren't abundant.
Not sure if we went in the wrong direction or what, but the quality of the materials we got was pretty poor.
Hearing Song Lao's words piqued Su Chen's interest. Old Song, could you zoom in on their location and the materials they're holding?
I want to see the quality of the materials they're carrying. Upon hearing this, Old Song immediately had someone zoom in on the image.
What he saw in their hands left Su Chen utterly speechless. Master Song, did you find these materials in the Gobi Desert? Master Song let out a disapproving tisk. How did you know that?
Tianba's location is close to the Gobi Desert, so most of his supplies come from there.
Chapter 68, Shell Manufacturing Materials, Fire Sand.
Master Song, these materials you're looking at are substandard. And there's plenty of fire sand in the Gobi Desert.
We can collect that stuff. Crafting fire sand into shells can inflict fatal wounds on the monsters.
After hearing this, Old Song's eyes lit up and his voice grew excited.
Young Su, did you just say cannonballs made from fire sand can harm monsters? Su Chen nodded. That's right.
The Gobi produces abundant fire sand, allowing us to mass-produce bullets and cannonballs. This sounded feasible. But the smile didn't linger on Old Song's face for more than a few seconds before worry crept back onto his brow.
What's wrong, Old Song? Is there a problem? A bit. The shelter in Tianba doesn't have the blueprints for the forge.
This isn't something you can upgrade to obtain, you need the blueprints to forge it.
Only then did Su Chen recall. How had he forgotten to look for a loophole earlier?
He did have blueprints, but they were only applicable to his own sanctuary.
Its application was restricted. Other players' standard forging rooms required standard blueprints. How about this?
I'll trade Tianba for fire sand in exchange for timber. My sanctuary has a forge where I can craft these items.
Old Song didn't respond immediately, instead fixing his gaze on Li Tianba. After a moment, he spoke. I think we should let Tianba decide for himself.
After all, those resources belong to him.
Su Chen nodded in agreement.
Alright, then we'll see what Brother Tianba decides. He turned his gaze toward Lu Long.
Lu Long's shelter was vastly different from Li Tianba's.
It felt like this guy had turned his sanctuary into Minecraft. As far as the eye could see, there was an array of dazzling entertainment options.
Seeing Su Chen's astonished expression, Old Song couldn't stop grinning. Young Lu insists that even if the apocalypse comes, we can't do without entertainment facilities.
He believes there's big money to be made running these in the future, so he's decked out his shelter in all sorts of flashy ways. Lu Long's shelter had at most reinforced its defensive layers.
Nothing else was reinforced in the slightest.
Fortunately, his location was perched on a sheer cliff. Even if monsters came looking for him, they'd first have to navigate crossing this ravine. Lu Long's always been a bit of a free spirit.
Since he's handling other responsibilities anyway, we haven't pressed him on it.
They're both development candidates at the Institute, but our treatment for high-talent players isn't at this level.
I'll take you to see it.
Old Song spoke as he guided Su Chen toward the elevator. Pressing the button for the next floor, the elevator began its slow descent.
The doors opened upon reaching the next floor. Let's go. Su Chen followed without hesitation.
The moment they stepped out of the elevator, he froze in place. As far as the eye could see, there were rows of individual rooms. Each was sealed off, allowing only glimpses of the occupants through small windows in the doors. Further ahead, a massive screen loomed before them. It displayed live feeds of players immersed in the game. Witnessing such a spectacular scene, Su Chen was rendered speechless. Now he understood why they said the upper echelons were the most terrifying. The combined might of an entire nation was indeed the most formidable force imaginable. Little Su, these people are all highly talented players we recruited from across the country. With them on our side, our nation gains another layer of security. But I must admit, I'm genuinely curious how you managed to climb to the top of the national rankings on your own. The sudden question caught Su Chen off guard. He certainly couldn't reveal he had a system who knows where they take him if they found out. Mr. Song, I suppose it comes down to individual differences in constitution, and also the random spawn location of my shelter. So I suffered less hardship and caught a break. Otherwise, how would I have met you? His words were flawlessly crafted. Old Master Song's shrewd gaze lingered on Su Chen. This young man was no ordinary fellow. He'd seamlessly picked up the thread of his own words. Anyone else would have been scared stiff by now. By the way, Old Song, have you made any progress with the meteorite you asked me to find? Mentioning this matter gave Su Chen a headache. Everything is ready except for the east wind. Now he only needs this one material, yet he just can't find it anywhere. Old Master Song sighed helplessly. We've sent many people out to inquire about this item, but no one has ever heard of it. It's proving quite difficult to locate, so we'll need to spend more time inquiring further. This outcome was exactly what Su Chen had anticipated. If he himself struggled to find it, others couldn't possibly obtain it easily.
Never mind, old master song. If it can't be found, then so be it. Should I ever need your assistance again in the future, I humbly request your continued support. At these words, old song's expression darkened instantly. Young Su, what manner of talk is this? Our great Xia is one body. Mutual support is only natural. I'll keep sending people to investigate. The moment anything surfaces, I'll notify you immediately. Su Chen felt a warm surge in his heart. He had long since given up hope on such matters. Yet here was someone willing to take a risk for him. Old Master Song, you're too kind. Su Chen strode forward and embraced Old Master Song. Gu Yan, standing nearby, quickly stepped in and pulled Su Chen's arms away from Old Master Song. Hey, you brat! How dare you be so disrespectful to Old Master Song? Gu Yan was so furious she could have slapped him twice. But Su Chen didn't seem to care, sticking out his tongue and making faces at Gu Yan. I bet you're just jealous I got to hug Master Song. They both have their own shelters, why don't you go mind your own business? That remark was his undoing. The moment it left his mouth, Su Chen knew he was in for a severe beating. Old Master Song's lips curled upward as he walked away from the scene. I'm just an old man now. It's more entertaining to watch you young folks fight. Before Su Chen could process the meaning, a whipping kick suddenly flew toward his cheek. Su Chen instantly raised his hand to block, but the attacker wasn't done yet. A kick aimed for Su Chen's chest and abdomen. Each strike was deflected. Su Chen seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, always anticipating his opponent's moves. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Just then, Lu Long arrived late. Little Su, if you want to beat her, stop darting around. Yen Yen is an agile attacker, her skill lets her predict your moves 5 seconds in advance. Boom! Su Chen stared at Gu Yan in disbelief. He knew this girl could have taken him down with a single strike that night. When did you come down from up there? Gu Yan frowned as she asked. Lu Long brushed off his clothes. Right when you two were messing around. Su Chen, you'd be at a disadvantage fighting her. Even without her shelter, her innate abilities still work. Su Chen suddenly understood. No wonder everyone was busy strengthening their own shelters except Gu Yan. Gu Yan shot him a disdainful glance. I destroyed my sanctuary voluntarily, unlike those idiots. Since the game grants everyone talents, we should make the most of them. Chapter 69, adding each other as friends, expanding the list. That actually made sense. Lu Long walked over to Gu Yan with a smile and patted her shoulder. Yes. Our beautiful Gu-san is absolutely right. Have you eaten yet? Shall I take you all out for a meal? Old Song chuckled softly. I won't intrude on your young folks' gathering. I've other matters to attend to. After entrusting the matter to Lu Long, he departed with the research team. As soon as Old Master Song was gone, Lu Long hurried over to Su Chen's side. I heard someone actually tried to attack you last night. How are you? Scared? Lu Long looked at Su Chen expectantly. He wanted to see how he'd respond. Su Chen glanced at Gu Yan before striding over to her. Of course I was scared at first. Thankfully, Sister Gu Yan was there to protect me. If it weren't for Sister Gu Yan, I'd probably be a cold corpse by now. Facing Su Chen's exaggerated claims, Gu Yan frowned deeply. When did this kid become so smooth-talking? Hadn't he always been quiet before? Lu Long paused, his gaze shifting between the two. Is that so? I always knew Gu Yan was a skilled marksman, but I never imagined she'd actually have to use it. Have we identified the enemy's nationality yet? Gu Yan reached for a cigarette to light, but Lu Long snatched it away. Not here. You don't want to get chewed out by Old Man Song, do you? Rolling her eyes at his remark, Gu Yan tucked the cigarette away. 1 from Sakura country, 2 from the beautiful country, all bottom feeders who won't make much of a splash. But according to our intelligence analysis, multiple assassination attempts occurred simultaneously. This group is now conducting a large-scale assassination campaign targeting someone named Su Chun. What are the higher-ups waiting for? Why haven't they moved yet? After delivering her final sentence, Gu Yan shot Lu Long a meaningful look. Su Chen, who had remained silent, listened to their exchange. It was clear they were withholding crucial information. The higher-ups, who else was above them? That's not our concern. Elder Song will orchestrate everything. I think you should focus on hunting more monsters in the game and leveling up. Gu Yan frowned. This guy's words were as grating as ever. Why that look? Don't tell me you're not convinced? You're in my sanctuary. If you're dissatisfied, then. Before Lu Long could finish, Gu Yan stepped directly in front of Su Chen. Kid, when's your sanctuary opening recruitment? I'll join then. Su Chen couldn't help but feel like he'd been deflected. Ahem, I'm still figuring out how to upgrade the sanctuary. I'll let you know when it's ready. A scorching gaze pierced his back, and Su Chen silently swallowed hard. These two are butting heads, don't drag me into it. Then it's settled. Su Chen felt like crying. What exactly had been settled? Just as the tension between the three hung heavy, a booming voice cut through the air, breaking the stalemate. Hey, you three are all here. No wonder Old Song told me to come out first today. Su Chen, old Master Song just told me to bring you some fire sand.
Let's add each other as game friends later. No sooner had Li Tianba finished speaking than the other two chimed in.
I want to add in too. Me too.
Faced with the trio's fiery enthusiasm, Su Chen could only reluctantly agree.
Add us all, add us all. Should we grab a bite to eat first? Su Chen hadn't eaten a single bite since morning and was genuinely starving now. The group headed to the restaurant.
The moment he stepped through the doors, Su Chen was stunned.
No wonder everyone wanted to join the human high-level program. Even the food here was enviable. We require everyone to dine here. Help yourselves to whatever you fancy. Li Tianba patted Su Chen on the back from behind and led him straight to the dining area. After the two left, Lu Long's gaze towards Su Chen turned probing. Did you notice anything peculiar about this kid last night?
No, his behavior is no different from anyone else's, and I can't sense any magical energy fluctuations from him. As soon as Gu Yan finished speaking, Lu Long let out a sharp TSK.
That shouldn't be possible. Even if he claims to be a warrior, he should possess elemental power. Or perhaps we lack elemental power ourselves, so we can't detect it? Gu Yan pressed her lips tightly together, deep in thought. That's possible. Are you wary of him? What are you thinking? Su Chen isn't a bad guy.
He's got his heart set on serving the country and its people, a fine young man. But he's just too slippery. He hasn't laid all his cards on the table. At this, Gu Yan shot him a dismissive look. Before you say that, take a look at yourself. Haven't you kept your own affairs under wraps too? He's just a kid fresh out of college. What schemes could he possibly have? I'm not wasting my breath on you. Let's go eat. Gu Yan shoved away Lu Long's arm draped over her shoulder and strode forward with long strides. Lu Long shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Food comes first. Su Chen piled his plate high, then stretched out contentedly in his chair after finishing his meal. Brotherly, your food here is truly delicious. You bet. Our chefs here are all masters. No one without real skill gets hired. So, what do you say? Want to join us? Su Chen shook his head, declining Li Tianba's offer. No, no thanks. Just the occasional treat is fine. If I ate this well every day, I'd probably end up a fatty before long. Li Tianba slapped him on the back. You're quite the humorous fellow, aren't you? Right up my alley. You were standing outside with old Song watching my shelter today, weren't you? So? Isn't my shelter bustling with people? He couldn't argue with that. Brotherly, you've got plenty of people inside. Skip collecting those branches, gather more fire sand in the gobi instead. Li Tianba nodded. Man, I see that fire sand in the gobi every day. I thought it was just ordinary sand. Who knew it could be used to make cannonballs and ammunition? What a treasure. Once we get back, I'll gather every last bit of that stuff and deliver it all to you at once. Lu Long listened as the two chatted animatedly, completely lost as to what they were talking about. Seeing his confused expression, Gu Yan patiently explained. Su Chen discovered fire sand around Li Tianba's hideout. It can be processed into shells and ammunition that damage monsters. Lu Long instantly understood. Who knew your sanctuary, Tianba, was such a treasure trove? Li Tianba scratched his head sheepishly. I hadn't realized this either. If not for Su Chen, I might never have known about it in my entire life. Su Chen smiled and brushed it off. He had only learned of this in his previous life. Before his death, he had been sent to the Gobi Desert to collect fire sand. All that fire sand was refined into cannonballs. With these, facing hordes of monsters became much easier and more efficient. Brotherly, your area seems pretty rich in resources too. We can slowly mine it later. Lu Long perked up at the suggestion. What about my area? Chapter 70, Friction Between Nations. Brother Lu, your location is excellent, easy to defend, hard to attack. Monsters can't get in. Liu Long nodded in agreement, anticipating Su Chen's next words. But the other party fell silent after that. That's it? He asked again, unwilling to give up. Su Chen nodded, milk in hand. Yep, that's it. Lu Long froze for a moment, as if turned to stone. Ha ha. Lu Long, I'll tell you what, it's best for you to stick to developing entertainment projects in your sanctuary. Monsters can't get in anyway, so just focus on developing your niche. After all, you'll be responsible for the apocalyptic entertainment consumption chain in the future. Gu Yanla kept patting Lu Long's back with delight. Seeing Lu Long at a loss made her heart swell with delight. Don't be down, Brother Lu. You should actually be happy. I don't think Lu Long wants to fight monsters anyway. Your location must be at the edge of the world. Monsters probably won't come your way anyway, and Brother Lu's shelter is the most beautiful one I've ever seen. Hearing this, Lu Long's battered heart found a sliver of comfort. He slowly lifted his head to look at Su Chen. What you just said, is it true? Su Chen nodded firmly and earnestly. Absolutely. I swear it. When have I ever lied to you, Brother Lu? Looking into those eyes brimming with sincerity, Lu Long sighed deeply. Yet his mood had lifted considerably from where it had started. All right, for your sake, I believe you. Since we're all full, let's head back upstairs.
Old Song might be waiting for us.
After packing up their things, the group immediately headed back to the upper level of the base.
The moment they entered, a heated argument erupted from within. You great Xia people. Your players hunted down our pretty country players, don't you owe us compensation?
Every player from our beautiful country is a precious resource. What you did is an outright annihilation of our national resources, a direct provocation against us.
Suchen looked ahead and saw Old Song making an international call. It seemed to be about yesterday's incident.
Faced with the barking of the pretty country, Old Song paid them no mind whatsoever.
How do you know what the truth is?
Perhaps it was your players who started the trouble first. They tried to kill our players, only to get killed themselves. They flatly refused to accept this explanation.
Impossible.
You must apologize and compensate us, or don't blame us for being rude.
Hearing this, Old Song couldn't help but laugh in anger. Rude? What rudeness? You're the ones being rude already.
I'd love to see how no mercy you can be. Failing to get the compensation they wanted, the pretty nation immediately resorted to desperate measures.
Fine.
Then just wait. Since you won't intervene when players from different nations slaughter each other in the game world,
then don't blame us for being ruthless. We will.
Before he could finish, Old Song hung up on him.
Why waste time chatting with them? We could be scavenging more loot instead.
Suchen slowly stepped forward.
Master Song, aren't you worried they might cause trouble later?
Hearing this, Old Song chuckled.
Well then, let's see what they're really made of. Just a pretty country, and they actually think they're the world's leader?
At that moment, Suchen found himself re-evaluating the image of the elderly man before him. But one must take responsibility for one's own actions. There was no need to drag others into this matter. Thank you for your hospitality today, Elder Song.
If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Won't you stay for dinner? No, thank you.
I must return to refine the fire sand at the sanctuary.
Hearing this, Old Song beamed with delight. Ah, very well.
Lu Lon, see him back home first.
Yes, sir.
After leaving the shelter, Suchen followed Gu Yan and Lu Long into the car.
The two people in the car were still talking about that incident. Hey, who do you think had the guts to take out that player from the States? No clue, but if I'd been there, I'd have done the same.
As their conversation grew more animated, Suchen awkwardly turned his head away, refusing to look at them.
If they found out it was him. Hey, Suchen, you weren't that guy, were you?
The sudden question froze Suchen in place. He gave an awkward laugh and scratched the back of his head guiltily.
What are you talking about, Brother Lu? I'm just a soldier.
I heard the other guy was incredibly strong.
How could I possibly beat him? Suchen laughed it off.
This guy was clearly testing his mettle.
Is that so?
I thought it was you.
Never mind.
Whoever it was, they've got some guts. The two chatted about random things on the way home. When Suchen arrived, Lu Long gave him a few special reminders.
Hey kid, stay safe at home.
Even though Guyan's got some skills, she can't watch your back all the time. So you have to protect yourself. Otherwise, come to the base and stay with us.
Suchen nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Brother Lu, I've got it covered. Alright, I'll be heading out now. Once he left, Suchen was alone in the room.
Gu Yan had already gone to the building across the street, observing Suchen's every move through binoculars. For now, she detected no signs of danger. Given the way the pretty country operates, they were probably racking their brains trying to figure out how to save face now.
Suchen immediately logged into the game and entered his room.
The moment he opened the world chat, he was met with a barrage of verbal sparring. Undoubtedly, it was the United States and Great Xia trading insults. Wow, they haven't even started fighting yet, but they're already trading insults. Suchen muttered under his breath, scrolling down to find nothing but verbal sparring from both sides. He switched back to the national chat interface.
Guys, these pretty country bastards are actually daring to provoke us. I'll kill every last one I see from now on, they're driving me crazy.
That guy who took down the pretty country player earlier is a true legend.
Exactly. A role model for us all.
In an instant, Suchen was being praised to the skies by everyone.
It actually made Suchen feel a bit embarrassed. What kind of twisted logic were these people operating on? Forget it. Trouble I brought upon myself, I'll have to solve it myself. He expended refined iron to conceal his identity and broadcast a message. Everyone, I'm the player who took down the pretty country.
If any of you are facing threats or persecution from other nations, immediately post your location in the world channel.
I will go and eliminate players from those nations.
3 short sentences blasted across the world channel.
In an instant, the entire network erupted.
The real world scrambled to report on the incident, with countless hackers attempting to crack the Sanctuary game software to uncover the killer's location.
But whenever hackers attempted to infiltrate the system, their own computers would crash.
Overnight, the entire nation became consumed by curiosity about this mysterious figure.
Who is this person? How dare they be so bold? No clue. Could it be our top-ranked player? Unlikely. The top player is that guy named Suchen. Why would he risk getting killed fighting players from other countries? Chapter 71, One Man Stands Alone, Tensions Mount.
The entire nation was captivated by the anonymous powerhouse.
Knock knock. Come in. Master, what brings you here?
Dicey stood at the doorway with her hands folded in front of her. Today, she wore a light purple maid outfit. The lavender hue added a touch of gentleness to her appearance. I'll be taking Spider somewhere shortly. The three of you stay here and guard the house. The moment Su Chen mentioned leaving, Iria and Luna, who had been hiding in the back, darted out in unison.
No way. Master, if you're leaving, you have to take us with you. That's right, Master. Even if we have to climb mountains of blades or descend into volcanoes, Luna will stay by your side. Su Chen's mouth twitched. What on earth had this girl been watching lately? They just blurted this out. I'm going to fight. What use would you be?
Su Chen sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead.
Had he been too lenient with these kids? Luna poked her little head out. Of course we're going to fight too. How could we let you face danger alone, Master?
We're a team, a big family bound together by bonds of kinship.
Su Chen. He looked up at Takisi. Confiscate all her comics immediately. What on earth is she reading day in and day out? Yes. Takisi responded with a light chuckle.
Luna, hiding by the doorway, pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes filled with resentment.
Master, please take us with you. Yes, Master.
We three are so sad being left alone at the shelter. Or you could leave the little snake behind to guard the place. The little snake, which had been curled around Su Chen's wrist, lifted its tiny head upon hearing its name.
Upon recognizing Luna as the speaker, its round eyes narrowed into slits, and it dangerously flicked its tongue. Ugh, fine. Just take this thing with you.
Seriously, who knows where this thing came from? It's not that big, but it sure looks scary.
Luna backed away timidly.
Seeing all three of them eager to help, Takisi spoke up first to mediate.
Master, I believe they can be of assistance. If you need someone to guard the forge, I can stay behind. I can keep watch over the forge room. Did you just toss something in there? Su Chen nodded. I placed some fire sand inside. It doesn't actually need supervision, it will process itself once the time is up. Takisi understood. Master, would you like me to accompany you? Su Chen looked at Daichisi, pondering for a moment. Takisi's attack was massive. This strike could unleash unimaginable devastation.
But it could work. He recalled that in the United States, someone's attendant was a high sorcerer. Compared to Takisi of the Witch Clan, it was unclear which side would prevail. Since you all wish to follow me, I shall take you alone. Spider, leave some spiders behind to guard the house.
Spider nodded heavily, dragging her massive body. Yes. Su Chen let out a disapproving tisk and circled around the spider's body. When will you be able to evolve? No idea. Seems like I need to devour others of my own kind. Looks like I'll have to find some time to hunt one down for her. Otherwise, dragging that body around every day makes her way too easy a target. Ding ding. Coordinates 13499, 44,033. The coordinates appeared, instantly drawing a crowd of onlookers in the hall. Damn, they really showed up. This is gonna be a tough fight. Come on, let's go check it out. What are we waiting for? Yeah. We gotta see what a fight between big shots looks like.
Everyone rushed toward the designated coordinates.
To avoid wasting space, they transformed their bodies into tiny white dots. Silently concealing themselves within the surroundings, they remained undetected.
At the center, a blood-soaked player knelt on one knee, still clutching a massive sword.
Standing before him was a foreign-looking Caucasian man. The man wore a smug expression, clearly not taking his opponent seriously. Hey, didn't that guy say he'd show up here? I don't see him anywhere. Just all talk, huh?
Thought he was something special, but it's all just bragging. The man arrogantly raised his foot and kicked the injured man. A wave of pain swept through his entire body in that instant. Though dying in the game meant no real-world consequences, the agony radiated through every nerve. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might spare you. Otherwise, after you die, your sanctuary will be reduced to ruins.
The pressure on his foot intensified relentlessly. Snap. Ah!
His ankle snapped clean off under the brutal pressure. Those watching grimaced in horror. Some, unable to bear the sight, tried to rush forward but were held back by others.
You're insane. Look who's standing behind that guy.
At the reminder, everyone turned to look behind the man.
An eagle lion? He actually hired an eagle lion as his retainer?
With that creature by his side, his combat strength is no joke.
We don't have any powerful attendants ourselves. Going after him would be suicide. But we can't just let our comrade be bullied like this.
Another wave of agonized screams echoed from the other side.
Oomph, worthless trash. Keeping you alive is a waste of resources. Since that's the case, Eagle Lion, take care of him and make it a feast.
The eagle lion behind him let out a low growl into the air, striding swiftly toward the player on the ground. Its eyes blazed with murderous intent as it raised its paw to crush the man beneath its weight.
Whoosh! Roar! An arrow crackling with lightning streaked through the sky, piercing the eagle lion's paw. The eagle lion instantly collapsed in agony, rolling on the ground as its wails echoed across the wilderness. Who? Who dares lay a hand on my eagle lion? My name remains unchanged, my identity unaltered, it's your old lady here. Yulia, clad in a white robe and wielding the thunderclap bow, soared through the air. Her face was entirely concealed by the cloak, yet her emerald eyes were breathtakingly beautiful. A single glance was enough to steal one's soul. Wow, who is this little beauty? She's so powerful. What do you know? She hasn't even shown her face, how can you say she's beautiful? Mind your own business. I just know it. The pretty country person stepped back slightly, placing a bottle of healing potion at Eagle Lion's feet. The pain vanished instantly, leaving no trace. The Eagle Lion's eyes burned with fury, fixed on Ilya as if it wanted to tear her limb from limb. Ilya, known for her fiery temper, drew her thunderclap bow and aimed it at the Eagle Lion once more. What are you glaring at me for? Did I ask you to stare? Whoosh! The arrow flew toward the Eagle Lion once more. Having learned its lesson, the Eagle Lion immediately flapped its wings and flew away. Well, you're quite the speedster. The Eagle Lion let out a triumphant roar at Ilya. Hey, little girl, don't think you can beat me just because you lucked out and hit my Eagle Lion. With your puny frame, you'd be better off coming down so I can have some fun with you. Ha ha. Ignoring his taunts, Ilya asked instead. Honestly, I can't stand the sight of you, Eagle Lion. Maybe I should turn you into roast chicken. Chapter 72, Game Bugs, Patching Vulnerabilities. Ilya drew her bow, aiming precisely at the Eagle Lion. Meteor arrow. She murmured as the arrow shot swiftly from her bow. The Eagle Lion tried its old trick, flapping its wings to dodge, but froze mid-air the next moment. What had been a single arrow instantly multiplied into hundreds, raining down like a meteor shower to pierce the Eagle Lion. Such a barrage would leave the Eagle Lion severely crippled if not dead. Damn it! You dare use dirty tricks! Firearm! The man roared in fury, drawing a gun from his coat and firing at Ilya in midair. Fireball! Suddenly, a fireball flew from the side, instantly knocking all the bullets out of his musket. Su Chen and his group were all clad in white robes, making it impossible for anyone to recognize their faces. Who are you people? Buir, wary and apprehensive, took several steps back, creating distance between himself and Su Chen's group. Su Chen's voice had been altered, sounding deeper and more resonant, making his identity unrecognizable. Those who came to kill you. Upon hearing this, the others immediately recognized the identity of the white-robed figures. Are they the ones who spoke in the hall? I think it's him. So he must be the one who killed the American players too? It's him. What a force to be reckoned with. But Buir's strength shouldn't be underestimated either, just look at his Eagle Lion retainers and his innate talent for control. At this point, everyone couldn't help but feel concerned for Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at the Eagle Lion before shifting his gaze back to Buir. The other man scrutinized him from head to toe. Poof. So you're that arrogant great Xia man? So the message you posted on the World Channel was true. Do you really think you can take me on alone? Su Chen ignored him, pulling out a vial of potion and distributing it to the injured. This potion restores health and alleviates pain. Take it and use it. The fallen man froze in place, then quickly snapped to attention and thanked Su Chen. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Had it been any later, his health would have depleted, and the shelter he'd worked so hard to build would have been destroyed. After recovering, he looked at Buir, who was still visibly shaken, and grabbed Su Chen's sleeve. Big shot, this foreigner's skills are weird. You gotta be careful. With that, he left the battlefield. Su Chen looked at Buir, who resembled a Japanese gourd. The only notable thing about him was that he wielded a wand, just like Takeshi. Could this guy have actually mastered magic spells? But the next second, he realized he'd overestimated his opponent. Overconfident great Xiaoman, thinking you can turn the tide. Today I'll beat you so badly you'll be crawling on the ground looking for your teeth, so you'll know our beautiful country is the true master of the world. The torrent of words made Su Chen sigh impatiently. If you want to fight, just fight. Why all the nonsense? You. Prepare to die. Buir extended his arm, swinging his wand before him. Vine entangle. He bellowed, a light array materializing beneath his feet. Countless vines erupted from the light array, lashing out menacingly toward Su Chen. Just as it touched Su Chen, the vine suddenly froze in place. The unexpected turn of events left everyone frozen in place. What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Why did the vine just stop moving? Everyone frowned in confusion, unable to make sense of the situation. Luna, who had been following closely behind Su Chen, slowly stepped forward. She raised a finger and tapped the vine, speaking playfully. A mere vine dares to show off before its master? Seems keeping you around is pointless. Corrode. Blue spikes suddenly sprouted from Luna's fingertip. The moment they touched the vine, they spread like parasites, covering its entire body. In an instant, the vine that had just moments ago threatened to harm others was torn apart by the spikes, shattering into fragments scattered across the ground. What just happened? You just killed Buell's vine? Holy crap, who is this person? They seem incredibly powerful. When did our great Xia Empire produce someone like this? In midair, Ilya aimed an arrow at the eagle lion, striking it down with a cry of pain, leaving it no moment to catch its breath. Ilya's eyes flashed with sudden ferocity as she fired another arrow straight into its heart. I've had my eye on you for a long time. Whoosh! The arrow struck the eagle lion's heart like lightning. A piercing wail of agony echoed across the wilderness as the eagle lion's body dissolved, leaving only a beast core behind. Su Chen retrieved the beast core into his palm. Buer, his eyes bloodshot, glared at Su Chen with murderous intent. You! How dare you kill my eagle lion? So what if I did? Killing you would be just as easy. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Chen flipped his palm, sending a spear hurtling toward Buer. Thud! The spear pierced straight through Buer's heart. Incredulity still lingered on his face as he collapsed into a pool of blood. A second later, his body dissolved into gray modules and vanished from the spot. The crowd stared in stunned silence. He just wiped him out like that? Before anyone could react, a sudden force swept through the air, pulling the tiny white dots back into their sanctuary. Even Su Chen froze in surprise. Hadn't he just been near the enemy's sanctuary moments ago? How had he returned so swiftly? Su Chen cursed the sky in frustration. Hey! I spent 500 beast cores to get here. That's a one-time expense. At least let me get my money's worth. Notice: to maintain the game's teleportation bug, we are currently patching vulnerabilities. The game's error code chime echoed through the space. The others were baffled until a subsequent message sent shockwaves through the entire group. Teleportation function is limited to teleporters only. Teleporters allow players to instantly travel anywhere. Ha? Teleporters? What are those? We've never heard of such things. Yeah, us regular players haven't heard of such things. At least tell us how to get one. Otherwise, where are we supposed to find it? Teleporters are also obtained by players, with only one slot available per player. Killing this player allows you to inherit their teleporter slot. The system's notification sound faded away without further chime. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He'd feared this damn system was about to expose his real identity. At that point, he'd truly become the target of everyone's wrath. Master, should we go beat someone up now? Luna peeked out her adorable little head, blinking her eyes as she waited for Su Chen's response. Leave the rest to others. The higher-ups will apply pressure in this situation. Luna nodded, nodding as if she understood, then picked up the chips on the table and began munching away. Who cares? If the sky falls, my master will catch it. Life returned to normal, but Su Chen lay in his chair, his mind heavy with worry. The image of that giant's rotting corpse from the night before played on repeat in his head. A being capable of splitting its body apart and then reassembling. What exactly was this one-point creature? He'd never heard of such a thing in his previous life. Master, the item you requested is ready. Chapter 73, Su Chen, could this big shot be you? Dekisi approached from the side, bowing slightly to Su Chen. At her words, Su Chen's interest was instantly piqued. He sprang to his feet, his voice brimming with excitement as he pressed for details. Don? Let's go. Take me to see it. The two headed eastward, stopping only when they reached the riverbank. Based on the materials and images you provided, this is what the sailboat looks like. Su Chen gazed at the sailboat before him with immense delight. He examined it thoroughly from front to back. It matched his specifications perfectly. With the beast core providing kinetic energy, it could operate for a long time at least. Dekisi, you've given me the greatest surprise. With this, we can finally set sail for the islands. Dekisi's face showed no sign of joy. Instead, she frowned with concern. Master, that island is filled with too many unknown dangers. Are you really sure you want to go? Yes. You can't get the tiger's cub without entering its den. Only by going there will we know the situation. Who knows, we might even find some unexpected treasures. Seeing Su Chen's resolve, Dekisi opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Since you've made up your mind, I'll pack your things for you. Dicey turned and headed toward the shelter. With this sailboat, we should reach our destination faster. If only we knew the location of the meteorite. That would save us a lot of trouble on the way back. Just then, Su Chen's phone in the real world began ringing incessantly. The vibration was loud, startling Su Chen and making him suspicious. Who could be looking for me at this hour? He had just logged out of the game when a series of loud knocks erupted at the door. Thump! 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 The urgent sound made Su Chen feel a touch of impatience. He walked to the door and peered through the peephole. Seeing three figures outside, he froze instantly. Squeak! Hey kid! Didn't you see we called you? The door barely swung open before the fiery-tempered Gu Yan shoved it wide with her hands braced against it. Su Chen couldn't dodge in time and was shoved hard into the corner. Though Gu Yan was a head shorter than him, her fiery temper was overwhelming. Alright, Gu Yan, maybe little Su was busy with his game. We came here today to discuss something important, didn't we? Lu Long gently patted her shoulder from behind. Her bristling mood softened just a tiny bit. Fine, just this once. But you better be smarter from now on. Leaving the three of us waiting outside for so long? Looks like you were just itching to expose your identity. That way, you could go straight to meet your maker. Su-chan gave an awkward chuckle. When had he been waiting outside? He hadn't even heard a knock earlier. The two grew increasingly heated in their argument, while Li Tianba, usually the chatterbox, seemed to have been switched to mute mode. Su-chan glanced at Li Tianba, whose attention remained fixed on his phone screen, then turned to ask Lu Long. Brother Long, what's up with Brother Li? What's got him so engrossed? After entering the room, Lu Long poured himself a cup of hot water without a second thought. He glanced up at Li Tianba and teased. Of course it's the gaming legend he's obsessed with in Sanctuary. Su-chan froze. Big shot? Has some god-tier player appeared in the game? Seeing Su-chan's bewildered expression, Gu Yan and Lu Long exchanged glances. The former fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon him. You don't know? The question left Su-chan utterly bewildered. Should I know? What exactly am I supposed to know? Seeing his genuinely bewildered expression, Lu Long and Gu Yan were taken aback. Before arriving, they'd been certain Su-chan was the legendary player who'd descended from the heavens in the game. But now, it seemed things weren't quite as they'd imagined. Wow, so cool. Absolutely amazing. Li Tianba, who had been silent until now, suddenly let out a loud howl, shattering the quiet atmosphere. He reached out and grabbed Su-chan's arm, pulling him closer. Wow! Look at those hand gestures, that tone, that aura. He's the master of masters, the big shot among big shots. Su-chan frowned slightly as he glanced at his phone screen. Seeing the person on the other end, he froze for a moment. Wasn't that him? Had everything that just happened been recorded? So cool. If I were that skilled, I'd storm the enemy camp solo. Knock the entire camp to the ground, leaving them no chance to fight back. Hearing this, Su-chan's lips twitched. Given Li Tianba's current strength, it'd be a stretch to think he could harm them anytime soon. Little Su, you used to be my idol, but now my idol is Brother White Robe. From now on, I'm Brother White Robe's most loyal fan. Heaven above, please let me meet him sooner. Li Tianba's speech left Lu Long and Gu Yan sweating profusely. How on earth did this guy climb into the upper echelons of the Great Xia? Su-chan re-examined Li Tianba, beginning to suspect the man had been bribed. Ahem, that guy inside is indeed quite handsome, but we're not bad either. We just need to improve our physique and strength. Whatever we do, we need a solid foundation. As for the rest, we can gradually build our physical prowess. Su-chan spoke these words from the heart. Lu Long and Gu Yan both nodded in agreement. That's true. Nothing is impossible if you're willing to climb. Tianba, I need to speak with him. Before he could finish, Li Tianba understood his meaning and released Su-chan with a tug. Little Su, you can chat with them. After all, with me here, those two wouldn't dare do anything to you. Lu Long shook his head helplessly. You've been reading too many comics lately, haven't you? Your speech is dripping with that adolescent angst. Seeing Li Tianba ignore him, Lu Long dropped the subject. He turned his gaze to Su-chan, who had remained silent. Actually, the meteorite you asked us about earlier has been found. The unexpected good news lifted Su-chan's spirits. Really? How many? Not much, but I'll transfer them to you from the game. As soon as Lu Long finished speaking, he opened the game, accessed Su-chan's friend list, and directly transferred the obtained meteorite fragments to Su-chan. Accept meteorite material sent by player? Su-chan pressed yes on the prompt. Received. This quantity alone was sufficient to craft a teleporter. I've delivered the items to you as instructed by Elder Song. This meteorite was quite a coincidence, actually. We found it in a withered forest, but after searching the entire area, this is all we could gather. We'll continue the search. Should we discover more, we'll deliver it to you immediately. Su-chan nodded his thanks. Getting this much is already quite good. I should be thanking you both. As the two were deep in conversation, a hand suddenly landed on Su-chan's shoulder. Li Tianba's sinister gaze fixed on Su-chan from behind, his words catching Su-chan off guard. Little Su, you wouldn't happen to be the one going to fight, would you? Startled, Su-chan quickly changed the subject. What are you talking about, Brother Li? I'm just upgrading the shelter by scavenging trash. How could I possibly be the one causing all that trouble? Chapter 74, The Teleporter is Complete, Spider's Confession. Li Tianba carefully compared the person in the video to Su-chan. You're right, the guy in the video is definitely better looking. No sooner had he spoken than Gu Yan frowned and retorted. You idiot! That guy's wrapped up like a dumpling in that white robe, how can you possibly think he's handsome? It's about the vibe, you know? It's just a feeling. Hearing this, Gu Yan rolled her eyes, unwilling to argue with him. Seeing the two of them on the verge of a confrontation, Su-chan quickly interjected. Why don't you come in for a moment? No thanks, we've got other things to take care of. We'll be on our way. Su-chan bid them farewell and closed the door, instantly letting out a sigh of relief. Those three are quite peculiar, but at least I have the meteorite now. Without another word, Su-chen immediately logged into the game to begin forging. His frantic energy drew the attention of Ilya and Luna. What's gotten into Master? No idea. Seems like he's busy with some strange business. The two little ones chatted while snacking. Daikisi approached and poured each of them a cup of black tea. Daikisi, is Master working on something important? Daikisi nodded in the direction Su-chen had gone. Yes. Don't bother him now. Let him finish what he's doing first. She raised a finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture. The two instantly understood and quickly covered their mouths. After a while, a dazzling light erupted from the forging chamber. The little snake that had been coiled around Su-chen's wrist scrambled frantically toward Daikisi, slithering straight onto her wrist. Its frantic little movements amused Daikisi. What's wrong? What happened to cause such a big reaction? Distinct gray dust particles were visible on the snake's body. Daikisi raised her hand to brush the dust off it, then gently patted its head. Where's the master? Hiss. It flickered its tongue toward the forging room, then blinked sleepily before curling up to sleep on Daikisi's wrist. What kind of commotion did the master cause to scare it all the way over here? Just as Daikisi was puzzled, an explosion erupted from Su-chen's location. The three of them froze in shock before rushing toward him. Thick smoke billowed from the forge room, followed by a series of coughs. Cough cough. Looks like it just wasn't meant to be. Su-chen's face was blackened by the smoke, and his clothes were torn to shreds, barely hanging on his body. Seeing his disheveled state, the trio exchanged glances. Master, what happened to you? Luna blinked as she stepped closer to ask, her gaze shifting past him to peer behind him. Behind him, everything was pitch black and indistinguishable. What on earth was going on? Cough cough, nothing serious. I just got a little greedy while forging something earlier. I was wondering if I could use those materials to make a second teleporter. Looks like it just wasn't meant to be. Black lines formed on all three of their foreheads. Was this guy being a bit too greedy? But at least we have the first one now. Su-chen opened his palm as he spoke, revealing a blue, diamond-shaped glass-like object. The trio immediately gathered around, examining it from every angle. Luna reached out to touch it, and the icy chill that shot through her fingertips made her shiver. Wow, this thing is actually cold. Hearing this, Ilya followed Luna's lead and placed her hand on it too. The icy sensation instantly spread throughout her body, causing her pointed ears to perk up immediately. This is so much fun. What is it, Master? A new toy? Su-chen chuckled and shook his head, giving each of them a light pat on the head. What are you thinking? This is the teleporter I mentioned to you before. With this, we can teleport ourselves anywhere as long as there's one of these devices at the destination. Wow! That's amazing. Luna's interest was instantly piqued. This sounded far easier than walking on her own 2 feet. The first one will be installed at the shelter. It'll make coming back much easier. Su-chen tossed his hand upward, and the blue crystal in his palm instantly grew larger. It landed at the center of the shelter, forming a small blue light array. The rhombic crystal stood atop it, its faint blue glow giving off a sense of reassurance. I'll mark you all with a symbol. That way, returning here will be easier in the future. With a flick of his thoughts, Su-chen imprinted the rhombic crystal's mark upon each of them. Even Spider's backside flashed briefly while mining, instantly illuminating the tunnel. Ha! What's this? Why is my butt glowing? The other little spiders seemed to sense something and immediately turned to look at Spider Butt's rear end. A chorus of chirping sounds erupted. There's a mark on my rear? How did that appear? Could it be the master? At this thought, Spider's face flushed crimson, and her 8 spider legs fidgeted awkwardly. Oh my, the master really is something. I never knew he had such feelings before. Could it be he misses me? If I return to the shelter now, I really want to ask him. Hey, hey, hey! A small blue light ring suddenly appeared beneath Spider's feet. Before the other spiders could react, her entire body vanished into it. The next second, it materialized in the center of the shelter. The few chatting there froze at the sudden appearance of Spider. Ha! Juju? What are you doing here? Ilya looked utterly bewildered, and even Jubu herself hadn't processed what had happened. I was mining just now, and then this light suddenly shot out from my rear end. After that, I thought maybe I should head to the shelter first, so here I am. After hearing the explanation, Su-chen instantly understood the situation. Looks like it was the teleporter's original location. Spider, did you feel any discomfort? Spider rubbed her spider head, recalling what had just happened. I don't feel any discomfort. It just felt like I arrived really fast. Could it be that Master summoned me here? Has Master become this powerful already? Juju's eyes sparkled as she looked at Su-chen, her massive body swaying back and forth in place. If anyone else saw such a massive spider acting all cuddly, they'd probably think it was utterly bizarre. Ilya walked over, reaching out to pat Juju's head. Juju, this is a new skill Master just learned. Pretty impressive, huh? I call it the home skill for short. Anyway, with this, getting home will be so much easier. Whenever you want to come back, you can just pop right back. At those words, Juju's little head lit up. That's amazing. Master, you're the most amazing person Spider has ever met. Spider wants to stay with you forever. It happily wiggled its body, looking ready to dash toward Su Chen at any moment. Su Chen quickly backed up a few steps. If this thing collided with him, who knew what shape he'd be left in? Ahem, now let's review the upcoming itinerary and assign other tasks to you all. Chapter 75, Departure. Heading to the Sea Isle. What? Master, you're going to the Sea Isle? Do you even know what kind of place that is? Ilya gasped, her hands slamming onto the tabletop as her body lunged forward toward Su Chen. Seeing her over-the-top reaction, Su Chen shook his head helplessly, placing a hand on her shoulder to steady her. Why such a big reaction? I know that place. It's no big deal. Besides, Dekisi will be coming with me. What's there to worry about? Hearing this, Ilya frowned deeply, her face clouded with worry. Her eyes brimming with tears, she stared at Su Chen, her lips turned down in displeasure. Master, how can you be so biased, letting only Dekisi accompany you? You're our friend too. Why must only Dekisi be there? Su Chen was taken aback by her words. This wasn't exactly a noble mission, and the island might hold other dangers. If something went wrong, wouldn't the whole group be in trouble? Ilya, you and Luna stay here and guard the place. I'll be back soon. Try to hurry back. If anything goes wrong, Dekisi and I will teleport back immediately. Despite Su Chen's thorough explanation, Ilya crossed her arms, pouted, and turned away. No way. I can attack too. Dekisi specializes in fire magic, and she'll definitely be limited out at sea. But I'm different. I have wings to fly, allowing me to survey everything around us. If anything goes wrong on the sea surface, I can help too. After hearing her reasoning, Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. Master, Iria has a point. Why not take her along? Luna, who had remained silent until now, blinked her big eyes and looked back and forth between the group. Could you take me along too? No way. Absolutely not. Luna timidly raised her hand, looking at Su Chen and Ilya, only to receive their simultaneous refusal. What, Master, you're being mean to me. Why can't I come along? Ilya pulled up a stool and sat beside Luna, gently patting her back like a big sister for once. Luna, you're a tree spirit, right? Her gentle demeanor sent shivers down Su Chen's spine. He just couldn't get used to her suddenly acting like this. Yes, that's right. Luna nodded obediently, tilting her head slightly to look at Iria, who radiated maternal warmth. But we're going to the sea. You know what the ocean is like, right? You won't be much help underwater, and if something goes wrong, your true form might appear. Then everyone on the ship would be in trouble, wouldn't they? So staying home to guard the place is best for you. You can also help Master tend to the plantation, right? The relentless barrage of reasoning left Luna momentarily dumbfounded. Su Chen sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead with a wry smile. When did this girl pick up this kindergarten teacher routine? Yet Luna was completely buying it. Alright then. Be careful out there. If anything goes wrong, come back immediately. Luna raised her hand to wipe the tear streaks from her eyes. With her tears gone, a faint smile appeared on her face. Then Iria pulled her back to her own room. Master, everything you need is prepared. We can depart at any time. Dekisi approached from the side and bowed to Su Chen. Got it. We'll leave today. Before departure, Su Chen finalized matters in the real world and set off directly for the Sea Isle. The items left behind by the Archmage wouldn't be ordinary, they might even hold methods to defeat the monsters or magical artifacts. If he could find what he needed there, the journey would be well worth it. With all preparations complete, Su Chen and his companions arrived at the ship. I thought I could only bring myself, but it turns out I can bring Dekisi too. Master, if you'd said we could bring 2 people, I would have come straight away. Ilya's reproachful gaze fixed on Su Chen, making him squirm uncomfortably. Why hadn't he ever found Iria's gaze so intimidating before? Ahem, it's getting late. We should set off now. Su Chen made up a flimsy excuse and led the 2 of them toward the ship. While I'm away, you 2 must guard the house carefully. Watching Luna and Spider on the ground, a flicker of unease crossed Su Chen's mind. Could these 2 dimwits really keep the house safe? Luna stretched out her arms and waved at Su Chen. A closer look revealed a faint glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes. Master, you 2 go ahead without worry. Spider and I will take good care of the house, no need to fret. Watching these 2 unreliable souls, the more Luna insisted there was nothing to worry about, the more uneasy Su Chen felt inside. Can these 2 dimwits really keep the house safe? Master, you're already worrying before you've even left? Dekisi still wore her maid uniform, though the patterns on her thigh-high stockings had become more intricate than before. Hearing her question, Su Chen sighed heavily in resignation. Look at those 2. Which one looks reliable? Dekisi followed his gaze and locked eyes with Luna. The latter immediately greeted Dekisi cheerfully, and Dekisi returned the greeting. Master, their combat prowess is top tier. They won't get into trouble easily. But Su Chen's sigh grew even heavier than before. My concern isn't whether their combat strength is sufficient. I'm worried these 2 are as thick as bricks. If someone with ulterior motives tricks them, they might even count the money for the other party.
After hearing this, Dakisi finally understood what Su-chen was worried about.
Master, they won't. And don't think so negatively. What if they actually complete the mission?
Right now, we need to focus on this trip to the Sea Islands.
I suspect this journey won't be as straightforward as it seems. Su-chen agreed.
In his previous life, all manner of monsters had appeared across the continents and oceans. Some were mutations, while others had been corrupted by demonic forces into terrifying, horrifying creatures. Worse still, creatures meant to dwell in the sea develop legs due to demonic corruption, crawling onto the shore.
Recalling the reports from his past life still sent chills down Su-chen's spine. That wave of mutations was nothing short of a plan to eradicate humanity. Master? What is it? Su-chen snapped out of her reverie to find Dakisi staring at her.
It's time to place the beast core inside. Dakisi scanned the surroundings, located the spot, and pointed to the recessed tooth slot beside it. This ship relied on the power within the beast core, requiring no human effort to propel it. As long as the beast core remained, it could operate indefinitely.
All right.
Su-chen retrieved 10 beast cores from her backpack and placed them inside. The ship, which had been motionless on the sea surface, immediately began moving across the water.
Wow. It's been ages since I last played on a ship. This feeling is just so comfortable. Ilya acted like a child the moment she stepped aboard. Chapter 76, Sea Monsters, the Giant Venomous Octopus.
The sea surface was eerily quiet. Su-chen scanned the surroundings but detected nothing unusual.
Something was off. Logically, the sea should have been corrupted by monsters too. What's wrong, Master?
Daisy, noticing Su-chen's unease, emerged from the cabin and approached him. Her gaze followed his line of sight.
Is something strange? Before Su-chen could speak, Ilya emerged directly from the cabin.
She flapped her wings cheerfully and said to Su-chen,
Master, why don't I fly up and take a look?
As she spoke, she began to rise into the air, only to be abruptly pulled back down by Su-chen the moment she lifted off.
Master, why?
Ilya froze, her body losing balance as she fell directly into Su-chen's arms. Before she could ask, a massive tentacle whizzed overhead.
Thud! The once calm water surface instantly erupted into layers of splashing waves. The scene stunned the trio.
They never imagined that such a seemingly tranquil sponge could suddenly unleash a massive octopus tentacle.
What is that? Ilya glanced at the sea surface, still shaken. It's a giant venomous octopus.
Dakisi flipped her hand, summoning magic into her palm as she stared intently at the sea before them.
Hearing the name, Ilya froze.
Snapping out of it, she hurried toward the cabin.
How unlucky can we get to run into this thing? Not only is it clingy, but its venom is terrifyingly potent. Getting tangled up with this thing won't end well. Master, we must speed up our journey.
Su-chen's interest was piqued by the words.
Bang! Splash!
The water surface erupted again, this time revealing the massive head of the venomous giant octopus.
The sight alone was spine-chilling.
Its two eyes were as large as stone lions, and merely being stared at by it filled one with dread.
Ilya's legs went weak with fright, and she stumbled as she walked.
Su-chen turned to see her in such a state and shook his head helplessly.
Ilya, wait in the cabin.
If it tries to attack the ship, aim your arrow at its eyes.
Ilya nodded repeatedly, gripping the thunderclap bow tightly in her hands.
Seeing her timid state left Dakisi speechless. She'd never seen this girl so scared before.
Don't panic, Dakisi.
The ship has a protective barrier. It'll take some effort for it to damage our vessel.
Su-chen studied the giant venomous octopus before him as its data swiftly appeared before his eyes. Creature, giant venomous octopus.
Skills, tentacle bind, toxin corrosion.
Its abilities didn't seem overly complex, but the real challenge lay in the size disparity, especially on the open sea.
Taking this creature down would require careful planning.
As if sensing Su-chen's thoughts, the creature didn't attack immediately but waited for something. A prolonged standoff ensued with no movement from either side. As the ship moved forward, the giant venomous octopus followed relentlessly from behind. Yeah, being chased by this thing really sucks. Su-chen muttered under his breath. Ilya, wrapped in her blanket, quickly burrowed into his embrace. Master, may I stay here for a while?
Ilya was as docile as a little rabbit, batting her big eyes in a way that made refusal impossible.
From the look on your face just now, you seemed afraid of it?
At the mention, Ilya burrowed deeper into the blanket, her voice barely above a whisper.
I've seen this creature before.
It wasn't this big then, but it was at least half its current size. I got too carried away playing by the sea and nearly got eaten by a giant venomous octopus.
Ever since then, I've been terrified of creatures like this.
So that's why.
That explains it.
Ilya, the more you fear something, the more you should try to overcome it.
Just think of it as an ordinary octopus.
Kill this thing and grill its legs, that's the tastiest way to eat it. Su-chen grew more animated with each word, as if he'd already tasted the delicacy. Watching him like this made Ilya's mouth water.
Master, are octopus legs really that delicious? Su-chen nodded emphatically.
Of course.
Others might deceive you, but I'd never pull a fast one on you about this. Think about it, when have I ever deceived you about food? Ilya thought carefully and realized he hadn't. Alright. I believe you, master. The moment she uttered those words, she looked up and locked eyes with the giant venomous octopus. The tiny spark of courage she'd just mustered vanished instantly. Master. This thing looks absolutely terrifying. It's not even supposed to exist in this world. She screamed as she ran toward the cabin. Watching her retreat like an ostrich, Wuchen sighed and turned to the octopus, muttering to himself. If this thing showed up in peaceful Great Xia, it'd probably get eaten to extinction. The Great Xia produces Epicureans. While I can't speak for others, when it comes to eating, the Great Xia takes the top spot. No other nation comes close except for the Three Kingdoms. The ship traveled a great distance, yet the giant poisonous octopus never attacked. The only disturbance was its tentacles sweeping through the air near the hull, repeating this motion several times back and forth. This behavior left Su Chun utterly baffled. What exactly was this creature up to? If it intended to kill them, it could have struck already. Meanwhile, Dakisi approached, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings without a moment's slackening. Master, it's late at night now. This creature still hasn't initiated an attack. I suspect it might have other plans. Su Chen rested his hand on his chin and nodded in agreement. You're right. Let's hold our fire for now. In a moment. Before Su Chen could finish, the giant venomous octopus violently slammed its tentacles against the ship's hull. The protective shield enveloping the vessel prevented it from shattering on impact, but the sudden assault puzzled Su Chen and his companions. What's going on? Why did it suddenly move? Tentacle after tentacle slammed against the hull with no visible effect. Yet a pungent, metallic scent filled Su Chen's nostrils. Looking up, they saw the giant venomous octopus's tentacles were now mangled and bloody, blood dripping from them into the sea. Su Chen and Dakisi exchanged a glance, tension rising in both their hearts simultaneously. Something was definitely up. This creature was probably up to something. Ilya, peering out from the cabin, scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, ripples spreading across the sea surface caught her attention. Master, Dakisi, look west. Is that a group of things coming over there? Hearing the commotion, the two immediately turned their gaze westward. In the next instant, a long-bladed demon fish leapt from the water and slammed violently towards Su Chen. But thanks to the protective shield, the fish's blade-like head slammed into it. This shield has cracked. With just one strike, a thin crack appeared on the barrier. Seeing this, Su Chen instantly understood the giant venomous demon fish's intent. Unable to break through itself, it planned to lure them into the long-blade demon fish territory and use them to attack the ship. Chapter 77, Flame Magic, Explosive Blaze. This was a giant venomous octopus capable of thought and possessing intelligence. Escaping from under its watchful eye would be no easy feat. Master, these creatures have gone mad. They're charging headlong with reckless abandon. Ilya's face betrayed panic as she gripped the thunderclap bow tightly, terrified a fish might smash into her face. She considered using her wings to scout ahead, but now she knew that the moment she flew beyond this barrier, she'd likely be torn to shreds. Thud! Thud! The longsword demon fish attacked with even greater ferocity than before, swarming the net ship in ever greater numbers. Even those already battered beyond recognition, half their heads torn off, kept repeating the same motion. Just watching the barrage of slashblade demon fish collisions was enough to make one wince. Are they completely insensitive to pain? Why do they keep charging forward as if they feel no pain at all? The barrier cracked repeatedly under the relentless impact of the longsword demon fish. Su Chen glanced at the map. At their current pace, it would still be some time before they reached their destination. The ship absolutely must not be destroyed during this journey. Fireball! Scatter! Dakisi waved her wand, and fireballs instantly coalesced before her. Unlike previous attacks, the massive orb instantly shattered into 10 fiery projectiles, hurtling toward the charging longsword demon fish. In an instant, piercing screeches echoed across the sea surface. Flames spread relentlessly across the longsword demon fish's body, then leapt onto the others nearby. Yet even as their bodies burned, these creatures seemed utterly oblivious to the pain, relentlessly repeating their earlier actions. They treated the ship and Su Chen's group as complete outsiders. What kind of monsters are these? They're not even afraid of your fireballs, Dakisi. I say we just wipe them all out with a wave of demonic flame. Dakisi shook her head helplessly. Though reluctant to admit it, she had to explain. My fire magic only works on land. Water in the sea counteracts it, so even flames can't destroy these creatures. Ha! Ilya froze in place, utterly stunned that Dakisi could ever be helpless. She ran through the situation in her mind. There was herself, Dakisi, and the master. But Dakisi's attacks were limited, preventing her from showing her full strength. And the master probably had little combat ability, plenty of clever tricks, but nothing else to speak of. Turns out I'm still the most reliable backbone in this team. Before stepping out, Ilya scanned the area. Seeing no sign of the giant poisonous octopus, she quickly grabbed her thunderclap bow and emerged. Hey, you grilled fish. If you want to stab, then come at me. I'll see if you've got the guts. At her taunting tone, all the longsword demon fish instantly halted their attacks. The sudden stillness startled Su-chan and Takeshi. What's going on? Can these things actually understand human speech? Takeshi muttered in disbelief, only to turn and see the very same longsword demon fish that had moments ago been fixated on taking Su-chan's life now swimming straight toward Ilya. They then lunged at Ilya with frenzied ferocity, their attacks even more relentless than before. Though the barrier blocked every strike, the cracks in it multiplied with each assault. Facing this scene, Ilya showed no fear. She drew the thunderclap bow and aimed it at the swordfish swarm. Mess with me, and you'll face the consequences. Whoosh! Boom! The lightning arrow pierced the bladefish, instantly transmitting the electric current to the others. In the blink of an eye, the demon fish were rendered motionless by the electric shock. Ah ha ha ha! There are no true foes before me, Iria. Ilya stood with her hands on her hips, laughing up at the sky, completely lost in her own world. Even Su-chan was stunned by the sight. How could he have forgotten that water conducts electricity? This entire school of fish must have been electrocuted into unconsciousness. Before they could catch their breath, the giant venomous octopus glided over from nearby, emitting a series of eerie sounds. It sounded like the restless spirits of the night, endlessly tempting you toward death. Why is it coming back? The moment Ilya saw it, she instantly became timid. The giant venomous octopus raised its massive tentacles and slammed them down on the barrier. Squeak! The crack in the barrier instantly widened to an immense size, and its attack followed immediately. Boom! The barrier shattered instantly. The giant venomous octopus suddenly laughed, as if victory were already assured. Just one strike would capsize the ship and devour these uninfected creatures. Fireball! A massive fireball slammed into the tentacle it was about to strike with, the searing heat forcing the giant venomous octopus to retract its limb. Its eyes blazed with fury as it glared at Takeshi, as if it wanted to tear her limb from limb. Su-chan stepped forward, blocking its glare, raising an eyebrow with disdain. Hey, fancy eating us? We'll see if you've got what it takes. Looking at you, you're probably weaker than us. The barrage of taunts pushed the giant poisonous octopus's rage to its peak. 8 tentacles simultaneously surfaced from the sea. They rose high before crashing down toward Su-chan. Explosive flames. A massive crimson light array materialized beneath Takeshi's feet, and suddenly, sparks of burning ash began to swirl around her. Her eyes turned a blood red. Before anyone could react, an identical crimson light array appeared in the sky. It's so hot. The surrounding temperature is skyrocketing. Ilya's face burned crimson from the intense heat, and even Su-chan felt the scorching effect. Boom! A ball of black-red flame erupted from the aerial light array, plummeting like a meteorite onto the giant venomous octopus. Sensing danger, the giant poisonous octopus bolted for its life. If it could dodge the strike, it might just survive. Su-chan clicked his tongue. I never said you could leave now. Freeze! He extended his hand toward the water surrounding the giant poisonous octopus. Icy mist swiftly enveloped the surface. The water froze instantly, trapping the venomous giant octopus within. Terrified, it raised its head to flee but found itself utterly immobilized. Black-red flames swiftly engulfed its body, accompanied by agonized screams that seemed to tear through its flesh. Within mere seconds, it vanished without a trace. When the flames receded, only a beast core and 8 octopus legs remained. Staring at the 8 tentacles, Su-chan turned to look at the sweat-drenched Takeshi with a flustered expression. Master. Didn't you say octopus legs were delicious earlier? She managed to utter weakly before darkness engulfed her vision, and she collapsed forward heavily. Takeshi! Ilya shouted. Su-chan sprinted forward, catching her falling body. Mistress Takeshi! What happened? Are you okay? Ilya cried out in worry, reaching out to grasp her hand tightly. Su-chan shook his head and whispered softly. She's fine. Just exhausted from magic depletion, leaving her physically weakened. Nothing serious. I'll carry her to the cabin. You stay inside and take good care of her. Ilya nodded vigorously, more obedient than ever before. Chapter 78, Assassination on the Island Cabin. Su-chan glanced back at the surrounding chaos. Thankfully, it was a false alarm. That thing was truly enormous. But in his past life, it wouldn't have been considered a super-sized aquatic monster. In his previous life, a single monstrous whale had obliterated an entire city. A tsunami erupted immediately afterward, shattering low-level shelters to pieces. In the blink of an eye, countless lives were lost, an event that remained a deep wound in people's hearts. An octopus leg this size could feed us for many meals, but my backpack is too small to hold much more. Su-chan opened his system interface to inspect his inventory, filled with previously collected materials, beast cores, and other items. These items alone took up a significant amount of space. He frowned and let out a disapproving tisk. If only we had another container to hold things. Master, should we keep moving forward? I still feel uneasy about our surroundings. Ilya's pointed ears twitched slightly as she glanced warily around. The recent incident was still fresh in their minds. Takeshi's magic was depleted, leaving her unable to launch a large-scale attack. For now, they had to accelerate their voyage. Otherwise, who knew what else might appear? Upon hearing this, Suchen immediately stuffed several of the nearly depleted beast cores into the ship's hull. The previously sluggish vessel surged forward at full speed. Master, should we wake Takisi? She's just lying there. Perhaps she should eat something? Ilya turned around, concern etched on her face as she gently touched Takisi's cheek. The warmth transmitted through her fingertips eased some of her tension. It's fine. She needs sleep and rest right now. Let her rest a little longer. Back home, she never seemed to get any rest. Now that she thought about it, Takisi had always been bustling about, handling every little thing. Ilya nodded and continued eating, occasionally glancing at Takisi. Ever since Takisi's injury, her appetite had diminished considerably. 2 more days passed, yet Takisi still showed no signs of waking. Ilya paced anxiously like a cat on a hot tin roof, asking for the 27th time. Master, something's wrong with Takisi. Even if her magic is depleted, she shouldn't have been sleeping for 2 days and nights straight. Suchen kept a constant watch over Takisi's condition. Her magic core was slowly recharging. Though still unconscious, her complexion had grown noticeably rosier, shedding the previous pallor. Don't worry, Ilya. She'll wake up in another day. Pack up and head ashore. After 2 days of sailing, they reached their destination. Suchen reached out and carried Takisi horizontally in his arms. In the past, having a warm, soft body in his arms would have pleased him, but now that feeling was gone. All he could think about was Takisi recovering quickly. Master! Come this way, there's an abandoned wooden hut over here. A cabin? Suchen furrowed his brow, wondering inwardly if this could be the house where the great mage once lived. Carrying Daichisi over, they found a roughly 60 square meter wooden structure. Opening the door, he found it surprisingly well equipped inside, though thick layers of dust covered everything, clearly untouched for ages. Master, I'll tidy things up a bit before you put Takisi down. With a sharp tear, Ilya ripped off the outer layer of her skirt to use as a dust mask. Taking just 2 steps forward sent a massive cloud of dust billowing up. Suchen carried Takisi out of the house, leaving it instantly engulfed in swirling dust. Watching Takisi bustle about, Suchen couldn't help but smile. He'd always thought this girl was pretty unreliable when it came to mundane tasks, but now he saw a charming side to her. After a while, Ilya had cleaned the room thoroughly. Master! Come in. After settling Takisi, Suchen surveyed his surroundings. The room held several basic magic books, with a few wands tucked in the corner. Beyond that, 2 or 3 crystals were scattered about. Master, this place must have been home to someone quite powerful before. The items here seem similar to the ones Takisi uses. And I haven't seen these at Takisi's place. Could this be the great mage you mentioned? Ilya explored the room like a curious child, her eyes darting from one object to another. A large crystal ball sat on the tabletop. She reached out to touch it, but her arm was quickly grabbed and held back by Suchen. Hold on. We don't know the situation here yet. Don't touch anything for now. Ilya obediently nodded and quickly withdrew her hand, staying by Takisi's side to keep watch. Stay here with her. I'll go check outside. Before leaving, he deliberately left a small spider behind. When they arrived, Suchen had requested 2 small spiders to carry with him. The 2 little creatures shared a bond. Should any danger arise, they could return in time. The moment Suchen stepped outside, an unsettling aura permeated the surroundings. There must be something unknown lurking on this island. But whether it was friend or foe remained unclear. His gaze darkened as he ventured deeper into the island, entering a vast expanse of dense shrubbery. The vegetation was sharp and thorny. Suchen drew his spear and touched a long thorn. The thorn suddenly lunged forward as if alive. Suchen instantly dodged, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. Just as he suspected, everything here was strange. Though they look like grass, they act like carnivorous plants. If my whole body got caught in one, who knows how badly I'd be pierced. Suchen eyed the over 2-meter-tall vegetation warily, quickly shifting aside to find a relatively safer path. A few meters away from this path lay a small river. The water was crystal clear, so pure and transparent that stones could be seen at the bottom. Strange. This area doesn't seem to have been invaded by monsters. Could it be, as he suspected, that this area hadn't been corrupted? But upon closer thought, it seemed unlikely. The influence of the dark forces was immense. How could this ordinary little island have safely avoided it? Especially when the monsters in the surrounding seas had grown so vast that horrifying barely covered it. Just then, rustling footsteps echoed from all directions. Suchen's brows furrowed tightly, ready to clash with the intruders. Yet, a flash of light suddenly appeared before his eyes. He saw only a flash of white light before his entire being plunged into unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, he faintly heard someone speak. Is this a human? Looks like it. There are still humans untouched by the darkness. What should we do? Should we kill him? Take him back first. Let our clan chief decide his fate. Through his dazed mind, he could still catch fragments of their conversation. Then, Suchen felt as if he were riding a bull-drawn boat. His entire body was jolted about, his stomach churning violently. The next moment, he vomited violently. Ugh! This human still has consciousness after being exposed to the light? He's too dangerous. We should kill him. Chapter 79, The Goblin Clan's Emergence.
A cold gleam flashed before Su Chen's eyes.
Wait. High Priest? Why save him?
The man addressed as High Priest approached Su Chen, scrutinized him, then ordered others to lift him up.
This human finding his way here cannot be mere coincidence.
Take him back and present him to the clan chief.
Sometime later, Su Chen was roused by a commotion.
The moment he opened his eyes, a strangely shaped face startled him.
Mom, the human woke up. Su Chen's eyes widened as he scanned his surroundings. How had he ended up in a goblin lair?
As far as the eye could see, there were goblins everywhere, short in stature and rather ugly in appearance. Upon seeing Su Chen awake, all the goblins swarmed around him.
So this is a human. He really is alive. Mom told me about living humans before, but I thought she was joking. Wow. Is this one female or male? Ugly as sin.
Listening to the surrounding chatter, Su Chen felt 3 black lines slide down his forehead. Come to think of it, he could actually understand their speech, quite unexpected. Could it be that in this game world, the system automatically grants players the ability to understand other races' languages? Just then, the goblins parted into 2 rows, clearing a path. A short, old goblin, leaning on a cane, shuffled along with each step. Looking like a dying candle, he seemed ready to kick the bucket at any moment. Seeing his state, Su Chen examined him from head to toe. You. Before Su Chen could finish, the old goblin raised his cane and whacked him on the head. Human, how did you get here? You'd better tell us everything you know, or don't blame us for being rude. The old goblin spoke in gasps, his words broken into short bursts. He sounded like he was on his last legs, making Su Chen wonder if the old man was about to kick the bucket. Cough cough. I came here following a map. He handed over the map. Judging by their appearance, these creatures had likely lived here all along. The location is marked on it. As for the map, it was given to me by a great mage. He said he left something here. He told me to come retrieve it. That's the situation. Do you know where this thing is? His words left the goblins reeling. A male goblin wielding a spear glared at Su Chen with icy eyes. How should we know who you're talking about? Besides, you're human, not our kind. You could be lying to trick us. Grandpa Dao, let's just kill this guy. Su Chen frowned at him. Even while unconscious, he'd overheard plans to kill him. That voice sounded remarkably similar to the other one. Could it be this guy? Hey, I'm telling the truth here. If you don't believe me, who else can you blame? Besides, I was talking to your grandpa, not you. Why are you the one speaking up first? He'd planned to take the item politely and leave. But to have someone come at him with murderous intent? How could he tolerate that? The male goblin's anger flared instantly. Gripping his spear, he charged toward Su Chen. He bellowed, "You're just asking for death." Su Chen shot him a dismissive glance, his fingertips crackling with flame as he hurled a fireball toward him. The opposing high priest, seeing the danger, quickly pulled him aside, narrowly avoiding disaster. A mage? He's a mage too? The clan chief suddenly bellowed, staring at Su Chen in disbelief. Trembling, he stepped forward and extended both hands. As if beholding something awe-inspiring, he knelt on the ground the next moment, bowing in worship toward Su Chen. The abrupt shift left Su Chen bewildered. What on earth was going on? Even the goblin who had caused the earlier disturbance was dumbfounded by this display. Grandfather, why are you bowing to a stranger? We're waiting for the great mage who will change our fate and liberate our goblin clan. This guy is clearly a fraud. That fire earlier was probably just some magical device he used. Lyle, don't be insolent, the old goblin kneeling on the ground shouted angrily. Lyle refused to back down, stepping forward to argue. Grandfather, I see your hearts are consumed by fear of the darkness, terrified it will bring us ruin. I, Lyle, will never bow down to a stranger, especially a human. He yelled, then ran off, leaving the group behind. Su Chen never understood what was going on with this group. In his previous life, he'd never heard of goblins existing anywhere, they seemed utterly non-existent. Now, looking at the ugly, puny goblins before him, then turning to see the dense thicket behind him, with the sound of waves still in his ears. It seemed reasonable they hadn't been seen before living on this island, venturing out was no easy feat. Great mage, my grandson seems to have some prejudice against you. Please don't take offense. I have a question for you. Are you here to lead us out? Su Chen froze for a moment, furrowing his brow as he scanned the surrounding goblins. Every one of them wore expressions of hope and longing, eyes fixed on him as if awaiting salvation. It seemed they were waiting for the deceased great mage. Su Chen didn't hide the truth and spoke plainly. I'm sorry, but I'm not the person you're referring to. I only came here following a map left by a great mage. The elder goblin smiled and asked again. Then where is that archmage? When will he come to lead us out? Su Chen sighed. Though reluctant to reveal the truth, he had no choice. The person you speak of died decades ago. He's nothing but bones buried in the ground now. The news struck the old goblin like a thunderbolt. The glimmer of hope that had flickered in his eyes moments before vanished as darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed unconscious. Chief! Chief! Quickly carry the chieftain back to his quarters to rest. Chaos erupted instantly. Suchen hadn't expected goblins to still inhabit this island. With things in such disarray, his services were clearly no longer needed. Suchen rose to leave, but the goblin high priest stepped forward to block his path. Frowning, Suchen looked at the female goblin before him, her body barely covered by leaves. Is there something else? I know it was wrong of us to kidnap you here without warning. But we've been trapped on this island for years, unsure whether outsiders are friend or foe. Please forgive our mistake. The sudden shift in attitude left Suchen baffled. Nothing happens without a reason. This guy must have something up his sleeve. I'm not holding the earlier incident against you. If you have something to say, just get to the point. I have 2 companions waiting for me back at the camp. He hadn't returned in so long, those 2 must be worried sick. I believe you won't be leaving anytime soon. To ease your worries, we've also brought back your other 2 friends. She gestured toward the side as she spoke. Ilya and Dakisi were tightly bound to the tree with ropes. Chapter 80 Me? The Goblin's Savior? Both lay unconscious, heads bowed, unresponsive. Seeing this, anger flared within Suchen, flames flickering at his fingertips. Surrounding goblins immediately raised their spears at Suchen, tension thickening between them. Oof. I was hoping to have a civil conversation with you lot. But since you dared to attack my friends, I see no point in further discussion. Since you intended to kill me from the start, why not try now and see if you have what it takes? Suchen's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent erupting from his entire being. The mere sight of his terrifying gaze sent them reeling back in fear. The high priest felt a surge of fear, the events of moments ago still vivid in his mind. This human possessed overwhelming mastery over fire elements. Engaging him in battle might not end well. Rest assured, we haven't harmed your friends. We've merely put them into a temporary slumber. They'll awaken shortly. For them, it's merely like waking from a pleasant dream, no lasting effects whatsoever. The high priest chuckled cheerfully, though sweat was already pouring down his back. This man was definitely not someone to mess with. Hearing this, Suchen narrowed his eyes slightly, the flames still lingering at his fingertips. You'd better make sure they're unharmed. Otherwise, I'll take every last one of your goblin lives. Boom! As he finished speaking, he flicked a fireball to the side. Barely the size of a soccer ball, it landed in the bushes and instantly incinerated everything in that patch. The scorching flame sent shivers down every goblin's spine as they stared at Suchen in disbelief. Is this the power of humans? He claimed he wasn't a mage, so how could he control fire elements? This guy is definitely not as simple as he seems. We'd better not mess with him. Suchen walked over to Ilya and Dakisi, giving them a quick check. Thankfully, they were unharmed. It seemed they too had been knocked unconscious by that strange light. Otherwise, given Ilya's skills, anyone trying to snatch her away would have to fight first and make a huge scene at that. The grand mage you're looking for isn't me. Since everything's settled, I'll be taking my friends and leaving now. After speaking, he cradled Dakisi in his arms while carrying Ilya on his back. Though carrying 2 people, Suchen felt them light as feathers. Looks like he'd have to feed them extra well when they got back. Wait. Aren't you here to retrieve something? I believe it must be the items left behind by the archmage. Suchen perked up at this. Clearly, the high priest knew something. Seeing Suchen hadn't left, the high priest instantly realized he'd made the right bet. What you seek lies in the underground chamber. It's a cavern left behind by the archmage, filled with treasures he gathered during his travels across the world. Believe it or not, but soon enough, you'll come to trust my words. Bring this warrior a cart and load it with provisions. No one dared disobey the high priestess's command, and the attendants swiftly prepared what she requested. Suchen found their bustling activity rather amusing. The food they brought was merely some fruit. Roughly 5 or 6 pieces at most. The young goblins around them eyed the fruit greedily, drool dripping from their mouths as if they hadn't eaten in days. After all, this was enemy territory. The longer they lingered, the greater the danger. Suchen pushed the cart forward, and the high priestess behind him issued another warning. After sunset, you absolutely must not go out. Under no circumstances should you go out. Even if you hear strange noises nearby, don't go out. You might get attacked. These guys are really strange. No going out at night? Could it be there were monsters here that even they feared? Once back at the cabin, Suchen settled the 2 people in before turning his attention to the octopus legs. He sliced the legs into bite-sized strips with his dagger, then skewered them onto wooden sticks. He built a fire on the ground and began roasting them. Soon, a delicious aroma wafted up from the flames. What's that delicious smell? Ilya, who had been sleeping fitfully, stretched lazily and rose from the ground. Her eyes snapped open as if remembering something, and she scrambled to her feet. Who's there? Who's shining that light on me? Ilya scanned her surroundings warily. Spotting Suchen, her tension vanished instantly. Master? What are you doing here? Didn't you go out? Ran into a little trouble, but it's nothing serious. After Su Chen recounted what had just happened, Ilya was so furious she pounded the ground.
What? They dared ambush me while I was tending to Dekisi.
I'll go find them and poke them full of holes.
Ilya's fiery temper flared as she lunged toward the direction of the attack.
But a firm grip seized her wrist and Su Chen pulled her back. They must have encountered something and were looking for a savior, just the wrong one. Su Chen murmured, handing her a roasted octopus leg. Suddenly, a voice chimed in from behind them.
I wouldn't be so sure. Dekisi spoke up unexpectedly.
Both turned to see her sitting upright. She held a cup of water in her hand, indicating she'd been awake for a while.
Dekisi, when did you wake up? You weren't eavesdropping on me and the master, were you?
I woke up when you were talking about goblins, but since you two were chatting, I didn't interrupt. Dekisi stood up from the floor, smoothed out the wrinkles in her clothes, and gave Su Chen a slight bow. Master, I share the same thoughts as those goblins.
You might very well be the one they've been waiting for.
Hearing this, Su Chen and Ilya exchanged puzzled glances.
Ilya stepped forward, touched Dekisi's forehead, then felt her own. But Dekisi, you're not sick. Why are you acting like them?
Dekisi smiled, gently pressing her hand down, then unfolded the map on the ground.
Master, look at this map. Isn't there a spear emblem in the lower left corner?
The owner of this map has circled this spot. Clearly, there's something else hidden here. He likely intended to give you more than just the treasure he mentioned. That made sense, but why would the Archmage leave a group of goblins for him?
Was he supposed to become their leader?
Just the thought of it felt absurd.
Judging by those creatures' attitude, they clearly saw me as an intruder. What more needed to be said?
I've got better things to do than worry about them, and they probably don't need me to save them anyway. He knocked all three of us out with just one item.
With that kind of power, why would he need me? Come on, let's eat first.
Su Chen handed them the roasted octopus legs. Worrying about it was pointless, better to eat. The sun was slowly setting in the west, but in the blink of an eye, it vanished completely.
How did the sun go down so fast?
Ilya gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment.
Chapter 81, Danger approaches, bloodthirsty bats emerge. The surroundings plunged into complete darkness. Only the light of the torches shone brightly in the night. Su Chen frowned slightly as the high priest's words echoed in his mind. Back to your rooms, he barked. Rustling sounds quickly echoed from all directions.
In the blink of an eye, a dark shadow darted toward Su Chen's face. Whoosh! Su Chen dodged just in time, grabbed two people, and rushed into the house.
Open door, slam door, one fluid motion.
Thud! A dark figure slammed into the door. By the light of the fire, its form was clearly visible.
Monster, bloodthirsty bat.
Level, mid-tier monster. Skills, emits sonic waves to impair mental faculties, devours human flesh and blood. Characteristics, wings like razor blades, capable of slicing through any object.
Ilya paled in fright.
The creature's sudden appearance left her utterly unprepared.
It's a bloodthirsty bat.
You must be extremely cautious around these creatures. The sonic waves they emit can control the mind. In other words, it can manipulate living beings into its puppets.
Be extremely cautious.
Dekisi gripped her wand tightly, scanning the surroundings warily, fearing these creatures might dart out from hidden corners.
Su Chen pressed his lips tightly together, saying nothing, though he understood the high priestess's meaning.
Fearfully, this island likely harbors more than just this type of demonic creature.
Looks like they can only stay outside. They can't get in here. Ilya scanned the area.
Though the creatures glared at them menacingly, they showed no immediate intent to charge in. She realized they must require some kind of conduit to enter.
Right. You two rest for now.
I'll take the watch.
I'll wake you if anything happens.
Dekisi, your magic is just recovering. Rest your body first.
Dekisi nodded in agreement upon hearing Su Chen's words.
For now, it was best to conserve her energy. If these creatures broke through the window, she'd be better prepared to handle them. Ilya dropped her usual carefree demeanor and stood behind Su Chen. Master, these creatures appeared so swiftly they must have been lying in wait nearby all along.
Proceed with caution.
The three took their respective positions, with Su Chen standing by the window surveying the surroundings.
The bloodthirsty bats bore little resemblance to Earth's bats.
Their bodies were 3 times larger, easily bigger than a basketball. Their teeth were razor-sharp, and their wings were several times more powerful, as cutting as blades. Toxic venom coursed through their bodies. A single scratch would guarantee poisoning.
Su Chen kept watch all night without incident.
After observing the trio throughout the night, the bloodthirsty bats vanished just before sunrise.
Master, it seems they've gone into hiding.
Ilya sighed, the tension of the night having worn her out. She turned to look at Dekisi.
If Dekisi hadn't still been weak, she would have gone out to confront those creatures. Master, my magic is fully restored. Last night, I sensed these bloodthirsty bats were about to make a major move. Because I've had this persistent unease in my heart, and that feeling was triggered after seeing them. Su Chen was utterly certain of this. A small house couldn't possibly keep this swarm of bloodthirsty bats trapped forever.
With such a tempting target right before their eyes, it was only natural they would eventually find another way to achieve their goals. Before Su Chen could speak, a knock sounded at the door.
The three exchanged glances before Su Chen walked to the door and opened it. A half-meter-tall goblin girl stood there, holding a bamboo tray laden with fruit.
Big brother, our high priestess sent me to deliver this.
Please, don't be polite, eat up.
The high priestess also told me to tell you these fruits are naturally grown and completely safe to eat. Hearing this, Su Chen turned and exchanged glances with the other two. Ilya stepped forward, took the fruit in her hands, and examined it carefully, sniffing it.
Besides the fresh scent of fruit, there's nothing else on it. Is my lord worried they might have ulterior motives?
Come to think of it, if they hadn't played tricks, neither Dakisi nor I would have been taken away by them.
The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew.
After all, she was a proud member of the elven race. To be kidnapped like this was nothing short of an insult to her elven heritage.
Su Chen took the plate and handed it to Dakisi. Thank you, little sister. We'll take these.
The child stared wide-eyed at the fruit on the plate, swallowing hard. Her greedy expression was so obvious, even a fool could tell what she was thinking.
Su Chen placed his hand on the little goblin's head. What's your name? Want to eat? My name is Olga. Can I eat it? Olga asked timidly, her fingers clutching the grass skirt tightly.
Seeing her bashful expression, Dakisi reached out and handed her a fruit. Here, take this.
It's from the master.
The little goblin let out a wow and snatched the fruit, devouring it in big bites while mumbling a thank you.
Thanks, Big Pot. Seeing her eagerness, Ilya raised an eyebrow. Hey, little one, how many days have you been starving? Why eat so fast? No one's trying to take it from you.
I wasn't starving, but they only let me have a tiny piece each day. The trio froze. Ilya pressed further. You mean you're only allowed one small piece per day, or? It's just that I can only eat this much each day. Grandfather, the clan leader, made the rule. The little one held up a tiny paw, then held up half a finger.
Only this much per day?
Seeing the three of them fall silent, Olga thought she might have eaten too much.
I'm sorry. Did I eat too much?
She hung her head guiltily, still holding the uneaten fruit in her hand. The little one's gaze remained fixed on the fruit, lips tightly pressed together, eyes turning bright red.
No, that old man, why did your chieftain set such a rule? If things keep going like this, won't you all starve? Olga waved her hands urgently upon hearing this. It's not like that. Grandfather Chief was forced into it.
We used to grow crops and such before.
But ever since those monsters arrived, our fields have been devoured. There's barely anything edible left on the entire island. To keep our people alive, he's had to keep cutting back on rations.
Her eyes welled up with tears as she spoke.
Su Chen could piece together the events unfolding on the island.
From his initial appearance on the island to being discovered by the clan chief, the entire sequence felt as though some unseen force had been pushing him forward.
He knew exactly who it was.
Sighing helplessly, Su Chen thought to himself.
He really was unlucky.
He'd only come to find something, yet ended up being used as a pawn.
What's wrong, master?
Noticing Su Chen's unease, Dakisi approached and asked softly.
Poof. We've fallen into someone's trap.
That grand mage is quite the character. Using human greed to lure people onto the island first, quite interesting. Chapter 82, Sacrifice for a chance to leave the island. Dakisi furrowed her brows, not quite grasping his meaning.
In short, we've been duped. That fellow told us he had something stored on this island.
But he didn't pinpoint exactly where it is.
Looks like he's been here even longer than the goblins. I'd wager the goblins were brought here by this great mage. Hearing Su Chen's words, Dakisi and Ilya were utterly shocked. So this whole trip was a scam? I think you've misunderstood. We're not swindlers.
The high priest slowly approached, leaning on his staff. Upon seeing him, Olga hastily swallowed the last bite of fruit.
High priest, I've delivered the items as you instructed.
Olga stood obediently before the high priest, who nodded and dismissed her.
If you have any questions, you may come directly to me. What I know should be what you seek, including the thing you're searching for. Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, sizing up the truthfulness of her words.
But for now, he had no choice but to trust her and head back. Since he was already here, he might as well retrieve the item before leaving. With that thought, Su Chen stepped out of the room, hearing Ilya's concerned voice behind him.
Hey, master. If anything happens, just call us. We'll be by your side in an instant. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction.
It seemed that despite her usual rowdiness, this girl could be relied upon when it mattered. The high priest led Su Chen westward, neither of them speaking along the way.
This reaction was quite different from usual.
Just as Su Chen was about to ask why, the high priest spoke first.
You must be wondering why I've been leading you this way. Our goblin settlement is clearly over there, while this area is utterly desolate. Su Chen glanced around. It was indeed barren.
The vegetation to the east was far more lush than here, while everything on this side was withered and lifeless.
This difference alone made the contrast between the two sides starkly apparent. You didn't bring me here just to admire the plants and trees, did you?
Heh, of course not. I just wanted to show you that our goblin clan used to live here until something changed. As she spoke, she reached out and parted the withered shrubs before her, revealing the scene beyond. Over there was where we used to live.
Now it's been replaced by black mud. Su Chen frowned as he looked in the direction she pointed.
At a single glance, Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had long since learned to accept many things with resignation. Yet the sight of the endless expanse of black mud still sent shockwaves through him. As far as the eye could see, it was nothing but black mud, with bubbles occasionally rising from its depths. This substance was steadily spreading outward, withering and devouring everything it touched. As if it had never existed at all.
What is this? Su Chen demanded in a low voice.
Something that appeared suddenly. We've always called it black mud, but it seems to possess a life of its own, able to sense its surroundings.
What do you mean?
The high priest remained silent, instead plucking a blade of grass from the ground and tossing it into the black sludge. Instantly, bubbles churned violently. Several hands suddenly emerged from within, snatching the floating blade of grass beneath the surface.
The entire process took but a blink.
When they looked again, the things had vanished without a trace.
Just as you witnessed, we've tried to contain it. But it spreads endlessly, consuming everything. We too came to this island after the darkness invaded.
The great mage who was here before took us in. After he left for other matters, he never returned. A flicker of resignation crossed her eyes as she spoke.
Sooner or later, these things will devour the entire island. It's only a matter of time. Our goblin clan cannot leave this place on our own.
But you, as an outsider who managed to reach this place, must possess the means to leave.
I want you to guide us off this island.
So that's what this was all about. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense that she had come here for this very purpose from the start. A barren island where even food was scarce if they couldn't leave, who knew what would become of them?
What do I get in return for taking you away? The high priestess's eyes lit up at the question. You can truly take us away from here? Su Chen didn't answer the question.
Leaving was indeed possible, but he didn't want to reveal his trump card just yet. Seeing Su Chen's silence, the high priest realized he'd overstepped. What you seek lies within the poison cavern.
That place teems with monstrous creatures. You witnessed the bloodthirsty bats last night, didn't you?
That is their lair, and it's not just bloodthirsty bats, all manner of formidable monsters dwell there. Because the items left by the great mage possess potent magic, these creatures believe the treasures within can benefit them, so they've remained there. It certainly sounded difficult.
Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze scrutinizing the high priest. If it's so dangerous, how did you retrieve what I need?
The high priestess pressed her lips together, silent for a long moment. Finally, her eyes glistened with moisture as she faced Su Chen with unwavering resolve.
We will sacrifice 60 of our goblin kin to help you obtain the item. We only ask that you bring the remaining 18 goblins off the island. Su Chen froze for a moment. Had this guy planned this strategy from the very beginning?
Seeing Su Chen's lack of response, he assumed it was because the number he requested to bring back was too high.
Thud. The high priest knelt before Su Chen, bowing his head.
We old, weak, and infirm are no longer worthy of leaving.
The young are willing to leave the hope of survival to the next generation.
Those children are still young, having never seen the outside world.
We don't expect you to take them all out. We only hope to prolong their lives.
This is the decision we reached last night. If you agree, our goblin clan will immediately venture into the poisonous cave and risk our lives to retrieve what you seek.
Her demeanor seemed sincere. Su Chen hadn't anticipated the goblins would be willing to sacrifice themselves for the future of their next generation. Su Chen remained silent for a long moment, leaving the high priestess anxious and fearful he might refuse. You mentioned earlier that you cultivate crops, correct?
The high priestess stammered, caught off guard.
Yes.
Our goblin tribe grows the finest crops imaginable.
Su Chen rested his hand on his chin. Could it be that goblins in this world possessed such advanced intelligence? He could recruit them and send them back to the shelter. That would increase manpower and speed up labor in the future. I'll consider it. You may go now. I'll give you my answer tomorrow.
Regardless, he needed to think this through carefully. Chapter 83, the tidal wave sweeps in, peril looms everywhere.
What? Bring them back to the shelter? Ilya cried out in disbelief upon hearing the proposal.
Seeing her such a strong reaction, Su Chen was startled by her outburst.
What's wrong? Master, have you considered that those people might betray you?
This wasn't something Su Chen worried about. Anyone entering the shelter had a loyalty rating above 70%. If they were outsiders, the system would automatically reject them without Su Chen needing to lift a finger.
That's not the issue.
Compared to them, I'm more concerned about that pool of black sludge in the west. According to the high priest, that stuff appeared suddenly and has been expanding, devouring everything in its path.
The good news is they're confined to this island. If they crossed the sea to our continent, it would cause an absolute uproar. Both Takisi and Yulia understood this point well.
The two had visited that black mud area earlier.
Neither thunderclap bows nor magic could harm it.
These things could absorb and devour every attack they launched.
Should they descend upon the mainland, the consequences would be unimaginable. Master, don't worry. They haven't crossed over yet, have they? Besides, crossing the sea doesn't guarantee success. Why else would it only expand across land instead of directly into the much vaster ocean? Su Chen nodded, reaching out to ruffle Iria's hair. Since when did you become so clever? Did Dekisi give you lessons? What are you saying, master? I've always been this smart, humph. Ilya crossed her arms defiantly, her little face turning away in a pout. Seeing her spirited expression, Su Chen chuckled and turned to look at the silent Dekisi. What's wrong? You've been like this since earlier. Master, I think your idea to recruit them is right. Our shelter is short-staffed right now. With them, we could find things much faster. This aligned perfectly with Su Chen's own thoughts. Not only that, but it would also expand their search area. The supply issue would be resolved effortlessly. Before Su Chen could speak, Dekisi asked with a grave expression. But the poisonous cavern is likely fraught with danger. Getting items from inside and bringing them out won't be simple. Master, are you certain you wish to proceed? Su Chen nodded. I intend to see what lies within. You and Ilya stay above. I can descend alone. What? No way, they exclaimed in unison. Dekisi showed signs of nervousness for the first time. Master, if you must go, you must take me with you. Ilya can't attack effectively inside the cave, but I can serve as your second in command and compensate for the lost firepower. Su Chen had considered this too, but ultimately shook his head. You and Ilya wait for me up top. I won't run into trouble. Once I go in, commotion will inevitably erupt outside. Chaos will likely ensue. Su Chen couldn't help but recall last night's encounter with the bloodthirsty bats. That group had transitioned from initial agitation to complete stillness. Yet that stillness felt more like the calm before the storm, which struck him as odd. Master, no matter what, I must go down with you. It'll reduce the chances of danger. Thinking about it that way, it made sense. As dusk approached, Su Chen glanced at the setting sun. By all logic, the demon should be closing in any moment. Just then, a shrill, piercing sound echoed from outside, followed by a swarm of bloodthirsty bats circling overhead. He looked up to see a dark, oppressive mass. The mere sound of those bats sent a chill down his spine. What's happening? Dekisi stood by the window, staring blankly at the sky. Even Ilya was bewildered. Weren't these creatures supposed to only appear at night? Why are they here now? Su Chen frowned, saying nothing, his gaze fixed intently on the bloodthirsty bats. Something's wrong, their eyes have changed. Last night they were still black, but now they've turned a ghostly green. Something must have gone terribly wrong. Thump! Thump! The bloodthirsty bat slammed its massive body against the windows and walls like a mad beast. Its massive body slammed again and again, the shrill clattering sound never ceasing since it began. To prevent accidents, Dekisi had deliberately set up a barrier around the house. But at this rate of impact, it was only a matter of time before the barrier was breached. Master, they seem to have mutated. Ilya noticed something amiss too. The bloodthirsty bat's wings had sprouted numerous sharp spines, far more razor-like than before. Upon noticing this, Su Chen reclassified the creatures before him. What had been mid-tier monsters were now high-tier. What on earth had these creatures come into contact with to upgrade their bodies so rapidly? Based on what he witnessed last night, mass evolution was impossible. Bang! Master, the windows shattered. Run! Ilya's shriek sent the trio scrambling out of the house. The moment they stepped outside, their heads were swarming with bloodthirsty bats, and piercing screams echoed intermittently in their ears. If the monsters no longer feared sunlight, this island would be indistinguishable from hell itself. Olga, run! Olga! Hearing the cries, Su Chen lifted his gaze toward the commotion. Olga froze in terror as the bloodthirsty bats in the sky dove toward her. Fire! Su Chen channeled fire elemental energy, shooting it toward Olga's head. The bloodthirsty bat let out a pained shriek before being reduced to charcoal moments later. He rushed forward, scooped Olga up, and handed her to another female goblin. Where did your people go? They've all gone to fight the monsters. Monsters aren't afraid of sunlight. Wherever we hide, we're doomed. Su Chen frowned deeply, placing the oil lamp into Olga's hands as he instructed. You two take these. Ilya, you're responsible for protecting them. I'll go find the rest of the goblins. Master. Yes. Ilya had wanted to protest, but she acquiesced. The trio found a small cave. Dekisi cast a protective barrier around them before running off with Su Chen. Master, I can sense that all the monsters on this island have gone mad. Dicey's unease grew more intense. Even when facing formidable enemies in the sanctuary before, she had never felt this way. Su Chen composed himself, ducking over a thicket of bushes. Immediately, the clanging and clattering sounds echoed from behind. Get them out of here. To the caverns, hurry. It was Lyle from that day. Su Chen pushed aside the thicket to find a sea of blood before his eyes, the ground littered with goblin limbs. Countless goblins lay unconscious on the ground, their cries and whimpers still echoing in his ears. The monster's relentless assault was overwhelming, a one-sided slaughter. Fireballs. Dekisi unleashed over a dozen fireballs from her wand at the bloodthirsty bats.
Unlike Su Chen's attacks, however, her flames only inflicted burns on the creatures.
In an instant, the bloodthirsty bat's shrieks echoed from all directions. Chapter 84, Leveling Up Again, Su Chen's Skill Enhancement. Cover your ears quickly. They're trying to control our souls. Lyle shouted, urgently covering his ears. Some slower reacting goblins were corrupted by the sonic waves, becoming their puppets. Their eyes turned white and they shuffled like marionettes. Even fallen goblins were forcibly raised from the ground. Su Chen, encountering sonic attacks for the first time, nearly fell victim. Yet some sonic waves seemed to slip through his fingers, like threads burrowing into his mind. Two voices seemed to clash within his mind. Su Chen knelt painfully on one knee, the agony not lessening in the slightest. Master! How dare you harm my master? Dakisi's eyes blazed crimson as she fixed her gaze on the surrounding swarm of bloodthirsty bats. A massive magic array suddenly materialized beneath her feet, transforming even her wand. Divine messenger of flames, consume all things. With my very body as offering, incinerate the foe's forms. Flames erupted beneath Dakisi's feet, instantly engulfing her entire body. Her jet black hair instantly turned fiery red. Opening her eyes, her pupils turned crimson as she fixed her gaze on the bloodthirsty bats circling overhead. The sonic waves continued to erupt wildly. Su Chen clutched his head, utterly baffled as to why he couldn't evade this sound wave himself. Die! Dakisi's lips parted lightly, and suddenly, several fiery arrows shot into the air. The flames were unlike any before, blazing even brighter red than ever. The arrows transformed into flames, swiftly engulfing the bloodthirsty bats. The swarm was torn apart by the inferno. Sensing danger, the bloodthirsty bats all turned their heads, glaring menacingly at Dakisi. Screeches erupted from all directions, assaulting Dakisi. She wielded her wand, summoning more flames to counter the onslaught. The sound waves surged directly toward Dakisi's crown, both forces clashing fiercely without yielding. Cough, cough. A mouthful of blood spilled from Dakisi's lips. Su Chen's ringing ears gradually subsided. Successful resistance to sound waves. Bloodthirsty bat's sonic attacks are now ineffective against the host. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. The next second, the discomfort brought by the bloodthirsty bat vanished without a trace. Su Chen hurried to Dakisi's side, pulling her into his embrace as he whispered softly in her ear. It's okay now. You don't have to burn your life away anymore. Daisy paused, her body gradually returning to its normal state. She lifted her head to meet Su Chen's gaze. Are you alright, master? Su Chen nodded and handed her over to Lyle. Your high priestess must have prepared countermeasures for this sudden turn of events. Take her there. You needn't concern yourselves with anything else. The scene of Dakisi transforming into flames had left them utterly stunned. Before Lyle could speak, Dakisi reached out and gripped Su Chen's sleeve tightly. Master, I don't want to leave your side. You don't need to distract yourself protecting me, I can protect myself. Her gaze was unwavering, and Su Chen couldn't bring himself to refuse. This girl had actually burned her own soul to protect him, she was literally draining her life force. All right. Su Chen agreed, then turned to Lyle. Leave these bloodthirsty bats to me. You proceed ahead, there are 2 more of your kind there. Bring them all to the high priest. Having witnessed Dakisi's formidable power, Lyle now obeyed orders with unusual diligence. To be addressed as master by such a formidable being meant this person must possess truly extraordinary abilities. Yes. With no one else around, Su Chen placed Dakisi in a safe spot. Turning back, he saw all the bloodthirsty bats glaring at her with predatory eyes. Their eerie green eyes seemed to devour her whole, their gaze unsettling enough to make one's heart race. Oomph. A bunch of beasts thinking they can kill someone? A piercing shriek erupted as the bloodthirsty bats dove downward, their razor-sharp wings striking swiftly toward Su Chen. Looking for death. Flames gathered in Su Chen's hand. With a flick of his wrist, fireballs split into 5, streaking like meteors toward the attacking bats. Squeak! The searing pain of the flames gnawed at the bloodthirsty bats' bodies, and a chorus of agonized screeches filled the air. Wherever the flames touched, charcoal remained. The bloodthirsty bats abruptly halted their attack, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at Su Chen. Continuing would be tantamount to courting death. Seeing that the swarm had ceased its attack, it seemed they knew such assaults were futile. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty bats shrieked, their piercing cries causing an unbearable discomfort in the heart. Su Chen hurled a massive fireball directly at the swarm. The bloodthirsty bats scrambled for escape, daring not to linger. Yet an even stranger figure emerged from nearby. All the bloodthirsty bats seemed to be controlled, suddenly halting mid-air before flying off in one direction. This abrupt change made Su Chen frown, and Daikasi beside him also noticed the oddity. Master, the bloodthirsty bats seem to be under someone's control. And this entity might be of a higher rank than them. If we stay on this island any longer, we're likely to meet a grim fate. Su Chen was well aware of this. For now, the only option was to get the items and leave as quickly as possible. Given the current situation, night and day were indistinguishable. The longer they lingered, the greater the risk of unexpected trouble. Let's head over to their side first. Su Chen said as he hoisted Daikasi onto his shoulders.
Daikisi had wanted to protest that she could walk, but at this critical juncture, she wisely chose not to cause trouble. Turning back, she saw the ground littered with the charred corpses and ashes of bloodthirsty bats, along with the mangled limbs of goblins. If large-scale battles erupted near the shelter in the future, such scenes might reappear. Daisy pressed her lips tightly together. The vivid memory of Suchen being struck by the sonic attack lingered in her mind. Only by growing stronger could she remain by her master's side. When Suchen led her to the cavern entrance, she indeed saw the High Priestess, the only goblin capable of wielding witchcraft. What's happening? Why have these monsters suddenly lost their fear of light? The High Priestess sighed repeatedly at Suchen's question. Alas, I never anticipated these monsters secretly gathering power. They devoured the sea's offerings, amplifying their own demonic energy. Moreover, something must have been born in that poisonous cave, something hundreds of times more terrifying than ordinary monsters. My lord, we will fulfill our pact and retrieve that thing for you, even if it costs the lives of our goblin kin. Her expression was resolute. Suchen looked past her to the goblins gathered behind her. They were either wounded or unconscious, and the rest bore injuries. Sending them in under these circumstances would be nothing short of suicide. Suchen withdrew his gaze and turned to the High Priestess. It's unnecessary. I will retrieve the item myself. Dakisi will remain here. Master, I cannot stay behind. I must accompany you. Suchen dismissed the idea outright. Impossible. You're the most level-headed here. Ilya should arrive shortly. If I don't emerge, you must lead them back to the sanctuary. Even if I vanish, the sanctuary will remain active for several minutes, enough time for all of you to leave the island. Suchen extended his hand, marking all the goblins with a seal. He then produced a healing potion and handed it to Dakisi. Distribute these. Don't worry about me. I'll return. Chapter 85, Treasure Chests Galore, The Storage Ring. Suchen dropped that line and charged straight toward the poison cave. All the goblins stared at his retreating figure, frozen in place. Even Lyle, who had initially looked down on him, was stunned. He's going in alone? Didn't we tell him what it's like in there? How dare he go in alone? Dicey clutched the potion Suchen had given her, her mind racing. Going in like this was likely a suicide mission. But recalling Suchen's resolute tone, Dakisi wiped the tear from her eye and turned to hand the potion to Lyle. This potion Master made can heal their wounds. Without hesitation, Lyle distributed it to the injured goblins. Instantly, cries of astonishment echoed through the cave. This, my arm is actually growing back. My legs healed too. Who is he? This is incredible. He must be that great archmage. How else could he have a potion that actually grows flesh and blood? Even the high priest hadn't anticipated that the items Suchen had given them would be so extraordinary. Inside the cave. As Suchen approached the cave entrance, a billowing cloud of black mist surged toward him, seemingly sensing his presence. Without the oil lamp's protection, Suchen instantly unleashed his flame. Instantly, flames erupted within the cave, engulfing the entire entrance. Every demonic creature in its path was incinerated. Several bats at the entrance flapped their wings a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After a glance, Suchen stepped forward. The path, previously obscured by the black mist, was now illuminated by the flames, revealing every corner. After taking a few steps, rustling sounds echoed from deeper inside. Instantly, two giant lizards crawled out from within. Monster, multi-legged lizard. Level, mid-tier monster. Skills, armor like skin, tremendous impact force, astonishing bite strength. Judging solely by their skill descriptions, these were merely physical attackers. Had they sent just these two to guard the entrance? Something felt terribly off about this. Without a second thought, Suchen fired two fireballs at the two multi-legged lizards. In moments, they were roasted into charred meat slices. Suchen frowned as he stared at the cinders on the ground. They couldn't have seriously put these two idiots as door guardians, could they? Suchen pressed onward, a pungent, fishy stench assaulting his nostrils. He quickly raised his hand to cover his nose. The deeper he went, the more unbearable the stench became. What the hell happened in here? This stinks 100 times worse than a sewer. After walking several dozen meters straight ahead, a river suddenly appeared before him, its water a deep, murky green. The surface was littered with the rotting carcasses of monsters' bones and shredded flesh floating on the water, maggots writhing within the bones. The sight made Suchen want to vomit everything he'd eaten. Where on earth had he ended up? It felt like he'd stumbled into a sewer, and even sewers were probably several times better than this. Is that a spider web? Suchen took 2 steps forward, revealing a massive spider web before him. The 2 small spiders in his sleeves seemed to sense something. They emerged from his sleeves and climbed onto his shoulders, darting their eyes around as if searching for something. Monsters lurking on the surrounding rock walls glared at Suchen, yet dared not make a move. Even the bloodthirsty bats he had scorched earlier remained frozen in place, not daring to stir. Seeing these creatures so docile, Suchen sensed that something far more terrifying than the ones outside must lurk within. One spider web after another, each larger than the last, appeared before Suchen. He frowned and muttered to himself.
Could it be that a giant spider is lurking inside? Suddenly, a surge of potent magic caught Su Chen's attention. He could sense its pure essence. Following that sensation, several boxes came into view. Holy crap! This is a fortune. 5 diamond treasure chests, 3 epic treasure chests, and 1 legendary treasure chest. The chests alone numbered 9. The most formidable among them was undoubtedly the legendary tier chest. The items it contained were bound to shatter Su Chen's expectations. No wonder Su Chen had sensed an unusually potent magical aura since arriving. It was emanating from this very spot. He absolutely had to open it up and see what was inside once he got back. When Su Chen activated his treasure perception skill again, there wasn't much of value left in the vicinity. Looks like that's all there is. Time to head back. Just as Su Chen prepared to leave, something caught his attention. In the corner of the table lay a dust-covered ring. Though it emitted little luster, its presence here suggested it was far from ordinary. Could this be one of those storage rings from Xinxia novels? How do you activate it? Do you have to bind it with your blood? He'd read plenty of such novels. With the apocalypse already upon them, who knew? Maybe it really worked that way. Su Chen drew his dagger and made a small cut on his fingertip. A drop of blood trickled out and fell onto the ring. Instantly, a blinding light illuminated the entire cave. A mechanical voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the storage ring. Su Chen may freely use the storage ring. Item, storage ring, level 0, can store items within a 5 square meter space refreshable. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. This thing really was a storage ring. But in this environment, it was best not to do something foolish like refreshing it. Su Chen stuffed all the treasure chests into the storage ring, along with the pile of random junk scattered on the ground. Having secured what he needed, Su Chen immediately turned to flee. Yet in the blink of an eye, he froze in disbelief. Where's the path? The path he'd just traversed was now completely blocked by a dense web, with an enormous giant-eyed spider lurking there. Unlike other spiders with multiple eyes, this one possessed only a single, enormous eye. Hiss! The small snake coiled around Su Chen's wrist suddenly stirred. It lifted its tiny head, its eyes gleaming with menace as it fixed its gaze on the giant-eyed spider. The giant-eyed spider froze upon seeing it, then launched a frenzied attack toward Su Chen. It emitted a kee sound, as if laughing maniacally. Su Chen swiftly dodged the incoming web, unable to suppress his inner monologue. Has this thing lost its mind? We barely exchanged glances and it's already trying to eat me? He'd been hoping for a clever solution, but given the current situation, that seemed unlikely. Su Chen summoned a fireball in his hand and hurled it toward the spider web blocking the path. Yet upon contact, the fireball bounced right back. What? This scene left Su Chen doubting his own senses. What was going on? How could something he'd launched come right back at him? His flames had always been devastatingly effective before. Why wasn't it working now? Seeing Su Chen flustered, the giant-eyed spider raised its front leg and stomped down hard on him. Thud! Su Chen dodged swiftly, staring at the spider web blocking the cave entrance with growing frustration. If I can't get out, why not just activate the teleportation array right here? Su Chen thought to himself as he began to activate the teleportation array, only to freeze in shock. Why won't it work? Chapter 86, The Giant-Eyed Spider and the Monster in Its Belly. At the critical moment, the teleportation array malfunctioned. No! The problem lies here. Su Chen scanned his surroundings. The surrounding rocks shouldn't have caused any issues. Unless something unusual had appeared. Su Chen immediately fixed his gaze on the giant-eyed spider. Monster, giant-eyed spider mutated spider monster. Abnormality. Abdominal anomaly detected. Unable to detect skills. Even the system couldn't perceive its abilities. This situation only occurred with that previous creature. How could it appear here too? This is truly bizarre. Even in my past life, such absurd events never occurred. Suddenly, tiny points of light appeared on the giant-eyed spider's abdomen. Yet with each flash, the spider seemed to writhe in immense agony. Its entire body trembled and screamed, as if enveloped in agony. Once the light faded, the giant-eyed spider returned to its normal state. What is this? It feels like there's a baby inside its belly. The light revealed a vague outline in its abdomen, but the idea of a human infant emerging from a monster's belly seemed utterly preposterous. Better focus on how to escape. Since the silk won't burn. Su Chen flicked his wrist, hurling a fireball at the giant-eyed spider. Yet its massive body proved far more agile than anticipated. In the blink of an eye, it effortlessly dodged Su Chen's attack, narrowing its eyes and grinning triumphantly. The scene was eerie and revolting. This thing is proving to be a real pain in the ass. Su Chen flipped his hand, and sharp ice arrows crystallized in midair. His gaze sharpened as several ice arrows shot toward the giant-eyed spider. The spider tried to flee, but Su Chen was one step ahead, forming an ice pillar to pincer it from the side. Think you can escape? Do you really think you can get away? Su Chen tightened his grip, and all the ice pillars plummeted downward. Shoo! The giant-eyed spider screeched in agony as several ice arrows pierced its body. Viscous green blood oozed from the wounds.
The blood hit the ground, immediately bubbling and releasing an unbearably foul stench.
Just standing nearby, Su-chen felt like he might pass out from the stench any second. Ugly looks are one thing, but why does your blood stink so bad? I can't even be bothered to hurt you in a fight.
The taunt struck a nerve deep within the giant-eyed spider's mind. With a fierce growl, it raised its front legs high and lunged toward Su-chen.
You thought you could catch me off guard? Su-chen didn't flinch.
An ice shield instantly materialized before him, deflecting every single one of the spider's attacks.
The giant-eyed spider froze in shock. Its attack had been blocked?
Noticing its daze, Su-chen pieced together the situation.
Realize the problem now?
With a flick of his wrist, Su-chen produced a spear. A weapon this size could pierce 100 holes through its body.
Who knows if it could bleed to death?
A smirk touched Su-chen's lips as he retrieved all the spears from the warehouse.
Fearing the giant-eyed spider might scramble about, Su-chen immediately activated his skill. I didn't want to use this thing, but it seems to work well on you. The giant-eyed spider watched Su-chen's every move warily, its initial arrogance completely gone. Su-chen stared at it, snapping his fingers in a taunting gesture. Entangle!
Before the giant-eyed spider could react, a massive octopus tentacle appeared from midair, instantly snatching it up. Sensing danger early, the giant-eyed spider tried to flee, but two of its legs were seized by the colossal octopus tentacle.
It couldn't break free for the life of it. Whoosh!
A spear whistled through the air from ahead. The giant-eyed spider dodged just in time, the sharp blade slicing past its cheek. A gaping wound instantly tore open, spilling foul-smelling green blood onto the ground. Seeing Su-chen looking different from usual, it backed away repeatedly.
Seeing the piles of spears stacked beside Su-chen, the giant-eyed spider trembled in fear. It thought to itself, could this guy be planning to stab all those spears into me? Then I'd be turned into a sieve. With two legs still bound and immobilized, the giant-eyed spider glanced at the octopus leg. His current low level was insufficient, allowing him to control only one octopus leg.
Once his level increased, he could enhance the number of giant octopus tentacles.
You were so cocky just a moment ago. Why aren't you bragging now? Su-chen taunted. Startled, the spider immediately spat out a torrent of silk, attempting to trap Su-chen. However, his agile movements allowed him to evade being trapped. Just then, the giant-eyed spider's body began to tremble violently.
The glow from its abdomen grew more intense as something inside relentlessly tore at its belly. It looked as if something was trying to burst out from within, a truly terrifying sight. This scene stunned Su-chen as well. What on earth was inside that could cause the giant-eyed spider such agony? Rip! A pair of tender human infant arms tore open the giant-eyed spider's belly, and a slime-covered infant crawled out.
Calling it an infant felt inaccurate monster was more fitting. Its eyes glowed an eerie green, and despite appearing only a few months old, it stood upright and walked. Su-chen watched it warily, ready to defend himself if it attacked. The creature ignored him entirely, crawling out of the giant-eyed spider's belly and onto the ground. Doesn't a mere human know to kneel before me? Its gaze turned sharp and piercing toward Su-chen. Su-chen instantly felt as though his heart had been seized by a giant hand, clenched tightly in its palm. The slightest squeeze would crush it to pieces. Hiss! The little snake suddenly darted up and slithered onto Su-chen's shoulder. Its body was different from before, now radiating a faint 7-colored glow. The suffocating pressure that had gripped Su-chen's chest vanished completely. He gasped for breath, his lungs burning. What kind of creature was this before him, capable of inducing such suffocating pressure? Any creature that could crawl out of a monster's belly must be no ordinary being. The other party froze upon seeing the little snake, clearly not expecting Su-chen to have such a creature by his side. So you have a demon pet after all. But this one might be beyond your control. Since you lack the ability, perhaps I should take it. The infant suddenly dashed forward, its body gradually growing larger. What had been a mere infant moments ago now resembled a teenager of 14 or 15. His jet black hair fell to his waist, and his eyes held an indescribable sense of danger. Yet the sharp killing intent grew ever more intense. Just as the other's hands closed around Su-chen's throat, a strange light descended from the heavens, separating the two. The sudden apparition startled the monster into retreating repeatedly, yet its hands had already been grazed by the light. The searing pain radiated from his fingers throughout his entire body. This light was something even he feared. What the hell are you? Even trying to kill you is being blocked. If I can't finish you today, I'll personally see you off in the future. This guy's nonsensical remarks made Su-chen's blood boil. Who do you think you are, acting all high and mighty? Chapter 87, Irreversible Rules. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? I'm standing right here. Go ahead and do it now if you want. Why wait? Su-chen crossed his arms, smirking as he taunted the man relentlessly. The other man froze, stunned that Su-chen could be so shameless. Gritting his teeth in fury, he snarled. If it weren't for this pillar of light, you'd be dead already. Oh. So you're the one who can't attack? Why didn't you say so earlier? You really think you can make yourself look good? It was exactly as Su-chen had suspected. Though he didn't know where this contraption came from, it likely shared the same restriction as the winged insect king. Otherwise, he could have killed him the moment he started. Watching Su Chen leap about before him, taunting relentlessly, a sudden surge of fury made him lunge at Su Chen. Su Chen instinctively tried to defend, but the opponent's speed was too swift, he couldn't react in time. Ah! The beam of light blazed even brighter than before. The moment the opponent's hand touched it, an intense burning sensation instantly engulfed his entire body. He curled into a ball on the ground, writhing in agony. His hand had been scorched down to bare bone, flesh and blood reduced to a pulpy mess. His eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Su Chen, wishing he could tear him limb from limb. What are you glaring at me for? Did I tell you to kill me? You blame others for your own incompetence. The monster struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes burning with hatred that threatened to consume Su Chen. I, Elvis, will never let you off the hook. Pray you never cross my path again, or I'll make you suffer every torment imaginable. Elvis's gaze lingered on Su Chen long after he'd seen him, his desire to kill reaching its peak. Su Chen knew full well his current strength wasn't enough to eliminate this creature. He hadn't even figured out if it was human or some other species. Though it bore a human likeness, its behavior and mindset were fundamentally different. Just as he pondered this, Elvis abruptly transformed back into the giant-eyed spider from earlier. He crushed the web blocking the cave entrance underfoot. Instantly crushing the tangled web beneath its feet, it then transformed back into a bloodthirsty bat, poised to fly out of the cave. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock at the sight. This creature could transform at will. He calmed himself. It seemed this creature had devoured everything within the poisonous cave. Only then could it mimic the enemy's form, otherwise it would have long since transformed into something else to escape. Su Chen swept his hand, and a spear instantly materialized in his grasp. Without hesitation, he hurled it at the bat form Elvis had taken. Thud! The creature dodged just in time, the spear crashing into the rock wall instead. Elvis glared at Su Chen with a taunting expression. You still think you can kill me? Are you unaware of the vast disparity in our power? Without this beam of light, I could kill you with a single finger. Su Chen shot him a dismissive glance, his voice dripping with contempt. All that talk, and you still can't lay a finger on me? Elvis, enraged once more, shifted back from his bat form into human shape, his emerald eyes blazing with fury. I'm merely immobilized now. Wait until darkness descends again in a month, then see if you dare utter such arrogant nonsense. Su Chen instantly understood. This guy shared the same trait as the winged insect king. Neither could act before darkness fell, or rather, a rule imposed by the way of heaven prevented them from doing so. Given this creature's power, if it appeared in the real world, it would likely turn it into a living hell. And who knew how many more terrifying monsters like this existed? Suddenly, Su Chen's mind flashed back to his previous life in the shelter, where he'd looked up to see a swarm of bloodthirsty bats. This thought made him realize Elvis was most likely present at the scene. I don't want to waste time with you now. With your strength, you can't possibly harm me. Rather than wasting time with you, I'd be better off seeking out my forces. Elvis turned to leave, but a spear once again blocked his path. Human, don't get too cocky. If you push me too far, even if it means breaking the rules and burning myself down to half a life, I'll send you packing. Su Chen merely shrugged, his gaze teasingly fixed on him. So what? If you have the power to do it, just come. Did I stop you? Elvis was rendered speechless. Even with countless monsters prowling nearby earlier, he hadn't found it bothersome. But just one Su Chen? He was utterly fed up. You want to die, huh? Even if I can't lay a finger on you, there are other things that can deal with you. Elvis whistled sharply, instantly summoning all the monsters outside the cave back to his side. Within moments, they completely sealed off the cave entrance. Su Chen frowned. The bastard wasn't stupid, he knew to use the monsters outside the cave against him. I refuse to believe you can escape like this. Tell me your name, and after you die, I'll make sure others know it. Your father. Su Chen spat out coldly. The other paused, then snapped out of it. Instantly consumed by rage and humiliation, he glared at Su Chen with eyes wide as saucers. Don't think I don't know what that means. I understand your human language too. But no matter how you curse me, you're not getting out of here. Today, you must die here, and I will watch with my own eyes as you are devoured by monsters. Su Chen's lips curled into a smirk. This guy had quite the vivid imagination. Did this pack of beasts really think they could trap him inside? A massive fireball rapidly coalesced in Su Chen's palm, unleashing itself upon the surrounding monsters. The scorching flames forced the monsters to retreat 3 paces, none daring to advance. Yet far more terrifying than the fire was Elvis lurking behind them. Judging by the creature's reactions, they seemed genuinely terrified of this fellow. No wonder he must have devoured quite a few monsters to transform into that monstrous form. Su Chen's fireballs reduced the attacking monsters to charcoal with effortless ease. Looks like the creatures you summoned aren't much to speak of. Just a few moves and they're charcoal. Elvis gritted his teeth in frustration. These creatures had some offensive capability, after all, how could they now be utterly useless? Don't gloat. Even if they lack combat strength, what about their sonic abilities? No matter how powerful you are, you still have ears, right? Having hearing is a weakness. Before the bloodthirsty bats, everything else is utterly meaningless. Elvis regrouped his horde, sending waves of bloodthirsty bats flying in from outside. Yet some arrived wounded, others limping in with missing limbs.
Gazing at this crippled horde of monsters, Elvis wanted nothing more than to scatter them.
Charge! What are you staring at? The bloodthirsty bats hung their heads like defeated soldiers, utterly devoid of spirit. At Elvis's command, they abruptly changed direction.
The moment they spotted Su Chen, they retreated in unison, huddling together in a tight cluster.
Their reaction was as if they'd witnessed something utterly terrifying.
Elvis was utterly speechless at the sight.
Useless creatures. What good are you? Keeping you alive is worse than using you as fertilizer. Chapter 88, Taking One Down with Me.
Elvis's gaze turned savage as he reached out toward all the bloodthirsty bats. Draining their very essence, the bats that had been fluttering moments before instantly collapsed to the ground like desiccated corpses. The ability to drain life if applied to humans, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kid, luck doesn't last forever. Don't think that just because I can't touch you now means I never will. Sooner or later, I'll come for your life myself.
Su Chen shot him a contemptuous look, rolling his eyes in disgust. How many times have you repeated that line? Is that all your brain can think of? True enough.
After all, you've been stuck in here for so long, you're practically no different from a fool. Before you start spouting threats, why don't you go outside and get some education, you dumb pig?
The barrage of insults left Elvis reeling.
He understood they were curses, but his mind couldn't process them fast enough.
He didn't even know what to curse back with.
Seeing him so flustered lifted Su Chen's spirits. He pulled out every spear from his backpack and jabbed them into Elvis one after another. These spears have some seriously nasty skills. If I hit you, you won't even need me to come looking for you, you might just bleed to death one day. You've been holed up in that dump for so long, you actually think you're invincible? Su Chen's hands never stopped moving as he spoke, thrusting his spear toward Elvis at lightning speed. Yet his opponent seemed to anticipate every move, evading Su Chen's attacks each time with a split-second lead.
Not a trace of panic flashed across Elvis's face.
With graceful, composed evasions, he sometimes even kicked Su Chen's incoming spear right back at him.
Is that all you've got? You can summon elements, right? Show me what you're capable of.
His tone carried a hint of mockery, as if treating Su Chen like a clown performing a show.
Su Chen offered no retort, continuing his previous assault pattern. Constantly dodging had exhausted Elvis.
He reached out, intending to snatch all the spears and snap them in half. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Su Chen instantly thrust all the spears toward Elvis in unison.
So confident? Keep dodging then. Whoosh!
The spears flew at lightning speed. No matter how much Elvis dodged, the confined space left him little room to maneuver. One spear grazed his shoulder in an instant, leaving a deep gash. Green blood spurted from his body in that instant, startling even Elvis himself.
Had he actually wounded himself? The price of arrogance. Think you're the king who rules the world? To me, you're no different from ordinary animals. Su Chen sneered, glancing around.
The positions of the two had shifted imperceptibly. Moments ago, Su Chen had stood opposite the exit, but now he occupied that very spot. I think you'd be better off buried here forever.
Su Chen instantly gathered a fireball in his palm, larger than any he'd conjured before.
The intense burning sensation made Elvis hesitate to make a move, fearing that the guy above his head was up to something again.
Today had already taught him a bitter lesson. Boom! What are you doing? Elvis shouted in alarm.
Su Chen paid no heed, continuing to hurl fireballs at the surrounding rock walls. What had once been relatively sturdy walls were now already shaken to the point of collapse. Now they were even more fragile. A few more hits and this place would be reduced to rubble.
You've wanted to kill me from the start. Well, coincidence, I feel the same way about you. Because I never intended to let you leave alive.
Even if I can't kill you, I'll trap you in here.
Su Chen's eyes flashed with savagery as he hurled the largest fireball at the rock wall. Ultimately, the surrounding structure couldn't withstand the immense assault, and endless falling rocks crashed onto the ground.
The monsters dwelling within the cavern scattered in terror, none daring to linger for even a second, terrified of being crushed into pulp.
Su Chen turned and left immediately.
Given how madly the creature behind him was acting, it was inevitable he might do something unforeseen.
Watching the poison cave collapse, Elvis burned with rage. Human! I will kill you! Kill you! Elvis bellowed like a madman. Su Chen paid him no mind, finally clearing the spider webs from the cave entrance. If not now, then when?
The clattering sounds from inside could still be heard outside without ceasing.
Ilya and Dakisi waited at the entrance, eliminating any monsters that appeared.
Most of the monsters outside had been cleared, leaving only a few scattered stragglers.
Standing at the entrance, the two could still hear the sounds echoing from within. Dakisi, what should we do?
Master has been inside for quite some time now, and we haven't received a single bit of information.
Ilya stared anxiously at the cave entrance, waiting and waiting, but no one emerged. Instead, several monsters came out from inside.
Without a word, she drew her thunderclap bow and unleashed a barrage of arrows at the monsters. In the blink of an eye, the monsters that had charged forward vanished completely. Takeshi stood motionless at the cave entrance, wand in hand.
My master told me he would return. He has never lied. If he said he would come back, then he will come back.
Takeshi's gaze was unwavering as she tightened her grip on the wand. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble caught their attention, followed by a powerful tremor beneath their feet.
What's happening? I sense something strange, it's coming from inside. Ilya gasped in alarm as the sound grew louder.
Lyle rushed over from behind, panting heavily as he reached the two.
You must leave immediately.
The poison pit is collapsing. If you stay here, you'll be swallowed and buried by the poison cave in moments, trapped underground forever.
Buzz. The warning struck like a bolt from the blue.
The two exchanged glances before turning to face the precariously swaying poison cave. Rocks crumbled all around them, and just looking at the surroundings gave them a sense of impending doom.
Hurry up and leave. It's not safe here anymore.
No, I won't leave until my master comes out. Ilya stood her ground, shouting, her eyes already wet with tears. Given the situation, Su-chen was likely in grave danger.
What else could have happened inside?
Despite the passage of considerable time, there was still no response.
I'll wait for my master to return. If you wish to leave, I can escort you out now.
Takeshi spoke these words, her eyes filled with reluctance as she looked at Ilya.
The goblin tribe didn't know the location of the sanctuary, someone had to guide them on their way. Ilya was still young.
If things reached a point of no return, she would send Ilya back with them.
Seeing the two so stubborn, Lair could say nothing more.
His gaze fell upon the cave, which was on the verge of collapse. There must have been a fierce battle in here. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to break through such solid rock walls.
Wait. Is that the sound of footsteps approaching? Chapter 89, Chaos on the Island, Black Mud is alive. Thump. 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 Footsteps echoed, growing louder as they approached. All three turned toward the cave entrance as a blurred figure charged out.
Ilya and Takeshi immediately assumed defensive stances, but froze momentarily upon recognizing the figure. Before either could cry out, Su-chen swiftly conjured a massive fireball, collapsing the poisonous cave entirely. He grabbed both women by the arms and sprinted forward.
Run! Su-chen was still trembling with fear. How could there be a swarm of giant ants inside? He hadn't noticed them at all.
If not for the snake's sudden warning, he might have stepped right into the ant nest and become a pile of bones.
Master! You're okay.
Su-chen smiled at the words, but didn't dare slow his pace.
What are you thinking? Didn't I tell you I'd be fine? Now you believe me, right? Hurry up! A monster 100 times more terrifying than the bloodthirsty bats has been born inside. We can't stay on this island any longer. Su-chen's words sent shockwaves through the trio. A creature far more terrifying than the bloodthirsty bats? What on earth could it be? Even Lyle was baffled.
Having lived on this island for decades, though he'd never ventured deep into the poison caves, he'd explored the outer regions.
It was nothing but demons and monsters. Could there possibly be something even more formidable than that? As the four fled, a black mass suddenly appeared. Black mud. How did it spread this far? Lyle shouted in alarm. The black sludge had always stayed confined to the west, why was it now encroaching on this side? As the black sludge closed in, the group halted abruptly and turned to flee. Su-chen glanced back at the approaching mass.
A pair of hollow, black eyes emerged from the sludge.
Though there were no actual eyeballs, Su-chen felt as if he were locked in a gaze with it. This sensation stunned Su-chen. He never imagined this thing could. Why is the black sludge here? Shouldn't it have stayed in the west? Su-chen answered Lyle's question directly. It crawled here on its own. What? Crawled over? Are you saying this thing is alive? Has life?
Lyle stared in disbelief, utterly unable to accept Su-chen's words. The high priest had once speculated it might be alive, but no one had ever acknowledged it, treating it solely as a calamity. He turned to look at the pool of black mud again. A pair of eyes suddenly stared straight out at him from within the sludge.
Good heavens! This thing is actually alive, how did I never think of that before? If it attacks us, how are we supposed to fight back?
It can devour anything, we'd stand no chance.
Lyle felt a chill run down his spine the more he thought about it.
Su-chen considered whether this creature might be vulnerable to fire. With a flick of his wrist, flames coalesced in his palm. He hurled a fireball at the black sludge, but it merely lingered for a few seconds before being swallowed whole.
Witnessing this, Su-chen furrowed his brow.
This thing was tougher than he'd imagined. No physical form, yet it could devour anything utterly formidable.
Get back to your people. We can't stay here any longer. Su-chen shouted loudly. Chaos had erupted on the island.
With the black slime monsters ahead and the mutated beasts behind, these two threats alone were more than enough to keep them occupied.
Ilya and Takeshi exchanged glances.
Though they desperately wanted to ask what had happened inside, the current situation demanded immediate action.
They're back. The master has returned too.
A goblin spotted the approaching figures in the distance and shouted. The other goblins immediately stood up, their tension easing considerably upon seeing the group.
Lyle. Lyle, how are you? Are you hurt? Grandpa Daegu rushed over the moment he spotted Lyle, thoroughly examining every inch of his body. Finding no wounds, his heart settled considerably. I'm fine, Grandpa. These two girls took good care of me, and this gentleman has already retrieved what he wanted. Got it? Everyone looked at Su-chan in disbelief. What he sought lay deep within the labyrinth, where unknown monsters lurked. The tattered state of Su-chan's clothes spoke volumes about what had transpired. By the way, High Priest, that black sludge keeps spreading from the west toward us. Those things seem alive. It feels like just lingering near its edge could get you swallowed whole. The High Priest's brow furrowed as realization dawned. This island has likely been claimed by the darkness. Only darkness and monsters remain here now. From the very beginning, the darkness likely viewed us and that great mage as nourishment. Otherwise, these creatures wouldn't have mobilized. Su-chan agreed with this assessment. He recalled the infant that had burst forth from the giant-eyed spider's body and how it had reached its prime within mere seconds. That creature's power was not to be underestimated. The collapse of the poisonous cavern alone would certainly not be enough to crush it. With the giant ants present, it might have transformed into something else and slipped away long ago. I've obtained what I came for. As promised, I'll lead all of you goblins off this island. The cave erupted in excitement at these words. We can finally leave this place. Yes. We can finally leave. Every goblin wept tears of joy. This island had transformed from a sanctuary into a slaughterhouse. Hold hands tight. We're leaving now. Su-chan bellowed just as a loud thud echoed from outside. He frowned tightly. That bastard must be coming out. Human! Get out here! Get out here! Elvis floated madly into the sky, bellowing furiously as he immediately summoned the monsters around him to search for the intruder. A pair of eerie green eyes instantly spotted Su-chan through the monster's vision, along with numerous goblins. Heh, the rules may forbid me from killing you, but these goblins? I can slaughter them at will. Su-chan sensed Elvis would soon detect his trail. Once discovered, these goblins would likely face certain doom. Time is running out. We must hurry. The remaining goblins hurriedly raised their hands, forming a circle. Look who I found, heh. A chilling laugh echoed from behind. Takeshi whirled around to meet those eerie green eyes, her heart pounding with terror. This guy gave her an incredibly terrifying feeling. Even Iria was startled, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Why is he in human form? Noticing the voices, Elvis turned his gaze and instantly brightened upon seeing Ilya's pointed ears. An elf? Perfect. My stomach, empty for a century, will finally get to taste what an elf is like. A chill shot up Ilya's spine from her feet to the top of her head. Pah! What a creature! Don't think just because you look human, you actually are one. You're not even worth a single toe of my master. Elvis narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that this human must have some status after all. So what? You're dead today. Chapter 90, Return to the Sanctuary, Refresh the Ring. Such arrogant words. You're all trapped in this cave clearly courting death. Do you actually think you'll walk out alive? What a joke. Elvis spread his arms wide, his gaze fierce and his expression twisting into a grimace as he advanced step by step toward Su-chan and the others. As he drew nearer, the goblins grew increasingly panicked. Can we still get out alive? Hearing their voices, Elvis burst into a loud, booming laugh. Ha! You won't survive. As the words fell, Elvis's hand abruptly transformed into the mandibles of a giant-eyed spider. Silk instantly shot forth from the fangs, turning any plant or tree it touched into poisonous slime. This guy is a monster, right? Ilya stared in disbelief at the scene, and even Takeshi was shocked. She'd never seen a human possess such abilities unless this creature before them wasn't human at all. Su-chan sensed the teleportation array was now operational and couldn't help but curve his lips upward. Looks like your plans are about to fall through. Elvis frowned, puzzled by the remark, then suddenly burst into laughter, assuming Su-chan had been scared out of his wits. What's so funny? You don't seriously think you'll walk out of here alive, do you? Su-chan raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. What else? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive blue light array materialized beneath Su-chan's feet. Looks like we'll have to meet again later. Su-chan said teasingly, snapping his fingers. Before Elvis could grasp his meaning, the light array flared with brilliant blue light. In the blink of an eye, the figures who had just been in the cave vanished without a trace. How is that possible? He had never witnessed such a phenomenon, a light array capable of teleporting someone away. Damned humans! Next time we meet, I'll tear you limb from limb. Inside the shelter. Luna idly watched over the medicinal herbs in the courtyard, while Zuzu had just returned from the mine, covered in dust and grime. Juju, when will the master and the others finally return? Leaving us two here is just too boring. She complained listlessly. Juju reached into the tray, elegantly piercing an apple with the sharp claws on her front legs before popping it into her mouth. Spider spoke indistinctly, occasionally glancing at Luna before returning to savor the apple. He casually plucked another and placed it before her. Luna sighed deeply.
Once, eating this had brought her joy, but now it felt nothing but tedious. Suddenly, the teleporter behind her flashed with light. Luna spun around to see a massive ring of light materialize behind her. In an instant, the light faded, revealing a group of goblins that startled her. Ah! Ah! The goblins, seeing the massive spider, screamed in terror, clinging to each other as if afraid the creature would swallow them whole. Juju was stunned too. How did these creatures suddenly end up in the shelter? Spider! Luna! Ilya, seeing them, ran joyfully toward Luna, scooped her into her arms, then turned to ruffle Spider's head. Ilya! You're back! Does that mean Master is back too? Luna looked at her with delight, then immediately scanned the area for Su Chen's figure. Sure enough, when she turned around, she saw Su Chen and Dakisi. The two of them were smiling warmly as they walked toward them. Even Spider's eyes grew moist as she wriggled toward Su Chen. Ah! Don't come over! Don't eat us! As Juju dashed toward them, the goblins reacted as if they'd spotted a terrifying monster, huddling together in a tight cluster. A question mark flashed across Juju's mind, but she ignored it. She obediently stopped before Su Chen, nudging her large head gently against his hand. Why are you covered in so much dust? Did you just come back from the mine? Su Chen stroked its massive head. The cool sensation from its fur calmed his heart a little. Witnessing this scene, the goblins stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they saw. Just who is this nobleman? To keep such a creature as a pet in his home. He must be some incredibly powerful figure. Otherwise, how could he possibly keep such a massive spider in his home? Even Lyle's eyes widened. They had previously regarded Su Chen as an exceptionally powerful individual, but this sight completely shattered their preconceptions. Master! Are you both injured? You've traveled so far. Please go rest now. Luna's bright, watery eyes gazed at Su Chen, as obedient and adorable as a little kitten. Get them settled first. Luna, you handle it? At the command, Luna nodded repeatedly. Yes. Master, rest assured and leave this to me. I will see it through. Su Chen looked at her with a mix of skepticism and trust. In the past, such matters had always been handled by Dakisi. Now entrusting it to Luna left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Master, please go rest first. Luna and I will handle this together. After exhausting my magic earlier, I slept for a long time and have fully recovered my stamina. So you should go attend to your own affairs first. Su Chen nodded at her words. Luna alone might run into trouble, but with Dakisi present, such mishaps would be less likely. Su Chen yawned, gave a few final instructions, and returned to his room. Though they remained within the game, consuming food and drink within it could restore the displayed physical functions. Upon entering his room, Su Chen retrieved his storage ring. The item looked ordinary, indistinguishable from a standard sterling silver ring. The only peculiarity was the runes engraved upon it. They likely signified its function as a storage ring. Su Chen examined it from all angles, reviewing its properties once more. I wonder what will appear after refreshing this item. Refresh? Refresh. You have refreshed the common storage ring, increasing its storage capacity by 2 square units. You refreshed the common storage ring, increasing its capacity by 10 square units. He refreshed it 10 times straight. A golden light instantly flared before Su Chen, visible to everyone within the estate. What's going on? Did something happen? One goblin asked. Ilya, long accustomed to such occurrences, waved it off. Master must be tinkering with something again. No need to worry about it. Come on, I'll take you to your living quarters. The goblins exchanged puzzled glances, murmuring to themselves. What on earth could he be working on to make such a racket? Inside the room, Su Chen stared at the items before him, his face frozen in shock. Then he burst into laughter. This is a real treasure trove. I actually managed to roll it out. Item, storage ring can store living creatures. The space within the ring can become a new world, expanding in size as the host's level increases. Current area, 10 square meters, capable of storing living beings. Doesn't that mean I can even put people inside? Su Chen's eyes lit up. This was a treasure he'd stumbled upon. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. From now on, he could just shove things into the ring. Retrieving them would be a breeze. Just imagine how shocked Old Song and the others would be if they found out. Suddenly, a ringtone sounded from outside. Chapter 91, Time Flow Anomalies. Ha? Someone's trying to contact me? Su Chen quickly logged out of the game and opened his phone to find dozens of missed calls. Holy crap! What's going on? How did I get so many missed calls? I didn't hear anyone knocking earlier. This is weird. He quickly answered the call, only to be met with a furious shout on the other end. Su Chen! Are you dead in that damn rental place or what? Hearing Guyan's deafening scream, Su Chen quickly held the phone farther away. He raised his hand to rub his ears. Close call, he almost went deaf. Sis Guyan, it's only been a little while since we last saw each other. Why the big reaction? A little while. Look at the time carefully. The last time we met was 3 days ago. What time is it now? Su Chen froze for a moment before checking the time on his phone. It had genuinely been 3 days since their last meeting. Su Chen froze in place, his mind racing. As he'd previously assumed, the game's time couldn't possibly match the real world. Where exactly had things gone wrong? Could it be that island? Hey! Are you even listening to me? Old Song specifically requested to see you once you're awake. Hurry up and open the door. Su Chen immediately straightened himself up at the command, his mind still racing with thoughts about the game. It seemed the problem originated on that island. Now that he thought about it, that place had been downright strange. After getting ready, Su Chen placed his hand on the door. It felt like shattering a thin layer of glass. But when he opened his eyes, nothing around him had changed. Just as he was puzzled, Gu Yan had already walked up to him and pushed the door open. It's an air wall or, to put it simply, a barrier. A barrier? Did something happen while I was gone? Gu Yan's words left Su Chen utterly baffled. He hadn't consumed a single drop of water in those 3 days, yet upon waking, he felt not a shred of hunger. It seemed that after resting well in the game, his physical body in the real world remained unaffected. Gu Yan looked up and scanned Su Chen's door. After you entered the game, your home seemed completely cut off from the world. Seeing you hadn't left all day, I went over to call you. But no matter what I tried, I couldn't get your door open. Your phone went straight to voicemail. I messaged you in game, but you didn't reply either. If I hadn't seen you online, I'd have thought you'd kick the bucket. Hearing Gu Yan's words, Su Chen felt even more bewildered. So much had happened while he was away. Come on, Old Song is waiting for you. Once we get there, just tell him everything you saw and know. Okay. On the way, Su Chen stared out the car window, his mind still fixated on that creature that looked so human. It had been born in infant form, then devoured several demons, taking on their forms. Once the rules dissolved and the apocalypse descended, it would undoubtedly slaughter indiscriminately. He had to find a way to eliminate it before it arrived in the human world. But recalling the creature's power, Su Chen felt uneasy. Killing it would be no easy task. The journey passed in silence. Upon arriving at his destination, Su Chen was immediately escorted by security personnel to a secret room. No sooner had he sat down than Old Song approached with several medical staff. Young Su, I understand you've been in a coma these past few days. I'll have someone examine your physical condition first. Su Chen nodded in agreement, apparently wanting to know if there were any numerical discrepancies in his bodily functions. After a moment, the medical staff exchanged glances before turning their attention to Old Master Song. Dr. Song, this patient is in excellent health. There are no issues whatsoever. He's not dehydrated either. The only concern is his lack of rest. He needs to prioritize getting more sleep. Old Master Song paused, then asked. So you're saying he's sleep deprived? Yeah, that's right. It'd be best to catch up on sleep for a full day and night. Before Old Song could grasp the doctor's explanation, Lu Long had already ushered him out. Only Su Chen and the old man remained in the room. The latter sat in his chair, his brow furrowed, his expression complex as he looked at Su Chen. Seeing the elder remain silent, Su Chen immediately stepped forward to break the silence. Mr. Song, did you also know about me passing out in the room? Old Master Song nodded. You must have been inside the game at the time. Being unable to exit could mean the game trapped you. That much was true. If he had surfaced on the ocean and then tried to return, he would have ended up back at the shelter. Su Chen's face lit up with astonishment as he gave Old Master Song a thumbs up. Only you could figure that out. You're truly prescient. Exactly. I was truly held back by matters inside. You have no idea how grueling this journey was for me, Old Master Song. Let me tell you. Su Chen launched into a vivid, exaggerated account of his trials within the game. Just then, Lu Long and Li Tianba returned from outside. The moment they entered the room, they heard Su Chen vividly recounting his tale while Old Master Song listened intently. Lu Long frowned and let out a disapproving tisk, muttering under his breath. What kind of magic potion is this kid selling? He's even managed to cheer up our usually stern Old Master Song. Li Tianba obediently replied. No idea. As long as Old Master Song's happy, let him talk all he wants. That line of thinking made sense. Su Chen recounted the entire incident, omitting only the discovery of the magic ring and treasure chest. The other three in the room listened in stunned silence. Li Tianba couldn't contain himself and stepped forward first. Did you just say the monster gave birth to a baby? Su Chen took a sip of water before replying. It was an infant, but describing it as a monster is more accurate. That was undeniably true. What infant could spit spider silk and shift its form into other monstrous creatures? Can we track its location? No. That island is likely a hellscape now. The black sludge I mentioned earlier is also on that island. Li Tianba gasped, then strode directly to Su Chen. You said that island is hell now? Is it swarming with all kinds of monsters? Su Chen nodded solemnly. Yes, I can't destroy the black sludge. That thing is alive too. Dealing with it is incredibly difficult. Old Master Song, who had remained silent, sighed softly. It seems we must plan carefully.
The monsters in the game world are 100 times more formidable than anything we've encountered before. The main protagonists among those monsters haven't even appeared yet.
They're probably waiting for the apocalypse to arrive. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the doorway. Once the apocalypse arrives, their bodies will be amplified many times over. We must eliminate every last one of these monsters before that day comes. Su Chen nodded silently from the side, understanding perfectly well. Kill them all? It was precisely this phrase that left a deep impression on Su Chen. In his previous life, when he was near death, the person by his side seemed to be her though she had been taken elsewhere, naked. Chapter 92, A Challenge? The Stick Nation wants to. Su Xiaomei. The woman at the door wore a pink gown, her long black curls accentuating her alluring beauty. Like a rose, lush and ready to burst. The woman called Su Xiaomei approached Su Chen step by step. Suddenly, a slender jade-like hand appeared in Su Chen's field of vision. Her fingertips, pale yet tinged with pink, bore slender, pointed nails that gently lifted his chin. Their eyes locked, and only then did Su Chen clearly see her face. Allure. Her face was the very embodiment of the word alluring. Hiss. Her almond-shaped eyes were utterly captivating. Even with his guard up, Su Chen nearly fell for her allure. The little snake sleeping on Su Chen's wrist suddenly raised its head, its eyes flashing with malice as it glared at Su Xiaomei. Sensing the snake's murderous intent, Su Xiaomei deliberately reached down to stroke it. Su Chen quickly stepped back 2 paces to create distance between them. After all, the little snake was a multicolored snake of extraordinary talent. Its innate talent alone was undoubtedly top tier. Though he'd never witnessed it unleash its power, it was clearly no ordinary creature. Wow, an animal that can actually ignore my skills? Su Xiaomei seemed to have discovered a new world. She bent down, bringing her face close to observe the little snake's state. Seeing no hostility from either her or Su Chen, the snake resumed its slumber on his wrist. Xiaomei's been interrupted. Old Master Song is questioning Su Chen about something. Once Old Master Song finishes up, I'll come over and have dinner with you. Lu Long stepped forward to urge her, grabbing Su Xiaomei's hand to leave. But the girl suddenly stopped, resting her hand on the table. Hey, handsome, wanna exchange WeChat? My place turned out pretty nice after I renovated it. Seeing her current state, Lu Long shook his head helplessly. Don't mind her. That girl is practically a walking flirt. She has to tease every newcomer she sees. Liu Long shifted his gaze back to Su Chen, deliberately sizing him up, especially that certain area. Not bad, kid. Looks like you're not affected at all. Alright. You're a true friend. Su Chen? He hadn't said anything yet, and he still didn't understand a thing. Come to think of it, whenever danger threatened him, this little guy always managed to appear. Even if they didn't directly clash with the enemy, just having this kid around gave Su Chen an extraordinary sense of security. Little Su, that person just now was our researcher, Su Xiaomei. Her awakened talent is charm. We initially thought it was useless, but after witnessing her single-handedly charm an entire squad, we realized this one is absolutely untouchable. Compared to this, it was the first time Su Chen had ever seen Lu Long speak so much at once. It seemed unlike anything before just how deep a shadow had the Su Xiaomei cast over Lu Long. Li Tianba cheerfully raised his hand and slapped it on Lu Long's shoulder. Hey, Lu Long, cheer up. Didn't Su Xiaomei apologize that night? It was just a misunderstanding. With every additional word Li Tianba uttered, Lu Long's face darkened further. Seeing the tension between these two, it was clear they had history, otherwise, they wouldn't have parted on such bad terms. In the room, only Old Song remained, still pondering the events that had unfolded in the game world. Su Chen, rest here for now. I'll go take a look. I need to thoroughly investigate that monster you mentioned, as well as the black sludge. Since the doctor said you're tired and need rest, I won't disturb you any longer. After Old Song left, the 3 left-behind children in the room instantly burst into joyful excitement. Su Chen, where did you even go? You were in your room the whole time, right? How come the doctor said you're sleep-deprived? You were just sleeping all the time. Li Tianbao ranted on, leaving Su Chen and Lu Long exchanging bewildered glances. Brother Li, didn't you hear what I just told Old Master Song? Didn't I say I've been fighting non-stop in the game world? Hearing this, Li Tianba scratched his head sheepishly. I really was zoning out just now. Seems like living in the game world doesn't affect the real world much after all. Su Chen shook his head in explanation. It does have its drawbacks. The game world doesn't have nearly as many delicious foods as the real world. You're absolutely right about that. So I guess the real world is still better after all. A knock sounded at the door. Guyan opened it and walked in, crossing her arms as she approached Su Chen. Hey kid, you know exactly how much grief I got because of you. Now tell me, how are you going to make it up to me? The subject made Su Chen feel a bit embarrassed. While he'd been unconscious, Gu Yan had shouldered the blame and pressure from above. The higher-ups had originally planned to forcibly demolish the building to extract Su Chen, even if it meant dissecting his body. They were determined to tear the place down. They were considering whether this method could be used to extract Su Chen. Gu Yan. This is the conclusion we've reached through discussion.
Su Chen is an exceptionally valuable player in our country.
Studying his brain might just enable us to cultivate numerous high-level players. By obstructing us now, you're opposing the nation's future.
Facing pressure from above, Gu Yan single-handedly turned the tide, shouldering all responsibility. Give me 3 more days.
If Su Chen still hasn't regained consciousness by then, I, Gu Yan, will cease all opposition and voluntarily offer my own body for your research.
Her words silenced everyone. Li Tianba slapped Su Chen on the back from behind.
You wouldn't believe it when someone tried to forcefully dismantle it. Gu Yan fired a single shot that scared the hell out of them.
Ha! That single shot scared the hell out of them. You gotta admit, Gu Yan's got real guts, she's one tough lady. Gu Yan shot him a withering glance.
Now, young man, tell me how you plan to repay me. Her gaze fixed on Su Chen, who paused in surprise, not realizing such a major incident had unfolded while he was unconscious.
Sis Gu Yan, you like guns, right? I'll personally forge one for you. Guaranteed to blow your mind. Her interest piqued, Gu Yan raised an eyebrow at him. Really? Of course it's true. When have I, Su Chen, ever gone back on my word?
Rest assured, from now on, I'll handle all your weaponry. A few words were enough to cheer Gu Yan up. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she cleared her throat.
Ahem, looks like you're a decent kid after all. Saving you wasn't a waste of my effort. Alright then, it's settled. Come on, come on.
I, Su Chen, will treat everyone to some grilled meat.
Su Chen raised his hand and led the group straight to the barbecue restaurant. The moment the group entered, they drew widespread attention. Wow! Are they celebrities? The guys are so handsome and the girls are so beautiful. No idea.
Who cares about celebrities when everyone's glued to shelter game these days?
Hey, did you guys hear? Korea's top player is challenging our country's #1, Su Chen.
And that guy even posted a challenge thread.
Su Chen was happily eating when several pairs of eyes suddenly turned his way. I didn't know about that. Chapter 93, Sanctuary and Chaos. Everyone turned into glowing entities? Su Chen opened the internet to find his name dominating every newsfeed. Reports of his upcoming showdown with the top player from the United States flooded the internet. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What is this?
I don't even know where that guy is. How am I supposed to fight him? Besides, wasting time on these fools was pointless. He'd be better off gathering more materials to upgrade the shelter. Gu Yan stared at the foreign face on the screen. He's not exactly a looker, yet he managed to attract a 6-winged angel to become his follower. Hey Lu Long, you should find yourself a pretty follower too. It'd be way more useful than messing around with your chaotic shop.
6-winged angel?
Su Chen snapped his head up at the keywords.
Is that person named Toynbee Allen?
Lu Long frowned and shook his head.
No, it's Gospazel. Haven't you checked the rankings? He's currently ranked #1 in the world. Looks like you haven't been paying attention to these things lately. So it wasn't Allen?
Su Chen remained silent, his mind flooded with memories from his past life. In that lifetime, the very one who possessed the 6-winged angel had relied on his overwhelming power to disregard all other nations. He trampled others' dignity with impunity, treating people like playthings. His immense power meant even national leaders would yield to him. The turning point for this guy wasn't the 6-winged angel, but devouring the blood fruit, which drastically boosted his experience and power levels. As for how he obtained it, Su Chen had no clue, but he was certain of one thing. Based on the timeline, he shouldn't have obtained it yet.
Brother Long, Brother Li, and Sister Gu Yan, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Send someone to secretly search for something called a blood fruit. We absolutely must get our hands on it before anyone else in the other nations.
Su Chen's face was grave as he spoke with solemn expression. This determines whether a nation will have a voice in the world. Hearing this, the 3 men froze, exchanging glances.
Rest assured, we'll handle this matter. You needn't concern yourself with anything else. It's getting late. We'll escort you home first.
After safely escorting Su Chen home, Lu Long descended the stairs and lit a cigarette. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he spoke with solemn gravity.
That thing Su Chen mentioned today doesn't seem like a joke. Li Tianba nodded in agreement. Right. I've never seen that look on little Su before.
Seems this so-called blood fruit might play a pivotal role in the future situation.
Gu Yan raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and playfully smacked Li Tianba on the head. Well, you're not so dumb when it counts, are you? Hey! When did I ever act like a fool?
It's just that you all always thought I looked too dumb, so you assumed I was one.
His flustered reaction amused Gu Yan. You can be quite amusing sometimes.
Anyway, gather the team to find this thing immediately and report it to Elder Song. The 3 fell silent and got up to walk toward the car. Even after assigning the task, the heavy weight on Su Chen's heart didn't lift one bit.
Who could possibly have that thing? Or rather, which mission? Or which demonic creature?
The more he pondered, the more bewildered Su Chen became.
Master! What are you doing?
Ilya knocked at the door, but seeing no response, she walked straight in. She found Su Chen sitting by the window, lost in thought. After returning, Su Chen had immediately logged into the game, intending to check on how the goblins were being handled. The cheerful laughter drifting in from outside the open window lifted most of his heavy mood.
I was just spacing out. What's up? Have they all settled in? Ilya nodded cheerfully, skipping over to Su Chen's side and tilting her little head. Master, have I ever failed to handle things to your satisfaction? Especially with Takeshi here to assist me.
They're all taken care of, but something feels different.
Master, why don't you come see for yourself?
As she said this, Ilya's gaze flickered away, as if something unexpected had occurred. Seeing her expression, Su Chen's heart sank.
Could something uncontrollable have happened? Su Chen quickly rose from the bed and headed straight for the residential area. From afar, he spotted Takeshi standing there, methodically organizing tasks. Master? What brings you here?
Takeshi froze upon seeing Su Chen, but her expression shifted instantly when she caught sight of Ilya behind him. Her expression turned stern as she stepped forward and grabbed Ilya by the arm.
Didn't I tell you? Master is still resting. Don't disturb him yet.
Ilya giggled as she leaned in to whisper.
Oh really?
But I saw Takeshi peeking at the master's room for ages.
Her face flushed crimson as her secret was exposed. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. It's actually about the goblin tribe. This afternoon, didn't you say something was off with a few of them?
So I waited for the master to return and brought him over immediately.
Su Chen's brows furrowed upon hearing this. Off?
Logically, anyone joining his sanctuary should have nearly 100% loyalty.
How could there still be issues? Could the problem lie elsewhere?
Master, there were indeed a few individuals acting peculiar this afternoon, or rather, their appearances seemed off.
Su Chen grew increasingly puzzled. Goblins were short and frail, suited only for farm labor. Off in appearance? Could they possibly be mutating? Take me to see it first. Takeshi nodded and led Su Chen to a small room. As soon as the door opened, 3 glowing goblins were leisurely sipping tea.
Spotting the newcomer, they hurried over and knelt on one knee before Su Chen.
My lord, you have arrived. This scene made Su Chen's eyes widen in astonishment. Why are your bodies glowing? All 3 shook their heads, unsure. We don't know. We've been like this since this afternoon.
Miss Takeshi brought us here first for the safety of our clan.
Thank goodness you're here, lord. Otherwise, our goblin clan would have been slaughtered to the last one.
His tearful, sniffling expression actually made Su Chen feel a bit awkward.
It's okay. You're all here now. Come, have some water first. We'll look into this glowing business later.
Su Chen spoke as he handed over the red tea from the table. The moment the other's hands touched the cup, his body underwent an immediate transformation.
A beam of light, even larger than before, enveloped his entire body.
When he opened his eyes again, the 1.23 meter tall goblin had vanished. In its place stood a handsome young man about 1.8 meters tall. If not for his deep green skin and pair of pointed ears, Su Chen would have thought the guy had mutated.
Hey, handsome, who are you? Chapter 94, Goblin Evolution.
Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before them.
Who would have thought this thing could transform? Whoa! What kind of skill is that?
You were glowing just now, how did you transform so suddenly?
Ilya's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the newly transformed goblin with awe.
Even the goblin itself looked utterly bewildered, completely clueless about what had just happened.
I don't know either.
I was just thinking about taking the cup from you, but the moment I touched it, my body started changing. I feel like my body is brimming with power now 100 times stronger than before. He clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms, his physique now 100 times more muscular than before.
Su Chen's eyes widened like copper bells. No one had ever mentioned the shelter possessed such an ability. Thump! Thump! A drum-like pounding sounded at the door.
As soon as it opened, Luna appeared at the entrance, panting heavily.
What's wrong? Master. It's bad. Many goblins in the settlement are glowing.
Su Chen froze for a moment before his mind clicked into gear. He silently thought to himself as he opened the character panel.
Opening your panel now. Monster, evolved goblin.
All stats increased tenfold compared to previous levels. Seeing the numbers appear, Su Chen finally understood what was happening. It seemed they had evolved collectively, and the catalyst for that evolution must have been himself.
Here, I'll give you this cup. The other glowing female goblin blushed brightly upon hearing this and stood there.
The moment she received the teacup from Su Chen, her stature shot upward. Her obsidian eyes gleamed, and her long hair flowed freely and boldly. Ignoring her skin color, she was the very picture of a stunning beauty.
Just as I thought. Since joining my sanctuary, you've been designated as my people.
The items I bestowed upon you as conduits will alter your abilities both here and in the outside world. Summon your clan chief now. It's best to clarify this matter today, so your combat strength can grow stronger in the future. Hearing this, tears welled in the goblins' eyes as they repeatedly thanked Su Chen. They hurried off to find their chieftain. As their retreating figures disappeared, Takeshi stepped forward and bowed slightly to Su Chen. Master, this procedure must have taken a toll on your body.
Instantly, all eyes turned to Su Chen.
Especially when Iria heard it might negatively affect him, she instantly transformed into a clingy accessory and hugged him tightly.
Master, you absolutely cannot do anything to harm yourself. They only want magic power anyway, just use mine instead.
Ilia tightened her grip, burying her face against Su Chen's chest and rubbing against him.
I'm just expending a bit of my own magic. It won't kill me. It's fine. Su Chen raised his hand to gently stroke Ilia's head. This little thing seemed clingier than before.
Her eyes, large and watery, fixed on Su Chen like a puppy's.
Really, master?
Then if you feel any discomfort later, you must tell us right away.
Otherwise, I'll just carry you away myself.
Su Chen gave an awkward chuckle, but deep down he knew this little rascal was absolutely capable of pulling something like that. Footsteps echoed outside as the clan chief was carried in by the tall goblin in a princess carry.
Hey, hey, hey!
Careful there, you brat. These old bones of mine can't take much roughhousing. I barely survived this time, don't go breaking your neck now.
Bang!
The door burst open.
Su Chen watched the goblin chieftain, now flustered, and his lips twitched.
He'd suspected the old man had a heavy dose of humor before, but now he was certain that was just how he was.
Why, if it isn't the honorable one?
I heard Taswan say on the road that his current state is all thanks to your kindness. Su Chen shot a skeptical look at the towering goblin, who beamed at him with a dazzling smile.
Did this guy only enhance his limbs and forget to upgrade his brain? Ahem, well, the truth is. Su Chen recounted the entire sequence of events once more.
The old clan chief nodded, looking as if he understood yet didn't quite grasp it.
Ah, I see. Well, that's fine.
Though I'm afraid my old bones might end up in some strange state by then.
Then please take this.
Su Chen poured a cup of tea and offered it to the old clan chief. The goblin chieftain raised his arm with a trembling hand, as if lifting it had drained him of all strength. The moment contact was made, a blinding light erupted. Visibly, the chieftain's body began to grow taller. When the light faded, a muscular goblin stood before them, bearing no resemblance to his former self.
Chief, you've grown younger. And you're so much stronger now.
The chieftain stared in disbelief, looking down at his hands and arms.
He never imagined his body could actually transform like this. How did this happen? This is too incredible.
Watching their excited reactions, Su Chen yawned.
It seemed the sensation of magic depletion was still perceptible.
Sir, we are so grateful to you. You're like our second father. He wept uncontrollably, and Su Chen quickly steadied him.
Gather all the goblins now. Let's resolve all your issues at once. The chief nodded repeatedly, then turned and hurried off to gather every goblin.
Upon seeing the chieftain and the tall man's condition, the entire tribe wore expressions of astonishment.
Chieftain, have you mutated? How else could you have become like this? Yeah, chief. What on earth happened to you? This is just incredible.
After the chieftain explained the entire sequence of events, all the goblins suddenly understood. The shelter instantly became bustling with excitement. Watching their joyful expressions, Takisi cast a worried glance at Su Chen. Master, I suggest we proceed in batches. If you expend too much magic at once, you might slip back into a sleep state. Su Chen had considered this possibility, but with no pressing matters at hand, upgrading them now seemed feasible.
It's fine. Let's handle this today and avoid dealing with it later.
If I do fall into slumber, the shelter's affairs will be in your hands.
I trust you completely as my steward. Su Chen smiled as he patted Takisi's back.
She froze, her heart racing at his words. She never imagined she held such importance in Su Chen's eyes.
Daisy lowered her head, her heart brimming with joy. Suddenly, Iria leaned in and poked Daisy's cheek. Hey, Takisi, why are you blushing? Something seems off. Ahem, nothing. Hurry up and bring them over. Daisuke hastily made an excuse to leave, hiding the delight in her eyes.
Since the master had entrusted the entire sanctuary to her care, she would not let him down. Before long, all the goblins had gathered at the entrance.
Chapter 95, The Butler's Authority, A Friend's Visit. All goblins, form a line.
The clan chief bellowed, and the glowing goblins obediently formed a long line. Su Chen stood at the front, a teacup placed on the table. This object was merely a medium. By channeling his magic into it, he could alter their appearance.
Next. Next.
The chieftain repeated the command, and the goblins' bodies rapidly transformed.
One by one, they transformed into tall, slender goblins, while the females became stunning beauties.
Every goblin's face was beaming with joy. Their new bodies were far more useful than their previous forms.
Meanwhile, Su Chen felt even more drowsy than before, struggling to lift his eyelids.
Seeing him on the verge of drifting off, Takisi was about to lead him back to his room when Su Chen suddenly sat up again.
How many are left? Takisi glanced ahead. 10 more. Master, shall we wait until you wake up? No need.
Finish this quickly before sleeping.
Seeing Su Chen's unwavering resolve, Takisi reluctantly complied.
Judging by his exhaustion, he'd likely fall asleep immediately afterward. A little while later, all the goblins had completed their evolution. The clan chief turned to Su Chen with a beaming smile.
My lord, We are eternally grateful. From this day forward, the lives of our goblin clan are yours. He turned and knelt on one knee, and the other goblins followed suit, kneeling in Su Chen's direction. The goblin clan swears eternal allegiance to Lord Su Chen. Su Chen, exhausted and half asleep, struggled to rise from his chair. Everyone, return. Before he could finish the sentence, darkness engulfed his vision and he collapsed instantly. Dekisi immediately flew forward, cradling Su Chen in her arms as she gazed at him tenderly. Master, has your magic power been depleted? Ilya asked anxiously. Yes. As Master said, he'll be unconscious for several days. Let him rest well during this time. The goblins, utterly unprepared for such a profound sacrifice made for them, were instantly overcome with emotion and wept bitterly. Lord Su Chen is truly too kind. We're just powerless little creatures, yet he was willing to help us. Yes, if not for him, we would have perished on that island long ago. Now he's given us a safe home, food to eat, and clothes to wear. He's our god. The goblins stared tearfully at the direction Su Chen had departed, lingering long after he was gone. Ilya frowned, arms crossed, as she approached. Sigh. Now that the master is in a deep slumber, so many matters at the shelter can't be handled. I wonder how we'll manage all this in the future. All the goblins, upon hearing this, scurried eagerly to Ilya's side. Lady Ilya, we're willing to take on the responsibility of protecting our home. Yes, Lady Iria. I can weave cloth, leave that sort of work to me. We goblins are experts at farming, leave all the planting to us. Seeing their enthusiasm lifted Ilya's spirits. Very well, very well. I'll assign you all simple tasks for now. Once our master awakens, he'll see the results of your efforts. Ilya thought to herself. She had previously considered planting fruit trees in the shelter but had never gotten around to it. Now, however, it was perfect. She wouldn't even have to lift a finger to get the fruit trees planted. Inside the house, Dekisi carried Su Chen horizontally and laid him on the bed. This scene left Zhu Zhu, who had just returned to the shelter, utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Had Dekisi actually lulled the master to sleep? Luna shot Spider a speechless look. This guy was definitely imagining things. Master's magic power is depleted. He'll need several days of rest to replenish it. So that's what it was. Upon hearing this, Spider nodded its massive head. Luna frowned at the sight of Spider's enormous frame. I heard the master brought back a spider monster's beast core earlier. It might be useful to you. I'll ask him about it when he wakes up. Otherwise, you coming and going like this every day is a bit unsettling. Spider. She was just a bit larger than usual. She didn't seem particularly aggressive. In the bedroom, Dekisi gently laid Su Chen's body on the bed, gazing at his face through the sunlight. Never before had she gazed at his face with such quiet intensity. Dekisi reached out and gently plucked a tiny dandelion from his cheek. Master, you really are such a big dummy. Knowing you'd fall into a deep sleep from exhausting your magic, you still chose to share it with others. Didn't you fear at all what we outsiders might do to you? Dekisi gazed at him with tender eyes, her hand resting in his palm. Holding Su Chen's hand gave Dekisi an inexplicable sense of security deep within her heart. Master is a fool. Dekisi's voice was so soft it could only be heard by pressing close to her lips. Seeing Su Chen's delayed reaction, Dekisi plucked up her courage, parted her lips, and leaned in to press her mouth against his. Just as their lips were about to meet, the small snake coiled around Su Chen's wrist suddenly stirred. Hiss. The little snake immediately slithered to Su Chen's pillow, its pair of red eyes fixed on her. Ha! Dekisi froze in confusion. Why had this creature suddenly stirred? And why did she think she saw hostility in its eyes? Dicey quickly backed away, creating distance between herself and Su Chen. Her heart pounded like a child caught doing something wrong. What's wrong? Is something bothering you? Or are you hungry? But the little snake remained motionless, like a sentry guarding Su Chen's pillow. Seeing its behavior, Dekisi shook her head, dismissing all those chaotic thoughts. She silently watched Su Chen, her hand tightly clasped around his. Saying nothing more, she simply stayed by his side. I wonder what else might happen in the future. Recalling the harrowing events on the island, she realized that even the slightest mishap back then could have prevented their return. Just then, a notification popped up before Daichisi, a friend request had entered the shelter. Startled, she took a few quick steps back. Then she remembered what Su Chen had said earlier. He had delegated the butler's authority to her. That meant she had the authority to manage guests. So this must be the visitor who came calling. What brings them here at this hour? Su Chen had specifically reminded her not to reveal too much about their affairs. For now, she should handle this matter first. Before long, Dekisi had arranged everything. Glancing at the request to tour the shelter, she clicked approve. On the other end, Gu Yen was still grumbling and complaining about Su Chen. What the hell is Su Chen playing at? His phone's dead when I need him. He won't even let me tour the shelter in the game. What is this kid playing at? Welcome to Su Chen's shelter. Chapter 96, Welcome to Shelter 0796. Virtual light shifted. The scene before Gu Yen shifted dramatically. A dazzlingly bright door suddenly materialized before her. She stared at the door in disbelief, then glanced around. Is this Su-chen's sanctuary? Its opulence and beauty were unlike anything she had ever seen. The gate alone radiated a profound sense of security. She recalled the flimsy door of Lulon's sanctuary as fragile as a sheet of paper. It's only because his location is favorable that he hasn't been swarmed by the demon gate's forces. Who knew that kid Su-chen was secretly living in such a prime spot? No wonder we couldn't reach him in the real world. So he's been secretly leveling up all this time. If I had a place this good, I wouldn't leave either. Guyen stood at the doorway, peering inside, but saw no one for a long while. Where the hell did Su-chen go? Am I just supposed to wait here forever? No sooner had the words left her lips than Daichisi emerged slowly from the house, dressed in a maid outfit. The sight of Daichisi startled Guyen, who scrutinized her from head to toe. That kind of beauty would be top tier even in the entertainment industry. What the hell is Su-chen up to? Why is there another gorgeous girl in the house? She muttered to herself as Daichisi reached the doorway, bowing slightly toward Guyen. Greetings, I am Daichisi, the butler of Shelter 0796. Welcome, honored guest. A smile played at the corners of Daichisi's lips as she placed her hand on the gate's railing. Instantly, the tightly closed gate began to open slowly. Guyen froze for a moment at the sight before her. The woman carried herself with grace, her pupils as dark as ink, and her silky long hair cascading down her sides. She looked nothing like a maid, more like a pampered young lady. Hello. I'm here to see Su-chen. Daichisi composed herself and asked, her eyes darting around to take in the shelter's surroundings. Green plants and flowers adorned the space, creating a sense of calm and tranquility, but beyond that, there was only silence. Could it be that only this person and Su-chen had ever been here? The master is currently resting. If you need to speak with him personally, you'll have to wait. I can show you around. Once he wakes up, I'll have him contact you. Daichisi maintained a smile throughout, though it didn't reach her eyes, it didn't seem malicious either. Guyen glanced around the room before fixing her gaze back on Daichisi. Why does Su-chen sleep for such long periods? Is there something going on, or? Daichisi bowed slightly. My master has been overworked lately and needs rest. There are no other matters at present, so he is using this time to sleep. Her response was flawless. In a hidden corner, Ilya and the others were secretly observing the woman who had come to the shelter. Hey, what's this woman doing here? I don't recall master having any friends. Ilya frowned in displeasure. If not for her sudden appearance, she could still be devouring cake by the slice instead of hiding in the corner with the others. Luna shook her head, confused. No idea. But if she's here, she must be the master's friend. Otherwise, Daichisi wouldn't have let her in. With that thought, the others fell silent. The main person was still unconscious, unaware of anything happening outside. After showing Guyen around a few places, Daichisi led her to the living room. Please rest here for a while. I'll prepare some food for you. Thank you for your trouble. Daichisi turned and went downstairs, returning with a fresh batch of grilled meat patties and black tea placed on the table. The aroma of the grilled meat patties instantly captured Guyen's taste buds. This flavor. What is it made with? I've never smelled anything like this in the outside world before. Guyu's heart filled with delight as she picked up the knife and fork, placing a piece of the grilled meat patty into her mouth. These patties are made with ghost wolf meat. Their flavor is more robust. If you like them, I'll give you the recipe and ingredients when you leave. Really? Yes, Miss Guyen. Daichisi's hospitality was impeccable, without a single flaw. Guyen found herself genuinely fond of this maid. A mischievous thought crossed her mind as she turned to look at Daichisi. Your name is Daichisi, correct? Would you be interested in serving as my maid? I'll offer you compensation even better than what Su-chen provides. Faced with Guyen's recruitment offer, Daichisi smiled. I'm sorry, Miss Guyen. In this lifetime, Daichisi will serve only Master Su-chen. I'm afraid I cannot fulfill your request. After speaking, she bowed slightly toward Guyen. Seeing Daichisi's resolute expression, Guyen sighed helplessly, muttering to herself, I wonder what tricks that Su-chen fellow used to charm this girl so completely. Very well. Since Su-chen hasn't regained consciousness, I'll take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality today. After seeing Guyen to the door, Daichisi closed the main gate once more. A beam of light appeared beneath her feet and in the blink of an eye, Guyen vanished. Once she was gone, Iria and the goblins hiding in the corner immediately emerged. Wow. Is she human too? She looks so beautiful. Yeah. Who would have thought humans evolved like this nowadays? We goblins aren't so bad either. Our master even enhanced and evolved our bodies. Our master is forever great. The goblins' eyes brimmed with gratitude, their joy palpable. Ilya emerged from the corner with a face twisted in fury, glaring at the door through gritted teeth. Where the hell did this woman come from? When did the master even meet this woman? We've never seen her before. Could he have been up to something outside? Seeing her panicked expression, even Luna, not the sharpest tool in the shed, came over and patted her head. Ilya, I think you should see a doctor soon. Something feels off in your head. She teased, pointing at Ilya's head before following Dakisi into the living room. Watching their retreating figures, Ilya stomped her foot in frustration. Hey! I'm just worried about our master and you guys. There are plenty of deceitful girls among our elf tribe. Who knows if our master might get tricked? Hey, hey, hey! Are either of you even listening to me? Hey! Ignoring Iria's clamor, Dakisi and Luna paid her no mind, leaving Iria pacing in frustration. Another day passed before Su-chen, who had been in a deep slumber, finally stirred. How long have I been asleep? At least my body doesn't feel so heavy anymore. Su-chen propped himself up and stretched lazily. Tilting his head, he spotted the entirely white little snake lifting its head to gaze at him. You little thing, have you been keeping me company this whole time? The snake shot him a proud, disdainful glance before curling back up beside his pillow. The expression amused Su-chen. Just messing with you. Come here. He gently tapped the snake's head with his finger, finally coaxing the creature into compliance. Go check on the shelter, see what state it's in. Chapter 97, Red Alert, Danger Approaches. As soon as he stepped outside, a chorus of laughter and cheerful chatter greeted him. This tree looks perfect planted here. Hey, and that warehouse, how did they build it like that? We need more space over here. We should make sure there's plenty of room to store things. Seeing the bustling scene outside, Su-chen was taken aback. He'd only slept for a day, and they'd already started building a warehouse? Master? You're awake. Luna had just taken the freshly washed clothes out to dry when she turned and saw Su-chen standing at the doorway. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. Feeling the stares from every direction, Su-chen's heart tightened. Before he could react, a swarm of goblins swarmed toward him, instantly surrounding him in the center. Master, you're finally awake. Master, we were so worried while you were unconscious. Thank goodness you're finally awake. Sir, look at all these things we've gathered. Do they meet your expectations? The goblins stared at Su-chen with sparkling eyes, bombarding him with questions one after another until his head nearly spun. Before Su-chen could answer, Ilya shoved all the goblins aside and pulled him out from the crowd. Master is still recovering and needs rest. Come see him again when he's feeling better. Su-chen raised his hand and patted Ilya's back. He hadn't realized that even while he slept, Ilya could take charge of the situation. I've seen everything you've done. There's no need to burden yourselves with such exhausting tasks. When there's a need for everyone's effort in the future, I'll count on your help. Upon hearing this, all the goblins immediately dropped to their knees with a thud. Rest assured, my lord. As long as we live, we will accomplish every task you assign us with excellence. That's right, sir. Just leave the work to us, you needn't worry about anything else. Their display of unwavering loyalty left Su-chen utterly dumbfounded. What had happened to cause such an intense reaction? Just then, Dakisi glided over with graceful steps. While you were unconscious, a young lady named Gu Yen came looking for you. Gu Yen? Did she mention why she was looking for me? Dakisi shook her head. No, I showed her around some less important areas. Everything else has been explained to her. She'll discuss it with you personally once you're awake. Su-chen felt uneasy looking at the large family gathered before him. Though he hadn't done anything wrong, some matters were best not revealed too soon. He was about to speak up, intending to lead Dakisi to a secluded spot before asking again. But Dakisi saw right through his thoughts. Master, rest assured. After Miss Gu Yen entered the sanctuary, I had Ilya hide the goblin tribe. Not even Iria and Luna were exposed. I only told her I was your maid, responsible for your daily rest and meals. Su-chen's heart sank at those words, already envisioning the interrogation awaiting him upon his return. Given Gu Yan's gossipy nature, she'd likely interrogate him about every detail of his family history going back 18 generations. You've done exceptionally well. It seems that even if I'm away on business, you can handle every matter with perfect order and efficiency. Dakisi, you've done an excellent job. Su-chen praised Dakisi openly, and even Ilya, seated behind him, nodded in agreement. Exactly, Dakisi. If I'd been in your shoes, I would have gone head-to-head with her already. Even Ilya couldn't pinpoint where this hostility came from. But something about Gu Yen just felt off around her. A physical nausea washed over her, accompanied by a faint tremor throughout her body. She couldn't recall ever feeling this way before. Could it be that this only happened the first time? Ilya, that woman is the master's guest. You mustn't provoke or harm her, or it will put the master in a difficult position. At Dakisi's words, Ilya instantly transformed into a little bunny, burying her head in Dakisi's embrace and nuzzling against her. I know. I was just joking. Besides, even if I did something, I wouldn't do it in the shelter. Ilya smirked slyly, already envisioning her own one-sided assault. So where did you choose? Su-chen asked calmly. Of course, in the woods far from the shelter. Why are you asking this? Her words trailed off abruptly as her mind caught up. She slowly turned to meet Su-chen's gaze. I didn't expect you to be so bold, even suggesting the woods. Su-chen reached out and grabbed Iria's ear, though he didn't pull hard. Hey, master. I was just teasing you. How could I possibly harm your guest? You know that, right?
Though he didn't pull hard, having her ear tugged in front of so many eyes made Ilya inwardly grumble.
What exactly was that guy's relationship with Master? Why was Master defending him like this? Enough. That man is my guardian from the outside world just like you and Dakisi.
Ilya froze.
Like us? Could it be that your world is also full of danger, Master?
The sudden question caught Su-chan off guard for a few seconds before he nodded.
Yes. There are other players in this world. Conflicts arise between players from different nations.
The others caught the gist of his words and grasped the stakes involved. Just as Su-chen was about to elaborate further, a cold, mechanical voice echoed through the shelter.
Warning! Monsters will approach tonight. All players, please prepare defenses. Defense? Su-chen furrowed his brow. This was the first time he'd heard of defense. Could it be that another earth-shattering monster was coming?
He recalled those creatures he'd encountered earlier. They were practically the toughest bosses imaginable. He still hadn't found a way to take them down. Looks like he'd have to put in more effort from now on. Otherwise, once those things arrived, survival would become exceedingly difficult. What's going on, sir? The goblin chieftain looked around in utter confusion, and the other goblins shared the same bewildered expressions.
Su-chen addressed them. Though this isn't an island, it's equally fraught with danger.
Only shelters that survive the nightly monster attacks can continue to protect us.
Otherwise, they can no longer serve as our home. With that explanation, all the goblins finally understood.
So that was the situation. Then we must defend our home tonight. A thunderous chorus erupted within the shelter.
Seeing the goblins' resolve, Su-chen felt a surge of satisfaction.
He had only intended for them to lend a hand with farming, but unexpectedly, they were willing to risk their lives to defend the shelter.
Stay within the shelter for now.
You can participate in such matters later. Though you've gained strong physiques, you still lack in other areas. So leave this for later.
Tonight, just protect yourselves. Chapter 98, the top-ranked player is dead?
These words stirred the goblins' hearts.
Anyone else would have long since sacrificed them as cannon fodder.
Yet this human was actually letting them rest and keeping them out of the fight. Sir, you've been so kind to us, we truly don't know how to repay you.
Seeing them teary-eyed and sniffling, it seemed like they might burst into tears any second.
Alright, if you have any questions about the shelter, ask Dakisi and Yulia.
If you have any other questions, come find me.
After giving his instructions, Su-chen hurried toward the living room.
Leaving the noisy area behind instantly brought a sense of relief. Master, are you planning to visit Miss Guyen shortly? Dakisi brought over a cup of black tea and placed it before Su-chen.
Yes, that's right. Since she came looking for me, she must have something important to discuss.
But I'll be back tonight.
All players will be online tonight to guard the sanctuary.
Who knows what might happen this time?
The thought alone felt perilous.
Who knew if those creatures that had appeared before would show up again? The thought alone gave Su-chen a headache.
The day of the apocalypse was drawing near.
Who knows what unforeseen events might unfold in the days ahead?
Judging by his past life, the real world would undergo at least one major upheaval before the apocalypse struck. The only question was whether it would happen at the same time as before.
I'll be heading out now. If anything comes up at the shelter, I'll return.
With that, he vanished from the game and rose from his bed in reality. The moment Su-chen stepped outside, a gun pressed against his forehead.
Woke up so fast?
Thought you'd be sleeping for 3 days and nights straight.
Hearing the voice, Su-chen knew immediately who it was.
He sighed helplessly and grinned at the other person. Oh, Sister Guyen, I was just so exhausted. Besides, the doctor told me to rest well, so I slept in a bit.
Could it be that Sister Guyen missed me and wanted me to keep you company longer?
At Su-chen's words, Guyen's face twisted in disgust. You're getting more and more greasy with your words, kid. Keep this up and you'll end up sounding just like that Lu Long guy.
Did I just hear someone talking trash about me?
No sooner had Guyen finished speaking than Lu Long's voice echoed from behind her. Only the two of them had arrived. Li Tianba was absent, likely occupied elsewhere.
Brother Long's here. Where's Brother Li? Doesn't he love the commotion?
Su-chen peered past him toward the back, but Lu Long yanked him inside.
Guyen followed suit, stepping in from outside.
That guy Li's off dealing with tonight's demonic invasion. My sanctuary's on a sheer cliff, hard to attack.
I couldn't care less. But what about you? Why haven't you gone to handle this? Could it be you're overly confident about tonight's events?
Lu Long raised his eyes, his piercing gaze prompting Su-chen to grow wary.
What was going on? Was it his imagination? Why did Lu Long feel different now compared to before?
I'm just asking because you're someone our higher-ups are keeping a close eye on.
Facing Lu Long's words, Su-chen took a sip of water. I'm not that confident, but there's nothing I can do about it now.
I'm still far from having everything I need for the upgrade. So instead of stressing myself out, I might as well relax a bit, especially since I'm starving right now. No sooner had he finished speaking than his stomach growled loudly.
Guyen suddenly leaned in. Didn't your little maid at the shelter make you anything to eat? Her grilled meat patties are absolutely divine. She even gave me the recipe and ingredients. You lucky bastard. To have such a beauty in your shelter. I asked her to come with me, but she refused. What a waste. Gu Yan grew increasingly regretful as she spoke. When she looked up at Su Chen again, the murderous intent in her eyes seemed ready to tear him limb from limb. Seeing her like this startled Su Chen. Was it really that exaggerated? Now he felt like he'd become a villain for the ages. Ahem, Sister Gu Yan, it's all about fate. Just wait patiently, and your destiny will come. Gu Yan shot him a withering glare. Better hope so. Otherwise, I'll take you out and snatch your little maid for myself. Lu Long chimed in from the side. Ooh, that's a brilliant idea. What were these two thinking? How could they even agree on something like this? Alright, back to business. Remember that top-ranked American who challenged you to a duel earlier? Su Chen nodded. Yeah, that guy. He was pretty cocky and always showing off. What's up? Did he fail to find me and chase me back to China? Lu Long's expression suddenly turned grave. He's dead. Hearing this, Su Chen froze, utterly unprepared for such news. Dead? But he had a six-winged angel as his attendant. How could he have died? Even Su Chen hadn't anticipated this guy's demise. He clearly remembered how the fellow had stolen the spotlight when the apocalypse first struck. How could he be gone before the apocalypse even arrived? They've kept this incident very secretive. We know very little about the specifics. But we can confirm he likely encountered formidable foes while gathering materials outside. Even with his six-winged angels, he wasn't a match for them. His name has been removed from the rankings. We don't even know the player's status. The entire international community is monitoring this incident. Tough opponents? Su Chen frowned deeply. Logically speaking, possessing a six-winged angel should have made a silent death impossible. Unless the opponent was vastly stronger than him, or if the player died and his minions failed to escape in time. A thought struck him instantly. He lifted his gaze and spoke in a grave tone. Has the six-winged angel been corrupted by darkness? Surprise flashed in Lu Long's eyes before he nodded. Yes. After the player died, the six-winged angel was immediately corrupted. That's how we came to see the darkened form of the six-winged angel. She currently appears at night. While her exact location is unpredictable, her target is confirmed to be the sanctuary. Many players are now in a state of panic, fearing they might be the next to die. Though the truth of the apocalypse remains uncertain, no one wants to expose themselves to danger. What kind of entity could corrupt a six-winged angel with such effortless ease? While no players in Great Xia have been targeted yet, at this rate of corruption, it's only a matter of time before it reaches us. Has the United States made any moves? At this mention, Gu Yan snorted in disdain. What good would they be with that attitude? They created this mess, and now they're dumping it on the international community. Come nightfall, the six-winged angels will launch indiscriminate attacks. By then, countless lives will be lost. Keeping this creature around was indeed problematic, but with no clue where it was hiding, tracking her down was a hassle in itself. Chapter 99, Turmoil outside the gate, the demon ants emerge. So what's the national plan now? No signs of movement yet. After all, the apocalypse hasn't been confirmed. The international response was exactly what Su Chen had anticipated. It had been the same attitude in his previous life. No one ever took the apocalypse seriously until it actually arrived, and then everyone panicked. Su Chen had already informed the higher-ups in Great Xia. Even if they didn't know the truth, they would treat this as a future event to prepare for. We need to get that player to come forward and clarify the situation. Without any information from them, we'll be at a disadvantage. Su Chen's gaze darkened as he silently calculated the other party's true intentions. Why specifically target the top-ranked player? Could it really be just a coincidence? If so, this guy was incredibly unlucky. Old Song and the others have already gone to inquire, but there's no news yet. I'll inform you as soon as we receive updates. Su Chen nodded in agreement. International relations were delicate, and since the game's arrival, suspicion had grown between many nations. Mutual assistance still existed, though, depending entirely on the mindset of those in power. Su Chen, if you have any issues, speak up and let us handle them. You just focus on upgrading the shelter level. No need to worry about that. I'll keep upgrading it. Otherwise, the current shelter level won't be able to withstand high-level monsters. Gu Yan suddenly remembered something and turned to look at him. By the way, the international bounty on your head has been lifted. No one will attempt to assassinate you anymore. So starting tonight, I won't be here anymore. But for your safety, I've arranged for a few bodyguards. Just relax. Don't get so worked up over everything. Su Chen raised an eyebrow at her words. He'd thought those guys from the United States were something special, but now he saw they weren't all that. They'd tried to take him out multiple times but failed to finish him off. Instead, they'd been ambushed on their own turf. Their boss dying on their own turf? That was laughable. Alright, I got it. I can take care of myself. You guys go back and rest.
After chatting with them, Su Chen grabbed a bite to eat outside before returning to the shelter. He stood on the lookout tower, examining the turret before him. The firepower's improved, but I still feel like we're short on numbers. Next upgrade, I'll make sure to emphasize increasing the quantity. Suddenly struck by an idea, Su Chen clapped his hands and grinned. If we could sneak some poison into them, taking out the enemy would be a piece of cake. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. Once there were enough coronas, he'd proceed with the upgrade. Upgrade. Turret upgraded. Upgrade successful. Multi-shot blossom turret activated. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly and muttered under his breath. What kind of turret is this? Never heard of it. Could this thing actually be more powerful than the previous one? He raised his hand to his chin, pondering it for a while but failing to discern any ingenuity in the contraption. Looks like nothing more than a lump of iron to me. And this thing had just gobbled up 2,000 stone coins. As Su Chen circled the cannon, a flock of long-feathered vultures soared overhead. Just as he spotted the rabbits diving toward the ground, the cannon roared to life. The cannon instantly fired a single projectile, which split into multiple fragments in the blink of an eye. The dispersed attack struck each vulture with pinpoint accuracy. Headshots galore, dead on. The vultures farther away froze in terror, flapping their wings to flee. But the shells seemed to have eyes, relentlessly pursuing them. With a wet thud, the vulture's head was severed from its body. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. This thing was far more effective than the previous model. The previous turret was decent, but clearly no match for this new one. With this thing, the shelter's security will be taken to the next level. Before he could savor the moment, Ilya's urgent voice called up from below. Master! Master! Hearing the call, Su Chen descended from above to find Ilya panting heavily before him. What's wrong? Has something happened? Seeing her state, it was clear something had occurred. Ilya nodded repeatedly. Strange footprints have appeared in the northwest, a group of them. We just don't know what kind of demonic creatures they belong to yet. Su Chen frowned slightly. How could there be a group of demon footprints at this time? Could it be that some demons had arrived ahead of schedule? Take me to see them. All right. The two headed toward the northwest, a location outside the shelter's perimeter. Their destination was a small river where they could see footprints scattered around, but they were unusually neat. The footprints were deeper than those of ordinary monsters, suggesting they might have been carrying something. What is it, Master? Did you find something? This creature must be something special. Normally, monsters are more likely to appear at night and less so during the day. Yet these creatures dared to appear in broad daylight. I wonder what they could be. Su Chen stared intently at the ground. Though the steps were clearly uniform, he couldn't make out what had left them, as if the footprints had been deliberately shaped this way. Could it be that this one has developed intelligence too? The thought alone gave Su Chen a headache. Intelligent monsters were truly troublesome. What should we do now? Should we head back or stay here? Ilya scanned the surroundings, finding nothing unusual. No sounds of movement reached their ears. It seemed the intruders had long since departed. Let's head back first. Staying here won't yield any more information, and we've got a tough fight ahead tonight. A mission that triggered the system's warning was undoubtedly hell-tier difficulty. The question was whether they could survive the night. Night fell as expected. The gloomy night was lit only by moonlight filtered through dark clouds. The quiet night was suddenly shattered by a wolf's howl. What was that sound? That sounds like a wolf. What? Could wolves be approaching our shelter? That would make our current position extremely dangerous. The goblins instantly panicked, about to rush out of the room to investigate, but were stopped by the clan chief. Stay put. We can't cause trouble for our master at a time like this. We're not a powerful race to begin with. Rushing out would only cause trouble for our master. Everyone stay in bed and sleep tight, no more fussing around. Did you all hear that? Get back inside immediately. The chieftain barked orders from the doorway, and the goblins who had been about to leave could only return with a sigh. I wanted to see our master's heroic might. Yeah. Lord Su Chen is so handsome, he'll look absolutely stunning when he fights those monsters. A group of goblins gushed with hearts in their eyes, but the chieftain stepped forward and slapped two of them across the face. Go to sleep immediately. If the sky falls, our master will hold it up. We just need to do our jobs. Go to sleep immediately, do you hear me? Boom! Chapter 100, The Sole Overlord of Heaven and Earth. A thunderous roar split the sky. The flash of light revealed what lay hidden in the forest before Su Chen. Ants? Luna followed behind Su Chen, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could it be this thing? The sight of them instantly reminded Luna of the painful lessons she'd learned as a child about ants. Su Chen glanced over and nearly jumped at the sight of their size. These things are ants? They're not red pandas? Seeing their size, Su Chen looked at them in disbelief, then glanced back at himself. The ant in front of him reached at least to his calf. Thankfully, there was only one monster, otherwise, there would be more behind it. Master, this is a mind-devouring ant. The gas it releases can cloud one's mind. It disrupts the target's mind, making them attack themselves, a mind-controlling monster.
But these things have a powerful bite. To kill them, you have to target their heads. Luna's eyes widened in horror as her legs trembled.
Despite her knowledge, her fear of these creatures far exceeded her expectations.
Bite force? You mean their teeth? These things don't seem to operate individually, do they? Before Luna could speak, a rhythmic sound echoed from the doorway. Clackety-clack. The footsteps were steady and powerful, clearly not ordinary foes. Su Chen thrust his spear forward, jabbing it toward the heart-devouring ant's head. Clang! The spearhead snapped clean off against the heart-devouring ant's skull. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes flashed with frustration at the material's weakness. Why did this spearhead snap? It never broke when I used it before. How am I supposed to fight with my weapon broken in two? Su Chen glanced helplessly at his palm. With a flick of his wrist, a spear reappeared in his hand. Could it be that this thing's head is that hard? Furrowing his brow, Su Chen struck the head again, but still couldn't break through. What the hell? What is this heart-devouring ant's armor made of? I can't pierce it easily. Luna shook her head. It won't work, Master. Though your abilities are formidable, we must kill the heart-devouring ant's leader first to deal with these minions. After hearing this, Su Chen's thoughts became crystal clear. You mentioned their leader? Is it here? Su Chen searched the area but couldn't find the leader she mentioned. Luna pointed toward the pitch-black road not far away. Master, the one you seek is over there. You must be extremely careful. It hasn't shed its skin yet, and we're going to provoke it at this moment. The night was filled with numerous cries, and sounds of something scurrying across the ground came from all directions simultaneously. Humans, huh? Interesting. A slow, creaking sound approached from nearby. Seeing it approach, Luna quickly darted behind Su Chen. This one is exceptionally powerful. Judging by its appearance, it must be the Ant King, a monstrous creature of the insect realm, deeply wounded. So if we want to avoid him, we should find a spot to rest first. He's not targeting us anyway, so let him be. The Ant King was carried from head to toe by others, yet his entire body shimmered with gleaming armor. If we could get our hands on all this stuff, we wouldn't need to rely on them anymore. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings. Only the Ant King stood directly ahead. Theoretically, they could crush it beneath their feet. Dekisi, Luna. Yes, Master. Yes. Luna manipulated vines to rise from the ground, lashing out fiercely at the Ant Queen. Yet before they could make contact, the amniotic fluid vanished. Su Chen stared at the head across from him with a worried expression. This guy didn't look like someone to mess with. Human, did I give you permission to build here? This place belonged to me before, and I won't give up this opportunity to you now. He rattled off a bunch of nonsense. Su Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. For someone with this level of intelligence to even get this far is nothing short of defying the heavens. Su Chen stared at the Ant King with a look of utter contempt, his words cutting like a knife. Hey, you idiot, what are you comparing? You wanted to attack the enemy's sanctuary, didn't you? Since you're so confident, come see how you handle it. Su Chen crossed his arms, not giving the Ant King a second glance. Though the ants and winged insects barely noticed, it was just the slightest change. Master, don't be soft-hearted. Kill him. Dekisi appeared beside him without warning, her presence only revealed by the sound of footsteps behind him. Su Chen's resolve strengthened upon hearing Dekisi's words. Hey, got the guts to come in and try? Su Chen raised an eyebrow defiantly. The other party had a volatile temperament, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Do you humans really think I'd be afraid of you? This time, you will die. The Ant King raised a hand and spoke a single phrase toward the direction of the shelter. All the ants went mad, scrambling frantically toward the gate. The goblin chieftain watched their battle ahead with trepidation, his heart pounding in his throat. The ants were enormous, each one as long as a cannonball. SSSSHHH. The rustling sounds of ants surged in from all directions, sending a sudden chill through Su Chen's entire body. Falling into the ant nest would surely mean being devoured without a trace. Master, leave these minions to us. That ant queen is extremely dangerous, you must be careful. Dicey whispered, then headed straight for the entrance. But before she reached the entrance, deafening booms erupted from the lookout tower. Turning his head, Su Chen saw multiple shells firing in unison toward the front gate. Boom! 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 In an instant, every shell struck its target, drenching the ground in blood. Even the corpses of the demon ants were pulverized into a bloody pulp, creating a truly spectacular scene. The goblin chieftain and his people were stunned by the sight. Is this even human? Could this monstrosity have been created by that man? Just as he was lost in awe, a crowd of little heads gathered around from the sides. Wow! Lord Su Chen is so awesome. Just building a cannon turret and he can wipe out a whole bunch of minions in an instant. So impressive. Lord Su Chen truly lives up to his name. Ouch. A group of goblins got slammed by the clan chief. You lot aren't sleeping in the middle of the night? Didn't I tell you to stay hidden at night? The young goblins nodded repeatedly, their eyes sparkling with awe. The massive assault left the Ant King's troops stripped bare, even stunning him into silence. What kind of attack was this? How could it wipe out all his magic ants? Hey, you! Still got the guts to come up and challenge me? I bet you chickened out after seeing my master. After all, he's the one and only strongest being in all creation. Hearing this praise, Su Chen's cheeks flushed red. Whether he truly was the strongest or not, those words sure sounded good. Keep talking, I love hearing it. Ilya chuckled, then turned her gaze toward the demon ant. Hey, you! Why aren't you moving? Chapter 101, Crisis. The demon ant core moves out. The demon ant core was instantly decimated by more than half. The Ant King's eyes were dark and sinister, his deep green gaze fixed intently on Su Chen, as if surveying prey already secured within its grasp. It stood motionless, an eerie sight no matter how one looked at it. Master, this fellow hasn't made a move. Could it be that he's afraid and dares not approach? Su Chen shook his head, his gaze sweeping behind the Ant King. The faint rustling sound still reached his ears. It must still have something up its sleeve. Better safe than sorry. If the enemy doesn't move, neither do I. Let's see what else it has up its sleeve. Just then, the world chat suddenly grew active. Su Chen opened it to find nothing but cries for help. Help! A horde of ants as big as oxen has arrived. Their attacks are insane, my sanctuary can't hold them off. Me too. Where did these ants even come from? They've taken control of my magic pets. I've killed a bunch, but there's still more. I can't kill them all. To catch the thief, catch the king. They must have an ant queen, but we have no clue where she is. We can't let a bunch of ants kill us tonight, for heaven's sake. The cries for help were overwhelming, all related to the magic ants. Su Chen shifted his gaze back to the Ant King. No wonder the bastard hadn't made a move. It had been scattering all its magic ants. You're a clever one, kid. But allowing the Ant King to freely destroy other shelters was also a problem. With more wandering players arriving and no shelters to take them in, the higher-ups would inevitably become extremely concerned about this situation. Open the gate. Su Chen spoke calmly, causing those around him to freeze in surprise. Dakisi furrowed her brows and repeated the question. Master, what did you say? Open the door. This guy deliberately waited for me to come out. He's waiting for me outside. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Master, the attack power of the guy across from you is unclear. Going out now isn't the best decision. Su Chen understood this perfectly well, but he could not tolerate the Ant King manipulating his demon ants to destroy the Great Xia's sanctuary. I know what I'm doing. You just keep an eye on the magic ants around us. Seeing the unwavering resolve in Su Chen's eyes, it was clear his mind was made up. Dicey pressed her lips tightly together and could only respond. Yes. Squeak. The moment the gate swung open, every demon ant lurking in the shadows poured out like a swarm. A dense swarm of black ants surged forward like a tidal wave. Dakisi raised her wand and unleashed a barrage upon the swarm, filling the sky with fireballs and projectiles. Ilya aimed her bow at the Ant Queen. The moment it stirred, her first arrow would pierce its body. Boom! The cannonball struck the swarm, instantly causing massive casualties. The sheer power of the blast even startled Su Chen. Indeed, upgraded items proved far more effective. Su Chen kept his eyes fixed intently on the Ant King. You've been trying to lure me out from the start, haven't you? Now that I'm here, why are you hesitating? Su Chen flashed a taunting grin, mockingly teasing the creature while keeping a watchful eye on its surroundings, alert for any hidden tricks. At that very moment, the enemy moved. Humans are the scum of the world. You deserve to be eradicated. The Ant King had been silent for a long time before suddenly blurting out the sentence, leaving Su Chen momentarily stunned. Talking about us? Aren't you the scum of the scum? This planet is polluted and ruined because of your existence. Now you dare twist the truth. Wasting breath on this creature was sheer folly. Su Chen flipped his hand and a spear materialized in his grasp. He hurled it viciously at the Ant King. Can't touch it? The spear struck as if hitting an invisible wall, suddenly bouncing off and landing on the ground. Seeing this, Su Chen's expression darkened. Just as he suspected. The fact that it could stand here so securely meant it had a backup plan. He just hadn't figured out its abilities yet. Monster, Demon Ant Queen. Level, high-grade monster. Skills, unknown. Danger level, high. Unknown. The creature is covered in armor from head to toe, but it wasn't the armor that deflected the attack just now. It must possess skills beyond my comprehension. Ha! Such feeble strength from mere humans. To think you could survive before this lord, utterly delusional. The Ant King sneered savagely, his feet pushing off the ground as he launched toward Su Chen with blinding speed. Its speed was too swift for Su Chen to react, and a sharp claw struck out suddenly. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the sky, crackling with lightning as it shot toward the Ant King. The opponent reacted swiftly, retreating several meters. The arrow that should have pierced his heart only grazed his arm. Master! Are you all right? Ilya flapped her wings and hurried to Su Chen's side, the events of moments ago still vivid in her mind. Had her arrow been even a fraction slower, the figure before them might now be nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Su Chen shook his head. I'm fine. Minor issue. After all, even if he died, he could be resurrected infinitely. What was there to worry about life and death? He had a whole stash of resurrection potions. Warning. Resurrection potion can only be used once per day. Exceeding this limit will result in loss of resurrection attempts. Buzz. Su Chen felt like the sky had fallen when he heard the system alert in his mind. He'd been counting on this skill for infinite revives, figuring he could do whatever he wanted without consequence. Now look at this. They're taking it away. Master? Are you okay? I've been calling you repeatedly. Ilya stared at Su Chen with extreme concern, terrified he might suffer even the slightest mishap. After regaining his composure, he shook his head. I'm fine. Su Chen replied indifferently, fixing his gaze on the Ant King. The opponent couldn't possibly rely solely on physical attacks. His martial arts didn't feel flawless, instead, they were riddled with openings. What the hell was this guy's true nature? Oof. So you managed to survive my last attack by sheer luck. But I don't believe your luck will hold for the next attack. As he spoke, he pinched a black sphere between his fingers. The thing resembled a black hole, its mere appearance enough to send a chill down one's spine. Vanish! The Ant King roared, hurling the black orb directly at Su Chen and his companion. Before Ilya could react, Su Chen yanked her into his arms, narrowly evading the attack. The tree struck by the sphere lost half its trunk without a trace of scorching, as if it had vanished into thin air. Seeing this reaction, Su Chen instantly realized this thing was no different from a black hole. The black hole had completely obliterated the enemy's body and transported it elsewhere. Had it failed to fully transmit the entire body, what remained now would likely be nothing but a corpse. What is this thing? How terrifying! Ilya stared in disbelief at the towering tree, half its trunk gone. If that black sphere had struck Su Chen instead. Ilya dared not dwell on the thought. Her gaze hardened as she fixed it on the Ant King, gathering magic energy in her palm. This arrow will pierce your skull. Let you learn the price of angering me. The Ant King crossed his arms dismissively, his voice dripping with provocation. That's assuming you can even hit me. Chapter 102, Impossible to attack, situation turns against them. His arrogant words echoed in everyone's ears. The guy infuriated Ilya so much she could practically grind her teeth, wishing she could rip his head off right now and pickle it in alcohol. Bold words indeed. Ilya steadied herself, aiming squarely at the Ant King. This strike, she was determined to land. Whoosh! The arrow left her hand, thunder rumbling through the air as it plunged downward like a bolt of lightning. Despite the double damage, the Ant King remained firmly rooted to the spot. Neither the arrow nor the thunderbolt had managed to scratch him. Ilya stared at the scene before her in disbelief. Impossible. This shouldn't be happening. Under any other circumstances, this arrow would have pierced his heart. Yet this creature had evaded her attacks twice. This was no ordinary monster. What was its origin? Still want to take me on? Nice courage, but you lack the strength. The Ant King sneered, showing no regard for Ilya. This remark enraged Ilya completely. She drew her bow and aimed it squarely at the Ant King. Is that so? You will die by my arrow. She drew back the bowstring, released it, and fired 3 arrows in rapid succession. The arrow struck the Ant King like thunder, yet just like before, they inflicted not a single scratch. The sight before her stunned Ilya. What was this creature's origin? Even this couldn't scratch him. Confusion filled Ilya's mind as she stared intently at the Ant King, searching for a weakness, but found nothing. The Ant King spread his arms wide and roared with laughter, his words dripping with scorn. Ha 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 ha. Is this the best the elven race has to offer? Your strength is nothing to write home about. You'd be better off returning to your tribe. Besides, this human doesn't seem particularly powerful either. Hearing its mockery of Su Chen, Ilya's anger flared. She drew her bow, ready to launch another attack at the Ant King. Ilya, stand down. Su Chen grabbed Ilya's wrist, startling her. Master, what are you doing? I'll cut this creature's head off today. You're no match for him, at least not while his protective shield remains active. Su Chen's words jolted Ilya back to her senses. Ever since earlier, this guy seemed to know in advance that her attacks were useless against him. Even truly formidable opponents would make moves to block and probe for weaknesses, but this guy hadn't done any of that. This was starting to look very suspicious. Master, with his protective shield active, it's difficult for us to counterattack. Not to mention, he possesses that skill to transfer things away. Ilya looked at Su Chen with concern, stepping forward to shield in behind her. However, Su Chen reached out and pulled her behind him. Master? You retreat first. Leave this to me. What? No way. This guy's attacks are unpredictable. I can't leave you here alone. Before she could reply, Su Chen turned and gave Luna a look. A vine adorned with roses emerged from Ilya's waist, wrapping around her waist and flinging her backward. The force sent Ilya soaring into the air. It carried her into the shelter, leaving only Su Chen, the swarm of magic ants, and the Ant King outside. The Ant King stood with arms crossed, utterly dismissive of Su Chen. Heh, human. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot defeat me.
Su Chen chuckled softly at the words.
Is that so?
You're merely a newborn emerged from your shell.
How can you be so certain of victory?
The Ant King's face, just moments ago brimming with arrogance, froze instantly. His eyes narrowed with suspicion as he stared at Su Chen.
How do you know?
His words trailed off abruptly. He'd fallen into the trap himself by speaking his thoughts aloud.
What if this guy was bluffing? That would be disastrous.
Observing the Ant King's expression, Su Chen had already pieced together most of the puzzle.
The trail of footprints he'd seen earlier today must have been left by this creature.
It was just bad luck for Su Chen that the Ant King happened to be born nearby.
Poof. Either way, human, you're finished. Meeting us means you're nothing but a meal to be devoured. Devour him.
In an instant, all the demon ants swarmed toward him.
Su Chen stood utterly still while the turret's assault rained down like meteors.
With pinpoint accuracy, it crushed the demon ants, leaving the battlefield littered with their corpses in an instant. The Ant King's brow furrowed as he coiled the black orb within his grasp, a sneer curling his lips.
Do you really think you can dodge? Even if you manage to kill my demon ant soldiers, it doesn't mean you can evade every single one of my attacks. Die! The Ant King roared, releasing the black orb from his grasp. Master, be careful! Ilya shouted from behind. Su Chen darted forward, keeping the Ant King's every move in his peripheral vision.
The fact that he hadn't continuously launched black spheres indicated this ability had specific conditions for activation, otherwise, they would have been raining down relentlessly. The sphere struck the shelter but failed to obliterate it. Witnessing this, the Ant King froze in surprise.
What's going on? How could it fail to destroy your lair? What the hell is this thing?
If it were anything else, it would have vanished without a trace by now.
But that strike just now didn't make it vanish. Something's not right. Su Chen turned back, utterly surprised by this turn of events.
He'd assumed the shelter would meet the same fate as the tree.
Seeing it standing unscathed, Su Chen's worries eased. Since you can't harm my sanctuary, isn't it time for me to strike you?
At these words, the Ant King suddenly burst into laughter.
You want to kill me? How exactly do you plan to do that?
You can't even breach my protective shield.
What method do you have? Anything capable of killing me would have been sent into the void long ago.
Even if you could obtain it, it would be nothing more than a broken blade.
A piece of scrap iron. And you can't even enter the void. Kill me? That's nothing but a pipe dream.
After hearing his rant, Su Chen could roughly guess that there was indeed something capable of shattering his protective shield. But that thing had already been hurled into the void by his black hole ability.
He raised an eyebrow, his tone light. Oh, that's it? That shouldn't be too hard.
The Ant King thought the man had been driven mad by provocation.
You think you'll survive entering a black hole? Once you're in, there's no coming out. Typical lowly humans, such fools, not even knowing what the void is. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Su Chen kept his eyes fixed on the Ant King's hand. According to his plan, this black hole was definitely going in.
And it had to be a maximum impact entry, otherwise, he'd end up with broken limbs. He sneered contemptuously, turning his gaze toward the other. If you're so confident, come over here now and try it.
Let's see who wins. Seeing Su Chen's brazen expression, the Ant King's temper flared. Die.
He conjured a black orb in his hand and hurled it directly at Su Chen.
Su Chen stood rooted to the spot, showing no intention of dodging. The sight sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Master, dodge.
Chapter 103, The Rusted Demon Blade, 10 Consecutive Refreshes.
Ilya shouted.
Yet Su Chen remained unmoved. As the black sphere neared his body, he suddenly lowered himself, lunging forward with a long stride. He stepped right through it, vanishing entirely from sight. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Even the usually composed Dekisi showed signs of panic, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. She never imagined Su Chen would vanish like that.
All that talk, and I still killed him? Thought you had some clever trick up your sleeve?
Looks like you're just a worthless piece of trash after all.
The Ant King's mocking laughter echoed as he lifted his foot and strode forward.
Just as he was about to approach the shelter, a force repelled him, keeping him at bay. He froze for a moment, furrowing his brow as he reached forward. The same effect as before, it still bounced him back. The turret's weapons had exhausted their ammunition. It would need to recharge its mana before the next attack. Daisy, wand in hand, stared at the Ant King. Sensing her fury, he stood before the door, taunting her.
Are you his subordinate? Then you must be eager to fight me. Open the door and kill me.
The Ant King's words echoed around Dekisi like a spell, repeating over and over. Just as she was about to step forward, Ilya suddenly dashed past her, drawing her bow to strike at the Ant King.
Ilya! Sensing danger, Dekisi yanked Ilya back.
The door, which had begun to open, slammed shut once more.
What are you doing?
I'm going to avenge my master. He destroyed my master, and I'm going to take revenge. Ilya's eyes blazed red with fury, her desire to tear the Ant King limb from limb nearly overwhelming her. Seeing her intense agitation, the Ant King sneered. Your so-called master was nothing but a hollow shell.
What good was his sanctuary?
I still crushed him. I thought he'd be something special, but it seems he was nothing special after all. Ilya's fury boiled over as she struggled to break free from Dakisi's grip. Luna! Luna suppressed the pain in her heart and immediately shot out vines to tightly bind Irya's body. What are you doing, Dakisi? You didn't dare avenge our master, but I will. Get out of my way, coward. Smack! A resounding slap struck Ilya's face, instantly silencing her raucous outburst. Enough! Our master is gone, and everyone in the shelter is grieving. But before he left, he told us to stay put and wait for him. The shelter hasn't vanished. What are you doing? After Dakisi's careful explanation, Ilya finally calmed down a little. Kneeling on the ground, Ilya felt a hollow ache in her heart. I understand. I just can't accept that this beast could do such a thing. Yet all her attacks were blocked, not a single arrow penetrated. A wave of overwhelming frustration and guilt washed over Ilya. Dakisi turned to face the Ant King, who was still gloating. Rest assured, Master will return. He absolutely will. Dakisi held this conviction deep within her heart. He had told them to wait, so he would definitely return. Within the void, Suchen deliberately chose an extremely difficult maneuver to avoid losing limbs. Ouch, my back. Couldn't that jerk make a bigger black hole? What's with making it so tiny? Who's supposed to use that thing? Just thinking about it makes me furious. That guy really deserves a good scolding. He claimed the thing that could break his protective barrier was inside. Suchen looked up to see nothing but a jumble of junk. What on earth was this stuff? He walked forward, finding nothing useful. Thankfully, there wasn't much inside, otherwise, just searching through it all would take forever. This guy managed to haul in all this junk right after he was born. He reached out, swiping at the floating objects in midair, separating them all. Suddenly, a glint caught his eye. Suchen hurried over and found a rust-covered demonic blade hovering before him. Could this be it? Suchen muttered to himself as he reached out to touch the rusted blade. Information about it appeared beside him. Item, Demon Blade. Purpose, can sever the barriers of all demonic creatures in the world. Currently severely rusted and unusable, refreshable. The final line about it being rusted and unusable left Suchen speechless. Had this thing always been like this? Just left out in the open to rust away? But that question quickly faded from Suchen's mind. For now, he'd just take this thing. Congratulations on obtaining a rusty demon blade. Refresh. Refresh, refresh, refresh. After 10 consecutive refreshes, he refused to believe he couldn't get a good stat. Item, Demon Blade can cleave through all barriers of demonic creatures. Low-level demons can be slain effortlessly. Simultaneously converts the host's absorbed demonic energy into attack power. Suchen chuckled and promptly stowed the item in his storage ring. With this, it'll be a piece of cake. He flipped his hand, and a dagger appeared in his palm. Glancing around, he sighed helplessly. No one around to help. Looks like I'll have to do this myself. With that, he raised his hand and slashed his own throat. Blood gushed out instantly. Once all signs of life vanished, darkness engulfed Suchen, leaving only an interface before him. Choose revival option. Respawn location 1, current location 2. Sanctuary. A sinister smile spread across Suchen's face as he stared at the options. Fighting that foolish ant was child's play. 2. At that very moment, a series of loud noises echoed from the entrance of the shelter. Since he couldn't make the door vanish, he chose to forcefully disrupt it instead. The Ant King cackled wildly. Ha! I refuse to believe I can't smash this open. Just wait for death. Wait for death. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a foot suddenly kicked out from in front of him, sending the Ant King flying several meters away. Suchen stood before the door, not a speck of dust on his clothes, gazing at him with disdain. Seems your black hole technique isn't all that impressive. Wasn't that just a breeze to get out? The moment he saw Suchen appear, the Ant King was utterly shocked. He never imagined anyone could enter from the front. You! How did you get out? My black hole couldn't possibly let anyone else in, it's completely impossible. How did you get out? Suchen made no attempt to hide it, drawing his dagger and tracing it along his own throat. I got out by killing myself, of course. Or did you come to rescue me? Seeing Suchen again stirred an uneasy feeling within the Ant King. It felt as though his throat had been seized in an iron grip, leaving him unable to escape. A suffocating sensation gripped his heart. What did you find in there? The Ant King's words made Suchen realize once more that this fellow must have guessed something. It made sense, after all he was the one who had thrown him in there. Did you scheme to let me in from the very beginning? Humans truly are the most cunning and treacherous creatures. Chapter 104, Ilya's Wrath. Suchen gave him a sidelong glance. Seems you're not as dumb as I thought. You actually figured that out. Too bad, though. Even if you did, you're about to vanish. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a razor-sharp demonic blade materialized in his hand. The moment the Ant King saw it, he stumbled back several meters, creating distance from Suchen. No matter how he had imagined it, he never expected Suchen to actually bring this thing out.
Who the hell are you? No ordinary person could possibly bring that thing out.
The Ant King had initially assumed no one else could retrieve the blade, which was why he'd used his black hole skill to seal it away. But now it stood before him, forcing him to question this human's origins.
Just an ordinary person, huh? But now you're finished. Su Chen's eyes flashed with intensity as he gripped the demonic blade and charged toward the Ant King. Empowered by the demon blade, Su Chen's momentum surged like a torrent.
Even the Ant King dared not engage him head-on, forced to retreat step by step under relentless assault.
The Ant King's gaze darkened as he schemed silently.
If this continued, he would only be beaten.
To turn the tide, he couldn't keep dodging forever, otherwise he would die.
He condensed a black orb from his palm and hurled it at Su Chen.
I refuse to believe you can emerge a second time.
The Ant King's body surged with black energy, his eyes turning pitch black as the killing intent erupted from him.
His aura now bore no resemblance to his earlier self.
Sensing danger, Su Chen swiftly pushed backward to create distance. It seemed this creature had been pushed to the brink. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unleashing his full power. Seeing his state, Su Chen sneered with disdain.
A fight to the death?
Too bad I haven't planned on dying just yet. Su Chen called out over his shoulder to Iria, whose cheeks still bore tear streaks.
Ilya, aim your arrows at him. Make sure you riddle him with holes.
Hearing this, Ilya swiftly wiped the tears from her eyes, rose from the ground, and gripped her bow firmly. With arrow in hand, Ilya stood atop the watchtower like a valkyrie, her arrow locked onto the Ant King.
How arrogant!
Her arrows couldn't scratch me. What a useless attack.
You're a pathetic master. Prepare to die.
Even with that demonic blade in your hands, without powerful demonic energy to fuel it, you'll never breach my protective barrier. The Ant King's body suddenly swelled to several times its original size, making Su Chen appear as insignificant as an ant before him.
A single raised foot could crush Su Chen effortlessly.
Gazing up at the Ant King towering over him, Su Chen showed no trace of panic.
I'd say it's you who's talking big. A glowing circle suddenly appeared beneath Su Chen's feet.
Though he had shown no magical energy fluctuations before, an immense surge of dark power now erupted around him. He slowly raised his gaze, magic blade in hand, fixing his stare upon the Ant King. The vast, overwhelming magic energy sent a chill through the Ant King's heart. How could this be? He had clearly detected no significant energy fluctuations emanating from this human just moments ago.
But where did this power come from? What was going on? A mere barrier? You think I can't cleave through it?
Ridiculous. No sooner had Su Chen spoken than he raised his blade high and brought it crashing down upon the towering Ant King before him.
In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to darken. Su Chen, sword in both hands, struck the barrier. Yet not a single crack appeared.
Seeing his barrier remain intact, the Ant King instantly grew smug.
Ha! So this is the extent of your power? I'm afraid it's rather unimpressive.
I thought you might have something special up your sleeve, but it seems you're nothing special after all.
Since you lack the ability, prepare to die.
The Ant King raised his hand, striking toward Su Chen. Suddenly, a cracking sound caught his attention.
What the hell? Bang!
A hairline crack appeared on the barrier, then spread outward like a cataclysmic rupture. In the blink of an eye, the entire barrier was covered in cracks.
Su Chen gritted his teeth and poured all his demonic energy into it. Crash! The entire barrier shattered into fragments. Master! Luna rushed forward, pulling Su Chen back from the battlefield.
The shattered barrier dissolved into specks of light and vanished into the air.
Kid, still think my arrows can't pierce you?
Ilya, having suppressed her rage for so long, channeled all her magical energy into the arrow, her eyes fixed solely on the Ant King's heart.
Whoosh! The long arrow tore through the air, thunder roaring instantly. Bolts of lightning followed the arrow, crashing down upon the Ant King's body. Boom!
The Ant King screamed in agony. Hearing his cries, Iria's mood lifted considerably.
Dare to underestimate the arrows of Ilya. This time, I'll take your life. Daisuke, fearing the enemy might have more tricks up their sleeve, immediately unleashed a barrage of fireballs. A torrent of flames engulfed the Ant King, scorching every inch of its body. Damned humans!
The Ant King writhed in agony beneath the thunderbolts and fireballs, yet somehow refused to die outright. Su Chen forced himself to stand despite his weakened state, gazing at the charred, blackened form of the Ant King before him. He clenched his hand, and a ball of flame appeared in his palm.
You dared to disrupt my domain, you should have been prepared to die.
With that, Su Chen hurled the flames toward the Ant King. The fireballs that had been scattering across its body ignited with overwhelming intensity under Su Chen's flame-enhanced blast. It engulfed the Ant King entirely. All that could be heard was its agonized screams, but its form vanished from sight. After burning for a while, the sound of its cries vanished completely. All the goblins who witnessed this scene stared wide-eyed in shock.
Our master is just too powerful. Yeah, I never imagined the master could be this powerful. Is he even human? He feels like a god to me. How could a human be this powerful? No matter what he is, I swear to follow him to the death, my lord. The goblin's eyes brimmed with profound reverence.
At that moment, Su Chen had already etched himself into their hearts.
Congratulations on defeating the Demon Ant Legion.
Congratulations on defeating the Ant King.
Rewards are being distributed. Acquired Medical Workshop Blueprint, obtained Golden Treasure Chest. Acquired Devour Skill, acquired Transformation Skill, Shelter level upgraded by 1. Suchen floated back inside, the system's voice echoing in his ears. Before his brain could process what any of this meant, darkness engulfed his vision and he fainted once more. This time, his mana reserves were utterly depleted. Who knew how long it would take to recover? Oh, Master. Ilya rushed over, cradling Suchen's body in her arms. The visible wounds on his body made her heart ache as she tightened her arms around him. If only I could have broken through his protective barrier, my master wouldn't have suffered so much. Guilt gnawed at her heart as she repeatedly stroked Suchen's sleeping cheek. Dekisi sighed softly from the side, bending down to force a smile as she ruffled Ilya's hair. What are you thinking about? No battle is without casualties. Besides, the master merely exhausted his mana and fell into slumber. He'll recover once he's rested sufficiently. Take him back to rest. Chapter 105, Global Shock: The Ant King Defeated? Only after Ilya led Suchen away did the melancholy in Dekisi's eyes become apparent. Luna had been observing Dekisi and Ilya since earlier, sensing something off about both of them. She edged closer, glancing around cautiously. Seeing no one nearby, she whispered. Dekisi, do you like the master? Dekisi's footsteps faltered. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes before she swiftly suppressed it. The master is a wonderful person. It's only natural to like him, he has his own charm. And it's not just me who likes him, everyone in the sanctuary probably does. She lowered her head, strands of hair falling to conceal her eyes, making her true feelings impossible to discern. Seeing her like this only solidified Luna's suspicions. It seems both you and Iria care deeply about the master. I get it, though. But if you like him, why not be more proactive? Hidden affection won't be discovered easily. After Luna finished speaking, she went to deal with the magic ant corpses at the door. Once she'd looted everything, she could proceed with the cleanup. After she left, Dekisi glanced back toward Suchen's room, but quickly averted her gaze after only a few seconds. Now, whenever she encountered monsters she couldn't resist, she couldn't even protect herself, let alone her master. In that case, wasn't she just a burden to others? Suchen was plunged back into darkness, sighing inwardly. He had hoped to avoid revealing his depleted magic energy, but now he had no choice. Gu Yan always contacted her whenever her magic energy depleted. Who knew? Even after the Ant King's death, she might still need to reach out. Meanwhile, at the High Command Center. What? The Ant King has been eliminated. Li Tianba stared in utter shock as his subordinate delivered the report, utterly unprepared for the Ant King's actual demise. He had assumed they'd drag it out until daylight for a chance to escape. Yet in that instant, as if sensing something, the magic ants abruptly retreated despite having launched a fierce assault moments before. Like a tide, they had arrived without warning and departed without a sound. Just as everyone stood bewildered, the system delivered another message. Ant King eliminated, Demon Ant Army withdrawn. All the players were filled with confusion. They were still fighting desperately against the Demon Ant Legion, yet their leader had already been defeated? Inside the high-level chamber, Lu Long rested his chin on his hands. Upon hearing the report, he inquired. Did it specify which nation's players killed him? Yes. It was us, Great Xia. At this news, all the high-ranking officials instantly lost their composure, exchanging bewildered glances. It was common knowledge that the Demon Ant Legion's corrosive power was no joke. Countless players had fallen tonight. But they were wiped out by players from Great Xia? Da Xia? Us? Who? The specific players weren't disclosed, only the international information of the player who killed the Ant King was reported. Hearing this, Elder Song's heart finally settled. As things stood, there was no one else but Su Chen. Gu Yan, Lu Long handle this matter. See if you can bring them back to join our plan. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan and Lu Long nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes. After they stepped out and got into the car, they exchanged a glance. Gu Yan chuckled softly, pointing at the location on the screen. Let's go. Who else could it be? But from what I can tell, he's probably asleep. Lu Long slipped on his dark sunglasses and rested his hands on the steering wheel. I agree with you, but we should still go check. Otherwise, those old farts will be grumbling about you. At the thought of that group chattering incessantly, Gu Yan hurriedly slammed the car door shut. When they arrived at Su Chen's doorstep, a young man was lurking suspiciously at the entrance, peering inside. Lu Long gave Gu Yan a look, and the two approached quietly. Is Su Chen dead to the world? He won't answer his phone or respond to my knocking. Ha! Just as he froze in confusion, a hand clamped down hard on the back of his neck while another covered his mouth, silencing him. Gao Zi, sensing something was wrong, tried to turn and see who it was, but a fist swung in, knocking him unconscious in an instant. He's out cold. Gu Yan said, walking to the door to open it. A force held it welded shut, making it impossible to open. She spread her hands helplessly. See? Just as I thought. This kid isn't getting away. He's probably drained of magic energy now. There's no way we can pull him out anytime soon. He glanced down at the unconscious figure on the ground and gave him a kick. Well, he's here now anyway. Let's take him back for a proper interrogation. Who knows, we might squeeze something else out of him. Lu Long agreed. Together, they hoisted the unconscious Gangzi into the vehicle and vanished without a trace. In the game, Su Chen rested for several full days before replenishing his depleted mana. That was a good, long sleep. Su Chen stretched lazily upon waking, but his hand brushed against something. He turned his head just in time to see Ilya asleep, curled up beside the bed. Why are you sleeping here? Have you been keeping watch all this time? Su Chen smiled helplessly, reaching out to lift her off the floor. He placed Ilya on the bed, tucked her in, and just as he was about to leave, his wrist was pulled by a firm grip. Master? Ilya rubbed her eyes and called softly. Opening them, she found Su Chen standing before her. Master, you're awake? Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? Or any pain? Su Chen shifted her body and shook her head. Nothing serious, just drained my magic energy, so I passed out. That's a minor issue. But are you sure there's nothing else wrong with you? Ilya shook her head vigorously like a rattle. I'm definitely fine. My master protected me very well. Don't worry about me. Master fainting in front of us caused quite a stir. You should go out and explore now. I'll tidy up around here. Seeing her so diligent, Su Chen was almost baffled. When did this girl become so capable? Could it be that Takeshi taught her? Ahem, I'll head out then. I just woke up and could use something to eat. After leaving the bedroom, Su Chen had barely descended the stairs when he spotted Takeshi bustling about in the kitchen preparing pastries. Takeshi, what delicious treats are you making? Hurry up and bring some up for me to try. At the sound of Su Chen's voice, Takeshi's body stiffened. She turned her head and slowly looked at Su Chen. After a moment of dazed silence, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Master, you're awake. Yeah, I did. I slept like a log caught up on all the sleep I'd missed. Now I'm starving. What's good to eat? Takeshi placed a tray of pastries before him. Master, please have some pastries first. We'll have dinner together tonight. All right. Suddenly, a clatter of hurried footsteps approached. Chapter 106, The Strange Girl, Tang Jinsha. Master. Luna ran over breathlessly, downing a glass of juice before catching her breath. Seeing her state, Su Chen frowned and looked her up and down. What happened? Where were you going? I just saw a human. One just like you. Su Chen froze. Were humans still appearing near his sanctuary? Then why had this person come searching for his shelter? Male or female? Did she say anything to you? Luna nodded wildly, downing another glass of juice. It was a girl. Pretty cute, actually. Looks like she came looking for berries and slime, but ended up here by accident. Neither of those things are rare items. How did she end up here while wandering around? If left unchecked, she might accidentally reveal the location of my sanctuary. Take me to her. Let's get her away from my shelter first. Wait, take these with you to eat. That little girl probably hasn't eaten anything either. Takeshi thoughtfully placed the pastries in a box and then handed it to Luna. Don't be greedy, Luna. We have plenty more at home. Just come back for more when you're hungry. Hee, Takeshi, you really see right through me. Now that the master's gone, let's hurry over. After leaving the shelter, Su Chen followed Luna's footsteps toward the northwest. Upon reaching the riverbank, they spotted a girl dressed in Lolita fashion waving a magic wand. Bubbles continuously rose from the wand. This little cutie looked every bit the adorable girl. How had she survived the perilous night of monster attacks? Move aside. Move aside. 3 water slimes bounced around the girl, deliberately rubbing against her feet. In the blink of an eye, her clothes were soaked through. The scene felt oddly unsettling. Freeze. Su Chen casually raised his hand and froze the water slimes solid on the spot. The slimes, which had been lively moments ago, now stood completely still, only blinking their eyes as they looked around. The girl sensed someone approaching and turned her head, locking eyes with Su Chen. Are you human too? She gripped her wand timidly, her words stumbling out in a stutter. Falling from above, she felt utterly out of place in this dangerous game world. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder how this creature had managed to survive at all. Ahem, yes, I'm a player too. What are you doing here alone? Even though those powerful monsters don't appear during the day, it's still pretty dangerous for you to be out here alone, right? The girl remained silent, her large, watery eyes fixed intently on Su Chen. As if she could stare a hole through him, leaving Su Chen utterly bewildered. He wondered inwardly, what's with this girl? Could there be something on my face? Su Chen turned to Luna, who shrugged helplessly, equally clueless. Seeing he wasn't responding to her, Luna pushed Luna forward. Little sister, is there anything we can help you with? It'll be dangerous to head back once it gets too dark. What do you need? More berries or slime essence? Hearing this, the girl timidly nodded. Well, those 2 things are pretty hard to find. Arumi and the others didn't want to help me look for them. So I came out on my own to look for them, but I never imagined these things would be so terrifying. Su Chen grew increasingly uneasy as he listened. Terrifying? He looked down at the slime he'd frozen solid. If there was anything in the game world that lacked offensive capability, it would have to be these creatures. Beyond being cute, their usefulness wasn't exactly obvious. He had no idea what this little girl needed them for. These 3 slimes should be enough, right? You still need berries, right? You and Luna wait here. I'll be back soon. Su Chen scanned the area, using his skills to search for items. Minerals were relatively easy to gather, but fruits and vegetables proved trickier. Fortunately, the surrounding resources were plentiful, so it wasn't too difficult. This is strange. I never noticed a little girl around the shelter before. Could she have gotten lost and ended up here? That was certainly a possibility. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Ah, never mind. Overthinking it won't help. Best to just take her back first. After climbing back and forth through the trees, he finally filled a basket with berries more than enough to take back. When Su Chen returned, Luna was happily eating with the girl. Let me tell you, my master is so kind and incredibly talented. Anyway, if you ever have any problems, just let us know. We're neighbors, after all. Su Chen's mouth twitched. What on earth had Luna been telling her? Hey, what do you mean neighbors? Do you even know where she lives? Caught red-handed, Luna nodded and pointed shakily toward the distance. Over there. Should be behind our shelter. Su Chen froze for a moment, stunned that someone actually lives nearby. How peculiar. How had she never noticed before? Noticing Su Chen's confusion, the girl stood up, lifted the hem of her skirt, and bowed slightly. My name is Tang Jinxia. I'm a freshman here. I just downloaded this game recently and haven't played it much before. I've mostly been hanging around the shelter. Any tasks were handled by Arumi and Koopa. I rarely go out, and the shelter isn't very big, so maybe that's why you didn't notice me, big brother. She seemed quite polite. Ahem, I was just asking a few more questions. After all, knowing each other helps us understand one another better. You mentioned your friends were here too? Why haven't I seen them? Su Chen scanned the area, but not a single figure was in sight. Who were these so-called Arumi and Koopa? Could they be nicknames for her classmates? It was possible, since the game did support team play. If you died, you could just teleport to a friend's sanctuary. They went out to gather supplies. They'll be back soon. Ha! Here they come. A heavy thud came from the left. Sensing danger, Su Chen spun around, pulling Luna behind him for protection. He created distance between them. The opponent's punches were vicious, pure killing blows. What had he provoked this time? Arumi, what are you doing? You can't treat my friend like this. The bear called Arumi froze in place, staring at Su Chen with utter bewilderment as it re-examined him. Master, this guy radiates death energy. He's no ordinary opponent. How could he possibly be your friend? Su Chen stared blankly at the bear before him. Wait, this pairing? He could understand elves or angels, but a talking bear that could walk upright? What was that about? Tang Jinxia stepped forward and blocked the bear. Look at the slime on the ground, and this basket of berries big brother gave them all to me. Chapter 107, Currency Conversion, Crystal Stone Trading. Arumi looked at Su Chen suspiciously. A palpable aura of lethal intent still emanated from Su Chen's entire being. He couldn't mistake this sensation, it was the grim aura forged by slaying countless demons. My apologies. My master knows little of this world and is rather naive, so he acted a bit rashly in his panic. My deepest apologies for any inconvenience caused. I offer my sincerest apology to you, sir. Arumi bowed deeply to Su Chen. Such politeness left him speechless. The bear was even wearing clothes, a black and white striped short-sleeved shirt paired with baggy, oversized jeans. Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, is this right? Ah, it's fine. I was worried about her being alone here, so I had my friend stay with her. Since you're both here now, I'll take my leave. This entire family felt odd. Su Chen still couldn't accept that this bear acted like a human. Could it be that servants were like this nowadays? It just felt off no matter how he thought about it. Big brother, why don't you stay tonight? I'll take you to my shelter for some berry pie. Su Chen smiled and declined. No thanks, I've got things to attend to. Maybe another time. With our places so close, it'd be hard not to run into each other. Alright then, we'll be on our way. If you need anything, come find me at the little hut over there. Su Chen followed the direction she pointed. The location wasn't bad though rugged, it was surprisingly free of demonic creatures. In contrast, his own area was practically overrun with monsters. Every other day, some creature or other would come to harass him. After bidding them farewell, Su Chen couldn't help but vent. Luna, don't you think we're just unlucky? Always running into these weird monsters. Look at that girl over there, she never encounters any. See? Our luck really is terrible. Luna absent-mindedly nibbled on pastries as she chimed in with the complaint. Master, could it be that the monsters find attacking them too troublesome, so they're targeting you instead? Su Chen. Now that she mentioned it, it did make a certain amount of sense. Forget it. Let's head back and investigate. Su Chen had explored less than 1% of the entire world, with many mysterious races still undiscovered. But given the current level of the sanctuary, at least those lowly minions shouldn't pose much threat after the apocalypse. Counting down the days, the apocalypse wasn't far off. Just as he returned home, Iria's voice came from the doorway. Master, you're back. Did everything go smoothly? Ilya approached Su Chen and took the items from his hands. Yeah, it went okay. They were just ordinary humans, nothing unusual about them. The locations are close, but it's best not to go there. Her attendants don't seem like easy targets. Hearing this, 3 question marks appeared above Ilya's head. What did that mean? She turned to Luna, who yawned and pulled Ilya aside. After a long, incomprehensible chatter, Ilya stared in utter disbelief. Huh? It's actually like that? No wonder she's here. I think we should just get rid of her from now on, so she doesn't bother us. Ilya fumed inwardly. She actually wanted to invite the master to her place? Who knows what kind of background this creature has? She might not be trustworthy. It's fine. We'll just have less contact from now on. I'm hungry now. Let's eat. After eating his fill, Su Chen logged out of the game. Outside, night had already fallen. He'd been busy with work in the game lately, leaving no time to go out. Tonight, however, was free. He could go out and explore. As soon as Su Chen stepped outside, he spotted someone rushing frantically toward his home. Seeing the state of the place, he froze in shock. Gangzi? What's gotten into you? You look like you've been bullied or something. Hearing Su Chen's voice, Gangzi froze instantly, slowly turned around, and then ran crying toward Su Chen. Ah! Su Chen, you're finally back. Seeing him wailing like that, Su Chen was taken aback. What happened to this guy? He'd never acted like this before. Hey, stop crying. It's embarrassing for a big guy like you to be sobbing in public. Wanna grab a drink? Hell yeah. Absolutely. Gangzi blurted out immediately, dragging Su Chen straight to the barbecue stall. As soon as they sat down, Gangzi started wailing again, sniffling and teary-eyed. What's gotten into you? Just tell me what's wrong. Stop crying like a baby. You're a grown man, acting like this. He hadn't seen him in just a few days, and now he was like this. Gangzi wiped his nose and sighed heavily. Ah. You wouldn't understand, Su Chen. You weren't home the other day, right? I figured it had been ages since we hung out, and with the auction house rolling out new bidding methods, I didn't have any crystals myself. So I thought I'd come over for a drink to unwind. But right after I got to your door, I got kidnapped. Su Chen was stunned, speechless. Crystal stone trading? Already? Wait, what exactly are these crystals you mentioned? Gao Zi, who had been wailing loudly, froze, his face instantly darkening. Hey, didn't you hear me say I got kidnapped? All you heard was about the crystals, huh? Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Well, the fact you're standing here in one piece means you're fine, right? Otherwise, you'd be scattered to the winds by now. How else could you be here drinking and bragging with me? Gangzi let out a sharp TSK. Well, that makes a point. But could you at least hear me out before jumping to conclusions? Seeing the frown on his brow, Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Come on, come on. Order whatever you want. Tonight's on me. Hearing this, Gangzi's mood lifted slightly. Fine, I'll give you credit for having a conscience. I got kidnapped, and then I realized it was a man and a woman. I didn't see their faces, but from their voices, they sounded pretty authoritative. They asked why I was lurking around your doorstep. I told them I was your brother, but they wouldn't believe me for the life of them. They grilled me and searched me thoroughly, then tossed me 50 grand and let me go. Su Chen, you have no idea how close I came to losing my life. Just then, the waiter approached. Jiazi shed his earlier demeanor and took the menu with familiar ease. 2 orders of kidneys, 30 skewers of lamb, 30 skewers of pork, 20 beef tendons, 20 pork knuckles, 4 orders of bone and pork ribs, 2 packs of flatbread, 6 bottles of beer, and 1 order of crayfish. Bring these first, we'll order more later. Otherwise, it'll get cold and won't taste good. As soon as the waiter left, Gangzi resumed his lament. Su Chen, Stop. I already know what happened. You were kidnapped and interrogated for a few days, then they let you go and stuffed 50 grand into your pocket. Chapter 108, The Fisher in Reality. Right. That's exactly what happened. It scared the hell out of me. Gangzi wiped a non-existent bead of sweat from his brow before pulling 50,000 yuan from his pocket. His smile looked like he'd just farted on himself. But the money's real. This trip wasn't a total waste after all. Seeing his cheap excitement, Su Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. What the hell was this guy crying about? And those two? No need to guess who they were. Probably got caught coming to the house. Saw him acting suspicious and dragged him back for questioning. I never imagined he was just an ordinary citizen. It's no big deal. Probably looking for me. Just stay out of his way from now on. Hearing this, Gangzi froze in shock and quickly stuffed the money into his own pocket. Did you just say that group was after you? Su-chen, what's gotten into you? Did you get mixed up with the wrong crowd? Let me tell you, the underworld's been bloody and violent lately. With this crystal stone appearing, all the factions are fighting over it. You gotta watch your back. Su-chen nodded at the warning and asked. So now you can tell me about the crystal, right? Sure thing, no problem. He downed a big gulp of beer and started munching on skewers. Here's the deal, the exchange now only accepts crystals for transactions. Crystals are a recently discovered resource. They're highly pure and can be used not only for leveling up but also for upgrading shelters and other construction materials. They're basically currency, but they're super expensive. If you try to buy them with real money, it's crazy overpriced. In short, they're extremely rare. Gangzi paused before adding. Crystals are further categorized into common crystals, medium crystals, high-grade crystals, and ultimate spirit crystals. Ordinary people struggle just to find common crystals. Getting a medium crystal? That's pure luck. As for the last two? Don't even think about it. Plus, the international situation is pretty delicate right now. You really need to keep your guard up. And look at the sky, doesn't the color seem off to you? Prompted by Gangzi's remark, Su-chen finally looked up. The normally black sky now bore an eerie crimson hue, as if someone had deliberately painted crimson lines across it. Could it be some kind of special effect? Su-chen asked softly, frowning. Gangzi shook his head flatly. No, absolutely not. Someone already flew a plane up to check. That red line is filled with incubating monsters, exactly the kind we've seen in the game. Meaning everyone now knows the apocalypse is real. Since this incident, the higher-ups have been paying close attention to it. Su-chen looked at the crimson line and could indeed discern a faint, writhing sensation within it. But the movements were so subtle that they were impossible to detect without careful observation. When did this appear? Just the past couple of days. Anyway, we shouldn't worry about this stuff. Better to enjoy what time we have left. Otherwise, once the apocalypse truly arrives, even having a barbecue will be a luxury. That was true, no doubt about it. But with this early preparation, that shouldn't happen. Are you heading to the auction later? Upon hearing this, Gangzi waved his hands repeatedly in refusal. No way, no way. Taking you in before was one thing, but bringing you along now would be trouble. Your name clashes with the nation's top player. That guy's identity is still a mystery. If you show up in public now, people might mistake you for him. You've been frail since childhood and battled cancer. How could you handle all that attention? I really can't take you. Su-chen was rendered speechless by the rebuke. It wasn't that he craved the spotlight, but his undeniable power left him no choice. Besides, if he didn't kill those demons, they'd come after him to finish him off. Cough cough, Gangzi, our friendship is solid. I just want to go see the world. Just find a way to take me along. Whatever good comes of it, I'll make sure you get first dibs. Seeing Su-chen's persistence, Gangzi couldn't bring himself to refuse. Fine, fine. But once you're with me, no more of those old issues. Got it. Su-chen agreed immediately and promptly ordered another bowl of crayfish. The next evening, when they met up, Su-chen was about to greet him when Gangzi rushed over and pressed him down. What's the deal? Do we need to be this secretive already? You're already wearing a hat before even joining the group? Things weren't this strict when he came before. Gauzy glanced around nervously, afraid someone inside might notice, then shoved the mask into Su-chen's arms. Things are different now, they're being super strict. I bet someone higher up gave him orders. Anyway, disguising our identities early on can't hurt us. That's true. To avoid the hassle of identity verification, Su-chen was dressed in a bartender's uniform and was indeed ushered in without a hitch. The place was saturated with decadent luxury. Here, there was no trace of the impending apocalypse except for the items up for auction. He glanced at the auction catalog but found nothing he desired. The auction commenced formally as the gong sounded, drawing everyone's attention. Welcome, everyone, to the auction. The items up for sale tonight have already been distributed to you all. If you see an item you desire, don't miss your chance. The auction is now officially open. A group of hostesses paraded the auction items around the stage once. After the display concluded, the hostesses returned to the stage, where the auctioneer took control of proceedings. 80 crystal stones. Any higher bids? 100 crystal stones. 150. Seeing everyone's high spirits, Su-chen felt surprisingly uninterested. Judging by their reactions, crystals must be scarce, otherwise, bidding wouldn't start from just a few dozen. But it probably had to do with the items being auctioned. These things weren't worth splurging on. Well, what do you think? Feel the aura of the wealthy? Let me tell you, we're here just to earn some pocket money for everyday expenses. Anyway, the higher-ups will handle things from now on. Su-chen frowned and patted Gangzi on the back. Gangzi, I think we really need to work harder to improve ourselves. Everyone who enters the game gets a talent. We need to make the most of that. And if you can avoid dying in the game, don't die. Otherwise, ending up in the Wanderers faction is pretty rough. Gangzi looked utterly confused, unsure if he'd even processed Su-chen's words. Anyway, it was too late now. There was no point in saying more. Su Chen stopped there and didn't pursue the topic further. Notice, Divine Miracle descends. All players, pay attention to the game world. Chapter 109, Special Announcement: Divine Miracle descends.
A sudden message caught Su Chen's attention.
A miracle has descended? This seemed like something he'd never encountered before.
At the same time, Gangzi also received the message. Hey, Su Chen, it looks like a miracle has descended in this game.
Should we join in?
Before Su Chen could reply, another system message appeared.
The miracle contains all manner of dangers.
Should you perish within it, you shall lose your sanctuary and become a wanderer.
Participation is limited. The top 100 players globally will automatically join.
Other players should carefully consider their participation. Seeing these messages pop up was completely unexpected for Su Chen. Though the divine relic was fraught with peril, it conversely brimmed with countless rare treasures. If one could acquire the treasures within, crystals and such would be no problem at all. It seemed necessary to investigate this time.
Hey, listen, I'm just an ordinary person. I'm staying out of this. Who knows what dangers lurk inside?
Like you said, I can't risk destroying the shelter I worked so hard to build.
That said, forget it.
Su Chen tried to persuade him further, but in the end, the words wouldn't come out. He didn't know whether this miracle was good or bad, nor whether he could even get out alive.
Better not to drag others into trouble at this point. I've gathered most of what I need to know about this place. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Seeing Su Chen about to leave, Gangzi hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed him. Hey, Su Chen, I gotta tell you gotta be extra careful these days. You never know who you might have crossed. From what I can tell, they're pretty powerful. If we can't avoid them, we'll just have to take the hit.
But if there's a chance to steer clear, do it.
Gangzi spoke with solemn earnestness, leaving Su Chen feeling utterly helpless.
This guy had suddenly turned into a do-gooder.
Alright, I got it. You go ahead and get back to work. Alright, no problem. Let's get together again sometime.
After bidding farewell to Gangzi and stepping out of the auction house, a familiar car was parked by the roadside. He didn't need to guess who the two people inside were.
Hop in.
As soon as Su Chen got in, before he could say a word, the person in front spoke up.
Hey, that friend of yours seems kinda dim-witted. When he was lurking around your door the other day, I thought he was some kind of crook. Good thing Lu Long stopped me. Otherwise, you might be looking at a corpse right now. Su Chen was momentarily speechless.
This woman was way too fierce.
Who on earth would ever marry her? Ahem. Thanks for sparing my life, Sister Guyen. Gangzi is an old classmate of mine.
We've stayed in touch all these years. Tonight, when I heard him mention the exchange currently uses crystals for transactions, I got curious and came along to check it out. The two nodded in understanding after hearing this.
So that's how it is. Sis Guyen, Brother Lu, what did you need me for? Lu Long turned to look at Su Chen.
We were actually planning to take you out for dinner tonight, but then something came up with the game.
I assume you've heard about the divine intervention incident too. Su Chen saw no need to hide it and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Yeah, that's right.
Any player with a shelter should have received this message.
Exactly. Gu Yan didn't receive it because her sanctuary was destroyed long ago.
Players without sanctuaries won't get this message. From what he was saying, it seemed he was quite concerned about the divine miracle incident. Since this happened so suddenly, the higher-ups want me to bring you back. You'll come back with us first to see what arrangements Elder Song has made.
Either way, you're definitely going on this miracle expedition. Knowing your temperament, you'd go try anything to see what it's like, right? He had a point there.
Upon arriving at headquarters, the bustling activity inside was far more intense than before. Seeing this, Su Chen was utterly baffled.
Could it be that everyone was running around like headless chickens over this miracle business? Following Gu Yan and the others to the waiting room, Old Master Song soon arrived.
Young Su, Lu Long should have briefed you on the miracle.
What are your thoughts and opinions on this?
Facing Old Song's inquiry, Su Chen responded proactively. I already discussed this with Brother Lu on the way here, Old Master Song. I will definitely attend this miracle event.
Judging by the situation, it seems multiple nations are involved. I know it will be a bloody war, but there's no other choice. And I will emerge unscathed. Seeing Su Chen's unwavering resolve and conviction, Old Master Song's suspended heart finally settled. This matter unfolded unexpectedly.
No one foresaw the divine miracle's arrival.
I imagine you were caught off guard as well. Su Chen nodded. Yes, exactly.
Had I known beforehand, I would have informed you all much earlier. But this happened so suddenly I only just learned of it myself.
Old Master Song never doubted Su Chen's words.
Ah well, this matter is now in your capable hands, young people.
Oh, and the money in the account probably won't be enough. You handle the matter with Lu Long. Understood. Su Chen smiled but didn't refuse.
In this situation, if he made excuses over money with Old Master Song, it would only embarrass the other party. Before departing, Old Master Song gave him several more instructions, emphasizing that he must come out alive. Lu Long drove him back, and the atmosphere grew heavy along the way.
What's up, brother Lu? You seem deep in thought. Sigh. I've never leveled up my own character.
I've been too busy with real-life matters and haven't focused much on the game. Suddenly heading into the miracle, I still feel a bit uncertain.
Suchen understood this feeling all too well, though his reaction wasn't as intense. Alright, brother Lu.
The miracle should be divided into outer and inner layers. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets.
The outer layer should have plenty of supplies. We could just stay there. Who knows what dangers lurk in the inner layer? He was absolutely right about that.
Lu Long sighed heavily, placing his hand on Su Chen's shoulder.
Su Chen, sometimes I really admire your courage. You've probably encountered far more demons and monsters than I have.
I dodged plenty of dangers on that cliff face, but after this incident, I think I need to upgrade my shelter. Otherwise, when the apocalypse hits, my place might crumble at the slightest touch from monsters.
That was a good thought, and Su Chen didn't object. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. Once this business is settled, we'll definitely have to catch up properly, you and me. Head back, Su Chen. Lu Long waved from the doorway as he drove off into the moonlight. Compared to Lu Long's nervousness, Su Chen felt more anticipation and excitement.
He didn't know what lay within this miracle, but it was bound to hold the treasure he needed. If only they'd give us a map, no need for exploration, just follow it straight through. After returning home, he logged back into the game.
Chapter 110, The Night Before Departure. What are you guys doing?
As soon as Su Chen stepped out of his room, he saw the three little ones and the goblins staring up at the sky. Following their gaze, he saw a dazzling, iridescent phenomenon in the sky.
What's going on? Hearing Su Chen's voice, Ilya turned and grabbed his arm. Master, look at the sky.
Just now, out of nowhere, we heard a huge boom outside.
It was already like this when we came out. There were also many birds around earlier, but they're gone now. Hearing Irya's description, Su Chen had a pretty good idea of what was happening.
It must be related to the divine miracle descending. Opening the world feed, it was flooded with discussions about this event.
Some dared to go, others hesitated.
Almost all were agonizing over whether it was worth the risk, so he simply closed the feed. Looks like our shelter won't be attacked for now, at least not until the miracle fades. Hearing those last words, the three little ones immediately gathered around.
Master, did you just say miracle? Could it be that a miracle has appeared in our world? Takisi and Luna approached, their eyes wide with confusion.
Yes, that's right. I don't know the specifics, only that this event has occurred. Hearing this, Takisi lowered her head, recalling words her clan had once shared with her.
Master, our witch clan possesses the ability to peer into the future and the past, though the span of time and events we can access is extremely limited.
I've heard them speak of miracles before, places brimming with treasures, yet equally fraught with danger at every turn. At the mention of those last words, everyone's hearts instantly tightened. Ilya looked at Su Chen with concern. Master, the place you're heading to must be fraught with danger.
Could you take us with you?
At least that way, the risks might be lessened. Su Chen had considered what she suggested. But in the end, he shook his head.
No, you should stay here. I can protect myself. Just guard the house while I'm gone. While I'm gone, you can keep watch over the house. Seeing Su Chen's firm stance, Ilya tried to say more but was stopped by Takisi. Alright, then it's settled.
Once you're done with your business, remember to come back early, Master.
Alright. Su Chen returned to his room.
To avoid any unexpected situations within the divine relic, he took out all his equipment. Inside, you'll likely encounter all sorts of creatures, beasts, monsters, and spirits.
The most dangerous threat might not even be the monsters themselves.
Players from other nations might have brought their best gear.
Getting out alive with your stuff intact is going to be tough. Knock knock. The door knocked. Come in. Takisi entered carrying a bowl of soup, setting it on the table. Master, I made this soup for you. It tastes pretty good. Su Chen took it and sipped.
Takisi, your cooking skills are truly exceptional. The best meals I've had here are the ones you've prepared. Even my friend raved about your cooking. She kept saying she wanted to come often. I was worried she'd steal you away.
Hearing this, Daikasi paused slightly. Master, I am your attendant.
I would never leave with anyone else. Her earnest expression left Su Chen momentarily bewildered. It seemed his words had startled her, otherwise, she wouldn't have said that.
What are you thinking? With talents like yours, how could I ever let you leave?
As long as I'm here, you'll stay in the shelter.
You're not going anywhere. Hearing Su Chen's words, Takisi's tense heart finally relaxed. When does the master plan to depart? Tomorrow.
Takisi froze for a moment, surprised by the tight schedule.
It was too late to prepare anything now.
She sighed softly to herself. It would have been wonderful to take them along, but alas, it was impossible. Then please prepare what you need, Master.
I'll take my leave. The moment Takisi stood up, darkness flooded her vision. Her legs gave way beneath her, the sensation of her head spinning and feet growing light making her feel sick. Staggering backward, Su Chen sensed her imbalance and swiftly caught her in his arms. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Realizing she was in Su Chen's arms, Dakisi's face flushed bright red. She struggled to break free. But before she could move far, Su Chen pressed her back down. Why are you fidgeting? You need to rest now. Have you been feeling unwell lately? Otherwise, you wouldn't have fainted suddenly.
Judging by your condition, you must have drained some magic power.
What were you doing? Su Chen's barrage of questions left Daichisi hesitant to respond directly.
She turned her head slightly, unwilling to answer.
Master, you seemed a bit fierce just now.
Her voice was soft and gentle, making Su Chen feel lightheaded.
Only then did he snap back to reality. Huh? What did you just say? I was fierce? I just noticed something off about you. I didn't mean to be harsh. Daikisi, besides handling the shelter arrangements lately, have you been working on something else? Su Chen wasn't asking, he was stating his certainty that she was up to something. Seeing she couldn't hide it from Su Chen, Dakisi had no choice but to come clean. When Master faced the Ant King last time, I couldn't help you because I was too weak. If only I could grow stronger, I could truly be of use to you.
I'm sorry, Master. Dakisi's voice grew fainter as she turned her head away, unable to meet Su Chen's gaze. Seeing her pitiable state, Su Chen couldn't bring himself to speak harshly to her.
Dakisi, you're already incredibly strong. You've always been by my side when I needed help. Don't dwell on such thoughts.
Your flames are powerful enough to set the entire wilderness ablaze.
You have no reason to fear or doubt yourself. If you want to practice skills in the future, come find me.
I'll train with you so you don't hurt yourself practicing alone. As he spoke, Su Chen produced a bottle of restorative potion and handed it to her.
Drink this. It'll do your body good. A person's mana reserves are limited. Constantly overdrawing them is harmful to your body.
Hearing this, Dakisi slowly lifted her head to look at Su Chen.
But what about you, Master? Don't you always shoulder everything alone whenever something happens? You never stop until you've completely drained your magic energy.
Su Chen felt a pang of guilt.
Wasn't she talking about someone else? Why did it suddenly feel like she was talking about him? Ahem. Well, my situation is different.
My body is stronger anyway, and besides, I recover so quickly.
Are you disobeying your master? You absolutely must not secretly practice until you exhaust your magic energy. Understand?
He tapped a finger to Dakisi's forehead, and her face flushed crimson like a ripe apple.
Master. I know. I should get up now. Otherwise, how am I supposed to pack later? Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Seeing it unlocked, Ilya walked straight in. You too? Chapter 111, Welcome to the Miracle.
Ilya froze in place, her expression turning suspicious as she looked at Su Chen. The latter froze, clearing his throat awkwardly.
Ahem, what's wrong, Ilya? Their movements were odd, and something just didn't feel right.
Ilya crossed her arms, watched them for a moment, then dismissed the matter.
Master, the monsters have been quieter lately.
And no traces of monsters have been found nearby.
It might be related to the divine miracle descending. Su Chen had noticed this too. After much thought, it seemed the only plausible explanation. While I'm away, I'll be counting on you too. With the two of them and the shelter's protective measures, there shouldn't be any issues.
Besides, the monsters' movements during this period should be tied to the miracle. Whatever they seek must be within it. After settling the arrangements, Dakisi and Iria departed together, leaving Su Chen alone in the room. Now that the resurrection potion could only be used once per day, every operation required meticulous preparation beforehand.
Otherwise, encountering something beyond their capabilities would spell disaster.
I wonder what lies within this sudden miracle.
It seems every nation will covet its treasures this time. The next morning,
after bidding farewell to the sanctuary members, Su Chen was teleported by the system into a thick fog. The sky was filled with mist, a vast expanse of white. He extended his hand, mist drifting through his fingers, stretching endlessly into the distance. He furrowed his brow slightly, scanning his surroundings. Beyond the mist, nothing else was visible.
Where the hell am I? Shouldn't this place be bustling with people?
This scene was nothing like he had imagined, unless countless people were silently hiding themselves away. Squeak! The sound of dry wood creaking underfoot.
Su Chen immediately heightened his vigilance. Players from all over the world were currently on this game continent.
No one knew what might happen, so it was better to err on the side of caution.
I stepped on something. A distinct Korean accent echoed through the air. Su Chen looked over at the sound.
A burly man slowly emerged from the mist. He'd spoken in Korean earlier, though the system automatically translated all languages into each player's native tongue. I thought this miracle spot would be something special, but it's just a dump.
No gold or treasure in sight. Park Bashua Appa, are we in the right place? This feels kinda off.
The speaker was the girl beside him. She was dressed lightly, a strapless top and short shorts, her S-curved silhouette fully exposed to view. Judging by their intimacy, they were likely from the same country. Park Bao-shur reached out with his greasy hands and pulled the girl into his embrace, teasingly poking her nose.
Namju, we're just following orders to make this trip.
Once we're back, we'll each get 10 million.
It's just for fun anyway, who cares? The two made out as if no one else existed, completely ignoring everyone around them. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, too lazy to bother with these two. Just looking at them made his brain hurt. Dealing with people like this would drive anyone mad. He turned around to find a ruggedly handsome man standing not far away. By now, the thick white mist had dissipated considerably, and players began appearing around them. Some appeared to have just been teleported in. The man noticed Su Chen watching him and lifted his head, locking eyes with Su Chen. The sudden eye contact startled Su Chen. Who was this guy, staring right at him like that? Before he could ponder further, the man began walking toward him. "De Xia." The man spoke in perfect Great Xia, a national flag pinned to his chest. Su Chen nodded, revealing the national emblem pinned to his own clothing. Everyone entering the divine relic had their nation's emblem affixed to their chest, and it couldn't be removed. Interested in teaming up? This place could be dangerous. Feels safer to team up with someone from your own country. Su Chen found himself intrigued. With no clue what lay ahead, teaming up sounded like a good idea. "Sure. My name is Qi Xiang," the man said. "I'm Su Xiaotu. Just call me Xiao Su." Su Chen smiled sincerely, his face showing no trace of cunning. When traveling, one's identity is self-declared. No need to overthink it. The key was not to reveal any personal information. After all, his current name was far too conspicuous. Qi Xiang paused for only a moment before regaining his composure. "Xiao Su, right? Keep your wits about you once we're inside. Things in there are bound to be different from out here." "Got it." Su Chen nodded in agreement, staying close by his side while glancing around with his peripheral vision. Everyone waited for the entrance to the divine relic to open. People from different nations looked down on each other, already treating one another as enemies. Dawn! 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 The heavy bell tolled 3 times before falling silent. In an instant, every pair of eyes turned toward the center. Rumble! A deafening roar echoed through the air as massive stone doors rose from the ground. 3 stone doors in total. What lay beyond remained unknown to all. Welcome, players, to the entrance of the divine relic. Players need only enter the miracle to find the fruit of rebirth to emerge successfully. The miracle is filled with diverse challenges. Death within the game will turn you into a drifter. Proceed with caution. You may still exit if you choose to do so. Please reconsider. The system laid out the stakes with crystal clarity. Su Chen surveyed the area, his expression determined not to leave empty-handed. It seemed he would have to take this seriously this time. Please select the gate to enter the divine relic. Su Chen stared at the 3 doors ahead. From the outside, they all looked identical, leaving him unsure which to choose. "Little Su, come this way." Qi Xiang grabbed Su Chen's arm and pulled him straight toward the second door, not even giving him a chance to protest before dragging him inside. Hey! Isn't that a bit too impulsive? Young man, don't be so rash. Hey! We haven't even figured out which door works yet. Qi Xiang's strength was terrifying. Even Su Chen was startled. But to avoid exposing his abilities in front of everyone, Su Chen deliberately held back his strength. "It doesn't matter which path we take anyway. We might as well just pick one at random. Who knows, it might even save us time." Hearing this explanation, Su Chen felt like crying. What kind of brain circuitry does this guy even have? Whoosh! Qi Xiang grabbed his arm and didn't let go, clearly determined to drag him through that door. After stepping inside from the outside, everything was bathed in a blinding white light. Su Chen quickly raised his hand to block it. Though it was futile, he managed to shield most of the light. Qi Xiang seemed completely possessed. No matter how much he called out, she didn't respond. "Qi Xiang! Qi Xiang, look away. The light will corrupt your mind." Su Chen shouted, but the others showed no sign of response. Infuriated, Su Chen kicked out. Chapter 112, Damn Kimchi Players. Go to hell. That kick carried more than just frustration. It was laced with personal resentment. Qi Xiang tumbled off his chair like a rolling stone, landing flat on his face. "I told you not to look at their light source. Now you've fallen for it?" Su Chen eyed him up and down. This guy seemed pretty reliable when they first met. How did he get so clueless now? I never expected them to choose such a vicious tactic. Su Chen chuckled helplessly at the remark, then tossed over a cloth strip soaked in a corrosive healing potion. "That burning sensation in your eyes is normal. It's just some third-rate flame, nothing to worry about." Su Chen paused, then shifted his tone. "That woman who came in earlier is behind this. I never imagined players from their own country would be like this. It seems to me they just don't want players from other countries to compete fairly. If they blinded everyone else's eyes from the start, wouldn't their chances of winning skyrocket?" As he spoke, he produced a stick for Qi Xiang to hold. The two moved forward and backward together. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle at his own actions. He'd come to Miracle to gather needed herbs, yet he'd wasted so much time with this idiot right after entering. This guy was beyond belief. Seeing Su Chen growing increasingly irritable, Qi Xiang immediately realized it was his fault. "Hey, bro, as the saying goes, no fight, no friendship, right? Teammate. I guess meeting you today was fate."
If it weren't for you, my eyes would have been ruined since earlier. Chi Xiang kept chattering away, and Su Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. This guy had endless patience. Let's go. Time to head inside. Su Chen dropped the line and strode ahead, with Chi Xiang scrambling to keep up behind him. After walking a bit longer, a sudden burst of light appeared before them. Emerging from the light, they were met by sprawling green shrubbery. The plants were several times larger than anything they'd seen before. Even Su Chen, who had lived 2 lifetimes, was startled. In his previous life, he'd never been worthy of even being listed, let alone coming to the divine miracle. He never imagined it would be like this inside. This environment is beyond comprehension. All the plants here have grown far beyond human understanding. Such plants probably don't even exist in the real world. Chi Xiang scanned the surroundings, fixing his gaze on the surrounding flora. Hey! Are you here to find the resurrection fruit or sightseeing? Why are you critiquing everything around us? Su Chen rolled his eyes at Chi Xiang's every move, feeling utterly helpless. For the first time, he felt the shelter was better, at least he didn't have to deal with so many dumb questions. Su, you do have a point. Let's teleport through that path, who knows, maybe we'll find what we're looking for over there. Su Chen looked at Chi Xiang skeptically. Following Chi Xiang, Su Chen couldn't shake a creeping unease. Who knew when this guy might get blasted to bits? Then he'd be stuck dealing with 2 corpses instead of 1. This so-called miracle isn't all that impressive. It's just a pile of junk, no treasures in sight. Hey, that move you pulled off earlier was pretty slick. I bet those great Xia guys were totally freaked out by your skill, haha. Brother Park, I absolutely can't let those great Xia folks steal our thunder. They've already stolen everything we have. A thick Korean accent echoed from nearby. The moment Su Chen heard that voice, he knew exactly who was coming. This place really was deserted. How else would they bump into each other like this? Su Chen couldn't be bothered with these 2 idiots and turned to leave. But for some reason, Chi Xiang lost his temper and turned to lash out at the pair. Seeing the anger on his face, Chi Xiang was about to act when Su Chen grabbed him back. What are you doing? Why didn't you wait for me to deal with these 2? You saw how arrogant they were just now. They clearly have a grudge against us great Xia citizens. They even accused us of stealing their stuff? Put! How dare they speak to us like that? Chi Xiang's chest heaved with rage, his face flushed crimson with fury. Seeing him like this, if Su Chen hadn't stopped him earlier, this guy would have already charged in. No. If we're going to teach them a lesson, it can't just be a beating. The time isn't right yet. These 2 don't seem like useless fools. They might come in handy later. When the time is right, I'll take you there myself. With that, Su Chen finished packing his things and headed straight for the eastern path. This way should lead us out. Without another word, he set off eastward. Watching his retreating figure, Chi Xiang couldn't help but feel doubtful. He had just promised to take her to seek revenge, yet this man didn't look like a burly fighter from any angle. What could he possibly have up his sleeve? Just then, the sound of falling rocks echoed throughout the entire divine relic. What's that noise? It feels like some enormous creature is living inside this sacred site. But looking around, there's absolutely nothing to be seen. Chi Xiang looked around in confusion, muttering to himself. The small snake clinging to Su Chen's wrist seemed to sense something, lazily lifting its tiny head. It hissed and flicked its tongue, and the earlier commotion vanished without a trace. Throughout the entire process, Su Chen kept glancing at the little snake out of the corner of his eye, growing even more puzzled about its origins. This is strange. I clearly heard some odd sounds just now, but now they're gone. Su Chen pulled out his phone to check his messages. 0 notifications. How am I supposed to get out like this? At that moment, the system's voice echoed, and all players heard the notification. Night has fallen. Danger doubles. Players, seek shelter on your own. The mechanical voice repeated 3 times before fading into silence. Players who had been leisurely wandering immediately began searching for suitable shelters, terrified of being left behind. Su Chen glanced around after hearing the announcement, finding no good hiding spots. With open spaces in every direction, how could he find a suitable spot? Little Su, we should get out of here fast. Who knows what might appear tonight? We noticed a cave when we came in. Maybe we can hide inside. With that, he grabbed Su Chen and started pulling him along. Judging by Chi Xian's frantic expression, he must be deeply worried about the night ahead. It made sense. In an unfamiliar place, who knew what dangers lay ahead? As dusk fell, Su Chen followed close behind. Waiting here wasn't an option either. Better to follow and see. We're here. This is it. Let's go inside first. Who knows what might happen later? Chi Xiang pushed Su Chen inside as he spoke. Su Chen spread some dry grass on the floor, and after a quick tidy up, it was passable. We'll wait here. Once the sun rises tomorrow, we can keep walking. Su Chen didn't argue. The sky was already growing dark. Chapter 113, Signs and Wonders, 2 Worlds. As darkness fell outside, everything around them suddenly shifted. The once lush shrubbery transformed into carnivorous plants. Giant flowers swayed their heads in the moonlight, their lips still stained with human flesh. The sight startled both men. They exchanged glances, utterly unprepared for the shrubs before them to undergo such a drastic transformation.
This can't be an illusion, right? How is it completely different from what we saw during the day?
Shi Xiang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but no matter how many times he did it, the sight remained unchanged. He turned to look at Su Chen, who remained silent, clearly stunned by the scene before them.
At least we have a place to hide now. As long as we don't go out, we should be safe. Su Chen remained silent.
The entire divine relic was permeated with an eerie atmosphere, and who knew what else lay in wait for them? Every step demanded caution upon caution upon caution. After observing the carnivorous plants for a long while, Su Chen finally spoke slowly.
We'll rest for the night.
I'll keep watch over these carnivorous plants. They likely don't possess the ability to move yet.
If these things can move, we're in big trouble. Shi Xiang felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead as if hearing an unbelievable tale.
His heart was racing with dread. He asked again, unable to believe what he'd heard.
You're not joking, right? How could plants possibly leave the soil they're rooted in? If that were possible, how could they even survive?
Shi Xiang stared intently at Su Chen, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, yet deep down, he already believed Su Chen's words. The latter shook his head helplessly, raising a hand to pat Shi Xiang's shoulder.
Isn't this world already full of bizarre phenomena? Haven't we even stumbled upon the apocalypse itself? Then what do you think is beyond our encounter? After Su Chen's explanation, Shi Xiang felt uneasy.
He'd come expecting to broaden his horizons, but now it seemed he might just lose his life.
Enough with the overthinking. At least tonight, we're safe. Our mission is to find the resurrection fruit.
Once we get our hands on that thing, the job's done and we'll probably get a ton of rewards too.
Hearing Su Chen's words, Shi Xiang instantly perked up.
Watching the guy's fighting spirit ignite, Su Chen yawned.
You're right.
Facing difficulties head-on is exactly what we Xia people should do. Besides, this time I absolutely must bring back something useful, only then can I truly benefit our countrymen.
Su Chen nodded in agreement. That's the spirit. With that mindset, you'll take the night watch tonight.
First, take good care of this great Xia man. Su Chen spoke as he retrieved the pillow from his ring. Seeing nothing amiss, he arranged the pillow, pulled the blanket over himself, and soon drifted off to sleep. Before drifting off, Su Chen cast one last worried glance at Shi Xiang. Seeing the steadfast look still on his face, Su Chen felt reassured and drifted off to sleep.
When he woke the next morning, Su Chen stretched lazily.
Though sleeping here isn't as comfortable as home, it's passable. After a good night's sleep, Su Chen looked up at Shi Xiang. The guy was nodding like a bobblehead, and as Su Chen drew closer, he could hear the words coming out of his mouth. I can't sleep, I can't sleep. Admirable spirit. Su Chen laid him down, covered him with the quilt, and deliberately set a small trap by the door. Anyone who barged in would trigger it. He got up, stepped outside, and scanned the surroundings. The carnivorous plant he'd seen last night had vanished without a trace. Instead, a thicket of shrubs now covered the area.
The surroundings looked completely different from last night. Could this place be alive? Capable of transformation? But how could two distinct, vivid scenes coexist? Notice, 2,000 players currently active within the Divine Miracle.
A mechanical voice sounded in Su Chen's ear.
Su Chen didn't notice exactly how many people there were, but it certainly wasn't 2,000. Looks like we lost quite a few players in just one night.
Who knows what else we'll run into later.
After walking a bit further, the surroundings were eerily quiet, with nothing amiss. It was even filled with birdsong and floral fragrance, like a secluded paradise. Su Chen furrowed his brow. The surroundings were deceptively peaceful, revealing nothing unusual and giving no hint of treasure. His treasure detection skill remained silent, not a single useful material in sight. Last night, however, his scanning skill had been constantly alerting him clearly because there were abundant resources present. Yet by daylight, everything had returned to normal. This feeling was deeply unsettling, as if he were caught between two worlds. Two worlds? Su Chen's eyes lit up as if he'd grasped something.
He hurried to a large boulder and scanned the distant horizon. The surroundings were eerily quiet, not a trace of monsters in sight.
Not even a trace of demonic energy could be sensed. Only then did Su Chen understand.
This miracle is rather intriguing.
By the time Su Chen returned, Shi Xiang had already awakened.
Seeing Su Chen return, he hurried over.
Any discoveries? The game just notified us there are only 2,000 players left.
Seems players are being reduced in every nation.
It's probably related to last night's changes. Facing Shi Xiang's speculation, Su Chen nodded without hesitation.
You're right. There are two worlds within Miracle.
One is the peaceful, serene world before our eyes, devoid of any magical energy fluctuations, nothing but tranquil harmony. But the second world is the one we encountered last night.
What we're searching for must lie within that second world. At this point, Shi Xiang froze for a moment before suddenly understanding.
So if we want to find what we're looking for, we have to go to the second world. Su Chen said nothing, merely nodding in agreement.
Regardless of what decision Shi Xiang made, Su Chen was determined to go to the second world.
Then what are we waiting for? We have to go to the second world. Since everything we need is inside, we absolutely must get in. Shi Xiang declared with certainty, while Su Chen asked skeptically. You saw what happened last night. Are you really willing to go there with me, even if it's full of danger?
But Qi Xiang slapped his thigh, his voice brimming with passion.
What are you talking about? We came in together, so we're leaving together. Are you suggesting we split up? Then why did we form a team in the first place?
His growing fervor made Su Chen feel a bit embarrassed. To witness genuine kindness and beauty between people in this game was truly moving. Given the time difference, most players were likely still resting. If he could figure this out, then most other players probably knew that day and night were two different worlds. The more important the item, the more dangerous the location. To claim the reward, one must venture into the night world. Su Chen rested through the night as darkness gradually descended. Players felt both anxious and excited. The moon has risen. Chapter 114, I'm a worthless person, you know. A wolf's howl instantly ignited the night. Rustling sounds echoed from all around. Su Chen rose to look outside, where the bushes had transformed into vast fields of carnivorous plants. The corpses of weak monsters littered the ground, their stench permeating the air. Looks like this is the current state of another world. Should we get out? Shi Xiang's face showed hesitation. Visibility was extremely low. The moonlight was the only source of light for seeing far ahead. Lighting torches recklessly might attract even more monsters. That would only invite more trouble. This thought troubled Qi Xiang, yet staying put meant certain failure. Suddenly, a light appeared in his field of vision. Turning his head, he saw Su Chen standing beside him holding an oil lamp. Why did you bring an oil lamp? It doesn't seem to illuminate very far either. Su Chen remained silent, scanning the surroundings. He sensed the dangerous aura that had been closing in gradually retreating. It seemed his hunch was correct, the monsters here were equally afraid of his oil lamp. Just consider it a little psychological comfort. Want to join me? Su Chen glanced at him. Qi Xiang looked around nervously, but he had no other ideas at the moment. Alright, let's be careful when we leave. Those carnivorous plants don't look like they're here to play nice. Su Chen paid no heed to his warning, striding straight toward the carnivorous flower cluster. Qi Xiang reached out to stop him, but his attempt was futile. The other guy had already stepped 1 foot inside. Oh no! This guy's gonna get chewed to bits. What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. The expected scene never materialized. Instead, Su Chen's urgent voice echoed in his ears. Qi Xiang slowly opened his eyes, staring dumbstruck at Su Chen standing perfectly fine before him. What the hell was going on? Su Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He let out a dismissive tisk and continued walking forward. Based on what he could see now, this outer perimeter should only harbor low-level monsters that posed no real threat to them. The deeper they went, the greater the danger would become, though what exactly awaited them remained unknown. The two walked a considerable distance before finally emerging from the carnivorous flower patch. Throughout their journey, the carnivorous plants seemed completely oblivious to their presence, never once launching an attack. Weird. These things look pretty vicious, but they don't seem as brutal as I imagined. It's almost like they're avoiding us. Could it be that my level has reached a point where they fear me? Hearing Qi Xiang's constant bragging, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. What was this guy thinking about day in and day out? Before long, a thick, pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses. The two exchanged wary glances before parting the reeds. Scattered among the tangled reeds lay numerous corpses of monsters. Blood rats? Monster, blood rats. Level, intermediate monster, high attack power. Skills, primarily area of effect attacks, agility based. Qi Xiang's eyes widened. The dense swarm of blood rats littering the ground alone spoke volumes about the fierce battle that had just unfolded. Su Chen frowned as he stepped forward, reaching down to brush his hand through the still wet bloodstains on the ground. This must have ended recently. Blood rats appear in swarms, and a group this size couldn't have been confined to just this one cluster. These things have a vicious streak. We should get out of here before they come after us. Numerous player items littered the ground, indicating heavy losses in this clash. The exact number remained unknown, but this night proved dangerously unpredictable. Suddenly, the sound of combat erupted from the northeast. The two exchanged a glance and hurried toward the commotion. A black serpent over 10 meters long suddenly appeared before them, with 3 people from the land of cherry blossoms standing in front of it. Ichiro, why did you have to provoke this thing? Now we're in big trouble. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to kill it to boost your experience points, Miko. Enough. Both of you, stop arguing and subdue this thing immediately. The three argued fiercely, barely holding their own against the black serpent. Xiaosu, can you tell what abilities these three have? Qi Xiang leaned close to him, asking curiously. Su Chen composed himself and studied the group. Nothing special. One of the men is a brute strength user, while the other has a useless skill that just creates flash grenades. Only the woman somewhat interesting, she can manipulate objects, but probably only things weighing under 5 kilograms. Frankly, their innate abilities are pretty mediocre. They're just slightly stronger than average barely.
Whoosh! Whoosh! A dagger flew toward Su Chen and his companion from ahead. Su Chen raised his hand, swiftly pulling Qi Xiang aside just in time to dodge the dagger. What the hell are you two sneaking around for? We've seen you two lurking over there for ages. We're in serious trouble here, and you didn't even come to help. What kind of people are you? The girl called Maisie angrily clasped her hands on her hips and shouted at Su Chen, convinced he was obligated to help her. At that moment, Su Chen changed his tone, showing no intention of offering assistance whatsoever. Humanity? Help you? Why should I help you? Are you my daughter or granddaughter? You're nobody, and you expect me to help you? You're delusional. His words left Miko speechless, seething with rage so intense she wanted to slap him across the face right then and there. But no man had ever dared speak to her like this. Every man who laid eyes on her eagerly threw himself at her feet like a devoted puppy. Even these two men before her were no exception. How dare this Su Chen refuse her? You despicable great Xiaoman. Aren't you always preaching about mutual aid and support? Well, we're in trouble now, help us already. Su Chen found her desperate urgency amusing and shrugged indifferently. If you want our help, you'd better offer something in return. Don't you dare treat us like suckers. The abrupt remark jolted Maisie back to her senses. She stared blankly at Su Chen, her mind echoing his words. Give something? Could it be he fancied her? The thought made Miko's cheeks flush bright red as her gaze lingered on Su Chen. Looking closely, this guy was actually quite handsome. If he really had the ability to protect her, then... Hey, lady! Could you please stop making that disgusting expression? I'm not interested in you at all. Suddenly, a bucket of cold water was dumped over Maisie's head, drenching her to the bone. You guys caused this mess, so deal with it yourselves. Why bother me? I'm useless, okay? Don't come looking for me. Su Chen's parting words left Maisie trembling with rage. Just as she was about to curse him out, a bottle of potion flew through the air and smashed onto the floor. Clatter! The vial shattered into pieces, its contents spilling everywhere. Hey, I heard black snakes are fiercer during mating season. Not sure if it's true, but why don't you test it out for me? Chapter 115, casually taking out 3 cherry blossom people. The 3 Japanese individuals standing there were utterly dumbfounded. The potion's effects instantly enveloped the black snake. The black snake, which had been facing them moments ago, suddenly became wildly agitated. The 2 men had barely managed to restrain it before, but now they couldn't withstand its power. With a powerful sweep of its tail, both men were sent crashing to the ground. You despicable great Xiaoman, I'll kill you. The man charged towards Su Chen, a massive stone clenched in his fist. Before he could react, a withered branch suddenly appeared at his feet. Unable to dodge in time, he took a hard tumble. The scene left everyone momentarily stunned, even Su Chen furrowing his brow slightly. His peripheral vision imperceptibly glanced toward Qi Xiang. He had seen clearly just moments ago there had been no dead branch there. This thing had appeared out of nowhere. Hey, instead of wasting time bothering us, why don't you focus on dealing with that black snake right in front of you? It's completely wrapped around you guys now. Qi Xiang sneered at them, infuriating the pair so much they glared and puffed out their cheeks. Hiss! The black snake coiled its massive body and lunged toward the trio once more. Its eyes blazed crimson as it opened its gaping maw, striking toward the man called Ichiro. Ichiro! Miko stared in shock at the scene before her, utterly stunned that in the blink of an eye, her companion had been swallowed whole. Bright red blood dripped slowly from the black snake's jaws onto the ground. After chewing a few times, it spat everything out as if it found the taste unpalatable. Flaring its fangs, it turned its gaze to the players before it, its rolling eyes appraising each one in turn. You great Xia people! You've caused our Sakura nation to lose a top-tier player. Su Chen found her words laughable. Top-tier player? Is that the best your players can do? Then your nation's doom is near. Nothing but half-baked skills calling a flashbang a top-tier talent? That's laughable. Su Chen tore them apart without a shred of mercy, utterly disregarding their feelings. A bunch of useless fools actually thought they ruled the world. You Xiaoman, you're asking for death. Miko channeled magical energy into the dagger in her hand, lunging swiftly towards Su Chen. Feeling the approaching killing intent, Su Chen instantly shifted direction, letting the dagger graze past him. What good are your skills like that? And you can't even read the situation? Distract yourself to deal with me again, and you'll be the next one sent to the snake pit. Before Miko could finish her defiant roar, a massive shadow plummeted from above, crashing down before her. Miko whipped her head around just in time to see a gaping maw closing in. If it struck, death was certain. Miko! The man seized a tree trunk, using it to block the black serpent's attack. He yanked Miko from the creature's jaws and swiftly stabbed a hole through the black snake's mouth. Witnessing such formidable strength, Su Chen's eyes lit up. To cultivate an ordinary strength talent to such a level was truly a rare sight. Maisie, are you okay? Any injuries? Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the air. Su Chen and Qi Xiang exchanged bewildered glances before turning their puzzled gazes toward the 2 figures before them. Did you say you saved me? Miko's sudden question left the man who'd rescued her momentarily stunned. If you can save me now, then you should have been able to save Ichiro earlier too. Are you jealous of him? Jealous that I'm always clinging to him and feel nothing for you? You clearly wanted him dead, why else wouldn't you have saved him immediately?
Watching the two of them tangled in their love-hate drama, Suchen found it utterly tedious.
Hey, you two, are you going to fight or not? If you don't want this black snake, I'll take it.
Suchen let out a loud howl, instantly drawing fierce glances from both of them.
TSK, getting slapped in the face and still trying to save your goddess? You really are Japan's #1 suck-up. Since you're not going to kill the black snake, then it's mine. Hearing Suchen's brazen claim, Miko was so infuriated she burst into laughter. This is the strongest species among the giant force snakes. Do you really think you can take it down alone? You're delusional. Yet Suchen paid her words no mind whatsoever. Standing before the black serpent, the small snake clinging to his wrist stirred. It lazily glanced back to see who its opponent was before closing its eyes and drifting back to sleep. In that instant, the black snake felt as if its body had been pinned to the spot by thousands of needles. It sensed that the slightest movement would mean the end, not just this life, but the next, and the next after that. Even Shi Xiang was half convinced, reaching out to press down on Suchen's wrist. Hey, this thing looks pretty fierce. You wanna go test it out? Yeah, how else will I know my limits? Might even learn something.
The black snake stood proudly before Suchen, flickering its crimson tongue with murderous intent in its eyes, as if poised to swallow him whole. Before Suchen could make his move, the black snake twisted its body and lunged forward. Hey, watch out! Shi Xiang shouted from the side, but Suchen wasn't the least bit worried. He sidestepped effortlessly. The black snake's speed was among the fastest of all demonic beasts. It narrowed its eyes, its gaze fixed intently on Suchen. Oomph. I thought you great Xia people were something special. Looks like you're nothing special after all. You're just being crushed by monsters. If you're so skilled, why don't you go punish it right now? Maisie lashed out viciously, her words dripping with contempt for Suchen. Her attitude was all it took for Suchen to curve his lips into a smile and shift his stance. The black snake, seeing him move, immediately slithered toward Suchen, swaying its massive head. Suchen showed no sign of panic. As the black snake closed in, he abruptly changed direction and dashed toward Miko. As he neared Maisie, Suchen pivoted his feet to change direction. The black snake, unable to dodge in time, opened its massive jaws and slammed into Maisie and the man beside her. The immense impact left Miko reeling, utterly unprepared for Suchen's diversionary tactic. It felt as if her insides were being jostled loose. Though it was just a game, the sensation of physical impact felt disturbingly real. You betrayed us. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Suchen, utterly shocked that he would use this tactic against them. He shrugged indifferently. Sorry about that. I thought you were pretty quick on your feet, but apparently not so much. Rest easy. Your country won't necessarily come out on top anyway. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Maisie, her head crushed between the black serpent's jaws like a meat sandwich, glared with wide eyes. She opened her mouth in frustration, desperate to protest. But the enraged black snake gave her no chance, opening its maw to swallow both of them whole. Player count 2. In reality, Miko angrily flung her phone to the ground. Damn you, great Xia. I'll track down your identity and make you pay. Chapter 116, Slaying the Black Snake, Unveiling the Blind Box Skill. With no one else in the way, the black snake refocused its target on Suchen. You need to be careful now. This thing is going all out against you. Shi Xiang frowned deeply, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. With those distracting figures gone, Suchen was now completely exposed in its sights. And he had repeatedly taunted the black snake's attention, showing it no respect whatsoever. Before Suchen could respond, the black snake coiled its massive body and charged forward with all its might. Its body was pure power, a direct hit would shatter it into pieces. Those two earlier were proof enough. Yet Suchen paid it no mind whatsoever, his peripheral vision fixed on Shi Xiang's reaction. He couldn't reveal himself as an elemental force controller just yet, such power was exceedingly rare worldwide. Though Shi Xiang was a fellow countryman, caution was still necessary. He couldn't reveal his true power, yet he had to kill this black snake. An idea flashed through Suchen's mind. With a flick of his wrist, several spears materialized in his hands. Wait, where did you even get these things? I didn't even blink, and you just pulled this out of nowhere? Shi Xiang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, utterly baffled by how these weapons had materialized. Seeing his stunned expression, Suchen casually remarked. From my backpack. Doesn't everyone have one? What's the big deal? Shi Xiang looked perplexed. Is that so? My backpack doesn't seem to work like that. Before he could ask more questions, the black snake charged toward Suchen like a bolt of lightning. Its ferocious attack was clearly aimed at finishing Suchen off. Whoosh! Suchen's spear flew through the air like a hail of arrows. He planted his feet firmly, flipped his body, and ducked low, his torso brushing past Black Snake's body. At that critical moment, Shi Xiang stared in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Suchen's lightning-fast evasion. Where did this monster come from?
His physical combat skills are incredibly strong. He never showed this kind of power before. Could he have been holding back all along? The thought struck Qi Xiang as plausible. After all, anyone who made it into this divine relic must possess considerable skill. Still think you can chase me? Black Snake was completely outmaneuvered by Su Chen, his spears flung into the air now plummeting back down. Black Snake's body is as hard as armor. Your spears won't pierce through it. Roar! The spear struck the Black Snake's body like sharp arrows 1, 2, 3, 7. All 7 spears were embedded in its flesh. Witnessing this, Qi Xiang's eyes widened in shock. He rubbed his eyes, utterly unable to believe what he was seeing. What kind of spears are these? How can they be so sharp? That thing is an intermediate level monster, at least silver rank 5. How could it be pierced through? It was utterly unbelievable. Probably just a lucky strike. Nothing to get worked up about. Hearing Su Chen's nonchalant response, Qi Xiang was so furious he couldn't speak. Damn it! Is this even right? This is wrong. What level is a black snake? Even without divine weapons, how could a mere ordinary spear leave it with barely half its health? Qi Xiang looked down at the pool of blood spreading across the ground. Not a single drop belonged to Su Chen. The spear seemed to have turned on a faucet inside the black snake, blood gushing relentlessly from the wound. Even if this beast wasn't killed outright by Su Chen, it would bleed to death from the loss of blood alone. As if sensing something amiss with Su Chen, the black snake whipped its head around and turned to flee, unwilling to continue the fight. Think you can run? Did I give you that chance? Whoosh! The spear shot forward, blocking its escape route completely. The black snake froze for a moment before whirling back, hissing menacingly at Su Chen, hoping to scare him off. But Su Chen remained utterly unmoved, letting out a dismissive chuckle. Even if you're a bit bigger, it doesn't necessarily mean you're useful. You're nothing but trouble. Since you're here anyway, you can't expect me to leave empty-handed, can you? Su Chen flicked his wrist and another spear materialized in his hand. Seeing his calm demeanor, Qi Xiang's lips twitched again. He thought to himself, just how many tricks does this guy have up his sleeve? It feels like he's got an endless supply. Seeing the spear in Su Chen's hand, the black snake's eyes flashed with the urge to flee. It frantically scanned its surroundings for an escape route. But every escape route was tightly sealed by Su Chen. To flee, it would have to eliminate him first. But the sight of the object in his hand nearly scared the snake's gallbladder out of its body. This thing wasn't human at all. How could it possibly fight something that wasn't human? Oh? Trying to run, are we? You seemed pretty capable just now, even flicking your tongue at me. Why the sudden urge to flee? Too bad no time for that. Su Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened as he dragged his spear forward swiftly. The creature tried to block with its body, but another spear materialized in Su Chen's hand. He flung it toward its vital spot. Meanwhile, Su Chen's other hand aimed straight for its head. Thud! The spear pierced straight through the black snake's skull, while the other spear sank deep into its body. The black snake raised its head and let out a long, agonized howl, struggling helplessly against its fate. 7 holes pierced its body, draining half its blood, leaving it utterly powerless. It thrashed and twitched on the ground for a moment before falling still. Congratulations, host, on defeating the black snake. Reward, 3 beast cores. Experience plus 500, stamina increased. Added 1 blind box special skill refreshable. A mechanical voice sounded, and the last skill caught Su Chen's attention. Blind box special skill? What was this thing? He'd never encountered anything like it before. Could it be some kind of hidden variant? Before he could ponder further, a voice rang out. Su, you're seriously impressive. Especially those spears. What's the deal with having so many of them? Did you snag these from somewhere special? Where'd you get them? Can I buy some? Got any leads? Qi Xiang stared at the spear in Su Chen's hands with eyes aglow, as if beholding some legendary weapon. Judging by his reaction, he seemed quite fascinated by the spear. The kid was dressed in expensive clothes, probably the offspring of some capitalist. Ripping him off wouldn't be a bad deal at all. Ahem, this thing. I acquired it at an auction. I'll give you the address later. When you go, make sure to keep an eye out for similar items up for auction. The more of these you have, the better they work. You saw that yourself just now, right? Su Chen smiled with genuine sincerity, his expression betraying no hint of insincerity. Qi Xiang nodded frantically. Right. Though I didn't think much of them at first, I never expected such explosive power in actual combat. Give me that address now. I'm buying dozens of these no matter what. Dozens? This is going to make me rich. Ahem, no problem at all. I'll send you the address right now. Chapter 117, Tang Jinsha's appearance. After wrapping things up here. To avoid arousing Chi-Chi's suspicion, Su Chen stowed everything into his backpack. So where do we go now? Qi Xiang scanned the surroundings. Aside from the black snake, no other sounds could be heard. Su Chen had noticed this too. It seemed the black snake had devoured everything clean. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a massive build. Let's head deeper inside and take a look. Didn't they say the thing we need is at the very back? That resurrection fruit sounds like it must be something special. If we can get our hands on it, it should have some amazing effects. Though Su Chen couldn't care less about such trinkets, who would refuse an extra layer of security? Then let's head deeper in. But this is truly strange, we haven't heard any other footsteps either. If there were many people, shouldn't we see players everywhere? Yet we've barely encountered a handful.
Shi Xiang's speculation made sense, but Su Chen had noticed that gate from the very beginning. The two groups had entered through different gates from the start, perhaps they'd been teleported to separate worlds. But Su Chen had no way of knowing for certain. Who knows what tougher challenges might lie ahead? This situation offered a perfect opportunity to gauge the true strength of players from different nations. The two walked forward for some distance without encountering anything unusual. The desolate sounds echoed all around them, yet nothing else seemed amiss. The silence felt eerie. Those blood rats vanished without a trace. Though individually weak, their swarm attacks are terrifyingly fierce. Shi Xiang's face grew paler as he spoke, his reaction suggesting he'd experienced it firsthand. Su Chen tilted his head and teased him. What? You've encountered them before? Encountered them? More like nearly killed by the damn things. Seeing his intense reaction, Su Chen guessed the rest. No wonder this guy knew so much about them. Come to think of it, he himself hadn't encountered these things yet. Scanning the area, he still didn't see any other players. Even following the shrinking zone pattern, he should have spotted someone by now. How could the entire horizon be completely empty? This was truly baffling. Hey! Anyone over there? A clear, feminine voice rang out from behind them. The two exchanged glances and frowned. Turning around, they found a pretty, athletic-looking young girl standing before them. Su Chen was startled by her appearance. Wasn't this world just a little too small? Hey! Your brother Su? Tang Jinxia blinked her sparkling eyes at Su Chen, her little face beaming with delight. What a coincidence! I never expected to run into you here. Shi Xiang, standing nearby, glanced back and forth between the two with a playful smile. Well, looks like brother Su ran into an old acquaintance. Who knew you knew such a cute girl? Su Chen's lips twitched. The guy's expression made him look like some kind of creep. We've met a few times before, but I never expected to run into her in Miracle. How did you get here? We just walked around and didn't see anyone. How did you appear? Tang Jinxia looked utterly bewildered. Huh? Didn't see anyone? I just saw a door suddenly appear right in front of me. I opened it and ended up here, where I found you too. This left Su Chen and the others even more baffled. When had a door ever appeared in the middle of nowhere? Seeing the astonishment on their faces, Tang Jinxia continued her explanation. It just appeared out of nowhere on the open ground. Well, not always a door, sometimes it's an opening. Once you step inside, it's completely different from the environment you were in before, and you can't find your way back. At this point, Su Chen had pieced together most of the puzzle. He scanned the area once more, still seeing no one. I suspect the entire space is interconnected, but I have no idea where the specific location for movement is. This must be the peculiar aspect of the divine ruins. Finding the resurrection fruit inside will be no easy task. Su Chen spoke with a casual air. This was actually for the best, it meant he could explore more of the miracle ruins. Who knows what treasures he might uncover that he hadn't discovered yet. If he could bring everything back, wouldn't he strike it rich? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more hopeful his days seemed. In contrast, Shi Xiang and Tang Jinxia's expressions were far from optimistic. Shi Xiang sighed helplessly. When will we ever find the resurrection fruit? Are we just going to keep circling around forever? He stood helplessly by. If they remain trapped here indefinitely, escaping might become impossible. A chilling wind howled past, its very sound sending shivers down one's spine. Su Chen seemed to think of something and turned to look at Tang Jinxia. How have you been these past 2 days? We two men have faced countless dangers, yet you. Shi Xiang, who had been sighing just moments ago, seemed to realize something too. He turned his head toward Tang Jinxia. Her face remained as cute as ever. I haven't encountered much danger. It's just that the plants are huge, some even eat people. Anyway, whenever I saw anything dangerous, I just went around it. Their attack range is limited, so they couldn't hit me. Her explanation seemed perfectly reasonable. Su Chen frowned as he re-examined the girl before him. He'd seen all his other subordinates before, all power-type fighters. He'd never heard of this girl's abilities. Could it really be that there was nothing unusual about her? You're pretty sharp, little Su. I remember we could have just walked around those carnivorous plants too. Su Chen shook his head in disbelief. Had this guy's head been kicked by a donkey? The entrance was completely covered in carnivorous plants, densely packed into a vast expanse. Trying to leave now was nothing short of a pipe dream. Let's keep moving forward and see if we find anything new. Su Chen took the lead, stepping forward, with Tang Jinxia and Shi Xiang following closely behind. No sounds of combat echoed around them, not even the faintest murmur of monsters. The only thing they could sense was the three of them walking deeper into the ruins.
It seemed the strange openings and doors only existed on the periphery, there likely wouldn't be any further inside. Something's wrong. Did you hear that rustling sound in the grass?
Shi Xiang seemed to have heard something and halted in his tracks. Before the others could react, a piercing cry for help split the sky.
Help! Help me!
Upon hearing the voice, Su Chen spun around to find two foreign faces staring back at him. Peering past them, he saw a sea of blood rats behind them, their coats a dense, dark crimson. Their eyes glowed crimson, like demons from Satan's legions. Any prey they set their sights on inevitably became their sustenance. Gazing at this horde of blood rats, black as charcoal stones, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine.
Run first! Su Chen shouted.
The other two wasted no time, grabbing their belongings and running. Fearing they might grab the wrong belongings. As Su Chen and the others grew farther away, panic seized the two left behind.
Chapter 118, The Blood Rat Swarm. Hey! What's wrong with you guys? Can't you see us? The man spoke Lu Li's English, his tone entirely commanding. Tang Jinxia's smile froze at the corners of her mouth. She turned to glance at the two men. We see you. But why should we call out to you? You're running away, aren't you?
Tang Jinxia had only intended to state the facts, but the other party didn't give her a chance to explain. Instead, his tone grew increasingly aggressive.
Hey! I called you to stay here and be our human shields. What else do you think we need you for? You lot are getting off easy by being used as shields. Now get moving and block those blood rats.
His words were brutally harsh and disrespectful, filling Su Chen and the others with disgust.
Seeing the national flag insignia on their chests made them feel instantly nauseated. So you're from the pretty country. No wonder you act like you're sick.
The man froze, clearly not expecting Su Chen to lash out at him.
What do you mean by that? How dare you insult me? Su Chen showed no sign of backing down. What's wrong with cursing you? You deserve it. Cursing you is too kind. I should kick you off this cliff right now and leave you to rot among the blood rats.
Hearing this, the man instantly flew into a rage, his eyes reddening as he activated his skill.
You're asking for death.
With a flick of his wrist, a vine erupted from his body, lashing straight towards Su Chen. Seeing this disgusting skill, Su Chen frowned. The guy resorted to dirty tricks when he couldn't win with insults. Clearly, he intended to bind Su Chen and then fling him backward. Upon seeing the vine, Su Chen sneered coldly.
You think that'll keep me here? You're delusional. You two get out of the way.
Since these two fools want to play games with me, I'll show them what I'm made of. Before Qi Xiang and Tang Jinxia could react, a milky white spider silk coiled around both their chests. The silk was strong and resilient, trapping them momentarily. A powerful force hurled them into the air, slamming them into a nearby tree. This maneuver allowed them to completely evade the blood rats below. With the other two out of the picture, the blood rats' targets shifted entirely to Su Chen and the two from the United States. Su Chen halted in his tracks, no longer running.
You wanted to keep someone behind? Well, your old man isn't running anymore, and neither are you two.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the spider silk appeared again, striking toward the two.
The two men's expressions changed instantly.
They scrambled to dodge, terrified the silk might entangle them. They never imagined they'd provoke such a formidable opponent, whose strength matched their own.
Taking him on offered no advantage whatsoever. The opponent wasn't stupid either.
Seeing that Su Chen was tough to handle, he immediately changed his tune and started playing nice.
I suppose this is all just a misunderstanding. I thought you were from Korea. Turns out you're from Great Xia. My apologies. How about we deal with this pack of blood rats first? Now that he couldn't win, he suddenly wanted to back down. Su Chen despised this sort of cowardly behavior the most. Rolling his eyes, he snapped. If you're a man, fight like one. Stop whining like a woman. If you want to fight me, hurry up and do it. Cut the crap. Su Chen flipped his hand, snatching the oil lamp.
The swarm of blood rats, upon seeing the lamp, immediately changed direction, not daring to approach Su Chen even a step closer. Every last one of them swarmed toward the American players, eyes glowing green as they glared at them menacingly. The mere sight of their eyes sent shivers down David's spine, yet Su Chen's face showed not a trace of fear. His gaze fell on the treasure in Su Chen's hands, and greed quickly ignited within David's heart. This guy clearly had a lot of valuables on him.
If he could kill him, wouldn't everything be his?
The thought sent a web of schemes spinning through David's mind. Seeing David linger in silence while his gaze lingered on his oil lamp, he knew exactly what the youngster was scheming.
Ha! You dare come here to steal my things? You don't know when to quit.
Su Chen's gaze turned sharp as steel.
With a flick of his wrist, a tangle of resilient spider silk shot forward. The opponent's vines followed suit, the two objects colliding like clashing blades. David's lips curled upward. He had forged his vines to possess a steel-like quality no weapon of its kind could match its hardness. Su Chen had long recognized this. David must have upgraded this thing. It's decent enough. Against other hard materials, it might hold its own. But it's a pity you're facing me. Spider silk is soft. Do you really think you stand a chance?
The supple spider's silk instantly split into strands as fine as cow hair, clinging to the vine like parasites and swiftly enveloping it. The venom in the silk slowly seeped into the vine. Within moments, a putrid, decaying stench began to emanate from it. David turned to face the looming visage above him, only now realizing what kind of monster he'd provoked. Before you try to shift the blame elsewhere, see if you even have the ability. Otherwise, you'll just be shooting yourself in the foot. He paused, then looked up at the dense swarm of blood rats surrounding them. Their eyes glowed green with hunger as they glared at David and his companions. I'd say you did yourself a favor by leaving earlier. As for you, there's no need for you to stick around any longer. Su Chen's gaze was cold as he slowly backed away, oil lamp in hand. Watching him gradually distance himself, David screamed frantically. What do you think you're doing? You can't treat me like this. I'm a player from the United States. The United States. No matter what he said, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to listen. You can't teach someone through words, but actions speak louder than words once is enough. With this lesson learned, this guy would think twice before any future sanctions. Let's go. No need to waste time on two useless pieces of trash. Su Chen held the oil lamp, waiting for the two of them to descend before continuing onward, utterly indifferent to the heart-wrenching screams echoing behind them. Did you hear any suspicious noises? Su Chen asked deliberately. The other two played along seamlessly, shaking their heads in unison. Nope, probably just our imaginations playing tricks on us. Yeah, who'd be out this late anyway? Qi Xiang and Tang Jinxia exchanged a glance. A cold sweat flashed across both their minds, yet they felt equal admiration for Su Chen's formidable power. Su Chen's power had completely surpassed their expectations. Even his vines could corrode, their toxins terrifying. This alone would allow Su Chen to dominate many players. Once Su Chen departed, the blood rat horde no longer feared the oil lamp's power. One by one, they fixed their hungry stares on David and his companion, their bodies paralyzed by the poison. Only now did they realize what kind of demon they had provoked. If given another chance, they would never associate with this man again. Squeak! David stared at the swarm of blood rats, his gaze instantly swallowed up. Chapter 119, Hot Pot in the Ruins? What a genius! Who would have thought, kid? You're actually this good. Qi Xiang stared at Su Chen with admiration. That last move had genuinely blown him away. Su Chen shrugged indifferently. Just luck. That guy's skill was similar to mine, and luckily his living plants could be eroded. But if it were real steel, that wouldn't have worked. Qi Xiang exchanged a glance with Tang Jinxia, looking at Su Chen with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. The latter asked uncertainly. Really? But it looks like it packs quite a punch. Maybe the toxin can be upgraded too. Someday it'll be so powerful it can even snap steel bars. Su Chen. Something that could break rebar probably wouldn't be poison. It'd need to trigger a chemical reaction. How else could it sever metal? As the sky grew cooler, the scene before them slowly transformed. The dark, blood-stained rat corpses on the ground all transformed into flowers, blooming beautifully in the air. It changed just like that? This is my first time witnessing this transformation. How marvelous. It's not an illusion, is it? Qi Xiang reached out to touch the spot where the blood rat had become a flower. The sensation on his hand was undeniably that of a real flower. This discovery left all three of them utterly dumbfounded. Real flowers? This place felt eerily strange. For some reason, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, unfamiliar places never offered a sense of security. By the time the sun rose fully, all traces of blood had vanished from the surroundings. Even the players from the United States who had been present moments ago vanished without a trace. Tang Jinxia furrowed her lovely brows, murmuring to herself in confusion. Where did those two go? Did they really leave? Su Chen overheard her words and patted her shoulder. Those two lost the game and had to return to the real world. Their sanctuary no longer exists. They've become vagrants now. Huh? Is that how it is? Those two should have just left Brother Su alone from the start. But they had to go and challenge his limits. How utterly despicable. The thought made Tang Jinxia's blood boil. Seeing the little brat's furious expression, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What are you thinking about, kid? You wouldn't actually want to teach them a lesson, would you? Tang Jinxia nodded emphatically. Exactly. He was wrong to talk about you like that in the first place. It's only right that I teach them a lesson on Brother Su's behalf. She was as docile as an adorable white rabbit. How such a personality could survive even 2 days in the perilous ruins was truly a mystery. Qi Xiang shared the same puzzlement, but he merely gave Tang Jinxia a few curious glances before letting the matter drop. If others didn't want to bring it up, he saw no point in prying. Since it's daylight now, let's all get some rest. We'll probably have to keep walking tonight. Who knew how much more this godforsaken place held? They might have to trek a long way just to reach the inner circle. This was merely the outer ring. Who knew what extravagance awaited within the inner sanctums? Qi Xiang's eyes were blurring now, clearly the result of dehydration. His body swayed, and he collapsed straight onto the ground.
Seeing him lose consciousness, Tang Jixia was startled. She scooped up his body, cradling him horizontally, and carried him step by step toward the bed inside the cave. Disgusted by his unpleasant odor, Tang Jixia shoved him forcefully into Su Chen's arms. Su Ge, you guys are more familiar with each other. I think you should handle this. You do it. I've never bathed anyone before. Wouldn't that be awkward? Su Chen protested. Cold sweat poured down Tang Jinxia's back. She absolutely did not want to bathe this man. How could an innocent young woman like her, who'd never even been in a relationship, bathe a grown man? Brother Su, I really think you should do it. You do it. My hands aren't exactly free. Su Chen kept refusing. He couldn't be bothered with this sort of thing. While still in a hazy state of unconsciousness, Shi Xiang faintly overheard the two discussing him. He was definitely the handsome type, yet neither of them wanted to wash him. Are my 8-pack abs just for show? Curious, he struggled to sit up, trembling slightly. Enough, both of you. I'll do it myself. Seeing Shi Xiang stir and sit up groggily, Su Chen and Tang Jinxia's faces lit up. Great. Then we won't be needed. Everything's laid out beside you, just grab it and wash yourself. We won't bother you then. Hurry up and get yourself cleaned up. The two of them bolted faster than rabbits, never seen anything like it. Shi Xiang trembled as he strained to reach for the towel and place it in the giant leaf. Before he could make 2 moves, Su Chen dashed back. What's up? Did your conscience kick in and make you feel like you should help me after all? What are you thinking? I forgot to leave something for you. This stuff is good for your health. Keep washing. I'm outta here. Su Chen tossed a bottle of potion on the table and strode away with a flourish. Staring at his disappearing figure and the potion on the table, Shi Xiang hesitated for a long time before deciding not to drink it right away. What's this guy up to? I've never seen this stuff before. But anything that comes from that guy must be valuable. Besides, he has no reason to harm his own people. After much deliberation, Shi Xiang downed the entire bottle in one gulp. Instantly, he felt his body grow significantly lighter. His previously sluggish physique had fully recovered, and all traces of dehydration vanished. What kind of background does this guy have? His abilities are astonishing, and his treasures are equally incredible. Now, a bottle of potion he casually handed over has restored him so quickly. Even the alchemists our own clan recruited couldn't match Su Xiaotu's work. If only we could recruit him into our family. The thought had barely formed in Shi Xiang's mind before he suppressed it. Forget it. That guy doesn't seem like the type to be confined to one place. Since he's clearly not meant to stay in one spot, it's fine. It was a bit of a shame, but if they could become friends, that would be nice too. After washing himself clean, Shi Xiang felt instantly revitalized. Those two must be worried sick. After all, my fainting was so sudden. The best thing I brought on this trip is these compressed biscuits. Otherwise, I'd treat them to a meal. Shi Xiang spoke as he walked toward the cave exit, when suddenly a wave of enticing aroma caught his attention. Brother Su, you're a master chef. This hot pot base you stir-fried yourself is fantastic, it smells amazing. Tang Jinxia's eyes lit up as she stared at the hot pot before her, unable to resist reaching over to grab a piece of beef tripe. This dipping sauce is incredible. Brother Su, this is absolutely delicious. Getting to eat hot pot in a place like this is pure bliss. Seeing these two, Shi Xiang was dumbfounded. Was eating hot pot in ruins even right? Chapter 120, The Zombie Horde in the Northeast. This is ing wrong. This is ing absurd. Absurd as hell. Su Chen immediately spotted Shi Xiang standing frozen like a wooden post nearby. He waved his hand, gesturing for him to come over. The other guy's heart was trembling. These bastards had actually sneaked in an extra meal while he was sick. Perfect timing. We were just waiting for you to eat. Shi Xiang looked at him skeptically, then glanced at the plates in front of the two men. You were waiting for me? Burp. Yeah, burp. Su Chen let out 3 belches in one breath. Shi Xiang stared at him expressionless, utterly speechless. Why did eating have to involve all this back and forth with him? Ahem, I just had a little bit, but it wasn't right. We saved a lot for you to eat when you got back. Su Chen spoke while piling meat onto his plate. Shi Xiang, who had been fuming moments ago, was soothed by Su Chen's few words. After 2 days of relentless running, he was ravenously hungry. Faced with this feast, he naturally dug in. Alright, I get what you're saying. I'm not angry at all. But little Su, where did you get all this stuff? Can your backpack really hold all this? The more Shi Xiang thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Even if this thing could hold items, wouldn't storage capacity be an issue? The barrage of questions was starting to annoy Su Chen. How could this guy be such a chatterbox? Ahem, brother Shi Xiang, just eat first. There's juice here too, it tastes pretty good. Once we finish eating, we'll have to keep moving forward. Who knows what we might run into ahead. Shi Xiang wholeheartedly agreed, so eager to dig in that he didn't even pause to speak. But barely seconds into eating, an unexpected voice drew everyone's attention. Well, isn't this charming? Having hot pot in the ruins. Why not just open a hot pot restaurant in here?
Who knows, maybe passing players could even boost your business. The speaker was from Korea, the same man and woman from the White Mist. This map was vast yet compact. How else would they have crossed paths here? We're not bothering you by eating hot pot here. What do you want? Before Su Chen could speak, Shi Xiang blurted out his purpose. The man glanced around to see how many people were with Su Chen. Once he confirmed there were only 3, his expression instantly turned arrogant. Nothing much. Your hot pot just smells so good, I couldn't resist bringing my girlfriend over for a taste. So, how much do I owe you for this hot pot? Or how many crystals? I'll cover it. He jumped straight to a transaction. While his character left much to be desired, settling things through barter wasn't entirely out of the question. Shi Xiang hesitated, glancing at the contents of the pot before fixing his gaze on Su Chen. Park Bo-suk followed his gaze toward Su Chen. Looks like you're the one in charge here. I'll take this hot pot. How much will it cost? Su Chen stared intently at him, his words laced with provocation. We came here to enjoy our hot pot. It's not right for you to just swoop in and take it. Nanju wriggled into Park Boshua's embrace, shooting Su Chen a contemptuous glance. Our Park Hyung has plenty of money. Just tell him what you want. Besides, it's just a hot pot meal. We can exchange items without ruining the mood. This woman looked like she had big breasts but no brains, yet she actually said something sensible. Su Chen's lips curved upward as a plan formed in his mind. Sure thing. Since you want an exchange, I hear crystal stones are all the rage these days. After all, this is just a meal, but it's pretty rare around here. And who knows when I'll be able to leave. 100 crystals shouldn't be too much, right? Nanju shrieked in shock. What? 100 crystals? Why not just rob someone outright? 100 crystals for a single meal? That's enough to buy a treasure. Even Shi Xiang and Tang Jinxia beside her gasped in shock. They both thought Su Chen had lost his mind. This guy really had the nerve to ask for that much. Hey, you were just swearing up and down you wanted it. Why aren't you saying anything now? Think it's too expensive? Su Chen grinned at him, while Park Baoshua frowned deeply at the price. At that moment, he realized this guy was here purely to pick a fight, otherwise, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Boziok, let's not eat here. This is just ripping people off. Namju tugged at him to leave, but Park Baoshua pulled her back. This meal is indeed rare in the ruins, but 100 crystals is too steep. Lower the price. It seemed this guy genuinely wanted to buy it, and Su Chen didn't want to keep haggling. There was no point in this. At the end of the day, it was just a meal. 30 crystals. You can have this hot pot. Everyone's eyes widened like copper bells. Holy crap, this guy was trying to kill him. Park Bo-suk had prepared to spend every last coin, yet Su Chen had slashed the price so drastically. Want it? Yes. I'll pay you now. This turn of events left Park Baoshua completely bewildered. Could it be that he'd struck gold? After the transaction concluded, Su Chen even replaced their hot pot base. It tasted just like the one they'd have at home. Since there's nothing else, we'll be heading out. Wait. Su Chen and his group were about to leave when Park Baoshua stopped them. Are you planning to head east? Yeah, exactly. We don't know what lies ahead, so we need to explore the entire map. Park Baoshua shook his head. If you're heading toward Guangdong, don't bother. A massive zombie and a horde have appeared over there. And your attacks won't even scratch it. They're usually invisible, but come nightfall, they become highly active. Every player who dared challenge them has perished. If you don't want to die, get out of there immediately. After hearing Park Baoshua's words, Su Chen pieced together a rough idea. There must be more unknown dangers lurking over there. But the monsters were too powerful for them to overcome. Who knows? The entrance to the inner circle might be right there. Alright, I get it. You two eat. I won't disturb your private moment. Su Chen bid farewell to the pair and promptly headed northeast. Before leaving, Shi Xiang shot a resentful glare at that guy. That bastard tried to gouge my eyes out earlier and you actually gave him the hot pot? Hey, aren't you being way too saintly about this? Shi Xiang fumed at Su Chen, his anger boiling over at the thought. He never expected Su Chen to hand over the hot pot so readily, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Su Chen, however, yawned and turned to look at him. So you really don't want to give it to them? I did add laxatives to it, you know. Are you seriously going to fight over a hot pot laced with laxatives? Chapter 121, The Stubborn Sticky Plaster. Laxatives? Shi Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Chen. He kept glancing back toward Park Baoshua's direction, a sly grin spreading across his face. Hey, kid, you're pretty cunning. When did you slip that thing in? I was right beside you the whole time and didn't notice a thing. Su Chen patted his shoulder. Looks like you've got a lot more to learn from me. How about this become my disciple? Who knows? I might just pass down my ultimate techniques to you? Shi Xiang frowned at the suggestion and shoved Su Chen away. You little punk trying to take advantage of me? My talent is off the charts, and my skills are beyond awesome. Once you see how good I am, you might even ask to be my disciple. Seeing his smug expression, Su Chen shook his head with a smile.
This guy really thinks he's something special.
Sighing helplessly, he shrugged and continued walking forward.
Fine, fine. When you get the chance, show me your skills. Let's see what you're really made of.
The warm scene of the two bantering and jostling each other made Tang Jinxia smile softly. She quickened her pace to keep up with them.
The daytime surroundings felt calm and peaceful, devoid of any sense of danger. Yet the eerie sensation emanating from the surroundings still sent shivers down one's spine.
Not a single soul was in sight. After walking for a while, Su Chen grew increasingly uneasy.
Haven't you noticed the surroundings feel different from when we came earlier? Prompted by Su Chen's remark, the other two scanned their surroundings.
Where once there had been ordinary shrubs, now stood a sea of vibrant roses. The sea of red roses that met their eyes didn't evoke the slightest hint of romance, but instead carried an underlying sense of eeriness.
Su, aren't these roses a bit too vivid?
Tang Jinxia stood beside the roses, examining them closely before turning to Su Chen.
My family runs a flower shop. Every bottle of nutrient solution we use is carefully selected premium quality.
Even meticulously tended flower fields don't produce roses as vivid as these.
Su Chen frowned slightly, his suspicions beginning to form.
Looking down at his feet, he could only see brown soil, nothing else. He took 2 more steps forward.
Clunk.
A raised spot beneath his feet caught Su Chen's attention. As he scraped away the soil, a protruding human bone came into view. The sight of this made the other two turn pale. They hadn't expected to find human bones here already.
What? What's going on here?
Tang Jinxia's eyes widened in shock and she backed away in fright, taking refuge behind Shi Xiang. Shi Xiang surveyed the surroundings.
The environment remained as calm as still water, showing no sign of danger whatsoever.
We must be standing at the junction between the inner and outer rings.
The junction? Shi Xiang asked in confusion. Yeah.
Before, the outer perimeter was 2 separate worlds, but if I'm not mistaken, the inner circle should be the same world.
So even during daylight, we'll likely face many dangers.
The words fell, stirring 1,000 waves within both their hearts. Having witnessed the night's perils, the trio moved with extreme caution.
If daylight was equally fraught with peril, the road ahead would be anything but easy. Tang Jinxia stepped forward first, smiling as she spoke. It's fine. Since we've come this far, why would we fear those things? Besides, there are 3 of us. If danger strikes, we can handle it together.
Tiny as she was, she radiated like a little sun, her eyes brimming with hope for miracles. Her cheerful demeanor swept away the gloom in the other two's hearts.
Exactly. I think Jinxia's right. They're just some monsters. We're humans with special gifts. How could mere monsters possibly threaten us?
Shi Xiang grew more animated as he spoke, lifting his foot to continue forward.
I'll lead the way. You two follow. Su Chen smiled silently, shook his head helplessly, and followed. What were these two thinking? Trusting others so blindly, putting their backs on the line like that?
They encountered no other monsters along the way, but they did come across several players. Each wore a look of lingering terror, their bodies splattered with bloodstains. They must have just been through a fierce battle. Su Chen stepped forward to talk to them, but they scattered like they'd seen a ghost. They seemed terrified of speaking with Su Chen, clearly having encountered something deeply unsettling.
These guys are weird. They seem to be from the Three Kingdoms faction.
I saw quite a few players from the Three Kingdoms faction earlier, but how come only these few remain now?
Or did I just miss the others?
Shi Xiang tiptoed toward the direction they had fled.
Judging by their stumbling retreat, they must be heading deeper into the inner circle. They're scared out of their wits and still heading in? Guess they're not that scared after all. Let's go. We should hurry inside too. It's about time anyway.
Shi Xiang took a sip of water as he spoke, then continued walking forward.
Su Chen and Tang Jinxia followed closely behind.
Just as they had walked a short distance, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. The trio turned just as the fading sunlight was instantly swallowed by a dark, ominous cloud.
All light vanished within it.
The next instant, the screams grew louder.
Help! Help!
A string of gibberish pierced their ears, instantly sapping Su Chen's resolve to proceed.
I don't think it's wise to linger outside. We should head inside and see what's going on.
No sooner had he spoken than he led the way forward. Shi Xiang and Tang Jinxia didn't spare a single glance, following Su Chen in unison. Each kept their eyes fixed on their own nose, pretending not to hear. Yet the voice clung to them like a ghostly spirit, refusing to let go.
Rustling sounds came from behind them.
Suddenly, a blood-soaked arm grabbed Shi Xiang's shoulder.
Save me! Save me, I beg you, save me!
The speaker was covered in blood, their body riddled with over a dozen bite wounds. Black smoke seeped from each bite wound, the sight of the blood-soaked body sending a chill through anyone who saw it.
Tang Jinxia seemed startled and quickly stepped back.
Shi Xiang shoved him aside, his brow furrowed. If you're a player from the pretty country, you should seek help from your own nation.
Why come to us? Besides, who knows if you'll stab us in the back? Saving you might just make you a threat right beside us. That much was true.
Stories of the farmer and the snake had played out far too often.
No. You're from Great Xia, right?
I've heard that great Xia people never abandon those in distress. They always help the weak. If you save me today, you'll be a hero of great Xia. At these words, Qi Xiang's lips curled into a laugh. Ha! A hero? What use is that empty title to me? And why wouldn't I just kill you outright? Isn't that the very essence of this game? Kill you, and everything you own becomes mine. How about this instead? You die, and I take everything you have. What do you say? Chapter 122, so what if it is? I'm just screwing you over. Each word left the listener frozen in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief, convinced he must have misheard. You! Aren't you from Great Xia? Shouldn't people from Great Xia? Should what? Su Chen, who had been silent until now, raised his eyes and retorted. The man stammered for a long moment, struggling to speak. Anyway, you should have saved me. When you see injustice, you should draw your sword to help. Why didn't you save me? A flicker of disgust crossed Su Chen's eyes as he twirled the dagger in his hand. This sort of person was like a stubborn leech once stuck to you, trouble was inevitable. You should leave. Our group won't be keeping you. If you don't leave now, we'll have to get rough. Killing you isn't out of the question. Su Chen? Qi Xiang? The two exchanged glances before turning their eyes toward Tang Jinxia. Her outfit remained the same sweet girl style as before, but what was with that statement just now? The other party was clearly terrified by Tang Jinxia's imposing aura, cold sweat pouring down their forehead. Come at me if you dare. Even if you can do something to me, you'll never take down the Lost Clan. Their attack power far surpasses ordinary monsters. If you're so confident, go ahead and wipe them out. Tang Jinxia frowned in displeasure, then turned her head with an innocent look toward Su Chen. Brother Su, what should we do with this guy? Should I kick him out? Su Chen appraised the man from head to toe. There was nothing remarkable about him, probably even the promised reward was fake. Let him go. Did you hear that? Brother Su told you to leave. Tang Jinxia repeated Su Chen's words. Yet the guy acted as if he hadn't heard a word, deliberately clinging to the three of them and refusing to leave. Worse still, he clung tightly to Qi Xiang's leg, refusing to let go. Qi Xiang reached out and slapped him hard. Are you crazy? I said let go. Get the hell out of here. Get lost. Let go. Let go. Blood splattered onto Qi Xiang's body, sending a chill down his spine. But the guy was clingy as hell. Even when Qi Xiang used every ounce of strength he had, he couldn't pry him loose. Damn it, the guy just wouldn't budge. I'm not leaving. My skill is sticky adhesion. As long as I don't want to leave, you can't make me. Ah! Before he could finish, a sudden slap smacked him hard across the face. Was that a boulder smashing into him? The man's vision went black as he instantly lost consciousness, his entire body sent flying several meters. Before he could even curse, he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Brother Su, Brother Qi Xiang, he won't be following us anymore. Su Chen and Qi Xiang exchanged a knowing glance, recalling how Tang Jinxia's single slap had sent cold sweat pouring down both grown men's backs. Brother Su, you have healing potions, right? Brother Qi Xiang was captured for so long, who knows what viruses he might have picked up. I think you should treat him. I'll go ahead and scout the path for you. With that, she lifted her foot and strode forward. The two men watched her retreating figure and swallowed hard. Where did you even meet this brute? That wasn't a slap, it was a boulder. Seeing that his companion couldn't hear him, Qi Xiang seized the moment to vent. Listen, we still don't know how strong she is, but dealing with a girl is always more trouble. Especially after that palm strike, it's even more dangerous. I say we should have gone with two guys, forget about her. What are you saying? Before Qi Xiang could finish, Tang Jinxia suddenly materialized before them. Ah! Qi Xiang recoiled as if struck by terror, his entire body trembling. Seeing his timid reaction, Tang Jinxia thought she'd encountered an unusual player today. Brother Su, are you upset? You don't seem very happy right now. Tang Jinxia blinked her big eyes innocently, her expression utterly harmless. Yet the more she acted like this, the more Qi Xiang seemed to see something terrifying, screaming incessantly. Alright, stop messing around. The path ahead is treacherous. We must be careful. Qi Xiang looked up at Su Chen with a skeptical expression. Why do I get the feeling you know everything? It's like you went somewhere else just to learn all this stuff. Even if Su Chen knew what the other was thinking, he didn't feel anything about it. All this speculation led him to believe Su Chen must have some secret he couldn't share, but Qi Xiang found that rather dull. Hey, did that guy just say someone was chasing him? He came from the northeast direction. Who knows? Maybe someone was already planning to strike here back then. Su Chen's eyes sharpened as he lifted his foot and walked forward. Take this vial of potion. I think we should press on for now. Leave the rest for later. Ever since Park Bo Suk, they've been talking about a vicious horde of zombies around here, but we still haven't seen them. My guess is. Before Qi Xiang could finish, the sound of rustling grass instantly caught Su Chen's attention. Shut up! Qi Xiang and Tang Jinxia exchanged confused glances, unsure of the meaning. But almost simultaneously, Su Chen thrust out his arms, grabbing one and shoving him away.
In an instant, two zombies lunged from behind, each strike aimed directly at Su Chen's neck. He realized these zombies targeted the neck.
He couldn't tell if these creatures were zombies or vampires.
These things are a real pain. Tang Jinxia pulled out two pink hammers and gripped them in her hands.
A sweet little girl wielding a giant hammer, and a pink one at that.
Shi Xiang was speechless with shock.
Even a girl can lift that hammer effortlessly, yet I can't even manage it. Seeing his utterly dismayed expression left Su Chen speechless. He thought the guy was scared, but it turned out to be because of this.
Enough. Get up and run.
These guys are a real pain. No point wasting our time and energy on them. At Su Chen's words, the two immediately took off running. Shi Xiang had been debating whether to fight them head-on, but seeing their state, it seemed wiser to flee first.
Hey, running like this isn't a solution. Are we just going to let them chase us forever? Su Chen didn't respond, but his ears twitched as if he detected something. Follow me over here. Just stay right behind me.
Without a word of protest, the two followed Su Chen as he sprinted ahead. Suddenly, two familiar figures appeared before them.
What? These two suckers?
Park Baoshua hadn't expected to run into Su Chen again either, and his anger flared instantly.
You bastard! What did you feed me earlier today? Why have I been suffering from diarrhea ever since eating it? You're behind this, aren't you?
That hot pot you made ever since I ate it, my stomach's been in agony.
As he spoke, another wave of unbearable pain surged through his stomach. Su Chen chuckled, so what if it was me? You're the one getting screwed. Chapter 123, Two Desperate Dogs Jumping the Wall. Park Bo-suk's eyes widened in fury. You're playing me? You're asking for it.
The words barely left his mouth before a scythe, brimming with murderous intent, slashed toward Su Chen's throat. Su Chen spun to wrap his spider silk around the attacker, but a massive pink hammer blocked his path.
Bang! A thunderous collision echoed throughout the area.
Tang Jinxia's two-handed hammer clashed with her slender frame, creating an incongruous sight.
Put! This little girl's actually using a hammer. Shi Xiang couldn't help but laugh out loud, though he was also startled inside.
Even Su Chen hadn't anticipated her weapon packing such punch.
We're being hunted by monsters right now. Are you sure you want to start a fight? Besides, it's 2 of you against 3 of us. 3 against 2 is a piece of cake. If you want to die, we won't stop you.
Su Chen chuckled lightly, his tone calm. His smug expression filled Park Baoshua with boiling rage, yet he glanced warily over his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he shot Su Chen a venomous glare.
Oomph. You got lucky this time. Let's go.
Seeing him try to leave, Su Chen gave him no chance. He'd already shown his murderous intent. This man would surely become a threat in the future. You guys leave first. I need to catch up with this old friend of ours. Su Chen dropped that line before leading the zombie horde straight toward Park Bo-suk.
Hey! Tang Jinxia tried to chase after them but was pulled back by Shi Xiang. That kid's crafty as hell.
If we escape to a safe spot first, he'll probably catch up to us soon enough.
Let's go.
No sooner had he spoken than Shi Xiang pulled Tang Jinxia onto a different path. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the other side.
Why have you been following us this whole time? Park Baoshua gritted his teeth in fury.
If he hadn't feared wasting time and being caught by the zombie horde, he'd have torn that Su Chen kid to shreds.
Don't be so hot-headed. Meeting is fate. We've crossed paths so many times, don't we deserve a proper reunion? Su Chen spoke while scattering powder behind him, leaving Park Baoshua and his companion utterly bewildered. What the hell are you throwing?
At the question, Su Chen feigned confusion, holding the substance in his hand.
Oh, this? It's monster-attracting powder, of course. Want some?
Here, don't be shy, dump it all over you.
Su Chen said, dumping the entire remaining amount onto Park Baoshua.
Furious, Park Baoshua's face flushed crimson as he hastily shook the powder off his body.
You bastard! Playing dirty tricks! Namju yelled, reaching out to grab Su Chen's face. Su Chen stepped back and slapped her across the face. Smack! The slap sent Nanju reeling, her vision spinning. She stared at Su Chen in utter disbelief. Has this guy lost his mind? Who do you think you're calling a? You started with dirty tricks and now you can't handle it when someone fights back?
Nanju's eyes bulged with fury, her hatred burning so fiercely she wished to tear Su Chen limb from limb.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
She roared, twisting her waist as her fingernails rapidly lengthened into razor-sharp blades. Su Chen ducked just as the bone spurs sliced through the giant tree trunk. Within moments, the tree was severed cleanly at the waist.
Tisk, playing Iron Man, are we? But your quality looks pretty shoddy. The barrage of mockery infuriated Nanju.
Before Su Chen could react, her attack was already upon him. Su Chen dodged swiftly, his eyes flashing with intensity as the scythe swung toward his back.
He bent low to evade.
These two's attack was interesting, one front, one back, trying to catch Su Chen off guard. He crossed his arms, shrugging dismissively.
You two think you can take my life? Dream on.
The two paused, then continued swinging their weapons, closing in on Su Chen. Su Chen scoffed dismissively, shaking his head.
If you're asking for it, don't blame me.
In the next instant, spider silk shot from Su Chen's hands, descending like a giant net over the two men's heads. Park Baoshua swung his scythe repeatedly at the web, finally cutting a small hole. Nanju, however, sliced through the web effortlessly with just a few swings. Su Chen's eyes widened. What was going on? Is the bone spike's destructive speed several times faster than a weapon's? No. Spider silk is a living weapon launched outward, and her bone spines function on the same principle. So they counter each other? Seeing Su Chen's bewildered expression, Park Baoshua seemed to have already secured a decisive victory. He lifted his foot and strode toward Su Chen. Kneel and beg me now, and I'll spare you a whole corpse. Otherwise, I'll peel the flesh from your bones piece by piece. I'll make you understand what it means to wish you were dead. You'll cry out for help, but heaven won't answer, and earth won't respond. His eyes brimmed with arrogant triumph. But Su Chen didn't give these two a second thought. Poof. Before you kill me, you'd better take a look at what's happening around you. At his warning, the two immediately scanned their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, zombies had already closed in, surrounding them completely. When did they close in like this? Nanju was terrified, her bone spikes shrinking back half an inch. From the very beginning, Su Chen had noticed that this group of zombies was vastly different from ordinary ones. They seemed to possess minds and consciousness, capable of communicating within their group. Once these creatures developed intelligence, eliminating them would become an even greater challenge. Don't think you can escape. We're all trapped together now, how do you expect to get away? Park Baoshua's fierce gaze was certain Su Chen had no chance of escape. The next scene made his jaw drop. Su Chen repeated his old trick, shooting out spider silk to cling tightly to the tree trunk. He planted his feet firmly, swiftly drawing himself toward the trunk and using the silk's tension to pull himself upward. The sight left both men dumbstruck. They stood frozen in place, utterly unprepared for Su Chen to have a way out. Sorry to disappoint, but I do have the skills to leave. As for you two, well, good luck. Su Chen sat in the tree, amused by the spectacle. The two who had been boasting moments ago instantly lost their swagger. The sight of the approaching horde of zombies sent shivers down their spines. Nanju's face drained of color, her delicate frame leaning weakly against Park Baoshua. What should we do, Brother Park? Are we really going to become zombie fodder today? Then my shelter would be gone. Park Hyung, think of something. A sharp slap landed across her face. Shut up. Can't you see I'm already thinking of a solution? Stop yapping. Nanju was stunned by the slap, never expecting Park Baoshua to strike her. She stifled her pain, sobbing quietly beside Park Baoshua. Daring not to cry out loud for fear of provoking his anger, she stared nervously at the horde of zombies surrounding them. She felt certain they'd pounce and tear her apart any second. The mere thought of it sent shivers down her spine. Park Baoshua frowned deeply at the surrounding horde of zombies. He had no escape plan either. Suddenly, one zombie lunged viciously toward them. Park Baoshua reacted with lightning speed, swinging his sickle to decapitate the zombie. But the zombies behind them all charged forward. Su Chen crouched in the tree watching the spectacle, a handful of melon seeds now in his hand. The snacks Takisi packed before we came are finally coming in handy. Chapter 124, Wiping you out is a piece of cake. Before long, Park Baoshua's stamina began to wane. Nanju glared at Su Chen with hatred, shouting angrily. You beast! You brought this on us. Get down here and deal with them. Su Chen shrugged indifferently, his tone light. Sorry, I only have the lure potion. Nothing to drive them away. Hearing this, both men burned with rage, yet they were powerless to act. The surrounding zombies grew ever more numerous, shrinking their usable space until it seemed they were about to be swallowed whole. Su Chen watched the scene unfold before him with cold indifference. If only they hadn't harbored murderous intent toward him from the start, they wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. What do you want from us to save us? Park Bo-suk shouted at Su Chen, raising his head. Su Chen raised his eyes with interest. If you yell Dad 3 times, I might just consider it. Dad! 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 Park Baoshua wasted no time in shouting at Su Chen. Are you satisfied now? Shouldn't you save us? The two looked frantic, afraid Su Chen might change his mind. Yet his next words plunged them into utter despair. I said I'd consider it, but I never promised I'd actually save you. In an instant, their faces turned ashen. They'd fallen right into his trap. You bastard! You bastard! You better not let me catch you offline. If I ever catch you in person, Park Bo-suk will tear you limb from limb. As Park Bo-suk roared in fury, a zombie darted swiftly toward his neck, sinking its teeth deep into his carotid artery. Exhausted and unable to dodge, he was bitten clean through. Blood spurted everywhere. Ah! Kill this thing now! He screamed in agony where he stood. Namju stepped forward to help but was immediately dragged down by another zombie grabbing her legs. In an instant, Namju was grabbed by the arm and yanked backward. Baoshua, save me! Nanju yelled. Park Baoshua slashed the zombie behind him to death and immediately crushed a healing potion. The pain subsided almost instantly. He glanced at Nanju, still trapped by the zombies, then strode quickly to her side, clearing the surrounding zombies.
Watching Park Baoshua rescue her from the brink, stars filled Nanju's eyes. Baoshua, I knew you wouldn't abandon me.
Nanju wrapped her slender arms tightly around Park Baoshua as his soft voice whispered in her ear.
Namju, one shelter is enough for me.
Even if you become a refugee, I'll take you into my shelter.
Ha? What do you mean, Baoshua? Confused, Namju looked up at Park Baoshua.
Before he could answer, she suddenly found herself lifted into the air. Park Baoshua's coat fell over her, then he flung her headfirst into the horde of zombies.
Bloodshot zombies swarmed around Namju, surrounding her completely.
The sound of chewing could be heard from within the crowd.
Tisk, you're pretty ruthless, tossing out the cute girl who's been keeping you company. Aren't you afraid this girl will come after you offline?
Su Chen watched the spectacle with relish, though this turn of events caught him off guard.
Yet Park Baoshua glared at Su Chen as if he were an enemy.
This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Namju wouldn't have been attacked by that horde of zombies. It's all your fault.
I won't let you off the hook. I'll avenge Namju.
Park Baoshua stood rooted to the spot, roaring with fury as if Su Chen were the murderer who had killed Namju.
Hearing his indignant words, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. You must be out of your mind. How could you possibly blame me for this?
There were the fewest zombies around her. All she needed to do was clear the ones behind her and she could have left. Too bad you chose to take that chance for yourself.
Su Chen's eyes darkened slightly.
This guy was trying to escape. Park Baoshua had no desire to waste words with Su Chen. His immediate priority was figuring out how to escape this dangerous situation. He remembered those two had fled in another direction earlier. If he could catch up to them, he might just escape with his life. He dared not delay further and started to move, only to find a wall of fire suddenly appearing before him.
The raging flames extinguished any thought of escape.
A flickering flame danced from Su Chen's fingertip, leaving Park Baoshua utterly dumbfounded.
You're an elementalist.
Elementalists who could wield the power of nature were the stuff of legends in the entire game.
The innate skill of sensing nature was something few had ever witnessed in action. Park Baoshua was now completely paralyzed with fear.
He had assumed this guy was just an ordinary player.
But a fire elementalist?
Against someone who commanded elemental power, victory was impossible.
A sudden realization struck him.
So you could have saved us all this time, but you deliberately chose to stand by and watch us die? Hearing this, Su Chen chuckled.
That's not quite right.
From the very beginning, your sights were set on eliminating every competitor except yourselves and your own country. Otherwise, you wouldn't have let Nanju use that skill. Too bad you miscalculated from the start.
Don't assume your abilities are already outstanding. Remember, there's always someone better out there. Su Chen spoke as he leapt down from the tree, landing steadily on the ground. The area was deserted.
Seeing Su Chen appear out of nowhere, Park Baoshua's heart skipped a beat. With all his stats currently at weakened levels, it would be effortless for Su Chen to take him down.
This was absolutely not the time to challenge Su Chen. I think we should let bygones be bygones. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
As soon as Park Baoshua finished speaking, he started to run, but suddenly, spider silk flew from behind and wrapped around his legs.
Su Chen exerted a little force, yanking him back.
Park Baoshua swung his sickle with all his might, aiming to cut through the silk. But it was useless.
What do you think you're doing? I've already spared you. What do you want now? Su Chen found Park Baoshua's shocked expression laughable. What? You think only you can attack me, but I can't attack you? Whoosh! Another spider silk shot out, wrapping around Park Baoshua's other leg.
With a thud, he fell flat on his face. The remains of Nanju had been devoured clean, and in an instant, Park Baoshua came into view, sprawled on the ground.
Let me go. I'll give you anything you want. Even things from the real world, I'll hand them all over. Let me go. I beg you, let me go.
The zombie crept closer, and Park Baoshua lost all control, soiling himself in terror.
Su Chen looked down at the ant beneath his feet, his eyes devoid of pity.
He slowly bent down, narrowing his eyes slightly. Before you scheme against others, you should be prepared to be schemed against yourself.
Scum like you only serve to corrupt the world. You wanted to be inseparable from your lover, didn't you? I'll grant you that wish now.
Spider silk bound Park Baoshua's hands and feet tightly, leaving him utterly defenseless like a lamb awaiting slaughter.
Chapter 125. You want to marry an eel? How dare you do this to me? I'll never forgive you. Never. Su Chen couldn't care less about his barking threats.
Su Chen yawned, lifting his gaze to the horde of starving zombies. He lowered his gaze, his expression deep and meaningful, at Park Baoshua, who was still cursing furiously.
You should thank me for giving you the chance to be devoured by zombies. I won't disturb your little fun. As for you not letting me off the hook, I couldn't care less. What use are the words of a loser anyway?
Su Chen stood up and sprinted toward the direction where Qi Xiang and Tang Jinxia had gone. He had lured all the zombies this way, so they should be safe over there. Behind him, the crunching and snapping of bones echoed throughout the forest. Park Baoshua, who had been ranting moments ago, instantly lost all his bravado. In reality, Park Baoshua jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. Glancing down, he saw his pants were already soaked through. The sensation of being devoured was vividly etched in his mind, his sanctuary reduced to ruins in an instant. Damn it! I'll hunt you down, you beast, and tear you limb from limb. He gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes blazing with a rage that seemed poised to devour everything in its path. In the game, Su Chen ran for a long time in the direction they had left, but saw no sign of them. Strange. At my speed, I should have caught up by now. Why no sign of them? A foul, bloody stench assaulted his nostrils, and Su Chen immediately covered his mouth and nose. The source of this peculiar stench was unclear, but his instincts warned him it couldn't be simple. A few steps ahead, a patch of reeds blocked his view. Su Chen frowned deeply, a vague sense of unease settling in his heart. Why was there a patch of reeds here out of nowhere? The closer he got, the stronger the stench became. Su Chen wrapped his palm in spider silk and swept aside the reeds, revealing a terrifyingly fat giant eel. The entire lake's surface was as dark as ink, obscuring the depths below, yet the giant eel's form was unmistakable. Holy crap, there's actually a fish that's become a spirit here. Could those two have ended up over here? Su Chen thought to himself, frantically scanning the area for their figures, but found nothing. If they'd been caught by this thing, they'd probably be swallowed whole without even leaving a body behind. Forget it. There's no point fighting this thing. Since both of them are already dead, there's no need to keep searching. Su Chen turned to leave when suddenly, a tear appeared at the hem of his robe. An arm shot through the opening, clutching his own arm tightly. Holy! What the hell is that? Su Chen's eyes widened in terror. What the hell was going on? How did an arm suddenly appear out of thin air? The next second, a head emerged from the tear. Before the face could fully appear, Su Chen raised his fist and smashed it down. Get lost! Whoa, whoa, whoa! It's me, Qi Xiang! Su Chen delivered several hard blows before recognizing the voice. The figure lifted its face. A face covered in bruises and swelling appeared before him. Looking at that somewhat familiar face, Su Chen couldn't help but cough a few times. Ahem, it's you. Why didn't you just come out properly? Why all the ghostly tricks? Qi Xiang sighed helplessly. You didn't give me a chance to speak either. Enough with the pleasantries. Where are you two? I thought you'd been swallowed by that giant eel. No, no, no. We're in a small room at the very north end. Come over first. We have things to discuss. I can only maintain this fissure for a limited time. Gotta go. The moment the words left his mouth, the fissure vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Su Chen scanned the area but found nothing. How did that guy tear open space? Could he have some kind of treasure on him? If I could trick him into giving up whatever he has. A cunning gleam flashed in his eyes as a sly smile spread across his lips. Following the clues provided by Qi Xiang, Su Chen headed straight north. Sure enough, he found the small wooden cabin in a secluded forest. Opening the door, two people were sitting upright inside. Brother Su Chen. Tang Jinxia's face lit up with a smile upon seeing him. She scrambled to her feet and hurried over to Su Chen. Her gaze locked onto him, scanning him over several times. Thank goodness you're okay. Qi Xiang crossed his arms, rolling his eyes at Su Chen with boredom. This girl was worried sick about you when you vanished just now, terrified something might happen to you. Anyone watching would have thought you two were a couple. Tang Jinxia flushed crimson. Oh, come on, what are you saying? I was just worried about brother Su Chen's safety. After all, we're on the same team. If anyone's in danger, I'd be worried. Seeing her coy expression, Qi Xiang found it utterly unconvincing. What are you two doing here? Su Chen frowned at the pair. He just scanned the area outside and hadn't noticed anything unusual. This small cabin must have been built long ago and now lay abandoned. Qi Xiang perked up instantly, turning to Su Chen. You must have seen that giant eel when you arrived earlier. Seeing Qi Xiang's expectant expression, Su Chen found it odd. What's up? You want to marry it? Ha! What are you talking about? I meant to kill it. That giant eel looks incredibly valuable. If we take it down, we should gain a ton of experience points. And didn't you notice what lies beneath that lake water? Su Chen couldn't tell if the guy was joking or what. That stuff was murky as the Ganges River. How could anyone see what lay beneath? Su Chen frowned, looking at him with confusion. Well, treasures, of course. When Xiao Tang and I came over, we saw that giant eel stirring up the lake water. We saw countless treasures beneath the surface, and crystals galore, probably enough to fill the entire lake. If we take that thing down, wouldn't we be able to loot everything it's got? Su Chen felt increasingly uneasy about the implications of these words. Could one really describe it as plunder everything? You two must have seen that creature too massive in size, abilities unknown. Are you two planning to test how much of a beating you can take? As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, half of Qi Xiang's competitive spirit was dampened. But you're not tempted at all? That could be a lake full of crystals. If we got our hands on that stuff, we could walk all over everyone. True enough, but first we'd have to kill the thing. But given the current situation, taking it down wouldn't be easy. No way. You smelled it too when we passed by. That lake reeks of something foul. There's probably something in there beyond our wildest imagination.
Besides, are you really so sure the three of us could take that thing down? At that, Qi Xiang felt his confidence instantly waver. Tang Jinxia stepped forward to mediate. I think Brother Su Chen has a point. Chapter 126, Plan Change Giant Eel Turns into Swarm? Tisk, why is it that what he says is right, but what I say is wrong?
Qi Xiang pouted, looking at Tang Jinxia with utter helplessness. His eyes darted back and forth between the two before he plopped down onto the ground with a thud.
You two are clearly in cahoots. Don't you understand the saying, you can't get a tiger's cub from a tiger's den? What if we win this gamble? We'd be rolling in wealth and glory for the rest of our lives.
At the thought, Qi Xiang's eyes lit up.
Su Chen harbored doubts his treasure hunting radar hadn't detected any crystals at the lake bottom.
But Qi Xiang insisted there was something down there.
Could his radar be jammed by something? Hey, say something. Are we doing this or not?
Seeing the hopeful look in Qi Xiang's eyes, Su Chen raised an eyebrow.
Are you sure? Absolutely. I couldn't be more certain.
If we can pull something out of there, we're guaranteed to strike it rich.
Alright, let's do it.
At that, Qi Xiang scrambled to his feet.
Now, let's figure out how to handle it. We don't know the eel's abilities, but it's definitely got something special. Either we take it down, or we lure it somewhere else. Neither idea sounded particularly promising.
Tang Jinxia's almond-shaped eyes darted around before she timidly raised her hand.
I have an idea.
Both turned to look at Tang Jinxia. I still have my solidification skill. It turns liquids within range into jelly.
I wonder if that could be useful. Qi Xiang's eyes lit up instantly.
He hurried over to Tang Jinxia, patting her shoulder.
That's amazing.
It'd be perfect if we had an ice element mage, but even without one, we've got you.
Ice element?
Upon seeing the lake, Su Chen immediately thought of this too, but he couldn't trust these two yet.
Elementalists were always scarce, and now wasn't the time to reveal his abilities. With Xiao Tang supporting us, Su Chen, you use your spider webs to trap it. I'll find an opening to stab it to death.
Qi Xiang looked confident, already running through the plan in his mind.
That's a spatial type skill, right? Su Chen asked indifferently.
Right, but my spatial abilities have limitations. Only I can use them, and they don't last long. Su Chen had already guessed this when the guy had reached out to grab him earlier.
Though spatial abilities were slightly weaker than elemental powers, they could kill silently and invisibly. If one wasn't vigilant, they could easily be strangled in their sleep. Our plan is flawless right now. Once we pull this off, we'll be rolling in it. Here's the deal. Since we three share this fate, how about this? I take the hit, and you two acknowledge me as your big brother. Su Chen becomes the second brother, and Xiao Tang is the little sister. In ancient times, there was the Peach Garden Oath. Today, we have the Black Lake Brotherhood. Tang Jinxia perked up and trotted over excitedly. Sounds fun. Now I'll have brothers.
Seeing her face full of anticipation, Su Chen's lips twitched.
Did this kid suffer brain damage as a child? She seemed so naive. Hey, second brother, say something.
Qi Xiang nudged Su Chen, who shot them both a look that said, are you two mentally challenged?
He silently thought, fine, let them make a fuss. We won't run into them again anyway. Alright, I'm in. Let's go.
The trio agreed instantly and headed out toward Black Lake.
Before they even reached the shore, the stench hit them head-on, stinging their eyes shut.
Oh, here, take these. I got them when I opened a treasure chest earlier.
Tang Jinxia said, pulling 3 ordinary gas masks from her bag. Su Chen took the items, examining them carefully. Item, standard gas mask.
Protects against low to medium toxicity gas for 10 minutes. Only non-refreshable. Belongs to another character. Seeing those last few words, Su Chen realized his skill couldn't be used on items belonging to others. He must first transfer the items to his possession before refreshing them. What a pity. I'll try plan A first, see if I can lure it out from inside. As soon as Qi Xiang finished speaking, he took off running. He casually picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it hard toward the lake surface. Thud. Being able to become a gamer, Duo chatted about how everything had improved inside. The stone sent a massive wave crashing through the water, instantly disrupting the tranquil surface with rippling waves. A massive black head gradually surfaced, revealing half of the giant eel's head as large as a small mountain. Hey, big guy, come on over.
Aren't you the biggest fan of eating humans? Come get me already.
Qi Xiang stood at the lakeside, wiggling his hips provocatively at the giant eel. Yet the creature remained motionless, its head still half submerged, its eyes black as ink fixed intently on Qi Xiang. Something felt terribly off about this situation. Tang Jinxia frowned nervously, her heart pounding and palms sweating.
Su Chen, something feels off. Why is it just staring and not attacking?
Any other monster provoked like this would have attacked already.
This development caught Su Chen off guard too. The current situation was far too bizarre. Qi Xiang was also puzzled. How could things deviate so drastically from the plan? Hey! Did you get scared out of your wits by this big shot? Come and catch me if you dare. As he bellowed, a deep, muffled voice echoed from the lake. Human, damn you. The giant eel suddenly spoke in human words, startling all three of them. Su Chen sprang to his feet, his ears twitching slightly as a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Qi Xiang, run! WH. Before Qi Xiang could react, a dark, slimy tentacle slowly emerged from the reed bed and wrapped itself around his ankle. His eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for the giant eel's unexpected maneuver. He activated his spatial skill with a thought, but nothing materialized before him. Qi Xiang was utterly panicked. Far away, Su Chen and Tang Jinxia witnessed the scene unfold. Tang Jinxia was sweating profusely with anxiety. Why isn't Qi Xiang using his skills? He's not refusing to use it, he simply can't. What? Tang Jinxia froze in place. That tentacle must be suppressing his ability to activate skills, so he can't escape at all. Freeze the lake water around the giant eel now. See if it affects anything. I'll go rescue him. Hearing this, Tang Jinxia immediately focused her power on the lake water surrounding the giant eel. Freeze! The lake water instantly turned into a jelly-like substance. Tang Jinxia was drenched in sweat from the magical energy drain. Su Chen timed his move perfectly, thrusting his spear toward the giant eel's eye with all his might. Buzz! It actually bounced off. Su Chen was startled. Sensing danger, the creature swiftly retracted its tentacles, shielding its eyes. The spear, like a feeble thorn, was effortlessly flicked away by its tentacles. Fortunately, Qi Xiang was released and landed on the ground. Cough cough, shuttle. A flash appeared before the two, Qi Xiang's body tightly bound until it turned dark. Chapter 127, enough torture time for my counterattack. What the hell is this beast? It nearly strangled me to death. The thought of falling for an eel's trick made Qi Xiang seethe with anger. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, examining the strangled areas on Qi Xiang's body. Black mist continuously seeped from every wound. You're poisoned. His words sent a fresh wave of fear through Qi Xiang, who had only just escaped danger. What do you mean? I've already gotten away from that thing. But it left a mark on you. It's poison. It'll be hard to eradicate completely. Qi Xiang's heart sank. Damn it. So I didn't gain anything, but I've ruined myself instead? What should I do? Am I going to die now? Oh no, then I'll lose my sanctuary too. The thought alone filled Qi Xiang with dread. All traces of his earlier fierce demeanor vanished. Alright, calm down. Haven't you heard the saying, within 10 steps, there must be an antidote? The one who tied the bell must untie it. The solution probably lies with it. Su Chen's gaze returned to the lake, but Qi Xiang was utterly terrified. He shook his head like a rattle. No. I don't want anything more to do with it. That thing is way beyond what a lowly minion like me can handle. Hearing this, Su Chen turned to look at him. So you're just going to ignore the mark on your body? Before Qi Xiang could answer, a thunderous roar erupted from the lake. The giant eel leapt from the water, its body alone stretching a full 10 meters in length. Its sheer bulk alone was something no ordinary person could withstand. It leapt onto the lakeshore, dozens of tentacles visibly sprouting from its body. They resembled not so much tentacles as the parasitic state induced by iron worms. Holy crap, that's disgusting. What the hell did this thing eat to grow so many parasite-like things all over its body? Qi Xiang grimaced, having never seen anything so revolting. Tang Jinxia turned her head and vomited with a loud wah. Only Su Chen's frown seemed deep enough to crush a fly. This thing isn't a giant eel. Ugh. What do you mean? If it's not a giant eel, then what is it? Qi Xiang retorted between retches, as if determined to empty his already hollow stomach completely. Surveying the surroundings and the events that had just unfolded, Su Chen declared with absolute certainty. These are insects disguised as giant eels, or rather, evolved rot insects. Typical rot insects are only a few dozen centimeters in size and extremely non-aggressive, feeding only on decaying plants and wood. But this swarm of rot insects completely defies conventional understanding. Su Chen's eyes darkened. If these things were giant eels, they might have been easier to fight. But facing a nest of insects? The odds were stacked against them. Tang Jinxia's features twisted in distress as she struggled to point at the giant eel nearby, its body erupting with tentacles. Brother Su Chen, are you saying this giant eel has been taken over by insects? Then wouldn't it just be a layer of fish skin on the outside, filled with black worms inside? Those tentacles stretching several meters long were enough to give a glimpse of the length of the maggots inside. If it was a nest of maggots, the scene was too horrifying to imagine. Bang! Bang! The sudden crackling sound of tearing flesh caught the trio's attention. They followed the noise and saw the giant eel's taut skin begin to split open. They immediately saw the worms writhing inside, as if trying to burst out. Get out of here! We can't stay any longer! Su Chen bellowed, yanking the two still dazed companions to their feet and bolting for the exit. Gripped by the back of their collars, they were suddenly jolted by a deafening explosion echoing from above. Humans! Humans! The giant eel's body exploded completely, scattering tens of thousands of meters-long maggots across the ground. Crawling over one another in dense clusters, the swarm surged toward Su Chen and his companions at breakneck speed.
Seeing the writhing mass of insects on the ground, Tang Jinxia and Qi Xiang instantly felt their scalps tingle. Snapping out of their shock, they scrambled forward.
Help! Help! I'd rather be eaten by monsters than devoured by these worms. Me neither. No, no. I refuse to be eaten by bugs.
Tang Jinxia screamed in terror, her usual gentle and obedient demeanor completely gone.
The two fled for their lives, outrunning even Su Chen.
Watching their retreating figures, Su Chen felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. They really do run faster than rabbits. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two, who had been sprinting away, suddenly turned and ran back in the opposite direction.
Help! There are bugs up ahead too.
Qi Xiang screamed in terror, tears streaming down his face. Su Chen caught his words and glanced past him toward the source of the commotion. Sure enough, a swarm of insects was advancing toward them. Clearly, the three of them were now surrounded.
Escaping wouldn't be easy.
Hey, you have that spatial skill, right? Get out first, then figure out how to come back and rescue us.
Why, didn't I tell you my skill has a time limit?
It takes 10 minutes to recharge.
Su Chen. Hearing this, Su Chen was utterly speechless. Could this guy please stop gasping for breath when he spoke?
Now they were stuck, unable to escape.
Watching the insects closing in, Su Chen's brows furrowed.
He grabbed one in each hand like they were little chicks. Then he hurled both of them forward with all his might. You two get out of here first. Every life saved counts. After being hurled out of the encirclement, Qi Xiang and Tang Jinxia were stunned, utterly unprepared for Su Chen to sacrifice himself.
Su Chen, how could we possibly leave you behind?
Tang Jinxia tried to rush back as she spoke, but Su Chen sternly stopped her.
Don't come near me.
If I lose my sanctuary, I can still use yours.
But if all three of us die, we lose everything. Run. Run while these things haven't caught up yet.
The Rotcharts, sensing they'd lost two targets, immediately shifted direction and surged madly toward Tang Jinxia and Qi Xiang.
Su Chen's right. Better safe than sorry. Let's get out of here.
Qi Xiang dragged Tang Jinxia away, the swarm of rotbugs relentlessly pursuing them. Once they were completely out of Su Chen's sight, the panic vanished from his face. His gaze turned mockingly toward the swarm of blackish-brown insects.
Poof. After playing along for so long, it's time for me to strike back.
The swarm of rotbugs suddenly halted, and an eerie voice echoed from within.
Kill the human.
In an instant, the swarm leapt madly toward Su Chen. He snapped his fingers, and a streak of flame shot from his fingertip.
He flicked the flickering flame forward, and it instantly became a raging inferno.
In the blink of an eye, the rot insect was reduced to ashes. Seizing the moment, Su Chen unleashed flames upon the surrounding swarm. The result was the same for all of them. They turned into black powder. The swarm of rotbugs dared not make a move, sensing danger and immediately retreating.
Trying to escape? Too late.
Su Chen chuckled softly as he hurled all the fireballs in his hands toward the swarm on the ground.
Within seconds, a swath of them lay dead. Chapter 128, Frozen Insect Swarm, Anomalies Emerge.
That mere flames could crush the swarm seemed far too easy.
Su Chen sensed something was amiss. After dealing with the relentless portion of the swarm, Su Chen took off running. If I keep fighting these, I might be the one who ends up dead.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive shadow crashed to the ground as he took half a step forward. Startled, he dodged swiftly.
A massive fishtail swung down from the air, slamming heavily onto the ground. Boom! A massive mud pit was violently torn open.
Su Chen spun around to meet a pair of round, white eyes. The giant eel that had exploded into pieces moments ago had reappeared before him.
Its body was several times larger than before. Holy! No way, it's fused back together again.
Before he could catch his breath, the giant eel struck again. Its tail alone weighed 1,000 pounds. One such blow would either kill Su Chen or render him completely immobile. Moreover, once immobilized, he'd be severely restricted in every way, making a comeback even more difficult. Fireballs. Su Chen resorted to his old trick, conjuring over a dozen fireballs in his palm and hurling them all at the giant eel. Yet the fireballs seemed to strike a flame-resistant barrier, instantly turning to ash and smoke, leaving not a trace of flame.
Seeing this, Su Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Hey! You don't have to cheat like this. If you're not afraid of fire anymore, what's the point of me even fighting?
Everything fears fire. Moments ago, he could still use flames to drive back those rotten insects, but now they were utterly useless. The giant eel emitted a chilling gurgle, as if mocking Su Chen's futile efforts.
Su Chen had no desire to waste time with it.
Continuing this way would only bring suffering upon himself.
The only sensible course now was to flee. Scanning his surroundings, Su Chen realized only a dash toward the northeast corner offered any chance of survival. What the hell, let's try it. Better than becoming fertilizer for these vermin.
A surge of flame erupted around him, forcing the giant eel to retreat slightly. Su Chen's eyes flashed with resolve as he lifted his foot and sprinted toward the northeast corner. The surrounding trees receded at breakneck speed.
Just a few more meters to go. Whoosh!
A thick, powerful tentacle swiftly wrapped around Su Chen's leg.
With lightning reflexes, Su Chen flipped over, evading the tentacle and landing on the ground.
Yet, he missed the northeast escape route by a hair's breadth.
Everything around him was completely blocked by the giant eel. Su Chen had already fallen into the encirclement.
He looked up to find a massive creature with a blank, white eye and a gaping, blood-spewing maw snarling at him. Its eyes fixed intently on Su Chen's every move, as if mocking him for having no more tricks up his sleeve.
"You're really persistent, aren't you?" Su Chen shot an impatient glance at the giant eel ahead.
With a flick of his wrist, a spear materialized in his hand.
His stockpile of forged spears was running low. He had to find the right moment to strike this creature. Escape was impossible, counterattack was the only option. Su Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened as the giant eel once again swayed its massive body forward in a charge.
He sidestepped, thrusting the spear fiercely into its flank. Thud! The sharp blade pierced its flesh, and in an instant, streams of black blood spilled onto the ground. Only upon closer inspection did Su Chen realize the giant eel was composed entirely of black, putrid worms, its entire body a mass of these creatures. The massive head belonged to the genuine giant eel, though it appeared to have been long since possessed.
This eel was now nothing more than an empty shell, its body possessed by the maggots. What the hell is this thing? It's so freaking weird. Su Chen frowned deeply, scanning the area for the monster's weak points. Yet he struggled to find a good opening to strike. His gaze swept across the lake water. The lake, which had been as black as ink moments ago, was gradually becoming slightly clearer. Strange. What's going on? Just as Su Chen pondered this, the giant eel before him suddenly turned and darted back into the lake, as if overcome by dehydration. In an instant, the lake water turned pitch black once more. Poof. After all, this thing is a parasite. It needs a host to survive. The giant eel is already dead as a doornail. It couldn't have been parasitizing this thing. Could this be some kind of outer shell they used to store water? Could the actual host be somewhere in the lake? Recalling how Tang Jinxia had caused these creatures to panic when she cast her skill on the surrounding waters. If his hunch was correct, the parasitic point must lie here. But freezing an entire lake was no simple feat. Su Chen frowned in distress, while at the same time the giant eel crawled out of the water onto the shore once more. Drops of water dripped from its body onto the ground. The white-eyed creature kept its gaze fixed on Su Chen, afraid he might escape. Human. Eat human. The giant eel slurred out the words in a broken, halting stream before launching itself at Su Chen with lightning speed. He leapt aside, but before he could steady himself, scattered rot insects swarmed toward him. Su Chen's heart raced as he dodged frantically. He remembered well that even a single touch from these creatures could temporarily paralyze his nerves, rendering him unable to use any skills. Once trapped in their grasp, escape became no simple matter. The swarm's attack formed an inescapable net. Su Chen dodged the giant eel's strikes while incinerating the insects with flames. But these creatures were like weeds, impossible to eradicate completely. They kept appearing in unexpected places. Su Chen frowned deeply. This was no way to proceed. After a prolonged stalemate of chase and evasion, the giant eel abruptly halted and turned toward the lake's edge. Su Chen's eyes lit up. His chance had come. Trying to escape? Did I say you could run? The giant eel had barely reached the shore when a dense, impenetrable spiderweb descended from above, completely enveloping the fish-skinned creature. Sensing something amiss, the putrid insects instantly shattered into fragments, attempting to escape from within. Yet the mesh holes were several times smaller than their bodies, making escape impossible. Within the white web, tens of thousands of insects writhed incessantly. Seizing the moment, Su Chen abruptly pulled back, yanking the mass toward the lake. Splash! The entire web landed in the lake. Freeze! Su Chen swiftly used ice elements to freeze the water surrounding the giant eel, immobilizing the swarm of insects. Just as he had anticipated, once the lake water within the area froze solid, the giant eel instantly lost its ability to act arrogantly. Su Chen stood at the lakeshore, his gaze scrutinizing the frozen giant eel. Its body was enormous. Su Chen had expended half his mana just to freeze this thing. So it really is that thing. I don't believe you can move now. Soon I'll obliterate you completely. At least you'll go out with a bang. This creature had already wasted too much of his time. It was time to end this. Fearing the ice might not hold, Su Chen expended more magic energy to thicken the frozen layer. Now I'll see how you escape. The head protruding from the ice was tightly bound by Su Chen's spiderweb. Once the larger portion below was dealt with, he could simply burn the upper section clean with a single flame. As Su Chen pondered this, his expression suddenly grew grim. Chapter 129, The White Serpent. Am I its master? What's happening? The trapped giant eel's head before his eyes expanded at a visible rate. It was like a balloon being inflated. Once it exceeded its capacity, it would inevitably explode. Could it be that these insects were trying to burrow upward toward his brain? If it exploded completely, it might not be so easy to control. Su Chen's expression froze as he stared intently at the swarm's every movement on the lake's surface. Yet the rustling of nearby vegetation sent a chill down his spine. He spun around to find all the insects converging toward the lake's edge. They climbed onto the ice and remained motionless, as if waiting for something. The entire scene grew increasingly baffling, and a vague sense of unease crept into Su Chen's heart. Crack! The giant eel's head split completely open, and a 3-meter-thick maggot burst forth from beneath. A foul stench instantly spread throughout the area. Su Chen instinctively took 3 steps back, trying his best to avoid the foul stench. He refocused his gaze on the ice surface and stared wide-eyed. The colossal insect voraciously devoured the surrounding rot insects, swallowing them whole. Its black body steadily expanded. In mere moments, it had grown into a colossal creature 5 meters thick and 12 meters long. Entirely pitch black, it fixed its long, flat eyes directly on Su Chen. When it opened its mouth, rows of razor-sharp teeth were exposed. A single bite from those fangs would surely sever a head from its body. Is this its second form, evolved by devouring its own kind? Interesting, but utterly disgusting. The swarm's unique ability, it seemed the insect that actively devoured others was the Swarm King. After devouring all the surrounding decaying insects, the Insect King's body had swollen enormously. Merely catching its gaze was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Oomph! The queen bug calculated Su Chen's position and spat a thick lob of phlegm in that direction. In an instant, the poison plants vanished without a trace, leaving only a lingering cloud of black mist in the air. Realizing this, Su Chen scrambled backward, pulling himself out of harm's way. Damn it! Never thought this thing could evolve too. Su Chen was so furious he could have cursed his mother. What the hell was he doing in this godforsaken place, running into such a troublesome creature? One slip up, and this would be his final resting place. Die, human! After devouring all the rotten insects, the Insect King spat out these words. Its massive body charged towards Su Chen, its eyes fixed solely on the desire to claim another life. Su Chen dodged its attack and swiftly hurled a massive fireball in return. Yet the projectile seemed to strike something solid. It failed to affect the Bug King in the slightest, leaving even Su Chen puzzled. His flames were usually incredibly potent, how could they be completely ineffective? Before Su Chen could figure it out, the Bug King had already shifted its body and charged forward. Ice spikes! Su Chen roared, summoning 10 ice spikes to appear at his sides. The sharp ice arrows failed to make even a ripple on its body, as if merely tickling it. The Bug King's thick, tough hide made it nearly impossible for the ice arrows to penetrate. Su Chen's brow furrowed as his mind grew chaotic. How can this thing be so resilient? It's immune to ice and heat, how am I supposed to fight it? His gaze darted around the area, searching for any possible escape route. But everywhere he looked, there was no sign of escape. The creature had encircled him, trapping Su Chen inside. Su Chen shot out another spider web, but it failed to touch the Insect King. Damn it! This was the end. Gritting his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face, Su Chen knew there was only one option left. He clutched the teleportation stone in his hand, hesitating whether to use it. Yet the stone lacked its former luster, utterly unresponsive just as it had been on that isolated island. Su Chen instantly grasped the reason and felt a wave of relief wash over him. This thing is massive. My attacks barely scratch its surface. How on earth am I supposed to escape? He was momentarily stumped. Suddenly, the creature's massive form charged forward again, heading straight for Su Chen. He scrambled to his feet and fled, occasionally hurling attacks backward. Yet none landed a blow. It seemed as though an impenetrable outer wall encased the Bug King's body. Like a protective dome, it shielded the creature inside. Without any weapons, breaking through was next to impossible. Forget it, I'll take my chances. With a flicker of thought, a sharp ice blade materialized in Su Chen's hand. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He charged forward, beating the enemy to the punch. The Bug King neither dodged nor flinched, meeting the attack head-on. Su Chen aimed precisely for its eye and thrust the blade deep inside. What the hell? Those eyes seemed to have anticipated Su Chen's strike all along, shifting to a different position. Even the wound from Su Chen's strike healed instantly. The situation changed so rapidly that Su Chen could barely react. He was slammed hard onto the ground. Before he could get up, the other's tail swept over. Thud! Instantly, Su Chen was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Heh, quite the beast, not half bad. Su Chen's mind raced. His first life was already gone, but he couldn't afford to waste it. He had to find a way to escape before dying, or it would all be for nothing. Yet as far as the eye could see, all that surrounded him was the Insect King's body. The outside world was completely blocked, obscured from view. Damn it! Su Chen seethed with fury. As he froze in anger, the creature's attack closed in once more. This blow would surely crush him into mincemeat. A dazzling, multicolored light suddenly erupted before Su Chen. When Su Chen opened his eyes, a giant, milky white python stretched across his path. Its body was easily twice the size of the Bug King. Standing beneath it, Su Chen felt as insignificant as an ant. Staring in disbelief, he watched the white python as the light danced across its scales, casting a rainbow glow. What a magnificent giant serpent! As if responding to his praise, the white python slowly turned its head. To Su Chen's astonishment, he saw a hint of bashfulness on the serpent's face. Wait a minute. Is that an expression a giant python should have? Master. Its sudden speech startled Su Chen. Master? Su Chen instantly sensed something was amiss. Glancing down at his wrist, the small snake that should have been coiled around it was nowhere to be seen. The white python turned its head, fixing its gaze on the arrogant insect king. Its eyes instantly transformed from the almond-shaped gaze directed at Su Chen into a pair of vertical pupils, fierce beyond measure. Attacking my master while I slept? You're asking for death. The insect king paid no heed to the giant python's warning. Seeing a creature twice its size daring to attempt swallowing it whole, it slithered swiftly toward the giant serpent, and Su Chen's heart instantly leapt into his throat. Boom! The white python shot a contemptuous glance at its opponent, then slowly raised its tail, lashing out at the charging insect king. The sound thundered like crashing waves, leaving even Su Chen dumbstruck. Just a single flick, and it sent the other flying dozens of meters? Just how immense was the power behind that tail strike? Chapter 130, My name is Ilulu. The insect king lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for a long time. Su Chen blinked rapidly, his mouth agape. He turned to look at the white python, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. This thing called him master? Su Chen thought he must have misheard. The other party was so powerful it wasn't even on the same level as him. Clearly, the white python's attack was the strongest. Even if it encountered that fake human infant on the island, it could probably hold its own. Master, should I kill it outright? The white python slowly approached Su Chen and asked in a low voice. The tenderness in its eyes as it looked at Su Chen was so profound that Su Chen almost thought he was seeing things. After a moment, Su Chen snapped back to his senses and pressed. Can you kill it? The white python bowed its head slightly. Yes. Though the rot insect swarms are weak and insignificant creatures, the more they devour, the stronger they grow. Simply destroy their core, and they can be easily annihilated. Hearing this, Su Chen finally understood why, despite relentlessly attacking the insect king's body since earlier, he hadn't seen any visible wounds. The fatal point wasn't on the outside, but hidden within. Doubt lingered in Su Chen's mind as he looked at it. Then how exactly do we destroy its core? The white python's pupils inverted as it extended its crimson tongue, slowly gliding toward the bug king. Each step closer felt like sealing the bug king's fate. Simple enough. Just destroy it, and the core will be destroyed along with it. Before Su Chen could react, the white python's massive tail rose and crashed down upon the insect king. With a squelching sound, the insect king shattered into 1,000 pieces, reduced to nothing but a pool of sludge. Su Chen was utterly stunned. He never imagined the white python could act with such overwhelming force. Master, it's taken care of now. The lake water turned black because of that insect. Without it, the water will clear up soon. Though I'm feeling a bit sleepy now, I'll still help my master retrieve all the crystals from inside before resting. Crystals? Su Chen hurried to the lakeshore and peered into the water. The foul-smelling, murky, filthy lake water visibly cleared at a rapid pace. Crystals clinging to the walls were now clearly visible. Once all the black stains were gone, the entire lake's surface reappeared before Su Chen. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him, utterly astonished that crystals truly existed within. How did that kid Qi Xiang figure it out? It really is a lake full of them. The gleaming crystals caught his eye, stirring 1,000 waves within Su Chen's heart. Master, the reason these rotten insects develop so rapidly is entirely due to this very substance. The crystals themselves contain pure demonic energy. Having been immersed in them for so long, the worms must have absorbed some of it, using it as nourishment. But from now on, all these crystals belong to you, Master. The white python felt genuine joy for Su Chen from the bottom of its heart. Yet Su Chen still couldn't fathom how such a formidable powerhouse could willingly serve him. As if reading Su Chen's thoughts, the white python first scraped all the crystals clean from the lake and moved them to the shore. Master, hurry and stash these treasures in your ring. If others arrive soon, they might snatch them away. Su Chen was utterly shocked. How did it even know what treasures he possessed? Master, I've been by your side all along. Isn't it only natural that I know what you possess? That was true enough. Oh, and Master, that name you gave me before? It's not very nice at all. I have my own name, Yilyalu. From now on, Master, just call me Yilyalu. No sooner had it finished speaking than its massive head began nodding off. Judging by its utterly exhausted expression, it clearly wanted to rest. Master, this outing drained me too much. My body is still recovering and can't expend too much energy. I'm about to fall asleep again and won't be able to transform to protect you. You'll have to be careful on your own. After speaking, Yilyalu instantly transformed back into the little white snake, coiling around Su Chen's wrist once more. Its eyes remained tightly shut, clearly asleep. Su Chen never imagined he'd stumbled upon such an incredible treasure. Though she appeared briefly, her attack power was unmatched across the entire continent. Back to business with these crystals, acquiring anything will be far easier. An entire lake's worth of crystals was now stored within Su Chen. One man possessed a fortune equivalent to a nation. The massive disturbance here would inevitably draw crowds soon. This was no place to linger. After thoroughly collecting all the spoils of victory, Su Chen headed straight for the inner circle.
Sure enough, it wasn't long before players from other nations passing by were startled. A giant insect over 10 meters long lay crushed into several segments, scattered fragments littering the ground. What on earth attacked this thing? How did it end up in such a state? I bet it was some monster even more powerful than this thing. We should get out of here fast and try to avoid it, or we'll all be in trouble. After making up their minds, the group immediately changed course and headed elsewhere. Su-chan returned to the small cabin. His stamina was completely depleted now, and resting here was the best option. Not long after, Su-chan's ears twitched slightly as a rustling sound drifted over. This was followed by the footsteps of two people and their voices. Why did you follow me? I'm going to check on that guy. If he's dead, I can at least leave his body intact in here. Then a woman's voice came. Brother Qi Xiang, let's get out of here. If he dies in the game, so be it. But in real life, I'll make sure Brother Su-chen gets what's coming to him. Just by the sound of it, I knew it was those two idiots. Seriously, these two. They left only to come back. Did they want to see how ugly his death would be? Su-chen couldn't be bothered with Hui and turned back to rest. He'd see them sooner or later anyway. Brother Qi Xiang, I swear I hear something moving in our cabin. Tang Jinxia's words instantly sent a chill down Qi Xiang's spine. What? What is it? Come on, let me check it out. You just stay right behind me. If anything charges at us, you hammer it. After agreeing on a plan, Qi Xiang's hands trembled as he yanked open the wooden door. Both of them screamed in unison. Hearing their shrieks, Su-chen felt his head was about to explode. Hey, you two, stop screaming. My head's about to explode. Hearing Su-chen's voice, the two exchanged glances and turned to look inside. Su-chen was sitting right in front of them. Su-chen, you're not dead? You're still alive? Tang Jinxia was overjoyed, while Qi Xiang rushed forward and hugged Su-chen tightly. I knew you'd be lucky enough to survive. You're not the type to just drop dead. Cough cough. Even if I hadn't died, getting smacked around like that would have killed me. Chapter 131, this guy's a deadly poison master. How the hell did you escape? That guy's pretty mysterious. How did you manage to get away? Qi Xiang looked at Su-chen with utter bewilderment. Seeing his expression, Su-chen smiled helplessly. Guess I'm just incredibly lucky. Some big shot saved my life. Huh? Seriously? Qi Xiang was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He rushed out the door, frantically searching for the powerful figure Su-chen had mentioned. But he couldn't find even a trace of him. Stop looking. If he's a big shot, he's bound to be as elusive as a dragon hiding its head and tail. Did you guys find anything unusual after you left? Tang Jinxia shook her head. Not really. The only thing around here was that giant eel we saw. No other monsters in sight. And we didn't find any treasures imbued with demonic energy either. It's just a pretty ordinary area, really. With that explanation, Su-chen finally understood what had happened. It seemed all the demonic energy had been sucked into the lake by the swarm of rot worms, leaving nothing of value behind. If that was the case, there was no point in lingering here any longer. Let's go. We should head deeper in. We still haven't gotten the resurrection fruit, right? Yeah, you're right. Let's get moving now. Tang Jinxia was full of energy, and Qi Xiang headed straight for the lakeshore as soon as they stepped outside. Seeing him leave, Tang Jinxia hurriedly called out to stop him. Where are you going? I'm going to check the lake shore. I have a feeling there might be something valuable in there. Anyway, that thing's been destroyed, so the lake shore should be safe now. Su-chen stood silently behind them, his fingers rubbing the ring. There were indeed many things inside, but now they were all in Su-chen's pocket. After Qi Xiang left, the two began organizing their belongings again. Su-chen, the deeper we go, the more dangerous it feels. That zombie horde we encountered earlier probably hasn't been wiped out yet. That thing gave me an eerie feeling, something hard to put into words. We should get out of this trouble spot fast. Tang Jinxia felt uneasy, her gaze darting around as if a pair of eyes were silently watching her. Noticing her unease, Su-chen stepped forward and patted her back reassuringly. As long as the three of us stick together, there shouldn't be any problem we can't handle. As the two were talking, Qi Xiang returned from the other side. He rubbed his head, a puzzled expression on his face. It's strange. I kept feeling like there should be something inside. But when I went in, it was completely empty, just surrounded by piles of rotten insect carcasses. At this mention, Qi Xiang perked up instantly. Wow, Su-chen, that big shot you mentioned is seriously impressive. Corpses of rot bugs everywhere? I'd love to meet this guy you're talking about. If I knew him, wouldn't I be set for life? Qi Xiang gazed dreamily into the future, while Su-chen's eyes drifted to his wrist. The little white snake shifted its body slightly before drifting back to sleep, completely oblivious to their conversation. Let's go. Players from other nations will likely arrive soon. We should leave this place first. Prompted by Su-chen's reminder, the other two immediately gathered their belongings and headed deeper into the inner circle. The deeper they ventured, the more an odd sensation began to linger in all three of their minds. Tang Jinxia was the first to notice it.
Do you guys feel like the magical energy in here is incredibly abundant? Su Chen and Qi Xiang glanced around. The forest was saturated with abundant magical energy. It seems that way. Ever since I entered, that earlier discomfort has vanished without a trace. Qi Xiang took a deep breath, feeling as though his body had grown significantly lighter. Su Chen, standing nearby, could also sense the difference here compared to before. The Black Lake overrun by the Rocharm's swarm reeked of foul odors and emitted corrosive toxic fumes. But this place was a different story. What's that? Could it be the resurrection fruit we're looking for? Qi Xiang pointed toward a small hill in the distance, where a fruit tree stood tall atop its peak. Upon spotting it, the three exchanged glances and immediately sprinted forward. What a coincidence! There are exactly 3 of these. We can each take one. Tang Jinxia was overjoyed. As long as they could get their hands on these, they'd receive the reward and return home safely. Just then, a frosty blast shot toward them from the side. The trio dodged swiftly. Had they been slower, they would have been pierced through with icy arrows. You 3 puny things think you can snatch the resurrection fruit from me? Look at yourselves, do you even have what it takes? Turning toward the voice, they saw 4 individuals from the land of cherry blossoms standing nearby, glaring menacingly at Su Chen and his companions. Seeing their attack, Qi Xiang was startled. Elementalists? They actually have elementalists? Trying to snatch something from them? We don't stand a chance. Hearing Qi Xiang's words, Su Chen understood the situation. Of the 4 before him, only the bearded man at the front appeared to be an elementalist. The others behind him were likely warriors. Su Chen, you should be faster than them using spider silk to swing through the trees. You go get the fruit. Qi Xiang and I will block them from below. Su Chen paused, surprised she trusted him so completely. Wasn't she worried he'd run off with the goods? Hey, you 3 great Xia men. Think you can slip through my fingers? Today, I'll make sure all 3 of you perish here. Those who entered the divine relic must be the elite of your great Xia. Destroying 3 sanctuaries at once, that's what you great Xia brought upon yourselves. Die! A bald man bellowed, a chain suddenly appearing in his hand. Su Chen frowned, sensing something was wrong. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Qi Xiang and Tang Jinxia, and hurriedly pulled them back. What's wrong, brother Su Chen? I can handle this. Tang Jinxia paused, turning to meet Su Chen's gaze. Su Chen's gaze fixed intently on the iron chain as he spoke in a deep voice. Something's off about his weapon. Caught through Su Chen's piercing gaze, the opponent abandoned any pretense. Ha! You're a smart one, kid. This iron chain of mine is coated with viper venom. If even a tiny bit of your skin gets grazed by me, your body will instantly go numb. The poison will seep in, and you'll be dead within 3 seconds. Qi Xiang jumped at the words. Holy crap! This guy's a deadly poison master. The 3 of them stared fixedly at the chain. Getting tangled up by this guy would be a real mess. Don't worry, I'll lead the charge. Brother Su Chen, you go get the items. I'm confident I can hold them off. Tang Jinxia stepped forward resolutely, her voice full of conviction. Seeing the unwavering resolve on her face, Su Chen felt a momentary daze. This was only their second meeting, yet she trusted him so completely? Beside her, Qi Xiang gritted his teeth and stood up. Since she's saying this, I'll back you up too. My combat strength isn't great, but I can buy you time. Just how much time I can buy is up to fate. Both our lives are in your hands now. Hey! You 4 beasts, Qi Xiang, am ready to fight you. Chapter 132, just a few bugs. Qi Xiang roared in fury, turning to follow Tang Jinxia's footsteps. The moment the 2 charged forward, reinforcements were dispatched to counter them. You handle that guy over there. I'll take care of this little girl. My chains love binding women best. The sleazy bald man fixed his gaze on Tang Jinxia, his stare alone making her feel sick. Hey, why aren't you giving me the girl? I don't want to fight this guy, it's no fun at all. The speaker was a man with 2 tattoos on his arm, his lecherous eyes never leaving Tang Jinxia. Suddenly, a hand shot out from midair and smacked the tattooed man hard across the face. Smack! The forceful blow sent blood trickling from his mouth. My apologies. My hand slipped. Qi Xiang's slap stunned all 4 of them, who now watched his every move with heightened vigilance. This guy's a spatial type player. We have to take him out. He can't be allowed to threaten our country. The bearded man muttered, his gaze instantly turning savage. Su Chen took in the scene before him. Judging by Tang Jinxia and Qi Xiang's condition, they should be able to hold out for a while. Hey, you think you can run away too, you little punk? Su Chen had barely run a short distance when a hairy-legged creature sprinted up behind him. A short knife flashed in its hand, slashing toward Su Chen with every strike aimed at his vital points. This man was determined to kill Su Chen, leaving no room for retreat with every step. Su Chen's eyes flashed with sudden ferocity as he clenched his jaw and spun, delivering a kick aimed squarely at the opponent's head. Ice shield. A thin layer of ice shield abruptly materialized before the man. Su Chen still managed to kick the shield to smithereens. But it bought him a moment's respite. Within seconds, the long-legged man swiftly closed the distance and appeared behind Su Chen. What are you looking for? I'm right here. His eyes darkened with malice as he raised his blade, aiming for Su Chen's throat. The distance between them was too short. Su Chen raised his hand to block, deflecting the blade away from his artery. Thud! The blade plunged deep into flesh, piercing a hole through Su Chen's palm. Bright red blood dripped onto Su Chen's body, staining half of him crimson. With a swift flick of his wrist, Su Chen drew his spear and thrust it straight toward the man's heart. Ice shield, ice arrow. The bearded man beside him resorted to his old trick, conjuring another ice shield to block the spear's force against the long-haired man's chest. Simultaneously, 3 ice arrows materialized around Su Chen, violently piercing toward his heart. Su Chen dodged swiftly, but one arrow still grazed his arm. Seeing Su Chen's disheveled state, they burst into laughter. I thought he was some kind of formidable opponent, but looks like he's not all that after all. He's got some moves, but they're all flash and no substance. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Chen seized the moment. He swiftly shot out a strand of spider silk, which wrapped around the tree trunk. Just as it did, a short knife appeared and sliced the silk cleanly. Su Chen pulled the web down from the air as the hairy-legged creature descended. Yet the next scene left him stunned. The long-haired leg swung his dagger 3 or 5 times, shredding the silk into pieces. Heh, so you're a control-type warrior. Too bad you're useless against me. My skill can break any animal's control ability. Your spider silk is useless against me. But you probably don't have any other skills. Since you're cornered, you might as well face your death properly. The hairy-legged creature advanced again, its short blade piercing a gaping hole in Su Chen's palm. His eyes suddenly turned fierce. Just as he was about to strike, a flurry of pink hammers flew in, sending the creature flying several meters away. Su Chen, hurry and get it. I'll hold these people off for you. Tang Jinxia shouted loudly as a chain flew toward her, slamming into her body with brutal force. Her frail frame couldn't withstand the force, and she was instantly knocked to the ground. As the second chain swing descended, Qi Xiang instantly split his arm to yank her back. Thud! But Qi Xiang was kicked hard in the stomach by the tattooed man, snapping 3 ribs and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ha! 2 puny little things think they can take us on? You think you deserve this fruit? The tattooed man sneered, shooting a glance at the bald man. Since everything feels real in this game anyway, why don't we take care of this little girl first? Get our kicks, then finish off this guy? Hell yeah! Kill those other 2 guys fast, they're just disgusting to look at. Hearing their words, Tang Jinxia's face turned green. She never imagined these guys could be so vile. She tried to move her body to grab the hammer again, but found herself completely drained of strength. Instantly, she remembered the enemy's chain striking her earlier. She must have been hit with a paralysis effect. Heh, still think you can run? Trying to escape after getting hit by my chain skill? Too late. Just let me have my fun. After I'm done, I'll personally send you on your way. The bald man crept closer with a lecherous grin. Just as he was about to strike, a figure suddenly slammed into him. Ouch! The bald man was knocked flat by the impact. When he recognized who had attacked him, he froze in shock. Long hairy legs? What are you doing here? I told you to go. Your legs. Before the bald man could finish his sentence, his gaze swept down to the man's lower body. Both legs had been severed cleanly at the hips, leaving nothing but empty stumps below. Only blood pooled on the ground, and even his hands were nowhere to be seen. What the hell happened? The bald man's face paled as he looked up, only to find a face of utter coldness suddenly looming before him. Weren't you being so cocky just now? Su Chen's eyes were cold as he looked at him, as if he were already dead. A short knife pressed against the bald man's throat, sending a chill through him. Suddenly, he was yanked backward by someone behind him. The tattooed man swiftly pulled the bald man close, his expression filled with apprehension as he looked at Su Chen. Just moments ago, he hadn't sensed any killing intent from this man. Yet now, that feeling grew stronger by the second, especially from those eyes that seemed poised to devour them whole. Hey, Kanzuya! What the hell are you guys doing? Can't you even handle a control-type guy? The bald man raised his head and roared at the bearded man standing not far away. The bearded man stood frozen in place, utterly baffled by how the long-legged guy had lost both hands and feet. All he remembered was a flash of silver light, and then he'd been turned into a human stick. What the hell was going on with this guy in front of him? Su Chen walked over to Tang Jinxia and Qi Xiang, handing them 2 vials. These are recovery potions. They'll heal your wounds, but you won't be able to move for a while. Rest here for now. By the time things wrap up over there, you should be mostly recovered. Seeing Su Chen, who seemed like a completely different person, Qi Xiang and Tang Jinxia exchanged glances. After giving his instructions, Su Chen turned to leave, but Tang Jinxia grabbed his hand. Su Chen, they're tough opponents. Are you really going alone? Just a few bugs. Chapter 133, Asking for Trouble, Su Chen shines. The others instantly boiled over with rage at Su Chen's words. How dare you call us bugs? Don't you see the situation? Do you really think you can take on all 3 of us alone? We'll take him on together. I refuse to believe this guy has such incredible powers.
The bald man, bellowing incessantly, swung his iron chain and closed in swiftly.
Su Chen dodged with a quick sidestep.
Simultaneously, the ice elementalist manipulated ice arrows to swiftly encircle Su Chen.
At the bearded man's command, all the ice arrows shot toward Su Chen like arrows from a crossbow. The sky filled with arrows, leaving him no escape. He was surely doomed. Yet a thick ice wall suddenly materialized before Su Chen, blocking every single arrow. Seeing this, the bald man seethed with rage. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Why are you giving this guy a shield? Don't you want to kill him?
The bearded man stood dumbfounded for a moment, utterly speechless. He hadn't heard a word the bald man had said. Only he knew the truth, that ice wall wasn't his doing at all.
How could an ice wall appear out of nowhere?
A mocking voice echoed from behind the wall, followed by a pair of eyes brimming with murderous intent. His ice element is but a speck of dust in the desert.
Have you ever seen true ice element?
Today, I'll open your eyes and show you what true ice element is. Before the others could decipher Su Chen's meaning, 3 thick, jagged ice arrows suddenly materialized above their heads.
Manipulating them required no effort at all for Su Chen. Witnessing this, everyone froze in shock.
The bald man watched Su Chen's every move in disbelief, his speech stuttering.
This guy is an ice elementalist too? What? Then we're in danger. Kanzuya, kill him now.
The man called Kanzuya watched the ice elements surging from Su Chen's body, a deep fear rising from the depths of his soul.
Forget it. This kid must have just awakened and isn't stable yet. He might just die by his own hand.
Having settled on this plan, the bearded man unleashed a hail of ice arrows toward Su Chen.
Su Chen didn't even blink.
An icy wall instantly rose around him, trapping him within. Every single ice arrow struck the walls without causing him the slightest harm.
What? He's unharmed? The bearded man panicked, realizing something was wrong and trying to flee. But an ice arrow shot viciously toward him. It pierced straight through his calf and ankle, severing his Achilles tendon completely.
The other two suffered the same fate, their Achilles tendons severed.
All 3 collapsed to their knees, writhing in agony.
This was the game's ingenious twist. It felt seamlessly connected to reality, yet once you entered the miracle, your physical body in the real world became immobilized. Their consciousness couldn't freely enter or exit either, they had to wait until the mission ended to leave.
Now these 3 were suffering torment in the flesh.
You seemed so capable just now, threatening to take out my men.
Which limb did you want? This one? Or this one?
Su Chen's cold, ruthless gaze fixed on the bald man as he raised his foot and crushed down hard on the man's wrist.
Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from beneath his foot. Su Chen's stomp shattered the bald man's bones into countless fragments.
They say the fingers are connected to the heart. After crushing one hand, Su Chen immediately crushed the other.
Both hands were now utterly shattered. The bald man wailed in agony, crying out for his parents. Please, sir. Have mercy. We didn't mean to. We only came here to grab some insignificant trinkets to take back. We never even thought about the resurrection fruit. We'll withdraw from this fight. All 3 of us will leave. Just go get what you came for.
The bald man pleaded incessantly, hoping Su Chen would spare his life. But a dagger pressed against his throat sent a chill down his spine.
If you'd begged me like this earlier, I might have let you live a few more seconds. But now? Too late.
Su Chen pressed down on his head and slit his throat with a single stroke of his right hand. Blood instantly spilled from the gash. Su Chen kicked the corpse aside with disgust. Strolling leisurely toward the tattooed man, Su Chen glanced back at Qi Xiang, who was still in a daze. You kicked 3 of my friend's ribs clean out. How do you propose to make up for that?
Compensation?
Yes.
I should compensate you. Do you want it in real life or online?
Either way, I have plenty to settle this with you. The tattooed man was terrified. Having just witnessed how that guy died. He feared he'd be next, and on that point, he was right. Su Chen looked down at him coldly.
Do you really think your so-called compensation is worth anything to me? Too bad only your shell died today. Wait until you get back and see if you still have the guts to come looking for me. Now, you die. Su Chen spoke with utter indifference.
Taking a life was nothing more than the easiest thing in the world to him. Such thoughts likely stemmed from Su Chen having lived through 2 lifetimes, long since seeing through it all. He hadn't intended to save these 2 fools, but seeing them beaten relentlessly did stir a hint of pity. The moment Su Chen finished speaking, the dagger in his hand pressed closer to the tattooed man's throat.
I.
Thud. Before the man could utter a word in his defense, his head was severed and fell to the ground. He raised his hand to retrieve his head, but Qi Xiang had already delivered a crushing kick to his skull. You were acting so cocky just now. Since you're so cocky, keep it up. I'm dying to see how you'll screw yourself over next. Qi Xiang's gaze locked onto the sole survivor across from him.
Now it's just you. The only thing of any use on you is that vile grimoire. Everything else is worthless. Su Chen's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he closed in on the bearded man step by step.
The other had anticipated this move and deliberately placed a group of reclaimed puppets in front of him.
The resurrection fruit is mine. I won't let you snatch it away. Seeing him try to flee, Su Chen sent an ice arrow that nearly sent him to the grave. The man's reflexes were sharp enough to conjure an ice shield before him. It blocked most of Su Chen's attacks. Ha! You can't stop me. This resurrection fruit is mine. The bearded man bellowed, striding swiftly toward the resurrection fruit tree. Su Chen followed closely behind. No matter what, he couldn't let the people of Sakura country take the resurrection fruit. Ice sword. With a flick of his wrist, Su Chen thrust a long sword radiating icy coldness straight toward the bearded man's forehead. One strike failed, so he struck again. The bearded man was forced to dodge wildly, terrified that one wrong move would leave him dismembered by Su Chen. Seizing the moment, Su Chen immediately launched his ice arrow toward the target. Thud! The ice arrow pierced the flesh. Just as Su Chen prepared to deliver the finishing blow, the once quiet vines erupted into frenzied chaos. Chapter 134, The Raging Vines. What's going on? Why did these vines suddenly go berserk? Qi Xiang looked around in shock and confusion. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a vine suddenly lunged toward his neck. SSSSHHH. Su Chen, his eyes cold and expressionless, hurled an ice blade toward Qi Xiang. The vine that had been snarling at him moments ago was instantly severed, its speed so swift that Qi Xiang couldn't even react. Qi Xiang's pupils contracted sharply. He was stunned by Su Chen's abilities. What the hell was this guy's background? Seeing Su Chen momentarily occupied, the bearded man hurried toward the resurrection fruit tree. He shot Su Chen a contemptuous glance and sneered dismissively. In this dog-eat-dog world, no one believes in loyalty to comrades. Only becoming stronger yourself is what truly matters. Everything else is pointless. Since you don't want this resurrection fruit, I'll take it then. Ha ha. The bearded man's feet seemed to grow wings as he sped forward much faster than before. Seeing him about to reach the resurrection fruit tree, the hearts of the others instantly sank. It's over. He's going to get it. Qi Xiang clenched his teeth in frustration, his gaze fixed on the bearded man. Suddenly, a thorn-covered vine shot out from the side, moving so fast that the bearded man couldn't react. The vine's strength was astonishing. With a single strike, it pierced the bearded man's chest, spilling his entrails onto the ground. What is this? They're actually feeding on human flesh and blood. Tang Jinxia covered her mouth, trembling. The scene before them sent chills down everyone's spine. The vines seemed to be creatures that could sense bloodlust. Upon detecting the scent of blood, they swarmed out en masse. Like ants relishing a sweet treat, they swarmed en masse the moment they found a source of nourishment. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense something gathering around him, converging toward the center. Could it be the vine's head? Suddenly, the ground trembled, drawing the trio's attention. What's going on? Could we be in an earthquake? Why is the terrain in this world so unstable? No sooner had Qi Xiang finished his complaint than a chill ran down his spine. His eyes widened in shock. Before he could turn around, a long axe swung toward his neck. Ah! The sudden scene made Tang Jinxia scream in terror. She resignedly lowered her head, expecting blood to have already splattered all over her. But someone grabbed her collar from behind, yanking her forward as they sprinted. The wind whistled past her ears, rushing from front to back. What's going on? Tang Jinxia slowly opened her eyes to find herself being held aloft in the air by Su Chen, who was carrying her with just one hand. When she finally came to her senses, she was startled by her own reaction. Ah! Why am I here? Su Chen, aren't we going back to fight? Our mission isn't finished yet. Tang Jinxia pursed her lips, holding back the latter half of her sentence. Besides, the resurrection fruit had ripened. If they could just get their hands on it, they could end this war immediately. Now's not the time. The item's been cursed by him. We need the right opportunity to get it. Him? Tang Jinxia froze, lifting her gaze to the spot directly behind Su Chen. The moment she saw the monster, she froze in utter shock. What is that thing? How can it keep merging with the zombies? Judging by their state, this hasn't happened overnight. That observation was spot on. But as for what that thing actually was, Su Chen didn't have the slightest desire to pry. Secondary mutations in zombies. This world is teeming with unknown dangers. Even the basic zombie mutations are beyond your capabilities. You two have seen just how treacherous this path is. Once this adventure concludes, you two should focus on upgrading the shelter's level. As for matters here, it's best to sever ties entirely. The two men exchanged stunned glances, utterly unprepared for Su Chen's words. Su Chen placed them in a safe location. Seeing their state, Qi Xiang sighed helplessly. Just wait here for me. I'll go eliminate the threat over there. I'll give each of you a resurrection fruit, no need to worry about that. No sooner had Su Chen finished speaking than he started walking forward. Suddenly, the hem of his robe was grabbed from behind. He turned to find himself staring into Qi Xiang's stubborn eyes. Hey, don't underestimate us. I possess a rare spatial talent, one that's hard to find anywhere in this world. Watch out, if you push me too far, I might just use my skills to assassinate you. Qi Xiang said with a laugh, though a genuine glint of menace flickered beneath his playful gaze. Seeing his eyes, Su Chen smiled. Is that so?
Then we'll see when your strength matches mine. Before Qi Xiang could respond, Su Chen's foot lightly pushed off the ground, propelling his entire body forward in an instant. In that split second, he carried the force of 1,000 pounds. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his vision focused solely on the zombie giant. This creature must be the one encountered near his home earlier.
Even if not the exact same one, it was undoubtedly a similar entity.
The thought brought a flicker of satisfaction to Su Chen's mood. Seems your strength isn't all that impressive after all.
Making yourself so huge is just a bluff.
But this does make extracting your core a rather difficult task.
Rage flared in the zombie giant's eyes. A torrent of rage threatened to engulf Su Chen, its piercing gaze never leaving him.
He licked his lips lecherously, a white light flickering in his eyes. The next instant, his body shot towards Su Chen like lightning.
Blazing speed. Su Chen's brows furrowed as he scanned his surroundings warily.
This creature's speed had caught him off guard.
He'd assumed such a massive frame would move at a snail's pace, but the reality was the complete opposite. Thud. The zombie giant swung his massive axe towards Su Chen's nape.
Su Chen countered with his ice sword held in a reverse grip.
The fierce collision sent thick dust billowing into the air. That strength. Su Chen's hand gripping the ice sword went numb.
He'd nearly been unable to absorb the force of that last blow.
What the hell? Su Chen's mind was filled with questions.
What the hell is this guy's weak spot?
Composed entirely of zombies, where could its fatal points possibly be?
Su Chen calmed his thoughts and re-examined the demonic creature before him. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught his eye. He stared at the zombie giant's heart and smirked with disdain.
Now I know where your weakness lies. With a swift step, Su Chen instantly closed the distance to the zombie giant.
The sudden surge of killing intent made the creature's eyes widen in panic. It hastily raised its axe to block Su Chen's attack. But Su Chen's ice blade never intended to cleave its arm. Spider silk shot from his hand, instantly coiling around the zombie giant's arm. He executed a flawless somersault, driving the blade straight toward the zombie giant's heart. Sensing danger, the zombie giant abruptly raised his arm toward his chest.
Chapter 135, The Fall of the Zombie Giant. Interesting. Do you think this will stop me? Su Chen swiftly changed tactics, dodging the giant's fist entirely. Yet the momentum carried his fist forward unchecked, slamming it into his own chest. Roar!
Even the zombie giant hadn't anticipated Su Chen suddenly pulling away, leaving it to take the full force of the punch. It let out a wail of pain, instantly drawing the attention of all nearby players.
What was that sound just now? No idea. I've never heard that sound before. Right. The inner circle is just ahead. The resurrection fruits we're looking for must all be there. Chatting and laughing, the group hurried toward the central area.
The zombie giant, thwarted in its attack, felt another surge of rage welling up inside.
Today, he would send this cunning human straight to hell. The look of resentment and hatred in its eyes instantly piqued Su Chen's interest. Seems like you're in a foul mood. Why not come kill me? If you have the ability.
Su Chen's gaze remained cool and unruffled as he looked at him. The zombie giant roared furiously, charging toward Su Chen once more with his massive axe raised. Su Chen could tell this blow was packed with every ounce of strength the creature possessed. A faint smile touched Su Chen's lips. So eager to kill me? Looks like you're pretty pissed off. Too bad I won't give you that chance. The zombie giant's eyes blazed with fury as he strode forward. Yet, just as he was about to strike Su Chen, he abruptly changed direction. The axe swung straight toward Tang Jinxia and Qi Xiang. The two hadn't fully recovered from their injuries when they saw the zombie giant charging toward them. Instantly, they froze in terror.
Ice arrows. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold descended as hundreds of ice arrows rained down from the sky toward the zombie giant. So many ice arrows. To wield such vast elemental power, just how far has his magical energy advanced? Qi Xiang stared at the man before him in utter shock, suddenly realizing something. He turned to look at Tang Jinxia. What have you been calling him this whole time?
Tang Jinxia froze.
Brother Su Chen. Boom. Hearing that name, Qi Xiang instantly understood.
With a self-deprecating chuckle, Qi Xiang lifted her head to look at the man battling the zombie giant not far away.
So he's Su Chen, the top fighter in the country.
Qi Xiang felt like a complete fool. He should have guessed it much sooner. It was astonishing it had taken him this long. It seemed that earlier's giant eel was also Su Chen's doing. All that talk about some big shot arriving, turns out the big shot was him all along. The battle with the zombie giant was reaching a fever pitch.
Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly.
He could feel the magic energy within him gradually dissipating. It seemed that continuously manipulating the elements accelerated the rate of mana depletion. But the creature before him was brimming with fighting spirit, clearly intent on continuing the battle. Su Chen's feet pushed off the ground, propelling his body backward in an instant.
He landed atop a massive tree. He looked down at the zombie giant from above.
Sorry, but I don't have much time left to play house with you lot here. Since you refuse to let us leave, you'll have to pay with your lives.
Su Chen's voice betrayed not a shred of emotion.
He slowly raised one hand.
At that moment, the zombie giant spoke. You're nothing but an ice elementalist. No matter what, you can't change the fact that you're ice-based. You're nothing but a support mage. Do you really think you can defeat me? Ha! Gazing at the arrogant face before him, Su-chen offered a faint smile. Who knew monsters could be this stupid? Let me show you if I can wipe you out. Prepare to die, human. Your time is up. Su-chen slowly closed his eyes, hearing the zombie giant swing its massive axe.
When he opened them again, his eyes instantly turned blood red. He parted his lips and uttered 2 words.
Explosive flame.
In an instant, a flame appeared before Su-chen, shooting upward into a pillar of light. Like a cannonball of fire, it hurtled toward the zombie giant. Faced with the raging inferno, the zombie giant tried to flee, but Su-chen swiftly pulled it back with a strand of spider silk.
You were so loud just a moment ago. Why are you running so fast now?
Su-chen ran his fingers over his already rotting blade, tossed it aside, and walked toward the zombie giant with his hands in his pockets.
Sacrificing your comrades to bolster your own existence? That's quite your style.
That strike should have killed the zombie giant in the flames, but at the critical moment, it had hurled all its zombie clones out. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the main body. The zombie core now communicated only through a child's voice.
Human, I won't let you off.
Even if our entire Skull clan is wiped out, I'll make sure he reunites with you.
Even now, this bastard was still putting up a fight. On one hand, he was incredibly resilient. Su-chen's eyes instantly turned cold at his words. You killed humans. How are they supposed to clean up your filthy bugs now? You didn't come here for the resurrection fruit, did you? Hearing Su-chen's words, the zombie giant froze, staring at him in disbelief. You know what our zombie clan is searching for? Su-chen shrugged. Sorry, I have no idea. The coldness in the zombie giant's eyes deepened.
Many of his comrades had been exterminated by this man. His strength clearly surpassed his own. Killing him would be no simple task. Better to deal with him later. Having settled on this plan, the zombie giant's eyes darted around before he instantly bolted backward.
Heh, as long as I can outrun this danger, I'll come back for you when I'm fully equipped.
Even now, he still harbored hopes of escaping alive.
Su-chen halted abruptly, spun around, and delivered a kick to the zombie giant.
The force sent him flying several meters, crashing flat onto the ground.
Did I say you could leave? Did I give you permission?
Junling Tianxia's imposing aura silenced the zombie giant, leaving it speechless. The disparity in power between the two was staggering.
Su-chen was utterly certain he was no match for this creature.
The zombie giant spat out a mouthful of foul blood, every inch of its body battered and broken. The creature before him was nothing short of a demon. Never had it witnessed a human capable of such ruthless aggression. Since you refuse to live properly, I'll grant your wish. Su-chen's face remained cold as he raised his ice sword without hesitation, striking the zombie giant at his feet with a swift, decisive blow. The entire process was so rapid it left no room for reaction, and the surroundings returned to normal. Xiang shuffled over from the side, his heart pounding as he sat down beside Su-chen. Su-chen was covered in the giant zombie's blood. Looks like he'd need to find a suitable time to take a bath. Hey! Actually, you're a high-talent person, right? Chapter 136, Resurrection Fruit Mission Complete. The sudden remark abruptly interrupted Su-chen's thoughts. Unchecked killing intent surged toward Xiang. The overwhelming aura of a powerful killer made Xiang's heart skip a beat. Am I being ungrateful? I know you wanted to hide your level to rest. But if you face any financial difficulties, you can always tell us. With just a few words, he had positioned himself as the superior party. Su-chen's gaze flickered slightly, his eyes fixed entirely on Xiang. This man was clever, knowing to defer to those with greater power. Thanks, but I shouldn't need anything just yet. If I ever need anything in the future, I'll contact you. The mere thought of Su-chen reaching out sent waves of excitement crashing through Xiang's heart. If he could get his home address too, he could visit him often. I'll come find you once I learn of more powerful magic books and knowledge. Su-chen frowned slightly at this, gesturing toward Tang Jinxia beside him. Wouldn't it be better to ask her directly? Her knowledge should be even broader than mine. In that case, why don't you two just exchange contact information and consult each other directly? Su-chen's attempt to pass the buck left Xiang speechless. Everyone knew he was the one who wanted to stay connected with Su-chen. Suddenly, Su-chen remembered something. Turning to face them both, his tone took on a hint of menace. I don't want anyone else knowing what happened here today. If I find out my business has been disclosed to others, I'll suspect you two first. What I might do then is beyond my control. Before you speak, weigh carefully what matters most to you. Hearing this, Tang Jinxia and Xiang exchanged a glance. They understood each other without words, already having reached a silent conclusion. The national champion had been concealing his true identity all along. It seemed he had other plans in motion. Hey, did you hear what Brother Su-chen just said? You absolutely must not reveal anything about him to the outside world. Otherwise, even if he doesn't kill you first, I will take care of it for him. Got it? Tang Jinxia narrowed her eyes into slits, her gaze as menacing as a grim reaper.
Seeing the terror on her face, Shi Xiang understood. Rather than endure abuse from this person, it was better to align with Su Chen's faction outright. Now that the immediate danger has passed, we should head back. I wonder how those people are doing now. Su Chen had pondered this too, but after all, the entire divine miracle held countless intricate matters awaiting resolution. Each of you will get one resurrection fruit. I promised you before that I'd secure these for you. Judging by the barren landscape around us, it seems they've been completely depleted. Let's hope we don't meet the same fate as those who came before us. Su Chen's gaze swept the area as he slowly lifted his foot and walked toward the resurrection fruit tree. As he bent down to take the tree, Tang Jinxia rushed out from within. No, don't just smash it. You'll get poisoned. Hearing this warning, Su Chen froze in confusion. After all, the tree looked perfectly genuine. Poisoned? Yes. I've seen these vines appear only in the presence of deadly toxins. They lie in wait for humans, ready to strike. Tang Jinxia's words made Su Chen re-examine the fruit tree. Though his skills were sufficient, it was still better to be cautious when dealing with matters within the divine miracle. With this thought, Su Chen kept his eyes fixed on the area around the fruit tree. The vines from before had vanished without a trace. Just then, a sound echoed from behind them. You two, run! Shi Xiang bellowed. The moment they turned, a swarm of vines surged toward them. They charged like vengeful specters, their sheer ferocity enough to make one's hair stand on end at a single glance. No! They've entered rampage mode. They'll devour anyone they see. Run! Tang Jinxia's face paled as she spun and sprinted toward the exit. Su Chen's gaze darted back and forth across the fruit trees. This miracle might only come once. If he missed it, who knew when it would return? With that thought, Su Chen charged forward at a speed so swift even the vines couldn't keep up. But Qi Xiang and Tang Jinxia were too preoccupied to notice Su Chen's whereabouts. When they reached the exit and turned back, Su Chen was nowhere to be seen. Where did brother Su Chen go? Tang Jinxia gasped in alarm, utterly unable to locate Su Chen. After scanning the area in vain, she realized the vines were closing in. Waiting any longer would mean certain death. Let's take the resurrection fruit and leave first. He's so powerful, he wouldn't put himself in danger. Hurry! With that thought, the two hurriedly fled the miracle through the exit. Exhausted from draining his magic energy, Su Chen was drenched in sweat. Turning back, he saw those crazed vines closing in once more. These things were truly relentless, clinging like a stubborn plaster. They wouldn't let go until they dragged something back. He quickened his pace, dashing straight to the fruit tree. With lightning speed, he chopped it down and stowed it away. Got it! He spun around and dashed toward the exit point. Everything worth taking here was already gone. As for the rest, it just wasn't meant to be. A smile spread across his lips. This trip had been quite fruitful. As he entered the exit, a blinding white light flashed before his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself back in the waiting hall. Su Chen, you're so lucky you're okay. Do you have any idea how worried we were when we saw you leave? Looking at Tang Jinxia, her eyes brimming with tears, Su Chen smiled helplessly. Sorry to have you worry. I was just curious about something, so I lingered a few extra seconds. Qi Xiang circled Su Chen, her face full of confusion. Ever since learning this guy was the nationally ranked #1 Su Chen, she'd wanted to stick to him like glue 24/7. Seeing his earnest expression, Su Chen asked, "What are you doing? Is there something on me?" But Qi Xiang nodded earnestly. Exactly. That's at the scent of a true powerhouse. Su Chen. For a moment, he couldn't tell if this guy was being abstract or something else entirely. This mission has been successfully completed. 3 players have obtained the resurrection fruit. All players will be teleported back to the sanctuary in 10 seconds. Hearing the system's announcement, Su Chen relaxed inwardly. At last, this matter was settled. Hey, hurry up and add me as a friend. Let's meet up offline sometime. I'm really looking forward to meeting both of you. At the mention of this, Tang Jinxia perked up. Sure thing. Let's add each other as friends first. After Tang Jinxia and Qi Xiang added each other as friends, they turned to look at Su Chen. Aren't you adding us, brother Su Chen? Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, bored. I'm not getting involved in this. My time's up. I should be going. Chapter 137, Returning Home, Astonishing Grain Yields. A flash of light erupted, and Su Chen vanished from his spot. The other two stared blankly at the sudden void where Su Chen had been, exchanging bewildered glances. Qi Xiang sighed helplessly. Looks like we won't be getting that big shot's friend slot after all. Who knows if we'll ever cross paths again. It's a real shame. Compared to his reluctance, Tang Jinxia seemed to be handling it better. If it's meant to be, we'll meet again sooner or later. Well, I'll be heading out too. Maybe we'll meet offline someday. After speaking, Tang Jinxia vanished in a flash of light. At the shelter entrance, Su Chen opened his eyes to find himself already standing there. She returned sooner than I expected. I wonder how things are at home. Su Chen scanned the surroundings for a long while, his brow furrowing slightly. Bloodstains and signs of struggle marked the ground before the door, clearly indicating a fight had taken place here earlier. He wondered what they had encountered. It seemed he would need to ask them about it later. Withdrawing his gaze, he walked forward and placed his hand on the door. The tightly shut door slowly swung open. Hearing the commotion, everyone inside rushed out. What's going on? How did the door open by itself? Could it be the master has returned? Several of them instantly realized something. Just as they reached the doorway, Su Chen had already stepped inside. Spotting them, Su Chen's lips curved upward in a smile as he waved. Looks like you've been keeping the house safe while I was away. Master! Takeshi and Yulia cried out in unison. Both rushed to Su Chen's side and embraced him. The overwhelming warmth of their embrace momentarily stunned Su Chen. What's going on? How long was I gone that you two missed me so much? Su Chen chuckled playfully, only to meet the tear-filled eyes of both girls when he looked down. Master was gone for so long. We missed you terribly. We thought you had abandoned us. Ilya said tearfully, her voice growing more pitiful with each word. Seeing the look in her eyes, Su Chen wondered if he'd done something wrong. But upon calculating the days, he realized this trip had indeed been unusually long. Su Chen gazed tenderly at her face, reaching out to pat both her and Takeshi's heads. But I'm back now, and I won't be leaving anytime soon. At these words, everyone cheered joyfully. Master! While you were away, we worked tirelessly in the fields and have already achieved considerable results. The goblin chief hurried to Su Chen's side, and his words piqued Su Chen's interest. I'll come take a look later. Yes. At Su Chen's words, the goblins' faces lit up with delight. Master, please return to your quarters to rest. Everything has been prepared for you. Takeshi stepped back a few paces from Su Chen's embrace, crossing her arms before her and bowing slightly. Seeing Takeshi unchanged as ever, Su Chen felt profoundly reassured. You've worked hard. Su Chen gently patted her shoulder. Taikishi's slender frame trembled slightly as she looked at him in surprise. Her heart surged like a raging storm, yet her expression remained serene. Master, this is what I should do. Seeing the flush on Takeshi's cheeks, Su Chen instantly recognized her joyful expression. I'll head inside first. Meet in the living room later. After giving his instructions, Su Chen headed straight for the bedroom. Upon entering, he saw the clothes Takeshi had prepared for him. The room was immaculately tidy, clearly cleaned daily. He knew without a doubt it was Takeshi's doing. It really does help to have a reliable person at home. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble we'd be in by now. After getting everything in order, Su Chen stepped outside to find everyone already waiting for him. While I was away, did any monsters attack? Takeshi nodded and listed each monster that had appeared on the mobile blackboard. Master, you instructed us to photograph every monster sighting. These are the images we captured. As the board flipped, it displayed all the monster images Takeshi had obtained. Su Chen carefully examined each photo. They were all common monsters with weak attack power. These creatures could be easily dealt with by Iria alone. These monsters aren't particularly aggressive, and no unexpected incidents have occurred so far. But there's something unsettling about them. They all have collars around their necks. Collars? Su Chen froze upon hearing this, then furrowed his brow as he pressed his hand against his chin. All the creatures wearing collars were beast-type monsters. Could it be that someone in the game was keeping them as pets? Who could possibly possess the capability to keep monsters as pets? No, rather than pets, they were likely monsters subjected to brutal slaughter. After these monsters were killed, we remained vigilant for their masters to appear, but nothing showed up for a long time. We still don't know who placed the collars, but they must belong to intelligent monsters. Takeshi was right about that. Su Chen had considered it too. To have tamed beast-type monsters, the opponent's strength must surpass even these creatures' capabilities. The question was who lay behind it all. Master, in your absence, we've been bolstering our defenses and combat readiness to prepare for any unforeseen threats. Rest assured, we'll protect the sanctuary. Seeing Takeshi's earnest expression, Su Chen felt reassured. Whatever comes next, I'm back now. We can face the enemy together. Su Chen stood up. As everyone looked at him, the lingering fear in their hearts vanished completely. After the meeting, Su Chen followed the goblin chieftain straight to the fertile fields. My lord, in your absence, we've tended the fields daily without fail, following the instructions you gave us. Not a single day has been neglected. We hope to present you with satisfactory results upon your return. While it's not perfect yet, it's at least passable. Upon reaching the fields, he looked up to see wheat stretching as far as the eye could see. Gazing at the crops before him, Su Chen felt a moment of daze. Originally, he had only wanted a small domain, a place safe from monster incursions where he could protect himself. But now, wheat fields had actually flourished here, something he had never dared to imagine. Sir? Why are you silent? Could it be that what we've cultivated doesn't meet your expectations? The clan chief nervously rubbed his hands together, his anxiety plain on his face. Fearing Su Chen might be dissatisfied, sweat beaded on the goblins' tense faces. No, you've done exceptionally well, far exceeding my expectations. I'll be counting on you all to handle matters here from now on. At Su Chen's words, the goblins bowed in terror. My lord, what are you saying? Our entire goblin clan owes its escape from this barren island to your power. You are the master we shall serve for life. Thank you for granting our goblin clan a second chance at existence. Watching their exaggerated display, Su Chen's lips twitched. How had they managed to paint him as such a saint? Chapter 138, The Dog-Eyed Fools Who Can't Recognize a Good Thing. Ahem. Since we'll all be living under the same roof from now on, there's no need for such words. Continue with your duties. I have matters to attend to and must depart now. After giving his instructions, Su Chen promptly turned and left. This group was so enthusiastic they seemed ready to devour Su Chen. Even as he turned away, he could feel their burning stares fixed on him. Su Chen swallowed hard. He never imagined he'd encounter such a scene in his own home one day. Dicey took it all in, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she chuckled. What's wrong? Su Chen looked at her in confusion, his eyes suddenly brightening. He hadn't realized Dicey looked so stunning when she smiled, a complete transformation from her usual self. Nothing. It's just amusing to see something even a master like you can't handle. Seeing Su Chen's delayed reaction, Dicey turned to look at him. Her gaze met his blank stare. Seeing his dazed expression, Dicey tilted her head. What's wrong, master? Is something troubling you? Su Chen snapped back to reality at her voice, shaking his head to clear his mind. Ahem, no, it's nothing. Dicey, you look quite lovely when you smile. You should smile more often. Dicey's cheeks flushed instantly. She quickly lowered her head, hiding her blush beneath her hair. Master is teasing me again. Are you going to your world soon? Yes, I have some matters to attend to over there. It'll likely take quite a while. A lot must have happened in his absence. The higher-ups were surely waiting for his return. But he had no idea what would unfold, nor how Lu Long and Li Tianba were faring. Since you have other matters to attend to, master, please go ahead and have your meal. You may return once everything is settled over there. Dicey bowed respectfully to Su Chen. All right. I'll leave this to you for now. With that, Su Chen clicked to exit the interface. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his room. Su Chen stretched lazily, flexing his limbs. Even though his body had been in the real world for a long time while in the game, he never felt tired when logging out. But Su Chen still stretched his body out of habit. Just as he stood up, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Seriously? They're here already? Su Chen sighed helplessly, walked to the door, and opened it. A striking figure appeared before him. TSK, you opened the door pretty fast, kid. Guyan chewed gum, arms crossed over her chest as she leaned against the doorframe, scanning Su Chen from head to toe. For some reason, she sensed this man before her had grown even stronger. Let's go. Headquarters needs to ask you some questions. This was exactly what Su Chen had expected. He slipped on his coat and headed straight for the car parked downstairs. Just as he sat down, a figure appeared before him. Hey kid, looks like you came back unscathed this time. Recognizing the familiar voice, Su Chen turned to see Lu Long. His face was bruised, his arm in a cast a pitiful sight. His appearance left Su Chen utterly bewildered. He stared at him in disbelief. Brother Long? What happened to you? Did you run into trouble inside? At the question, Lu Long sighed and pulled his sunglasses back over his eyes, concealing his dark circles. Sigh, I ran into a group of zombies. Their speed caught me off guard. I never expected them to be as fast as lightning and so difficult to deal with. Luckily, something eventually summoned them away. It was a close call, but I was teleported out shortly after. So that's what happened. The zombies he mentioned must be those evolved giant zombies. He left to merge with it, right? Hey, kid, you look different somehow. What did you get from that miracle? Su Chen smiled and played coy. That's something I can't disclose. Looks like we'll have to wait until we're at the conference table. His sly reply only piqued Lu Long's curiosity further. What he anticipated most about this trip was Su Chen, just how formidable was the nation's top-ranked talent. Could he possibly have any hidden cards left up his sleeve? The thought made Lu Long eager to see what Su Chen had brought to the table. Lu Long chuckled and stretched out in a comfortable position. Hopefully, what you've brought won't disappoint us. Su Chen turned his gaze toward the window. Though he possessed the resurrection fruit, it held little practical use for him. Rather than letting it rot in his possession, he might as well pass it on to those old codgers in upper management. Who knows? He might even trade it for something useful. His peripheral vision swept across the sky, suddenly catching sight of something that made him jerk his head up. The sky, which should have been clear and cloudless, now seemed stained crimson. Thick clouds appeared to conceal something within their depths. The entire sky felt oppressively heavy. Noticing Su Chen's unease, Guyan spoke up. Above us are the demons we've detected. Their numbers are already immense. Eliminating them won't be easy, and our standard ammunition struggles to damage them. We tried using missiles to destroy them earlier, but their shells proved far harder than anyone imagined. Now humanity has come to believe in the shelter game, placing their last hope within it. Su Chen felt a mix of emotions upon hearing Guyan's words. Once disaster strikes, the apocalypse will follow.
The horrifying scenes from his past life where monsters slaughtered humans it will still echoed in Su Chen's mind. Every time he recalled them, his stomach churned violently, as if endless waves of blood were surging up from within.
What's wrong, Xiao Su? You don't look well. Should we rest first? Gu Yan noticed his pallor and asked. But Su Chen waved her off. It's nothing. How are the leaders of all nations negotiating? Are they just waiting for these monsters to revive?
They haven't reached an agreement on that yet, but our nation has already discussed it with several neighboring countries.
Su Chen nodded, needing no prompting to know who that referred to. The vehicle sped past and, upon reaching its destination, entered a tunnel.
As soon as they emerged, someone was already waiting at the entrance to guide them.
Mr. Su, please this way. Su Chen gave a slight nod and lifted his foot to walk forward.
He had been to this place many times before, so finding his way was second nature. His pace was slightly faster than the receptionist's, and by the time he reached the entrance, the receptionist was already rushing to catch up.
Mr. Chang, please wait outside. I'll go inside and inform them first. Su Chen's expression grew increasingly impatient. They'd called him over for questioning, how could it take so long inside? Ah well, best to wait patiently.
This scene left Gu Yan and Lu Lon momentarily stunned. Where did they find this guy? He seems completely untrained.
Gu Yan's expression darkened.
She recalled the woman rolling her eyes at Su Chen earlier, and now she was seething inside.
The door's open. Let's go in first. Chapter 139. What? You actually brought him out?
Lu Long called out from the side. Su Chen ignored the guy and followed Su Chen's lead inside. As for Gu Yan, since the shelter had already been burned down and there was no need to eavesdrop on the conversation inside, she waited outside the door. Seeing everyone who needed to go inside had already entered, a mischievous smile spread across her face.
What do you think you're doing? I'm an agent of the same rank as you. You wouldn't dare kill me, would you? Let me tell you, those files are fixed. They won't refresh again. The woman looked terrified, fearing Gu Yan would attack her.
Fighting her would be nothing short of throwing away her own life. Facing Gu Yan's murderous aura, the woman completely crumbled.
Her legs buckled and she knelt stiffly before Gu Yan, her voice trembling with fear. I was wrong. I was wrong.
I shouldn't have been so arrogant to that gentleman earlier. I'll never make that mistake again, absolutely never. It wouldn't take long for their conversation to reach the leader's ears. Any sign of disrespect toward Su Chen was tantamount to openly attempting to oust him from the country. The murderous glint in Gu Yan's eyes faded slightly as she stepped back to the doorway. Instead, it was she who scrambled to her feet in a panic. Just moments ago, she'd felt as though her head might separate from her body. After all, here, Gu Yan was nothing but a madwoman capable of slashing down anyone.
Inside the conference room,
Old Song and the other high-ranking officials turned their gaze toward Su Chen in unison. Young Su, we won't compete with you for supplies. But if there's anything we need, we're willing to trade for it. Su Chen's lips curved into a smile at these words. This was precisely what he'd been waiting for, and now it had finally come. Since you've shown such sincerity, Elder Song, I should certainly share the treasures I've acquired with everyone present. The moment the item was revealed, Lu Long froze in shock, his gaze blankly fixed on Su Chen. He never imagined Su Chen would actually produce the championship trophy.
What is this thing? What use does it have?
Neither Old Master Song nor the other elders had ever seen this item before, leaving them momentarily uncertain. But Lu Long knew exactly what this thing was for. Afterwards, whoever perished could be brought back to life simply by consuming it.
What? You actually brought the resurrection fruit out? This thing requires slaughtering countless demons to obtain. And you just casually pulled it out like that? Lei Tianba stared at Su Chen in utter disbelief. While he knew Su Chen was powerful, this was beyond his wildest expectations. Old Song hadn't grasped the situation yet. What exactly is a resurrection fruit? At that moment, Lu Long pushed his glasses up with one hand. It's an item that can resurrect people.
Whether they're near death or already dead, consuming this grants them another life.
The other executives perked up instantly. You mean it can add an extra life? Exactly.
And it can also make all diseases vanish from the body. It perfectly aligned with the theory of longevity. An executive with sharp, beady eyes scrutinized Su Chen.
If you have this, you must have several more. Since you know we've been providing you with financial support all along.
Then why not use the so-called resurrection fruit as repayment?
We'll just take the loss.
Hearing this man's words, Su Chen and the other players who owned shelters glared at him coldly. This man clearly harbored ill intent. That alone was reason enough to expel him. Old Song's expression darkened, his brows furrowing deeply.
Chen, what nonsense are you spouting?
Whether it's one or two of these things, they were all brought back by young Master Su at the cost of his utmost effort. Whether to use them or not rests solely with him. If you ever utter such tactless remarks again, don't show your face here. Seeing that Old Master Song was serious, Chen Li smiled and tried to smooth things over. I just wanted to contribute to our nation's cause.
What if Su Chen had several more hidden away? Wouldn't that be a waste?
In the end, it all came down to the resurrection fruit.
Su Chen remarked coldly. There's only one of these things. No others exist. And the rules state players can only take one. Li Tianba stepped forward first to vouch for Su Chen. Right. That's exactly what the rules state.
There are 3 resurrection fruits in total, but each player can only possess one.
Otherwise, they'll die within 3 seconds.
Seeing Li Tianba speak up for Su Chen, the others fell silent.
Young Su, are you certain you want to place such a precious item in my hands?
Old Master Song looked at Su Chen in disbelief, seeking confirmation once more. Su Chen didn't beat around the bush, speaking his mind directly. You can take the items, but I hope you won't be stingy about the money.
So you just want the money?
The thought made Old Song grin like an idiot.
Fine. This deal is done. The amount will definitely not disappoint you. With that assurance, Su Chen felt more confident.
One more thing, Gu Yan and the others must have mentioned it on your way here. The images in the sky are crystal clear now.
Yet when the missiles pass through them, they carry no destructive force whatsoever, as if striking mere shadows.
Hearing the latter half of that statement, Su Chen felt an even stronger sense of unease. According to the timeline, the zombie outbreak was scheduled to occur in 7 days. There were still 7 days left. He hadn't realized time had passed so quickly. He just didn't know if his future self would be able to handle it. As Su Chen pondered the future, a tablet appeared before him. These massive red eggs are the demonic creatures we've been investigating, but they remain dormant for now. No matter what method we use, we can't harm them. This scene is like a mirage, visible but untouchable. This situation is indeed troublesome to handle. These creatures remain dormant. It seems a fierce battle awaits us when disaster strikes. What you're describing, Old Song, has already been mentioned by Sister Gu Yan and Brother Long. They should all be in their dormant phase. For now, let's not waste time or ammunition. Continue resting inside the room. It's pointless anyway, they can't be hit. Wasting time and energy on this is utterly unworthy. Seeing no one else speak up, Old Song rose and led the way. I agree, now isn't the time. In the days ahead, you must train diligently. When the apocalypse comes, no one knows what will happen. In the worst-case scenario, humanity might suffer a crushing defeat. The moment Old Song finished speaking, not a single person dared to utter a word. Su Chen looked up at Old Master Song, and those around him reacted instantly. Rest assured, Elder Song. With us here, that will never happen. After a series of interrogations, Su Chen stepped outside for some fresh air. The moment he stepped outside, he saw the woman huddled in the corner. Chapter 140, please. He's out. Looks like he's finished with his business inside. Gu Yan, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Yeah, the interrogation's done. No sooner had Su Chen finished speaking than an arm draped over his shoulder from behind. Hey, kid, since you finally wrapped up your business here, why not grab a drink? Li Tianba roared with laughter, grabbing Su Chen and pulling him forward. Considering the time, there really wasn't much else to do. Going out for a gathering wouldn't hurt. Alright, I'll treat everyone to drinks. We grown men don't need a kid like you to treat us to a meal. First, let's take you somewhere. Lu Long, his arm in a cast, walked past Su Chen. Where could they possibly be going at this hour? Su Chen felt puzzled but followed anyway. Only when they reached the room's entrance did he realize where they were. The player hall, also where other players trained and honed their skills. Gazing at the array of game screens before him, Su Chen's eyes darkened. His innate skill was unique. Refusing this place earlier had been the right decision. According to the game, the apocalypse is set to arrive in 1 month. 15 days remain until that fateful day. The shelters have grown to a considerable size, with numerous ordinary players, but they still can't accommodate everyone in the country. Progress is relatively slow, and even Elder Song is troubled by this matter. Listening to Lu Long's words, Su Chen felt a vague sense of unease. After the apocalypse, human nature would become unpredictable. No one could foresee what might unfold. Rebellious individuals might not submit to the nation's suppression and could very well declare themselves kings. Should that occur, internal strife would inevitably follow. Brother Long, haven't you set restrictions for these players? You know what I mean. Yeah, I know. We've considered what you're thinking. Each of them has a chip implanted in the back of their head. If a riot breaks out, it'll detonate. Su Chen was stunned speechless, utterly unprepared for the high command to resort to such extreme measures. Such a tactic only provided temporary suppression. Once ambition began to swell, it would only accelerate civil war. Yet upon reflection, there were no other viable options. Your identity has always been kept secret, both externally and internally. Su Chen, you are our Great Xiao's trump card. As long as your heart remains steadfast, Great Xiao will stand firm even in the apocalypse. Lu Long's gaze was unwavering as he spoke each word with earnest sincerity, startling even Su Chen. Brother Long, do you truly trust me that much? Yes. Looking into their eyes, Su Chen felt as though a boulder had been hurled into the center of a lake within his heart, instantly sending ripples across its surface. He gave a light chuckle, meeting their gaze.
Rest assured, Brother Long. I won't let you down. Su-chen kept the latter half of that sentence buried within. Memories of his past life surged to the surface. He'd had more than enough of those days filled with humiliation and oppression. In this new life, he would grasp the blade firmly in his own hands. After surveying the area, he had a clear grasp of their situation. Many individual shelters had already reached town-level scale. The next step up would be city-level. Su-chen realized his own shelter, neglected while preoccupied with other matters, had yet to be upgraded. He resolved to address this properly upon his return. Cheers! Su-chen, you really stole the show today, didn't you? That was a resurrection fruit. And you just handed it over so readily. Li Tianbai held a bottle in one hand and slung his arm around Su-chen's shoulder as they drank heartily. The group found a barbecue restaurant, its surroundings already equipped with anti-surveillance devices. At the mention of resurrection fruit, Guyen glanced up at Su-chen. She'd heard of such a thing, but never imagined he'd actually obtained one. Judging by the situation, he must have handed it over. Anyway, it's useless to us. Might as well hand it over to old Master Song. See if he can extract its components. Who knows, it might benefit the masses. Good lad, you've got some real awareness. It's rare to find young men with your level of understanding in this day and age. Li Tianba grew increasingly cheerful with each drink, downing several cups in quick succession. Yet suddenly, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Who knows how long these good times will last? When the end comes, the world will surely look very different. The mood at the table gradually grew somber. Seeing their mood, Su-chen placed the vials on the table. These 3 bottles of healing potions are high-grade remedies. Use them if you ever find yourselves near death. Consider them a token of my gratitude for knowing you. Thank you for looking out for me all this time. The 3 exchanged stunned glances. Li Tianba stared at the potions in his hands, turning them over in disbelief. It can actually save someone in a near-death state? Is it really that effective? They had never even heard of such potions before, having only ever received the most basic healing effects. Lu Long stared in astonishment, holding the vial in his palm. It was a pale purple color, appearing indistinguishable from ordinary potions. You're giving us something this precious? We haven't done much to help you. Normally this is too generous. For any player, this was an irresistible treasure. Lu Long, ever the thoughtful one, felt uneasy about accepting something for free and placed the potion back on the table. Su-chen sensed their hesitation and pushed it back toward them. Don't be so formal. Just take it. There's no need to feel burdened. Seeing Su-chen's firm stance, the 3 stopped refusing. It would have made them seem overly sensitive. Alright, we'll take them then. If you ever need anything from us, just ask. After 3 rounds of wine, Su-chen bid them farewell and headed straight home. With the matters outside settled, it was time to return and upgrade the shelter. As soon as he entered the game, Iria was walking toward him from a short distance away. Master! You're back! The moment she saw Su-chen, she acted like an obedient little kitten, her adorable appearance making one want to pet her repeatedly. She suddenly threw herself into Su-chen's arms, rubbing against him. Watching Ilya like this, Su-chen found himself both amused and exasperated. Where are the others? Why haven't I seen them? They're at the gate. It's strange, actually. I don't know why, but a bunch of slimes appeared in front of the gate today. Su-chen looked at her with a puzzled expression. Slimes? Those things aren't dangerous. Did Takeshi go over there too? Normally, they wouldn't be a threat, but there are far too many of them, far more than usual. Hearing this, Su-chen's confusion deepened. Let's go check it out. Su-chen grabbed Ilya's hand and headed toward the entrance. Before they even reached the gate, they heard a commotion coming from the doorway. These things are such a pain. They don't attack people, but they're constantly blocking the entrance. It's unbearable. Burning them is a hassle too. The ground's covered in gelatinous stuff, making it hard to walk. Watching the scene unfold before him, Su-chen's lips twitched. Was this some kind of slime disaster? Chapter 141, Magic Cord Delivery, Spider Evolution. The entrance was swarming with slimes as far as the eye could see. The gelatinous substance scattered across the ground felt sticky and gooey underfoot. The slimes were blocked at the entrance by the group, while the turret continuously fired shells forward. The slimes were blown to bits the moment they touched the ground, spraying their sticky gel all over the people. For a moment, everyone felt as if they'd been smeared with modeling clay, their clothes soaked through. See what I mean, Master? This is the situation here now. Everyone's working hard to get rid of this stuff. But the slime explodes on contact with fire, so getting rid of it is quite a hassle. That made a certain amount of sense. Triggered quest, Slime Battle. Clear all slime within 1 hour. A virtual panel suddenly appeared before Su-chen. He sighed helplessly at the task displayed on the screen. This can trigger a quest? This place was downright bizarre. Strange things kept happening here. Here, let me handle this. Su-chen called out, drawing the others' attention. They instinctively parted to make way for him. Master, these slimes may not have attack power, but you should still be careful. And don't use fire attacks, they'll explode. Luna warned.
With a sweeping gesture, Su Chen unleashed a torrent of frost from his palm, blanketing the slimes. In the blink of an eye, every slime before them was frozen solid. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the scene before them. How could they have been frozen so easily? Isn't there a cart at home? Load all these frozen slimes onto it and push them away. At the command, everyone sprang into action. They methodically loaded the slimes onto the cart, and before long, the slimes blocking the gate were cleared away. This looks much better now. I wonder where all these slimes came from. I never saw them around before. Luna's words reminded Su Chen. Takeshi stepped forward and volunteered to handle the matter. Master, I should investigate this thoroughly. Though no major attack waves occurred during your absence, things haven't been entirely peaceful. The surrounding energy fluctuations are also affected. There must be a problem somewhere. Su Chen scanned the area and could sense the faint energy fluctuations she mentioned. However, the magical energy emanating from the source was extremely faint, almost negligible. Alright, then go investigate. Return immediately if anything goes wrong. After giving her instructions, Takeshi departed, accompanied by 2 goblins assigned as her subordinates. Continue with your tasks. I'll handle something that's been neglected for far too long. Su Chen finished speaking and headed toward the bedroom. Click. He casually locked the door behind him. Currently level 6. Still not enough. With the apocalypse drawing ever closer, it seems I must first upgrade the shelter. Su Chen checked the quantities of upgrade materials. After tallying them, he was still a bit short. Not a major issue, but gathering them would be troublesome. Players may substitute crystals for materials to upgrade the shelter. Gazing at the virtual interface before him, Su Chen couldn't help but curve his lips upward. This system really doesn't shortchange you. Trading crystals for upgrade materials? No-brainer, crystals are way more valuable than materials. Su Chen slid his finger across the panel, his gaze halting at a line of text below. Crystals equal 10 times the materials. Crystal upgrades are faster. 10 times? Su Chen's eyebrows shot up instantly, his interest piqued. Money truly opens doors in any world. Even game worlds prioritize profit-driven exchanges. Anyway, I'll never use up that entire lake of crystals. Might as well transfer some over here first. Having made up his mind, Su Chen immediately used a portion of the crystals as exchange for the upgrade. Materials prepared. Upgrade shelter? Yes, no. Su Chen promptly clicked the confirmation button. Yes. Boom. A sudden, thunderous crash erupted outside the door. As Su Chen turned around, the people who had been playing and roughhousing in the courtyard froze as if someone had pressed pause. Everyone stood frozen in place, staring wide-eyed, yet utterly unable to move. Ilya sensed something was amiss, her eyes darting around as she searched for a new opportunity. Suddenly, Su Chen walked through the main gate. Master? Nothing. The moment Su Chen finished speaking, the entire surroundings began to transform. Each brick flew off the ground, dismantled, and reassembled. The main house transformed from a villa into a magnificent castle. The hot spring expanded several times larger than before, fertile fields stretched ever wider, and the area for cultivating plants and trees grew continuously. Once the inner circle of structures solidified, they gradually expanded outward. The crowd watched the unfolding spectacle, stunned into speechlessness. WHWH, what is this? I've never seen anything like this before. The goblin stood frozen in disbelief, unable to process the spectacle for a long while. But Iria understood clearly that Su Chen's power had grown even more extraordinary than before. Master, you are nothing short of our deity. Only a god could achieve such feats. The goblin stared at Su Chen with eyes sparkling like stars, filled with nothing but adoration and reverence. Seeing their reaction, Su Chen felt slightly awkward. After all, his current prowess was largely due to the systems behind the scenes boost. Player shelter upgraded to level 7, overhead view activated. Su Chen activated the skill, instantly raising his viewpoint to survey the entire sanctuary's terrain from above. New defensive features had been added, including several additional turret positions, and even the aerial defenses had been reinforced. Even winged monsters could now be easily eliminated, and there were no blind spots around the shelter. As expected, multiple upgrades are necessary to ensure safety. The area has expanded significantly compared to before. It's now county level. Only half a month left until the apocalypse. I wonder if anything unexpected will happen before then. The immobilization effect dissipated, and Ilya and the others immediately regained their mobility. At that moment, Su Chen remembered something. Call Zhu over. Ilya harbored doubts but held her questions. Soon, Zhu appeared before Su Chen. Goblin warriors recoiled in terror at the sight of the 8-eyed giant spider before them. Days of familiarity hadn't fully erased their primal fear. Here, take this. You're only one magic core of the same type away from evolving, right? The moment Spider saw the faintly glowing magic core in Su Chen's hand, his eyes lit up instantly. His limbs became wildly excited as he began gesticulating wildly around Su Chen. Su Chen tossed the item over, and the virtual panel reappeared. Meets evolution requirements for magical beasts. Proceed with evolution?
He had assumed the beast would decide for itself, but it turned out the player held that authority too. Yes. As soon as Su Chen made his decision, a faint blue light enveloped Spider's entire body. Before long, a hint of blue appeared in his field of vision. Chapter 142, New Skill, Angelic Blessing. Master, it's a pleasure to meet you. A girl with long blue hair stood before Su Chen, her eyes and brows radiating gentleness. Gentle sunlight bathed her face, and her soft voice was like a hint of mint in summer. Su Chen stood frozen in place. Was this really one of his spider subordinates? Smack! Suddenly, a slap landed on Juju's head. Hey, you! Still trying to play innocent in front of the master? You're always showing off your flesh, and now that you've evolved into human form, you're putting on this act. Ilya stormed forward, unleashing a torrent of shouts at the spider, her voice booming as if it could blow someone away. Facing her thunderous roar, Juju resignedly closed her eyes. Once the shouting subsided, she crossed her arms in front of her. Her face flushed with coy embarrassment as she lowered her head, her voice still soft and gentle. I'm just nervous, you know? I've never acted like this around you guys before. Ouch. Ah. Smack. Ilya slapped her again. You damn spider. Make another sound like that and see what happens. I swear I'll skin you alive. Ilya. That's 2 slaps. 2 slaps. You're bullying me too much. Juju shed her previous timid demeanor, lunging at Ilya with claws and fangs bared. To Su Chen, their playful scuffle actually seemed quite harmonious. Dekisi, having finished her rounds, slowly approached. A glance at the scene before her gave her a clear understanding. The area around the master has been fully inspected. No other issues were found. Su Chen nodded upon hearing this. It seemed these slimes had suddenly appeared in this area. Congratulations! Player has earned the Slime Slayer title. Awarded 1 special gift box, non-refreshable. The mechanical voice chimed in as expected. Su Chen stared at the virtual panel before him, utterly baffled by the title and gift box displayed there. Just clearing something like this could get you a gift box? If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to get new and interesting things every day by regularly clearing out groups of monsters? Just as Su Chen was contemplating whether to venture out more often, the mechanical voice sounded again. The apocalypse is approaching. Players, please accelerate your shelter upgrades. Prepare to withstand post-apocalyptic calamities. Continue upgrading your shelter. The system repeated the same message 3 times. Su Chen's expression darkened as he surveyed his surroundings. In his current state, low-level threats were easily avoidable. The real challenge lay in the impending tidal wave of monsters. It would be difficult to withstand them. This realization made Su Chen's expression grow grim. With the shelter's current combat strength being insufficient, boosting it wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. It seemed the shelter's combat strength needed to be prioritized moving forward. Master, our grain production is quite stable now. Should we consider raising other things? The goblin chieftain's suggestion struck a chord with Su Chen. Since the shelter's upgrade, the fertile fields had expanded tenfold, complete with newly added livestock pens. This presented a golden opportunity. Since such development was inevitable anyway, why not start with something simple? Agreed. I'll handle this matter. The shelter's future still depends on your efforts. Su Chen's words sent the entire goblin tribe into a panic, and they immediately knelt down. My lord, you flatter us. You are our blessing. Without you, we would not exist. Watching them kneel at the slightest provocation, Su Chen instantly felt a headache coming on. It felt like he'd triggered some hidden quest. Seeing them linger in their kneeling posture, Su Chen dismissed his own ridiculous notion. Rise. From now on, the task of protecting the fertile fields falls to you. Can you handle it? We can. The goblin chieftain answered without hesitation. Courage, at least, was commendable. From now on, players may freely roam the game map at night. Nighttime player protection will no longer be provided. Su Chen furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This message felt too eerily prepared, as if it had been waiting here all along. The loss of nighttime protection meant everyone could venture out of the shelter after dark, but the game would no longer explain any consequences that followed. Danger lurked everywhere. For this matter alone, whoever possessed the courage to venture out could do so. Whether they returned alive was another matter entirely. After reading the message, Su Chen headed toward the bedroom. The treasure chest he'd found in the ruins still remained unopened. Master, are you going to rest now? I'll bring your dinner later then. Dekisi asked with her usual gentle tone, as harmonious as a wisp of jasmine fragrance. All right. Call me if anything comes up. After settling all matters, Su Chen headed straight for his room. No sooner had his butt touched the table than he opened his backpack. A box emitting black smoke caught his attention. He tapped it with his finger, then lifted it into his hands, weighing it carefully. What is this thing? Su Chen furrowed his brow in confusion. Even when he'd obtained treasures before, he'd never seen this particular item. Could it be some kind of hidden variant? His hand hovered over it, hesitant. Might as well take a big gamble. There's no way something deadly could be inside.
Solomon's curse can yield bronze-tier weapons, tactical gear, and extremely rare top-tier items.
Suchen stroked his chin with one hand, carefully reading the inscription once more. A curse? Could it possibly contain some bizarre thing? Logically, it shouldn't drop anything worthwhile.
But after much deliberation, Suchen decided to go for it all or nothing for that final rare item.
Refresh. You have refreshed the curse gift box. There is a 20% chance to obtain a top-tier item. You have refreshed the curse gift box. It may contain.
After 9 consecutive attempts, the items obtained were all mediocre.
Suchen frowned, staring intently at the items in his hands. With only one chance left, Suchen admitted he was gambling. After 9 failures, he refused to believe it wouldn't drop this time. Refresh. As Suchen's words fell, the box in his hand, shrouded in black mist, instantly emitted a dazzling light. The box slowly rose from his palm as the black mist gradually transformed into gold. Its form unfolded a pair of wings, then transformed into a tiny figure that bounced through the air, rubbing its eyes. Scanning the area for Suchen, it spotted him and immediately dashed toward him. Like a feather, it fluttered lightly into Suchen's heart and vanished. Gone? What was that thing? Congratulations! Player has obtained Angel's Blessing. All skills boosted by 200% for a limited time.
Before Suchen could process it, another cloud of black mist swirled before him.
How can one box contain 2 gas clouds?
As Suchen pondered this, the dark mist, upon sensing him, surged toward him with frenzied intensity. He reached out to block it, only to find himself utterly powerless to stop it. He could only watch helplessly as it entered his body.
Suchen's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is this thing? Chapter 143, The Crisis Approaches. 2 beams of light entered Suchen's body.
After a moment's pause, he realized there was no poison.
Something's wrong.
Even if it's not poisoned, appearing here feels incredibly strange.
Is this really the box I took?
It feels like it might have been switched. After confirming multiple times that the object had indeed entered his body, the virtual interface instantly popped up.
Player, Suchen.
Skills gained, Angel's Blessing, Devil's Whisper. Seeing the skills appear on the panel made Suchen laugh out loud. Acquiring 2 such formidable skills simultaneously meant he'd clearly hit the jackpot.
Whisper of the Devil? What even is this? There's no detailed explanation, just a symbol. Are they seriously expecting me to figure this out on my own?
Suchen sat in his chair for a long time, yet still had no clues.
Forget it. Waiting like this is pointless. Since nighttime just opened up, I might as well go out and take a look. Since returning to the game world, Suchen hadn't properly explored outside.
After so long away, he wondered if the outside world still resembled what he left behind.
The moment Suchen stepped out the door, he instantly sensed a murderous aura approaching from the distance. The sensation made Suchen's brow furrow. Could it be that a high-level monster had appeared?
Realizing this, he immediately turned to relay the warning to others.
Dekisi, issue the order, no one in the sanctuary is to leave. Tonight, absolutely no one is permitted to depart the sanctuary. Dekisi froze upon hearing this.
A look of deep conflict spread across her face as she seemed to grasp something. Seeing her expression, Suchen knew she was hiding something from him.
Tell me, he pressed. Has something happened? Dekisi nodded. Earlier, Olga the Goblin said she wanted to go out and pick some flowers to bring back as a gift for you. Since I didn't spot any monsters during my afternoon patrol, I let her go. Suchen froze.
I'll go look for her. You immediately notify everyone not to leave the shelter. With that, he turned and vanished into the night.
Hearing Suchen's words, Dekisi felt a vague sense of unease. Judging by his demeanor, something must have happened nearby, though she couldn't yet discern what it was. Just then, Ilya came running over, unable to find Suchen anywhere. Where's the master?
I saw him here just now.
Did something happen that he had to leave? Dekisi gave a soft
Ilya, you absolutely cannot leave the house tonight. Wait here until master finishes his business. He'll return naturally. Noticing the unusual expression on Dekisi's face, Ilya instantly shed her usual carefree demeanor. She turned toward the closed door, about to walk away, but a sudden tug at her wrist pulled her back.
Dekisi, what are you doing? The master instructed me to guard the house and not let anyone leave. Dekisi tightened her grip.
When Ilya turned to meet her stern gaze, her heart skipped a beat. She stood frozen for a long moment before finally replying.
Yes, I understand. With that, Ilya turned and walked toward her room.
Watching her retreating figure, Dekisi still felt a twinge of worry. For now, she must obey the master's orders.
Any other feelings had to be put aside.
Dekisi fixed her gaze on the front gate as night fell, enveloping the surroundings in silence. Meanwhile, Suchen searched the streamside, yet still saw no sign of life.
Olga! Olga!
His cries echoed along the riverbank, faintly mingled with the roars of numerous monsters.
As the night deepened, Suchen's brow furrowed.
Where the hell did she go?
There's nothing here.
Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced Suchen's ears.
He swiftly sidestepped, dodging a flying dagger that grazed his cheek.
A bloody trail marked Suchen's left cheek as crimson blood trickled down the wound.
Who's there? Su Chen scanned ahead warily, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Who was this person? How could they appear beside him without a sound? Had he been a second slower in dodging, he might have lost his head by now. Human, you're surprisingly quick. A cold voice emerged from behind a massive tree. A pair of enormous black wings spread across the figure's back, while a cold, expressionless face held a hint of viciousness. Long, slender fingers tapped lightly on the shoulder, the gaze fixed on Su Chen brimming with amusement. A fallen angel? The moment he saw it, Su Chen recognized its origin. You're the fallen angel who escaped from the beautiful country? At these words, the fallen angel's eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. A fierce, lethal aura surged towards Su Chen from all directions. A violent wind instantly whipped up, threatening to knock Su Chen to the ground. Oomph. Lowly humans have no right to bestow titles upon me. I am the High Angel, Aller. Ariel declared his name with pride, while Su Chen continued scanning the surroundings. He could only sense his energy fluctuations. Where was Olga? What are you doing here? Su Chen's gaze turned cold as he fixed it upon Aller. He could sense that the demonic energy emanating from the being before him surpassed his own. Killing him would not be a simple matter. The moment Su Chen addressed him, Allure lifted his foot and advanced. The higher-ups say someone's causing trouble. They sent me down to find out who's meddling in our affairs. Ever since we were in the ruins, something about you felt off. I followed you all the way to see what exactly was making me uneasy. Now I understand it's the energy fluctuations emanating from you that I detest. What I dislike should not exist in this world. Aller raised his hand, and several water arrows formed from water elements suddenly appeared before him, swiftly flying towards Su Chen's body. Su Chen thrust his feet forward to dodge the attack, but the arrows still grazed the hem of his robe, tearing a large hole. Behind him, the giant tree was pierced by the water arrows. Within seconds, the towering trunk crashed to the ground. As it fell, it instantly blocked the line of sight between Su Chen and Aller. Despite the obstruction, not a trace of panic crossed Aller's face. I advise you to surrender peacefully. Don't make me torture you to death. Take advantage of my current good mood, or else I'll make you wish you were dead. Aller bellowed from the tree's edge, the water manifesting before him, slicing like daggers into the trunk. In mere moments, the trunk was shattered into splinters. Witnessing the opponent's power, Su Chen's expression instantly turned grim. What exactly was this creature's background? Wasn't it supposed to be a player-summoned minion? If the player is already dead, why is he still addressing me as sir? Something about this whole situation feels off. Oomph, still struggling? Humans are like insects, crushing you is as easy as turning over my palm. Since you crave torment so desperately, I shall grant your wish. Chapter 144, The Four-Winged Angel, Aller. A barrage of over a dozen water arrows rained down from the sky. Each one aimed precisely at the spot where Su Chen had appeared. Despite the thick darkness, this creature always managed to pinpoint Su Chen's location with ease. As if equipped with night vision, Su Chen couldn't remain on the defensive forever, no matter how agile he was. Run. See how long you can keep it up. Even if you manage to dodge my skills forever, that goblin girl is probably already drowned, haha. Hearing his arrogantly maniacal laughter, Su Chen froze instantly. He slowly rose from behind the tree, his gaze fixed squarely on Aller. It was you who hid my people. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flashing in them. Yet the other party didn't even acknowledge his presence, striding toward Su Chen with an arrogant tone. So what if it is? Do you really think your strength alone can save her? Aller clapped his hands twice, and a massive water sphere slowly materialized from the torn space. Olga was completely submerged within it, her limbs bound by ropes woven from water, unable to struggle. Her eyes bulged from prolonged immersion, and her belly swelled grotesquely from the water forced into her. See this. Behold my masterpiece. This is my sacred creation. I went to great lengths to make her like this. She struggled for a long time before dying. Thankfully, I bound her limbs, preventing her body from deforming too much. Aller extended her slender fingers, her sharp nails gently tracing patterns across Olga's body within the water sphere. Olga was now utterly silent, her wide eyes frozen in terror. A small flower was pinned in her hair. Su Chen's heart surged violently, causing the surrounding magical energy to tremble. You killed her. Yes, I killed her. But she was just a lowly goblin. Killing her was nothing. I am an angel, a supreme angel. The sight of his smug face filled Su Chen with revulsion. Flames gathered in his hands as he charged forward. In that instant, enormous wings unfurled. The overwhelming pressure of a four-winged angel surged towards Su Chen. In that instant, Su Chen sensed the demonic energy's perception. Indeed, even at his current level of advancement, he still fell short compared to high-level demonic beasts. Ha! A lowly insect remains an insect. Do you truly believe your pitiful strength could slay me? You couldn't even withstand the power of my four wings. If I were still in my six-winged form, you'd have been crushed into mincemeat by my pressure long ago. Ariel strode forward toward Su Chen, who knelt on one knee. With each step he took, Su Chen felt the pressure intensify, as if it were crushing his heart. A hand appeared before him, gripping Su Chen's throat. With a slight tug, the man lifted him off the ground. Meeting those blood-red eyes, Suchen finally sensed the icy killing intent emanating from the other and grasped the vast gulf between them. You foolishly declare war on me just because you've gained a little power? Do you think your tricks haven't been seen through? As the words left his lips, his grip tightened. Yet not a flicker of fear crossed Suchen's eyes. Is that so? And what of it? With a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared in Suchen's hand. He lunged forward, stabbing fiercely, but the opponent dodged the attack. Aller hadn't expected Suchen to resist. His hand trembled, granting the other a moment to breathe. Staring down the oppressive force, Suchen closed the distance swiftly, flipping his wrist to slam the dagger straight into the shield like water wall. When he tried to pull back, he found it impossible to retrieve the dagger. Aller dismissed his resistance as nothing more than the desperate flailing of a dying clown. Still think you can resist? Let's see how long you can keep struggling. Ariel's massive wings flapped, unleashing a furious gale that threatened to tear Suchen's body to shreds. Realizing the gap in their power, Suchen swiftly raised his ice shield before him. Seeing Suchen's counter, the murderous intent in Aller's eyes grew even more intense. You can actually control two elements. Not a single angel possessed the innate talent to wield two elements, yet this human controlled them with ease. Suchen paid no heed, constantly searching for an opening to deliver a fatal blow. The enemy's energy fluctuations were potent enough to obliterate him in an instant, though his speed fell slightly short. It seemed the destruction of the sanctuary had indeed affected the minions. No wonder that noble one sent me to probe these fluctuations. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. Just hearing him mention that master made Suchen increasingly irritated. Aller lunged toward Suchen with lightning speed, but Suchen sidestepped, evading each attack one after another. Though he couldn't immediately find an opening, he managed to avoid significant damage. This cat-and-mouse game was driving Aller mad. Normally, he would have finished him off in one strike, but today he had encountered a troublesome opponent. Seizing his chance, Suchen spun his spider silk across the intertwined branches ahead. His sudden reappearance caught Aller completely off guard. Icicles plummeted like shooting stars from above, only to be shattered effortlessly. One more struggle, and I'll tear you into 81 pieces, condemning you to eternal torment. Hearing this, Suchen couldn't help but laugh. So angels care about others' reincarnation? What kind of faith is yours, believing in rebirth like that? Looks like those wings are fake plucked from some beast and grafted onto you. A filthy, blackened fallen angel, the lowest of the low. A mere few insults sent Aller into an instant rage. In all his existence, what Aller could never tolerate was being insulted, otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen from a six-winged angel to his current state. Flames. A colossal fireball slammed into Aller's body, instantly engulfing him in its flames. Suchen stared fixedly ahead, his heart filled with unease. His fire essence could devour all things unless it encountered an element of equal rank that countered it, it could not be easily extinguished. Yet when a pair of enormous black wings unfurled, Suchen's heart skipped a beat. Aller had completely enveloped his body within a sphere of water. With a single flap of his wings, he flung the water outward, instantly dousing the flames. Feeling the opponent's magical energy, Suchen's expression grew even more grim. This creature's power exceeded his expectations. Before Suchen could move, a figure flickered into existence before him. Aller looked down at Suchen from above, his crimson eyes reflecting the young man's face. Humans truly deserve to die. Thud. The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The blade of the scythe Aller wielded pierced through Suchen's abdomen, causing blood to spurt forth instantly. As the blood drained from his body, darkness closed in around Suchen's vision, forcing him to kneel on one knee. His vision blurred. Suchen knew that even if he resurrected once more, the outcome would be the same. The disparity in their power was simply too great. What method could possibly turn the tide? Detected player physical injury. Activate Demon's Curse? Chapter 145 Activating. The Devil's Curse. Demon's Curse? A newly acquired skill. Suchen had never used this before. What would happen once he activated it? You should have died peacefully by my hand long ago, sparing yourself this agony. But now I suddenly want to slice you piece by piece, forcing you to watch your own body being dismembered. Let you see how I'll tear you apart bone by bone and devour you whole. Ha 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 ha. Ariel's maniacal laughter echoed in Suchen's ears, chilling him to the bone like a demon from hell. Suchen's consciousness began to blur when suddenly, a blade struck his shoulder. The searing pain jolted Suchen back to sharp awareness, a wrenching agony radiating through his entire body. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Scream! I'll make you watch every moment of your dismemberment. Watch it all. Aller perversely pressed Suchen's head down, forcing it to turn. His forearm had been severed by the scythe and lay severed on the ground, the soil stained crimson by his blood. Snap! Another blow fell. Cold sweat beaded on Suchen's forehead as the agonizing pain radiating from his heart proved unbearable. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted forth, staining his entire body crimson. Activate the Demon's Curse? Through blurred vision, Suchen stared at the words before him, mustering every ounce of strength to nod his head at the confirmation prompt. Activation confirmed. Initiating process. Please wait. Activation progress, 5%.
Ariel suddenly grabbed Su Chen's head, forcing him to meet her gaze.
You were so brave just now, weren't you? Didn't you want to kill me? Well, get up and kill me now.
As he spoke, he thrust the scythe into Su Chen's ankle and yanked it back with such force that it severed the leg clean off. Now covered in blood, Su Chen felt nothing but numbness from the pain, with only a sliver of consciousness remaining.
Inside the shelter.
All the buildings within the shelter gradually began to crumble. Members stood in the central plaza, faces clouded with worry.
Takeshi frowned, realizing something. All members, stay calm. Take shelter right here. Luna paced frantically like a headless fly. Something must have happened to the master. This shelter is inextricably linked to his life. The master must be in danger outside. Takeshi, we must go out and save him.
No sooner had she spoken than she turned and headed for the main gate. But Takeshi grabbed her arm and stopped her.
What are you doing? At a time like this, you're going to keep us trapped inside? Luna stood firm, determined to break through the entrance.
Takeshi drew her wand and stood rooted to the spot before the door. You all know full well the master's power.
If even he cannot resolve this crisis, do you truly believe your current strength is enough to handle it?
The others fell silent. Iria stepped out of the house and strode toward the gate. Takeshi stepped forward to block her path, but Iria sidestepped her as if she were invisible.
I accepted your interference before, but don't think you can stop me this time. Ilya walked to the gate with a blank expression.
The moment her hand touched the door, an electric current surged through her palm. The seal that appeared on the door stunned everyone. Even Ilya hadn't anticipated that Su Chen would leave behind a seal to prevent them from leaving.
The master must have sensed something. Even if we want to leave, we must break the master's seal first.
And he certainly wouldn't want you to throw your lives away.
Takeshi's words left everyone speechless.
Ever since they had taken refuge here, even when facing powerful demons, they had always managed to escape danger.
What on earth had happened this time?
Ilya glared ahead with fury and charged toward the gate once more.
I will not let him die before me.
Even if I perish, it will be while protecting our master. Ilya drew her bow, aimed at the gate, and released an arrow. The seal on the gate began to weaken slightly.
It's working. Everyone, focus your attacks on the gate. Break the seal.
Instantly, a torrent of attacks poured toward the gate. The seal on this gate was easily broken by Takeshi. Her gaze swept toward the distance, then settled on the people around her. Finally, she raised her wand toward the gate ahead. A flash of light erupted, shattering the seal.
Ilya stared at her in astonishment. If we're going, just us few will go.
Your goblin combat skills are lacking. Stay home and guard the house. The goblin chief nodded in agreement as Takeshi plunged headfirst into the forest.
Aren't you trying to find the master's trail? Follow me.
Ilya froze for a moment before quickly matching Takeshi's pace. By now, Su Chen had been beaten into a pulp by Aller, his last shred of consciousness fading away. 80% activated. Warning, activation will fail if player dies. The system prompt still echoed in Su Chen's mind.
Only by clinging desperately to his will did his body avoid entering the death phase immediately.
Seeing Su Chen stubbornly clinging to his last breath, Aller felt a surge of irritation.
Still not dead.
A lowly insect like you should have begged for mercy when I severed your limbs.
Aller savagely grabbed Su Chen's hair.
As he stared into the lifeless eyes before him, a plan instantly formed in his mind. Your eyes would make rather unique crystals. In that case, I shall sever your head and take your eyes as well. The scythe rose high. This strike would surely end Su Chen.
Boom!
Fireballs erupted from behind, catching Aller off guard. Before Aller could catch his breath, a hail of arrows rained down upon him. Vines surged toward his position, forcing him to release Su Chen's body.
That? Master? Luna stared in horror at the limbless torso leaning against the tree trunk. Her cry drew the other two over. Seeing Su Chen's current state, their pupils contracted in disbelief.
It was hard to fathom that the person with a deathly pale face and missing limbs was Su Chen.
What have you done?
Ilya roared furiously, unleashing arrows at Aller. But the figure had already materialized before them, its hand clamping down viciously on Ilya's throat while the other seized Luna's neck. He lifted them into the air as easily as carrying chicks. As Takeshi prepared to cast a spell from the light array beneath her feet. But Aller had already shifted behind her, his voice cold and sinister as it whispered in her ear.
One more move, and I snap both their necks. Takeshi froze instantly. The immense energy radiating from the opponent was overwhelming for all three of them. Aller flung the two girls to the ground and glared at them defiantly. That useless fool over there is your master? Ha! You'd be better off choosing me instead.
Obey me, and I'll spare your lives.
Ilya's gaze was fierce, refusing to negotiate. Dream on.
I won't let you get away with what you did to my master. She manipulated arrows to strike at Aller, only to have them snatched away.
You're ungrateful. Since that's the case, die. Demon's Curse activated, 100%. Activation successful. Chapter 146, Sudden. Su Chen's Demonization.
A massive surge of energy erupted from behind the group. What the hell is that? A violent wind suddenly swept through the air, accompanied by a beast-like roar that echoed throughout the forest. All the surrounding monsters scattered in terror, the immense energy surge causing Aller's legs to buckle, making it hard for him to stay on his feet. Behind them, Luna seized the moment, swiftly flinging out vines to yank both of them back. After leaving Aller's attack range, they found cover behind a massive tree and hid from behind. Dakisi's internal organs throbbed with excruciating pain, yet she forced herself to look toward Su Chen's direction. What happened? Where did that power come from? Ilya demanded. Roar! A furious roar erupted, drawing everyone's gaze forward. Su Chen, who should have been lying limbless against the tree trunk, vanished from view. Instead, a shadowy figure, monstrous in form, flickered in and out of existence within the dusty haze. Aller frowned slightly, scanning the newly emerged energy entity before him. He could sense immense power surging within it. Oomph! To think you could even evolve into a demon beast. Even so, you'll still end up trampled beneath my feet. Aller's figure shot forward like lightning, his four wings spread wide as he charged toward the beast before him. But when he reached its position, the beast had vanished beneath the swirling dust. Sensing something amiss, Aller grew increasingly wary. An uneasy feeling gripped his heart. What on earth was this thing? How could it still evolve? As far as he knew, humans couldn't possess such abilities, but this creature. Boom! Before he could ponder further, a thick arm shot straight toward the back of his head. The vicious grab for his head was deflected by Aller, who countered by unleashing a barrage of water arrows. They flew toward the beast, yet none connected. You think this will bring me down? The demon-possessed Su Chen gave him no time for words, striking again immediately after his first blow missed. His arm swung again for Aller's nape, yet missed once more. Instantly, his figure vanished into the night. Ariel's brow furrowed as his gaze darted through the crowd, searching for Su Chen's figure. Yet, he remained nowhere to be seen. What's going on? If it can generate energy fluctuations, I should be able to see it. Why is there nothing? Whoosh! Su Chen uprooted a massive tree and hurled it with brutal force toward Allier. A water blade effortlessly shattered the massive trunk. By the time Allier turned to strike Su Chen, the latter had vanished once more. The two sides played cat and mouse, leaving Allier spinning in circles. Lowly humans! Aren't you bold enough to fight me? Come out now. What kind of cowards hide like this? Aller's temper flared, and a massive magic circle materialized beneath his feet. With a flick of his wrist, a torrent of water surged from the earth, rushing toward the ground in an instant. Sensing danger, Dakisi gritted her teeth against the pain, grabbed Ilya and Luna, and turned to flee. Run! This guy's gone mad. The sheer volume of water was terrifying to behold. Aller's expression twisted into a savage grimace, his bloodthirsty gaze seeming to devour everything around him. So good at dodging, huh? Let's see how you dodge this. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a series of cracking sounds echoed from nearby. The surging water froze into a path of ice, its bitter cold radiating outward from the center. Simultaneously, it froze every last drop of water, gradually revealing the moonlit beast to view. The creature was charcoal black, its feet treading the ice. Its massive head bore a gaping maw, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Aller. Like a demon risen from hell, the terror radiating from its entire being sent shivers down the spine. The instant their gazes met, Aller felt a chill run down his spine. The sensation emanating from the creature was particularly nauseating. This thought only intensified the murderous intent burning within him. A water blade materialized in his hand as his eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce glint. You're asking for death. In an instant, Aller lunged toward the beast. The blade that should have pierced its flesh veered off course, missing its mark. Wings. The beast's claw snapped shut, seizing Aller's wing in its palm. Escape became impossible. You think grabbing my wing means you found my weakness? Ha! In the blink of an eye, a dense forest of black spines erupted from the beast's palm, piercing through its flesh. The excruciating pain radiated through every bone in the beast's body, its blood-curdling roar echoing through the forest for an eternity. Hearing its agonized screams filled Aller with excitement. I thought you were something special. Is this all you've got to challenge me? The beast suddenly rose from the ground, clawing at Aller's wing, the spikes piercing his palm once more. Yet seemingly impervious to pain, it violently dragged Arel to the ground. Ariel sensed something amiss as the light array reappeared beneath his feet, only this time, the white light transformed into black. How is this possible? His eyes widened in shock as he stared at his feet. Even after becoming a fallen angel, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Why had the light array turned black? In that moment of shock, the beast's tail spike struck directly at the back of Aller's neck. Instantly, he channeled his magic energy to form a water shield behind him. The strike missed its mark. The black light array beneath his feet prevented Aller from channeling significant magical energy, leaving him barely able to block the attack. Glaring at the beast blocking his path, Aller's rage reached its peak. Get out of my way! Ignoring his command, the beast roared furiously, thrusting the hand piercing through its palm forward. A handful of feathers were torn from its body. The stinging pain like needles piercing his skin caused Aller's expression to change drastically. I said move. In an instant, energy surged around Aller, and razor-sharp water blades erupted in all directions. Blade after blade struck the beast, yet it seemed as insensitive to pain as wood. Ignoring the blades entirely, it only tightened its grip, its palm pierced by sharp spikes until it was a bloody mess, dripping blood onto the ground. The already murky light array now turned as black as ink, completely saturated by the dark mist. Aller's face instantly twisted with panic as he felt the energy within his body being slowly drained. As if it were draining his very being, Aller forced himself to endure the discomfort, turning his head and pushing the beast away with all his might. Water arrows pierced his heart, yet the beast did not budge an inch. Fusion Angel Light Array, Angelic Blessing upgraded. A mechanical voice sounded from the beast's ear. The wounded areas were visibly regenerating at a rapid pace, the wounds slowly closing. Staring at the scene before him, Aller was utterly dumbfounded. He could scarcely believe wounds could heal themselves. You. What exactly are you? Despite his many years of existence, Aller had never encountered such a being. Not only could it transform into a beast, but it could also heal its own wounds. Ah! Rip! Seizing the moment when Aller was distracted, the demon beast seized his wing and tore it off with brute force. Once a four-winged being, he now had only three. The excruciating pain of flesh being torn apart was unbearable. Unable to withstand the agony, Aller collapsed to one knee on the ground. Damn you! How dare you sever my wings? I'll grind you into mincemeat. Chapter 147, Curse Escalation. Aller roared in fury. His face contorted with fury as he raised one hand, aiming it at the beast's body. Several water blades, sharp as knives, slashed at the beast's body, yet it remained utterly unscathed. What? Aller stared at the creature in utter shock. His attacks were completely ineffective. He had never encountered such a situation before. In his understanding, only the demonic race could corrupt his light array. His gaze returned to the beast, and instantly, everything clicked into place. Su Chen had now fully transformed into a demon, his consciousness no longer bound by humanity. Ha! Sacrificing your body to the devil even if you defeat me, how long do you think you'll live? Aller's eyes darted frantically, searching for a way out. Demons and angels were natural enemies, and he was now merely a fallen angel, his abilities diminished to a fraction of what they once were. Persisting in this battle now would bring him nothing but ruin. Realizing the gap between them, Aller immediately sought an escape route. Today I shall spare you, but I will come for your life later. Ariel hurled a wall of light behind him, separating himself from the demonic beast. He tore open the energy stone in his palm, instantly creating a spatial rift before him. The moment he stepped through, the water wall behind him froze solid and shattered into ice. In the blink of an eye, the beast seized Aller's wings once more. Without giving Aller a moment to catch his breath, the beast lunged at him like a madman, its sharp teeth tearing into his wings. Ah! Get off! Get off me! Water elements surged wildly around them. Even when Aller transformed them into water blades to strike the beast, it felt like hitting cotton. They had no effect whatsoever. The agonizing pain of flesh being torn apart made Aller break out in a cold sweat. His own blood flowed across the ground. The beast seemed oblivious to its surroundings, its crimson pupils fixed solely on its prey. Its razor-sharp teeth tore into Aller's wings, bite after bite. Bones were torn from their sockets, and no matter how fiercely Aller struck back, it was futile. Get off me! Ariel's strength and shouts grew fainter, his resistance fading. The forest echoed only with the beast's furious roars, the sound of bones tearing apart growing louder and louder through the trees. The sound sent a chill down the spines of three figures nearby. Luna's face was tightly furrowed as she tremblingly pointed toward the mauled beast and asked, "Is that truly our master? How could he have become like this?" Ilya shared the confusion, yet the resolve in her eyes remained unshaken. "As long as he is our master, I will follow him forever, no matter what he looks like." Dekisi shared the same resolve. Aller now lay dying, collapsed in a pool of blood, his heart long since torn out by the beast. "What, exactly are you?" Aller asked in defiance, only to turn and meet those eyes of unnatural crimson. An endless wave of terror surged from the depths of his soul, the will to survive reaching its peak. He mustered every ounce of strength to crawl forward on his hands. "I can't die, I can't die. That noble promised me he wouldn't let me die. Noble, I beg you, save me. Save me. Rip." Aller's pleas for mercy were futile. The beast's claws struck his back again and again with brutal force. His wings were torn to shreds, feathers scattered across the ground. His flesh was already a mangled mess, his internal organs torn to shreds. Aller's breath grew faint, his eyes glazed over as death spread through his body. Roar! A furious roar pierced the sky, unleashing another massive surge of energy. Aller watched helplessly as his body was hollowed out, his wings torn to shreds. Who exactly was he? With endless questions in his heart, Aller became a corpse. Obtained the title, Devourer. Demon curse upgraded, demonic being. Player's demon status removed. Rewards being distributed. A swirl of dust rose from beneath his feet as the creature, moments ago shrouded in pitch-black darkness, instantly transformed into human form. Suchen stared coldly at the angel's corpse at his feet, his eyes still icy and unyielding. Beside it lay Olga's body. He walked over, gently cradled the corpse in his arms, and strode directly toward the sanctuary. The three figures hiding behind the tree watched Suchen emerge unscathed, their hearts filled with immense joy. Yet after taking just a few steps, their faces fell when they saw the lifeless body he held. The child who had been lively and playful just that afternoon was now nothing but a lifeless corpse. Takisi's brows knitted tightly as she lowered her head and said, "Master." Suchen walked past the three with a blank expression. As soon as he reached the doorway, all the goblins swarmed toward him. Seeing Suchen covered in blood and holding Olga in his arms, they instantly understood everything. The goblin chief stepped forward and took Olga from him. "My lord." He uttered the word with overwhelming heaviness, 1,000 words choking in his throat, unable to be spoken. The members inside the sanctuary had all sensed the energy fluctuations in the forest earlier. Even within the sanctuary, that energy shockwave nearly crushed their internal organs. One could only imagine the immense pressure Suchen had endured while confronting it. The members' sobs echoed through the air. After handing over the body, Suchen turned and walked toward the bedroom. Dicey watched his retreating figure, her heart aching terribly. After such a major incident, Suchen would inevitably need time to process it. Besides, the three of them had arrived too late, unaware of what had transpired before their arrival. But having witnessed the other party's power, she could imagine they wouldn't let Olga off easily. "Master." Ilya watched Suchen's receding figure, her heart aching. She wanted to go to him but didn't know how to comfort him. "Master needs to calm himself now. Let's not disturb him for the time being." Takisi's words pressed down on Ilya's chaotic heart. Even though the battle had ended in victory, Olga's death was an undeniable reality. In his bedroom, Suchen replayed Alier's final words over and over. This ambush was no accident. The mention of the one above suggested others were pulling the strings behind the scenes. If that was the case, who would be the next to come? He stretched out his hand to examine his palm, the sensation of his limbs being severed still vividly etched in his memory. Even in his past life, he had never experienced such excruciating pain of flesh being severed and torn apart. Who is the one behind this? Doubt clouded Suchen's eyes, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on his throat. The slightest lapse in vigilance would mean his complete annihilation. He needed power, absolute power. Never before had Suchen craved power so intensely. Only supreme power could ensure survival in this apocalyptic age. Suchen's gaze sharpened, sensing something festering in the shadows beyond his sight. "Next time, I won't let you succeed." Just then, the doorbell rang insistently. Suchen clicked to exit the game and return to reality. Chapter 148, The Meeting and Exchange. The moment he logged out, the doorbell nearly shattered from relentless ringing. "Suchen! Are you in there, you little brat?" Hearing Gangzi's voice, Suchen walked to the door and pulled it open. Gangzi looked up and met Suchen's gaze, filled with murderous intent, causing his heart to skip a beat. Suchen? Realizing his hostility was showing, Suchen turned his head to compose himself. "Yeah, what's up?" When he turned back to look at Gangzi, the other man frowned, thinking he must have misread the situation. Strange. Could it be that staying up late every night had blurred his senses? But he could clearly sense that murderous intent, couldn't he? Never mind. It's just, you asked me to sell those things for you earlier, right? Well, a buyer has already purchased them. They want part of the remaining items and are willing to meet with you in person. But you mentioned before that this sort of thing should be handled by an auction house, so I wanted to discuss with you how to proceed. After hearing Gangzi's explanation, Suchen understood the whole situation. Regarding this matter, it was indeed necessary to explain it to Suchen. "Alright, tell them we'll discuss it tonight. I want crystal stones for the transaction." Gangzi froze, utterly unprepared for the demand for crystal stones. He was momentarily at a loss. That's tricky to arrange. We never discussed this aspect at the outset. At this, Suchen's expression grew increasingly impatient. "If it's not possible, then we won't trade with them." As soon as Suchen finished speaking, he moved to close the door, but Gangzi grabbed it firmly. Hey! Let's talk this out calmly. We can discuss this matter together, right?" Watching Gangzi's anxious expression, Suchen remained expressionless and silent. "Anyway, I haven't finalized a monetary deal with them yet. I'll go talk to them about this." Gangzi stepped aside, pulled out his phone, and made a call. "Sorry, but our auctioneer only accepts crystal stones for payment. Would that work for you?" "Yeah, you know how it is these days. If the apocalypse hits, crystals are the only currency that'll still be useful." Suchen stood by watching him communicate for a moment before turning and walking back inside. Those spears were quite effective against low-level monsters, though he wondered who would dare use his creations. Before long, Gangzi approached. "We've already settled the terms with them. They'll meet our demands. Tonight, we just need to head to the trading post to complete the transaction." Suchen nodded in agreement.
For now, it seemed like a reasonable request. Alright, just let me know the time. The meeting was set for 7 o'clock that evening. After handling all his affairs, Su Chen followed Gangzi to the transaction site. They arrived early. Glancing around, Su Chen could tell others were already present. They were simply scattered about, hiding their bodies. Gangzi ordered 2 drinks, sat down, and glanced at the scheduled time. The client says they'll be here any minute. They just want us to wait like this. Anyway, the other side must be high-ranking, probably from a prominent family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to our demands outright. Su Chen nodded. Soon after, a black car pulled up in front of the door. The luxury car instantly drew everyone's attention, and the entrance erupted into commotion. Hearing the shouts outside, Gangzi immediately scrambled to his feet and peered out. Hey, hey, hey! Important guests have arrived. We'll have to negotiate properly with them later. Su Chen remained silent. The price had already been set in stone. The price set by the auction house would not change. Ding! The main door swung open as 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits marched in formation through the entrance. They marched straight toward Su Chen's location. Seeing this display across the room, Gangzi was startled. Holy cow, who the hell are these guys? They show up with such a grand display. Even after all my time at the auction house, I've never seen anything like this. Soon, a man in a tailcoat approached them, removing his sunglasses to scrutinize the pair. May I ask if you are the sellers of the lot? Gangzi froze for a moment before nodding. Yes, that's correct. I'm the person in charge of this auction. The higher-ups have entrusted me with full authority to handle this matter. You can coordinate directly with me. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but give Gangzi another look. Just moments ago, he'd been nothing more than a lowly receptionist. How quickly he'd climbed to this position. The man looked at them with an arrogant expression, taking in their attire. Then let's proceed as previously discussed. We've brought the crystals, we're ready to transact directly. Beyond this matter, our young miss is interested in securing more orders from you. Would you be open to that? At the mention of money coming their way, Gangzi immediately stood up and shook hands with the man. Accepted, accepted. How could we refuse a mutually beneficial arrangement? Let's discuss the details properly. Gangzi motioned for the man to sit, but he raised his hand instead. His sudden gesture left Gangzi utterly bewildered. What are you doing? Our young miss intends to deal with you directly, so she has come here today as well. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door opened, and a young woman in a light purple dress slowly stepped through the doorway. Su Chen paid no heed, his mind still echoing with what Aller had said. The power of the person mentioned above must surpass his own. He just didn't know what kind of background the other party had. If there was a vast disparity in strength between them, he was as good as dead. Su Chen's eyes darkened. The only way out was to grow stronger, to carve a bloody path for himself. Hello, are you the eldest daughter of the Tang family? Gangzi asked softly. She nodded, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Yes, that's correct. I'm Tang Jinxia of the Tang family. I placed your order. How much inventory do you have left? I'll take every spear of this quality. As many as you want? This was a huge deal. If he calculated his commission, he'd make a killing. Just thinking about the money made Jianzi's mouth water greedily. Alright. This stuff is from my friend. You'd better discuss it with him. No sooner had Gangzi finished speaking than he turned and pulled Su Chen along. Hey, Su Chen. A big deal's coming our way. Hurry up and talk it over with them. Gangzi yanked Su Chen over. The moment Tang Jinxia's gaze landed on him, she froze in disbelief, scanning him from head to toe. Once she confirmed the person before her was indeed the one she'd encountered in the game, her voice trembled as she called out. Su Chen? Hearing someone call his name, Su Chen turned his head toward the voice. It really is you. Brother Su Chen, we meet again. Tang Jinxia skipped and bounced toward Su Chen like a little girl. At that moment, Su Chen also recognized her identity. Tang Jinxia? Chapter 149, The Young Miss Tang Jinxia. Yep. I never imagined the spear seller was you guys. Tang Jinxia's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Su Chen with admiration. The people around them exchanged confused glances, shifting their gaze back and forth between the two. What was going on? They hadn't known these two were acquainted. Gangzi cautiously tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, staring at him in bewilderment. When did you meet the Tang family's eldest daughter? Su Chen furrowed his brow, not understanding the question at first. Only when he looked at Tang Jinxia did it click. You're from the Tang family? Tang Jinxia nodded. Well, I didn't mean to hide it before. Brother Su Chen never asked, so I never mentioned it. Brother Su Chen, you won't blame me for this, will you? Tang Jinxia looked at Su Chen with her large, watery eyes, her face filled with concern. The latter's lips curved upward, unconcerned by the matter. It was simply your own choice. Besides, I never asked about it in the first place. Why would I be upset over something like this? Hearing his words, Tang Jinxia felt a wave of relief wash over her.
Ever since witnessing Su Chen's formidable strength, she had come to understand just how terrifying this man truly was. Opposing someone like him would never end well. Given that, it was better to align with him. Besides, they had shared a deeper emotional connection during their time in the Divine Miracle. That's good. I was worried Su Chen would ignore me over this. Gangzi, standing nearby, listened to their conversation in complete confusion, utterly clueless about what was going on. He shot a suspicious look at Su Chen. When exactly had this kid hooked up with such a powerful backer? You want spears, right? How many do you need? The transaction currency has already been discussed with your side. Any objections? The tuxedo-clad bodyguard immediately stepped forward at the mention of the transaction, his expression as arrogant as ever. Our Tang family intends to. Before he could finish, Tang Jinxia cut him off. No objections. After all, in this world, money depreciates the fastest. Only crystals will hold value in the future. The bodyguard froze, then hurried over and whispered into Tang Jixia's ear. Miss Tang, didn't the chairman explicitly instruct us before we came out to drive their price down as low as possible? That way we could secure them at a suitable price. But what you're doing now completely ruins the entire plan. Tang Jinxia understood this perfectly well. I'll explain this to father myself, but there's no room for compromise on this matter. Seeing Tang Jinxia's unwavering resolve, the bodyguard hesitated, opening his mouth to speak but ultimately closing it. He seethed inwardly, muttering to himself, just wait until we get back, I'll see how you explain this to the higher-ups. We accept the crystal stone transaction. As for the quantity and timing, we have a detailed list. The specifics have already been handed over to my subordinate to coordinate with the auction house. Tang Jinxia scanned the room, her gaze settling on Gangzi. I assume you're the liaison. I'd appreciate it if you could give this matter your full attention. Faced with this beautiful young lady with her sweet voice, Gangzi couldn't stop grinning. Yes. Rest assured, I'll handle this matter perfectly. As for the rest, you needn't worry at all. Our supplier's capabilities, while not top tier, are more than sufficient. So you don't need to fret over product quality, just ensure it's ready for delivery when needed. After clarifying the details, Tang Jinxia nodded. This was no longer merely about the spear transaction, it was about forging a lasting friendship with Su Chen. If I could ally with Su Chen, then even if the apocalypse were to descend, life afterward should be a bit smoother. Now that this matter is settled, I'd like to invite you both to a simple meal. You've come all this way, so you probably haven't eaten yet. Why not stay for a meal? This struck a chord with Gangzi, who immediately turned to try and keep Su Chen. But the other had already risen, intending to go elsewhere. Hey! Where are you going? Didn't we agree to handle this matter first? Gangzi was as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. He couldn't afford to offend this young lady at this critical juncture, otherwise, all that money would go down the drain. Tang Jinxia quickly rose and followed Su Chen's pace. Su Chen, where are you going? I'll go with you. She had barely taken 2 steps when Su Chen stopped her. No need. I'm just going for a walk to clear my head. Nothing else. Seeing Su Chen's downcast expression, Tang Jinxia knew something was clearly wrong. Her mind raced as she scanned his demeanor, searching for any signs of trouble. She scrutinized every aspect of his demeanor, searching for signs of something amiss. Having witnessed Su Chen's power firsthand in the Divine Miracle, Tang Jinxia could now faintly sense the immense energy radiating from him. If she were a puddle, Su Chen was an ocean. Su Chen, I was thinking of going out for a walk too. Why don't I join you? After all, we're friends. That final sentence struck a chord within Su Chen. In his past life, Su Chen had been deceived by all manner of people, witnessing the multifaceted nature of humanity. The ugly side of humanity had been laid bare before him, raw and bloody, making him realize for the first time just how terrifying human nature could be. Su Chen? What's wrong? Tang Jinxia stood before him, waving her hand to snap him out of his reverie. It took her a moment to finally rouse Su Chen from his thoughts. Seeing his current state, Tang Jinxia couldn't help but feel worried. Brother Su Chen, I don't know what happened to you, but in your current state, no matter where you go, any mishap could plunge you into an abyss from which there is no return. These words came straight from Tang Jinxia's heart. A talent with such formidable combat prowess simply couldn't be allowed to slip away. It'll be fine. I just wanted to see what the sunlight in the sky looks like. Both of them looked up toward the horizon at the same time. A sliver of the setting sun flickered in and out of view. Replacing it was a dense swarm of insect nests. Seeing the scene before her, Tang Jinxia broke out in a cold sweat. How are we supposed to get back now? How could insect eggs even hatch here? In a secluded corner of the park, just as the two passed by, a peculiar energy fluctuation drew Su Chen toward it. What kind of animal's egg is this? It's so huge, and it seems like there's light coming from inside? Tang Jinxia plucked up her courage and poked at it with a wooden stick. Yet the egg felt as solid as stone, seemingly impervious to brute force from the outside. Su Chen, I feel like this egg is weird. Why don't we just stomp it to death right here? This sudden discovery could easily be some kind of dangerous product. Better to let it die on its own.
I wonder if it carries pheromones. Hand it over to me. At least you'll be safer inside me. Chapter 150, Anomalies Around the Shelter. He's actually comforting me. He even showed concern for me.
A few words made Tang Jisha's cheeks flush crimson, leaving her no time to ponder what this egg even was.
Then leave it with Brother Su Chen. I have no use for this thing either. Besides, you know more about this than I do.
But if you find anything strange, be sure to tell me about it.
Su Chen understood her meaning and nodded. The sky was growing late. Su Chen turned to look at her.
You should head back with your family first.
I have other matters to attend to.
And you need to upgrade the shelter as soon as possible. The apocalypse is drawing near.
Raising the shelter's level during this time won't hurt. At the very least, it'll ensure your survival through the early stages of the apocalypse. Since there's nothing else, I'll be going now.
Su Chen had said his piece. What she thought of it afterward was of little concern to him. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Tang Jinsha fell deep in thought. Her round eyes instantly shifted to a probing gaze.
She opened her phone and made a call. Look up someone for me.
The more detailed, the better. After hanging up, Tang Jisha watched Su Chen's retreating figure, her doubts growing steadily. What's his deal?
Why does he seem so fearless? Doesn't he worry at all that someone might try to take him out right now?
As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Jisha let out a self-deprecating chuckle. The bodyguard instantly grew frantic, pacing like an ant on a hot pan, utterly baffled by what was happening.
Miss, is there something wrong with this man? Should we find an opportunity to eliminate him?
Hearing this, Tang Jinsha stared at him in utter shock, her disbelieving gaze sweeping over him.
You haven't lost your mind, have you? You want to take action against him? No. You're actually going to harm someone? Have you forgotten our principles? Tang Jisha's face darkened, a stark contrast to her earlier sweet demeanor.
Seeing her like this, the others immediately grew fearful.
It felt as if offending her was the most terrifying crime imaginable.
Su Chen is incredibly powerful, far beyond what you or I could handle. Besides, befriending someone that's strong isn't a bad idea.
It's better to resolve conflicts than create new ones.
From now on, we'll do our utmost whenever Su Chen is involved.
We absolutely cannot be disrespectful to him.
The bodyguards could only nod in agreement, though they still couldn't fathom why they had to be so courteous to someone like that. He clearly had no powerful family backing him. In today's world, crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant.
Moreover, the Tang family wielded influence across both legitimate and underworld circles.
Wherever they stepped in, respect was due. Yet here they were, tripping over themselves for this kid.
Yes. We will follow the young Mrs.'s instructions.
Tang Jinsha's eyes flickered, her confusion about Su Chen deepening.
Su Chen, what kind of person are you, really?
Meanwhile, after resolving this matter, Su Chen now only wanted to return and rest properly.
Recalling his demonic state, he remembered devouring Alier's body like an uncontrollable beast.
The overwhelming scent of blood still lingered vividly in his senses.
Though his demonic form granted immense power, the side effects were equally severe.
The most obvious was his voracious appetite and the increased need for sleep and rest. Sitting in the car, Su Chen kept nodding off, while Gangzi beside him remained lost in his own thoughts.
Su Chen, I never would have guessed. You've been hiding your depth all this time. You've got such powerful connections and didn't tell me sooner? Who knows? Maybe I wouldn't have had to stay a receptionist. I could have been promoted to management. Then we could have shot whatever we wanted.
And we could split the commissions right down the middle. How perfect would that be? Gangzi grew more animated as he chattered on, but no one responded. He turned around to find Su Chen already sprawled out asleep in his chair.
Sigh. Could it be he's been mining nonstop in the game world day and night? Having to find resources yourself is such a hassle.
Before long, they arrived at Su Chen's residence.
Gangzi gently tapped his shoulder to wake him.
Hey, wake up. We're here.
Look at you now, you're nothing like you used to be.
Back then you looked like death warmed over. Even though you don't look like that anymore, you still need to take care of yourself. Don't end up with a wife only to find you're all heart but no strength. That'd ruin everything.
Su Chen was completely baffled by Gangzi's teasing. He just dozed off in the car. Could that really have made him lose his edge? Alright, stop messing around. If anything comes up, text me. I'll reply when I see it. Gangzi nodded at the words. Alright, got it. You go rest now.
And remember those spears, don't forget them. Su Chen nodded in agreement, and the two waved goodbye. As for the spears, Su Chen wouldn't forget them. After logging back into the game interface, the shelter echoed with the sounds of daily life. Olga's passing hadn't significantly affected the other children her age. But every adult goblin knew that Olga would never return. Master, the crops you ordered us to plant have all reached maturity. And since the farmland expanded, a pond has appeared perfect for raising fish. Su Chen had contemplated this matter concerning the goblin chieftain long ago. He'd always dreamed of building a fishing pond once he had the means, spending his days casting lines from the shore. Little did he know this dream would materialize so swiftly. Master, no energy fluctuations have been detected since you left, but one thing is peculiar.
After submitting her patrol report, Dakisi couldn't help but frown. Su-chen pressed for details. What is it?
When the sanctuary was first established, the area was swarming with monsters, both low-level and high-level ones were visible everywhere. But now, it's as if they've vanished, not even a single low-level monster can be seen.
Su-chen hadn't paid much attention to this matter.
He recalled that monsters had indeed been everywhere before, but it had been a long time since he'd heard their clamorous cries.
Perhaps they've moved elsewhere. The shelter isn't what it used to be.
It's quite possible the monsters were scared off by the shelter's defenses.
Su-chen's words were immediately countered by Dakisi. That's highly unlikely.
Even if they were afraid, we haven't seen any monsters beyond 100 meters from the shelter's perimeter. It's as if they vanished into thin air.
I've already sent Iria to investigate.
We should have results shortly. No sooner had Dakisi finished speaking than a commotion erupted at the doorway.
Dakisi, I found it. Ilya rushed over to the two of them. Chapter 151, Skill Refresh, Status Recovery. Is the master here too?
Ilya froze for a moment upon seeing Su-chen, then quickly added once she realized she had time to speak.
There's progress on what you asked me to investigate earlier. The surrounding terrain is vastly different from before. It's as if it's been sculpted by something. While many monsters have vanished, a few stragglers remain scattered about. But they're all low-level monsters, posing virtually no threat. After listening intently to her report, Su-chen gradually understood. With the apocalypse descending, the game world had become vastly different from before. The monsters' activity ranges had also changed, but he couldn't recall such a large-scale occurrence before. Yet this time, the pace of their expansion was far faster than he had anticipated. It's fine. Continue patrolling the surrounding area. Report back immediately if you discover anything.
If you find anything else, contact me immediately.
Su-chen's voice was solemn.
The incident involving Olga was still fresh in his mind, and he dreaded the possibility of such a tragedy repeating itself. The others understood his concerns and nodded in agreement.
Master, rest assured. We won't act recklessly. We'll report back to you immediately if anything comes up.
Hearing this, Su-chen felt a little more at ease.
With the apocalypse imminent, the shelter's defenses needed to be expedited.
At the very least, they must ensure the shelter could survive the apocalypse for some time, giving him a chance to adapt and catch his breath.
Yet this very thought stirred fresh unease within Su-chen. Master, the mining operation at the quarry is nearly complete.
Zhu has already stored all the iron ore in the warehouse.
Should we bring Spider back first?
Speaking of which, Su-chen had nearly forgotten he had such a servant.
Bring her back first.
After giving the order, Su-chen returned to his room and opened his backpack to examine the reward supplies inside. At a glance, there were quite a few items, but he wasn't sure if any of them would prove useful.
Unlock all rewards?
Staring at the virtual panel that appeared before him, Su-chen hesitated for a moment. Opening them all recklessly might result in significant losses. The attributes weren't perfect either. Since that was the case, he might as well refresh all the attributes at once.
Refresh.
You have refreshed. In an instant, countless panels lit up before Su-chen, their entries continuously refreshing. The beeping notification sounds never ceased from the start. Before long, beams of golden light began radiating from Su-chen's room, making the evening cottage shine brighter than the setting sun itself.
The commotion immediately drew attention from outside. Ah! My eyes. What's going on? I just got back and now I'm being treated to a golden spectacle.
Just as Zhu stepped through the door after returning home, a blinding beam of light struck her face. Spiders naturally preferred dark, damp places, and the blinding light made Zhu's eyes uncomfortable.
She immediately turned around, grabbing Luna to shield herself. Most of the light was blocked by Luna's body.
Hey!
How can you not like such a comfortable light? That's such a waste.
Well then, I'll just enjoy this bliss all by myself. As a member of the Tree Spirit clan, Luna, unlike the spider, had always cherished light. Seeing the golden light emanating from Su-chen's room, Dakisi immediately guessed it was him causing the commotion, though she had no idea what exactly was happening. In the bedroom, once the golden light faded, over a dozen panels appeared before Su-chen, each one gleaming gold. The entries on the 13 golden panels were all highly enticing. One in particular instantly captured Su-chen's attention.
Instantly restore health when injured. Cooldown, 3 seconds. After carefully reading every word on the panel, Su-chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Didn't this essentially mean he could ignore injuries? All he needed to do was knock his opponent down? It sounded promising enough on paper, but how would it perform in actual combat?
Devourer title, consume an opponent's flesh to temporarily acquire their skills, while gaining a 20% strength boost over them.
Su-chen was instantly dumbfounded.
This skill seemed tailor-made for him. He'd been agonizing over how to attack opponents after demonizing, and now his chance had arrived.
Ding!
Before Su-chen could examine the rest of the interface, a friend message popped up. Opening it, he saw it was from Tang Jinxia.
Su Chen, do you have time now? A new cave has opened up in the east. Want to go explore it together?
Reading her message, Su Chen hesitated for a moment before suddenly remembering his current low level. The only way to level up quickly was to consume massive amounts of experience points, and right now, grinding monsters was exactly what he needed. Or maybe this was a good opportunity.
Sure. After replying, Su Chen turned his attention back to his tasks. The farmland expansion was still ongoing, but the goblin tribe alone couldn't manage such a vast plot anymore.
It seemed he'd need to bring more people to the shelter soon.
Su Chen rose and stepped outside to find Dekisi methodically studying the map before her. Master, this arrived in the mailbox by our door. It seems to be an address for a new map. That mailbox hadn't been used in over a century. Who would have thought a physical letter would arrive now? The realization sent an involuntary shiver down Su Chen's spine. The fact that someone could place an envelope in the mailbox undetected was impressive enough. Master, is the location on this correct? Should I go out and verify it? Dekisi tilted her head, seeking Su Chen's advice. But before she could finish, Su Chen cut her off. Stay put at home for now. I'll contact you immediately if anything comes up. I have business to attend to tonight anyway. Stay inside the shelter and wait for me. I'll return.
With that final statement, Su Chen headed straight back to his bedroom. The four women exchanged bewildered glances.
Shu Shu couldn't wrap her head around it and blurted out. What's going on here? Where's our master heading off to now? You just got back not too long ago, right? Are you planning to abandon our whole family and go off to your death? Zhu Shu spoke bluntly, voicing exactly what she was thinking. Su Chen froze for a moment before snapping out of it. He walked over to Zhu Zhu and ruffled her hair. What are you thinking? I have plans tonight to go out with friends to hunt. You guys just wait for me at the base. I'll be back soon. Nothing like what happened before will happen again.
The four of them didn't believe a word Su Chen said, turning their heads away from each other in silence. Seeing their expressions, Su Chen sighed helplessly. I'll take one of you along to supervise me.
I'll go.
Ilya slammed both hands on the table and sprang to her feet, her expression serious as she addressed Su Chen.
Dekisi nodded. Then let Ilya accompany you. It'll be helpful to have an extra pair of hands. Chapter 152, New Discovery, Dungeon Exploration.
Su Chen had only meant to offer a polite suggestion. After all, having Tang Jinxia as deadweight was already a hassle.
Adding another person now might just add unnecessary pressure. Ah well, consider it a trial run.
Fine, take her along.
After everything that had happened, Su Chen had already compromised.
Otherwise, who knows what else they might have imagined. I'll go pack master's things.
You two should get moving soon.
Dekisi rose and headed toward the kitchen. Seizing the moment, Su Chen made his way to the forge. All the forging tools were here. He just needed to toss everything inside, the rest wasn't his concern.
Alright, I'll go handle some things too.
After bidding farewell to the others, Su Chen headed straight for the forge room and dumped all the materials in at once. He calculated he still had some time. Now was the moment to consider how to forge a suitable weapon for Gu Yan.
Why isn't there a weapon synthesis option in the rewards? If that were available, I wouldn't have to worry about anything else. Ding!
The system notification suddenly sounded. When Su Chen looked up, a large title appeared on his forehead. In that instant, everything felt serene and still. Congratulations on obtaining the Weapon Master title.
Reward acquisition in progress. Gifted player 1 enhancement potion, increasing combat points by 10%. Seeing this notification, Su Chen felt utterly unimpressed. Just a 10% boost? I thought it would be something special. I don't need this potion.
No sooner had Su Chen spoken than the words refreshable appeared behind the potion. This word immediately caught Su Chen's attention.
Refreshable? Now that's more like it. Let's grab one and test it out. Refresh. A 10-roll refresh pushed the description to its final form.
Enhanced potion, increases player combat points by 200%.
Su Chen's interest was instantly piqued by the golden entry before him.
Though there were only 3 bottles of the potion, the sheer thrill of gaining a 200% combat boost each time was absolutely exhilarating. Even a stray dog passing by would get a couple of slaps. This is actually pretty good, no side effects, and the potion's performance remains consistently reliable.
Time flew by, and the doorbell rang. Dekisi immediately spotted Tang Jinxia's figure and turned back to Su Chen. That customer from earlier is back. Should we have our people hide again?
Su Chen weighed the potion in his hand.
Tang Jinxia's figure was visible through the window.
He studied her carefully. Behind her followed a bear, the same one from before.
Let her in alone. Our shelter members will continue their usual activities.
Upon hearing this, Dekisi nodded in agreement.
Understood, master. She then turned toward the entrance, opened the door, and addressed Tang Jinxia gently. Welcome back to Shelter 0796, Miss Tang. However, only you may enter. Tang Jinxia paused in surprise.
Previously, there had been no specific instructions regarding the number of people allowed.
Why was this being emphasized now? Then I'll go in first. You wait for me outside. After making arrangements with her attendants, Tang Jinxia turned and entered the shelter. Creak. The main door closed behind her. She followed closely behind Dakisi, and after taking just a few steps, she was already ready to gossip. Dakisi, your master. Human? Dakisi, why did you bring a human back? From afar, Ilya spotted Tang Jinxia immediately, her gaze sweeping over her from head to toe. She detected energy fluctuations, but they weren't as strong as Su Chen's. What exactly was this person here for? However, the moment Tang Jinxia saw the other's elven ears, she froze as if struck dumb. She stared wide-eyed at the ears and eyes, as if witnessing something utterly extraordinary. Ilya took in this expression and instantly grew more hostile toward the girl. She's my master's guest. My master instructed me to bring her to see him. Hearing Dakisi's words, Su Chen's mind cleared. Indeed, what people need most right now is to grow stronger. Squeak. The door creaked open. The person you requested, master, I have brought her to you. Hearing this, Su Chen turned to look toward the doorway. At that moment, Tang Jinxia's appearance defied description. It was nothing short of life-altering. You sought me out to fight in the underground arena? Tang Jinxia hadn't heard Su Chen's words. She was still in a daze, her mind blank. What's wrong with her? Su Chen asked, his brows furrowed with confusion. Dakisi shook her head. I don't know. She just caught a glimpse of Ilya on the way. Hearing this, Su Chen instantly understood the cause of her reaction. He sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. Go fetch Ilya. I suspect this matter is most likely connected to her. Without another word, Dakisi turned and left, dragging Ilya back with her. The moment Ilya entered and saw Tang Jinxia, her eyes regained their focus. Are you an elf? Tang Jinxia asked softly. Faced with her gentle tone, Ilya couldn't help but freeze. Suspicion filled her eyes as she stared at Tang Jinxia. What was this person up to? Ilya's pleading gaze fell upon Su Chen, who gestured for her to engage further. I'm a tree spirit. What brings you here? Reminded by Ilya, Tang Jinxia snapped back to reality, realizing she'd nearly forgotten the real reason for her visit. Ahem, well, I dragged brother Su Chen here to fight the underground lair. So, when are we setting off? Seeing Tang Jinxia's excited expression, could something be causing trouble inside? Then let's depart now. It'll be difficult to locate the site once night falls. After settling the details, Ilya followed closely beside Su Chen. The bear on the ground quickly followed close behind Tang Jinxia. How did you discover that place? Tang Jinxia asked aloud. But the next second, her wrist was seized firmly in his palm, and she couldn't break free. Don't be so tense, brother Su Chen. I wouldn't harm you, we're neighbors, after all. Hearing this, Su Chen slowly released his grip. Truthfully, he didn't care about the input at all, he just needed an excuse. I heard about the dungeon expeditions from others in the wider world too. But each cave's danger level varies. I had Koopa scout the path, and they're all simple ones. Still, it's my first time, so I'm unsure how to handle it. That's why I thought of bringing you along. Seeing Su Chen's probing gaze linger on her for an extended moment, Tang Jinxia knew her doubts hadn't been dispelled. Trust me, this is genuinely how I feel, no ulterior motives. She held up 3 fingers toward the sky, staring blankly at Su Chen for a moment. Su Chen remained silent for a long while before finally nodding. Alright, I understand. Since you want to go, let's set out now. Both grabbed their prepared items and immediately headed toward the cavern. Chapter 153, Entering the Blood Cave Dungeon. The moment they reached the cave entrance, a wave of blood-soaked stench washed over them. Simultaneously, Su Chen sensed a palpable intent to kill emanating from within. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Even before stepping inside, he knew the danger within was certain. Whether Tang Jinxia couldn't sense it due to her low level or was affected by the demonic energy. Her face wore a puzzled expression, as if she hadn't noticed the situation inside at all. Seeing Su Chen standing at the entrance hesitating to enter, Tang Jinxia tilted her head, her eyes filled with question marks. What's wrong, brother Su Chen? Aren't you going in? We're going in. Stay right behind me. There's probably something dangerous inside. Hearing this, Tang Jinxia nodded repeatedly. Alumi stood beside her, eyes sharp and alert. She kept a constant watch for any unusual sounds, ready to shield Tang Jinxia behind her at the slightest sign of trouble. With this creature present, Su Chen could focus more intently. Ilya stayed close to Su Chen's side, her pointed ears straining to listen within the cave. Only faint rustling sounds could be heard. Master, this cave seems incredibly deep. I can only pick up faint sounds. As for what lies ahead, I can't determine that immediately. Su Chen gave a faint hum. This outcome had been anticipated long ago. He stepped forward into the darkness. Instantly, demonic energy erupted around him, a small shockwave of killing intent radiating outward from Su Chen's center. In an instant, numerous birds scattered in fright. Tang Jinxia, standing nearby, also sensed that colossal force. A similar force had appeared around the sanctuary not long ago. It was a force that inspired fear and submission.
The mere thought of it filled her with dread. That day, she had barricaded herself indoors, daring to step outside only after the force had faded. Now she sensed it emanating from Su Chen. Could it be that he was the source that day? Follow me. Su Chen tossed out the words as he stepped into the cave. Simultaneously, a demonic figure, briefly illuminated by the setting sun, vanished into the darkness. The cave was pitch black inside, but fortunately, Su Chen had prepared in advance, pulling out a luminous stone as a light source. Meanwhile, Ilya held an oil lamp in her palm. These surrounding caverns are peculiar. They seem to have once held eggs could be a colony of magical creatures. Ilya's speculation was soon confirmed. After taking a few steps forward, the group heard a crunch beneath their feet. Looking down, they saw nothing but eggshells. What is this? Tang Jixia whispered in alarm, lifting her head to see a dense carpet of eggshells stretching ahead. Seeing the cracked shells, Tang Jinxia's heart sank. These eggs were at least half a person's height. What on earth had hatched from them? Everyone be careful. These eggs must have hatched recently. Whatever's inside is still forming. Their attack power won't be strong, but beware of potential toxicity. At Su Chen's warning, everyone immediately grew cautious. If bitten by an unknown toxin, life and death could hang in the balance in an instant. Snap. Crackle. A strange sound echoed from the cave ahead. Su Chen frowned, clutching the luminous stone as he hurled it forward. Instantly, the surrounding rock walls were illuminated. Ah! Why are there so many wriggling insects up there? Tang Jinxia gasped in shock at the sight before her. Even Su Chen hadn't noticed when the insects had appeared on the rock walls. They resembled maggots but weren't as tiny. Each was about the size of a finger, and upon closer inspection, one could even see their fangs. This cave is strange. The blood scent is even stronger than before. Let's get out of here. Bang! Bang! No sooner had Su Chen spoken than a commotion erupted behind them. Arumi panted as he ran back to investigate, then returned with a worried expression. Master! The entrance is completely blocked by a massive boulder. I tried to push it open with my strength, but it seems sealed shut. I couldn't budge it at all. What's going on? Ding! Su Chen and Tang Jinxia's game panel suddenly lit up. You have entered the Blood Cavern instance. You have entered the Blood Cave dungeon. An identical notification echoed in both their minds. Players must immediately complete the boss clearing task. Failure results in death. Player rewards determined by damage dealt. Only after the mechanical voice faded did Su Chen realize they had entered the game instance. In other words, they had entered a monster hunting quest. Since player experience points came from grinding monsters, this might be a decent way to gain experience. In contrast to Su Chen's excitement, Tang Jinxia's face showed a hint of panic. Su Chen, should we try to find a way out of here? I doubt the game would be that ruthless. Su Chen shook his head and kept walking forward. You should have received this quest too. It explicitly states that failure results in death. So we absolutely have to complete this mission. Hearing Su Chen's resolute answer, Tang Jinxia reluctantly accepted the harsh reality. Su Chen, it might be extremely dangerous inside. My attack style is better suited for more open environments. I probably won't be able to help you inside, so I can only support you from the sidelines. Su Chen didn't mind this arrangement. He hadn't expected her to contribute much anyway. Su Chen stared straight ahead, his expression impassive. Just stay close to me and focus on staying alive. As they moved forward, the stench of blood grew heavier than before. Insects on the rock walls stirred restlessly, each writhing their plump bodies as if seeking an opportunity to leap onto them. Fire! A cluster of flames leapt from Su Chen's fingertips, which he casually flicked toward the rock wall. In the blink of an eye, the flame that had been a mere spark transformed into a raging inferno, consuming everything in its path. It scorched the insects clinging to the rock face, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning flesh. Tang Jinxia and Illumi stared in stunned silence at the scene before them. The ground was littered with the crispy remains of insects. Without even drawing a weapon, he'd merely snapped his fingers and incinerated every insect in the area. Illumi whispered softly into Tang Jinxia's ear. This guy is a dangerous individual. His combat prowess far surpasses mine. Unless absolutely necessary, we'd be wise not to make him an enemy. She knew this well enough without Arumi needing to remind her. No wonder outsiders always say those who wield elemental power are the true monsters. If she were to fight Su Chen, she'd likely turn into a charred corpse before even getting close. Tang Jinxia waved her hands frantically. No way, no way. How could I possibly become enemies with brother Su Chen? I'd be groveling at his feet before that happened. She swallowed the latter half of that sentence. After witnessing his overwhelming power, antagonizing him would be pure suicide. Roar! A piercingly shrill roar suddenly echoed from the cave ahead. The group instantly tensed, eyes fixed straight ahead. Did you feel that tremor beneath our feet? As an elf, Ilya was the first to sense something amiss. They're here. Chapter 154, The Black Ant Queen appears. Su Chen's pupils abruptly shifted color. Channeling magic energy into his eyes, he amplified his detection skill. In an instant, he sensed a swarm of multi-legged ant monsters approaching from all directions 100 meters away. They were instantly trapped within the encirclement. Tang Jinxia, trapped like a caged beast, was sweating profusely with anxiety.
Brother Su Chen, which way should we go now?
Su Chen withdrew his gaze and assumed a combat stance.
We can't go anywhere.
The paths are all blocked.
What?
Before Tang Jinxia could process the meaning, ant monsters surged in from all directions. These ants were nearly half a person's height, with some robust specimens towering as tall as grown men. Their sheer presence was overwhelming. Staring at the dense swarm before her, Tang Jinxia swallowed hard in terror.
Her legs trembled uncontrollably.
She thought to herself that if she died here, she'd probably be torn to pieces.
Master, step back. Arumi and Ilya shouted simultaneously, shielding Tang Jinxia and Su Chen behind them.
Su Chen held his ground, fixing his gaze on the swarm of ant monsters ahead.
He'd fought similar monsters before.
Though this swarm didn't appear as robust as the previous ones, they were all demonic creatures fundamentally no different. Ilya drew her thunderclap bow, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she fixed a sharp gaze on the front. The moment any ant monster crossed the line, her arrows would rain down upon them.
Their prolonged inaction puzzled Tang Jinxia. Why aren't they moving? Don't they usually get excited when they see food? Tang Jinxia wasn't wrong about that. Su Chen teased from the side. Probably figuring out the easiest way to get to you.
Hearing this, Tang Jinxia instantly shuddered and quickly covered her collar, though her mind had already begun imagining herself being torn limb from limb.
SSSSHHH.
The ant-like creatures, which had been motionless moments ago, suddenly became agitated. Like ravenous wolves, they lunged viciously at Su Chen and his companions. Whoosh! The arrows from the thunderclap bows flew like lightning, instantly mowing down the frontmost ant monsters. Yet these creatures seemed endless. As soon as the front row fell, another wave surged forward.
Even with Ilya's lightning-fast archery, she couldn't keep up with the ants' relentless reinforcements.
Step by step, they closed in. Suddenly, a spider web shot out from behind.
The web stretched across the cave entrance, sealing it shut. They couldn't escape, but the ant monsters couldn't get in either. Master?
Ilya looked at Su Chen with alarm and confusion, but he merely tossed out two casual words.
Continue. Upon hearing this, Ilya instantly grasped the meaning. Yes.
She drew her bow once more, aiming at the narrow opening of the spider web.
Each ant monster became a sitting duck, struggling helplessly at the entrance, trapped by the spider webs that barred their escape. For a moment, they lacked even the strength to resist. Tang Jinxia hadn't expected Su Chen to possess such cunning and scheming. No. She should have seen it coming.
A man of Su Chen's caliber, who possessed such formidable strength yet was adept at concealing himself, was undoubtedly a master in every aspect, utterly unpredictable. In no time, most of the ant monsters were wiped out. Ilya wiped the sweat from her forehead with a satisfied smile.
Phew, it's been ages since I've had such a satisfying fight. Today was truly exhilarating.
We're supposed to guard the turrets, but I didn't even draw my bow before it finished them off.
That much was true.
Su Chen shook his head helplessly.
It's all for the shelter's safety. Now it's fine, you can fight however you want. Ilya's troubled expression instantly brightened with delight. Alright, you're right about that, Master.
Tang Jinxia stood nearby, observing the two of them interact. They seemed to get along quite well. She had assumed Su Chen, with his icy demeanor, wouldn't get along well with other girls. But now she realized she'd overthought it. What if she asked him to be her boyfriend someday?
At that thought, Tang Jinxia's face flushed bright red. What's wrong? Feeling unwell? Did you inhale toxic fumes?
There might be traces of toxic gas in this cave.
If you're sensitive, it could affect you. Su Chen addressed her.
Tang Jinxia snapped out of it and shook her head immediately. No, I just feel your attendant is incredibly skilled.
Nothing else.
You two go ahead with your work.
Don't mind me.
After saying this, Tang Jinxia gave an awkward smile and quickly turned back.
Arumi looked at her with equal confusion. When had her master ever acted like this? Crunch!
Suddenly, the sound of chewing caught everyone's attention.
Arumi whipped around, eyes widening in shock. What is this? They're actually gnawing on their own comrade's corpse?
The others followed his gaze. The ant monsters, fearing Iria's arrows, dared not approach, but had begun lowering their heads to gnaw on their own kind. The scene before them felt both cold-blooded and unsettling.
Master, something feels off. Ilya's sixth sense told her this was far from simple. This sudden shift in behavior was clearly different from before. Suddenly, the sound of spiderwebs snapping echoed through the air. The group immediately looked ahead. They've evolved.
Tang Jinxia gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for these ant monsters to evolve by devouring their own fallen comrades. Equally unexpected for Su Chen, the evolved ant monsters now bore armor and sharp spines. They charged forward, tearing the spiderwebs to shreds with sheer force.
What do we do? They're breaking through. Tang Jinxia shouted. Su Chen's eyes suddenly turned fierce as countless ice spikes crystallized in midair.
With a flick of his fingers, he hurled the ice spikes forward. In an instant, the ant monsters were pierced through the heart, their corpses littering the ground. Ice and fire elements coexisted within a single person. Tang Jinxia stared at Su Chen, utterly speechless from the shock. Though she had witnessed Su Chen's power before, seeing it again left her stunned. These are likely just foot soldiers. The truly dangerous ones haven't appeared yet. Stay alert and watch your surroundings. There might be other ant monsters with abilities. No sooner had Su Chen finished speaking than a roar echoed from the depths of the cavern. The group looked around warily as footsteps grew louder, drawing nearer. A black ant, more terrifying and colossal than any other ant creature, came into view. What is that? The creature before them bore an uncanny resemblance to a giant centipede, its body covered in limbs twice as numerous as those of ordinary black ants. From a distance, it resembled a giant centipede, its mere appearance sending chills down the spine. It glared at Su Chen and the others with predatory eyes, as if it wanted to devour them whole. It's the queen ant, beware, its abilities may induce hallucinations. No sooner had Su Chen spoken than a surge of psychic energy swept toward them from the queen ant. Fall back! Su Chen bellowed, swiftly leading the group backward. After taking only a few steps, they were blocked by the remaining ant monsters. Chapter 155, New Weapon, Skill Enhancement. The Black Ant Queen's massive form loomed before them like a small mountain. Her antennae quivered slightly, unleashing a powerful surge of psychic energy that instantly swept the area. Sensing danger, Su Chen immediately led the group to evade. But Tang Jinxia was a split second too slow. A persistent, screeching noise echoed in her mind. She stood frozen in place like a wooden zombie, utterly speechless. Alumi's face twisted with panic at the sight. She spun around and rushed to Tang Jinxia's side, shielding her behind her back. Miss! The psychic attack seemed to have no effect on Alumi. He stood shielding Tang Jinxia for a long time without moving. Ilya drew her bow, her gaze sharp as she aimed at the Black Ant Queen. Whoosh! The arrow left her hand. Thud! The arrow missed the Black Ant Queen, deflected by a soldier ant that leapt in front of her. Before Ilya could react, the Black Ant Queen spat a glob of sticky mucus toward her. The web instantly stuck to Ilya's waist, and Su Chen pulled her back with a jerk. Master! These ants seem to share a collective consciousness. When I attacked the Black Ant Queen, I sensed a strange force spreading among them. Su Chen had noticed this as well. Animals communicate through special pheromones, and this must be how these ants coordinate. Stay behind me. Su Chen uttered the words calmly. Ilya, holding the thunderclap bow, froze for a moment, her cheeks flushing crimson. Staring fixedly at Su Chen standing before her, she thought silently, could it be that my master is trying to protect me? Sir, my mistress has been manipulated by their skill. Arumi stood firmly in front of Tang Jinxia, shielding her as if afraid she might suffer even the slightest harm. Su Chen shot her a sidelong glance, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. So this was the Black Ant Queen's hallucinatory skill. But for now, it remained unclear what dangers it might pose. Stay here. Buzz. Wave after wave of ant soldiers poured forth from nests in every direction. The sheer sight of the swarm before them, like a tidal wave of ants, was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Even Ilya, who had weathered many storms, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How can there be so many? If these ants fight in waves, we're doomed. Yet Su Chen paid them no mind, his eyes fixed solely on the Black Ant Queen. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Defeat the Black Ant Queen, and the swarm would lose its leader. Then they'd be nothing more than cornered beasts fighting desperately. The Black Ant Queen's rank surpassed Su Chen's, and the oppressive aura of a superior being washed over him. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Su Chen flipped his wrist and a spear materialized in his hand. He glanced at the weapon in his grasp. It seemed he'd need to acquire more reliable arms in the future. You dodged the arrows, but what about this? Su Chen's eyes flashed with sudden ferocity. His feet moved like the wind as he charged toward the Black Ant Queen, thrusting his spear toward its massive eye. Surrounding soldier ants, seeing this, lunged at him like rabid dogs, their spiked forelegs aimed at Su Chen's body. A single strike would surely cleave Su Chen's body in two. Su Chen used the momentum to leap off the soldier ants, soaring into the air before landing firmly on the ground. Ants flanking him seized the moment, lunging to devour his flesh. Su Chen curled his lips in disdain and snapped his fingers. Two clusters of flame appeared at his fingertips, instantly transforming into two massive walls of fire within a second. All the ants, terrified of the flames, could only rage helplessly from behind. The Black Ant Queen suddenly sprang into action, hurling the corpses of fallen ants into the wall of fire. The piled-up corpses gradually smothered the flames. Ilya stared in stunned silence at the scene unfolding before her. This. I thought the Black Ant Queen always valued her subordinates. She wouldn't do something like this. But what's going on? Could this creature be some kind of mutation, or perhaps being controlled? Su Chen was equally perplexed. His brow furrowed tightly, unable to fathom this creature's intentions. Roar! After the flames were suppressed by the corpse, the Black Ant Queen advanced step by step, holding up her massive forelegs. Its speed was astonishing, far quicker than Su Chen had anticipated. Its pincers lunged for Su Chen's throat, but he dodged them with ease.
Master, focus on the Black Ant Queen. I'll handle the rest. Ilya shouted loudly. Su Chen charged forward, thrusting his spear at the swarming soldier ants. In a single move, dozens of ants before him met their end. By the time anyone could locate Su Chen again, he was already charging toward the Black Ant Queen, spear raised. Buzz! What the hell? Su Chen gasped inwardly. His spear couldn't pierce the Black Ant Queen's body? It felt as though he was stabbing into a hard shell. No matter how much force he applied, he couldn't easily wound her. He looked down at the spear in his hand. As expected, it can't deliver a decisive blow against high-level monsters. Player lacks suitable weapon. You may purchase one from the store. Open store? The system prompt reappeared before Su Chen, who raised his eyebrows slightly. Whatever he lacked, it would appear. He refused to believe he couldn't finish this thing off this time. Open. Swish, swish, swish. The marketplace opened, revealing a dazzling array of items before Su Chen. Without pausing to browse, Su Chen located the weapons section. Before he could place an order, the colossal form of the Black Ant Queen had already closed in on him. Su Chen swung his leg up and delivered a vicious kick to its massive head. I don't have time for you right now. The kick sent the Black Ant Queen reeling backward. Barely regaining her balance, she realized Su Chen's gaze wasn't even on her. I will kill you. A hideously unpleasant sound erupted before them, surprising even Su Chen. That a demonic creature could speak human language only solidified Su Chen's resolve to kill it. It was clear this creature possessed extraordinary learning abilities. If it were turned into a murderous weapon by the master behind the scenes mentioned by Aller, it would be an irreparable cost for all of humanity. The Black Ant Queen's dark eyes blazed with murderous intent, as if she wanted to tear Su Chen limb from limb right then and there. Yet Su Chen paid her no mind whatsoever. Standing before the door, he met the Black Ant Queen's gaze with unflinching defiance. If you want to kill me, then come and prove you have the ability. The moment Su Chen finished speaking, his figure vanished into the surroundings. Even Ilya failed to notice how he vanished. By the time the Black Ant Queen realized it, her body was already in Su Chen's grasp. Su Chen's eyes blazed with ferocity as he stood alone atop the iron plate, a long sword gripped in his hand. The tip of the blade pointed directly at the Black Ant Queen, its icy glint sending a chill down the spine. Kill me? Dream on. Su Chen's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he thrust the blade directly into the Black Ant Queen's body. Critical hit triggered. The blade sank deep into her body, instantly sending the Black Ant Queen into a frenzied rage. The immense pain made her wildly agitated, causing her body to undergo a massive mutation. Sensing danger, Su Chen swiftly retreated from the danger zone, catching his breath. Chapter 156, Black Ant Queen's Successful Evolution. Master, what's going on? Didn't your sword strike its head directly just now? And I can sense its power fading away. Ilya's words were true except for one detail. After Su Chen adjusted his state, the battle resumed. Because it has mutated, it's no longer in its previous state. Ilya didn't grasp the meaning of those words as a creaking sound reached her ears. Su Chen glanced down to find the ground swarming with tiny ants gnawing on the carcasses of their own kind. As if sensing the intense gaze, the ants glanced around but took no action. Yet within a mere 3 seconds, the swarm transformed as if possessed. One by one, they lunged like starved wolves, intent on devouring Su Chen whole. Master, what's going on? I sense something ominous. Ilya's words hit the nail on the head. Su Chen watched the Black Ant Queen lurking in the darkness, shielded by countless soldier ants standing before her like a wall of bodies. They watched Su Chen's every move with fierce eyes, fearing he might strike again. Seeing their guarded stance, Ilya cautioned. Master, perhaps we should strike first while we have the chance? Su Chen remained silent. Just as Ilya stepped forward to strike, a powerful hand grabbed her collar and yanked her backward. Master? Ilya looked up at Su Chen in confusion. He spoke. Look around you. Ilya snapped back to reality and looked at the spot where she had been standing moments ago. A pool of corrosive liquid had appeared on the ground, splashing directly onto the ant's corpse. In mere moments, half the corpse had been corroded away. Ilya stared at the scene in disbelief. When she looked up, her scalp instantly tingled. Above her head, countless worms had gathered unnoticed, each larger than any she'd seen before. The sight alone was utterly revolting. Master, what should we do? Are we just supposed to wait here for the queen to evolve? These ants have sacrificed their bodies. The remaining ones are forming a human wall in front of us, clearly trying to block our advance. Su Chen spoke, yet hesitated to act. Rather than wasting time fighting these foot soldiers, let them focus all their strength on the Black Ant Queen. It'll save us some effort. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossal force slammed into them. The remaining soldier ants became nothing more than fodder for the Black Ant Queen, their corpses littering the ground. Su Chen glanced at Tang Jinxia. She stood dazed in place, her eyes vacant and her mind in disarray. She was clearly still under the Black Ant Queen's spell. Protect your master. I'll handle the rest. Su Chen dropped the line and drew his long sword. Earlier, when he opened the shop, he hadn't had time to carefully select a weapon.
He'd simply grabbed one that looked decent, paid with a crystal core, and taken it directly.
Black Ant Queen has completed evolution. Golden Grade 9.
Players are advised to proceed with caution. Su Chen's gaze sharpened.
The Black Ant Queen had instantly become an existence beyond his current level. Taking her down easily wouldn't be simple.
Su Chen manipulated ice arrows to rain down from all sides, instantly turning the remaining soldier ants into sieves. Ilya watched Su Chen's every move with intense worry, wanting to help but feeling utterly useless. She held the oil lamp in her hand, just in case.
With this in hand, the creatures above dared not rashly appear before them.
Beside her, Alumi scooped Tang Jinxia into his arms and placed her beside Ilya. I may not be as agile as that noble, but I possess great strength.
I'll handle the soldier ants. The Black Ant Queen's front legs are protected by a thick shield that can nullify magical attacks. I'll go assist. Could you watch over my young mistress for me? Ilya paused, glancing between Su Chen and Tang Jinxia before finally nodding. Alright, go ahead. An extra pair of hands meant extra strength.
If they both fell here, there would be no point in arguing.
Upon hearing Iria's reply, Alumi immediately turned and plunged back into the fray.
As soon as Su Chen turned around, he saw Alumi running up behind him. Watching her figure, Su Chen frowned in displeasure.
Why come and stir up trouble now?
Alumi charged into the soldier ant swarm like a bull on a rampage, instantly stirring up a whirlwind of destruction. The remaining soldier ants were smashed to pieces. Only the Black Ant Queen remained before them. Sir, you must be wary of her shield.
It can nullify any magical attack. Your attacks might not work on her, so be extremely cautious.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen realized the truth. When he had attacked with flames earlier, he hadn't sensed any pain in the Black Ant Queen. It was as if his attacks were nothing more than a mere tickle, utterly ineffective. It was all because of that shield. Su Chen snorted in disdain, advancing step by step with his sword raised.
If it's useless, then I'll cut it off. In an instant, a colossal aura surged from Su Chen's feet, rapidly spreading outward.
Even Alumi was startled, staring at Su Chen in disbelief as the demonic energy seemed poised to tear the entire cave apart.
What is happening? Alumi couldn't comprehend it.
Though he sensed Su Chen was a powerful human, he'd never felt such terrifying strength emanating from a human before.
And now he sensed it emanating from a human? Could it be that he had been concealing his true strength all along? If so, just how formidable was his true power?
A bold conjecture flashed through Alumi's mind as he watched Su Chen's every move with terror in his eyes. This human is far beyond what we could ever hope to challenge. The Black Ant Queen also sensed that power, glaring at Su Chen with predatory eyes. A massive shield loomed before her, emitting a rustling sound as she defiantly confronted Su Chen. Looking into those enormous eyes, Su Chen felt a wave of disgust welling up from deep within.
You think that shield will stop me? Then try it. As the words fell, Su Chen's body transformed into a bolt of lightning, thrusting forward with blinding speed.
He gave the Black Ant Queen no chance to react, slashing his blade viciously into the shield. Crack! The shield shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground.
Alumi stared in disbelief. That shield had been shattered in a single blow by this human? This was utterly unheard of. The Black Ant Queen froze for a moment before unleashing a deafening roar. Crimson shockwaves surged from her antennae. Master, beware. Su Chen had anticipated this.
As the crimson shockwaves surged toward him, he raised his hand. Frost instantly covered his palm, trapping the shockwave within the ice upon contact.
Chapter 157, How could I possibly defeat him? What? He actually froze the enemy's attack?
Not only was Alumi stunned, even Ilya was speechless. They knew their master was extraordinary, but never had they witnessed anything quite like this. But this time, Su Chen's frost had frozen the enemy's attack itself, utterly unheard of.
Could it be that master's power has grown even stronger than before?
If this continued, she dared not imagine how powerful her master might become in the future. The thought alone sent a thrill through Ilya.
Wouldn't my master become an invincible being then?
The Black Ant Queen gasped for breath where she stood, still fighting desperately. She let out a furious roar into the cave, and in an instant, the area was swarming with worms from all directions.
These insects' mouthparts concealed sharp barbs. A single bite would leave a wound.
If venom was present, it would surely spread through the body. As if their minds were controlled by the Black Ant Queen, the worms swarmed toward Su Chen and Alumi, desperate to seize a sliver of hope for survival. Seeing Su Chen tripped, the Black Ant Queen immediately turned and sprinted deeper into the cavern's darkness. Seeing her attempt to escape, Su Chen raised his hand, aiming at the cave entrance the Black Ant Queen sought to flee through. Ice elements rapidly crystallized from his palm, instantly forming an ice wall before the Black Ant Queen, blocking her escape route.
Think you can leave? Now is not the time for you to depart. You may leave, but only if you leave your life behind.
The surrounding worms swarmed toward him.
Without even turning his head, flames erupted behind Su Chen. Every worm foolish enough to attack was incinerated.
Within moments, not a single worm remained on the rock walls. Su Chen scanned the cavern, confirming only the Black Ant Queen remained. His murderous gaze fixed on the Black Ant Queen, who cowered, desperately seeking an escape route only to find every path a dead end. Watching the trapped Black Ant Queen like a cornered beast, Su Chen immediately maneuvered his long blade toward her. "You deserve to die." As Su Chen finished speaking, he prepared to finish off the Black Ant Queen. Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced by a sharp blade echoed from behind. "Master!" Tang Jinxia lunged forward uncontrollably, dagger raised, aiming for Su Chen's heart. Ilya tried to draw her bow to stop her, but the momentum would inevitably drive the dagger into Su Chen's heart. Gritting her teeth, she leapt behind Su Chen, intercepting the dagger that plunged into her own body instead. Blood spilled instantly, soaking her entire body. Even Su Chen hadn't anticipated the Black Ant Queen would manipulate Tang Jinxia's body to kill him. Her attack missed, and the Black Ant Queen panicked completely, turning to flee. But Su Chen gave her no chance. Bloodlust consumed Su Chen as he lunged forward. Beneath the Black Ant Queen's feet, a massive crimson light array materialized. Before she could react, chains shot from the array, binding her body within its grasp. In an instant, blazing flames erupted skyward, illuminating the cave's horrifying scene, the floor littered with corpses. The queen's piercing screams echoed through the cavern, chilling the blood of all who heard them. Her body was being scorched inch by the flames, forced to watch her life slip away. A chill gripped Illumi's heart as he hurried to Tang Jinxia's side, shielding her behind him. After all, this situation was caused by his master. If Su Chen took his anger out on Tang Jinxia, neither of them would make it out alive today. Ah! With a final scream, the Black Ant Queen's body was reduced to charcoal. Quest success. Now transporting players back outside the instance. The system's voice echoed as a flash of light enveloped them, transporting everyone back to the surface. The cave and those worms had vanished without a trace. Seeing Ilya's chest spurting blood, Su Chen felt a pang of anguish and immediately fed her the potion. At that moment, Ilya's body seemed enveloped in a faint blue glow. The wound on her chest was healing at a visible pace. Her complexion improved noticeably, her pale lips regaining color. Soon, her eyes fluttered open. "Master?" Ilya looked at Su Chen before her and suddenly remembered something. "Master, are you alright? I just saw that woman trying to assassinate you." She tried to sit up abruptly, but the wound throbbed with pain. Before she could steady herself, she collapsed back into Su Chen's arms. "I'm fine. You've been stabbed. Rest well first." Hearing Su Chen's gentle words, Ilya felt her heart melt instantly, her cheeks flushing bright red. When had she ever been this close to her master before? Now she could even rest in Su Chen's arms. This wasn't misfortune, it was pure bliss. Su Chen snapped back to attention and looked at Tang Jinxia, who had just regained consciousness. The latter shook her head, instantly recalling what she had just done. Her expression turned panicked as she looked up at Su Chen. Her gaze met his eyes, now blazing with fury. "Su Chen, I didn't mean to do that just now. I never expected to fall victim to that monster's illusion skill. You have to believe me, I truly didn't mean to harm you or your friends. I'm completely innocent." Tang Jinxia repeated her protests over and over, desperate for Su Chen's forgiveness. Su Chen stared at her intently for a moment. Tang Jinxia grew so anxious tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing her tear-streaked face, even Ilya felt a pang of pity. "Master, I think we should let this go. It truly seems she didn't mean it. Besides, it was all because of the Black Ant Queen. If not for her, this young lady wouldn't have fallen victim to it." Ilya propped herself up to speak, but before she could say more, Su Chen swept her up in his arms. Su Chen's expression was stony, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "Let's put this matter aside for now. Consider it settled. After all, Ilya doesn't wish to pursue it. Unless something else important arises, there's no need to seek me out again." With a sudden impulse, he activated the teleportation stone, carrying Ilya back to the sanctuary. As the two figures vanished in an instant, Tang Jinxia couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "What kind of skill is that? To vanish like that?" "Miss, I believe it's necessary to tell you what happened inside the cave while you were being controlled." Illumi laid out the entire sequence of events that had transpired inside the cave. Tang Jinxia froze in place. The ice element froze the enemy's attack too? Just how powerful is he? Illumi shook his head. "I don't know that, but I can tell his power is absolutely formidable, far beyond what we can handle. Going against him would bring us nothing but trouble." Tang Jinxia understood this well, yet she couldn't deny that Su Chen possessed far too many valuable resources, enough to make anyone envious. If only they could seize what he possessed. The thought vanished the moment Tang Jinxia dismissed it, a self-deprecating wry smile playing on her lips. How could I possibly beat him? Chapter 158, 3 idiots show up. After Su Chen returned to the shelter, Dakisi approached him first. The first thing she saw was Ilya lying weakly in Su Chen's arms. What happened? Is she injured somewhere? She immediately cast healing magic on Ilya. After scanning her condition, Dakisi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she hasn't lost much blood. Ilya has a knife wound, right? Go back to your room to rest. I'll handle her recuperation. Luna nodded from the side, intending to step forward and carry Ilya, but Su Chen declined. I'll carry her back first. the dagger was poisoned. I need to get her to the room immediately. With that, Su Chen strode directly toward the bedroom. Watching his retreating figure, Luna looked pensive as she nudged Takeshi with her elbow. Takeshi, what do you think happened between the master and the others? Weren't they supposed to be going on an expedition? It feels like they just had a huge fight. Takeshi had guessed as much, but since Su Chen didn't want to talk about it, she didn't press further. I'll go prepare dinner for them. Takeshi tossed out the words before turning and striding into the kitchen. Watching the two of them leave separately, Luna stared blankly. What's going on? It feels like they're sulking or something. Forget it. Who cares? Filling my belly is more important. In the bedroom, Ilya's strength gradually returned as she tried to climb out of bed. Though the wound on her back had vanished, the poison on the blade still caused a faint sting with every movement. Master. Ugh. Don't move. As soon as Ilya shifted her body, Su Chen's gentle voice came from above her. Lifting her head, she met his worried gaze. Her cheeks flushed crimson instantly, and she quickly turned away. Ahem, master, I feel perfectly fine now. Why don't I go assist Takeshi first? Our sanctuary has expanded several times over. We need to get it organized first. No sooner had she finished speaking than Su Chen scooped her up and gently pushed her back onto the bed. That isn't your task. Your priority now is to recover from your illness. Everything else can wait. Su Chen's expression was stern, his words spoken with unwavering authority. Ilya lay quietly on the bed, basking in Su Chen's care, a warm wave washing over her heart. A smile touched her lips, and like a little girl, she buried her face in her knees. Her pointed ears flushed crimson as she whispered softly. Master, my injuries aren't actually that severe. The potion you gave me has already healed most of them. Just a little rest will help my body recover. You don't need to worry so much. Su Chen said nothing, only tightening the blanket covering Ilya. All you need to do now is stay here quietly. Leave everything else to me. His tone was firm, and Iria opened her mouth but held her words back. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Su Chen opened the door to find Takeshi already carrying in the prepared dinner. Master, this is dinner for you and Ilya. She's in the midst of restoring her chi and blood right now, so this is perfect for her. Ilya glanced at the table. A plate held several slices of roasted ice-deer meat, accompanied by a serving of her favorite vegetable. Takeshi, you're just too kind to me. She lunged forward to give Takeshi a big bear hug, but her body was too weak. After a few feeble attempts, she collapsed onto the bed. Seeing her clumsy state, Takeshi placed a wooden board in front of her. You'd better focus on recovering now. How did you manage to get yourself into such a mess this time? Takeshi frowned slightly, recalling that Ilya's injuries were indeed severe. Under normal circumstances, it was utterly impossible for anyone to harm her. At the mention of Iria, a flicker of awkwardness crossed her face. Her eyes darted toward Su Chen, as if seeking permission to speak. Su Chen saw no need to hide anything and laid it all out. She took the blow for me. What? Takeshi's face went blank, her heart tightening involuntarily. So the attack was actually meant for Su Chen? Alright. Here's what really happened. Ilya recounted the entire incident from start to finish, and Takeshi finally grasped what had transpired. Anyway, that's the gist of it. A new cave? Takeshi frowned, sensing something amiss. She lifted her gaze to meet Su Chen's eyes. Ever since he'd appeared, this world had been filled with events unlike anything she'd ever known. No matter how she pondered it, she couldn't make sense of it. Everything remained beyond her comprehension for now. Master, I'll take care of Ilya. If you have other matters to attend to, please go handle them first. I don't. Ding. Just as Su Chen was about to say he had no other urgent matters, a hurried voice sounded from outside the door. Who could be seeking him out at this hour? Alright then, I'll step out for a moment. After settling matters here, Su Chen logged out of the game. Could it be Brother Long and the others? Su Chen muttered to himself, since it had always been Gu Yan and the other two who came knocking before. The moment he opened the door, he sensed something was off. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his face. Su Chen spun around just in time to dodge the incoming shot. Turning back, he saw three menacing-looking burly men standing at the doorway. Their imposing builds made them look like tough opponents at a glance. Suspicion arose in Su Chen's mind. What was going on? Hadn't the assassination order been quietly dealt with long ago? Where did these three guys come from? Ha! I thought he was something special, but he's just a weakling. Just finish him off. Then we can go back and report. The two men in front mocked Su Chen as they approached. Their accents sounded peculiar, yet Su Chen couldn't immediately place where they might be from. Before he could ponder further, a flying kick already slammed toward him. Su Chen instantly stepped back to evade the attack, while the other two pounced on him like starving wolves. These three were mere foot soldiers, there must be other bosses behind them. Su Chen didn't want to reveal his identity at this moment and engage them in conversation. Hey, who's your boss? How much pay do you get for a job? How about this? Whatever price your boss offers, I'll give you 5 times that amount. 5 times? The three men froze for a moment, all their gazes fixed skyward as if searching for an answer.
Su Chen looked at the three men helplessly. Not a single one of you can do basic math? And you want to take on others? With brains like yours, do you even understand what you're getting into?
I think you'd be better off going home to farm the land.
One of them seethed with anger. You're asking for trouble. We've been on the streets for years. Who doesn't know the TF trio? Today we'll show you what we're made of. Chapter 159, The Bounty Order Issued by the Stick Nation.
No sooner had they finished speaking than one of them flicked a throwing knife from his hand.
It flew with pinpoint accuracy toward Su Chen. In an instant, the single knife split into three.
I don't believe you can dodge my three deadly blades. The man lifted his chin with utter confidence, his defiant gaze fixed on Su Chen.
Su Chen paid him no mind, striding forward as demonic energy erupted around him.
The three flying blades, unable to even close in, were instantly repelled by Su Chen's overwhelming pressure. The trio froze for a split second, and before they could react, Su Chen was already upon them. Before I lose my temper, get out of here. Su Chen's tone was as flat as water, yet his eyes held a murderous intent as deep as the darkest sea.
All three men flinched at the intensity of his gaze, swallowing nervously.
You, don't think we're scared of your tricks. We three brothers have strength and skills.
Let's go.
We'll fight him. The trio scrambled to their feet, ready to fight Su Chen to the death. Before they could steady themselves, Su Chen stepped forward, pinching the throat of the man who had thrown the flying knife with one hand.
A slight squeeze made breathing impossible, pinning the man's body against the wall.
The suffocating sensation made the man's eyes roll back, his very breath stolen away.
Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Su Chen's icy tone sent a chill through all three.
The other two stood trembling, not daring to utter a word. This man was terrifying, more terrifying than any demon they'd ever encountered. Thud! The two men fell to their knees before Su Chen. We were just trying to earn a meal for someone else. We truly had no other intentions.
That's right. We just wanted to earn our keep. We never meant to kill you. Wah wah.
The one in Su Chen's hand was already foaming at the mouth. In a few more seconds, he'd be choked to death in that palm. He flung the body to the ground in disgust. Gasping for air, the man immediately began panting heavily. He scrambled backward a few steps and knelt down. Terrified Su Chen might strike again, he knew all too well that the man before him had genuinely intended to kill him.
Master, we only heard someone was hunting down a man named Su Xiaotu.
We found out there was a Su Chen here. So we figured we'd just grab anyone to fulfill our duty, and we set our sights on you.
We truly didn't mean to harm you. Please spare us.
The three men explained nervously.
Su Chen looked down at them from above.
The fear etched on their faces seemed genuine. They were likely telling the truth.
Hunting someone named Su Xiaotu? That was the name he'd used in the miracle. Could it be someone he encountered inside, harbored resentment and sought revenge?
After much deliberation, the only possibility was that Korean guy.
He lowered his gaze to the three.
Where did you get this job? The three exchanged nervous glances before one of them plucked up the courage to ask cautiously.
Could it be that you, sir, are also interested in this mission?
Su Chen remained silent, his eyes filled with murderous intent fixed on the speaker. The man immediately changed the subject, hurriedly explaining.
We found it on the international dark web.
The posting came from Korea. Probably someone from Su Xiaotu's crew crossed the Koreans, so we're just grabbing a random name that sounds similar.
Anyway, they don't know our real names back home.
A faint smile touched Su Chen's lips.
Talk about a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse.
These three had stumbled upon the right target by accident, and now it had led straight back to him.
You three clean up everyone in this area connected to this incident.
If I find out anyone else is taking on a mission related to this, whether connected to you or not, I'll hold you responsible. The trio froze, suspicion rising in their hearts.
Hadn't they simply driven away from the city? How could anyone know? How did this guy track him down?
Before they could speak, three tiny spiders emerged from Su Chen's shoulder, crawling down his arm to his palm. The tiny creatures tapped the three men before them, immediately shooting out silk threads that stuck to their skin. They swung themselves across like pendulums, landing on the palms of the three men. There, they opened their mouths and bit into the creases of their thumbs.
SSSSH. What the hell is this? We're not being poisoned, are we? Boss, we don't want to die yet.
I've got parents to support and kids to raise, plus a sister studying away from home. I can't die. One man knelt before Su Chen, wailing and banging his head on the ground. His body shook like a sieve. The other two were also terrified, but seeing his desperate performance, they instantly felt utterly defeated.
Su Chen impatiently stepped back. This is a spider mark. With this little thing, I've already pinpointed your locations. As long as it exists, I can pinpoint your location instantly. Don't even think about leaving this city or I'll make you regret it. At Su Chen's threat, the trio instantly fell silent. Regardless of whether it was true or not, having witnessed Su Chen's power, they dared not make a move. Does that mean we're done here? Can we leave now? Staying any longer felt like it would trigger a heart attack. Su Chen glanced toward the doorway, then turned and stretched lazily as he headed toward the bedroom. Before you leave, clean up the living room and make sure to close the door behind you. Yes, yes, yes. Mission accomplished. Bang. Su Chen returned to the bedroom and immediately shut the door. Outside, the three unlucky guys sighed helplessly. The knife thrower complained to the scarred man. Bro, why did we have to listen to him? My throwing knife just didn't pack enough punch earlier. If I'd thrown it harder, that kid might have been dead right here. Before he could finish, the scarred man clamped a rag-covered hand over his mouth. You want to die? We don't. Thank God your knife missed him just now. Otherwise, we'd probably all be dead bodies by now. The knife-throwing man shrugged indifferently, twirling the blade in his hand. Bro, you're just too tense. You saw that kid yourself, he's just some young college student. Who cares if he's a little punk or whatever? As long as we can find someone with a similar name, we can beat him up and still pocket the money, right? Whoosh! Suddenly, a shard of transparent glass flew from behind the door, grazing the knife-throwing man's cheek with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, warm, crimson blood began seeping from the wound. If you want to die, just say so. Su Chen's light tone drifted from the bedroom. A mere piece of ordinary glass had pierced through the wooden door. Just how powerful had this man become? You just said one throwing knife could defeat me? The throwing knife man, suddenly called out, instantly stood ramrod straight. That's right. My throwing knives are famously lucky. If I'm fast enough, I'll definitely shut you up. Chapter 160, the world's premier sanctuary. The throwing knife man's expression was unwaveringly resolute, his face stern. Seeing his demeanor, Su Chen found himself intrigued. Want to play with throwing knives? Perfect. Then try out my new skill. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, the flying knife man had already hurled every knife in his hand. Whoosh! 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 3 throwing knives flew in perfect unison toward the nearby target board, all hits. Not bad, buddy. Never thought you'd be so smooth with that stuff? The knife-throwing man didn't respond, instead fixing his gaze on Su Chen. You wanted to challenge me? Let's settle this here. See how much of a chance you stand. Unfazed by the provocation, Su Chen walked straight up to him. He walked up, took the dagger from the man's hand, and without even aiming, threw it with pinpoint accuracy straight into the bullseye. Even the bullseye's red dot was smashed to smithereens. Still want to compare? No sooner had Su Chen spoken than the knife-throwing man returned to the living room and began cleaning up obediently. The scarred man glanced around uncertainly before fixing his gaze on the throwing knife guy. What happened? You should have beaten him just now. Why did you lose? His strength surpasses mine. I couldn't beat him. The flying knife man had been folded like a screen by Su Chen's single move. Instantly unable to regain his momentum, Su Chen walked over and patted his shoulder. You're absolutely right. This only made the flying knife man feel even more dejected. He'd thought it was meant to comfort him, but it turned out to be a jab. Summoning courage from somewhere, he suddenly stood up from the ground. Chun Yu, will absolutely surpass you one day. His intense determination piqued Su Chen's interest. The latter crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe. I'll be waiting for that day. The other two looked at Chun Yu as if they'd seen a ghost, their faces frozen in shock. Had this guy lost his mind? How dare he challenge him like that? After tidying up the house, Su Chen dismissed them. As soon as the three left, Su Chen brewed a pot of tea and placed it in the living room. Before long, the door knocked again. Lu Long stood alone at the doorway, tilting his chin slightly toward the room. I'm already here. Won't you let me come in for a moment? Su Chen opened the door and let Lu Long in. When did you start enjoying the theater, Brother Long? At this remark, Lu Long burst into laughter. You really did notice me from the start, kid. I'm genuinely curious just how far your power has progressed. Su Chen offered no reply, merely tilting his lips upward as he regarded him. Seeing Su Chen's silence, Lu Long didn't press the issue. I was already here before they arrived at your place. I was going to intervene, but I wanted to see what tricks you had up your sleeve. Turns out it was a waste of time. These three clearly aren't worth your effort. After the small talk ended, Su Chen cut straight to the chase. Why did you suddenly come looking for me? Is there something special going on? Yeah, exactly. Lu Long dropped his carefree expression and suddenly grew serious. Something's happened in the South Sea. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but frown and pressed further. What happened? A spatial fissure appeared in the South Sea, and several demonic creatures emerged from it, but they're low-level and pose little threat. Our people have already eliminated them, but the spatial fissure itself hasn't disappeared. We tried sending robots in to investigate, only to discover the fissure is one way outward only. For now, it's spewing low-level demons, but who knows what might emerge later. Su Chen froze, his expression immediately turning serious. The spatial fissure appearing by the sea in the game was definitely no coincidence, but the cause remained unclear for the moment. He walked to the window and looked up at the sky.
which remained a blood-red hue. Numerous monsters circled above, guarding their eggs, yet when someone flew over, they could pass right through them. It was clear this sky belonged to a different world from reality. Do you have any solutions? Faced with Lu Lan's question, Su Chen couldn't offer a clear answer. Not yet, but with the apocalypse drawing nearer, we must push people to accelerate the upgrades to the shelters. Understood. Elder Song wishes to know when you might be available. He'd like to meet with you. It must be about the apocalypse and the shelters. Understood. Su Chen arrived at the executive conference room. Old Master Song greeted him with a face full of concern. Young Su, the apocalypse is upon us. Su Chen understood exactly what he meant. Don't worry, I've found a way for Great Xia to survive. The moment everyone heard this, their faces lit up with joy. What? Tell us quickly. With the rift now open, Su Chen no longer held back his power. A formidable force erupted from his body. In an instant, everyone was utterly stunned. You possess a mythic talent? This is truly a blessing for our Great Xia. No mythic-tier talent has ever been recorded globally. Su Chen is undoubtedly the first. After witnessing Su Chen, everyone felt reassured. Before long, the news spread across the globe, sending shockwaves through the world. Su Chen's identity was swiftly revealed, propelling him to the top of all gaming rankings. His true power was no longer concealed. The entire world was stunned by Su Chen's power. What should we do now? Those rifts spew demons. Eliminating them is our immediate priority. As for the Day of Doom, our sanctuary is gradually taking shape. Under Su Chen's command, every demon that emerged from the rifts was utterly annihilated. Before anyone realized it, the day of the apocalypse finally arrived. At that very moment, everyone's shelters descended from the game into reality. Every single one of them marveled at the sights before them. It's actually real? My shelter has materialized in the real world. Su Chen's shelter, however, was the largest in the world. After opening its doors, it recruited a large number of people. Additionally, a new skill called Many Children, Many Blessings was added. As long as the number of newborns within the shelter increased, it would bring blessings to the shelter. Young Su, I see you've been planning ahead all along, building your sanctuary to the highest standards. Old Master Song looked at Su Chen with delight in his eyes, having long since guessed everything. Master Song, you truly see through everything. Now that I've interconnected all the shelters, we needn't fear either natural disasters or demonic waves. Moreover, humanity's strength continues to grow. These monsters will soon be insignificant. With the apocalypse upon us, Su Chen had linked all the nation's shelters to his own, granting them the same protection. It's hard to believe that in just a month, the world has progressed to this point. Old Master Song sighed, but it's a change for the better, ultimately a good thing. Old Song, I'll be heading back now. Family awaits me at home. After bidding farewell, Su Chen used the teleportation stone to return to the shelter. Dekisi and Ilya greeted him with warm smiles. Master, welcome home.